Chapter 1, Asking for a Gift in the ICU. Lin Zixuan, stop pretending. It's just a 520 gift. If you don't want to give it, then don't. But faking a car accident and ending up in the ICU? I'm telling you, if I don't see that gift today, we're done. In the hospital ward, Lin Zixuan, his head still wrapped in bandages, stared at the message on his phone, utterly speechless. A flicker of anger crossed his face. Damn it, what the hell? I'm in the ICU and she's still asking me for gifts? Lin Zixuan was originally a struggling college student. During his university days, he met a goddess named Su Ruo. It could be said it was love at first sight. After pursuing her relentlessly for a long time, Su Ruo, who had initially been indifferent, suddenly agreed to be with him one day for some unknown reason. Of course, Lin Zixuan was overjoyed. To meet the extravagant spending demands of his goddess, he worked 3 jobs every day, toiling from dawn till dusk. It just happened to be May 20th, and the goddess wanted the latest iPhone 14. This guy went crazy, barely sleeping or resting every day. Exhausted, he got into a car accident while delivering takeout. He was rushed straight to the hospital. When Lin Zixuan woke up, he found himself transmigrated into the body of this unlucky simp. Just as he finished sorting through the memories in his mind, he saw a message from Su Ruo on his phone, which only fueled his anger further. He immediately grabbed the phone and started typing rapidly on the keyboard. Alright, so to avoid buying gifts, you're pretending to be in the ICU, huh? Why don't you try faking it yourself? Asking for gifts, you don't even deserve them. I'd rather feed that money to a dog than give it to you. After saying this, Lin Zixuan tossed his phone aside. His head was still throbbing faintly when a mechanical voice from the system echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. You've completed the Simp awakening and activated the ultimate Simp system. Newbie's welcome package rewards 10 trillion licking dog funds. What? 10 trillion? Hearing the words in his ear, Lin Zixuan immediately sat up straight. Did I hear that right? 10 trillion? How much is the richest person in the country worth? System, what are these 10 trillion licking dog funds? Lin Zixuan asked a question in his mind, and the system's voice responded once again. The simp money provided by this system is not the host's private property. It can only be used for the host to spend on goddesses with a beauty score of 80 or above. When a goddess's favorability exceeds 80 points, the spent simp money will be refunded tenfold to the host's account. As the host's private asset. Note, the host's personal expenses cannot be paid using simp money. Lin Zixuan finished reading the system's explanation and felt utterly terrible. Damn it, he had just insulted a goddess, and now this system was telling him to act like a simp. But after giving it some thought, he quickly let it go. After all, this was 10 trillion with that kind of money. Who's really the simp here? That was up for debate. Just as Lin Zixuan was basking in the joy of obtaining the system, the hospital room door slowly creaked open. At the same time, Lin Zixuan once again heard a system notification sound. Detected consumable object. Hearing the sound, Lin Zixuan looked up and saw the figure of a nurse entering the doorway. She was wearing a standard nurse's uniform, with a hint of fatigue on her face. A system panel appeared before me. Name, Liang Mo. Age, 21. Height, 163. Weight, 46 kilograms. Appearance, 80. Affection level, 0. Liang Mo slowly walked over to Lin Zixuan's side and noticed that Lin Zixuan was staring intently at her, a flicker of disgust flashing in his eyes. Liang Mo's favorability is at 20. Lin Zixuan was also startled awake by this voice. What the hell? Without saying a word, the favorability had already reached 20 points. The money he had earned from working was completely gone after one ICU stay. He needed to quickly find a goddess to pursue. It seemed this guy couldn't be missed. Although Liang Mo's gaze carried a hint of disgust, she still stepped forward and helped Lin Zixuan remove the bandage on his forehead. The wound had mostly healed. Then, Liang Mo jotted something down in her little notebook, her ethereal voice softly drifting out. Your injuries have healed almost completely, and you can be discharged now. If anything comes up later, you can contact Dr. Kong. After speaking, Liang Mo showed no intention of staying longer and turned to leave, but Lin Zixuan stopped him. Hey, beautiful, wait. Can I add you on WeChat? After blurting out this incredibly awkward opening line, Lin Zixuan wanted to slap himself. He was so nervous that he hadn't thought of a better way to start the conversation. Hearing this, Liang Mo turned around and glanced, the mocking expression on his lips deepening. Sure, add me on WeChat for 5,000. As a nurse, Liang Mo encounters all sorts of people every day. Combined with her striking looks, she often faces harassment. So she found this perfect excuse to turn them down. Usually, when these broke guys hear the price of 5,000, they'd put on an awkward expression and let it drop. But this time, the outcome took Liang Mo by surprise. No problem, I'll transfer the money after adding you on WeChat. Hearing this, Liang Mo's pretty face clearly showed a look of astonishment, even wondering if she had misheard. Lin Zixuan had already taken out his phone and opened his QR code interface. With a somewhat skeptical expression, Liang Mo still scanned the QR code in front of him, wanting to see if this guy was really just pretending to be something he wasn't. The WeChat friend request was quickly accepted, and the next moment, a transfer notification appeared on Liang Mo's phone. Liang Mo's face was filled with astonishment as he stared at the 5,000 yuan transfer. Damn, that was more than his monthly salary. Wait a minute, this guy didn't look like some rich second-generation heir, and he hadn't heard about any wealthy newcomers at the hospital. Could he have really misjudged this time? Thinking of this, Liang Mo's attitude towards Lin Zixuan changed slightly. Liang Mo's favorability plus 20. Quickly accepting the transfer, she flashed a sweet smile. Brother, what's your name? Let me add a note for you. Lin Zixuan. The system rewarded Simp money has transformed into a black card, already linked to all his major payment apps. As long as the system's requirements are met, he can spend it directly. It's about time. Shall we go have dinner together? Lin Zixuan felt a bit hungry. Being penniless at the moment, he realized that without bringing along a tool person, even dinner would be a problem. Liang Mo hesitated slightly upon hearing this. Brother, it's not off-duty time yet. Payment received, 5,200 yuan. Brother, you can't do this. We have rules. Payment received, 5,200 yuan. Brother. Payment received, 5,200 yuan. I'll go change my clothes right now. Chapter 2, 1 trillion Simp money. Liang Mo clutched his chest as he rushed out of the room, feeling his heartbeat suddenly accelerate wildly. I didn't want to agree, but he was offering way too much, he thought helplessly. Did my wish to the god of wealth come true? Where did this big fool come from? He just met me and transferred over 20,000? That's it then, it would be impolite to refuse any further. Liang Mo's favorability, 20. Liang Mo went out to change clothes, while Lin Zixuan stretched lazily. He couldn't help but think being rich is truly wonderful. In the past, a goddess like her wouldn't have even glanced his way. But she's just a tool character anyway. The sooner he completes her route and gets some capital, the sooner he can escape his current financial struggles. Before long, Liang Mo returned to the ward, dressed in a JK school uniform, with black stockings accentuating her perfect figure. Her face was lightly made up, clearly showing signs of careful preparation. Brother, I'm ready. Where are we going to eat? Lin Zixuan stood up and casually responded. Whatever, you decide where to go. The two left the hospital together, and with Liang Mo's help, they quickly completed the discharge procedures. As Lin Zixuan had expected, all the money he had saved to buy his goddess a phone was handed over to the hospital. After leaving, Lin Zixuan had only 200 yuan left on him. However, Lin Zixuan wasn't worried, it was only temporary. Leaving the hospital with Liang Mo, Lin Zixuan wasn't familiar with high-end luxury restaurants. Following Liang Mo's lead, they entered a Western-style restaurant that appeared to be of decent quality. Liang Mo held the menu, seeming somewhat reserved. Brother, you order. No need, just order whatever you like. Don't worry about the price. Liang Mo heard these words and looked up at Lin Zixuan's position. For some reason, the guy seemed to have become much more handsome. However, since it was their first meal together, Liang Mo didn't order anything too extravagant. After casually selecting a few dishes, he handed the menu to the waiter. During the meal, the two also exchanged some conversation. Liang Mo graduated from a technical school with a nursing degree, so he started working relatively early and is currently doing an internship at a hospital. Lin Zixuan is a junior student at a local first-tier university. His grades are also quite decent. After finishing the meal, Lin Zixuan went to pay the bill, which amounted to over 4,000 yuan. If it weren't for bringing along a tool person, he definitely wouldn't have been able to afford such extravagant food. However, the so-called foie gras caused physical discomfort for both of them. Liang Mo even retched a couple of times. It would be strange not to feel nauseous after eating something like that. After leaving the restaurant, Liang Mo cautiously took 2 steps closer to Lin Zixuan's direction. Gently tugging at Lin Zixuan's arm with her palm and seeing no strong reaction from him, she then actively linked arms with Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan didn't react much to this gesture. The girl was quite sensible, but it was a pity her favorability was only at 20 points. 20 points is probably just at the level of ordinary friends. For her to make such an intimate move, she was likely just stringing him along with a little sweetness. It seems this girl isn't simple either. The place where they were eating was on the upper floor of a high-end mall, and after the meal, neither of them was in a hurry to leave. It happens to be May 20th today, and I didn't prepare any gifts for you. I heard you girls all like bags, let me buy you one. After Lin Zixuan took the initiative to bring this up, Liang Mo appeared somewhat hesitant yet willing. Brother, this isn't appropriate. We've only just met. Though her words said no, her heart was honest. Liang Mo clung to Lin Zixuan's arm, drawing slightly closer to the Chanel boutique not far away. Lin Zixuan curled his lips in disdain. Damn hypocrite, he thought to himself, but still led Liang Mo into the Chanel boutique. After all, such a great opportunity to make money shouldn't be missed. What Lin Zixuan didn't expect was that just after entering this counter, he unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance. "Brother Long, do you think this bag looks good on me?" Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Zixuan glanced up. Not far away stood a man and a woman. The girl was wearing a water green long dress, looking youthful and beautiful. The man beside her was also dressed in designer clothes, appearing to be a rich second-generation heir. Potential spending target detected. Name, Su Ruo. Height, 165. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 86. Favorability, 10. That's right, this is Lin Zixuan's ex-girlfriend Su Ruo. To be honest, Lin Zixuan never expected to run into Su Ruo here. But after checking Su Ruo's stats panel, Lin Zixuan was even more furious. An 86 in appearance indeed, she's widely recognized as the campus belle, and it's no wonder the original owner was so infatuated with her. But what the hell is this 10 in affection? Even a casual friend would at least have 20 or 30 points. All those years of being a simp were wasted daily check-ins, working 3 jobs a day. Turns out, I'm not even worthy of being your simp? This Liang Mo I just met already has 20 points of favorability. Su Ruo was holding a bag, seemingly very fond of it. But the guy beside her had no intention of buying it for her. "Xiao Ruo, this bag is indeed beautiful, but you know how strict my family has been with me lately, saying I spend money recklessly. Now I only have about 70 or 80,000 a month for living expenses, and life is quite tight. Maybe we should look at something else. I promise I'll buy this bag for you next time." He spoke with such conviction, but in reality, he had no intention of buying it at all. It's not like he's poor, scrimping and saving every day. Spending tens of thousands on a bag for some goddess, wouldn't it be better to spend that money on himself? As the saying goes, money is for women to see, not for women to spend. Su Ruo showed a disappointed expression upon hearing this, stepping forward to gently shake the man's arm. She coquettishly said, "Brother Long, but I really want it, okay? Please?" Hearing this, the man's expression became much more serious. "Xiao Ruo, I truly don't want my girlfriend to be a materialistic person. I hope she likes me for who I am, not for other things. Do you understand what I mean?" A stern voice came through, and Su Ruo pouted her lips, looking somewhat helpless as she put down the bag in her hand. Alright, if Brother Long doesn't want it, then forget it. I'm not that kind of materialistic woman anyway." Just as Su Ruo finished speaking, Lin Zixuan, led by Liang Mo, also walked into the specialty store. Their eyes met. Su Ruo was stunned for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. "Lin Zixuan, weren't you lying in the ICU? Weren't you so confident before? Having regrets now? I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Are you planning to beg for my forgiveness again? To be honest, the way you are now truly disgusts me." Chapter 3, Tonight's expenses are on me, gentlemen. Hearing Su Ruo's words, Lin Zixuan slightly furrowed his brows. Glancing at the 10 favorability rating, he increasingly realized how laughable those 2 years of being a simp had been. But now times had changed, and he was no longer the same person as before. There was no need to stoop to her level, nor did he want any further entanglement with Su Ruo. "Oh, I just came to take Momo to buy a bag." Perhaps because Lin Zixuan's words were too matter-of-fact, a trace of surprise flashed across Su Ruo's face, only then noticing the beautiful figure accompanying Lin Zixuan. Although Liang Mo couldn't match Su Ruo in looks, with this outfit, she had her own unique charm and was still considered a beauty. "Go ahead, pick one you like." Lin Zixuan paid no further attention to Su Ruo and instead called out to Liang Mo beside him. Liang Mo glanced at the two of them, roughly understanding the situation, and flashed a sweet smile before heading into the shop. Su Ruo watched this scene, and a sudden flash of anger crossed her face. Although Su Ruo looked down on Lin Zixuan from the bottom of her heart, in her mind, Lin Zixuan was her simp and hers alone. He was only supposed to fawn over her. Now, seeing another woman by Lin Zixuan's side, she felt as though something that belonged to her had been taken away. "Lin Zixuan, do you know how much these bags cost here? And you still come here to buy one? Did you hit your head at the hospital and lose your mind? Go ahead, tell me how much you paid for this actor. Isn't this just a ploy to get my attention? Why bother? This is my final warning, stop pestering me. The way you are now disgusts me." As she spoke, she even reached for the hand of the man beside her, as if deliberately trying to provoke Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan just smiled casually upon hearing this. This woman seemed to have some issues. Could she be suffering from some kind of delusional disorder? She even hired an actor herself. Her imagination is truly excessive. Before Lin Zixuan could respond, Liang Mo had already walked up to him, holding a handbag. "Honey, I've picked one." As an astute woman, Liang Mo had long noticed the subtle dynamics between the two, and this husband address gave Lin Zixuan plenty of face. Lin Zixuan nodded silently and cast a calm glance at the shop assistant beside him. "Alright, this one. Charge it to the card." The shop assistant took the bag from Liang Mo and kindly offered a reminder. "Sir, the bag your wife chose is a limited edition in our store, priced at 35,600. Is that acceptable to you? No problem, I'll pay." The clerk was momentarily stunned before pulling out a payment QR code. Not far away, Su-ruo watched the scene with a cold smile, as if to say, let's see how long you can keep up this act. With the sound of a payment notification, Su-ruo's expression suddenly changed. Liang Mo's eyes also flashed with a gleam of excitement as he tightly embraced Lin Zixuan's body. Husband, I love you. Faced with Liang Mo's sudden embrace, Lin Zixuan remained remarkably composed, merely extending a finger affectionately to gently rub Liang Mo's nose. Su-ruo in the distance watched this scene, her face burning with even greater fury as she forcefully tugged at the arm of the man beside her. Brother, look. Before she could finish speaking, the man beside her interrupted. Enough, Xiao-ruo. I'm a bit tired today. Let's head back early. But. Alright, Xiao-ruo, let's go. With that, the man took Su-ruo's hand and walked toward the exit of the shop, cutting off the words she hadn't finished speaking. Lin Zixuan noticed their movements but showed no intention of paying them any attention. Meanwhile, Su-ruo observed that Lin Zixuan hadn't even blinked when making the payment earlier. Has this guy suddenly struck it rich? Thinking this, Su-ruo had a bad premonition. The intimate gestures between Liang Mo and Lin Zixuan just now also left her with a bitter feeling in her heart. It suddenly occurred to her that this guy had actually treated her quite well before. Su-ruo's favorability, 10. Su-ruo's favorability plus 10. Two consecutive system notification sounds made Lin Zixuan pause for a moment. He instinctively glanced in the direction where Su-ruo was standing in the distance. This girl really is something. Back when he was attentive and caring, her favorability only reached 10. But now, for no apparent reason, it suddenly increased by 20 points. Lin Zixuan shook his head helplessly and stopped thinking about Su-ruo. After all, he had no intention of getting involved with her in the future anyway. On the contrary, Liang Mo beside her was clinging tightly to Lin Zixuan's body, with a newly purchased bag slung over her shoulder. She was also calculating her own little schemes in her heart. This guy is really handsome, and he transferred over 20,000 to me right after we met. She even wondered if he was just putting on a brave front, but the ease with which he made the payment definitely wasn't an act. He must be a rich second generation, such a low-key rich second generation that I've encountered. I must seize this opportunity. Can't let anyone else snatch him away. Liang Mo's gaze at Lin Zixuan carried a hint of ambiguity. She pressed her body closer to Lin Zixuan's arm. Liang Mo's favorability level, 20. Liang Mo's favorability level, 10. Lin Zixuan walked out of the Chanel boutique with Liang Mo. He also heard the system notification tone. It should have been good news, but Lin Zixuan didn't look very happy at the moment. The reason, of course, is that Liang Mo's favorability points have risen a bit too quickly. In just a few hours, it has already reached 50 points. 50 points of favorability actually means she's starting to like him a little. According to the system's settings, once the favorability reaches 80 points, he would receive a cashback from the Simp fund. So far, he has only spent a little over 50,000 yuan on Liang Mo, and the cashback would only be around 500,000 yuan, far too little. It seems I'll have to invest a bit more in Liang Mo, otherwise this useful tool would go to waste. You're performing quite well. Is there anything else you'd like? Tonight's expenses are all on me. Chapter 4, Exclusive Spending Spree. Hearing Lin Zixuan's words, Liang Mo's eyes flickered once again. But this time, Liang Mo didn't immediately agree. Although she was also quite materialistic, she understood the principle of going too far. Brother Zixuan, that's really not necessary, this is already enough. Without wasting any words on her, Lin Zixuan pulled Liang Mo into a luxury clothing store. After wandering around the store for a bit, Lin Zixuan randomly pointed at a few pieces of clothing. This one, and this one. Liang Mo glanced at these clothes and frowned slightly. Hesitantly, he spoke up and said a few words. Brother, the styles of these clothes are too outdated, and the color combinations are really ugly. I don't like them. No, you misunderstood me. What I meant was, except for these few pieces, I want all the rest. Hearing this, even the shop assistant beside us widened their eyes in surprise. As if unable to believe his own ears. His voice trembled slightly. Sir, what did you just say? Lin Zixuan remained as calm as ever. Ha? Didn't you hear me? Then I'll say it again. Apart from the few items I mentioned earlier, I want all the rest. Swipe the card. With that, Lin Zixuan took out his black card and handed it to the clerk beside him. The clerk trembled as he extended a hand, still unable to believe what was happening before him. The clothing here, though not exorbitantly priced on average, typically ranged from 5 or 600 to 1 or 2,000. But all these together would cost at least 1 million. At this moment, Liang Mo stopped Lin Zixuan's action, also with some astonishment. That. Brother, this isn't necessary. With so many clothes, I can't wear them all and have nowhere to put them anyway. No way, bro, it's too much. Maybe I'll just buy a few random things. Suddenly, Liang Mo felt a wave of fear. Oh my god, why is this guy spending so much money on me? Does he have some bad intentions toward me? At this thought, Lin Zixuan also heard the system's notification sound. Liang Mo's favorability level is 5. Liang Mo's favorability level is 5. Seeing Liang Mo's favorability inexplicably drop, Lin Zixuan also showed a surprised expression, while Liang Mo's face carried a hint of lingering fear. Could it be that spending too much money on her scared this girl? That makes sense too. Spending millions on the first day of meeting this girl must be afraid I'd harvest her kidneys and leave her for dead. Lin Zixuan sensed something was off and stepped forward to pinch Liang Mo's cheek. I see. That was my oversight. Then pick whatever you like for yourself. Hearing this, Liang Mo sighed in relief and regained her sweet smile once more. Thank you, brother. Accompanied by the store clerk, Liang Mo selected several pieces of clothing. Originally planning to buy just 2 or 3 items, but urged by Lin Zixuan, he ended up choosing over 20 pieces, totaling around 20,000 yuan in spending. It was really just a drop in the bucket. The clerk had already snapped out of their initial shock and, seeing Lin Zixuan's effortless demeanor while paying, no longer doubted his earlier decision to reserve the entire venue. Just as the transaction was completed, the clerk thought they had missed out on a massive order. Lin Zixuan suddenly spoke up, "By the way, do you have a membership card here?" Without hesitation, the clerk replied, "Yes, sir." That's good. You can get a membership card, deposit 1 million into it, and just remember this lady's name. If you ever need clothes in the future, you can come here and buy them yourself. As soon as the words were spoken, the 2 women beside him once again showed expressions of shock. The shop assistant, however, was doing quite well. One might say the clouds had cleared and the sun was shining. Liang Mo's face was a mix of complex emotions. "Brother, this isn't really appropriate. You've spent so much money on me, I don't know how to repay you, brother." Lin Zixuan smiled slightly and gently wrapped his arm around Liang Mo's waist. "How about offering yourself in return?" As the words fell, Liang Mo's face instantly flushed red, giving Lin Zixuan a playful push with a hint of reproach. "I hate that we've just met." Liang Mo's favorability plus 10. Liang Mo's favorability plus 10. The system notification sound that came again made Lin Zixuan somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that casually making a joke could also increase favorability. Fortunately, thanks to the previous extravagant act of renting out the entire venue, Liang Mo seemed much more receptive to accepting the 1 million yuan and ultimately took the membership card Lin Zixuan offered. At the same time, Liang Mo's favorability points reached 60, nearing the threshold for rebates. Under the envious gazes of the shop staff, Lin Zixuan and Liang Mo left the store. So enviable, just casually gifting 1 million yuan like that. This man is so handsome, so manly. Why can't I meet a hottie like him? Sigh, no matter how you look at him, he's just so good looking. Though a bit scruffy, if he cleaned up a bit, he'd definitely be a total hunk. The shop assistant watched Lin Zixuan's retreating figure with a somewhat infatuated gaze, though of course Lin Zixuan remained oblivious to this. After leaving the store, Liang Mo glanced at Lin Zixuan's clothes. As a frugal college student, his outfits were naturally just cheap street market finds. "Brother, you've bought me so many things, let me buy you a set of clothes too." When Liang Mo said this, her voice was very soft, and her face seemed to blush with shyness. Seeing such a dramatic change in Liang Mo's expression, Lin Zixuan was also somewhat puzzled. Indeed, the power of money truly exists. Just a few hours ago, this girl had looked at him with disgust and disdain, but now she was clinging to him like a little bird. A favorability score of 60 points already counts as genuine liking. Originally, Lin Zixuan had only seen Liang Mo as a tool, not intending to develop much further, since he certainly wouldn't have just one tool in the future. Unexpectedly, Liang Mo seemed different from what he had imagined. Afterward, Liang Mo took Lin Zixuan to the men's clothing floor and personally helped him pick out an outfit nothing overly expensive or luxurious. The whole set cost around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Looking in the mirror, Lin Zixuan gazed at his reflection. With this makeover, he did look much better. Perhaps it was the sudden wealth, but Lin Zixuan felt a significant change in his demeanor. Liang Mo even displayed a girlish demeanor, staring at Lin Zixuan with infatuation. Lin Zixuan was genuinely touched by Liang Mo taking the initiative to buy clothes for him. After all, no girl had ever given him a gift before, not even Su Ruo, who had been in a relationship with him for so long, had ever bought him anything. It was truly disheartening when you thought about it. After leaving the mall, Liang Mo's expression seemed somewhat odd, and her mind began to wander uncontrollably. What should I do? What should I do? It's already nighttime. Is he going to do something to me? Should I agree or not? Chapter 5, The Misery of a Simp. Lin Zixuan, of course, had no idea about the little schemes in Liang Mo's heart as he gazed up at the sky, now completely shrouded in darkness. Lin Zixuan yawned and said casually, "It's too late. Let's call it a day. I won't see you home." Hearing this, Liang Mo beside him froze on the spot, staring at Lin Zixuan in disbelief. "I was already mentally preparing myself, and now you're telling me I can just go home?" As an ordinary person, Lin Zixuan didn't have much understanding of women. In his eyes, one day wasn't enough to win over a woman, let alone Liang Mo, who was just a tool to him. But what he didn't know was how terrifying the power of money could be. Forget a day, an hour would be more than enough. Liang Mo felt somewhat disappointed yet also relieved. Her gaze toward Lin Zixuan grew even more ambiguous. This guy had spent so much money on her, yet he truly intended to do nothing to her. What a true gentleman. Such wealthy second-generation heirs are rare, and he genuinely seems to care for me. Liang Mo's favorability, +5. The favorability reached 65 points, yet Lin Zixuan had no idea what was happening. Liang Mo's voice sounded in his ear. Alright then, brother, I'll head back first. I'll let you know when I get home. Although Lin Zixuan was somewhat puzzled, he didn't say much and just silently nodded. Watching Liang Mo turn and leave, Lin Zixuan also hailed a taxi, with his destination naturally being his own school. Now, Lin Zixuan wasn't as penniless as before. Liang Mo, that girl, was quite thoughtful. She had transferred him 5,200 yuan, calling it a 520 gift for today, claiming that boys also needed a sense of ceremony. It must be said, women aren't incapable of love, it's just that the person they love isn't you. At the same time, Liang Mo was also on his way home in the car. Everything that happened today felt no different from a dream to him. Suddenly, a wealthy man appeared out of nowhere, spending so much money on him and even giving him a membership card worth $1 million. Liang Mo's mind was filled with images of Lin Zixuan, and he quickly took out his phone. No, before meeting the wealthy brother again, he had to get rid of all those messy things. Then Liang Mo began deleting friends from his WeChat, essentially clearing out what could be called his fish pond. After all, pretty girls never lack for admirers willing to fawn over them. The mall seemed quite far from Liang Mo's rented apartment. It took him half an hour to finally arrive at the entrance of his residential complex. Before he could take more than a couple of steps, a figure with dyed blonde hair suddenly rushed out in front of him. Why did you delete me from WeChat? Looking at this suddenly appearing figure, Liang Mo once again resumed his icy demeanor, the disgust in his eyes almost unconcealed. If you want to delete it, just delete it. What reason do you need? Hearing these words, the blonde-haired guy seemed to get a bit emotional. Why? Tell me why, when everything was fine just 2 days ago. Mo, please tell me, what exactly did I do wrong? I'll change whatever it is, just tell me. As he spoke, the blonde guy seemed to want to step forward and grab Liang Mo's hand, but Liang Mo reacted violently, retreating several steps in succession. What are you doing? Stay away from me. You want to know what you did wrong, huh? Fine, I'll tell you. Your biggest mistake was falling for me in the first place. Go find someone suitable for you to pursue, don't waste your time on me anymore, there's no chance for us. These words, like a sudden thunderclap, exploded in Huang Mao's heart. His body trembled slightly as he began to loudly question Liang Mo. What exactly did I do wrong? That time you posted on your social media in the middle of the night, saying you wanted to eat grilled cold noodles. I ran around almost the entire city at 2 a.m. to buy them for you. Not long ago, you posted on your moments that you were sick. Without a second thought, I took leave from work, rushed over for more than an hour, and bought medicine to bring to your doorstep. And remember, before your birthday, I saved up for months by taking out a loan just to buy you a phone. I even survived on instant noodles for 2 or 3 months because of it. When you were down, I did everything I could to cheer you up. Now, with just one sentence, you want me to vanish completely from your life. Momo, do you have any idea how much I love you? So what does everything I've done for you even mean now? The blonde guy's emotions grew increasingly agitated, and by the end, he was practically roaring. Yet, Liang Mo's face still wore that same expression of disgust, mixed with a hint of anger. Did I ever ask you to do any of this? Did I ask you to be nice to me? Did I ask you to like me? Do you think I can't get grilled cold noodles if I want them? Do I not have a phone, or can't I order takeout? Same goes for buying medicine. If I'm sick, is there no pharmacy downstairs, or can't I just order a delivery? Or do you think someone my age can't take care of myself? Did I ask you for this phone? Wasn't it you who insisted on giving it to me? I told you to take it back, but you insisted on shoving it into my hands. Do you know how speechless I was when I received 3 or 4 identical phones that day? You understand nothing. You keep saying you love me, but in reality, you're only moved by your own actions. Why should I pay for your self-indulgent gestures? Hearing Liang Mo's words, the blonde felt as if sharp knives were piercing through his chest. A tear of grievance involuntarily trickled from the corner of her eye as she gazed longingly in Liang Mo's direction. Liang Mo looked at the blonde's pitiful state, feeling even more disgusted. He sneered coldly, enough, stop acting so pathetic here. I don't like you, and you shouldn't be moved by your own actions either. The phone you gave me, I sold it immediately. Now I'll return the money to you at the original price, along with all those messy transfers before. I remember the total was less than 1,000, so let's just round it up to 1,000, and I'll return it all to you at once. Open your phone's QR code, and don't bother me anymore after this, let alone show up under my apartment building again. I'm afraid others might misunderstand. Usually, when things reach this point, it's basically time to give up. But this blondie doesn't seem ready to give up yet. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at Liang Mo before her. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please forgive me, okay? I'll change everything you don't like. Don't drive me away. We can just be ordinary friends. I'll appear immediately whenever you need me, and disappear right away when you don't. I beg you, okay? Liang Mo showed no sign of softening, only letting out a cold snort. Enough, one-sided affection is meaningless. I've said I don't like you. Stop pestering me. Your behavior only makes me dislike you more and feel disgusted. Don't ever show your face in front of me again. Chapter 6: The Beautiful Streamer. After Liang Mo finished speaking, the blonde-haired guy seemed to have completely given up. Once the transfer was completed, Liang Mo left without looking back. As I entered the unit door, I heard the distant, heart-wrenching cries of the blonde-haired boy. A simp ends up with nothing in the end. The so-called goddess of the poor, the plaything of the rich, nothing more than this. Upon returning home, Liang Mo immediately sent a message to Lin Zixuan. Big brother, I'm home. I bought too many things today, it's so heavy. Lying on the bed, Liang Mo stared blankly at his phone, eagerly awaiting Lin Zixuan's message, but no reply came. Lin Zixuan had just returned to his dormitory as well. The remaining 3 roommates were playing games when they saw Lin Zixuan return and greeted him. The relationship among the 4 roommates was originally quite good. These 3 brothers were well aware of the story between Lin Zixuan and Su Ruo, and had advised Lin Zixuan multiple times. However, as a seasoned simp, Lin Zixuan naturally wouldn't listen. Over time, everyone stopped mentioning the matter. Later, because of Su Ruo, Lin Zixuan worked long-term jobs away from home, returning to the dormitory exhausted like a dog every time, with hardly any time to talk to his dorm mates. Gradually, it seemed they grew somewhat distant. Lin Zixuan freshened up briefly before lying in bed, reflecting on the day's gains. A windfall came his way when he obtained a system. As for Liang Mo, the usefulness of this tool-like character was already quite limited. With just a few more strategies, he could likely start receiving rebates from the system. However, one tool is definitely not enough. I still need to find some other tools. Beauties with a score of 80 or above are neither too many nor too few. Soon, Lin Zixuan came up with a great way to meet beautiful women in the live streaming industry. Every day I come across so many beautiful live streamers, and there must be some among them who meet the beauty standards. Gifting can also earn you system rebates, while also helping to build favorability. Without hesitation, Lin Zixuan downloaded a second-hand trading app and registered an account under the ID Moonsets in the West. Entered the live broadcast channel, scouting for tonight's target. As for Liang Mo, he was just a pawn long forgotten by Lin Zixuan. He didn't even glance at the messages. Lin Zixuan seemed oblivious, behaving much like how Su Ruo had treated him before, the only difference being that the roles of the love-struck pursuer had slightly shifted. After rummaging through tonight's target, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but complain a few words. These female streamers may appear glamorous on the surface, but after targeting dozens of them, not a single one has met the system's standards. It can only be said that the effects of the 3 modern dark arts are simply too good without the system's assistance. I might have ended up like a certain top donor on Bilua's livestream. After searching for 30 minutes, Lin Zixuan finally found his first target. Detected consumable object. Inside the phone, the figure of a young girl appeared. The girl had her hair tied in a ponytail, looking very pure and innocent. Wearing overalls, she seemed somewhat different from those streamers who flaunt their bodies. The ID is also very cute, called Westlake Pikachu. However, the live stream's popularity seemed rather lukewarm, with only around 2,000 or 3,000 viewers. Probably a small-time streamer. Lin Zixuan, a mere level 1 character, entered without drawing anyone's attention. At this moment, Pikachu seems to be preparing to sing. A sweet voice filled the live broadcast room. I want to live with you in a cozy little house, with a bit of silver in our hands. Carry a vegetable basket together, then raise a little chubby. Grow old sitting in rocking chairs, holding hands, strolling through small alleys, just living a simple and ordinary life like this. This is a popular song circulating online recently, and Lin Zixuan has certainly heard it too. The first time I heard this song, I was genuinely moved. Indeed, if life could truly be like this, it seems like it would be the dream life. Until one time, I came across the comments from the experts in the comments section. Later, she rode in a luxury car, laughing at me for not having spare change, yet still wanting to raise a little chubby kid with you. This sentence made Lin Zixuan laugh, but upon closer thought, it was indeed quite chilling. To achieve this dream life, the prerequisite is still having money. Back to the topic, as the song ended, the live chat started scrolling. Wow, Pikachu's voice is so sweet. I also want to live in a little house with you and raise a little chubby one. Truly the life of dreams. I want to be Pikachu's dog. Get up, all of you. Pikachu is mine. Not just bullet comments, there are also some gift notifications in the livestream, though most are free gifts, except for a few like glow sticks and other inexpensive items. Pikachu watched the scene and managed to squeeze out a sweet smile. Thank you, brothers, for the little gifts. Sending hearts your way. Although there was still a smile on his face, Pikachu didn't seem very happy.
They say becoming a clown on the internet is the fastest way to make money, but after truly experiencing it, you realize not everyone can be a clown.
Pikachu was very confident in his looks.
But the waters of the live streaming industry run deep. Without a team or a big brother backing you, relying solely on yourself to stream makes it very hard to stand out. Pikachu has only been on a certain live streaming platform for about 2 or 3 months, earning an average of just 20 or 30 yuan a day. To be fair, she did experience a brief period of minor popularity. There was once a big spender, known as Northeast Tiger, who gifted her around 20 or 30,000 yuan. Initially, Pikachu thought she had met a generous benefactor. However, within just a few days, Northeast Tiger revealed his true intentions, demanding to meet Pikachu privately.
He even made some explicit remarks.
After being rejected by Pikachu, Northeast Tiger flew into a rage out of humiliation and hurled quite a few unpleasant insults.
Angering the big boss resulted in the livestream's viewership plummeting back to dismal levels. Nowadays, it's truly a labor of love every day.
Just as she was thinking about this, a massive wave of gift effects suddenly flashed across the livestream.
Immediately after, a platform-wide announcement banner appeared at the top. Moonsets West gifted streamer Westlake Pikachu 10 super rockets.
Pikachu could hardly believe his eyes and only snapped back to reality when he saw the barrage of comments exploding in the livestream. Thank you, brother Moon setting in the West, for the super rocket.
But what Pikachu didn't know was that this was just the beginning.
As the gift effects flickered, the number of super rockets on the right side began to increase continuously.
Moonsets West gifted the streamer Westlake Pikachu 10 super rockets. Moonsets West gifted the streamer Westlake Pikachu 10 super rockets. Moonsets West gifted the streamer Westlake Pikachu 10 super rockets. Chapter 7, The Sudden Appearance of a Whale.
Lin Zixuan sent 50 super rockets in a row before finally stopping his gift spamming spree. On a certain streaming platform, each super rocket costs 2,000 yuan, so 50 would amount to 100,000. As a small-time streamer, this was Pikachu's first time receiving such a lavish gift, and she was visibly thrilled.
Thank you, brother Yueluo. Pikachu will dance for you as a token of appreciation.
As he spoke, Pikachu stood up, pulled the camera back a bit, and performed a simple dance.
Lin Zixuan watched Pikachu's wriggling body and chuckled lightly.
It was clear that Pikachu wasn't good at these things, but having received so many gifts, he didn't know what else to do. In the live stream, bullet comments were flooding the screen. 50 super rockets, what a boss move by Moonsets in the West.
So domineering.
Receiving so many super rockets at once, it seems Pikachu was about to have a stroke of luck.
I've never even heard of this ID before.
The world of big shots is truly beyond me. Lin Zixuan watched Pikachu dance and found it uninteresting, so he casually sent a barrage comment.
Stop dancing and take a break. How about a PK match instead? Pikachu repeated Lin Zixuan's barrage comment and felt a surge of joy in his heart. I didn't expect brother Yueluo to be so considerate. In that case, I'll go connect my mic. Go ahead, guaranteed win. With brother Yueluo's assurance, Pikachu felt completely at ease. PK is a common form in live streaming, essentially used to encourage big spenders to consume. Although Pikachu is a small streamer, you never know who you might connect with when going live. As for guaranteeing a win, most people wouldn't dare make such claims. Soon, Pikachu randomly connected with a female streamer. On screen appeared another beautiful woman's figure, though in the live streaming environment, what you see isn't necessarily real. This streamer's ID is called Xiaoyu Wants to Eat. The number of fans in the audience in the livestream should theoretically be slightly higher than Pikachu's, but because of Lin Zixuan's previous spending, it attracted many passers-by competing for treasure chests, naturally overshadowing her popularity. Hello, miss. I'm a singing streamer. Pikachu appeared very natural, with Lin Zixuan as her backing, showing no signs of awkwardness.
The light rain across the way, clearly a seasoned live streamer, responded with a smile.
Hello, I'm a beauty streamer. Shall we do a PK battle? Sure, but let's keep the penalties light. I don't have much support from home.
Pikachu made a PK request, and Xiaoyu didn't refuse, just mentioned that there wasn't much support from big brothers at home.
The punishment is just a small bonus, nothing too serious, of course. Pikachu also asked for Lin Zixuan's opinion. Brother Yueluo, how about you decide the punishment? No need, you guys decide for yourselves.
Lin Zixuan had no time to bother with these things because, just as Xiaoyu appeared, he heard the system's notification sound again. Detected consumable object. Lin Zixuan took a quick glance at Xiaoyu, confirming that this girl's looks scored above 80 points, earning the system's recognition. Even without the livestream's beauty filters and effects, she was undoubtedly a genuine beauty.
Seems like there's an unexpected bonus. Giving her gifts should work too. But since he promised Pikachu, Lin Zixuan certainly wouldn't back out on the first PK. Looks like you've got a big spender in your livestream. I'm not playing with you anymore. Xiaoyu muttered a complaint under her breath.
As for Pikachu, he had already decided on the punishment. The punishment was simple: do 10 sit-ups, shouting "Big Bro is awesome" with each one.
Of course, Xiaoyu wouldn't refuse this punishment either. PK officially begins.
On Lin Zixuan's side, he quickly clicked the gift button several times, followed by the booming sounds of super rockets exploding in the livestream. Yuluo Shichin gifted the streamer Westlake Pikachu with 10 super rockets. Yuluo Shichin gifted the streamer Westlake Pikachu with 10 super rockets.
20 super rockets right off the bat, instantly wiping out the opponent's health bar. Pikachu's face was full of smiles. Thanks for the super rockets, brother Yuluo. Love you.
The barrage in the live stream room started surging again. Only a big shot like Yuluo could casually drop tens of thousands like this. Haven't seen Pikachu this happy in a long time.
Damn, just got my paycheck today, gonna gift you a virtual plane.
I've got my last $500 left in my pocket, I'll help defend the tower later.
Are you crazy? There's no need to defend the tower, can't you see the enemy's health bar is completely gone?
PK tower stealing is pretty common, but usually when both sides are evenly matched.
Given the current situation, I doubt anyone would even think about stealing the tower. However, Lin Zixuan's madness had only just begun.
Super rockets kept launching, and Pikachu watched as the numbers on his side continued to rise.
Yuluo Shichin gifted streamer Westlake Pikachu 10 super rockets. Yuluo Shichin gifted streamer Westlake Pikachu 10 super rockets.
Moonsets West gifted the streamer Westlake Pikachu with 10 super rockets. The PK had just started for 2 or 3 minutes when Lin Zixuan sent 100 super rockets.
That's 200,000.
Pikachu was already overwhelmed by these rockets, never imagining that one day they would receive so many gifts. The words thank you have been said so much they're practically worn out, yet I've hardly ever heard them. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu across the way wants to eat.
Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but show a helpless expression. Folks, that guy opposite is just too strong, we're definitely going to lose this one. But could you all help Xiaoyu out with a few votes? Don't let Xiaoyu lose too embarrassingly.
As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaoyu's health bar moved slightly, just a tiny bit. After sending 100 super rockets, Lin Zixuan paused briefly. This girl on the other side is within the acceptable spending range, and her attitude is good, no need to make her lose too embarrassingly.
This is also one of the potential tool people.
The 10-minute PK quickly came to an end, and the outcome was, of course, self-evident.
With Lin Zixuan's 100 super rockets, Pikachu achieved an overwhelming victory.
Thank you for the support, brother Yuluo, and all the family members in the livestream room.
Pikachu looked extremely happy, and Xiaoyu also offered a few words of congratulations before preparing to disconnect the link.
Just as Xiaoyu was about to leave, the special effects of the super rocket began to rise again on the screen. But this time, the targets seemed a bit different. Moonsets West gifted anchor Xiaoyu wants to eat 10 super rockets. Moonsets West gifted anchor Xiaoyu wants to eat 10 super rockets.
Chapter 8, The School Beauty in White Stockings.
Xiaoyu looked at the flashing super rocket on the screen and also showed a surprised expression.
She quickly reacted, thank you, brother Yuluo, for the super rocket. What is this, compensation for the losing side?
Xiaoyu's playful remark also sparked lively discussions in the livestream. Brother Moonfall is truly a big spender. Even after losing the PK, there's compensation, what a great deal.
Xiaoyu should be happy now, right? Has anyone calculated how much brother Moonfall spent tonight? Probably around 200,000 to 300,000, right?
Watching all these special effects fill the screen is so satisfying. I wish the streamer would call me Big Brother too, but sadly, my wallet doesn't allow it. Pikachu certainly saw this scene too and suddenly felt a sense of crisis. The most important task for these streamers is actually to maintain good relationships with their big spenders. Of course, they also understand that such a whale wouldn't just shower money on one person alone. Fortunately, for now, the big spender is still standing behind her. Pikachu clicked on Lin Zixuan's profile picture and sent her private contact information over. Xiaoyu certainly wasn't willing to be outdone either, but the private messages they sent seemed to vanish without a trace, receiving no response whatsoever. Because Lin Zixuan on this side had already fallen fast asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. His injuries hadn't fully healed yet, and after a whole day of shopping, he was genuinely exhausted.
Early the next morning, Lin Zixuan was abruptly awakened by the noisy commotion of his roommates.
They are all third-year students, and today they have a professional course. Lin Zixuan quickly got up and washed up, and the dormitory was filled with various sounds.
Damn it, where's the toilet paper? Where the hell is my toilet paper? I brought back such a big roll yesterday, did you guys eat it all? Stop barking like a dog, who the hell used up all my shampoo? Can you clean up these smelly socks? The noisy environment also reflects the harmonious atmosphere in the dormitory. The four of them, stuck in class, rushed down the dormitory building. Because it was the height of summer in May, most of the girls on campus were wearing long dresses, and everywhere you looked, there were striking bare legs. The other three were also bantering with each other, perhaps this was the joy shared among men. Lin Zixuan rubbed his tired eyes and glanced around, only to hear the system's prompt sound once again in his mind. Detected consumable object. The sound jolted Lin Zixuan awake, and as he focused his gaze, he spotted the figure of a young girl not far from him.
The girl had a perfectly oval face, with slender legs clad in white stockings. Her outfit consisted of a crop top and an ultra-short skirt.
She looks very open. Name, Yang Chanshan. Age, 22. Height, 170. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 84. Affection level, 0.
After repeating the name Yang Chanshan, Lin Zixuan also recalled the girl's identity. She was widely recognized at their school as a gold digger. Already a senior in her 4th year, Yang Chanshan was somewhat of a campus celebrity. She had countless admirers and backups around her, and while her reputation at school wasn't great, her looks were undeniably impressive.
She could be considered a campus belle-level beauty.
Behind Yang Chanshan, many people gazed at her exposed fair skin and those slender, beautiful legs with burning eyes, but few actually approached her to strike up a conversation.
After all, most people had heard about Yang Chanshan's reputation. Hello, classmate, can I get your WeChat?
Yang Chanshan, lost in thought, was suddenly interrupted by a voice and looked up in confusion.
She found Lin Zixuan standing in front of her. Ah, sure. Yang Chanshan responded and took out her phone from her pocket.
Lin Zixuan's appearance wasn't particularly outstanding, but in Yang Chanshan's eyes, it was just adding another contact on WeChat, merely one more fish in the pond, nothing significant.
Lin Zixuan hadn't expected things to go so smoothly either. It was just an attempt. Failure wouldn't have been a big deal. After successfully exchanging contact information, since they weren't in the same class, they naturally went their separate ways right then. However, Lin Zixuan's move did draw exclamations of surprise from the other 3 roommates in his dorm. Damn, am I seeing this right? That little punk Xiaoxian actually took the initiative to approach Yang Chanshan? Yang Chanshan is no ordinary woman.
Xiaoxian was already tortured into a wreck by Su Ruo, and now he's running into another gold digger.
Has he been scammed into stupidity?
The guys in the dorm looked at Lin Zixuan with concern, but he just casually smiled.
So what if she likes money? It's no big deal.
As long as she doesn't get emotional with me, anything goes. Not just the few in the dorm, but the other boys were also shocked by this scene.
Although Lin Zixuan had changed into a new outfit and no longer looked as plain as before.
But he still didn't seem much different from an ordinary college student. These people truly had no idea what Lin Zixuan was up to.
The morning's public lecture held little significance for Lin Zixuan. Coming here was basically just a way to pass the time. After school ended at noon, Lin Zixuan returned to the dorm and opened his phone. It was only then that I noticed the dozens of unread messages on VX. All of them were sent by Liang Mo alone. Big spender brother, I'm home. I'm really exhausted today. Brother, do you think this outfit looks good on me?
There is another picture below, in which Liang Mo is wearing only thin underwear, her delicate figure faintly visible, creating a hazy sense of beauty.
Why isn't my rich brother replying to my messages? Is he busy? Most of the remaining content lacks much substance, consisting mainly of Liang Mo's daily updates, which also include some small photo bonuses. For example, Liang Mo in her nurse uniform.
Lin Zixuan finished reading the message and chuckled casually.
This girl really is quite sensible.
After briefly replying with a couple of sentences, Lin Zixuan reopened his livestream on a certain platform.
Upon entering the platform, his phone lagged for over 10 seconds. He noticed 99 unread private messages in the background, though the exact number was hard to tally.
After all, Lin Zixuan had spent 200,000 to 300,000 in a single night, much of it on female streamers who came to do their homework.
There are also some coming to solicit advertisements or investments.
Lin Zixuan found the contact information for Pikachu and Xiaoyu inside.
He sent them friend requests. The request was just sent, and Pikachu instantly accepted it. Then a message popped up on Lin Zixuan's phone. Brother Yueluo, you finally added me. Thank you for sending me so many gifts yesterday. Happy 5/21 to you, Brother Yueluo. Chapter 9, The Beauty in Hanfu.
Glancing at the messages on his phone, Lin Zixuan casually replied with a few words.
Same to you.
In a rented apartment in Hangzhou, Pikachu stared at the bland, flickering messages on the phone, as if devoid of any emotion. She also wore a helpless expression. Last night, Lin Zixuan had generously spent 200,000 to 300,000 on her, which naturally made Pikachu very happy. But beyond the joy, there was mostly a hint of fear. Because of the previous incident with that so-called Northeast tiger, Pikachu was very worried about whether these big brothers would make excessive demands.
Lin Zixuan's attitude was too indifferent, which left Pikachu somewhat confused.
After thinking for a long time, Pikachu finally sent another message.
Brother Yueluo, I have a PK event tonight. Could you please come and help me? Pikachu originally couldn't get any resources from the guild, but last night's actions by Lin Zixuan brought her back into the spotlight.
Tonight, she was scheduled to co-stream with a big streamer to help drive traffic.
Sure. Lin Zixuan's reply remained very brief, while Pikachu breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks, Brother Yueluo. Soon, Xiaoyu also accepted Lin Zixuan's friend request.
The content of their exchange was roughly the same, and Lin Zixuan himself wasn't particularly interested in casual chatting. Just casually replying a few words, with nothing else to do, Lin Zixuan opened his Douyin app.
Scrolling through short videos, soon one caught Lin Zixuan's attention.
The video featured a young woman dressed in hanfu. Her face lightly adorned with makeup, she wore a red hanfu that accentuated her perfect figure. The heavy headpiece she wore added a touch of ancient charm, evoking a sense of nostalgia for bygone eras. A pair of pure white jade-like hands plucked the strings of the guzheng before them, producing a series of crisp and melodious sounds. Detected consumable object.
Hearing this sound, Lin Zixuan perked up considerably.
He never expected to stumble upon a girl who met his requirements just by scrolling through a short video.
Lin Zixuan clicked on the girl's profile.
Her ID was Poetic Rhyme, and surprisingly, she was a blogger from the same city as him. To his astonishment, he also discovered that this girl was currently live streaming.
Lin Zixuan clicked into Shiyun's livestream and saw a woman in hanfu playing the guzheng on the screen. Only a few scattered bullet comments floated by continuously. In today's society, not many people are fond of such classical instruments. The small audience in the livestream was mostly there just to see the beautiful woman. Welcome, Uluoxican. The livestream has very few viewers, so every single person is hard-won for Shiyun. She welcomes them whenever she sees someone join. Lin Zixuan was also drawn to this younger sister. He clicked on the recharge button, thinking of investing a little in this tool person. Besides, since she's a local streamer, it would be relatively easier to pursue her. Characters like Pikachu and Xiaoyu are too far away from him. It's not very realistic to expect quick returns in a short time. A few minutes later, Lin Zixuan returned to the livestream with a grim expression. Can't help but complain about Douyin's top-up feature. The maximum amount you can top up at once is only 5,000 yuan. To top up 1,000,000 yuan, you'd have to click 200 times. Glancing at it, the most expensive gift on Douyin is the Carnival, which costs 3,000 yuan. Lin Zixuan didn't hesitate and frantically clicked on the Carnival gifts. Moon Setting West gifted streamer Shiyun 10 carnivals. Moon Setting West gifted streamer Shiyun 10 carnivals. Moon Setting West gifted streamer Shiyun 10 carnivals. Lin Zixuan didn't stop until he had gifted 100 carnivals in a row. The barrage in the live stream room exploded instantly, as if someone had recognized Lin Zixuan's ID. Damn, where did this big boss come from? 300,000 just thrown away like that. Wait, Moonsets in the West sounds familiar. Was it the big spender who dropped hundreds of thousands last night on the shark? Turns out the boss isn't just active on a certain fish platform, but also splashed 300k on a certain short video app. Boss Moonfall is truly impressive. How about checking me out? I can sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. Plus I know all kinds of positions, definitely able to meet the boss's requirements. Damn, casually tossing out 1,000,000 like it's nothing. I'll never understand the world of the elite. All I can say is rich people really know how to have fun. At this moment, Shiyun also revealed a look of astonishment. She had been on Douyin for quite some time now. The popularity of live streams on Douyin was very unpredictable. Some people might inexplicably become overnight sensations, while others could stream for a year or two without gaining any traction. After all, Shiyun's livestream focused on classical instruments, a niche interest to begin with. As for looks, in the current live streaming landscape, even genuine beauties struggled to stand out amidst the sea of beauty filters. Behind the screen, everyone looked more or less the same. However, at this moment, with the descent of 100 carnival gifts, the popularity of Shiyun's livestream began to skyrocket wildly. Shiyun quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Moonfall, for the carnival gifts. Brother Moonfall, what song would you like to hear? Shiyun can play a tune for you. Lin Zixuan casually tapped the keyboard a couple of times. Anything is fine, I really like ancient style instruments. Just play whatever you're good at. These words warmed Shiyun's heart. It's not easy to find someone with shared interests, let alone a wealthy big brother. Alright, brother Yueluo, then Shiyun will embarrass herself. Shiyun then composed herself and began gently plucking the guzheng before her. The melodious tune filled the livestream, creating a refreshing and soothing atmosphere. Lin Zixuan also nodded silently to himself, admitting that the guzheng indeed has significant differences from modern musical instruments. While listening to the melody, Lin Zixuan's fingers never stopped moving. Moonsets West gifted the streamer Shiyun with 10 carnivals. Moonsets West gifted the streamer Shiyun with 10 carnivals. Moonsets West gifted the streamer Shiyun with 10 carnivals. The carnival special effects reverberated on one side of the livestream, even obscuring Shiyun's face. Yet, the barrage didn't complain because of it. How much money is that now? I did the math, it must be at least 7 or 800,000. A true master is a true master. Moonfall, I wanna have your babies. Streamer, keep it down, better yet mute your mic. I'm not here to watch your stream, I'm here to see the master throw money around. Honestly, watching the master spend money like this is thrilling for me too. It's like it's not money being spent, just numbers. Chapter 10, Just a Perfume, buy 10 bottles.
By the time Shiryun finished her song, Lin Zixuan had already spent his entire 1 million balance on Douyin. The popularity of Shiryun's live stream began to soar, with more and more people joining the broadcast. Welcome everyone, and thank you Brother Yueluo for the carnival gift. After Lin Zixuan spent 1 million, his phone notifications never stopped. His homepage inexplicably gained hundreds of thousands of followers, along with a flood of private messages. This follower count had already surpassed that of the vast majority of streamers and bloggers. Among the countless private messages, he finally managed to find Shiryun's contact information. Sent a friend request, and of course, it was accepted instantly. Hello, Brother Yueluo, I didn't expect you to be from Hanqing too. A message popped up quickly from the other side. Shiryun didn't end her livestream and continued chatting with him while broadcasting. Lin Zixuan, of course, didn't respond too coldly either. Yes, I'm studying at a university in Hanqing. What about you? What a coincidence, I'm an art school student, currently in my sophomore year. The art school isn't far from my own university, and Shiryun seems to be slightly younger than me. I really don't know how to thank Brother Yueluo. Very few people actually enjoy classical music. My livestreams have been struggling with low viewership for quite some time. Today Brother Yueluo helped attract so many viewers for me. I'll work hard to keep them engaged. Lin Zixuan also felt a bit regretful upon hearing this. Many traditional skills of the older generation are gradually being lost. Although I've sent many gifts, probably not many will actually stay in the livestream. Keep up the good streaming. I'll come back later. Alright, Brother Yueluo, I'll start streaming now then. An hour later, Shiryun ended her livestream. In a rented apartment in Seoul, a beautiful woman in Hanfu clutched her chest, her face still showing a trace of shock. Lele, today a big brother tipped me 1 million. What, 1 million? The sound of Shiryun's voice had barely faded when a young girl burst into the room. The girl appeared to be about the same age as Shiryun, though their styles were vastly different. She had short, wine-red hair with slight curls. Even in her pajamas, it was clear she was quite the little beauty. Her name is Wu Lele, she is Shiryun's roommate and also a sophomore at the art academy, though she studies painting. The two rented this apartment together, so naturally, they are very close. Shiryun, you're not lying to me, are you? 1 million, that's 1 million. Shiryun, standing silently by, nodded quietly, I feel like I'm dreaming too. But it's true, and what's more, he's actually from our Hanseong. From Hanseong? Upon hearing these 3 words, Wu Lele's expression darkened considerably. Shiryun, the waters of the live streaming industry run deep. Think about it, why would he casually gift you 1 million for no reason, and coincidentally be from Hanseong? Sai, probably wants to do something to you. Ha? Shiryun let out a startled cry, seeming rather inexperienced. What should we do then? Feeling Shiryun's pleading gaze, Wu Lele comfortingly patted her shoulder. Shiryun, my dear, I've told you many times, sooner or later, every woman falls in love. Since you'll date someone anyway, why not choose someone with good prospects? You're just too innocent. You're this old and you've never even held a boy's hand. Look at this guy today. He's never even met you, yet he can just hand over 1 million yuan. That shows his financial strength is no joke. As long as he's not one of those sleazy old men, he's actually a pretty good Prince Charming, isn't he? After being persuaded by her best friend, Shiryun began to imagine Lin Zixuan's appearance in her mind, and her face turned red unconsciously. As Wu Lele had said, she had never been in a relationship before and had never even held a boy's hand. Just like her love for traditional Chinese culture, she was a very old-fashioned girl. However, Wu Lele also has a point. She can't spend her entire life alone. Since she's going to date someone eventually, she might as well find someone with better qualifications who is worthy of her. What about Yueluo Ge? What is he like? Lin Zixuan, who was on this side, naturally had no idea about the 2 best friends' secret conversation. Lying in bed, his phone suddenly popped up with a message. What Lin Zixuan didn't expect was that the message was actually from Yang Chanqian. She was the materialistic girl from the school who had added him on WeChat that morning. After they became friends, they hadn't exchanged a single word. Do you think this perfume is nice? There's a picture of the perfume attached. Lin Zixuan saw that the price seems to be over 3,000. Before he could take a closer look, 2 messages appeared and were both withdrawn. Soon, Yang Chanqian sent another message. Sorry, I sent it to the wrong person. Lin Zixuan saw this and couldn't help but chuckle softly. This wasn't a mistake, of course it was just a subtle hint to himself. Shortly after, Yang Chanqian's phone received a message about a money transfer. It's just a perfume. If you like it, buy 10. Yang Chanqian in the dormitory saw the message and sat up straight. There was also a transfer of over 30,000 yuan. Yang Chanqian's face showed a hint of confusion. She spent most of her time maintaining her fish pond, and while scrolling through the list, she thought of the guy who had added her that morning. Actually, lately, few people had actively added her contact information, as her reputation at school wasn't very good. Most of them are just rich second-generation kids who think they have a little money and want to strike a deal with me.
Yang Chanxian just wanted to test whether Lin Zixuan was one of those rich second-generation kids.
To her surprise, he didn't hesitate and told her to buy 10.
This must be a big fish. Yang Chanxian's face lit up with a delighted expression.
She never hid her materialism.
What's wrong with liking money?
I didn't toy with their feelings, they all gave me money willingly.
But in today's society, finding a genuine rich second-generation heir is incredibly difficult. Most of them just put on a facade, but in reality, they're not willing to part with a single penny. Instead, it's the poor guys who use their monthly salary or even their life savings to try to please the goddess. Someone as generous as Lin Zixuan is truly a rare find. Oh, brother, that's not what I meant.
I just wanted my best friend to take a look and see if this perfume is nice.
I didn't expect the message to end up here. Chapter 11, Sitting on a Bicycle and Laughing.
Looking at the words filled with tea aroma, Lin Zixuan also smiled lightly.
No problem, if you like it, buy it. If one isn't enough, buy 10. Small issue. Bold. Yang Chanxian looked at the message and was so happy she could have burst into laughter.
She said she didn't want it, but quickly accepted the transfer.
Then thank you, big brother. Brother, I heard that a Western restaurant opened across from our school. Would you like to try it out tonight? Lin Zixuan glanced at the time.
There didn't seem to be any plans for tonight, and he was currently short on funds. If he wanted to treat himself to a nice meal, he'd have to find someone to foot the bill.
Of course, he didn't refuse. Sure, let's do it tonight. Yang Chanxian saw the message and replied tentatively once more.
Alright, big brother, I'll put on some makeup and wait for you at the door tonight.
It might be a bit late, though, because I ran out of makeup. I'll check if my roommate has any.
Lin Zixuan felt more and more that Yang Chanxian was someone you could deal with, talk business when it's time to talk business, and don't keep bringing up emotions.
When it comes down to it, emotions are just me spending money on you, and you giving me something in return. It's that simple.
This is truly the perfect tool in my eyes. The payment has been received, totaling $10,000.
Buy whatever you like. See you tonight.
Upon receiving the transfer of 100,000 yuan from Lin Zixuan, Yang Chanxian also showed a satisfied smile. In fact, his words were not merely about asking for money, there was another aspect to it. He wanted to test Lin Zixuan's true capabilities and determine whether he was truly a second-generation wealthy individual worthy of investing so much effort.
Now it's clear that I was overthinking it. Alright, big brother, I can drink something cold.
Lin Zixuan didn't reply to the last sentence and didn't pay much attention to it, only hearing the system's notification sound.
Yang Chanxian's favorability rating, 20. Yang Chanxian's favorability rating is 10. In the evening, at the entrance of Hanyang University.
Yang Chanxian was still her usual self, wearing a crop top that exposed her midriff, though she had covered her prominent areas. Her lower body was clad in white fishnet stockings, and she held a small bag in her hand.
She kept glancing toward the school entrance, afraid she might miss Lin Zixuan's figure.
They had agreed to meet at 5:30, but it was only just past 5:10, and Yang Chanxian had already arrived.
In the afternoon, Yang Chanxian hadn't been idle either.
She had activated her own network and looked into Lin Zixuan.
The information she obtained left Yang Chanxian speechless.
Lin Zixuan was just an ordinary college student, even less impressive than the fish in her fish pond. He had previously been Su Ruo's sycophant. This information was completely different from Yang Chanxian's impression of Lin Zixuan, but she quickly filled in the gaps with her imagination. Generally speaking, some wealthy second-generation individuals like to hide their identities to test whether girls genuinely like them, and she believed Lin Zixuan was exactly that kind of person.
He concealed his identity and pursued Su Ruo for 2 years, but ultimately failed.
In a fit of anger, he tracked her down and sought revenge on her. Yang Chanxian felt that she was truly a genius, just as she had always imagined herself to be. After all, there aren't many people who can transfer tens of thousands of dollars on a whim. While Yang Chanxian was waiting for Lin Zixuan, a BMW slowly pulled up in front of her.
The window rolled down, revealing a young man in his late 20s. He waved at Yang Chanxian.
Hey, beautiful, where are you heading?
Want a ride? I can give you a lift.
Yang Chanxian glanced at the man, her expression immediately turning cold as she took a step back.
Never mind, I'm waiting for someone.
If it were any other time, there might still be a chance, but now Yang Chanxian was certain that Lin Zixuan was a wealthy individual hiding his true identity.
I wouldn't even give you the time of day, you broke-ass BMW driver. Can you transfer me 100,000 yuan? Stay away from me. If Zixian finds out, it'll be bad. After being rejected, the man seemed a bit persistent. He forced a smile. Beautiful lady, don't be nervous. I'm just giving you a ride.
I don't know where you're going, but maybe we're going to the same place. As a seasoned fish pond owner, Yang Chanxian had heard such lines countless times before. She decided to ignore him and turned her head to look elsewhere. Just as the man was about to say something else, he noticed a look of surprise on Yang Chanxian's face. It was a complete contrast to her earlier indifference toward him.
Following Yang Chanxian's gaze, he looked over. The man's face was filled with astonishment.
In the distance, a young boy was pedaling an old bicycle, slowly making his way toward the school gate.
The person approaching was none other than Lin Zixuan.
Based on his previous experience with dates, he had expected these goddesses to be at least half an hour late. When asked, they would say they were getting ready and would be there shortly. But then I thought, today is at least my first date with this tool, so being late doesn't seem right. So I decided to arrive on time. But I never expected that Yang Chanshan, such a player, would actually arrive early and wait for me. The bicycle slowly came to a stop in front of Yang Chanshan, and Lin Zixuan tapped the back seat.
Get on.
Yang Chanshan's face showed no signs of distress. Instead, she smiled even more sweetly.
Sure enough, it was exactly as she had suspected. Lin Zixuan is indeed a low-key rich kid. He even rides a bicycle when he goes out. Yang Chanshan jumped onto the back seat of the bicycle. Under the envious gaze of the BMW driver, Lin Zixuan rode off on his bicycle, leaving them behind. The dilapidated bicycle contrasted sharply with the stunningly beautiful young woman sitting on the back seat. The man angrily slammed the steering wheel. Damn it, if anyone ever tells me again that it's better to cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle, I'll slap them so hard they'll never talk again. Look at that girl, she's smiling pretty happily, isn't she? Of course, he had no idea about the story Yang Chanshan had made up in her head. This scene shocked not only the BMW driver but also the college students around them who were watching the commotion. Are you kidding me? Did I see that correctly? Yang Chanshan actually got on a bicycle? Is this the Yang Chanshan I know? Has this beauty changed her ways? Oh, you just don't understand. It's probably just some rich guy's weird taste. From what I know of Yang Chanshan, that guy must be at least a top-tier rich second-generation heir. Forget it, the world of the wealthy is beyond us. I'll just go buy my cold noodles. Chapter 12, First Taste of Forbidden Fruit. Riding a bicycle for a leisurely ride is actually a very romantic thing to do, but the prerequisite for romance is experiencing life. You can take her to eat street food, but you absolutely cannot afford to eat only street food. That's the biggest difference. Upon arriving at the so-called newly opened Western restaurant, Lin Zixuan couldn't say he disliked the food, nor could he say he liked it. Although it was their first date, Yang Chanshan showed no signs of nervousness. Compared to Liang Mo, who was putting on an act, Yang Chanshan didn't even bother to pretend. She picked up the menu and ordered everything that was most expensive. In Yang Chanshan's mind, if you don't have money, what can you expect me to eat? Of course, this small amount of money is nothing to Lin Zixuan. During dinner, staring at the tough steak in front of him, Lin Zixuan was at a loss for words. He simply picked up the fork, skewered the steak, and brought it to his mouth to chew on. Yang Chanshan saw this and didn't find it inappropriate. Instead, she quietly pondered it in her mind. It seems that Zi Xian is truly a top-tier rich second-generation heir. Perhaps attending such an event is as ordinary as eating a meal at home for him, which is why he doesn't bother to maintain his image. The hint of flirtation in his eyes was even more pronounced. At the same time, Lin Zixuan also heard the system's notification sound. Yang Chanshan's affection level is 5. Lin Zixuan looked at Yang Chanshan in confusion, wondering what this girl was up to. However, an increase in goodwill was always a good thing. This meal cost several $1,000s. After settling the bill, Yang Chanshan suggested going to the mall for a stroll. Lin Zixuan didn't feel any aversion toward this straightforward girl. He decided to go along with her, so he didn't have to offer to pay this time. Once they arrived at the mall, Yang Chanshan was initially a bit reserved, but she eventually picked out a few items totaling around 1 or 2,000 yuan. Later, when she saw how effortlessly Lin Zixuan paid, she felt even more certain that she had found a real sugar daddy. It wasn't even his own money, just the system's lapdog gold, a mere number that could never be spent. The two spent about 2 or 3 hours shopping at the mall. When they came out, Yang Chanshan was already carrying several large and small bags, all filled with luxury brand items. They had spent roughly several 100,000 yuan, which was equivalent to the investment for one of her live streams. Yang Chanshan's favorability rating has also reached 50 points. At first, the favorability increased quickly, but after reaching 50 points, spending a lot of money didn't result in much further improvement. Lin Zixuan speculated that simply spending money might not be enough to make a girl completely devoted to you, unless you were wealthier than everyone else. It could also be said that the financial resources you have demonstrated so far are insufficient. While shopping, I didn't check the time, and by the time I left the mall, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Yang Chanshan wrapped her arm around Lin Zixuan's arm and complained in a sweet voice. What should we do, Zixuan? It's so late, and we can't go back to the dorm now. Though she complained, she was secretly delighted. Yang Chanshan had been checking the time all along, waiting for the dormitory to close. For someone of her caliber, she was a cut above the rest, like a fish out of water in a pond. After this date, who knows when the next one will be? It's inevitable that Lin Zixuan might be lured away by some other young girl. It's better to make things official. That way, I'll also get more money. Lin Zixuan didn't think much of it and glanced at his phone. Indeed, it seemed like there was no going back. Zixuan, there's a hotel over there. I heard the environment is very nice. Why don't we go check it out? Before Lin Zixuan could finish speaking, Yang Chanshan interrupted him. Seeing the girl's expression, Lin Zixuan understood her meaning. Sure enough, Yang Chanshan was the perfect tool for the job. Lin Zixuan didn't know much about such matters, but he wouldn't refuse either. Upon arriving at the hotel, Yang Chanshan even put on a shy act. Sir, would you like 1 room or 2 rooms? The young woman at the bar asked the two of them. Before Lin Zixuan could speak, Yang Chanshan had already taken her ID card out of her bag and handed it to Lin Zixuan. Let's book a presidential suite. The price for a presidential suite is around 7 or 8,000, and the lady at the bar was taken aback by this, but she quickly processed the check-in for the two of them. Upon entering the room, the first thing that caught their eyes was a spacious living room with elegant decor, complemented by a balcony with floor-to-ceiling windows in the distance. This design emphasizes a sense of luxury. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but sigh, money really is great. Without this system, I'd never be able to live in a place like this in my entire life. Yang Chanshan entered the room and naturally looked at Lin Zixuan. Brother, I'll go take a shower first. I've been sweating all day from being so busy. After saying that, Yang Chanshan rushed into the bathroom. Lin Zixuan sat on the sofa in the center of the room, lazily stretching his body. He opened a bottle of red wine from the liquor cabinet on one side. To be honest, it didn't taste any different. However, judging by the packaging, it must be quite expensive. The sound of running water in the bathroom made the inexperienced Lin Zixuan feel a bit restless. Judging by his appearance, he had definitely never been with a woman before, and Lin Zixuan was no different. Not long after, the bathroom door opened. Lin Zixuan looked toward the bathroom door, his body seeming slightly restless. Chapter 13, Tiger Brother. An hour later, Lin Zixuan leaned against the headboard, fiddling with his phone. Yang Chanshan was leaning against his chest, her face still flushed, seemingly unable to recover from what had just happened. With each gentle breath, her chest rose and fell slightly. Brother, you're so bad. Yang Chanshan's favorability rating is 5. Lin Zixuan heard this and affectionately rubbed Yang Chanshan's nose. I've got something even worse. Yang Chanshan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head. At that moment, Yang Zixuan also felt a surge of joy. He opened his phone and suddenly remembered that he had promised Pikachu to help her with a PK match that evening. Since he had already worked hard and had nothing else to do, Lin Zixuan opened the live streaming app again. Yang Chanshan watched Lin Zixuan's actions and asked curiously, Zixuan, are you still watching the live stream? Lin Zixuan casually replied, yeah, just occasionally. Yang Chanshan didn't think much of it, assuming Lin Zixuan was just browsing casually. But the next moment, she saw something. She saw Lin Zixuan frantically clicking on the recharge button. 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. The balance of a certain fish account kept rising because he had agreed to a PK match with Pikachu. This time, Lin Zixuan had prepared a bit more. He spent a full 10 minutes topping up the account, adding over 10 million in total. Yang Chanshan was so shocked that her mouth dropped open. What did I just see? Lin Zixuan just topped up 1 million on the live streaming platform? That's 10 million. I've never seen that much money in my entire life. At that moment, Yang Chanshan finally realized that the people she had known before couldn't be considered rich second-generation kids in front of Lin Zixuan, they were just ordinary people. Suddenly, Yang Chanshan thought of Su Ruo and wore a smug expression. If Su Ruo knew Lin Zixuan's true identity, she'd probably regret it so much she'd be kicking herself. Of course, now Zi Xian is mine. Thinking of this, Yang Chanshan hugged Lin Zixuan even tighter. In Lin Zixuan's mind, the system's prompt sounded. Yang Chanshan's favorability rating, 5. Lin Zixuan didn't expect that simply topping up his account could also earn him favorability points. After glancing at Yang Chanshan, he clicked into Pikachu's live stream. Since Lin Zixuan had spent a lot of money last time, Pikachu's popularity tonight was significantly higher than yesterday's. Lin Zixuan didn't have any VIP status, so he didn't attract much attention when he entered. As soon as he entered, Lin Zixuan noticed that the atmosphere in the live streaming room felt off. Pikachu's face was ashen, clearly in a bad mood, and the smile he forced out looked worse than a cry. A comment caught Lin Zixuan's attention. Little girl, have you thought this through? Don't say I didn't warn you. Tonight's showdown, I won't let you win a single match. The one speaking was a man named Northeast Tiger, a duke and nobleman from a certain fish-themed platform. He was a man of modest means. The live stream was flooded with comments, most of them criticizing this guy. Get out of Pikachu's live stream. What are you doing here? Pikachu is now protected by the Moonfall boss. You're not even letting him win a single match? If you can't have it, destroy it. The more I look at this Northeast Tiger, the less I like it. Exactly. Once the big shot shows up later, he'll definitely put this guy in his place. Pikachu might have seen the comments in the live stream, and his expression softened slightly. Yeah, if Moonfall comes, I should be able to win tonight's showdown, right? She was already abandoned by the guild. Tonight is a crucial opportunity for her.
With Tiger Lord meddling here, if she loses too badly, the guild will likely sideline her again.
What's moon setting in the west? I've never heard of that. I'll leave it at that. Tonight's showdown, you won't win a single match.
The Northeast Tiger once again issued a harsh warning, just as his message was being sent out. A series of super rocket special effects slowly rose from one side of the live stream. As the moon sets in the west Lake Pikachu was gifted to the streamer, along with a Super Rocket 10.
Moon setting in the west, gifted to streamer Lake Pikachu, Super Rocket 10. Moon setting in the west, gifted to streamer Lake Pikachu, Super Rocket 10.
The continuous explosions of the Super Rocket sent the live stream's chat messages into a frenzy once again.
Here they come, here they come. Moonfall, the big boss, is here. I knew it.
Moonfall, the big boss, would definitely come to protect Pikachu.
What's Tiger Lord?
In front of Moonfall, the big boss, he's just a little brother.
The person above is wrong. In my opinion, it's more like a grandson. The PK hasn't even started yet, and Lin Zixuan hasn't used many super rockets either. He only used about 50 super rockets before stopping his actions. Pikachu saw the special effects in the livestream and also showed an emotional expression. Those who help you when you need them most will always be remembered. Thank you, Yuluo Gugu, for the super rocket.
Pikachu's voice was very loud, almost like a shout. At that moment, inside a villa, a middle-aged man with a bulky build was watching the special effects of the super rocket floating above.
He wore a fierce expression.
He was known as the Northeast Tiger, or Tiger Lord, and was considered a small-time boss. He usually streams for fun, spending a few thousand to a few 10,000 to scout out a streamer he likes.
Most of the time, it's mutual.
As for the moon setting in the west, he had never heard of it before. He didn't log into his account on a certain platform yesterday, and now seeing these 50 super rockets, he couldn't help but look surprised. Even if I casually spent 10,000, it would already be enough for me to take it seriously, but Tiger Lord isn't worried either.
Hey, that's the moon setting in the west.
Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business.
In the upcoming PK, Pikachu won't win a single match.
Lin Zixuan, who had finished distributing gifts, glanced at the chat and hadn't planned to respond to Tiger Lord. However, the guy kept barking non-stop, so he decided to casually reply with a single sentence.
If I say she can win, she can win.
It was just a simple reply, but it showed a strong sense of confidence.
Wow, it's got to be Yuluo, the big shot. I'm on Yuluo's side this time. I think Pikachu will definitely make it through tonight.
Yeah, compared to Yuluo, who he doesn't have much of a chance. Pikachu watched the chat stream as the moon set in the west and sighed in relief, his admiration for Lin Zixuan growing even more. At that moment, the guild's internal PK was about to officially begin.
Tiger Lord left a threatening remark and returned to recharge his account. You little brat, you don't know your place. I'll see if you've got what it takes. Chapter 14. Thanks to Yuluo for granting me the title of Emperor.
After saying this, Tiger Brother left the livestream, and Pikachu also thanked Lin Zixuan.
Thank you, Yuluo Gu. You really went out of your way for me today. It's no big deal. Get ready for the showdown. With me here, you can rest assured. Lin Zixuan's words gave Pikachu a huge boost, and the showdown was about to begin. Soon, the PK connection was triggered, and the figure of another woman appeared on the screen. Lin Zixuan only glanced at her before losing interest, as she hadn't triggered his system's detection. It seems that his appearance is just average, but with the camera's enhancement, he does look decent. The competition hasn't even started yet, but the tension is already palpable. Tiger Brother, who has completed his top-up, is determined to win. This time, he has topped up a whopping 1 million, and in his view, this amount is more than enough for a PK match. Pikachu's sister, let's begin. The host across the way greeted them, and Pikachu silently nodded in response. The 10-minute countdown for the PK began, with both players' health bars currently at 0. As the PK timer starts, the special effects for the Super Rocket feature explode instantly in the livestream. The female streamer on the opposite side let out a surprised shout. Thank you, Tiger Brother, for the Super Rocket. Be careful. The Northeast Tiger came in and fired 20 Super Rockets, completely depleting Pikachu's health bar. Then, it sent a taunting message. Come on, kid, I'm waiting for you. Before the comment could even be sent, during the time it took him to type, the Super Rocket special effects began to explode again. This time, Lin Zixuan took action. Yuluo Shicheng gifted the streamer a Lake Pikachu and a Super Rocket 10. Moon setting in the west, gifted to streamer Lake Pikachu, Super Rocket 10. Moon setting in the west, gifted to streamer Lake Pikachu, Super Rocket 10. One after another, Super Rockets launched into the sky, their numbers steadily increasing. Pikachu's health bar, which had been depleted, began to recover once again under Lin Zixuan's actions. 2,400,000. 100 consecutive Super Rockets were fired, instantly creating a massive gap between the two sides' health bars. At this moment, Tiger Brother's chat messages also appeared, but they were met with a wave of mockery. Ha, what Tiger Brother?
I told you, in front of the great moonfall.
The Northeast Tiger is nothing at all. Pikachu's tense mood also warmed up considerably, and he let out a long sigh.
He hurriedly thanked Lin Zixuan.
Thank you, you Luo Gugu, for the super rocket.
When Tiger Brother saw himself being mocked, he naturally didn't want to be outdone and quickly fired off super rockets. One after another, the super rockets kept soaring into the sky. Lin Zixuan and Tiger Brother were engaged in a fierce battle on this PK battlefield, unleashing a barrage of rocket attacks. The super rockets from both sides barely stopped for a moment. This time, Hugo had prepared 1 million, which equated to 500 super rockets. Within less than 2 minutes of the PK starting, Tiger Brother had already fired over 300 super rockets.
Pikachu and the streamer were completely stunned by the generosity of the two big shots.
However, the two showed no signs of stopping. Lin Zixuan did this because on a certain platform, they can only send a maximum of 10 at a time, so he had to keep clicking repeatedly. On Hu Ji's side, the more he spent, the less confident he felt. After sending over 400 super rockets, Hu Ji's account balance was almost depleted.
However, Lin Zixuan showed no signs of stopping.
This made Tiger suddenly feel a little afraid.
Damn it, where did this guy come from? 1 million isn't enough?
Although Tiger Brother was considered somewhat wealthy, 1 million was still no small sum for him.
Investing more at this point just isn't worth it.
The remaining scattered gifts are nowhere near worth the two of them, and they disappear along with the 500 super rockets.
Lin Zixuan showed no signs of stopping.
He kept tapping the screen, and Pikachu's health bar in the battle kept rising, gradually reducing the opponent's remaining health.
The streamer on the other side shouted anxiously. Brother, family members, please help me get more votes, okay? Sending you all heart emojis. Of course, after seeing Lin Zixuan's wild actions, most people had already stopped fighting.
Even Tiger Brother wasn't a match for him, let alone anyone else. On Pikachu's side, they were so shocked they couldn't close their mouths, and they hadn't even heard the words thank you coming from Lin Zixuan's mouth. In just 5 minutes, Lin Zixuan had already earned 1,000 super rockets, which amounted to 2 million.
Pikachu never expected Lin Zixuan to spend so much money on him. If he had met Lin Zixuan yesterday, he would have just thought he was a wealthy older brother. But today, Lin Zixuan's behavior couldn't be described as just being rich, he was definitely a true tycoon. Wow, 1,000 posts. That's 2 million. What's that, Northeast Tiger? No, it's Northeast Anchor, right? Come out and talk. You were making such a big fuss earlier, saying that with you around, we couldn't even win a single game of Pikachu? How could 500 super rockets just put out the fire?
I can't keep up with the speed of the Moonfall Master at all.
It seems like you Luo is the real big spender.
Sitting at home, Tiger Brother watched the live stream's chat comments and was so angry his teeth ached. However, he managed to maintain some level of rationality, knowing that making a purchase at this moment was definitely not the right thing to do. He resisted the urge to spend more money and instead tapped on the keyboard to vent his frustration.
What's this moon setting in the West account? It's a guild account, right? It was just registered yesterday. A guild account coming to grind with us solo players? Look at them, they don't even have a single noble. The comment was just posted a second ago, and the next second, a dazzling special effect suddenly appeared in the livestream. Congratulations to you Luo Shichun for upgrading to Noble Emperor in the livestream of host Shihu Pikachu. Upon witnessing this scene, Hui also widened his eyes in astonishment. The Emperor that Lin Zixuan had summoned was not for the Tiger Brother at that time, he hadn't even spoken yet. It was just that sending him this way was too slow, so Lin Zixuan looked around for an alternative. He discovered that unlocking this Emperor required 120,000, which seemed like a faster way to do it. Immediately afterward, Lin Zixuan clicked to unlock again, and the prompts to unlock the Emperor appeared one after another. Congratulations to you Luo Shichun for unlocking the Noble Emperor status in the livestream of host Westlake Pikachu. Congratulations to you Luo Shiching for unlocking the Noble Emperor status in the livestream of host Westlake Pikachu. Lin Zixuan directly activated the Emperor status for a year. The livestream was once again filled with excitement. Congratulations to the Moon Emperor on his ascension to the throne. I knew it. Only the title of Emperor, the highest noble rank, could truly match his stature. That so-called Northeast Tiger is really asking for trouble. He even dared to say that our Moonfall is a guild account. Have you ever seen a guild account that grants such a high-ranking noble title? Before, when I saw that so-called Big Brother, I thought he might be a staff member. But only you Luo Lao Dao makes me have no doubt that he's the real deal. Dare to call yourself Moon Emperor? From now on, you're Moon God, the only god on this platform. Chapter 15, Catching the Other Woman. The livestream was flooded with comments, and Pikachu's shocked expression grew more intense by the second. Thank you to you Luo Gugu for opening the Emperor mode. Soon, the 10-minute PK officially came to an end, and the final score was disheartening. As for that so-called Tiger Brother, upon seeing Lin Zixuan activate so many Emperor abilities, he immediately realized that the gap in their strength was no small matter. Staying here any longer would only be courting trouble. By enabling the Emperor's cross-platform announcements, they once again sparked a massive surge of interest in Pikachu. This showdown was a decisive victory. Following that, 3 more showdowns were held, and the outcomes were equally decisive. The ID moon setting in the west echoed throughout the entire platform, or rather, the entire live streaming industry, with over 10 million views in a single night. It wasn't just within the live streaming room. Even Yang Qianshan, who was lying on Lin Zixuan's lap, couldn't take her eyes off the screen. 10 million, given away without a second thought. In just over an hour, it was all gone. Yang Qianshan's face was filled with shock, and her gaze toward Lin Zixuan changed once again. Zixuan brother. Yang Qianshan's favorability rating is 5. Lin Zixuan turned his head and glanced at her, noticing that Yang Qianshan's eyes were filled with temptation. Her slender body brushed against Lin Zixuan's, causing the fire he had been suppressing to flare up once more. Little vixen. After whispering a sentence, Lin Zixuan flipped over and pinned Yang Qianshan beneath him, while the live stream was, of course, tossed aside. After a passionate encounter, Lin Zixuan soon fell asleep, while the name Moon Goddess, referring to the setting moon, echoed throughout the entire live streaming community. That night, the company held an emergency meeting, with the sole purpose of addressing the moonfall in the West incident. $1 million was no small sum. The company typically assigns a dedicated customer service representative to handle these high-spending clients. Even emperors receive such treatment, and Lin Zixuan is no ordinary emperor. This spot has sparked intense internal competition within the platform, as everyone knows that securing contact with this influential figure could bring significant benefits for their future prospects. Due to the large number of applicants, the platform decided to use a lottery system. Those selected quickly added Lin Zixuan's contact information, but received no response. The controversy wasn't just about the company, but also about the Emperor's circle associated with it, which has its own small group and chat room. Now, a new emperor has emerged, and he is naturally very interested in Lin Zixuan. However, during all of this, Lin Zixuan was asleep. The next morning, Lin Zixuan stretched lazily. Yang Qianshan was applying makeup at a table nearby, seeming to have been awake for a while. Brother, you're awake. I've prepared breakfast for you. Saying this, Yang Qianshan took a breakfast and handed it to Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan affectionately ruffled Yang Qianshan's hair. While munching on his breakfast, he glanced at his phone. There were 2 people who had added his contact information on his phone, but Lin Zixuan didn't bother to look closely at who they were. Most of the messages were from Pikachu and Liang Mo. Pikachu's message was basically thanking Lin Zixuan for giving him a solid million. Liang Mo, that girl, has been clinging to me ever since she returned. Lin Zixuan doesn't particularly like her and only replied briefly. As for the friend request, he'd look into it when he had time. After finishing breakfast, Lin Zixuan looked at Yang Qianshan, who was dressed up, and gave her a wicked smile before joining her for a morning workout. After the morning workout, Yang Qianshan looked at Lin Zixuan with a pout, complaining that her carefully applied makeup had smudged. Lin Zixuan felt a surge of joy and transferred another 500,000 yuan to Yang Qianshan. After dinner, the two returned to school together. Since their classrooms were in different buildings, they parted ways at the school gate. Meanwhile, on a popular social media platform, a post swept across the top of the search rankings on various platforms. The headline reads, "Shocking. A super rich user appears on a certain platform, spending a whopping 10 million yuan in a single night." The comments and buzz below are also steadily increasing, with most speculating about Lin Zixuan's true identity. Some speculate that he is the second-generation heir of a wealthy family with 4 generations of business experience, while others wonder if Lin Zixuan has some kind of background. Of course, most people believe that Lin Zixuan is likely a middle-aged businessman. After all, even if he were a second-generation wealthy individual, he wouldn't just casually spend 10 million yuan. Unless it's his own money, Lin Zixuan's image suddenly transforms into that of a middle-aged man. However, as the one who started it all, Lin Zixuan is still on his way to the classroom. No matter how popular he was online, Lin Zixuan wasn't particularly noticeable in real life, and the students around him didn't pay much attention to him. After walking for a while, Lin Zixuan seemed to hear the sound of an argument. Turning his head, he saw a group of students surrounding an area not far away. Lin Zixuan glanced over curiously and walked toward the direction of the commotion. Before he could get close, he heard the woman's screams from inside. "I'll beat you to death. How dare you seduce my man? Just because you're pretty, you think you're so great? Do you know that the car he drives, the phone he uses, every single piece of clothing he wears, even his underwear, were all bought with my money? You little..." Lin Zixuan pushed through the crowd and looked inside, revealing a stunned expression. There were 3 people inside. A woman with a broad back and thick waist, looking arrogant, was closing in on a beautiful woman. The beauty looked utterly helpless, with tears streaming down her face. As for the man beside her, he was trembling in fear, standing behind the woman. These two were none other than Lin Zixuan's ex-girlfriend, Su Ruo, and the wealthy young man who was with him earlier. Judging by the situation, it seemed like his wife had come looking for him.
At that moment, the man among the three looked at the situation before him and said flatteringly, "Xiaohua, you know I'm sincere about you. I would never cheat on you with another woman. It's all this that's tempting me." Liang Yehao walked over to the woman with a fawning expression and shouted angrily at Su Ruo. Su Ruo, who already looked helpless, trembled slightly. She kept explaining, it's not like that, he came looking for me." "Shut up, you. It was you who seduced me, including the bag you're wearing. I bought it for you. Give it back to me right now." Lin Zixuan ate some melon for a while and figured it out. This guy named Liang Yehao had hooked up with a rich woman and was using her money to pretend to be a rich second-generation heir. Then he hooked Su Ruo. Now the original wealthy woman has come knocking on his door, and Liang Yehao really knows how to protect himself. The wealthy woman isn't exactly a sweetheart either. Seeing this scene, she snorted coldly. She shouted angrily at Liang Yehao, "Fine, you think she was seducing you, right? Hit her twice, or I'll take back everything I gave you right now." Chapter 16, The Pitiful Su Ruo. Upon hearing this, Liang Yehao shuddered all over, and the look in his eyes toward Su Ruo grew even more fierce. Everything he had was given to him by this wealthy woman. If he lost it all, he would become an ordinary person, and of course, he was unwilling to give up his current life. Watching Liang Yehao's relentless pursuit and his fierce gaze, Su Ruo couldn't help but burst into tears. Feeling helpless, she looked around and her gaze fell on Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan felt Su Ruo's gaze and also wore an expression of helplessness. Seeing Su Ruo in such a pitiful state, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, perhaps because of the influence of his original self. At that moment, Liang Yehao had already approached Su Ruo and waved his hand. The crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the campus. "Damn it, you! It's all your fault for seducing me." Su Ruo's cheeks flushed red, and she covered her face, looking pitiful and helpless, before she could even open her mouth to explain. A sharp pain once again shot through the right side of her cheek. Liang Yehao, desperate to prevent the wealthy woman from leaving him, had exerted every ounce of strength he had in those 2 strikes. Su Ruo, a delicate young woman, naturally found it difficult to bear, collapsing onto the ground with tears streaming down her face. The students around her, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but let out a collective sigh of sympathy. "That's Su Ruo, isn't she? How pitiful. At least she's a beauty. Forget it, she brought it upon herself. I remember Su Ruo had a guy who was completely smitten with her, treating her exceptionally well, but she didn't even bother to acknowledge him. Getting this kind of outcome is truly a case of reaping what you sow." "Exactly. It's all because she's so vain and wanted to find some rich second-generation guy, but ended up with a fake one. Now she's really reaping what she sowed. There's nothing to feel sorry about. From now on, we've got to be more careful. Those so-called rich second-generation kids might just be carefully crafted personas." Whispers and pointing fingers echoed around her. Su Ruo hugged her knees, sitting helplessly on the ground, just as these people had said perhaps everything was her own doing. At that moment, Su Ruo looked once more at Lin Zixuan's figure, recalling the scene from that day at the mall when she had seen Lin Zixuan and Liang Yehao together. Once upon a time, Lin Zixuan's meticulous care for her seemed to be etched into Su Ruo's mind. Su Ruo's affection level, 20. Lin Zixuan, who was busy gossiping, heard the system's notification sound and also wore an expression of surprise. "What's wrong with this girl? I was so nice to her back then, but she didn't care at all. Now that I'm trying to distance myself from her, she's suddenly gained so much goodwill in such a short time." Despite his frustration, Lin Zixuan still had no intention of getting involved. After all, he and Su Ruo were no longer connected in any way. Back then, he had pursued Su Ruo for 2 years, finally earning the admiration of the goddess he had once admired. After they were together, Su Ruo only treated him like a sycophant, not allowing him to post on social media, take photos together, or even publicly acknowledge their relationship. No one around Lin Zixuan knew that the two were already together. Such a relationship is laughable when you think about it. Back then, I must have lost my mind to become Su Ruo's lackey. Fortunately, I no longer have any connection with Su Ruo now. After being slapped twice, Liang Yehao approached the wealthy woman with a slightly ingratiating smile. He reached out and tugged at the wealthy woman's sleeve. "Xiaohua, you saw it. It's all her seducing me. I'm truly sincere toward you. I swear, I, Liang Yehao, will only love you for the rest of my life. Those other seductive women out there don't even compare to a single hair on your body." The wealthy woman snorted coldly, glaring at Liang Yehao before her with a look of utter disgust. "Fine, how much money did you spend on her during this time? I want it all back." Liang Yehao dared not disobey the wealthy woman's words, nodding like a lapdog. He glared fiercely at Su Ruo's position once more. "Did you hear that? All the money I've spent on you lately, give it all back to me right now. I've kept track of every single penny. On May 20th and 21st, I transferred 1,041 to you. We went out to eat and spent 628 yuan. That includes a 5 yuan plate of cold noodles and the bag you're holding." Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. "How interesting. Now even a $5 bowl of cold noodles needs to be recorded in the ledger. Su Ruo heard this and felt utterly defeated. Not long ago, she was a goddess on a pedestal. Not only had she received transfers of 520 yuan, but she had even received transfers of 5,200 yuan multiple times. During the time she was with Liang Aha, she was constantly being manipulated by him. She had been blinded by his image as a wealthy second-generation heir, truly believing that as long as she could win his heart, she would have an endless supply of money. Now it's clear that Liang Aha doesn't have any money at all. He even has to keep track of every single 5 yuan expense, like a 5 yuan bowl of cold noodles. I'll transfer it to you. Su Ruo's voice trembled, sounding very weak. However, she could still manage to come up with 1,000 or so yuan. Liang Ahao nodded in satisfaction after receiving the transfer. Xiao Hua, look, I've gotten all the money back. I promise I'll have nothing to do with this person ever again. The situation had escalated to this point, spreading throughout the campus, and Su Ruo's reputation was completely ruined. The wealthy woman did not continue to cause a scene. She merely stared coldly at Liang Ahao. Her matter was settled, but ours remained unresolved. I will take back everything I gave you, and stay away from me from now on. After saying this, the wealthy woman turned and walked away. Liang Ahao's smile froze on his face, frozen in time from the period he had been kept by the wealthy woman. Liang Ahao had grown accustomed to his playboy lifestyle and the lavish life he led, using the money the wealthy woman gave him to maintain his image. He has managed to attract several so-called goddesses, but once Liang Ahao loses all of these things, he will revert to being an ordinary person. Naturally, Liang Ahao does not want to see this happen. No, Xiao Hua, I was wrong. I promise I'll never contact those seductive women again. I truly only love you. Liang Ahao's voice kept echoing, but the wealthy woman didn't bother to respond, continuing to walk away on her own. Seeing that he couldn't stop the wealthy woman from leaving, Liang Ahao seemed to lose all his strength and collapsed onto the ground. The mocking laughter of his classmates echoed around him, accompanied by their disdainful glances. Liang Ahao seemed to think of something, stood up again, and glared at Su Ruo with hatred. Damn it, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how would Xiao Hua have left me? I'll kill you. As he spoke, Liang Ahao rushed toward Su Ruo's position. Su Ruo, terrified, took 2 steps back, her eyes filled with fear as she watched Liang Ahao's figure. Chapter 17, The Dream Emperor's Invitation. At that moment, Su Ruo felt utterly helpless. She had no idea that Liang Ahao already had a girlfriend. She was clearly a victim herself. Why does everyone think they're the other woman? Not a single person has come forward to speak up for themselves. Liang Aha's figure moved swiftly forward, just as Su Ruoxin felt as though her heart had turned to ashes. A dashing figure suddenly appeared. Lin Zixuan rushed forward in 2 steps and delivered a stylish flying kick, hitting Liang Ahao squarely in the waist. Liang Ahao was caught off guard, letting out an agonizing scream as he was kicked flying backward by Lin Zixuan. Damn it, is this ever going to end? What kind of man bullies a young girl like that? You're just a freeloader. After kicking Liang Ahao away, Lin Zixuan muttered under his breath. Su Ruo, however, stared blankly at Lin Zixuan's figure in front of her. The so-called hero saving the damsel in distress was undoubtedly an extremely effective tactic. At the moment when Su Ruo was most helpless, she never expected that the very person she had previously despised and grown tired of the sycophant would step forward to help her. At that moment, the system S. Su Ruo's favorability rating is 20. Su Ruo's affection level is 20. Su Ruo's affection level is 20. Her favorability rating skyrocketed by 60 points, bringing Su Ruo's total favorability rating to 90 points. Ding! Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your first objective. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first objective. Target, Su Ruo. Spent 0 lapdog coins, received 0 lapdog coins in tenfold return. Reward, 1 lottery entry. Lin Zixuan heard the voice and clearly paused for a moment. He had helped Su Ruo purely because he couldn't stand it anymore. This girl wasn't exactly a saint, but as a man, hitting a woman was clearly unacceptable. Moreover, the original body's emotions had also influenced Lin Zixuan's actions to some extent. I never expected that such a small gesture would complete the task of winning over the goddess. What a pity I didn't give Su Ruo a single penny as a token of my admiration. Even with a 10x return, it's still 0. After a 60-point surge in goodwill, Su Ruo's goodwill reached 90 points. Lin Zixuan never imagined that his first target to complete the strategy would be Su Ruo. As for the so-called lottery chances, Lin Zixuan chose to ignore them for now. After being kicked, Liang Ahao stood up and glared angrily at Lin Zixuan's figure. Damn it, who the hell is this kid, minding other people's business? As Liang Ahao was about to charge forward, many of the students who had been watching the scene also stood nearby Lin Zixuan. That's how society works. Often, it's not that people are unwilling to help, but rather that they need someone to take the lead. A crowd gathered around, beginning to criticize Liang Ahao harshly. Damn it, a freeloader. You should have known better than to get involved with someone like that. After all this time, you only spent over $1,000 on them, and they even gave it all back to you. What more do you want? You even keep track of a $5 cold noodle dish.
That's really embarrassing. Yeah, it's so embarrassing to even mention it.
Seeing the large crowd in front of him, Liang Ahaheo didn't dare to charge forward directly. He glared at Lin Zixuan for a moment before deciding not to court trouble. After uttering a threat, he slinked away in disgrace.
After Liang Aha left, the crowd around him also dispersed.
Su Ruo tidied up her disheveled clothes. Looking at Lin Zixuan in front of her, her eyes were filled with a mix of emotions.
Today, I really owe you a debt of gratitude.
Lin Zixuan shrugged casually, no problem.
I wasn't doing it for you. This guy really deserved it.
Although Lin Zixuan said that, Su Ruo didn't think the same way in her heart. It seemed that Lin Zixuan still had a place for her in his heart, but he couldn't bring himself to save face after what had happened.
Su Ruo took another look at Lin Zixuan. He's so handsome. Why didn't I notice how handsome Lin Zixuan was back then?
The once felt aversion has vanished in an instant, and a 90% approval rating isn't something to joke about. However, Lin Zixuan was unaware of Su Ruo's inner thoughts, otherwise, he would have definitely remarked, this woman is truly quite ill. That's just how people are. What's easily obtained is never cherished.
It's only when you lose something that you realize what you once had was the best.
Su Ruo thought back to Liang Mo, whom she had seen earlier in the mall. It seemed that this guy now had other women around him. No, Lin Zixuan is mine, and only mine. Su Ruo felt a slight sense of crisis, but she didn't seem too worried. After all, they had been together for so long, and she was very confident in her appearance. At that moment, she also changed her mind. Just as Su Ruo had sorted out her thoughts and was about to have a heart-to-heart talk with Lin Zixuan, she looked up and realized that Lin Zixuan had already disappeared without a trace.
This scene left Su Ruo frozen in place.
Meanwhile, Lin Zixuan hurried toward the classroom.
Damn it, I was so engrossed in watching the drama that I almost arrived late.
As for Su Ruo, Lin Zixuan had no intention of having any further contact with her.
This time was just an accident.
Just as the bell rang, Lin Zixuan rushed into the classroom and gave the teacher an awkward smile.
He found an empty corner in the classroom and sat down. After class, with nothing to do, Lin Zixuan took out his phone.
He opened WeChat to check the friend requests he hadn't processed that morning. The first request was from a guy.
Hello, Moon Emperor. I am the Emperor of a certain fish. Dream Emperor wants to be friends with you and invite you to join our Emperor group.
As for this so-called Dream Emperor, Lin Zixuan had heard of him before.
He is known as the first godly wealthy individual on Moyu and is reportedly one of the platform's shareholders. To obtain his contact information, one must certainly be an insider at the platform. Knowing someone like this could be very beneficial, so Lin Zixuan didn't hesitate to accept the friend request. Hello, Meng Huang, I am Yu Luo Shicheng. What Lin Zixuan didn't expect was that Meng Huang replied instantly. We've heard of the Moon Emperor's fame.
Our Emperor from a certain fish platform has a small group where we occasionally host gatherings.
If the Moon Emperor is interested, I can add you to the group. Of course, Lin Zixuan didn't refuse.
Soon, Lin Zixuan was added to the WeChat group by Meng Huang, which only had around 30 members. They were all likely emperors from a certain online platform.
Welcome to the group as the moon sets in the west and the Moon Emperor arrives. A message from the Dream Emperor broke the silence in the WeChat group. Messages began to pop up rapidly one after another.
Wow, this is the Moon Emperor.
A millionaire spent $1 million in one night. Moon Emperor, I'm your biggest fan. Go away, go away. What's with calling yourself Moon Emperor?
Call yourself Moon God, you're some fish's god. Within the Emperor's circle of a certain fish, there are also ranks. Someone like Lin Zixuan, who spent 10 million in a single night, is undoubtedly the Emperor among emperors, the god among gods. $1 million is enough to buy a small stake in the platform.
Hello everyone, I'm Yu Luo Shicheng. Chapter 18, Kidney Essence is the best. Lin Zixuan didn't put on any airs and greeted everyone warmly.
Ha, this is the Dream Emperor.
He looks so young. Truly a prodigy.
The flattering words made Lin Zixuan feel a bit uncomfortable.
However, one remark caught Lin Zixuan's attention. Dream Emperor, are you in Seoul? Do you have any plans to buy a house recently? My family has a villa for sale.
The person who said this is named in Huang. He also appears to be from Hanchang.
What is Emperor In saying? Who would be so idle as to buy a villa? Why don't you ask Emperor Meng? Only he has the means to buy a villa like that.
Speaking of which, your villa has been listed for sale for quite some time, hasn't it?
And Huang, yeah, don't mention it.
My family's business has been really bad these past 2 years, otherwise we wouldn't have had to sell the villa. As you all know, villas are like that, they have a price, but there's no market for them. The value is one thing, but finding a buyer who can actually afford it is another matter entirely.
A villa? Lin Zixuan pondered for a moment.
Given his current circumstances, living in the dormitory was indeed somewhat inconvenient. In the future, he would have more and more tools to manage, and he truly needed a place to live.
Although I don't have money, the system's loyal follower rewards are unlimited.
I can use them to buy a place for a girl, and then I can move in myself. If the plan succeeds, I can get a tenfold refund. Thinking about this, Lin Zixuan also got excited.
He tagged in Huang. Which villa in Seoul is it? I'm a bit interested. Let's chat privately.
And Huang saw the message and quickly replied.
Alright, Moon Emperor, I'll add you right away. You're truly the Moon Emperor. You can just buy a villa like that? We're clearly not on the same level as you.
Yeah, I should just focus on my job and try to catch up with the Moon Emperor someday. After leaving the Emperor's chat group, I also received a friend request from an Huang.
I gave a brief introduction about my villa. Yu Huang, hello.
My villa is located in Ualuo Bay, with a total area of around 700 to 800 square meters, featuring 3 floors with a balcony, a garden, and a garage. Moonfall Bay is the largest villa district in Seoul, with the average price of villas there around 5 billion won, making it truly a place where every inch of land is valuable. And Huang then sent several photos of the interior of the villa. From the photos, it was indeed a luxurious mansion, beautifully decorated, and the atmosphere in the garden was something Lin Zixuan really liked.
Yu Huang, I'll be straightforward.
The price of this house is around 600 million, and I've been trying to sell it for a long time. If you can pay in full, I'm willing to reduce the price by 50 million. A 5 million yuan discount brings the total to 550 million yuan, which is a fairly generous offer. However, very few people in all of Seoul can come up with that much money in one go.
Lin Zixuan didn't think much of it.
After all, it was only 500 million, and it wasn't his own money anyway.
No problem, I'll take this house.
And Huang seemed a bit excited and urged him.
When will the Moon Emperor have time to come and view the property? Is today okay? Lin Zixuan thought for a moment. It seemed like he didn't have much time today. Let's do it the day after tomorrow. I'll get in touch with you then.
And Huang didn't say much else, just telling Lin Zixuan to contact him in advance when the time came.
After settling the matter with the villa, Lin Zixuan turned his attention to the other 2 friend requests. One was a dedicated super administrator from a certain platform, named Xiao Xia. Hello, Yu Huang. I am your dedicated super administrator, Xiao Xia.
Should you encounter any issues on the Moyu platform in the future, please feel free to contact me. Additionally, we have increased your recharge limit.
You can now recharge up to 1 million yuan in a single transaction.
This will actually be useful for Lin Zixuan, otherwise, his fingers would hurt from tapping the screen every time he recharges. 1 million at a time, and 10 million would only require 10 top-ups, saving a significant amount of time.
Lin Zixuan didn't say anything else to her.
As for the last friend request, it caught Lin Zixuan off guard. It was from someone in Pikachu's guild.
Hello, Moon Emperor. Thank you for your support of Pikachu.
Our guild is willing to return 50% of the gifts you donated last night to Moon Emperor, and we will not keep a single penny. We hope you will continue to support Pikachu and our guild streamers. The PR representative sent by the guild this time seems quite competent. I had heard before that in such events, the money spent by the big spenders is returned, but I didn't expect it to happen to me today.
His meaning was straightforward: return the money, and he'd support them more in the future. After all, Lin Zixuan had brought Pikachu not only a $1 million gift but also countless views and a massive influx of traffic. This was of immense benefit to Pikachu and their guild. However, Lin Zixuan didn't really care about such a small amount of money. No need. I just like giving gifts, there's no need for you to return them. As for the future, I'll drop by to watch the live stream when I have time. Lin Zixuan's indifferent attitude clearly left this person at a loss. However, he was also filled with shock. $1 million had been spent outright, with no intention of returning it. Such a big shot was someone they had never encountered before. They also knew they couldn't afford to offend Lin Zixuan. Alright, Moon Emperor. I'll take my leave now. If there's anything you're dissatisfied with regarding our guild in the future, feel free to contact me. Alright. After finishing their conversation with Lin Zixuan, the guild administrator immediately contacted Pikachu, of course hoping that Pikachu could maintain a good relationship with Lin Zixuan. On Lin Zixuan's end, after handling the pile of friend requests, he suddenly remembered that the system had given him a chance to draw a prize after he had completed his quest with Su Ruo. The system hadn't explained this before, so Lin Zixuan decided to give it a try. System, use the lottery chance. As Lin Zixuan's voice faded, a massive spinning wheel seemed to appear before them, spinning and then coming to a stop. A system prompt also appeared in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have completed the lottery and won 10 bottles of Kidney Essence Oral Solution. Kidney Essence Oral Solution, an essential for men who aspire to be successful. Note, regular use can slightly improve overall physical condition and significantly enhance specific abilities. Upon seeing this, Lin Zixuan was speechless. Damn it, I'm still so young and already need something like this?
But complaints aside, with so many tools available, his future life was clear. This thing was also a necessity of life. It seems like the system's lottery has some potential. If I get the chance, I should try to win over a few girls quickly. Lin Zixuan felt his pocket and found a small row of oral liquid packets. They were only the size of a palm, and he had no idea what they were for. Lin Zixuan felt around in his pocket and found a small row of oral liquid packets. They were only about the size of a palm, and he had no idea what they were for.
Rich guy, I'm at the school gate. Chapter 19, Liang Mo's feelings.
Lin Zixuan, who was flipping through his phone, suddenly saw a pop-up message. He tapped on it and realized it was from Liang Mo. Since their last meeting, Lin Zixuan had hardly responded to Liang Mo's messages, and when he did, it was only a few brief words. To his surprise, Liang Mo actually took the initiative to find him at the school gate. What are you doing here? Lin Zixuan replied quickly. A message flashed again on the other side. The rich guy is too busy, so I had no choice but to come to your school to find you. If he's too busy, I won't bother you. I'll just stay here for a while and then leave. Seeing the message, Lin Zixuan shook his head helplessly. He never expected this girl to be so proactive. Liang Mo's current favorability rating had already reached 65 points. It won't be long before I finish the guide. Since there's an opportunity, I should go meet her. Wait for me at the school gate. I'll come find you after class. Lin Zixuan replied briefly before putting away his phone. At the same time, at the school gate, a few scattered college students were coming and going in small groups at the school gate. Among them, a tall, beautiful woman caught the attention of almost everyone. Although Liang Mo's appearance scored only 80 points, she seemed to fall short compared to the other girls. However, she is undoubtedly considered a beauty by everyone. Since their last separation, Liang Mo has been unable to stop thinking about Lin Zixuan. A low-key wealthy individual who can casually spend over $1 million on himself if he could secure this big catch, he wouldn't have to worry about the rest of his life. In recent days, Lin Zixuan hadn't responded to his messages, and Liang Mo was well aware that someone like him must have plenty of women around him. He didn't have much to offer in terms of competition, so he needed to take the initiative. So Liang Mo decided to take a day off and went to Lin Zixuan's school. She was just a vocational school student majoring in nursing, and she had always been very uncertain about her future. Don't look at all the girls who shout about not objectifying women and hate those so-called golden cages. But when such an opportunity is presented to you, how many people wouldn't be tempted? After all, youth is a woman's greatest asset. While she still has her looks, she should make the most of them. Take the blonde from last time, for example. She looked so pitiful. A 20-year-old girl is in the prime of her life, enjoying herself every day. You have no idea where she gets the money. Similarly, 20-year-old women aren't meant for 20-year-old men. No one stays 18 forever, but there will always be someone who is 18. Actually, you can adopt a different perspective and wait for the next batch of 18-year-olds. Liang Mo stood at the school gate, attracting the attention of many people, with a few coming over to strike up a conversation. Liang Mo remained expressionless, giving no response. He still held a gift box in his hand. The students around her, gazing at this coldly beautiful woman, could only utter sighs of admiration. However, soon, Liang Mo's face lit up like a spring breeze, and he forced a genuine smile. Brother, over here. Lin Zixuan scanned the school gate and finally spotted Liang Mo's figure. He nodded slightly and walked up to Liang Mo. You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? Liang Mo shook his head gently, still wearing that sweet smile. No, big brother, it's me who's afraid of disturbing you. This is a little something I prepared for you. I hope you don't mind. As he spoke, Liang Mo handed the gift box in his hands to Lin Zixuan in front of him. Lin Zixuan glanced down and saw that it was the latest model of the fruit phone. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. This fruit-themed phone must cost at least 10,000 yuan. Although Lin Zixuan had recently spent an unimaginable fortune, none of that money was his own. After pursuing Su Ruo, he didn't receive any rewards. All he had left was a few thousand yuan, yet Liang Mo, that girl, actually gave him such an expensive gift. Liang Mo's goodwill rating, 5. Liang Mo, standing nearby, watched Lin Zixuan's surprised expression and couldn't help but feel a secret sense of joy. It seems that the wealthy older brother truly still has a place for me in his heart. After all, it's just a phone worth 10,000 yuan. The older brother certainly wouldn't be without one. It's only because I gave it to him that he's so delighted. It must be that way. Lin Zixuan naturally had no idea what was going on in Liang Mo's mind. If he had known, he couldn't help but complain, I only have a few $1,000s to my name, and you give me such an expensive gift? How could I not be excited? Hearing that Liang Mo's feelings for her had grown even stronger, Lin Zixuan also reached out to accept the gift. It seemed like this girl was indeed quite nice. Her favorability rating had reached 70 points, and it wouldn't be long before she qualified for the reward. Take this opportunity to invest a little more in her. Lin Zixuan gently reached out and brushed away the strands of hair that had fallen onto Liang Mo's forehead. Lin Zixuan gently reached out and brushed away the strands of hair that had fallen onto Liang Mo's forehead.
Thank you, you're very kind. I don't have anything planned today, so let's go out and explore. Liang Yemo readily accepted Lin Zixuan's invitation. The two left the school gate together, and their first destination, of course, was the upscale shopping mall where luxury brands were concentrated. Liang Mo didn't refuse either.
To be honest, apart from the $1 million shopping cart, the rest of the things Lin Zixuan had invested in her weren't worth much. On the other hand, she herself had spent quite a bit of money on Lin Zixuan over the years.
Regarding Lin Zixuan's recent spending on her, Liang Mo naturally accepted it without any qualms.
Upon arriving at the mall, it was another ordinary shopping trip. Lin Zixuan had already grown accustomed to this lifestyle, but Liang Mo, standing beside him, was once again stunned by Lin Zixuan's generosity. After a day of aimless wandering and spending roughly 1 million yuan, the sky gradually grew dark. Due to the previous incident involving Yang Qianxian, Lin Zixuan naturally did not choose to return directly to school that day.
Since leaving the mall, Liang Mo had been following Lin Zixuan closely. Before coming here, Liang Mo had naturally prepared himself mentally. He already knew what was going to happen tonight. After finding a 5-star hotel, Lin Zixuan booked a presidential suite. While Liang Mo was taking a shower, he pulled out the so-called kidney tonic oral solution from his pocket. This item, gifted by the system, Lin Zixuan had never tried before. Tonight, he would give it a try to see if it actually worked. After Lin Zixuan drank the oral solution, Liang Mo slowly emerged from the bathroom.
Looking up at Liang Mo's half-exposed body, Lin Zixuan felt a surge of primal energy coursing through his veins. Stepping forward, he caught her waist in mid-air and tossed her onto the large bed in the center of the room, amidst her startled cries. Liang Mo's expression seemed hesitant yet inviting, clearly indicating that she had some experience in this matter.
Lin Zixuan didn't have much of a concept of what was going on.
The room was filled with a sensual scent, accompanied by muffled moans that echoed through the air.
Chapter 20, The Villa at Moonfall Bay.
It was unclear how much time had passed when the sound of Liang Mo begging for mercy echoed through the room.
Lin Zixuan smiled smugly.
It seemed that this oral solution was indeed effective. Afterward, Liang Mo, who had been somewhat aloof, crawled onto Lin Zixuan's chest, breathing heavily with slightly hurried gasps.
Baby, you're so amazing. Lin Zixuan reached up to grab a handful of Liang Mo's towering figure. He chuckled softly. You're not bad either, baby. Liang Mo's likability is 5.
Deep communication is the most effective way to foster feelings, and it seems that this is indeed the case.
Liang Mo's affection rating has increased again, reaching 75 points.
The system's reward threshold is almost reached.
Excluding Su Ruo's unexpected contribution, this is indeed the first reward I'm about to earn. So far, I've already spent over 2 million on Liang Mo.
With a tenfold rebate, that would be over 20 million, an astronomical sum that most people could never hope to accumulate in a lifetime. Although it's just a number, Lin Zixuan still seemed a bit excited. However, such opportunities for rebates were rare, so it was better to invest more.
Soon, Lin Zixuan came up with a good idea.
Here was an opportunity right in front of him. He had agreed to take in Huang to see the villa, which was priced at 550 million.
If he bought it and gave it to Liang Mo. If you complete the mission, you'll get 50 billion.
At that point, even without relying on the system's lickdog money, you'd still be a wealthy tycoon. Lin Zixuan thought about this and took out his phone to send a message to Huang, telling him he was free tomorrow and wanted to go check out some houses.
And Huang readily agreed and said he would personally pick up Lin Zixuan tomorrow. After a busy day, Lin Zixuan looked a bit tired and didn't open any live streaming apps.
Instead, he fell asleep alongside Liang Mo. The next morning, after Lin Zixuan and Liang Mo had finished tidying up, Lin Zixuan also told Liang Mo that he would accompany him to look at some houses today. Liang Mo didn't think much of it, he just assumed that Lin Zixuan was buying a house and hadn't considered the possibility of him giving it to her.
Who would give away a house after only knowing someone for a few days?
A few moments later, a luxury SUV pulled up at the hotel entrance. As the door opened, a middle-aged man with a slightly stocky build stepped out.
Upon seeing Lin Zixuan and Liang Mo, the man.
He flashed his signature smile and quickly stepped forward, extending his hand.
This must be the renowned Moon Emperor. I am Zhang Shuntian. I never expected the Moon Emperor to be so young. Truly a prodigy. Lin Zixuan extended his hand and gently shook Zhang Shuntian's hand. Mr. Zhang is too kind. There's nothing special about being young and talented.
Zhang Shuntian, sitting across from him, laughed heartily and didn't dwell on the matter.
The first time he laid eyes on Lin Zixuan, he clearly didn't believe his eyes, but as a seasoned veteran of the business world, he knew not to judge a book by its cover. After all, such a young tycoon had just spent 10 million on gifts in a single night. He also had the means to purchase the villa in Moonlit Bay. It is essential to cultivate a good relationship with them. Yu Huang, this is my business card. Calling me Mr. Zhang is a bit too formal. If you don't mind, just call me old brother. I'm in the building materials business. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. Lin Zixuan took the business card and gave it a quick glance.
Zhang Shuntian wasn't exactly a particularly well-known wealthy individual. However, from the villa he owned in Yuelu Bay, it was clear that he was at least worth several billion, and his net worth was not directly related to his savings. Recently, his business has been struggling, leading to a cash shortage, which is why he is selling his villa. Associating with such people could also be beneficial for his future.
Mr. Zhang, you're too kind. Let's go and take a look at your villa. Okay. Zhang Shuntian got into the car with Lin Zixuan and Liang Mo. The driver took the wheel, and they headed toward Yuelu Bay. Throughout the journey, Liang Mo stood obediently behind Lin Zixuan. Zhang Shuntian did not make any overt attempts to interact with Liang Mo. As a seasoned veteran, he had already observed their body language and the fact that they had been picked up at the hotel earlier that day. Zhang Shuntian could basically conclude that this was just a woman playing along for the moment, not Lin Zixuan's true love, so he didn't pay much attention to her. On the other hand, when Liang Mo first saw Zhang Shuntian, he seemed to recognize him, as if he had seen him on TV before a local businessman. His opinion of Lin Zixuan improved once again.
The vehicle sped along, arriving at the bustling city center. In such a prime location where every inch of land was valuable, there stood a vast villa district. It is also what people commonly refer to as a wealthy neighborhood. The vehicles arrived at the entrance of the residential complex. The security was tight, and Zhang Shuntian had clearly made arrangements beforehand, as the gates of the residential area slowly opened.
Lin Zixuan glanced around. The villas within the community were all unique in their own way.
Clearly, these wealthy individuals wouldn't settle for something with a generic architectural style. However, without exception, they all exuded a luxurious style. Finally, the vehicle came to a stop in front of a courtyard. Within the courtyard, the scenery was picturesque, with a small mountain made of artificial rocks at its center.
Water flowed down the rocks and into a pond below.
The courtyard was adorned with a few colorful flowers.
This is the villa that Zhang Shuntian is selling, villa number 7 in Yuelu Bay. Come on, Mr. Lin, this is my villa. Zhang Shuntian helped Lin Zixuan open the car door and gave him a brief introduction to the area.
After getting out of the car with Liang Mo, Lin Zixuan followed Zhang Shuntian and inspected the entire villa. The villa differed slightly from the others. Lin Zixuan had seen it lacked the extravagant style and instead exuded a touch of elegance. Upon entering the room, there was a large living room with a sofa and a coffee table.
Zhang Shuntian pulled Lin Zixuan to sit down.
He personally poured a full cup of clear tea for Lin Zixuan, and throughout the journey, he appeared very enthusiastic, as if they had known each other for a long time. Lin brother, we had a brief chat on the phone last time. I won't keep anything from you, you already know my situation. This villa is the most expensive property under my management, valued at around 600 million yuan. Back then, on the phone, my older brother offered you a discount of 50 million. Today, upon meeting Mr. Lin, we hit it off immediately, and I'm offering a flat price of 500 million. If Mr. Lin has no objections, we can finalize the deal.
This house will belong to you.
Zhang Shuntian was extremely generous and once again relinquished 5 million, getting straight to the point without beating around the bush.
This did save Lin Zixuan a lot of trouble.
After all, his primary purpose for coming was to spend money. The quality of the house was one thing, but even if it wasn't good, he would still buy it. The real goal was to secure the rebate from Liang Mo. Plus, I could make connections with Zhang Shuntian. Just as Lin Zixuan was about to speak, the system's notification sound rang in his ears. Detected consumable items. Chapter 21, The Older Sister. Upon hearing the system's notification sound, Lin Zixuan turned his head in confusion. At that moment, the villa's front door also slowly opened.
A young woman dressed in a business suit walked in.
With her signature smile, she said, "Excuse me.
Sorry, Mr. Zhang, I'm late."
In front of Lin Zixuan, the attribute panel of the woman popped up.
Name, Han Shang. Age, 27. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Appearance, 88. Likability, 20. Lin Zixuan's attention was drawn to Han Shang.
Dressed in a professional outfit, she appeared to be a career woman. At 175 centimeters tall, she is definitely outstanding among women. She wore professional high heels, her legs wrapped in black stockings. From this angle, she even looked almost as tall as Lin Zixuan, who was only about 180 centimeters tall. Lin Zixuan was only about 180 centimeters tall. This was Lin Zixuan's first encounter with a professional woman in the workplace. Her mature, sophisticated style, combined with Han Shang's striking beauty,
instantly capturing Lin Zixuan's attention, but what truly drew him in were those long legs, truly deserving of the phrase legs for days.
While Lin Zixuan was lost in thought, Zhang Shuntian waved his hand.
No problem, no problem. I just arrived with Mr. Lin as well. Xiaohan, come over here. This is Mr. Lin, the person I mentioned to you. In the future, he might become the owner of this villa number 7. Han Shang heard this and also took a good look at Lin Zixuan, his eyes filled with a hint of shock. She had an initial 20-point favorability toward Lin Zixuan, the reason being that Zhang Shuntian had previously introduced him, mentioning that he would bring a friend who might be interested in purchasing her villa. However, to her complete surprise, the first person to show up was a young man who looked several years younger than her. The youngest owner of any villa in Yueluo Bay was already in their 30s. However, Han Shang quickly regained her composure, striding confidently toward Lin Zixuan with her long legs. She extended a white, delicate hand. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Han Shang. I am a staff member at Yuluo 1, responsible for coordinating with Villa number 7. You could also call me the butler here. Should you decide to stay here in the future, please feel free to contact me at any time. Lin Zixuan smiled and nodded, then reached out to shake hands with Han Shang. Liang Mo, standing beside him, also looked a bit inferior upon seeing Han Shang. She was certainly a beauty, but in Han Shang's presence, she paled in comparison. With an 88-point appearance rating, she was currently the most beautiful person Lin Zixuan had ever seen. Lin Zixuan snapped back to reality and looked across at Zhang Shuntian once more. Brother, I really like this house. As for your so-called giving up 100 million, I think that's unnecessary. I'll take the house at the original price of 600 million. Since this is our first meeting, let's consider it a gesture of friendship. Upon hearing this, everyone present took a deep breath. Han Shang never expected Lin Zixuan to actually have the means to purchase this villa, and to simply dismiss a billion yuan as if it were nothing. His opinion of Lin Zixuan rose once again. Zhang Shuntian also stood up abruptly, shaking his head repeatedly. Brother, how can this be? To be honest, if it weren't for you, I might not have been able to sell this villa in a year, and the original price was just the market price. The actual sale price wouldn't be that high. Let's just say 500 million. Otherwise, I'd really feel bad taking it. Lin Zixuan also stood up and murmured under his breath. Lin Zixuan also stood up and whispered. You're too kind, old friend. You're currently short on funds, and I don't have much to offer. If you really don't want to accept it, then just consider this 100 million as a loan from me. Once your cash flow improves, you can repay me then. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuntian's ability to accept the situation improved significantly. He gripped Lin Zixuan's hand with a touch of gratitude. Don't say another word, little brother. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. I won't say no. The house deal was finalized, and all that was left was the tedious paperwork of signing contracts and such. After receiving a phone call, Zhang Shuntian apologized to Lin Zixuan, saying that there was an urgent matter at his company. He needed to leave immediately, and the remaining contract signing would be handled entirely by Han Shang on his behalf. He then left Villa number 7, and Lin Zixuan did not say much about it. Following Liang Mo, he took another stroll around the villa. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but sigh again. What a twist of fate. Just a month ago, he never would have dreamed that he could end up living in a mansion worth 600 million. Liang Mo finished touring the house and was also very impressed. Indeed, the life of the wealthy was something to envy. However, Liang Mo wasn't overly concerned. After all, he was now effectively half of Lin Zixuan's woman, and with a 600 million yuan mansion already purchased, he was confident he wouldn't be treated poorly. Thinking of this, Liang Mo gripped Lin Zixuan's arm even tighter. She couldn't let this man slip away. Soon, Han Shang finished preparing the contract, took a stack of documents, and handed them to Lin Zixuan in front of him. Mr. Lin, the documents are ready. Please take a look and let me know if there's anything I missed. Lin Zixuan nodded silently, opened the document in front of him, and frowned after glancing at it for just a moment. Something's wrong. Han Shang looked at Lin Zixuan in confusion. Mr. Lin, is there something wrong? Change the name of the property owner. This house isn't for me, it's for the lady beside me. As soon as the words were spoken, the two people beside him froze in place. Han Shang glanced at Lin Zixuan, then at Liang Mo beside him, looking somewhat at a loss. Meanwhile, Liang Mo's mind felt as though it had been struck by a bomb, leaving him completely blank. What? A $600 million mansion for himself? Liang Mo couldn't believe his ears. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Han Shang clearly couldn't believe it either and asked again. Lin Zixuan tossed the contract back to Han Shang. That's right, change the name to the lady standing next to me. After repeating it twice, Liang Mo finally snapped out of it, and his trembling voice slowly came out. Rich husband. This isn't right. A mansion worth 600 million? I really can't accept it. Why don't you just put your name on it, dear? I can just come stay here. Before I knew it, the way we addressed each other had changed. Although Liang Mo really liked this place, it was 600 million yuan who would dare to accept it so casually? Lin Zixuan heard this and immediately hugged Liang Mo tightly. One hand pressed down on her head, his face almost touching Liang Mo's, and his voice grew much stricter. Since you call me husband, then listen to me. There's no room for but. I said write your name, so write your name. Chapter 22, The Second Conquest. Chapter 22, The Second Conquest. As Lin Zixuan's voice fell, Liang Mo's cheeks flushed slightly.
He began to mutter to himself.
How domineering.
It seems that in the heart of this wealthy individual, there is indeed a place for me.
Is this 6 billion yuan villa truly being given to me? Liang Mo looked at Lin Zixuan with a hint of ambiguity in his eyes. However, he did not continue to refuse Lin Zixuan's offer of a villa.
Lin Zixuan, of course, didn't think that much into it. He simply couldn't afford to buy one for Liang Mo himself. He couldn't very well buy something for Han Shang, whom he had just met, that would be inappropriate.
Go prepare a new contract.
Lin Zixuan called out to Han Shang, who, after being startled, quickly nodded in agreement. Go prepare the new contract, and at the same time, improve your evaluation of Lin Zixuan by a few points. Being able to gift a villa worth 600 million clearly isn't something an ordinary person could do. As a staff member at Moonlit Bay, Han Shang had only ever interacted with the wealthy elite of Seoul. He knows many so-called second-generation wealthy individuals, including even someone like Zhang Shuntian, a billionaire with a net worth of tens of billions, whom he frequently interacts with. However, someone who could give away 600 million as a gift was the first she had ever encountered. Lin Zixuan's net worth was beyond estimation.
Han Shang also envied Liang Mo as Lin Zixuan's woman. She truly had it made. Han Shang's favorability rating, 10.
Lin Zixuan heard the system prompt, looked up, and smiled faintly. Before long, Han Shang had finished the new contract and handed it back to Lin Zixuan.
Mr. Lin, here is the new contract. Please take a look. This time, Lin Zixuan didn't even bother to look at it carefully. He simply picked up a pen and wrote Liang Mo's name on it. Seeing his name signed on the document, Liang Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement.
This also meant that from now on, the villa in Yuelu Bay would belong to her.
Liang Mo's favorability rating is 10. Lin Zixuan had just finished signing the documents.
At that moment, he could be described as riding high on success. However, the next instant, his smile froze on his face.
He looked at Liang Mo in astonishment. Liang Mo's favorability rating has surpassed 80 points. Congratulations, host, on completing the objective.
Spend 2,470,000 yuan in licking dog gold, with a tenfold return of 24,700,000 yuan returned to the host's account. The reward system offers one lottery chance, which the host can use at any time. Lin Zixuan listened to the system's prompt, took a deep breath, and let out a helpless smile.
What the hell? I haven't even paid yet, and my goodwill rating has already gone through the roof? Even though the contract was signed and the payment hadn't been made yet, Liang Mo's favorability had already reached 80 points.
The previous expenditure of 2.47 million had been returned tenfold, totaling over 20 million, which had already been transferred to Lin Zixuan's account. This should have been a cause for celebration, but if the payment is completed, with 600 million returned for every 600 million paid, Lin Zixuan would finally join the ranks of the wealthy.
Unfortunately, this girl isn't pulling her weight.
After a brief moment of silence, Lin Zixuan could only shake his head helplessly. Although he had missed out on 60 billion, it didn't matter, there were plenty of other tools available. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future, and the 2 million plus was more than enough to last him for a while. After signing the contract, Lin Zixuan transferred 600 million to Zhang Shuntian, officially obtaining ownership of the Moonlit Bay Villa.
Although the property was registered under Liang Mo's name, Liang Mo was fully aware of the arrangement. Everything he possessed was given to him by Lin Zixuan. If he were to ever part ways with Lin Zixuan, all of this would vanish into thin air. Thinking of this, Liang Mo embraced Lin Zixuan tightly. Without caring that Han Shang was still present, he fiercely kissed Lin Zixuan on the lips.
She whispered, "Husband, I love you." Lin Zixuan was caught off guard by this sudden action and was pressed down onto the sofa. Han Shang stood by, smiling faintly, saying nothing more. She picked up the contract and left the room obediently, leaving the villa to the two of them. As Han Shang departed, Liang Mo grew increasingly bold, roughly tearing at Lin Zixuan's clothing. The two of them were entangled on the sofa. The sun was shining brightly outside, and inside, the zipper was covering the blanket, creating a verb. After a passionate encounter, Lin Zixuan gained the system's abilities, and his new powers speak for themselves. Soon, he heard Liang Mo's pleading voice, his body limp as he leaned against Lin Zixuan's embrace. His voice was much weaker now.
"Husband, you suddenly bought me a house. Are you trying to get me to move in and live with you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan glanced at Liang Mo.
When it came to feelings, it couldn't be said that there were none, but it was close. They were all just tools to Lin Zixuan.
He knows his future won't just have one tool, but living with Liang Mo is currently unrealistic.
"I'll give you the house, but I don't think I'll be coming back to live there much. I'm still in school, so I might occasionally stay in the dorms.
If you like it, feel free to move in. I'll come back when I have time." Liang Mo heard this and felt a bit disappointed, but then nodded silently.
Well, this place is nice, but it's too far from where I work, and it's inconvenient for me to commute back and forth. Though he said that, Liang Mo was secretly hoping to hear Lin Zixuan say just one word.
Don't go to work. I miss you. I wonder if Lin Zixuan didn't notice what I said.
He simply replied casually, if that's the case, you can stay at your place for now.
Come over to stay whenever you have time.
I'll have Han Sheng send someone over every day to tidy up the house. Liang Mo's smile was a bit stiff, but he didn't say much, just nodded slightly. After working hard for a while, Liang Mo looked a bit tired and fell into a deep sleep in the master bedroom upstairs.
Lin Zixuan, on the other hand, sat on the sofa, his mind entering the system's virtual space. The guidebook gifted him an additional system lottery draw.
Lin Zixuan naturally wanted to see what good items the system would give him this time. The system's spinning wheel began to rotate once more, and when it came to a stop, Lin Zixuan heard the system's notification sound. Congratulations, host, you have completed the lottery draw.
Reward, 10 strength-enhancing potions. Strength potion, upon consumption, your physical attributes and strength will significantly increase. Regular use can improve your overall physical condition.
Soon, Lin Zixuan held a row of small orange-yellow bottles in his hand. The color was enough to spark one's imagination.
However, this stuff was much more legitimate than the oral solution he had seen before. Taking it can enhance one's physical fitness, so it should be quite practical.
Opening a bottle and drinking it all in one go, Lin Zixuan felt that his strength seemed to have increased slightly.
However, without much to compare it to, he couldn't yet determine the exact extent of the improvement.
After completing the guide for Liang Mo, this is now the second target I've set for myself. However, the system has set the success criteria for the guide as having a goodwill rating of 80 points or higher.
So, are there any new rewards for reaching 90 points or 100 points? Chapter 23, the beautiful female streamer is about to make a surprise appearance. Lin Zixuan didn't know the answer to this question yet, but he believed his guess was correct. Of course, this needs to be verified. With nothing else to do, Lin Zixuan took out his phone again.
There were quite a few messages piled up at the top.
Yang Qianqian, brother, are you free today?
I heard that a new ice cream shop opened across from the school.
The flavors are really good. We can go try it out. They have couple cups too.
Lin Zixuan, no, I have something to do today.
Let's do it another time. As for Yang Qianqian, Lin Zixuan didn't really have much of a good impression of her.
Their relationship was purely transactional. He just happened to need someone to use, and Yang Qianqian just happened to be interested in money. That was all there was to it.
Yang Qianqian obediently didn't say anything else. Alright, big brother. I'll look for you another time.
Besides Yang Qianqian, what surprised Lin Zixuan was that all the female streamers he knew had sent him messages. Xiaoyu wanted to eat you was the one who had her first PK match and was given compensation by Lin Zixuan after being defeated.
Yu Luo, are you free this weekend? I want to go out for a walk. I remember you're from Seoul, right? I'm not far from Seoul. Do you have time to be my guide? Lin Zixuan looked at the message and paused for a moment.
His relationship with Xiaoyu wasn't anything special, so he just swiped through it a few times. Compared to the 10 million he had spent on Pikachu, it was like a drop in the bucket. He never expected Xiaoyu to be the first to come looking for him out of the blue.
Though puzzled, Lin Zixuan didn't refuse such an opportunity.
It was a chance to invest in a gold digger and boost his goodwill. The weekend should be free, so feel free to drop by whenever you like. What I didn't expect was that Xiaoyu replied immediately.
Alright, Yu Luo, I've booked the tickets. Could you please pick me up at the airport this weekend?
In a rented room in Shanghai, Wang Xiaoyu looked at the message on the screen and patted his chest. This was undoubtedly the female streamer who was about to be brought in to replace Lin Zixuan. The reason why Xiaoyu was being so proactive is, of course, because there's a reason behind it. A major annual event is about to kick off on a certain platform, and given Xiaoyu's circumstances, she naturally doesn't qualify to participate. A few days ago, the news that Yu Luo Hongchen spent 1 million yuan in a single night spread like wildfire throughout the streaming community. Xiaoyu knew that as long as she had Lin Zixuan's support, she would definitely secure a spot in this event. Her biggest advantage over other streamers was that she had Lin Zixuan's contact information. Apart from Pikachu, no one else could currently contact Lin Zixuan directly. However, Lin Zixuan is clearly more supportive of Pikachu on a certain platform, so Xiaoyu can only resort to a surprise move to try to win over this big shot. Before sending this message, Wang Xiaoyu had already made up her mind. What would happen after they met was already obvious. You can't catch a wolf without baiting it, and no one will give you 10 million, let alone several million, without conditions. Wang Xiaoyu could only keep praying in her heart, hoping that the moonlit dust wasn't something else, and that it would just be a middle-aged, greasy-haired man. Lin Zixuan, on the other hand, was unaware of the event and found Xiaoyu's space a bit surprising, but he didn't think much of it. There were also some updates about Pikachu, but none of them were particularly noteworthy. Pikachu, of course, also heard about this year's event, but Pikachu feels a sense of superiority. That's because Moonfall Brother only loves himself. After all, after this ID appeared on a certain platform, he only boosted his own views by 10 million. The others don't have much money, so Pikachu naturally assumes that Yu Luo Hongchen is his older brother and will support him. Just like in real life, when a guy goes out of his way to please a girl, she naturally assumes he is her lapdog, that he likes her, and that everything he does for her is normal. Lin Zixuan glanced at this meaningless message and couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Damn it, even a female streamer I haven't spent much money on is coming in to crash the party. I spent 10 million on you, and you can't even post something useful. Lin Zixuan didn't even bother to reply to Pikachu's message, deciding to ignore her for a few days first. The last message was from Shiyun. This little girl is a local streamer that Lin Zixuan discovered on Douyin, a beautiful woman with a traditional Chinese style. Of course, her personality is also quite old-fashioned, much more conservative compared to girls nowadays. The messages she sends are all about sharing her daily life with Lin Zixuan. Yu Luo good, does this Hanfu outfit look good on me today? Below is a photo of a water green Hanfu long dress. Having grown accustomed to the black stockings and fishnet stockings, Lin Zixuan found the ancient, misty atmosphere of this outfit to have a unique beauty. Yu Luo good, I've discovered another beautiful ancient-style melody. Wait for me to come back, and I'll play it for you and record it for you to listen to. Oh, brother Yu Luo, do you know? I had over 10,000 viewers as soon as I went live today. This is all thanks to your help. Without you, I might still only have a few thousand followers. From her words, Lin Zixuan could sense that she was a very cute young girl, quite different from all the other girls he had encountered. Lin Zixuan also felt intrigued and chatted with Shiyun for a while. If you're going live tonight, give me a shout, and I'll come check it out. After replying to the messages on his phone, Lin Zixuan stretched lazily. Just as he was about to toss his phone aside, he suddenly noticed that his long-unused QQ account had dozens of messages waiting for him. Maybe it's OCD, but I wanted to get rid of the red dots. Lin Zixuan still clicked on it to take a look, and then he revealed an astonished expression. These dozens of messages were actually sent to him by Su Ruo. Back when they were in the hospital ward, Lin Zixuan had deleted Su Ruo's WeChat. The only way she could contact him now was through QQ. Lin Zixuan quickly checked it out. Inside were countless short essays, too numerous to count. The general content was Su Ruo's apology, such as how she was once young and reckless, not understanding things, and only realized the value of something after losing it. Such sentimental quotes in this 800-word essay were not something Lin Zixuan felt like reading. He tossed his phone aside and muttered a complaint. Damn it, this woman is definitely crazy. Back then, she didn't even give him the time of day, and now she actually wants Lin Zixuan to change his mind. The incident at school was just an accident. Lin Zixuan never intended to have any further contact with Su Ruo. At that moment, inside the girls' dormitory at the school, Su Ruo stared at the screen, which was filled with dense characters. The dense characters were my self-respect. Her eyes looked a bit vacant. For some reason, after what happened, Su Ruo couldn't stop thinking about Lin Zixuan. Her favorability rating was currently the highest among all the girls. Ruo, what's wrong with you? Are you still thinking about that guy? Chapter 24, Su Ruo's Transformation. Upon hearing the sounds coming from below, Su Ruo glanced down. Below stood a 1-meter-tall little landmine. She had 2 beauty marks on her face, not exactly a beauty, but still quite pretty. This is Su Ruo's roommate and best friend, Su Qing. That's all, Qing. Su Ruo retorted, but Su Qing saw through her best friend's thoughts and let out a cold laugh. Enough, Ruo, what are you thinking? Do you think I don't know? What's so great about that loser? He's broke and ugly. If he leaves, he leaves. Ruo, I've met another rich kid. This time, he's definitely the real deal. We're going to the bar tonight. Ruo, why don't you come with me? Su Ruo heard this and, for some reason, felt a sense of aversion. Back when they were together, Su Qing had always hated Lin Zixuan. If it weren't for Su Qing, Su Ruo wouldn't have been so harsh toward Lin Zixuan. Enough, Qing. I've noticed that Lin Zixuan seems different lately. He's been surrounded by a lot of beautiful women. I feel like he's been through something and seems to have gotten a lot richer. Su Qing waved her hand dismissively. What money could he have? It's probably just from his family's house being demolished. He's just a small-time nouveau riche, maybe 100,000 or so. He's nowhere near as rich as those second-generation rich kids. If you only knew, our youth as women is only a few years long. Once it's gone, it's gone. We should make the most of our youth and strive to achieve as much as we can. Tonight is a gathering of wealthy second-generation individuals. Are you sure you don't want to come with me? Su Ruo was a bit tempted by Su Qing's words, but before she could speak, Su Qing had already spoken again. Ruo, just listen to me. He's just a sycophant. You're not the only one. Those people only need a little sweetness now and then, and they'll give you their savings. Speaking of which, do you remember that freshman you met during military training? I bought a bottle of water and was going to give it to my crush, but he didn't want it, so I just gave it to that freshman. That guy actually thought I liked him, so he started checking in on me every day and buying me all sorts of little gifts. Men are just like that. Su Ruo was bombarded by her best friend's relentless attacks, which made her feel a little tempted, but in the end, she reluctantly agreed.
Meanwhile, Lin Zixuan tidied up at home. It was around 3 p.m., but Liang Mo hadn't gotten up yet. Lin Zixuan received a call from Han Shang. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I hope I'm not disturbing you." "No, go ahead." "It's like this, Mr. Lin. Mr. Zhang and the others are having a gathering tonight and wanted to ask if you're free to join them." Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan instinctively wanted to refuse. Although he knew some wealthy individuals who had been somewhat beneficial to him, they were all middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s. He simply had nothing in common with them. "Never mind, please decline on my behalf, and I will not attend." Han Shang heard this and spoke up again to explain. "It's like this, Mr. Lin. Mr. Zhang said that Mr. Lin probably wouldn't want to join them for the gathering tonight. Tonight, Mr. Zhang and the others will also be gathering there, which is the circle of wealthy second-generation individuals in Hansheng. It's like this, Mr. Lin. Mr. Zhang said that you probably wouldn't want to join them for the gathering tonight. Mr. Zhang's son and his friends will also be there, which is basically the circle of wealthy second-generation individuals in Seoul. Mr. Zhang hopes you could make an effort to go there." The circle of wealthy second-generation individuals in Seoul? Lin Zixuan heard this and furrowed his brows. These were just the second-generation rich kids like Zhang Shuntian and his crew. Such gatherings were not something Lin Zixuan wanted to participate in, so he ultimately declined. Han Shang heard this and didn't say much either. After Han Shang hung up the phone, it wasn't long before Zhang Shuntian's call came through to Lin Zixuan. The purpose was the same. This time, Zhang Shuntian spoke very earnestly, hoping that Lin Zixuan would join them. This gathering is crucial for a very important project in Seoul. Seoul is currently developing a new real estate project, and there is a lot of interest in it. This is why this gathering has been organized, and the younger generation has also gathered here. Zhang Shuntian also told Lin Zixuan that there would be many beautiful women coming tonight. Lin Zixuan found it hard to refuse such a generous invitation and eventually agreed. An hour later, Liang Mo slowly came to, clinging to Lin Zixuan and insisting that he let Lin Zixuan taste his cooking, but Lin Zixuan refused. He explained that he had a banquet to attend that evening and couldn't take her along. Liang Mo knew better than to ask further and kept quiet. She simply nodded obediently. By 5 o'clock in the evening, Han Shang drove to the villa. He was still holding a few pieces of clothing in his hands. "Mr. Lin, these are some clothes I picked out for you. I believe you will like them. If Mr. Lin has no other plans, I will personally drive him to his destination after he changes into the clothes." Lin Zixuan glanced at the clothes in Han Shang's hands. They were indeed his preferred style casual attire with no overly formal outfits. As for the so-called suit and tie, Lin Zixuan simply couldn't get used to it. After changing into the suit, he looked at himself in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. Han Shang, that girl, has excellent taste. No wonder she can navigate these circles of wealthy individuals and second-generation heirs with such ease. "Miss Han, I really like your outfit. How much is it? I'll transfer the money to you." Upon hearing this, Han Shang smiled faintly and shook her head. "Mr. Lin, you're too kind. It's just a few pieces of clothing. This is within the scope of my duties." "Scope of work?" Lin Zixuan looked at Han Shang in confusion. Han Shang also introduced her work to Lin Zixuan. In short, she was the butler and personal assistant for Villa Number 7. Of course, her salary was also quite high. Zhang Shuntian had originally offered her a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan. Han Shang is definitely worth every penny. She can keep the entire villa in perfect order. "That's great. I'll give you 10,000 a month. I don't spend much time here, so the villa is all yours." Han Shang's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly regained his composure. "Alright, Mr. Lin, I will do my best." After packing up, Lin Zixuan got into the car, and Han Shang led him toward their destination. The location for tonight's gathering of these second-generation rich kids was at the largest bar in Seoul. Though it's called a bar, the owner has deep connections and runs businesses beyond just the bar. There are many hidden services inside, providing entertainment for the wealthy second-generation elite. 20 minutes later, Han Shang arrived at the destination. Lin Zixuan got out of the car and looked around. There were countless sports cars parked haphazardly at the entrance of the bar. At the main entrance, a red-haired man was smoking. Upon seeing Lin Zixuan, he gave him a smile. "Xiangu, over here." Chapter 25, The Second Generation's Gathering. Lin Zixuan glanced up, and the red-haired man quickly walked up to him. "Brother Xian, my name is Zhang Shuanyu. My dad said to bring you out for some fun tonight." This guy is Zhang Shuantian's son. He's just like the rich second-generation kids Lin Zixuan imagined, a bunch of good-for-nothings who don't study or work. Han Shang didn't follow Lin Zixuan inside but instead bid farewell at the door, stating that if Lin Zixuan needed her to pick him up, he should contact her in advance. Lin Zixuan followed Zhang Shuanyu into the bar, where a large corridor lay before them. Zhang Xuanyu also gave Lin Zixuan a brief introduction to the place. Xiangu, this is your first time here, so let me give you a quick tour. There are 6 floors in this bar, but the 5th and 6th floors are not open to the public. They only serve their VIP customers. The people on the 5th floor are all millionaires or newly wealthy individuals who have just crossed the billion-dollar mark. Essentially, we don't really associate with them. As for the 6th floor, that's where the true elite of Seoul reside. Each of them has at least 100 million in assets. The people who came today are all those who grew up with me from a young age. They've all heard that Xiangu bought my father's villa and are eager to meet him, a young and accomplished entrepreneur.
Zhang Xuanyu seemed very talkative, clearly having been introduced by Zhang Shuntian earlier, which spared Lin Zixuan from any awkwardness.
No, I don't have a job. No job?
Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanyu's eyes flickered. What had been a humble remark from Lin Zixuan took on a different meaning when spoken by Zhang Xuanyu.
Being able to come up with 600 million without a job, is that what you call a rich second-generation heir? That must be a top-tier rich second-generation heir. At least in Seoul, there's no way someone of that caliber exists. Could it be that Xiangu is from Kyoto? Thinking about it, Zhang Xuanyu felt even more certain that his guess might be right. After all, he had never heard of this person in Seoul, so Lin Zixuan must be from a big city, a top-tier wealthy family. As they spoke, the two entered the elevator together. The elevator only went up to the 5th floor, and to reach the 6th floor, they had to take the stairs. This was also to prevent unauthorized individuals from entering the 6th floor and disturbing the important figures inside. At that moment, in a makeup room on the 5th floor of the bar, Su Ruo was dressed in a revealing long dress, a black strapless gown that barely covered her curves, accentuating her tall, slender figure. At that moment, Su Ruo could only use one hand to cover her chest, her face flushing with embarrassment. Behind her, her best friend was constantly urging her on. My dear sister, hurry up. I heard that all the rich second-generation kids have already arrived. They're all millionaires. If we can hook up with one of them, we'll never have to worry again. Alright, Ruo, hurry up. I'm going out first. Su Ruo was dragged here by her best friend to serve the rich second-generation kids on the 5th floor. After arriving, Su Ruo began to regret it. Just the designated outfit alone was so revealing. What would happen once she went inside? This thought made Su Ruo feel a bit afraid. However, since she was already there, hiding here wasn't a solution either. Su Ruo pushed open the door to the makeup room, glanced around, and her expression grew serious. At the end of the corridor, a red-haired man and a familiar figure were walking arm in arm, passing between 2 burly men and heading up the stairs to the 6th floor. Lin Zixuan? Su Ruo let out a puzzled sound and quickly headed toward the staircase. At the same time, she shouted several times, Lin Zixuan, Lin Zixuan. When they reached the staircase, Su Ruo tried to step forward, but the 2 burly men immediately blocked her path. Stop right there. No one is allowed upstairs without an invitation. Su Ruo looked at the 2 of them in surprise. I was invited by Mr. Huang. Can I go in? Mr. Huang was the one who had invited Su Ruo and her best friend here, and he was also considered a young rich second-generation heir. However, the 2 bodyguards present let out a cold snort upon hearing this. Mr. Huang? Huang Hong? He's not qualified. Only those with a net worth of several billion can go to the 6th floor. Huang Hong can only hang out on the 5th floor. Hurry up and leave, don't disturb the important people upstairs. Upon hearing this, Su Ruo's body felt as though it had been struck by lightning. A fortune of several billion? Looking up again, there was no trace of Lin Zixuan on the upper floor. At that moment, Su Ruo suddenly felt that Lin Zixuan had become a complete stranger to her. Su Ruo moved like a zombie, leaving the staircase area, and could only pray silently in her heart. She must have seen wrong. She must have seen wrong. How could Lin Zixuan, that country bumpkin, have ended up in such a place? Ruo, what are you still standing there for? Over here, Mr. Huang is already calling out names. Su Qing urged her once more, and Su Ruo nodded helplessly before following Su Qing into the room. At that moment, Lin Zixuan also followed Zhang Xuanyu to the 6th floor. The 6th floor of the bar was a spacious open platform with a row of soft sofas, where about 7 or 8 people were seated. All of them were men, chatting in small groups. Zhang Xuanyu brought Lin Zixuan over to the group and clapped his hands. Quiet, everyone, quiet. Let me introduce you to tonight's distinguished guest, Lin Zixuan, Mr. Lin. This gentleman is the one who purchased my father's villa, number 7 Moonlit Bay. Let me tell you a secret, Mr. Lin doesn't have a job yet, you know? The second-generation rich kids in the room, who had been hanging out in this circle for a long time, understood what Zhang Xuanyu meant when he said those last words. This must be a top-tier rich second-generation individual from a major city. No wonder he could casually pull out 600 million. Everyone else also seemed to warm up a bit. Come, Xiangu, please sit down. Here's my business card. My father sells cars. If you're interested in sports cars, feel free to contact me, and I'll give you a special discount. Hearing this, Lin Zixuan also got excited, as if he could indeed buy a car.
He took the business card and glanced at it. The young man's name was Meng Chang.
I do have that idea. We can talk about it in detail later.
Meng Chang heard this and his eyes flickered.
Alright, once the banquet is over, I'll have a proper chat with Xiangu.
After everyone had taken their seats, Meng Chang clapped his hands, and a man who looked like a manager came over. In front of the few people, he bowed slightly. Meng Chang and Zhang Xuanyu were both very polite to Lin Zixuan, but in front of the manager, they revealed their true nature. They weren't even from the same social class.
What are you standing there for? Didn't you see that the important person we've been waiting for has arrived? Where are the things I asked you to prepare? Have them all come up. I already informed you in advance that we are hosting a distinguished guest tonight. Make sure everything is of high quality. Don't make the same mistakes as last time. That girl had only had 2 bottles of wine and started crying. She must think she's at a funeral. She's already here and still doesn't know her place. If you keep this up, I'll start to doubt your professional competence. Chapter 26, Beautiful Model. The manager was scolded and nodded apologetically. It's best not to offend these spoiled brats. Rest assured, this batch was personally selected by me. There will be no issues. Some of them are even fresh recruits, and I guarantee they will satisfy the young masters. Everyone burst into laughter, and the manager went down to make preparations. Standing before him were about a dozen beautiful women. The manager cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. I won't beat around the bush. You all know the status of the people above you. If you can get close to one of them, you'll be set for life. If you offend these gentlemen, don't blame me for being impolite. You all know why you're here, so don't pretend to be so high and mighty. Go drink if you need to drink, dance if you need to dance, and just do what you're supposed to do. The dozen or so beautiful women below nodded silently. Among them, one girl slightly lowered her head, looking somewhat out of place. The manager didn't notice her unusual behavior and led everyone back to the sofa on the 6th floor. A row of beautiful women stood in neat formation. Zhang Xuanyu and Meng Chang also started to cheer. Wow, this batch looks like it's really good quality. Come on, Xian, you're the star tonight. You go first. Lin Zixuan had already set his sights on the girls as soon as they came out. He also heard the system's notification sound. A consumable target has been detected. After scanning a row, there were a total of 3 consumable targets, accounting for approximately 1/4 of the total. It can be said that the quality of this batch is indeed quite good. In a university setting, these would all be considered campus queens. The first 2, Lin Zixuan only glanced at briefly before losing interest, his gaze fixating on the last person. This girl was the only one with her head down. Combined with the dim, sensual lighting in the bar, her face was completely obscured, though she was wearing the same uniform as the other girls. Name, Tianya. Height, 159 centimeters. Weight, 43 kilograms. Appearance, 84. Likability, 10. What attracts Lin Zixuan isn't just her 84 in appearance. The main reason is this 10 in likability. Aside from Su Ruo, this is the first time he's ever seen a negative likability score. This indicates that the girl even dislikes herself to some extent. Lin Zixuan also got into the spirit of things, just as Meng Chang had said earlier. They were all here, so why pretend? Zhang Xuanyu was very considerate and noticed Lin Zixuan's gaze. Xiangu has good taste. The last one, yes, I'm talking about you. Come over here and sit next to Xiangu. Tianya heard this, lifted her head, looking a bit shy, bit her lip, and then slowly walked over to Lin Zixuan's side. She sat down cautiously. Tianya's favorability rating is 10. Before even saying a word, her favorability has already reached 20. Zhang Xuanyu and the others began to pick out the remaining beauties. Tianya sat beside Lin Zixuan, her hands crossed on her thighs, looking extremely nervous. Watching her, Lin Zixuan found it quite amusing. A pair of large hands directly rested on Tianya's shoulders. Feeling her body being touched, Tianya's body trembled violently. She wanted to struggle, but managed to restrain herself. Lin Zixuan found it increasingly amusing. He suddenly tightened his grip, pulling Tianya into his embrace. Tianya let out a startled cry, her delicate face flushing slightly. What's wrong? Are you scared? Lin Zixuan asked with a smile. Tianya looked up for the first time and finally got a clear look at Lin Zixuan's face. Of course, under the filtered light of the bar, it was hard to see his true appearance clearly. No, it's just my first time, I'm a bit nervous. Tianya's voice was very weak. Lin Zixuan decided to play the role of the villain properly, feeling a sense of pleasure from bullying a little girl. He placed his left hand on Tianya's shoulder and picked up a bottle of alcohol with his right hand. Lin Zixuan didn't recognize the brand, but he guessed it must be expensive. He handed the bottle to Tianya's lips. Drink it. Drink it. 1,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Tianya's expression froze for a moment, then she looked up at Lin Zixuan cautiously. Though she felt a moment of temptation, she did not reach out to take it. 5,000. Lin Zixuan spoke again, his voice calm yet tinged with a hint of amusement.
This time, Tianya was truly tempted.
After all, what else could she be here for besides money? 10,000. Seeing that Tianya didn't move, Lin Zixuan urged her again. The breaths of Tianya in his arms grew. Where could one find such a good deal? A bottle of wine for 10,000 yuan.
Tianya bit her lip, seeming to make up her mind, and picked up the wine bottle in front of her. She poured it into her mouth in one gulp. After taking several gulps, the taste of alcohol assaulted Tianya's taste buds. Looking at this girl, it was clear she hadn't drunk much before. She had only finished half the bottle and had to stop, letting out a few gagging sounds.
Lin Zixuan saw this and couldn't help but smile.
Zhang Xuanyu, standing beside him, turned pale.
What's wrong with you, girl? Who let you come here? You can't drink, so get out now.
As Zhang Xuanyu got up, Lin Zixuan stopped him.
It's okay.
Seeing that Lin Zixuan liked it, Zhang Xuanyu didn't say much either. At such a banquet, this kind of scene was a common occurrence. After vomiting twice, Tianya's expression suddenly grew determined as she continued to hold the wine bottle and down it forcefully. After finishing the bottle, the girl's cheeks were completely red. However, Tianya didn't stop what she was doing and reached for the second bottle of wine. I can still drink. Lin Zixuan just smiled at Tianya without saying a word. Tianya continued pouring herself another drink, but this time she drank it much more slowly. Unable to hold her alcohol, she began to feel a slight dizziness, which seemed out of place against the neon lights around her.
Come on, Xiange, let me toast you. Lin Zixuan hardly drank any alcohol, he was merely teasing the young beauty in his arms. He politely declined the invitations from other wealthy second-generation individuals, and of course, they wouldn't force him either. He took his female companion by the hand and started playing some small games. Of course, in such a crowded and bustling place, no one behaved overly aggressively. The women surrounding them, all smiling and relaxed, stood up and began to sway their bodies in front of the sofa. Midway through the dance, they shed their outer garments, revealing their skimpy undergarments, capturing the attention of nearly everyone present. This life of extravagance and debauchery was something Lin Zixuan had never experienced before. Looking around at the wealthy second-generation individuals, it seemed as though they had long since grown accustomed to it. At that moment, Tianya picked up the third bottle of wine in front of her. Lin Zixuan could tell that the girl couldn't hold her alcohol.
He stopped her. Enough, don't drink anymore.
Chapter 27, Tianya's Dilemma.
Upon hearing this, Tianya grew anxious, unsure if it was the final blow that had pushed her over the edge, as she felt like bursting into tears. No, I can still drink, I can still drink. Lin Zixuan looked at the girl, about to make her cry with his teasing, and clearly paused for a moment.
He stopped Tianya again. Alright, here's 10,000. Don't drink anymore. Upon hearing this, Tianya was taken aback. Lin Zixuan then pulled out his QR code.
Tianya cautiously added him as a friend and indeed received a transfer of 10,000 yuan. Tianya clutched her phone tightly, as if unable to believe her eyes. Glancing at Lin Zixuan beside her, her expression was extremely complicated.
Tianya's favorability rating, 20.
Although it increased by 20 points, going from 20 to 0, there's actually no significant breakthrough. However, Lin Zixuan could tell that the girl wasn't comfortable in such a setting, and there might be a reason why she was here.
Why did you come here? Upon hearing Lin Zixuan's question, Tianya seemed hesitant to speak.
After some deliberation, she bit her lip and spoke slowly.
I need a lot of money. But I don't have a job yet and I can't earn money.
I know what coming here means, but I really have no other options.
I need a lot of money.
As she spoke, 2 tears fell from the corners of Tianya's eyes, and she clutched the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands.
Lin Zixuan looked at Tianya's expression and didn't think she was putting on an act. I guess this girl really is going through some kind of trouble.
Many girls say they hate using their bodies to make money, but in reality, they're just putting up a facade.
Youth is their greatest asset, and it's also their only capital.
When she had no other options, the only solution Tianya could think of was to leverage her physical advantages to obtain what she needed. Lin Zixuan wasn't a good person, just like how he had teased Tianya from the start.
Now that you're here, stop pretending. Drink when you should drink, and dance when you should dance. How much do you want? Lin Zixuan asked, and Tianya looked up, seeming to have made up her mind.
2 million. If you can give me 2 million, I'll give myself to you.
This is my first time. 2 million is just pocket change for Lin Zixuan now. Alright.
A flat voice came out, and Tianya also looked at Lin Zixuan in surprise.
Tianya was an ordinary college student, considered a model student with both academic excellence and good character.
Her family was harmonious, and although she had dated before, she had never taken the final step.
Recently, my father fell seriously ill, and the family's main breadwinner was no longer there, leaving us without any income.
The family had almost depleted all its savings, but it still felt like a bottomless pit. Tianya had no choice but to reach out to some wealthy individuals she had come into contact with, the so-called second-generation rich. These were the people within the school, and of course, they wouldn't just lend Tianya that much money. The only condition they offered was one thing. Tianya initially refused, but over time, she had no other options. They wanted Tianya's body, but the most they were willing to pay was around 2 or 30,000 yuan. Tianya was desperate and reached out to this place. Thanks to her appearance, she was able to stand before Lin Zixuan. The 2 million yuan, Tianya had originally thought Lin Zixuan would refuse. After all, she wasn't sure she was worth that much money. To her surprise, Lin Zixuan agreed immediately.
Tianya's favorability rating increased by 10.
Just adding 10 points is better than nothing.
Lin Zixuan didn't waste any words and transferred the money directly.
Tianya looked at the transfer message on her phone, and the tears in the corners of her eyes began to fall once more.
Thank you, thank you. Tianya's favorability rating is 20.
Lin Zixuan reached out and ruffled the girl's hair. She was also a pitiful person. But pity is pity, and business is business.
Alright, girl, stop crying. Learn from the older sisters next to you.
Upon hearing this, Tianya sniffled a few times before glancing at the others beside her. Everyone had completely let go, and the beautiful women dancing on stage had already been replaced. The woman beside Zhang Xuanyu knelt at his feet, holding a fruit platter, and gently fed him a piece of fruit.
Tianya's face flushed red as she cautiously mimicked the actions of the women beside her. Lin Zixuan was also very interested in this innocent young girl. Perhaps he could try keeping her as a mistress? Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. The party atmosphere was completely unleashed. Bottles of expensive wine were casually smashed on the ground and poured over the women. Dim light shone through their alcohol-soaked clothes. It created an alluring atmosphere.
These wealthy second-generation individuals are freely indulging in their youth in this manner.
The private room on the 6th floor is where the most elite second-generation wealthy individuals in all of Seoul gather. Even at such an extravagant banquet, they maintain their composure. However, on the 5th floor, it was a different story. Some of the so-called second-generation wealthy individuals here were not from business backgrounds and were even nouveau riche. Perhaps overnight, they struck it rich by discovering some valuable mineral, and suddenly became millionaires or even billionaires. Therefore, their educational backgrounds and qualifications are also highly varied. Su Ruo, her clothes in disarray,
rushed out of the room and hid in a niche in the bathroom, looking utterly helpless.
The frantic movements inside made Su Ruo feel extremely uncomfortable.
Su Ruo gripped her phone, which displayed an incoming call. The caller, of course, was Lin Zixuan. At that moment, Su Ruo kept praying that Lin Zixuan would come to save her, just like the last time at school.
Ruo, where are you? Why are you taking so long in the bathroom? Huang Xiaoyu is getting angry.
The door to the bathroom's inner compartment was opened, and standing before Su Ruo was her best friend, Su Qing. At that moment, there were faint strawberry marks visible on Su Qing's neck. Her clothes were also in disarray.
Su Ruo grabbed Su Qing's hand. Xing, they're a bunch of madmen. I have to leave. Take me with you. I need to go back to the dormitory.
Su Qing heard this and shook her head.
Ruo, they're all genuine second-generation millionaires. Why are you leaving?
Think about the wine that young Master Huang opened earlier. It was worth over 100,000 yuan.
Listen to me, let's go back.
Otherwise, Mr. Huang will get angry, and we'll be in trouble. Su Ruo looked at her best friend in front of her, sighed, and then rushed out of the bathroom. Just then, the door to their private room slowly opened. Huang Hong, holding up his pants and holding a cigarette in his mouth, walked out of the private room. Upon seeing Su Ruo, he cursed angrily, "Damn it, why are you running?
Get back here." Chapter 28, Requesting Reconciliation.
Seeing Huang Hong emerge with his pants down, Su Ruo's face was filled with panic. She scanned the area but saw no place to hide, so she could only run toward him. Directly in front of her was the staircase leading to the 6th floor. Su Ruo hurried toward the 6th floor, but 2 bodyguards blocked her path.
Stop right there. I've already told you, you're not allowed on the 6th floor. What are you doing here?
The Yellow River was just a stone's throw away, and Su Ruo shouted anxiously.
Get out of the way. I'm looking for someone. There's someone upstairs. Do you know Lin Zixuan? Damn it, I'll get you.
Huang Hong had also arrived behind Su Ruo, who was terrified and hid beside the 2 bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards furrowed their brows and glanced at the 2 people in front of them. Impatiently waving their hands, they said, "Enough, go cause trouble somewhere else."
I told you, the 6th floor is off limits.
Huang Hong sneered, reaching out to grab Su Ruo. Su Ruo could only retreat in fear while shouting loudly.
Lin Zixuan! Lin Zixuan! The loud shouts echoed repeatedly. On Huang Heng's side, he grabbed Su Ruo's hand and pulled her back toward the treasure chest. Damn it, stop shouting.
Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. Su Ruo's face was filled with despair, while Su Qing, her best friend, stood nearby, watching the scene in silence. Just then, a loud shout came from upstairs.
What's all the commotion about? What's all the commotion about?
Huang Hong stopped what he was doing and looked up. Zhang Xuanyu slowly walked downstairs. He had drunk too much and came out to use the restroom, but suddenly heard someone calling Lin Zixuan downstairs. Zhang Shuanyu naturally went down to check what was happening. Su Ruo saw Zhang Shuanyu come down and recognized him as the person who had been with Lin Zixuan earlier. She hurriedly shouted anxiously, "Lin Zixuan!
I'm looking for Lin Zixuan."
Zhang Shuanyu heard Lin Zixuan's name and glanced at Su Ruo.
Do you know Xian Gu? Su Ruo nodded and forced a smile. Yes, I'm his friend. Could you take me to see him?
Upon hearing that she was Lin Zixuan's friend, Zhang Shuanyu's attitude changed immediately. He gave Huang He a cold glance.
Hey, let go of him. Where was the arrogance of the Yellow River? Zhang Shuanyu, of course, recognized him. Brother Yu, this isn't appropriate, is it? Ha? What did you say? This is Xian Ji's friend. Do you want to die?
Although he didn't know who Xian Ge was, seeing Zhang Shuanyu's attitude, Huang He could only reluctantly let go of his hand.
He definitely couldn't afford to provoke Zhang Shuanyu.
Zhang Shuanyu snorted coldly, ignoring Huang Hong, and waved to Su Ruo.
Let's go. Follow me upstairs. I'll take you to find Xian Gu. Su Ruo, who had been saved, exhaled deeply and followed Zhang Shuanyu toward the 6th floor. The two bodyguards finally didn't stop them. Meanwhile, Lin Zixuan was still enjoying Tianya's massage. This girl didn't know much, but teasing an innocent young woman was quite enjoyable. Lin Zixuan, who was closing his eyes to rest, heard someone calling his name. Xian Ge, this girl said she's your friend, so I brought her over. Lin Zixuan looked up and saw that it was Su Ruo.
The two locked eyes and both wore expressions of surprise.
Su Ruo was naturally surprised that Lin Zixuan was actually here, as everyone present was a billionaire or the second generation of wealthy families.
Lin Zixuan was actually sitting here, and it seemed like he had a pretty good relationship with them. Su Ruo grew even more convinced that Lin Zixuan had become much more mysterious, as if he were a completely different person from the sycophant she had once known. As for Lin Zixuan, he was naturally curious about why Su Ruo was here.
How did you end up here? Su Ruo felt a bit awkward upon hearing Lin Zixuan's question and didn't know how to explain. She tidied up her disheveled clothes. Excuse me, can I talk to you for a moment?
Lin Zixuan was speechless upon hearing this, but he still stood up.
Following Su Ruo, he arrived at an empty corner. Speak, what do you wish to say?
Su Ruo looked up at Lin Zixuan, her eyes filled with a hint of deep affection.
Xian Ge, I was wrong.
During the days we were apart, I reflected deeply. It was me who was too cold toward you before. Maybe I was too young and didn't appreciate how good you were to me, but during this time, I'd been reflecting on myself and have come to realize my mistakes.
Can you give me another chance?
Our 2 years together shouldn't end like this. I want to get back together with you, and this time I promise I'll treat you well.
These words made Lin Zixuan laugh in anger. 2 years of feelings? Are you kidding me? What do you mean by 2 years of feelings? When you were together, you couldn't go public, couldn't take photos together, couldn't post on social media. Do you need me to be at your beck and call, or do you want me to be your doormat, working 3 jobs a day to meet your high spending demands? Or maybe I'm in the ICU, and you're still asking me for gifts? You told me you didn't want a gift, and now you're pretending to be in the ICU? Is this what you call our 2 years together? Lin Zixuan's accusation fell, and Su Ruo felt a sharp pain in her heart.
Looking at Lin Zixuan in front of her, her expression was extremely complex.
I'm sorry. I know it's all my fault. I know I was wrong, and I will change. Please give me another chance. I will treat you well. Do you know how much I truly love you? All of that was just a test for you, but I never imagined it would hurt you so much. Now I'm willing to start over. Will you? Lin Zixuan let out a sigh. Damn it, this girl is definitely sick, and not just a little bit. What the hell is this test from the gods? Alright, it's over between us. Don't bother me anymore. What happened last time was just an accident. I never intended to help you. Let's just leave it at that. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Saying that, Lin Zixuan turned around and left, returning to his seat on the sofa. Su Ruo watched Lin Zixuan's resolute back, feeling a pang of sadness in her heart.
Not long ago, it was Lin Zixuan who had pleaded with her. Now, just a week had passed, and their roles had been reversed. Earlier, Su Ruo also noticed Tianya by Lin Zixuan's side, along with Liang Emo from before. This guy now had several beautiful young women by his side. Su Ruo felt as though something that belonged to her had been taken away. Lin Zixuan, I will definitely get you back. Su Ruo clenched her fists tightly and spoke with a resolute voice, though Lin Zixuan did not hear her. Lin Zixuan was utterly speechless when it came to this girl. How could he have ever fallen for someone like her? Chapter 29, The Chick. After returning to the booth, Lin Zixuan, who rarely drank, had a bottle of wine. The party atmosphere gradually began to heat up. Everyone was starting to feel a bit worn out, so they stood up one by one, wrapped their arms around the girls beside them, and began to say their goodbyes and leave. As for where they were going, there was no need to say more. On Su Ruo's side, after staying on the 6th floor for a while, she found an opportunity to leave. With Zhang Xuanyu's previous warning, Huang Hong naturally dared not do anything to her, even if he saw her.
Most of the people around them had already left.
Zhang Xuanyu glanced at Lin Zixuan beside him and gave a sly smile.
Xiangu, did you have a good time today? I won't bother you anymore. It looks like this girl is still your little sister, right? Lin Zixuan smiled along, glancing at Tianya beside him. Tianya seemed to realize what was about to happen.
However, since he had already accepted the 2 million, there was no room for regret.
Tianya could only follow quietly behind Lin Zixuan. Xiangu, I'll go first. I'll let you know if there's any activity next time.
Zhang Xuanyu bid farewell to Lin Zixuan and left.
Lin Zixuan also left the bar with Tianya.
Across from the bar was a hotel that appeared to have been specifically prepared for this location. Zhang Xuanyu also entered the hotel, followed closely by Lin Zixuan, who booked a presidential suite. The price of a presidential suite is over 100,000, and these second-generation wealthy individuals typically wouldn't spend that much. Upon entering the hotel room, Tianya appeared very reserved. Lin Zixuan found her behavior amusing every time he saw her like this. He casually picked her up in a princess carry.
Tianya's body hung in the air, letting out a startled cry.
Lin Zixuan was also surprised to discover that his strength seemed to have truly increased significantly.
He didn't feel any weight at all.
Carrying Tianya to the bedside, Lin Zixuan roughly threw her onto the white bedsheet. He leaned over, pressing his body against hers, and whispered into Tianya's ear.
Little girl, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person.
In Tianya's eyes, Lin Zixuan's pupils kept dilating, and the heat from the earrings made Tianya feel a bit uncomfortable.
Hearing those words, she trembled slightly in fear. Brother, I'm scared.
As she spoke, Tianya was on the verge of tears.
Lin Zixuan watched the scene and chuckled twice.
Then he had a brilliant idea and immediately picked up Tianya and rushed into the bathroom. The bathroom had a huge bathtub, which was quite common in a presidential suite. Lin Zixuan grabbed Tianya's black stockings on her leg and tore them forcefully, causing the stockings to tear and develop several tears. The scene was a mess, looking rather perverted. Tianya felt her clothes being torn, and though she had prepared herself, she was still afraid. The faucet was turned on, the water rushing over both of their bodies. In the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of rushing water, Tianya gradually adapted from her initial fear to a slightly pleasurable sensation. Afterward, Lin Zixuan leaned against the edge of the bathtub, and Tianya tried to stand up, but she had no strength left.
This girl was indeed a novice. This was the first time Lin Zixuan had ever experienced such a thing. As the saying goes, if you want to find a novice, you have to go to kindergarten and make an appointment. The facts proved it. Though few, there are indeed some, but it does require a bit of luck. Moreover, their chastity is conservative, and it may not necessarily belong to you. After a fierce battle, Tianya seemed to have lost the fear she had felt earlier. The two of them quickly rinsed off their bodies and lay down on the bed. Tianya recounted the story, and Lin Zixuan was also somewhat moved. Indeed, it's better not to get sick. A serious illness can easily destroy a perfect family. Lin Zixuan transferred another 3 million yuan to Tianya. After receiving the money, Tianya was extremely excited and kept thanking Lin Zixuan. Tianya's favorability rating once again reached 50 points. After lying there for about half an hour, Tianya dragged her weary body and insisted on leaving. It wasn't that she didn't want to stay with Lin Zixuan, she just said she needed to go to the hospital to take care of her father. Lin Zixuan, of course, didn't refuse this request. After Tianya left, Lin Zixuan glanced at his phone. It was only around 9 o'clock in the evening, and staying alone in the hotel felt a bit unsettling. Lin Zixuan decided to return to his dormitory to sleep, and would take the opportunity to check on his few adopted sons. As for Liang Mo, he would return another day to spoil her. Back at the dormitory, Lin Zixuan returned to his room, and the others in the dorm asked him where he had been. Of course, after Lin Zixuan brought out the grilled food he had bought from a street vendor, the sound of his foster father's voice could be heard from inside the dormitory. Sometimes, a boy's happiness is just that simple. If you tell a boy that you'll take care of him, you might really only need to feed him, let him play video games, and let him smoke. But when you say I'll take care of you to a girl, that's just the bare minimum. I don't know when it started, but it seems like the demand for material things is slowly changing. Lin Zixuan lay on the bed in the dormitory. If it weren't for the inconvenience of living in the dormitory and not being able to meet his sister, he would actually sleep better on the dormitory bed. With nothing else to do, Lin Zixuan opened the live stream again. First, he entered a certain platform and noticed that Pikachu and Xiaoyu were both live streaming. Speaking of Pikachu, Lin Zixuan said he's been ignoring her for a while. He didn't even bother to click on it and instead entered Xiaoyu's live stream, just as she was about to make a surprise appearance. Lin Zixuan wasn't just some low-level account anymore. With an Emperor's notification, he was naturally spotted immediately. Xiaoyu saw Lin Zixuan arrive and immediately broke into a smile. Welcome, you Luo Ge and Yu Huang. Wow, it's Moon Emperor. Wait, something's wrong. Why didn't Moon Emperor go to Pikachu's place today? Instead, he came here first.
The comments started flooding in, but most of them were just people discussing what was happening.
Yeah, I remember that the Moon Emperor gave Pikachu $1 million just 2 days ago. Did something happen between them?
Lin Zixuan didn't look at the comments and skillfully tapped the Super Rocket button. The special effects of the Super Rocket began to appear above. As the moon sets in the west, the streamer Xiaoyu is invited to dinner, and a Super Rocket is sent. As the moon sets in the west, I'm sending a gift to streamer Xiaoyu, it's time for dinner.
Super Rocket 10.
As the moon sets in the west, I'm sending a gift to streamer Xiaoyu, it's time for dinner.
Super Rocket 10.
The special effects of the Super Rocket filled the sky.
Although everyone had already witnessed Lin Zixuan's generosity, seeing so many super rockets at once was still incredibly awe-inspiring.
This time, Lin Zixuan fired off 200 super rockets in a row, which amounted to 40 million. Since a certain platform granted him access to recharge credits, he no longer had to recharge manually, but sending gifts was still quite slow. I should give feedback to the platform and ask if they can add a button that allows users to send 100 super rockets at once.
That would make gifting much faster. Chapter 30, Pikachu's Jealousy.
A series of super rocket special effects crashed down. Xiaoyu also thanked Lin Zixuan, thank you, Yu Luo Go, for the super rockets.
Is brother Yu Luo busy today? Come visit Xiaoyu if you have time. Lin Zixuan, nothing much, just came to see you. Feel free to do whatever you like.
After casually replying to a comment, Xiaoyu nodded slightly and sent a message to Lin Zixuan on her phone.
Yu Luo, I've already booked the flight. See you this weekend.
Lin Zixuan read the message, smiled faintly, and sent another 100 super rockets. As the special effects of the super rockets filled the screen, the viewership in the livestream began to rise sharply, with many viewers rushing over from Pikachu's livestream. Those people had originally come to Pikachu's livestream because of Lin Zixuan, and now they had come to Xiaoyu's livestream because of Lin Zixuan.
Wow, Yushin is actually here. Why didn't Yushin go to Pikachu's place today? Could Pikachu really have fallen out of favor? What are you talking about? Didn't you see that the Moon Goddess gave Pikachu 1 million likes just a few days ago? This is just a drop in the bucket.
I bet the Moon Goddess will head over to Pikachu's place soon. It's not just Xiaoyu's livestream that's buzzing, Pikachu's livestream is also going wild.
Pikachu, did you see Yushin sending gifts in Xiaoyu's livestream? Why didn't Yushin come to your place? No way, no way. Isn't Yushin the biggest fan of Pikachu? Pikachu looked at the messages on the chat screen and his expression also turned a bit grim.
In truth, these female streamers all harbored a sense of possessiveness toward their big brother.
How to put it? My older brother should be mine, and having him taken away by someone else is a really annoying thing to do. Pikachu recalled Lin Zixuan's cold attitude toward him over the past 2 days. Earlier, after Lin Zixuan had spent 10 million, someone from their guild had added him. The guild's administrator, of course, also contacted Pikachu and hinted at what Pikachu should do. However, due to the previous incident involving Tiger Brother, Pikachu was highly resistant to such matters. In her view, Lin Zixuan must like her, otherwise, why would he have transferred 1 million yuan to her and helped her confront Tiger Brother? He must not be the type to lust after her body. However, at that moment, as he looked up at the livestream, the constant notifications from Lin Zixuan continuously sending super rockets to Xiaoyu kept popping up, and Pikachu's eyes grew dimmer. He cautiously pulled out his phone and sent Lin Zixuan a message. Moonlit brother, are you free tonight? I'm just live streaming right now. The underlying meaning was that she hoped Lin Zixuan would come over to take a look.
Lin Zixuan naturally saw the message but chose not to respond. On the other hand, Xiaoyu stood up and danced for Lin Zixuan, sending him over 300 super rockets. Lin Zixuan watched Xiaoyu's live stream for a while, but since Xiaoyu was set to make a surprise appearance in a few days, he didn't linger there for long. Instead, he browsed the homepage to find his new target. After flipping through about a dozen live streams, Lin Zixuan let out a long sigh.
Damn it, these female streamers all look decent, but none of them meet the system's standards. Damn it, these female streamers all look decent, but none of them meet the system's standards. After scrolling through dozens of streams, Lin Zixuan entered a livestream and heard the long-awaited system notification sound. Detected consumable items.
Lin Zixuan's eyes lit up as he looked at the girl on the screen. She appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old. She appeared slightly more mature than the average college student, with a head of golden hair cascading down her shoulders.
Her ID is Xiao Shi.
Upon seeing this ID, Lin Zixuan also recalled this person.
This wasn't just some obscure streamer with no followers.
Compared to Pikachu and Xiaoyu, she was already a well-established female streamer on a certain platform. Her live stream's popularity and the number of her big fans both rank among the top. When Lin Zixuan entered the live streaming room, he naturally attracted a lot of attention.
Hey, isn't that the Moon Emperor? He actually came here. Hey, isn't that Moon Emperor? He actually came here. Haha, has the Moon Emperor set his sights on our little stream? What a pity the top spot in the rankings belongs to the Dream Emperor. What are you talking about?
I think the Moon Emperor's strength is on par with the Dream Emperor.
Since the Moon Emperor has already come, shouldn't he show off a little?
Xiaoxi also noticed Lin Zixuan and greeted him with a smile, clasping her hands together in front of her to form a heart shape.
Welcome the setting moon, Moon Emperor. Sending you a heart.
I didn't expect the Moon Emperor to come to my live stream.
Does the Moon Emperor want to hear a song? I'll sing one for you. This is a singing streamer.
Lin Zixuan thought for a moment and sent a comment.
Sing an emo song.
As soon as she said that, the live stream exploded again.
Wow, the Moon Emperor has this hobby? What could the Moon Emperor be worried about? With billions and billions in the bank every day, is he worried he won't be able to spend it all?
Yeah, the Moon Emperor is probably feeling pretty down every day, wondering why he's so rich and how he's supposed to spend all that money. Looking at the comments, Lin Zixuan also smiled. He was indeed worried every day about how to spend all his money. Of course, it wasn't because he couldn't spend it all, it was simply impossible. The real issue was that the money hadn't actually made its way back into his own hands. Although Liang Mo had already reimbursed him over 20 million, that was merely the beginning. Xiaoxi also joked with a smile, the Moon Emperor's hobby is truly unique. I'll give it a try. Soon, Xiaoxi found the accompaniment, and the melodious tune echoed throughout the live stream. It must be said that Xiaoxi's singing skills are truly exceptional. Compared to most professional singers, she is every bit as good, if not better. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it into the ranks of the top streamers on Douyu.
Lin Zixuan wasn't stingy either, quickly tapping the button for the super rocket.
As the moon set in the west, he gifted the streamer CC with a super rocket 10. As the moon sets in the west, a gift for streamer Xiaoxi, super rocket 10. As the moon sets in the west, a gift for streamer Xiaoxi, super rocket 10. A string of super rockets crashed into the live stream. After Xiaoxi finished singing a song, Lin Zixuan had already sent over 100 super rockets. Although Xiaoxi was a big streamer, such a massive one-time spend of hundreds of thousands still left her speechless. Previously, her understanding of Yu Luo Shichin was limited to what she had heard.
This was the first time I had ever witnessed Lin Zixuan's boldness with my own eyes. Thank you, Yu Luo Gugu. You're so generous, Yu Luo Gugu. There was also a group of people following Lin Zixuan into the live stream. These people, to be precise, were Lin Zixuan's fans. Many people, upon seeing such extravagant spending, couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to have so much money themselves. In essence, they were there to watch the big spender show off his wealth. Of course, a significant portion are guild accounts and advertisers, but they have almost no way to contact Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan's backend was constantly popping up with messages.
After Xiaoxi sang 2 more songs for Lin Zixuan, he found her contact information backstage and added her as a WeChat friend.
Chapter 31, Fairy Tale World. Hello, Brother Yu Luo. I've heard Dream Emperor mention you before. I never expected Brother Yu Luo would grace my live stream with your presence. You're truly a top-tier streamer, even your way of greeting people is different. You could say they've been through the wars and know how to handle these big shots. On Xiaoxi's fan list, the top spot is held by Manhwa, followed by several other emperors from a certain platform. Lin Zixuan has also seen their usernames in the Emperor group.
This year's annual event on Moyu actually presents a favorable opportunity for Xiaoxi as a strong competitor.
It just so happened that you were chosen, and you sang quite well.
Lin Zixuan responded with a few words following Xiaoxi's lead.
Xiaoxi replied with a cute emoji. Alright, Your Majesty the Moon Emperor, don't forget about me next time you're picking someone, okay? Lin Zixuan was amused by the little stream and sent another million in gifts.
This amount was actually insufficient to make the little stream feel how special she was for her performance. Of course, Lin Zixuan had no intention of getting too close to Xiaoxi for now, he was just keeping her around as a potential tool. After spending an hour on a certain app, Lin Zixuan logged out.
A notification popped up on his phone.
The streamer you're following, Shiryun, has started broadcasting.
This is clearly a notification from Douyin.
When it comes to Shiryun, Lin Zixuan is still quite interested in her. She bears some resemblance to Tianya, whom he encountered tonight, but unlike Tianya, Shiryun is clearly much more innocent. There was an air about her that hadn't been tainted by the world, and to be honest, such girls were very rare, as if she were a woman who had traveled back in time from ancient times. Her love for the ancient style complements her poetic charm perfectly.
Lin Zixuan clicked into Shiryun's live stream.
Shiryun was busy tuning her guzheng and hadn't noticed the comments or notifications in the live stream yet. However, the other viewers in the live stream had noticed Lin Zixuan's arrival.
As the moon set in the west, was this truly the Moon Emperor himself? Yes, it seems to be that wealthy individual who spent 10 million on a certain platform.
Last time, he also spent 2 million on Shiryun.
Wait, it really is Yu Huang.
He has millions of followers. Lin Zixuan saw the news and only then realized that his Douyin followers had reached several million, more than many big streamers.
He hadn't logged in for a few days and hadn't noticed it. It must have been because his account was exposed after he trended on Weibo.
This caused a sudden surge in followers.
Yu Huang has even created an emperor account on a certain platform. Why not show it off here? It's still a new account.
There are also so-called nobles on Douyin, but Lin Zixuan generally doesn't bother with such things and hasn't paid much attention to them. At this moment, Yun seemed to have finished tuning her guzheng and glanced up. A hint of surprise flashed across her eyes.
Is it you, Luo brother? It's been so long since I saw him. I was actually going to ask you if you wanted to come and see him. Lin Zixuan didn't respond.
Instead, he quickly posted dozens of carnival-themed posts to warm up the audience for Yun's livestream, simultaneously boosting the livestream's popularity by a significant margin.
I already promised you I'd come watch your stream, how could I forget?
Lin Zixuan replied to a comment, and Yun's pretty face flushed slightly. Since being scolded by her best friend last time, Yun had come to terms with many things.
After all, she would eventually have to start dating, so why not find someone who is handsome, has good qualifications, and is kind to her? Lin Zixuan clearly seemed like a perfect candidate.
Although she had never met him before, in this situation, her eyes were naturally filtered through a rose-colored lens. In Yun's imagination, the Lin Zixuan she envisioned was clearly a Prince Charming. However, as a conservative girl, Yun did not take the initiative to pursue a relationship with Lin Zixuan. She only shared her daily life with him on WeChat.
This frequent chatting was something Lin Zixuan hadn't experienced in a long time. The last time was probably during his high school romance.
After entering university, Su Ruo didn't even bother to reply to a single message from him. However, there were too many girls and messages on VX, so Lin Zixuan could only choose to respond to some of them.
Yu Luo, I've learned a new piece of music. Wait a moment, and I'll play it for you.
After saying that, Yun tuned her guzheng again. Lin Zixuan really enjoyed watching Yun play so earnestly. She seemed completely immersed in the music, a true passion, not something done merely for the sake of attracting attention. For example, dancers on live streams aren't really interested in dancing for others, they're just using it to attract attention.
But Yun is completely different.
The serene melody echoed through the live stream, and Lin Zixuan once again clicked the carnival button with a flourish. The live stream's popularity continued to rise, just as Yun had said. Without Lin Zixuan, she couldn't even imagine that one day her live stream would be filled with so many people. In today's tech-driven internet age, physical attractiveness is all too easily overlooked. As the song came to an end, the poetic melody carried a smile that seemed to come straight from the heart as she looked toward the camera. Like a child waiting for praise.
How about Moonlit Brother? Do you like it?
The slightly hopeful gaze, filled with childlike innocence, made Lin Zixuan's eyes momentarily blur. If you have been assimilated by the bustling metropolis and the harsh realities of the real world, then try to seek out the fairy tale world that does not exist within this real world. Here, there is a different landscape. Of course, it might also only exist in your dreams. Need I say more? How could the music you play not be beautiful? Lin Zixuan's playful words brought a genuine smile to Yun's face. Soon after, the special effects characteristic of the carnival began to appear once more. As the moon sets in the west, a poem is presented to the streamer, marking the 10th anniversary of the carnival. As the moon sets in the west, a poem is gifted to the streamer, Carnival 10. As the moon sets in the west, a poem is gifted to the streamer, Carnival 10. Thank you, Brother Moonfall, for the carnival.
Brother, you don't need to keep giving gifts. I have so many already, they're of no use to me. There's really already plenty.
Yun's words left Lin Zixuan somewhat surprised. If someone were to tell Lin Zixuan that he didn't like money, that would be absolute nonsense.
This statement was simply unrealistic.
What Yun said was probably just that she felt a bit guilty for taking too much money from Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan casually comforted Yun with a few words and indeed didn't continue to lavish her with gifts. When dealing with such a girl, one had to take it slow. The melody Yun played truly soothed weary souls. Unconsciously, accompanied by the gentle tunes of the ancient style music, Lin Zixuan drifted off into a deep sleep. The next morning, he awoke to the commotion in the dormitory. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw my roommate leaning out the window, shouting loudly. Xiao Xian, wake up quickly. Look downstairs, there are so many beautiful women. They seem to be waiting for someone. Chapter 32, Breakfast Fiasco. Lin Zixuan rubbed his sleepy eyes, got out of bed, and glanced out the window. He noticed that there were indeed many people gathered downstairs. Among them, 3 figures seemed to have drawn the attention of almost everyone, but from where I was, I couldn't make out their exact features. Nevertheless, the 3 of them stood out in the crowd, surrounded by others like stars around the moon, which was indeed somewhat out of place. All around them were onlookers. Lin Zixuan didn't pay any attention to them and just waved his hand casually. What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful woman before? Hurry up and get ready for class. Saying that, Lin Zixuan went to the washroom to freshen up, and the others in the dormitory did the same. After everyone had finished washing up, they all walked downstairs together. Once outside the dormitory building, Lin Zixuan finally got a clear view of the situation below.
3 beautiful women stood on either side of the dormitory building, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers.
What surprised Lin Zixuan even more was that the 3 of them, upon seeing him, all walked toward him at the same time. The first person to approach him was the last person Lin Zixuan wanted to see, his ex-girlfriend, Su Ruo. After parting ways at the bar last night, Su Ruo swore to win Lin Zixuan back and began her plan today. You, Lin Zixuan, could pursue me for 2 years back then. Today, I, Su Ruo, can pursue you for 2 years as well.
Remember how Lin Zixuan used to come every day to bring me breakfast? Su Ruo also brought a breakfast today. Xian, this is the breakfast I prepared for you.
Lin Zixuan looked at Su Ruo speechlessly for a moment before responding with a cold expression.
No, thanks. I'm not hungry.
As soon as he said that, a commotion erupted around him.
Who is this guy?
He actually dared to refuse breakfast from a beautiful woman. Especially those who knew Lin Zixuan, such as his roommates standing nearby, looked at him with astonished expressions.
What the heck? Has Lin Zixuan changed his ways? Wasn't he the one chasing after Su Ruo like a puppy earlier? What's going on today? Su Ruo brought him breakfast, and he actually refused it?
Su Ruo seemed unwilling to give up, holding her breakfast, but before she could say anything,
she was interrupted by another voice. Zixuan, I also prepared breakfast for you.
As she spoke, Yang Qianqian walked over in a pair of high heels, dressed very maturely today, holding 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of tofu pudding, and approached Lin Zixuan. Her eyes were filled with a fawning smile.
Lin Zixuan saw this scene, smiled faintly, and reached out to take Yang Qianqian's breakfast. Since the incident last time, the two hadn't had any further contact.
Now, bringing breakfast avoids the awkwardness of facing Su Ruo.
Su Ruo watched Yang Qianqian's figure and furrowed her brows.
Lin Zixuan had indeed changed. Su Ruo naturally recognized Yang Qianqian. She was the school's notorious gold digger. The fact that Yang Qianqian had come to deliver breakfast on her own initiative meant that Lin Zixuan was no longer just rich, he was something else entirely.
Thinking of this, Su Ruo couldn't help but smile wryly.
After all, back then, if she had just given him a little taste of what he wanted, everything Lin Zixuan now possessed would have been hers. Wow, I thought Xiao Xian was just bragging.
He really managed to win Yang Qianqian over?
The few people in the dormitory stared at Lin Zixuan's seat with shocked expressions. There was also a hint of envy in their eyes.
Lin Zixuan took the breakfast and casually asked, "Is the tofu pudding sweet or salty?"
Yang Qianqian paused for a moment before responding, "Sweet, of course."
Lin Zixuan's expression darkened considerably. He glanced around and handed the breakfast in his hand to his roommate behind him. "Sorry, I don't eat sweets."
This action once again caused uncomfortable gasps from the students around him.
Damn it, the goddess is bringing breakfast, and you, a beggar, aren't even grateful. You're being picky here. Isn't that thing supposed to be sweet anyway?
Yang Qianqian watched as Lin Zixuan gave his breakfast to someone else, her expression stiffening slightly, but she quickly regained her smile.
I'm sorry, brother Zixuan. It's my fault. I'll be more careful next time. No way, this guy threw away the goddess's breakfast, and Yang Qianqian is actually apologizing on her own? Did I see that correctly?
The looks on the faces of the onlookers around me were beyond shocking.
Especially Lin Zixuan's 3 roommates, who were already numb. Oh my god, what on earth happened to Lin Zixuan? Why do they suddenly feel a bit out of place?
Just then, a ethereal voice drifted from behind Yang Qianqian.
Why don't you eat mine? This one is salty. As soon as he said that, Lin Zixuan's gaze was also drawn to it. A tall, beautiful woman walked past Yang Qianqian and Su Ruo. She was holding a breakfast in her hand. Lin Zixuan glanced at her and raised an eyebrow in confusion. He didn't recognize this girl at all. Detected consumable object. In front of Lin Zixuan, the panel of this beautiful woman also popped up. Name, Manhwa. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 89. Likability, 30. Watching Manhwa slowly walk up to Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan froze in place, unsure whether he should accept the breakfast. This girl clearly didn't recognize him, so why did she have a 30-point favorability rating and come to deliver breakfast to him? Although he didn't recognize her, Lin Zixuan had heard of her before, and whispers were already circulating around him. That must be President Meng, right? Yeah, she's the school's recognized goddess. She's even the vice president of the student council, and she's actually here delivering breakfast to others? Manhwa is the vice president of the student union and also the school's most beautiful girl. With a stunning appearance score of 89, she once again surpassed the highest standard of beauty Lin Zixuan had ever seen. As the school's goddess and vice president of the student council, it is said that Manhwa comes from a wealthy family, making her a true heiress. As a result, she is the object of everyone's dreams, and few dare to pursue her. Similarly, ordinary people are not even worthy of her notice. There is, of course, a reason why she came to deliver breakfast to Lin Zixuan today. Seeing that Lin Zixuan hadn't taken the breakfast yet, Manhwa smiled gently. My older brother, Meng Chang, holds brother Zixuan in very high regard.
When Lin Zixuan heard Meng Chang's name, he also gave a knowing look. No wonder. Meng Chang was the person Lin Zixuan had seen at last night's gathering of wealthy second-generation individuals. His family ran a car dealership and was considered one of the wealthiest families in Hanchang. It must have been during yesterday's gathering that he learned Lin Zixuan was in the same school as his sister, so he mentioned Lin Zixuan to Meng Wange. As the vice president of the student council, Meng Wange wanted to know which dormitory building Lin Zixuan was in, which was really no big deal. Coming to deliver breakfast was, on one hand, an opportunity to meet the wealthy second-generation heir from the top-tier aristocratic family her brother had mentioned, and on the other hand, a chance to get to know him better. I didn't expect that more than one person would come to deliver breakfast, but it seems like I came out on top this time.
Chapter 33, I'm so jealous I'm tired of saying it.
After learning about Meng Wange's identity, Lin Zixuan naturally didn't refuse the breakfast in front of him. He reached out to take it and thanked her.
Thank you very much, Miss Campus Beauty. Meng Wange wasn't dressed very formally today. She was wearing a casual tracksuit and a pair of white sneakers.
Her black hair was casually swept back, falling loosely down her back. Her eyes sparkled with a faint glow.
When Lin Zixuan finally accepted Meng Wange's breakfast, a stir of commotion erupted from the surrounding crowd. This is probably going to be the top headline on the school forum today. Title, Shocking.
The three most beautiful girls in school gather outside the boys' dormitory building and their purpose is.
Under Meng Wange's stunning looks and overwhelming aura, Su Ruo and Yang Chanxian seemed to fade into the background. Neither their family backgrounds nor their looks could compare to Meng Wange's. This act of delivering breakfast seemed to reinforce in Lin Zixuan's mind that they were no match for Meng Wange.
Yang Chanxian, on the other hand, was fine with it. Her original intention had always been to get Lin Zixuan's money. Whether he liked her or not was of no importance to her.
The fact that Meng Wange is a wealthy young woman is common knowledge.
Now that she has come forward voluntarily, it only further highlights Lin Zixuan's status.
It seems I need to make even greater efforts.
As for Su Ruo, a helpless smile lingered on her face.
One Yang Chanxian wasn't enough. Now even Meng Wange had to get involved. In front of Meng Wange, Su Ruo seemed to have no advantage at all. The only advantage she had was those 2 years in the past. The envious glances of the surrounding classmates fell upon her, how they wished that the person in the center of attention could be themselves. Of course, that was also unrealistic. After the breakfast commotion subsided, the crowd did not disperse immediately. Lin Zixuan took a bite of the fried dough stick and looked over at Meng Wange beside him. I wonder if the president has time to help a fellow student and take me to the classroom? The school is so big, and I'm a bit lost.
A third-year student about to enter their senior year claims to be lost on campus. This excuse is clearly made up.
However, Meng Wange did not refuse to spend time with Lin Zixuan.
Yesterday, when Meng Chang mentioned it, Meng Wange also looked into Lin Zixuan's background and gained some understanding of the story between Lin Zixuan and Su Ruo. Similar to Yang Chanxian's previous speculation, Meng Wange also believed that Lin Zixuan was a wealthy second-generation heir hiding his true identity. After being rejected, he began to reveal his true identity. As the daughter of a wealthy family that could be considered a small fortune, Meng Wange's love life was not something she could decide for herself.
Last night's conversation between Meng Chang and her was certainly not that simple.
The two of them walking together on the campus path naturally attracted the attention of almost everyone around them. The school's goddess, who had always been aloof and untouchable, was now within reach. She was actually accompanying a guy, and they looked quite intimate.
Zixuan, you're not what I imagined you to be.
On the way, Meng Wange complained to Lin Zixuan. At that moment, Lin Zixuan was walking forward while munching on the fried dough stick in his hand without any regard for his appearance. His mouth was practically dripping with oil. He didn't care at all about his appearance.
Lin Zixuan smiled casually. So, what do you think I should be like? A reckless playboy? Or a formal old-fashioned guy?
The playful banter brought the two of them closer together.
Meng Wange's eyes fluttered, and Lin Zixuan also heard the system's notification sound. Meng Wange's favorability rating, 5. I thought Zixuan would be like my brother. Speaking of my brother, he really gives me a headache.
When mentioning Meng Chang, Lin Zixuan recalled that, among yesterday's rich second-generation individuals, Meng Chang was actually quite capable. After all, he was the only one who had a brief conversation with Lin Zixuan about work and mentioned that he could be contacted for car purchases in the future. The others did not do so, which suggests that Meng Chang must have intervened in the family business. Many second-generation wealthy individuals, lacking the necessary capabilities, are unable to get involved in their family businesses.
However, compared to Meng Wange, Meng Chang is indeed a bit irresponsible.
The personalities of these two siblings are indeed quite different.
Come on, your brother seems a bit better than those people.
Lin Zixuan casually brushed it off with a remark, and Meng Wange followed suit with a nod.
However, compared to Zixuan, it seemed to fall short by a lot. The two chatted idly as they made their way to the building where Lin Zixuan's classroom was located. Manhwa opened the QR code on her phone and handed it to Lin Zishuan. Brother Zishuan, let's exchange contact information. If you ever get lost on campus again, you can reach out to me. As the student council president, I'd be happy to help my fellow students. Lin Zishuan didn't refuse, and the two exchanged contact information. Alright, President Meng, I wonder if there's anything else you can do to help the students besides this? Oh? Like what? Manhwa smiled and looked at Lin Zishuan. Lin Zishuan suddenly took a step forward, closing the distance between them. This action startled Manhwa, but she didn't flinch. For example, would you be willing to join me for dinner tonight? Manhwa snapped back to reality and took a couple of steps back. Where had this guy come from? How dare he get so close to her? She was momentarily speechless, but she didn't immediately accept the invitation to eat. Instead, she gave a cold snort. There are plenty of people who want to treat me to a meal. If you want to, you'll have to wait in line. Upon hearing this, Lin Zishuan shrugged his shoulders. Since that was the case, Lin Zishuan had actually lost interest. He was only looking for a tool, and if you were so busy, he could find someone else. Since that's the case, let's just forget about it. We'll talk about it when President Meng has time. After saying that, Lin Zishuan turned around and prepared to enter the academic building. This action left Manhwa stunned in her tracks once again. Something's wrong here. This isn't how the script goes. I was just being coy. Why didn't you keep inviting me? If you had, I would have agreed. Why did you just turn around and walk away? Manhwa hesitated for a moment before hurriedly calling out to Lin Zishuan's departing figure. She knew that Lin Zishuan was different from all the other boys she had encountered before. Zishuan, wait. Lin Zishuan looked at Manhwa in confusion, waiting for her to continue. Manhwa forced a sweet smile. I hadn't finished speaking yet. There are too many people who want to treat me to dinner, so I have to wait in line. But there aren't many people I want to treat to dinner. Zishuan is the first one. Are you free tonight? Chapter 34, Women Can't Be Pampered. Upon hearing this, Lin Zishuan stopped in his tracks and nodded in satisfaction. That's right, isn't it? Women need to be trained, otherwise, they won't behave themselves. Oh, I see. Well, that's fine. I happen to be free tonight. Manhwa let out a long breath and waved her hand with a smile. See you tonight. After making plans with Manhwa to have dinner, Lin Zishuan returned to the classroom once more. Speaking of which, it was already Friday, and it seemed like the light rain was expected to arrive tomorrow. I'm almost becoming a master of time management, but there are just too many tools to keep track of. From now on, I'll just ignore the really bad ones. However, Manhwa is somewhat intriguing and worth nurturing. She is the first wealthy young lady I have ever met. He took out his phone, which was still filled with a pile of messages. The messages about Su Ruo had been actively blocked by Lin Zishuan. They were still those pleas for reconciliation. Lin Zishuan had not the slightest bit of affection for this girl. Yang Shanshan, on the other hand, sent some apologetic messages, saying she didn't know Lin Zishuan preferred salty food and would be more careful next time. The most messages came from Liang Mo, and Lin Zishuan didn't respond last night. He asked Lin Zishuan if he wanted to come back to stay, saying he would cook for him. Lin Zishuan replied briefly, saying he wouldn't be returning in the next couple of days. With nothing else to do, he teased Shiryun a bit. Zishuan, I'm here for class. Come to think of it, our schools don't seem that far apart, do they? Shiryun is a local host, and she's indeed not far from Lin Zishuan. However, Xiaoyu is about to arrive unexpectedly, so the meeting with Shiryun will have to be postponed slightly. However, she wasn't idle. What's wrong? Did you want to see me? Shiryun, huh? Isn't that a bit sudden? I'm not ready yet. But I prepared a gift for Brother Zishuan. I'll give it to you when we meet. Lin Zishuan read this and became interested, asking a question. What kind of gift is it? Shiryun sent a playful emoji. I already said it's a gift, telling you would ruin the surprise. Zishuan will find out when the time comes. I'm not ready yet. I can't tell you. Lin Zishuan looked at her cute expression and smiled at the phone. Shortly after, Lin Zishuan also received a message from Tianya. Last night, after returning to the hospital, she paid her father's surgery fees. Although 2 million yuan wasn't an exorbitant sum, it was still an astronomical figure for an average family. Among them, Tianya's parents were also curious about the origin of their daughter's large sum of money, and Tianya didn't know how to explain it. However, her parents weren't exactly naive either. They could guess the general idea of how their daughter had managed to obtain such a large sum of money. The only thing she could rely on was her natural physical advantage. However, being able to come up with such a large sum of money, the other party must have excellent conditions, making him a suitable match. The parents did not press the matter further but instead offered some guidance to Tianya. Tianya once again thanked Lin Zishuan and asked if he needed her to accompany him. Perhaps Tianya had imagined herself in the role of someone being kept, but Lin Zishuan hadn't considered that yet. Tianya's feelings for him weren't growing very quickly, and since he had already made plans with Manhwa tonight, he decided to decline.
After a day of classes had passed. In the evening, Lin Zixuan arrived at the school gate as agreed. After waiting at the gate for a while, a Q7 pulled up smoothly in front of Lin Zixuan. The car window opened, revealing the figure of Manhwa inside.
Wearing a pair of sunglasses, she waved at Lin Zixuan. "Get in the car, Zixuan."
Lin Zixuan didn't expect this little rich girl to show up in her own car.
This saved him a lot of trouble.
Come to think of it, he should probably buy a car himself. After all, he now had over 2 million in savings, enough to afford one without relying on others.
But since the tools are there, why not use them?
I might as well take the time to research buying a car properly.
After getting into the car, Lin Zixuan glanced at Manhwa. "Isn't this car a bit too modest for someone of your status?" Manhwa giggled and shook her head. "I'm still a student. What do I need such a nice car for? Besides, my driving skills are just average. I don't have any plans to get a nice car right now.
If Zixuan likes cars, I can talk to my family about getting him a limited edition model."
Lin Zixuan nodded slightly. It was indeed time to buy a car. Many things were inconvenient otherwise. Plus, I'm actually a pretty good driver. Manhwa heard this and couldn't help but find it a bit odd. "Is this really how you drive?" She decided not to pursue the topic and instead asked a question. "What would you like to eat, brother Zixuan? I'll treat you tonight."
After all, Manhwa is a little rich girl, it won't cost her much to treat us.
However, Lin Zixuan has been eating too much rich food lately and isn't quite used to it.
"Let's go to that spicy hot pot place over there.
I really like it."
It's not that Lin Zixuan wants to save money, he genuinely believes that so-called Western food isn't as good as the spicy hot pot on the street. Of course, many people go to eat Western food not because they think it's delicious, but simply to consume for the sake of consuming. Lin Zixuan truly doesn't believe that eating a Western meal or staying at a 5-star hotel makes you any higher class than others.
Manhwa heard this and her gaze toward Lin Zixuan also changed slightly. He really is a low-key rich kid.
Eating street food together is actually a very happy thing, but wanting to eat street food and only being able to afford street food are two completely different concepts.
Manhwa stepped on the gas pedal, and the vehicle sped off. The spicy hot pot restaurant was just a short distance from the school, and the two soon arrived at their destination. They entered the store together, and most of the customers inside were also students from the school. They didn't recognize Lin Zixuan, but they could all recognize Manhwa to some extent.
Seeing their idol, the student council president, walking into a street stall with a guy in such a close manner, the expressions on their faces also betrayed their surprise. After placing their orders, they found a seat and sat down. Lin Zixuan seemed quite at ease, but Manhwa across from him looked a bit uncomfortable. He took out a pack of tissues from his bag and carefully wiped down the table and chair. The hygiene at the street stall was indeed a bit lacking. Lin Zixuan noticed this and made a teasing remark. "President Meng, you really are putting yourself out. You even came out to eat street food with me. If someone else invited you to eat spicy hot pot, would you come?" Manhwa across the street glared at Lin Zixuan. She also began to mutter under her breath. "What is brother Zixuan saying? There's nothing to be upset about. I actually like eating at places like this. As for the others you mentioned, they don't exist. I rarely go out alone with other guys." Chapter 35, Even Goddesses Are Ordinary People. Lin Zixuan still believed this. Manhwa had an aura that made people keep their distance, and he guessed that most people wouldn't dare to approach her and risk making a fool of themselves.
As for so-called second-generation rich kids, they might not even be as wealthy as Manhwa. Only those of the same social standing would be able to sit together. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of spicy hot pot were placed on the dining table. Lin Zixuan took a bite and found it tasted just like he remembered. Steak and foie gras couldn't compare to the spicy hot pot from the street stall.
Manhwa, though she spoke kindly, had indeed rarely come to such places. After taking a bite, she was surprisingly pleased with the taste. Today, the school forum was abuzz, of course because of what happened downstairs in the boys' dormitory this morning. Unbelievably, photos of the goddess having a date with Lin Zixuan at a street stall surfaced again in the evening. This made the boys at school filled with jealousy toward Lin Zixuan. However, they also knew that to win over the goddess, he must possess something they didn't know about, something that couldn't be described by the status of an ordinary university student. Everyone knows that spicy hot pot is something you can't resist eating, even if it makes you sneeze. Lin Zixuan glanced up and noticed that Manhwa, the so-called popular goddess, didn't look very presentable either. Her forehead was covered in tiny beads of sweat from the heat. With red oil on his lips, he held a napkin and sniffled. She looked just like any ordinary girl, with no difference in demeanor. So-called goddesses are just a status bestowed upon them by beggars. We're all just ordinary people. Take Manhwa, for example. Although she is the daughter of a wealthy family, there will always be someone richer than her. In the presence of those of a higher social standing, she can only be considered an ordinary person. I don't know when it started, but money has become a way to judge people's social class. It's very realistic, but also very sad. A bowl of spicy hot pot was quickly devoured by the two of them. They tried the street vendor's goddess dish and couldn't stop raving about the place. How about the taste? Not bad, right? Lin Zixuan asked with a smile, and Manhwa nodded. Yeah, it's really good. It seems like Brother Zixuan really knows how to find good food. I know more than just these. The rest will require further discussion. Lin Zixuan's offhand remark earned him a disapproving glance from Manhwa. The two of them walked out of the small shop by the roadside together. When it came time to pay, since Manhwa was paying, the shop owner smiled at Lin Zixuan. It seemed as though he was saying, "You're quite the guy, aren't you? You managed to find such a beautiful girlfriend, and she's even paying for dinner. This beauty isn't after your money, so what else could she want? It looks like she really likes you." Of course, Lin Zixuan himself had no idea what the boss was thinking. After leaving the small shop, Manhwa asked Lin Zixuan where he wanted to go. Lin Zixuan thought for a moment and didn't seem to have anywhere in particular he wanted to go. Let's go back to school, then we can go for a walk. Manhwa hesitated for a moment but didn't refuse. They drove back to school, parked the car, and then walked together around the campus. By 7 o'clock in the evening, the campus was filled with small groups of people. There were young couples walking side by side, occasionally making affectionate gestures. On the lawn, the young couple cuddled up together, sharing their frustrations about life and their hopes for the future. In fact, love during one's youth is always the most beautiful time of life and the most memorable. Splitting an ice pop in half, sharing a bowl of spicy hot pot, catching a discounted movie, and exchanging gifts during the holidays. Unfortunately, such love, I don't know when it started, has already ceased to exist as we've grown older. It seems that what we are facing is no longer as simple as "I like you, and you like me." Rather, it's like "I kind of like you, but you can't meet my expectations." Lin Zixuan looked around at the young couples and couldn't help but sigh. Not long ago, he had also dreamed of being with Su Ruo, standing beside them, and becoming one of them. However, Su Ruo's attitude toward me has always been such that she never wanted anyone to know about our relationship. Gradually, he seemed to have lost all the privileges that came with being her boyfriend. Lin Zixuan stood there lost in thought, but a gentle voice beside her broke her reverie. "Here you go." Lin Zixuan turned his head and glanced at Manhwa, who was holding 2 cups of milk tea. She handed one to Lin Zixuan. Looking at Manhwa in front of him, Lin Zixuan's gaze flickered for a moment. As he reached out to take the milk tea, Manhwa stepped forward at the right moment and tugged on Lin Zixuan's arm. "I'm a bit tired. Let's go sit over there." As she spoke, Manhwa pointed to the lawn on one side. Lin Zixuan didn't refuse and nodded. Perhaps Manhwa was going through the same struggles as him. She had never experienced the true nature of the emotions Lin Zixuan dreamed of. The two of them arrived at the lawn, sat down on the grass, and no longer had the status of a wealthy young lady to rely on. Manhwa looked like an ordinary woman you might see anywhere, though her beauty was more striking. She bit the straw of her milk tea and mumbled something indistinctly. "Zixuan, there's a birthday party for me next week. Will you come?" Lin Zixuan heard this and glanced at Manhwa beside him. Manhwa's birthday party was certainly not something that could be described as an ordinary birthday party. It was likely to attract many prominent figures from the business world. Lin Zixuan actually didn't like such occasions, but seeing the anticipation in Manhwa's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. He decided to agree. "Next week? Sure." Upon hearing Lin Zixuan agree, Manhwa smiled even more sweetly. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded in Lin Zixuan's ear. Manhwa's favorability rating, 5. This is the first girl whose affection rating has been steadily increasing without spending a single penny. She's not exactly a qualified tool, but she does have a certain charm. The two of them sat on the lawn for a long time, chatting aimlessly about this and that, exchanging meaningless words, and time slowly passed in this aimless manner. Before they knew it, it was almost time for lights out, so they had to part ways and return to their respective dorm rooms. Lin Zixuan lay on his bed, letting out a long sigh, as messages kept coming in on his phone. He picked up his phone and glanced at the top message, which was from Xiaoyu. "Zixuan, I'll be arriving in Seoul at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Can you pick me up at the airport? I'm afraid I might get lost." She also attached a photo of herself. Counting the days, tomorrow was the day she's supposed to arrive. "Alright, see you at the airport tomorrow." Chapter 36, The Sudden Rain. The next morning, Lin Zixuan got up early and tidied up. After all, it was their first meeting, and he wanted to make a good impression. Besides, it was the weekend, so there wasn't much to do. There were many people on WeChat who wanted to go out and play with Lin Zixuan, but he turned them all down. I hailed a taxi and headed straight for the airport. On the way, Lin Zixuan even dozed off for a moment. By the time they arrived at the airport, it was already 9:52, and the light rain was about to start. However, Lin Zixuan wasn't in a hurry. He walked slowly toward the interior of the airport. As he walked, he suddenly heard the system's notification sound.
A consumable item has been detected.
Lin Zixuan stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and glanced at a row of flight attendants in uniform, pulling their luggage, slowly exiting the airport. One of the flight attendants seemed particularly eye-catching, her legs wrapped in standard black stockings. In front of Lin Zixuan, her system panel also popped up.
Name, He Xiao. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 85. Likability, 0. With a beauty score of 85, she is considered a pretty woman, but she didn't particularly catch Lin Zixuan's attention. He only gave her a quick glance. He Xiao is a flight attendant for an airline. At that moment, she had just finished her flight and was walking out of the airport with a close friend. Numerous people around them were staring at He Xiao and her friend without restraint. He Xiao had long since grown accustomed to it, but she didn't feel particularly fond of the people around her either. The two women stood in a corner of the airport, seemingly waiting for a ride. Lin Zixuan, having nothing better to do, walked over to He Xiao's side. Hey, beautiful, can I add you on WeChat? Upon hearing this, He Xiao looked up and shot Lin Zixuan a disgusted glance. He Xiao's favorability rating, 20. Sorry, no WeChat. Oh, okay, sorry for bothering you. Lin Zixuan was just asking out of curiosity. Currently, his tools seemed to be sufficient for now. He wasn't particularly interested, so if they didn't want to add it, that was fine by him. You're even reducing my goodwill. Lin Zixuan turned away on his own, leaving He Xiaolu with a stunned expression. He Xiao had thought it was just another beggar trying to strike up a conversation, but this beggar didn't react like that after being rejected. Her best friend beside her covered her mouth and giggled softly. At that moment, a large crowd began to pour into the airport. They were clearly passengers who had just disembarked from the plane. Among them was a striking figure dressed in a beautiful princess dress, resembling a delicate doll. Standing at the height of a small potato, she didn't stand out much in the crowd. However, her doll-like appearance still drew the attention of almost everyone present. Of course, it was Wang Xiaoyu, the female streamer who had come to meet her older brother. Xiaoyu stepped out of the airport and looked around. Her face bore a look of concern. After all, meeting someone in person is a risky endeavor, and Xiaoyu's trip to Seoul this time was a gamble. If she can secure Lin Zixuan's support, she will definitely have a place in the upcoming major event organized by Moyu, and the income she could earn would be quite substantial. However, if Lin Zixuan is a sleazy middle-aged man, the sacrifice seems a bit too great. Beautiful lady, where are you heading? Let me give you a ride. Xiaoyu, who was deep in thought, heard a voice beside her and turned to see a greasy-looking man, just as she had imagined, smiling at her. Xiaoyu took a couple of steps back and shook her head. No, uncle, someone is coming to pick me up. The old man's expression clearly changed, pointing to a Bentley parked beside him, which looked to be worth over $1 million. Young lady, aren't you considering it at all? A car worth over $1 million isn't much in front of Xiaoyu. Just the money Lin Zixuan spent alone is already that much. Xiaoyu shook her head firmly once again. No, uncle, someone is really picking me up. Xiaoyu once again refused the old man's advances. At this moment, Lin Zixuan also noticed Xiaoyu's figure. Beautiful lady, let me give you a ride. Xiaoyu was about to refuse when she turned and exchanged a glance with Lin Zixuan. She blinked her big, sparkling eyes. Are you Moonfall brother? Lin Zixuan nodded. Let's go, Xiaoyu. I'll walk you home. A smile of relief spread across Wang Xiaoyu's face as she covered her chest, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. At the same time, Lin Zixuan also heard the system's notification sound. Detected consumable items. Name, Wang Xiaoyu. Height, 155 centimeters. Weight, 43 kilograms. Appearance, 84. Likability, 20. Wang Xiaoyu's initial likability is pretty good, and Lin Zixuan has spotted a potential target to pursue. Soon, the system's notification sound rang out again. Wang Xiaoyu's favorability increased by 20. Lin Zixuan paused for a moment and also noticed Xiaoyu's gaze. The first time Xiaoyu saw Lin Zixuan, she felt a lot more at ease, even though he wasn't particularly handsome. However, he was much better than she had expected, so Xiaoyu was naturally very happy. Lin Zixuan took Xiaoyu's luggage and walked toward the exit. Xiaoyu obediently followed behind Lin Zixuan. The middle-aged man watched their backs as they walked away. Damn it, this is unfair. He drives a Bentley, so what's wrong with him? That guy doesn't even look that handsome, and he doesn't even have a car. He's just poor. How can such a beautiful woman like someone so poor? The uncle was speechless for a moment, then decided not to bother anymore and continued looking for his next target. The taxi parking area was a bit of a walk away, and Lin Zixuan hadn't driven there, so it was quite inconvenient. However, Xiaoyu didn't think much of it. Lin Zixuan could easily spend 10 million, so how could he afford a car? It was probably just to keep a low profile, or maybe he didn't like the hassle of parking. As the two walked out of the airport, He Xiao and her best friend, who were not far away, also noticed them. Xiao Xiao, look, isn't that the guy who asked for your WeChat earlier?
The girl next to her is so cute, like a doll. Could she be his girlfriend? He Xiaosong followed her best friend's gaze and also noticed Lin Zixuan and Wang Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu wasn't as good looking as He Xiaosong, she had her own unique charm. Earlier, Lin Zixuan's indifferent expression made He Xiao feel a bit uneasy. A faint smile played at the corners of her mouth, as if she had thought of something. Wait here for me for a moment, I'll go have some fun. After saying that, He Xiao slowly walked toward Lin Zixuan's direction. Before long, He Xiao arrived beside the two of them. A gentle voice drifted softly. Hey, handsome, sorry about earlier. You wanted to add me on WeChat, right? Let's add each other as friends. He Xiao's face bore a smug smile as his phone displayed his QR code. Her purpose was simple, she wanted Wang Xiaoyu to argue with Lin Zixuan. However, it turned out that she was in for a disappointment. Chapter 37, The Elegant Doll. Lin Zixuan looked at He Xiao in front of him and understood her meaning. He calmly took out his phone. Alright, I'll scan yours. As the sound of the VX scan echoed, He Xiao received a friend request on his phone and his smile froze on his face. Something's wrong here. This isn't how the story goes. Isn't that doll beside him his girlfriend? Why isn't she upset when he asks another beautiful woman for her WeChat? Did I misunderstand? Is this beautiful woman his sister? She doesn't look like it either. Wang Xiaoyu, of course, noticed everything, but she wouldn't get angry over something like this. On the contrary, she just thought that Lin Zixuan was truly charming. Such a beautiful older sister even took the initiative to add her on WeChat. With how wealthy brother Yu Luo is, he must have plenty of women around him. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyu also took the initiative to link her arm through Lin Zixuan's. I've added you. Please accept the request. Lin Zixuan greeted He Xiao, who nodded numbly and accepted the friend request. He then watched as Lin Zixuan and Wang Xiaoyu's figures gradually disappeared into the distance. He was left alone, disheveled in the wind. As a flight attendant for an airline, she was not only attractive but had also encountered many people. Lin Zixuan looks like an ordinary beggar, so what could possibly be the reason that a beggar like him has a beautiful woman by his side who doesn't even get jealous? Is it because he's rich? He Xiao seemed to have thought of something, his eyes gleaming as he watched Lin Zixuan's back. Damn it, this guy must be a rich second-generation heir pretending to be a beggar here. Lin Zixuan, of course, had no idea what happened next. He dragged Wang Xiaoyu into a taxi. As for He Xiao, Lin Zixuan didn't give it a second thought. He simply added her as a friend on social media, leaving the rest to time. After getting into the car, Lin Zixuan glanced at Wang Xiaoyu. Let's go to the hotel first and put your things down. When Wang Xiaoyu heard the word hotel, she grabbed the hem of her skirt with her palm. Although she had some idea of what might happen, starting right away still felt a bit unsettling. However, since I had come all this way, Lin Zixuan wasn't some sleazy old man, so it seemed like there was no reason to refuse. Alright, I'll do as you say, big brother. Lin Zixuan instructed the driver to take them to the nearest 5-star hotel, as usual, and booked a presidential suite. Wang Xiaoyu placed her belongings in the room, sat on the bed, and looked a bit nervous. Lin Zixuan, having gained some experience from previous encounters, appeared much more at ease. He casually grabbed a bottle of red wine and poured himself a glass. Why did you suddenly decide to come over here to play? Lin Zixuan asked, and Wang Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before biting her lip. She decided to tell the truth. Yu Luo, the annual event for a certain fish platform is about to begin. This time, I really want to achieve a better ranking. Do you think you could give me a hand? Lin Zixuan heard this and understood Wang Xiaoyu's actions. So that's what it was about. She wanted him to help her organize this event, and the deal was her coming here in the first place. It must be said that Xiaoyu is a very smart person who knows how to maximize her benefits. When it comes to spending money, Lin Zixuan wouldn't refuse. However, he didn't agree immediately either. Lin Zixuan stood up with a mischievous smile and walked over to the bedside. Xiaoyu, feeling a bit scared, gripped the bedsheet tightly. At that moment, Lin Zixuan reached out a hand and grabbed Xiaoyu's chin. No problem, I can help you with this event. But it depends on how you perform. Wang Xiaoyu's mind went blank, and her body was involuntarily pushed to the ground by Lin Zixuan. Although it was still broad daylight outside, the two of them were already entangled together. Both of them knew why they were there today. This encounter lasted an extremely long time. How long exactly? Anyway, hearing Xiaoyu's pleas for mercy, Lin Zixuan couldn't bear it anymore. It seemed that, with the enhancement of the system's potions, he was indeed growing stronger and stronger. Afterward, Xiaoyu collapsed onto the bed, completely drained of energy. Lin Zixuan gently rubbed her body and asked, "Do you want to go out for dinner?" Wang Xiaoyu shook her head, her voice barely audible. No, I really don't have the strength anymore. Lin Zixuan didn't make things difficult for her either. He called the hotel and had them send it up. Such treatment was, of course, standard for a presidential suite. The two of them had a hearty meal at the hotel, and Wang Xiaoyu seemed to have recovered a bit. Looking at Lin Zixuan, her eyes were filled with ambiguity. After all, being skilled in such matters could indeed attract girls.
Wang Xiaoyu's affection level is 20.
In just a moment, Xiaoyu's favorability rating has already reached 60 points. As for the certain fish activity she mentioned, Lin Zixuan naturally agreed to it as well. He had only supported 3 female streamers on the platform.
The first one is Xiaoyu. There's also Pikachu, whom Lin Zixuan has been neglecting for several days now. Lin Zixuan didn't reply to Pikachu VX's message either. I wonder if this guy knows any better. If he really doesn't know any better, he's just missing a tool.
As for the final remark about the stream, Lin Zixuan clearly hadn't planned to invest much effort into it.
Supporting Xiaoyu seems to be the best option at the moment. As for whether we can win first place? Are you kidding me? My $10 trillion in loyalty funds are just for fun? I only gave a little effort, and that's already the limit for someone like me. After receiving Lin Zixuan's assurance, Wang Xiaoyu also smiled happily. That evening, Wang Xiaoyu suggested that she wanted to go live for a while, and Lin Zixuan did not refuse. Watching Xiaoyu come over to the sofa and start the live stream, Lin Zixuan, having nothing better to do, naturally went in to take a look as well. Welcome, Yu Luo. Although the two were under the same roof, Xiaoyu still greeted Lin Zixuan. This time, Lin Zixuan didn't say a word, he just handed over the money. The special effects of the super rockets filled the sky. In fact, Lin Zixuan was well aware of Xiaoyu's true purpose for going live. She wanted some gifts. Asking for money directly would have been too awkward to say. This was exactly the situation Lin Zixuan preferred. As a tool, just do the transaction, I'll spend some money on you, and you don't need to talk about feelings with me. Anything is negotiable. After spending roughly 1 million, Lin Zixuan exited the live stream. Scrolling through the messages on his phone, one message caught Lin Zixuan's attention. Do you think this bag is nice? The person who sent this message caught Lin Zixuan off guard. It was He Xiao, the flight attendant he had just met at the airport. He never expected this person to send him a message, and having seen similar messages before, Lin Zixuan understood her intentions. Glancing at the price tag, the handbag cost over 50,000 yuan. Chapter 38, The Flight Attendant's Invitation.
For Lin Zixuan, over 50,000 yuan was just pocket change.
This woman is quite interesting.
She ignored me when I asked for her WeChat earlier, but now she's coming to me on her own.
Lin Zixuan also felt a bit of interest.
Back then, Yang Qianxian used a perfume to lure him, and Lin Zixuan returned 10 times the favor.
But this time, Lin Zixuan only transferred 10,000 yuan. It's just a bag. Buy it. It's no big deal.
On the other side, He Xiao, wearing her pajamas, looked at the transfer on her phone and also wore an expression of astonishment. After counting carefully, it was indeed 10,000 yuan. After parting at the airport, the two didn't say a word. Upon returning, He Xiao was also very curious about what kind of ability Lin Zixuan possessed that allowed him to have a doll following him around. The only explanation was that he must be wealthy, but He Xiao saw no signs of wealth on Lin Zixuan, so she could only assume that was the case. She decided to test Lin Zixuan, but to her surprise, he sent 10,000 yuan without hesitation. He Xiao smiled as she accepted the transfer and played the green tea card.
Oh, big brother, that's not what I meant. I didn't ask you to buy it for me.
Brother, you transferred so much money to me.
Won't your wife be upset? Lin Zixuan saw the message, smiled, and casually replied. Without a sister-in-law, I'm single. Single?
Seeing those two words, He Xiao understood Lin Zixuan's meaning.
In the aviation industry, everyone understood what it meant.
He Xiao had seen a lot in his life and immediately understood the nature of the relationship between Lin Zixuan and Wang Xiaoyu.
If Lin Zixuan and Wang Xiaoyu could be together, did that mean he could too?
He Xiao was extremely confident in her figure and looks, and was considered one of the most beautiful women in the airline company. In the past, some unscrupulous businessmen had expressed interest in her, but all were rejected by He Xiao. Either they lacked the necessary qualifications or she simply found them unacceptable. Money is one thing, but you can't let someone be so unattractive when you're a young, beautiful woman.
You wouldn't resort to desperate measures, would you? Alright, brother. I won't be staying in Seoul for long. I heard there's a new Western restaurant that just opened and the food is pretty good. Do you have any plans tomorrow? After some deliberation, He Xiao decided to take the initiative. Lin Zixuan saw the message and responded with a casual reply. I'm busy tomorrow and have to accompany someone else. Let's talk about it in a couple of days.
Xiaoyu won't be leaving until Monday at the earliest, so I probably won't have time tomorrow either. They came all this way, and you've already slept, so you can't just not take them around.
That's clearly inappropriate.
He Xiao saw Lin Zixuan's reply and didn't think much of it, just replying politely.
Alright, I'll wait for my brother's message.
After finishing his chat with He Xiao, Lin Zixuan replied to the messages from the others.
Among them, our president Meng Di unexpectedly took the initiative to send a message to Lin Zixuan. Zixuan, I didn't see you at school today.
The student council has been really busy with all the tedious work, but at least I won't have to do it next year.
Manhwa is also a third-year student.
After she graduates next year, these tedious tasks will be passed on to the younger students.
If you're tired, take a break. It's not that important to you anyway. Lin Zixuan's reply elicited a cold snort from Manhwa. What do you know? I'm laying the groundwork for future management. After graduation, I'm definitely going into business.
Manhwa clearly wasn't going to be a pretty face. She definitely had her own plans after graduation.
Lin Zixuan didn't care about this. Is that so? Then President Meng should rest well.
After that, there was a full 10 minutes of silence.
Manhwa didn't respond, and of course Lin Zixuan didn't wait anxiously.
He glanced at the messages from others.
Several minutes later, Manhwa sent a photo.
In the photo, Manhwa clearly had just finished washing up, wearing no makeup, dressed in a cute KT anchor pajama set, and holding a stuffed toy in her arms. She exudes a youthful, girlish charm.
Zixuan, you're so busy, I won't bother you. I'm going to sleep first.
It must be said that even without makeup, Manhwa is still a first-rate beauty.
Lin Zixuan has never encountered a woman with a beauty score exceeding 90 points. The system's scoring is quite strict.
For example, Yang Chanxian and others are already widely recognized as beauties. However, their scores are all around 85, with Manhwa's 89 being the highest so far.
Alright, get some rest. Lin Zixuan replied casually.
The girl named Wang Xiaoyu in front of him had also ended her live stream. She had only been streaming to get some money from Lin Zixuan, so she wouldn't stay in the hotel for too long.
However, some fans noticed that Wang Xiaoyu was inside the hotel.
Additionally, Lin Zixuan spent so much money but didn't say a single word. In the past, Lin Zixuan would also spend a lot of money, but he would occasionally send some comments. Today, he didn't say a single word, leading some people to speculate. The two might be together, but Wang Xiaoyu hasn't directly addressed the issue.
It remains nothing more than speculation.
Moonlit brother, I'm exhausted.
Live streaming is so hard. Wang Xiaoyu climbed to the edge of the bed and vented to Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan shook his head helplessly. Live streaming is really tough. Although live streaming isn't as lucrative as it seems, it's a cutthroat industry.
Out of 10,000, or even hundreds of thousands, only one might manage to make a profit. However, live streaming remains a quick way to make money, and compared to those who earn their living through their own hard work, it is still much easier. Lin Zixuan gently ruffled Wang Xiaoyu's hair. It must be said that at just 1.5 meters tall, she looked like a delicate doll at that moment. If you're tired, just rest well.
Let's sleep together.
As soon as he said that, Wang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, recalling Lin Zixuan's wild actions from earlier that day. There was a mix of anticipation and fear.
Of course, this is something we cannot avoid. The next day, the two slept until late morning, as they were simply too exhausted from the previous night.
Wang Xiaoyu mentioned that she would be returning the next day, which was Monday, so Lin Zixuan took her to a high-end Western restaurant for a meal. Afterward, the two of them went to the mall, where shopping was naturally the main activity. Whatever Wang Xiaoyu showed even the slightest interest in, Lin Zixuan bought it for her.
Wang Xiaoyu's favorability rating also increased by 5 points, reaching 70 points.
However, by the next day, there had been no further increase. It seems that achieving the system-defined objective will require some time. Completing the strategy in one go was a bit unrealistic, but Lin Zixuan wasn't worried. Such opportunities would arise again in the future.
On Monday morning, Wang Xiaoyu left Seoul. This time, Lin Zixuan didn't see her off.
As she was leaving, Wang Xiaoyu specifically mentioned the annual event organized by Moyu this time, and Lin Zixuan naturally didn't forget either.
He readily agreed. Chapter 39, Borrowing Money. After Wang Xiaoyu left, Lin Zixuan stretched lazily.
This kind of thing still needed to be kept in check, even with the system's potions to enhance his abilities. The fatigue was very real.
Maybe you could go to the gym if you have time. The life of a wealthy individual is still rather mundane.
Every day is filled with various women, and as for so-called business ventures, they hold no meaning for Lin Zixuan. All he needed was to manipulate a tool, and the price he would receive was something they could never achieve even if they spent their entire lives in business. After leaving the hotel, Lin Zixuan prepared to return to school, with numerous messages still waiting on his phone. Sometimes there were too many messages, so Lin Zixuan naturally ignored them. After all, he wasn't there to chat, so he didn't have that much time. He took a taxi back to school. As soon as he stepped through the school gates, Lin Zixuan heard whispers all around him. Since the breakfast incident last time, Lin Zixuan had become somewhat famous within the school. Su Ruo, Yang Chanxian, and Manhwa were among the most beautiful girls in the school.
Su Ruo's reputation isn't great due to past incidents, and Yang Chanxian is even worse, she's a genuine gold digger. However, Manhwa was completely different.
She was the true goddess in the hearts of so many people.
Everyone began to speculate even more about Lin Zixuan's true identity. However, it remains nothing more than speculation.
Lin Zixuan walked toward the classroom, and a Q7 sped past him. A stylish drift came to a stop right in front of Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan was about to curse angrily, but when he looked up, the car seemed familiar.
Sure enough, the car window slowly opened, revealing the figure of Manhwa.
Wearing a pair of sunglasses, her pretty face seemed to be tinged with a hint of anger.
Hey, isn't this our busy little Lin Daishao? He even knows to come back to class. Didn't you see my message? I was busy all day yesterday with Wang Xiaoyu and didn't check my phone at all.
Manhwa, as a national goddess and a rich second-generation heiress, had never experienced such humiliation.
Coincidentally, she bumped into Lin Zixuan on campus. She couldn't help but confront him.
Lin Zixuan heard this and scratched his head awkwardly.
He had been busy with other matters yesterday and hadn't noticed. Why was President Meng so concerned about his personal affairs? Manhwa casually took off her sunglasses and glared at Lin Zixuan with a displeased expression. What could the young Master Lin be up to? Was he perhaps doing something inappropriate with some young lady? If that were the case, it would truly be a disturbance for you. Lin Zixuan felt a surge of jealousy as he heard these words. The more Lin Zixuan heard this, the more jealous he felt. Could it be that this guy has developed feelings for me? Lin Zixuan looked at Manhwa with a puzzled expression.
She was beautiful, had a great figure, and came from a good family.
It shouldn't be possible, right? It wasn't really an interruption, but the fact that President Meng was so concerned about me, could it be that he had developed feelings for me?
As soon as those words left her mouth, Manhwa's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and her fair face turned slightly red. As she closed her car window, she muttered a complaint under her breath to Lin Zixuan.
What are you daydreaming about? Don't talk nonsense. With those reproachful words, Manhwa closed her car window, stepped on the gas, and disappeared from Lin Zixuan's sight. Lin Zixuan smiled to himself. Manhwa's favorability rating 5. After a brief interlude, Lin Zixuan returned to the classroom.
The teacher's voice from the front of the classroom didn't disturb the students in the back row, who were busy with their own tasks.
Lin Zixuan also took out his phone. He checked the pile of messages. Wang Xiaoyu, I'm boarding the plane, Zixian. See you next time. The little girl has already boarded the plane.
I don't know when we'll meet again, but Lin Zixuan will still fulfill the promise he made.
Looking down further, Lin Zixuan noticed a pile of messages. It was actually sent by Tianya.
After parting ways at the bar last time, the two hadn't seen each other again.
Brother, can you lend me some money?
Lin Zixuan looked at the message and felt puzzled. He had given this girl 2 million last time, which should have been enough for her medical treatment.
Why was she asking for more money? However, Lin Zixuan didn't ask about the reason behind Tianya's request and transferred another $1,000,000.
Meanwhile, inside the hospital, Tianya leaned against a bench in the corridor, her eyes vacant and lifeless. The sound of a text message alert jolted her awake. She quickly opened her phone to check and saw a transfer of 1,000,000 yuan appear on her screen. After carefully counting the amount of the transfer, Tianya couldn't help but shed tears of joy. The 2 million yuan Lin Zixuan had given her last time, she had given it all to her parents, with the obvious purpose of helping her father with his medical treatment. However, her father's illness was like a bottomless pit, impossible to cure. In truth, no matter how much money they had, it could only prolong his life. Tianya watched her father in agony, her heart twisting in pain. She once again thought of Lin Zixuan, hoping he could lend her some money to try seeking treatment at a hospital in a major city, to see if there was any chance of a cure.
Brother, thank you. Can I come find you tonight?
Tianya was well aware that, aside from her own body, she had nothing else to offer Lin Zixuan. Their first meeting at the bar had already made Tianya aware of the gap in their social statuses.
She understood that there could be no future between them, and that becoming his girlfriend was simply unrealistic.
She was just an illicit mistress, and while Tianya initially resisted this role, she gradually began to accept it.
Xiaoya, what are you doing?
The ward door opened, and Tianya's mother emerged from the ward, dressed simply and looking exhausted. Seeing her mother, Tianya forced a smile. She walked up and hugged her mother around the waist.
Mom, I have money now. Let's transfer Dad to a bigger hospital.
I heard that the hospitals in Kyoto seem to have better technology, maybe they can treat Dad's illness. Mrs. Tian listened to her daughter's words and furrowed her brows slightly. The 2 million yuan from last time had already made her realize what had happened. As a mother, she naturally didn't want her daughter to do such a thing. She gently stroked her daughter's hair.
Sweetheart, give it up. Your father's illness is incurable. How much money did you take from them?
Tell your mother, and she'll try her best to pay it back.
As for your father.
The rest of what Mrs. Tian said remained unsaid, but Tianya understood her mother's meaning. Looking at her mother's gaze, there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. Many things in this world have no clear right or wrong.
The same thing can hold different meanings in the eyes of different people.
But one thing will never change: when money speaks, even truth falls silent.
Chapter 40, Request.
Tianya looked at her mother in front of her and shook her head heavily.
If at first, Tianya's goal was indeed to cure her illness, that was no longer the case now.
In the internet age, people have seen so many numbers that a million might not seem like much to anyone, especially since a house now costs over $1 million. However, when $1 million is actually placed in front of you, you will truly understand its value.
Tianya was the same at first.
When she saw Lin Zixuan spend money so freely, $2 million was no different from $2 to him.
Curing the illness was no longer the sole purpose. What was so bad about being an underground lover?
She could get more for herself.
Mom, I don't want to.
The mother heard Tianya's words and looked at her daughter in astonishment, unable to believe that such words had come from the mouth of a daughter who had always been so obedient.
My daughter, you?
Tianya lowered her head slightly, but her voice grew much firmer. Mom, if I had that much money, Dad could have received proper treatment from the start, and we wouldn't have to worry about money anymore.
Actually, money can solve many problems.
He was very kind to me, and I really liked him.
I understand what you mean, Mom, but...
Her mother looked at her daughter, seeming a bit unfamiliar, as if this girl had grown up a lot. After pondering for a long time, she opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she only let out a long sigh.
Lin Zixuan had no idea what was happening inside the hospital.
The message on his phone was from Tianya, saying she would come to find him tonight.
Lin Zixuan didn't refuse either.
He scrolled down through the messages on his phone, most of which were unremarkable, such as Liang Mo constantly saying he missed him. It seemed like she wasn't going to work either. A nursing job after graduating from a vocational school was no longer meaningful to Liang Mo. Han Shang, on the other hand, was the rare one to send her a message.
Mr. Lin, a new batch of plant decorations has arrived at Moonlit Bay. Would you like to consider redecorating your villa? The villa in Moonlit Bay was given to Liang Mo, and Lin Zixuan probably rarely goes back there. However, Lin Zixuan is quite interested in Han Shang, though not in a romantic way.
Han Shang's work capabilities were beyond question. Though nominally an employee of Yueluo Bay, he was effectively the private secretary of the owner of Villa No. 7. It would be beneficial to cultivate a relationship with Han Shang and have him follow me, as this would make future transactions much more convenient. As the saying goes, when there's work, the secretary is indispensable. When there's nothing to do, the secretary is just a secretary.
There's no better way to put it. There's no need to inform me about such a minor matter.
I trust your judgment. Please handle it as you see fit.
Han Shang, alright, Mr. Lin. Should we check with Ms. Liang first? No need.
If she asks, just tell her I arranged it.
Lin Zixuan didn't hesitate and replied immediately. Liang Mo's opinion wasn't that important either. A day of tedious classes passed by in boredom.
Among them, Lin Zixuan briefly checked the school forum, as the semester was about to end soon. On the forum, most of the posts were from students complaining. I broke up with Su Ruo on May 20th.
Now it's almost June. This semester only has 1 month left, and Lin Zixuan is about to enter his final year of university. It's time to start planning for the upcoming vacation. During holidays, Lin Zixuan usually doesn't go home but stays in Seoul to work part-time and save money.
Now, working part-time seems unnecessary. I'll wait until summer break to see how things are going and decide whether to stay in Seoul or go somewhere else.
He took out his phone and checked the message sent by Tianya.
This time, Tianya had arranged to meet at a hotel near her school.
Lin Zixuan looked at the address and raised an eyebrow in confusion. What was this girl planning to do by inviting him to a hotel? Although they were likely to stay together that night, shouldn't they have dinner first according to the usual procedure? With a sense of confusion, Lin Zixuan arrived at the agreed-upon location. It was the same presidential suite in the hotel. After all, he had just transferred 1 million yuan to Tianya. As the door opened, Lin Zixuan slightly narrowed his eyes. Inside the room, Tianya's wet hair hung down over her chest. She looked like she had just taken a shower, wearing only a thin set of clothes, with lace-patterned underwear covering the sensitive parts of her body. The neon lights in the room enhanced the hotel's ambience.
Even Lin Zixuan, who had recently gone through a lot, felt a slight restlessness.
It seems like this girl came prepared. Tianya glanced up at Lin Zixuan.
Although she had prepared thoroughly, she still seemed a bit nervous at that moment. She slightly crouched down and knelt on the ground. He undid Lin Zixuan's shoelaces.
"Sir, let me help you." Tianya's unusual behavior caught Lin Zixuan off guard, but he didn't refuse. He silently accepted Tianya's service.
After helping Lin Zixuan change his shoes, Tianya led Lin Zixuan to the dining table. On the table, 2 pink candles were placed, complementing the dim lighting around them.
It creates a unique atmosphere. Lin Zixuan remained silent, wanting to see what this girl was up to. After sitting down, Tianya poured Lin Zixuan a full glass of red wine. When she lowered her head, due to her clothing, she couldn't help but reveal a glimpse of her allure. Tianya didn't know if it was intentional or if she hadn't noticed. After finishing everything, Tianya finally sat down across from Lin Zixuan. Her face was flushed with a hint of blush. "Brother, how is it? Do you like it?" Lin Zixuan picked up the red wine glass in front of him, took a sip, and smiled mischievously. "Not bad, I like it. Go ahead, what are you up to, little girl? Is $1 million not enough? Lin Zixuan asked, and Tianya seemed hesitant to speak.
After a moment, Tianya bit her lip, seeming to make up her mind.
She looked at Lin Zixuan in front of her and asked, will you support me financially?
Lin Zixuan didn't expect Tianya to make such a request on her own, even though he had originally paid 2 million yuan for her virginity. He had already sensed this, but when he brought it up, their status had changed once again.
Oh? Lin Zixuan looked at Tianya with great interest.
Tianya decided to go all in and directly stated her demands.
My first time is already yours. If you're willing, I'll be your woman from now on. I promise to be there whenever you need me and won't disturb your life.
I won't interfere with your relationships with other women either. I want a house in the downtown area of Seoul, priced at over 5 million, a car worth over 1 million, and 50,000 in pocket money every month.
Chapter 41, Agreement Reached.
Tianya finished stating all her demands in one breath and bowed her head deeply, perhaps out of nervousness. She felt her breathing quicken, and her heart was racing.
What should I do? What if he rejects me? Am I really worth that much? Lin Zixuan listened to Tianya's demands and just smiled casually. This girl is sensible, talking about money is the right approach. If you don't mention emotions, everything else is negotiable.
Although I don't particularly like Tianya, if you really think about it, it might not be just this much money, but it's not my money either. Moreover, the money invested will eventually be returned to me in greater amounts.
Finding the right tool is also very important for oneself.
You can use Tianya's name to buy a house and a car, and in this way, you can transfer the lapdog status to yourself. Such a good opportunity, Lin Zixuan naturally wouldn't refuse.
Alright, no problem. I'll give you 1 million a month.
As for the house and car, I'll buy them for you within the next couple of days. Tianya heard this and immediately looked up, her eyes brimming with surprise as she gazed at Lin Zixuan.
Really? Brother? No, husband. Lin Zixuan leaned back slightly and patted his own leg.
Tianya's cheeks flushed slightly as she took 2 steps forward, kneeling slowly before Lin Zixuan. She reached out and undid his belt. Under the dim, romantic lighting, the atmosphere was tinged with a unique, alluring ambience. A deal was also sealed in such a room.
That evening, Lin Zixuan naturally stayed the night here. Tianya also did not go to the hospital. She was just lying by Lin Zixuan's ear, telling him about her father.
He expressed his hope to be transferred to a better hospital so that he could have more time to accompany Lin Zixuan.
Lin Zixuan didn't think much of it and agreed immediately.
The next morning, Lin Zixuan called Zhang Shuntian again.
The phone rang, and Zhang Shuntian's hearty laughter came through. Hey, Lin, why did you think of contacting me? Last time I heard from my son, he said you got along pretty well with him. In a small place like Seoul, our circle is definitely not up to your standards, Lin. If you have the time, you could give these good-for-nothing kids a little guidance. Clearly, Zhang Shuntian also believed that Lin Zixuan was a wealthy second-generation heir from a big city. Lin Zixuan didn't explain anything either. The purpose of his call was to buy a house for Tianya.
Zhang Shuntian, who was in the construction materials business, clearly knew the ins and outs of the industry better.
Mr. Zhang, I'm reaching out to you this time because I'm looking to buy a house. Do you happen to have any good properties available? I'm looking for a ready-to-move-in property.
Upon hearing that Lin Zixuan wanted to buy a house, Zhang Shuntian also became more serious.
Buying a house? A villa in Yueluo Bay? Doesn't Lin Zixuan like it? That's a problem. There don't seem to be any better houses in Hancheng than in Yuluo Wan. Lin Zixuan hurriedly interrupted Zhang Shuntian's words. No, it's for someone else. We don't need a big villa.
A spacious apartment in the city center or a condominium would be fine, priced at over 5 million.
It would be best if this could be finalized within the next few days.
As a shrewd individual, Zhang Shuntian immediately understood Lin Zixuan's meaning.
Alright, no problem. Lin, you can rest assured.
Within 3 days, I'll have Han Sheng take you to see the property, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. After hanging up, the two of them hung up the phone because they had made the call in front of Tianya.
Tianya's face also bore a faint smile. Tianya's favorability rating is 10.
Her favorability has increased again to 60 points, but more effort is needed to complete the guide.
I've taken care of the house matter. For now, you can stay at this hotel. As for the car, you can choose the model you like over the next couple of days. Once you've made your choice, just let me know. Tianya obediently nodded her head, not arguing with Lin Zixuan's words.
As for the 1 million yuan in pocket money for this month, Lin Zixuan was not stingy and transferred the money directly to Tianya. 2 days later, in the heart of Hancheng City.
In a lavishly decorated apartment, Han Chang entered the password and opened the door.
Lin Zixuan followed closely behind, bringing Tianya into the room with him.
Tianya looked around.
This was clearly the house intended for her. Han Shang was highly efficient. In just 2 days, he had selected 3 houses that met Lin Zixuan's requirements.
Mr. Lin, these are the properties I selected for you from Mr. Zhang.
I believe this one is the most suitable option, with a market price of approximately 6 million.
Please take a look and let me know if you're satisfied.
Han Sheng introduced the house to the two of them, his eyes lingering on Tianya as he glanced around the room.
At first glance, Han Sheng understood Lin Zixuan's purpose for buying the house. Someone like Lin Zixuan, a wealthy young heir, would certainly not have just one woman.
Originally, seeing Lin Zixuan lavishly spending money to buy the villa in Yueluo Bay for Liang Mo, everyone assumed that was Lin Zixuan's legitimate wife.
After spending a few days together, Han Sheng also came to understand that Liang Mo wasn't really that important to Lin Zixuan.
Lin Zixuan grew even more mysterious in Han Sheng's eyes.
No matter how many girls appeared by his side, Han Sheng wouldn't be surprised. I think it's okay. What about you? Lin Zixuan seemed fairly satisfied with the house and turned to glance at Tianya. Tianya nodded firmly. The house also met her requirements.
Just yesterday, her parents had already set off for Kyoto to secure better medical care for her father, and all of this was thanks to Lin Zixuan.
Tianya was well aware of what she needed to do. I think it's pretty good. Seeing Tianya nod in agreement, Lin Zixuan didn't say anything else.
He gave Han Sheng a nod and transferred 6 million directly. Han Sheng replied that there was no need for such a large sum, as Zhang Shuntian would certainly give Lin Zixuan a discount. Originally, Zhang Shuntian had planned to give this house to Lin Zixuan, but upon recalling the incident at Yuelu Bay and considering that Lin Zixuan certainly wasn't too short on money, he changed his mind.
Money can be repaid, but favors cannot. Forcing the gift on Lin Zixuan would only make him more resentful toward me. That's why I didn't mention it. Lin Zixuan waved his hand. It's fine. Keep the extra money.
You can use it to decorate the house in Yueluo Bay when you have nothing to do. Han Sheng replied casually with a smile and nodded.
After settling Tianya's housing, the only thing left was to buy a car.
Tianya had been looking for 2 days, but she wasn't very knowledgeable about cars, so she looked at many options without making a decision.
Lin Zixuan was also planning to buy a car, as Meng Wanga's family was in the car business.
Of course, going through them was the best option, but this time, Lin Zixuan didn't contact Meng Wanga directly. Instead, he called her older brother, Meng Chang.
Chapter 42, Car Show. Hey, Xiangu, why did you think of your little brother? We're planning to go to the bar tonight. Do you have time, Xiangu? Lin Zixuan wasn't very interested in the gatherings of rich second-generation kids and directly refused, explaining his background. Forget about playing around.
I called you this time because I plan to buy 2 cars.
Do you have any good recommendations? What? Xiangu wants to buy a car? Meng Chang smiled after hearing Lin Zixuan's intentions. What a coincidence.
Xiangu, there's a car show at the Hancheng Trade Center tomorrow afternoon.
If you have time, you should check it out. There will be some sports cars available for immediate purchase, though the prices aren't too high. If Xiangu is looking for a supercar in the millions, he'll need to wait a bit longer and have it custom made.
Lin Zixuan has a driver's license. He obtained it during the vacation after the college entrance exam. However, after all this time, he hasn't had many opportunities to drive, so his driving skills are still quite rudimentary. Starting off with $1 million supercar wouldn't be very useful, and I don't need a car to impress anyone. That's the behavior of a nouveau riche.
That's not necessary. A car in the $1 million range would be sufficient. Lin Zixuan stated his requirements, and Meng Chang replied that it was completely fine.
Tomorrow's auto show will feature many such vehicles, all available for immediate purchase.
Lin Zixuan can go take a look then. Lin Zixuan naturally agreed. He made plans with Meng Chang to go to the car show tomorrow afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zixuan lay on the bed while Tianya tidied up the living room. Her family background wasn't good, and since she was quite obedient, she was very hardworking at home out of filial piety. Now, in front of Lin Zixuan, she naturally wanted to make an effort. She couldn't just be a delicate flower who couldn't do anything. Lin Zixuan watched Tianya's actions and offered to help her find a nanny, but Tianya refused, insisting that she would take care of her own home herself. Lin Zixuan didn't say much more about it. The following afternoon, at the Hancheng Business Center, Lin Zixuan and Tianya got out of a taxi. Due to the car show today, the area was packed with people. Lin Zixuan stood where he was and looked around, noticing that Meng Chang was already heading in his direction. Today, Meng Chang was dressed in a suit and tie, looking very formal. After all, his family was one of the main sponsors of the car show. He is also responsible for maintaining order here. Mr. Lin, you're here. This car show is a rare event in Seoul, but I'm afraid you won't find any cars here that meet your standards. As he spoke, Meng Chang glanced at Tianya and, of course, recognized her identity. He sighed inwardly, thinking, this girl is truly lucky. A bar girl who managed to catch Mr. Lin's eye. Her future is bright indeed. As for his own sister, Meng Wanga, and Lin Zixuan's relationship, Meng Chang hadn't pried too much into it, and it seemed like he didn't know what had happened between the two of them. I don't plan on buying any luxury cars either. I just want something simple to get around in. Meng Chang heard this and smiled awkwardly. Mr. Lin is really modest.
If only I were as wealthy as Lin Zixuan, I could easily purchase a villa in Yueluo Bay and treat myself to a limited edition luxury vehicle.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be befitting of my status. Of course, Meng Chang didn't say any of this out loud.
The three of them entered the convention center together. Meng Chang had originally intended to act as a guide for the two, introducing them to the vehicles on display. However, Lin Zixuan declined, and Meng Chang felt a bit self-conscious, saying he'd just take a look around on his own.
Meng Chang assumed Lin Zixuan didn't want to be disturbed, so he didn't linger by Lin Zixuan's side and left on his own.
Lin Zixuan, however, took Tianya and began strolling around the car show venue. The cars on the outermost perimeter were all priced at around 10 or 20,000, or even 30 or 40,000.
Vehicles designed for mass transportation, though not particularly expensive, have sales figures that rank among the top in the industry.
As for so-called luxury cars, they may not sell a single unit in months or even a year.
Lin Zixuan didn't linger around the cars on the outskirts. He directly took Tianya and walked into the venue reserved for luxury cars. As soon as he entered, Lin Zixuan heard the system's notification sound. Lin Zixuan glanced over in confusion, noticing it on his right side.
There was a red sports car parked there. From the emblem, it appeared to be a Ferrari, but Lin Zixuan wasn't sure of the exact model. The key point was that beside the Ferrari's body, there was a car model wearing very little clothing. Her snow-white legs, barefoot, were planted firmly on the ground, striking a standard model pose. Surrounded by journalists, the woman's face was adorned with her signature smile as flashes from cameras flickered around her. In front of Lin Zixuan, the woman's system panel also popped up.
Name, Zhang Yingxue. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Appearance, 84. Likability, 0. As expected of a Ferrari model, her looks could rival those of many so-called goddesses. However, such favorability doesn't amount to much in the presence of Lin Zixuan, who has an abundance of tools at his disposal. After glancing around and losing interest, he was about to leave when Tianya, standing beside him, pulled him back. Let's go over there and take a look. I want to buy a sports car.
The direction Tianya pointed to was the Ferrari.
Indeed, sports cars are something no one can resist.
Whether they're guys or girls. A stylish and eye-catching appearance can attract the attention of most people.
Following Tianya, they pulled up to the front of the vehicle.
Zhang Yingxue glanced at the two of them. She had also noticed Lin Zixuan's gaze earlier.
However, she didn't find anything amiss.
This job, after all, required dealing with countless stares and cameras pointed directly at her face. Zhang Yingxue had long since grown accustomed to it.
When the two entered, a staff member walked up to Lin Zixuan.
He introduced the car to Lin Zixuan.
This is a Ferrari 488. The base price is around 4 million, but you'll need to add optional accessories. Sports cars generally require custom accessories. When you factor in the additional costs, the price is nearly double, with the total coming in at around 7 million. Upon hearing the price, Tianya felt a bit disappointed. The two had originally agreed on a car in the $1 million range, but 7 million was clearly excessive. Tianya knew that Lin Zixuan had already spent a lot of money on her, and buying a $7 million car was indeed hard to justify. Never mind, let's go check out something else. Tianya whispered tentatively. From Tianya's expression, Lin Zixuan could tell that the girl truly liked this car. 7 million and 1 million were practically the same to Lin Zixuan. He looked at the staff member in front of him and asked a question. Do you have any in stock? I'd prefer to pick it up within the next few days. Custom orders take too long. Chapter 43, Car Model. Tianya heard this and froze for a moment, looking at Lin Zixuan in astonishment. Lin Zixuan's words clearly meant he wanted to buy it for her. Tianya felt a touch of gratitude. After all, their relationship was purely transactional, and Lin Zixuan clearly didn't need to invest so much. It seemed like he didn't just see me as a toy. However, it was clear that Tianya was overthinking it. Buying it was the right decision, but there was no emotional attachment. It was simply a matter of getting a better return on the investment. The staff member was also very professional, wearing their signature smile, and nodded in agreement. Sir, I have a brand new car in stock here, featuring popular accessories, which I believe you will like. However, the total price is over 7 million. Would that be acceptable to you? Upon hearing that it was in stock, Lin Zixuan nodded in satisfaction. No problem, I'll pay the full amount now, and I'd like to pick up the car within 3 days. The woman in front of him smiled even sweeter. She had mentioned these so-called luxury cars earlier, but in reality, they hadn't sold a single one in months, so their commissions were naturally very high. No problem, sir. Please follow me. I'll take you to sign the contract. Lin Zixuan didn't follow them but took out his phone and transferred 8 million yuan to Tianya. You go ahead. I'll wait here for you. Lin Zixuan ruffled Tianya's hair, and Tianya finally snapped out of her shock. Tianya's affection level 5. A car worth 7 million, a house worth 5 million, and transfers to himself in just a few days. Lin Zixuan had already spent over 10 million on himself.
This was a figure that Tianya had never even dared to imagine before. Following the woman to sign the contract, Tianya still felt that life had a touch of fantasy to it. Standing by the car, Zhang Yingxue took it all in. Earlier, Lin Zixuan's gaze had left an impression on Zhang Yingxue, prompting her to casually pull out 7 million to buy the car. His net worth must be at least 50 million or more. Even over 100 million is quite normal. Zhang Yingxue adjusted her posture, adopting a more alluring pose, with a smile on her lips that carried a hint of seduction. As she watched Tianya leave, Zhang Yingxue couldn't help but ponder in her heart. Should she come find me? Would she ask for my contact information? Zhang Yingxue had a certain level of confidence in her figure, though not as much as Tianya. She was still considered a beauty. Plus, as a car model, she knows that the people who come to buy cars are all quite knowledgeable. However, after waiting for a long time, Lin Zixuan didn't make a single move. Although the contract signing process was quite tedious, Tianya didn't know when she would return. Zhang Yingxue seemed a bit anxious, unsure of the nature of Lin Zixuan's relationship with Tianya, but it was clearly inappropriate to discuss it in front of others. At that moment, Zhang Yingxue cleared her throat twice. She found an excuse, walked barefoot to Lin Zixuan's side, and said, "Brother Lin, I have something to tell you. Sir, our shop is currently running a promotion. You recently purchased a vehicle, and there are some after-sales matters I need to discuss with you. May I add your contact information?" This reason is clearly made up. What after-sales matters could possibly have anything to do with you, a car model? Lin Zixuan smiled and glanced at Zhang Yingxue, of course understanding her meaning, and did not refuse. The reason was the system's prompt. Zhang Yingxue's favorability rating is 20. No problem. Lin Zixuan accepted Zhang Yingxue's friend request, and Zhang Yingxue also breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, they had exchanged contact information, so there would be opportunities in the future. She returned to her seat on her own and adjusted her posture. She did not rashly make excessive contact with Lin Zixuan. Tools like this are never in short supply, and since this girl had come to him willingly, adding her as a friend seemed harmless enough. Lin Zixuan waited for a while, and Tianya also came out from behind, stating that the car could be picked up that day, with just a few remaining procedures to complete. He would stay there and wait for a while. As she spoke, she gently kissed Lin Zixuan's cheek. Upon hearing Tianya say this, Lin Zixuan decided to go out for a walk on his own and buy himself a car as well. Of course, he couldn't use his own name. Although he had over 50 million yuan in his hands, it was all his own money, and he felt pain to spend even a single yuan. As for the system's money, it doesn't matter. It's not my own money, so I don't feel bad spending it. After walking a few steps, Lin Zixuan heard the system's prompt again. A significant portion of these luxury car models met the system's requirements. In just a moment, Lin Zixuan spotted 5 women scoring above 80 points. It seems like if you ever need some help, you should come here more often. Lin Zixuan didn't actively add anyone's contact information either, and eventually bought a Porsche 911. The price was roughly around 3 or 4 million. The same name, Tianya, was written, and when Tianya signed her name, she felt a bit curious, but she didn't ask about it. After all, it was her own name, so it couldn't be anything bad. Lin Zixuan also got his first car, though it wasn't anything special, it was at least a means of transportation. After a busy day at the car show, 2 sports cars roared out. Lin Zixuan gave them a quick test drive and found that his driving skills were nothing to write home about. He needed more practice. After leaving the auto show venue, Tianya asked Lin Zixuan if he was going home tonight. However, Lin Zixuan refused, as he had spent the past 2 days with Tianya and felt it was time for a change. Lin Zixuan planned to return to his villa in Yueluo Bay tonight. After all, it was his own home, and he hadn't been back in a long time. Just as Lin Zixuan was about to drive back to the Moonfall Bay villa, a message popped up on his phone, catching Lin Zixuan's attention. "Master Lin, have you forgotten about me? I'm leaving Seoul tomorrow morning. Do you have time to have dinner with me tonight?" The message was sent by He Xiaofan. It was the flight attendant he met when he picked up Wang Xiaoyu. At the time, Lin Zixuan had agreed to go with her to that Western restaurant. But with so much going on, he completely forgot about her. It seems like He Xiaoming is leaving Seoul tomorrow. Lin Zixuan pondered for a moment. Going to see him wouldn't hurt, and he hadn't eaten yet anyway. He decided to agree. "Send me the address." "Do you need me to pick you up?" He Xiao quickly replied, "No need, I have a car." He then shared his location and sent it to Lin Zixuan's phone. The location was right near the car show venue. After checking the route, Lin Zixuan drove toward his destination. Since he wasn't very familiar with his own car yet, it took him 10 minutes to cover the short distance before he finally arrived at his destination. After getting out of the car, he noticed that the restaurant was decorated very luxuriously. He had heard from Yi Xiaoxiao before that it seemed to be a newly opened high-end restaurant in Seoul. The doorman at the entrance glanced at Lin Zixuan's vehicle and his eyes flickered briefly. 3 or 4 million yuan wasn't much for Lin Zixuan, but to the average person, it still qualified as a luxury car. Sir, let me help you park the car.
Please go ahead. Chapter 44, How to Win Over the Goddess. Lin Zixuan nodded slightly, handed the car keys to the doorman, and walked into the store on his own.
Unnoticed by Lin Zixuan, a young man watched his back, his eyes flashing with a gleam of sharpness.
Lin Zixuan? How did he end up here? This car must be worth over 3 million, right? This guy is named by Xiaohao, a university classmate of Lin Zixuan, though they weren't really classmates, just alumni.
He is also considered a small-time rich kid within the school, but compared to someone like Manhwa from a wealthy family, he still falls short by a significant margin. He could only be considered a second-generation rich kid of Huang Heng's caliber. Right after university started, Bai Xiaohao was deeply attracted to Meng Wange, but with Meng's standards, she naturally didn't give him the time of day.
Bai Xiaohao didn't give up and launched a relentless pursuit.
Every time he was rejected by President Meng, he took solace in the fact that Meng Wange had never gotten particularly close to any other boys, leading him to believe that he still had a chance. However, just a few days ago, the breakfast incident, coupled with the leaked photos of Lin Zixuan and Meng Wange being photographed in a close embrace, circulating on the confession wall, left Bai Xiaohao feeling deeply distressed. He had been speculating about Lin Zixuan's identity, and now, upon seeing Lin Zixuan's vehicle, he had a much clearer understanding of the situation. Bai Xiaohao stroked his chin and decided to follow and take a look. Following closely behind Lin Zixuan, he entered the Western-style restaurant. Lin Zixuan chose a window seat and casually ordered a few items, all of which were the most expensive items on the menu. He Xiao, that girl, was clearly someone who loved to show off.
Ordering the most expensive items was always the right choice. After Bai Xiaohao arrived, he sat behind Lin Zixuan, in a position where he could easily notice Lin Zixuan's location. Judging by Lin Zixuan's demeanor, it was clear he was waiting for someone. It wasn't just about coming here to eat. Bai Xiaohao suddenly had a bad feeling. Damn it, is this guy having dinner with my goddess?
At this thought, Bai Xiaohao's expression immediately changed.
Just then, a striking figure walked in from the doorway. She looked around cautiously. Finally, he slowly walked over to Lin Zixuan's side. Sorry, Mr. Lin, I'm late. There was some traffic tonight, and I made you wait. Lin Zixuan glanced up at He Xiao but didn't seem to mind. It's okay, I just got here too. Sit down. He Xiao slowly sat down across from Lin Zixuan, looking dignified and composed. Behind her, Bai Xiaohao let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't his goddess. Just as Bai Xiaohao let out a sigh of relief, he furrowed his brows again, glaring at Lin Zixuan with a hint of anger in his eyes. Damn it, this isn't right. You have such a beautiful woman like Meng Wange, yet you don't appreciate her and go around flirting with other women? You're a scumbag, a real scumbag. Wangu, it turns out only I truly love you. Bai Xiaohao grew increasingly angry as he watched Lin Zixuan. He found an angle and secretly took a photo of Lin Zixuan on a date with He Xiao, intending to send it to Meng Wange at the first opportunity, so she could see Lin Zixuan's true colors. If that happened, the goddess would surely lose all hope, and he could strike when she needed him most, surely winning her heart in one fell swoop. Bai Xiaohao believed that the plan he had devised was flawless. Of course, one photo might not be enough. Bai Xiaohao's gaze remained fixed on Lin Zixuan and He Xiao. Lin Zixuan, being turned away from Bai Xiaohao, did not notice, while He Xiao, of course, saw everything. However, in her line of sight, Bai Xiaohao was clearly captivated by his own good looks. He Xiao deliberately tidied up her clothes, not wanting the wealthy gentleman to think too much of her. Cough, cough, rich guy, thank you for the bag you gave me last time. I'll drink to you. The dishes were gradually brought to the table. He Xiaokai opened a bottle of red wine, raised his glass, and drank it in one gulp. Actually, a bag worth 100,000 yuan. If He Xiao hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten about it himself. Lin Zixuan didn't mind either. It's okay, it's not worth much. Things that aren't worth anything? He Xiao silently repeated this phrase to himself. In truth, He Xiao still harbored doubts about Lin Zixuan's true abilities. She suspected that Lin Zixuan was a rich second-generation heir because of Wang Xiaoyu, and also because he had transferred 100,000 yuan to her afterward. But that wasn't really that much money. But Lin Zixuan's calm demeanor clearly wasn't an act. He Xiao also decided to test the waters further. Mr. Lin, did you drive here? My car is a bit old and difficult to drive. I don't know what kind of car you drive. Would you be able to give me a ride home tonight? Lin Zixuan glanced at He Xiao. He had seen her around a lot lately and couldn't help but feel that her approach was a bit tacky. However, Lin Zixuan was just being honest. The 911 at the door is mine. 911? He Xiao's eyes flashed with a gleam of sharpness. Though it wasn't a top-tier luxury car, it was at least a sign of Lin Zixuan's status as a wealthy second-generation heir. There was no doubt about that. The dishes were served one after another. He Xiao, who was clearly no stranger to such settings, glanced at the items on the table and immediately knew their approximate prices. The total bill for this meal would easily exceed 5 figures. He Xiao's smile grew even broader. During their meal, He Xiao, dressed in a black long dress, her legs wrapped in black stockings, wore a pair of high heels.
She showcased her slender figure to perfection. During the meal, He Xiao crossed one leg over the other, resting it on her thigh, and kicked off one shoe. Her bare foot, wrapped in black stockings, gently rubbed against Lin Zixuan's legs.
Lin Zixuan felt something unusual on his legs and looked down.
Noticing this, he furrowed his brows.
Damn it, taking off your shoes just to eat a meal? Just eat your meal. What are you doing?
Lin Zixuan shouted angrily, and He Xiao's smile froze on her face.
This script is wrong too, isn't it?
Surprised as she was, He Xiao reacted quickly, put on her shoes, and sat up straight again with dignity.
I apologize, Mr. Lin. My shoe fell off earlier, and I couldn't find it. I apologize for the disturbance.
Lin Zixuan picked up a piece of steak, with no intention of cutting it, and placed it directly at his mouth.
He bit down hard, tearing off a piece, and swallowed it.
It looked utterly unrefined, and this action only deepened He Xiao's impression of Lin Zixuan.
Sure enough, Lin Zixuan seemed as though he was just going downstairs for a casual meal at this upscale Western restaurant.
Without a fortune of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, it was impossible for him to act this way. He Xiao also made an effort to create an atmosphere that he thought Lin Zixuan would appreciate. Perhaps, the good girl type?
Chapter 45, by Xiuhao's ingenious plan.
This intimate gesture made by Xiuhao even more furious. What the hell is wrong with her?
How could Manhwa possibly fall for this scumbag?
I have to expose him, Bai Xiuhao said as he took out his phone and looked at the photos he had secretly taken, smiling satisfactorily.
However, Bai Xiuhao soon sensed something was wrong.
No, this photo isn't sensational enough.
What if Manhwa doesn't care? Then I'll be the one who ends up suffering. I need to come up with a plan.
Soon, Bai Xiuhao put his intelligence to good use and came up with a brilliant plan.
Lin Zixuan was clearly no good. He was always chasing women and had a bit of money. All I need to do is find a woman, approach Lin Zixuan, and he won't refuse. Regardless of how far the relationship between this woman and Lin Zixuan has progressed by then, I will definitely be able to achieve my own objectives. For example, if that woman succeeds in seducing Lin Zixuan, he will have no time to pay attention to Manhwa, and then I can take advantage of the situation. To win over the goddess, either Lin Zixuan is just playing around with this woman, and I can later obtain some more sensational photos from the sidelines, which I can then send to Manhwa to achieve the same effect. After finalizing his plan, Bai Xiuhao smiled contentedly.
He immediately left his seat and went into the restroom, flipping through his entire contact list until he found a name. Looking at the name, Bai Xiuhao felt a wave of nausea, but he forced himself to suppress it and dialed the number. On the other end of the line, a cold, distant woman's voice came through.
Why are you calling me? Didn't you tell me to stay away from you? Hearing this voice, Bai Xiuhao took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Zhao Yu, I have something to discuss with you.
The woman's name was Zhao Yu. She was a woman Bai Xiuhao had met in a bar.
She was quite attractive and had once captivated Bai Xiuhao completely. Unfortunately, this woman had little emotional depth and was solely motivated by money. After deceiving Bai Xiuhao for some time, she moved on to another wealthy individual, though she never explicitly ended things with Bai Xiuhao. Instead, she continued to string him along to extract more money from him. When Bai Xiuhao heard about this, he felt utterly disgusted and finally decided to end the relationship. Now, to carry out his plan, Bai Xiuhao had no choice but to seek out Zhao Yu. Lin Zixuan's discerning eye was certainly not something ordinary people could match. An ordinary woman would certainly not suffice.
Among the options on his list, it seemed that only Zhao Yu could meet this requirement.
Lin Zixuan was unaware of what was happening over there. After finishing dinner with He Xiao,
Lin Zixuan paid the bill, which came to over 10,000 yuan, and then the two of them walked out of the Western restaurant together. He Xiao had learned her lesson this time and followed closely behind Lin Zixuan, behaving like a well-behaved girl. After stepping out, Lin Zixuan pressed the car key, and the 911 in front of him flickered with a faint glow. He Xiao's smile grew even broader. Lin Zixuan opened the door and got into the car, and He Xiao followed closely behind. He sat in the passenger seat of the vehicle. Lin Zixuan watched her movements and did not refuse. Taking her home didn't seem like a big deal, and it would be a good opportunity to practice his driving skills. Of course, Lin Zixuan was well aware of what this woman was thinking. Where do you live? I'll drive you back. He Xiao heard this and stammered. Did I come out just so you could take me home? Don't you know I'm flying out of Seoul tomorrow? I don't know how long I'll be gone. Aren't you planning to do anything tonight? Didn't you see the bag I'm carrying? It's a bit bulky. He Xiao remained silent, while Lin Zixuan chuckled softly. He reached out and started the engine. The roar of the 911 echoed through the streets as Lin Zixuan floored the gas pedal and sped off. He Xiao hurriedly spoke up, "Brother, it's still early. If you have time, why don't you take me for a ride?" Lin Zixuan glanced at He Xiao. This time, he didn't refuse. Since the girl was being so proactive, giving her a little treat didn't seem like such a big deal. The two arrived at a nearby shopping mall. Lin Zixuan had long since grown accustomed to this lifestyle and took He Xiao out for some shopping. He Xiao maintained a certain level of restraint, only selecting a few items she actually needed, and did not engage in excessive revenge spending. The price was around 10 or so thousand. After buying everything, He Xiao didn't mention going home either. We're all people of the world, we understand how things work. You've eaten your meal and bought what you needed. If you were to say you wanted to go home now, wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? The rest will fall into place naturally. Lin Zixuan drove to a nearby hotel. The two entered the hotel together. The window of a car opened, and Bai Xiaohao quickly took several photos. Damn it, can't you handle this? As the two left the restaurant, Bai Xiaohao followed behind. He was also a young rich kid and knew the procedures well. When the two headed to the mall, he parked his car next to Lin Zixuan's and waited. He waited until they had left the mall before following them, so he wasn't noticed. Upon entering the hotel room, He Xiao held her bag mysteriously and entered the bathroom. He asked Lin Zixuan to wait a moment. Lin Zixuan glanced at He Xiao but didn't say anything else. He lay down on the bed, opened his phone, and hadn't been on the live streaming platform in a long time. Lin Zixuan opened his Douyu account. He noticed that Xiaoyu was just live streaming. Lin Zixuan entered Xiaoyu's live stream again, and the special effects of the Super Rocket feature went off one after another. Xiaoyu saw the special effects and thanked Lin Zixuan repeatedly. Of course, the Super Rocket's cross-platform notifications kept popping up, and other live streams could see them as well. Among them is Pikachu's live stream. The two haven't been in contact for a week, and Pikachu's messages have gone unanswered. Plus, Lin Zixuan hadn't come to his live stream either. Pikachu wasn't some little cutie. He knew exactly what was going on. It's likely that Xiaoyu sacrificed something for this event on Douyu. Pikachu, who had gained popularity with Lin Zixuan's help, was gradually losing her following. This popularity was never truly hers to begin with, so it naturally followed Lin Zixuan as he left. The guild's management had approached Pikachu multiple times, and their hints were becoming increasingly explicit. It was mentioned that a major event on a certain platform was about to begin, and without Lin Zixuan, Pikachu would likely miss out on this event. Pikachu has also been deeply conflicted these past few days. He picked up his phone to send Lin Zixuan a message, but ultimately decided against it. After watching the live stream for about half an hour, the bathroom door slowly opened. Lin Zixuan glanced over and a flash of light flickered in his eyes. Chapter 46, The Stewardess's Special Hobby. He Xiao, who emerged from the restroom, was completely different from before. From her dripping wet hair, it was clear that He Xiao had just finished taking a shower. However, she was dressed neatly, looking much the same as when Lin Zixuan first met her. The flight attendant's uniform covered He Xiao's stunning figure, and a small bell hung around her neck, jingling softly. It had a unique charm. The enchanting lights all around, combined with the dim atmosphere, create a unique ambience. Brother. He Xiao's seductive voice came out of her mouth. Before leaving, He Xiao had already prepared herself, putting her uniform into her bag. It must be said that this woman was very clever. She knew she didn't have much competitive advantage, the only difference being her professional status. Uniform play always makes it easier to get into the role. Lin Zixuan took the item from He Xiao's hand, gently rubbed her nose with a look of affection, and gave her a mischievous smile. Under this new dynamic, Lin Zixuan became even more bold, and the scene in the room could be summed up in a single headline. A beautiful flight attendant is kidnapped, and the kidnappers don't even ask for money. Burning pink candles, jingling small bells, accompanied by the intertwined bodies of the two. This night's passionate encounter surpassed all of Lin Zixuan's previous experiences. There's no denying it, this girl is a real little vixen. By the next morning, when Lin Zixuan woke up, He Xiao had already left. There was a message from He Xiao on his phone. Master, I have to go to work. I'll contact you once I return to Seoul. Seeing this title, Lin Zixuan smiled casually. Soon, another message on his phone caught Lin Zixuan's attention. It was from the school's top beauty, Manhwa. Lin Dashi, did you forget something? This weekend is my birthday, which is the day after tomorrow. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You promised me. Upon seeing the message, Lin Zixuan also recalled that Manhwa had indeed mentioned to him that she was celebrating her birthday this week. It was already Friday, with only 2 days left, and he hadn't made any preparations at all. As mentioned earlier, given Manhwa's family background, the guests wouldn't just be peers. Since it's a birthday, at least a decent gift should be prepared. Lin Zixuan went into the restroom and gave himself a quick wash. As for the gift, he was truly at a loss. Manhwa wasn't an ordinary girl, and a handbag costing tens of thousands of dollars was something she could afford to buy herself. Plus, it wouldn't serve any purpose if I gave it to her. Since Lin Zixuan had already agreed, he had no intention of going back on his word. He still had to go. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there on the weekend. Lin Zixuan quickly replied, and Manhwa sent an emoji. That's more like it. See you later. After replying to Manhwa, Lin Zixuan also began to study this birthday gift. He flipped through the items but couldn't find anything suitable to give. I guess I should ask someone else. They say women know best when it comes to other women.
Asking those ambiguous people isn't really appropriate. They don't have much money and don't understand the mindset of wealthy women. Lin Zixuan thought about it and realized there was actually one suitable candidate. That person was his own personal assistant, Han Shang. Han Shang is the butler of Yueluo Bay, interacting with wealthy people every day, and has undoubtedly encountered many wealthy young women. When it comes to choosing a birthday gift, she is the best person to ask. Thinking of this, Lin Zixuan quickly sent a message to Han Shang. Miss Han, I have a very good female friend who is about to celebrate her birthday, and I don't know what gift to give her. Do you have any suggestions, Ms. Han?
As soon as the message was sent, Han Shang replied with a single sentence, "This is simply part of my job."
To cause Mr. Lin such distress, she must not be an ordinary person. Ordinary gifts won't do.
Mr. Lin, women have one major flaw: they talk about money with the poor and about time with the rich. After reading this, Lin Zixuan nodded in agreement, knowing that it was absolutely true.
Women are just unpredictable.
A man who is broke and goes to great lengths to give a gift will make them feel cheap. On the other hand, when a wealthy person gives an expensive gift, they may feel it lacks sincerity.
This is a truly fascinating species.
That's right, she's a rich girl.
Lin Zixuan replied again. Han Shang, well, there's nothing we can do then.
Mr. Lin could show his feelings by making a handmade gift, like a bracelet or something. It may not be valuable, but it would show your feelings, and I'm sure she'll love it. After reading the message, Lin Zixuan was at a loss for words. Not only did he not know if he could do it or even if he wanted to, but he didn't even have the time.
Was he supposed to stay up all night working on it? If that is really the case, then I'm sorry, but I don't have the heart to do it.
I can't afford to give this gift.
Lin Zixuan directly rejected Han Shang's proposal.
There's no time to wait.
Is there anything we can buy right away? Money isn't an issue. Something like an antique, perhaps? Han Shang seemed to notice Lin Zixuan's urgency.
He proposed an idea: common items available on the market are no longer viable. However, after Mr. Lin mentioned it, I did think of something. Tomorrow afternoon, there's a charity auction where some items that aren't available on the market will be up for bid, though the prices will definitely be higher.
If Mr. Lin is interested in attending, I can help secure an invitation for him.
Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan smiled contentedly.
Alright, that's the one. Please arrange an invitation for me. I'll go check it out tomorrow. Since it's an auction, the items should be pretty good. I'm sure we can find a nice birthday gift. Having resolved the matter of Meng Wange's birthday gift, Lin Zixuan let out a sigh of relief. Giving gifts is truly a century-old dilemma.
It must be said that women are indeed complicated.
Chapter 47, The Auction. Women are a fascinating species.
Often, when you do things you believe are for their benefit, they perceive it as you being self-indulgent. And something you do casually might be the very detail she notices.
It might be a difference in thinking or logic.
The next afternoon, Lin Zixuan drove his 911 at high speed to a small Western-style house on the outskirts of the city.
This was the location where the auction was being held. Before that, Han Shang also gave Lin Zixuan a brief introduction to the auction. Since it was a charity auction, a portion of the proceeds would be donated to a charitable fund. However, the exact amount is not transparent. Most people wouldn't bother to keep track of such details. Of course, everyone who comes here is someone of prominence.
To receive an invitation here, one must have a net worth of at least 100 million.
In other words, these are the very elite within the city.
I wonder if Zhang Shuntian and his group will come to participate. Lin Zixuan owns a villa worth 600 million in Moonlit Bay, so receiving an invitation is no big deal for him. Upon arriving at the destination, Lin Zixuan discovered that Han Shang had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Beside her were two people who appeared to be staff members.
Mr. Lin, you're here.
Han Shang was still the same as always, dressed in her standard professional uniform, exuding a certain air of a career woman, quite different from the other girls Lin Zixuan had seen. There was a mature beauty about her. Standing there, he looked almost as tall as Lin Zixuan. Han Shang held a gilded invitation in his hand and handed it to Lin Zixuan. He leaned close to Lin Zixuan's ear and whispered something.
Mr. Lin, this auction is jointly organized by the 6 major groups. Among them is someone you know, Mr. Zhang.
Oh? Lin Zixuan looked at Han Shang in confusion, not expecting Zhang Shuntian's influence to extend even to such a charity auction. It seemed he still knew too little about Zhang Shuntian. After all, he was among the top tier in Seoul.
Holding the invitation, the two entered the venue together.
The venue was divided into 2 levels, with a large hall on the first floor and a platform on the second floor. Upon arriving at the first floor hall, it was already filled with approximately 30 to 40 people.
Everyone was sitting upright, and the entire hall was almost completely silent.
Those present were all people of status and importance, so they naturally wouldn't make a commotion here. Han Shang led Lin Zixuan to the staircase leading to the second floor, which had also been arranged by Zhang Shuntian.
What Lin Zixuan didn't know was that on the very night he went to the bar, Zhang Shuntian and other wealthy elders were also gathering.
During the gathering, Zhang Shuntian also mentioned Lin Zixuan. The sudden appearance of a mysterious young tycoon in Seoul was bound to spark speculation, so virtually everyone in Seoul's elite circles had heard of Lin Zixuan to some extent.
Speculation about Lin Zixuan's true identity has never ceased.
However, there are also some who believe that Lin Zixuan is just a small-time upstart and not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as them. Under Han Shang's lead, they went to the second floor, where there were significantly fewer seats, only about a dozen in total. All of them were single sofas, with a small table in front, some drinks and fruits provided for them. Surrounding them were several beautiful women dressed in cheongsams, smiling at Lin Zixuan and bowing slightly. Lin Zixuan also heard the system's notification sound.
Detected consumable items. He glanced back and saw a system panel pop up in front of him. Name, Yu Huan. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Appearance, 81. The women around him all looked quite attractive, but Lin Zixuan, having already reached the system's standards, no longer felt much interest in those who had only just met the criteria. He simply followed Han Shang to the front row seats. Directly below these seats was the vast auction hall. From this vantage point, one could overlook everything below, evoking a sense of grandeur, as if one were standing atop a mountain, surveying the world below. A dozen or so seats are arranged in a circle, surrounding the auction hall below. When Lin Zixuan arrived, only 2 or 3 seats were occupied by figures. Most of them were middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s, each accompanied by a woman who looked quite attractive. Upon seeing Lin Zixuan, they all gave him a surprised look and nodded politely. It seemed as though they were greeting Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan didn't recognize them, but he nodded in response. Lin Zixuan's seat was on the second sofa. Looking at this spot, the corner of Lin Zixuan's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that this place seemed unlucky. Han Shang, sitting beside him, offered an explanation. Mr. Lin, the seating here is very important. Mr. Lin's seat is one that many people dream of. As for the person next to you, their background is even more impressive. As Han Shang finished speaking, Lin Zixuan also looked at the empty seat to his left. That was the seat reserved for VIP guest number 1. Being able to sit here clearly means it was arranged by Zhang Shuntian and others. I wonder if anyone from Meng Cheng's family is among them. However, those who had been assigned to this seat clearly held a status far beyond that of Zhang Shuntian and his associates. Lin Zixuan grew increasingly curious about the identity of this VIP number 1. Who is this VIP number 1?
Han Shang heard this and smiled faintly, moving closer to Lin Zixuan. This charity auction was arranged by the local government, so the VIP number 1 is the daughter of a wealthy family from our city.
The heiress of Han Shang? Lin Zixuan narrowed his eyes, realizing this was indeed a powerful figure. Wealth and influence were 2 entirely different matters. At this moment, Lin Zixuan was surrounded by beautiful women and spent money like water. He had little interest in so-called power. This young heiress he had never met before also held no interest for Lin Zixuan. Casually meddling with such power could easily backfire.
It was enough to live a happy life as a wealthy man, doing nothing more. Upon learning the identity of the vacant seat, Lin Zixuan lost interest. He picked up the drink in front of him, took a sip, leaned back on the sofa, and closed his eyes to rest. Han Shang stood behind Lin Zixuan, extended his hands, and gave Lin Zixuan a shoulder massage.
The girl's technique was quite good, and the aching sensation in Lin Zixuan's shoulders gradually subsided. She's clearly had some training.
As time passed, more and more people gathered in the lower hall. Having a net worth of 100 million isn't the same as having 100 million in savings in reality. There are still many people who can achieve that. It is estimated that the total number of attendees at this auction will be close to 3 digits, with some not even present in person. The number of wealthy individuals in Seoul is not insignificant. Just as Lin Zixuan closed his eyes to rest, he heard another system notification sound.
Detected consumable items. Chapter 48, The Thousand Gold Girl of Seoul.
Lin Zixuan heard the voice and turned to look. He noticed that the few people besides himself were sitting in a more formal manner.
At the staircase on the second floor, a young woman walked up.
She was wearing a tracksuit and appeared to have made little effort to dress up. She wore a baseball cap on her head and thick sunglasses on her face, so that almost nothing could be seen except her nose and mouth.
He was wrapped up tightly. After arriving on the second floor, the woman showed no intention of greeting anyone.
She walked slowly toward Lin Zixuan's side, and Lin Zixuan had already guessed her identity.
Sure enough, the system's prompt sounded immediately. A consumable item has been detected. Name, Mu Qingcheng. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 90. Likability, 0. After looking at the system interface, Lin Zixuan took a deep breath. This was the first time he had encountered a beauty scoring over 90 points. Although he couldn't see Mu Qingcheng's face clearly, he could use Manhwa as a reference.
This truly deserves the title of beauty that captivates the nation, truly living up to her name. Mu Qingcheng came alone this time, sitting on the left side of Lin Zixuan, in the number 1 sofa seat. She crossed her arms across her chest and lowered her baseball cap even further, as if she didn't want to be noticed by others. Apart from Lin Zixuan, the other wealthy individuals seemed to be aware of the young woman's temperament and made no move to approach her. Lin Zixuan naturally wouldn't go out of his way to provoke her either. Though she was beautiful, she was like a rose with thorns, she could easily hurt herself. As Mu Qingcheng arrived, the others also gradually made their way into the venue. The next moment, the lights in the venue began to illuminate one after another. The focus shifted to the stage below, and Lin Zixuan glanced down. A beautiful woman in a cheongsam walked confidently to the center of the stage. Lin Zixuan also heard the system's notification sound again. Detected consumable items. Name, Xu Siyu. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Appearance, 87. Likability, 0. Lin Zixuan's gaze fell on Xu Siyu, who stood under the spotlight, looking poised and elegant. She wore a red cheongsam that accentuated her beautiful curves. Holding the microphone, her melodious voice began to echo throughout the venue. Welcome to the live auction for this charity event. I am Xu Siyu, and I will be your auctioneer for today's event. Before we begin, please allow me to introduce this charity auction. This charity auction is organized by Mu City and co-hosted by 6 major groups. It features many masterpieces of craftsmanship, which will be auctioned off during the event. Half of the total proceeds from the auction will be allocated to charitable causes, and we encourage everyone to participate actively. There are a total of 9 items up for auction at this event. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so please prepare accordingly. Xu Siyu's words ignited the atmosphere on site. Lin Zixuan also pondered for a moment. With only 9 auction items, the quantity was indeed limited, and he wondered if there was anything suitable to give as a gift to Manhwa. As for the money, it didn't matter. Han Shang was right beside him, he could just ask her to settle the bill for him. Booking the entire venue wasn't much of a burden for Lin Zixuan, but it also depended on whether the items were suitable. He wasn't particularly interested in so-called landscape paintings or antiques. The auction officially began. 2 figures, each holding a beautifully adorned gift box, slowly walked toward Xu Siyu. Xu Siyu gave a playful glance and began introducing the first item up for auction. Alright, I hereby declare this charity auction officially open. Now, I would like to introduce the first item up for auction. As Xu Siyu spoke, she opened the gift box in front of her, revealing a sparkling crystal necklace. Under the glow of the lights, the necklace shimmered and sparkled, resembling a string of dazzling gems meticulously crafted. The overall appearance is a bright silver color, exuding a crystal-like, translucent beauty. It is clearly a valuable piece of jewelry. The first item up for auction is called Crystal Love, crafted by our country's most skilled artisans using the finest gems and diamonds. The price of the raw materials alone is over $1 million, and the cost of craftsmanship is incalculable. As you can all see, the design of this crystal love piece is truly exquisite. If you were to purchase it as a gift for your wife, she would undoubtedly be delighted. The last sentence caught the attention of many people. After all, which girl doesn't love jewelry? Especially custom-made pieces that are one of a kind, as they truly reflect her value and the sincerity of the giver. Lin Zixuan saw the necklace and couldn't resist the temptation. Here comes the birthday gift. A regular diamond necklace might not appeal to Manhwa, but this one would definitely convey his feelings, wouldn't it? Xu Siyu gave everyone a few seconds to think before announcing the auction had begun. The first item up for auction is Crystal Love, with a starting bid of 3 million. Just the cost of the raw materials alone is already in the millions, so 3 million is definitely not enough. 310,000. As soon as Xu Siyu finished speaking, a rough voice echoed through the hall. The middle-aged man shouted out the price, and the woman beside him looked extremely excited. Alright, VIP number 73 has bid 310,000. Are there any higher bids? 320,000. 330 million. After the auction began, the bidders' voices rose and fell in waves, but the pace at which they increased their bids was rather slow. Lin Zixuan remained silent, simply listening to the chaotic commotion below. He picked up the sign that belonged to him. 350 million. Added 350,000 below. Xu Siyu still smiled. 350 million. Is there a higher price? 5 million. As Xu Siyu's voice faded, a sound came from the second floor. The sound fell, and the venue grew quieter. Although everyone knew the price of the necklace 5 million was the baseline, adding a little more was entirely different from going all in. Everyone heard the voice coming from the second floor and exchanged puzzled glances. Xu Siyu's smile grew even broader. Alright, our VIP number 2 has bid 5 million. Are there any higher bids? As the words fell, the hall remained completely silent. Lin Zixuan remained seated, unmoved, but Mu Qingcheng, sitting to his left, reacted upon hearing the price of 5 million. She slightly lifted her duckbill cap and gave Lin Zixuan a curious glance.
Chapter 49, Splurging Thousands. After Mu Qingcheng arrived here, she became deeply curious about Lin Zixuan's identity. Anyone sitting in the second VIP seat must be someone of extraordinary status. Lin Zixuan was so young he must be the son of a wealthy family in Hanchang. However, Mu Qingcheng was familiar with the circle of wealthy second-generation individuals. She didn't have much of an impression of Lin Zixuan before, but now that he had casually mentioned 5 million, Mu Qingcheng found herself increasingly intrigued by him. Of course, the auction was still ongoing, and 5 million was still not the bottom price for the necklace. Lin Zixuan's move also shifted the focus of the auction to the second floor. A middle-aged man, playing with a piece of jade in his hand, shouted loudly, 550 million. Lin Zixuan glanced over but didn't show much reaction. After all, it was an auction, the highest bidder wins. Chu Siyu, 550,000. Is there a higher bid? Everyone, think carefully. This crystal love is the only one of its kind in the world. Whether as a gift or for collection, it is a truly unique choice. Siyu is also a girl, and if someone were to give me such a gift, Siyu would be deeply moved. The urging words, accompanied by seductive glances, once again sparked a frenzy of bidding. 560 million. 570 million. 6 million. The price had once again surpassed the 6 million mark. Lin Zixuan shook his head and picked up his bid card for the second time. Without hesitation, he shouted out an astronomical price. 10 million. As soon as he said this, the venue fell silent once more, with everyone's gaze turning toward the second floor. Of course, those on the first floor couldn't see anything by looking up. The middle-aged man who had been competing with Lin Zixuan for the item also took a deep breath upon hearing the price. 10 million was already far beyond the necklace's actual value, and at this point, no one would bother to bid any higher. It wasn't just them. Han Shang and Mu Qingcheng were also stunned by Lin Zixuan's generosity. Han Shan cautiously whispered, Mr. Lin, this item isn't actually worth that much. Lin Zixuan glanced at Han Shang and shook his head with a smile. Whether it's worth the price depends on who it's in. Compared to this 10 million, my time is more valuable. I don't want to waste any more time on shopping. Han Shang heard this and was speechless. She knew Lin Zixuan was wealthy, but she had no real concept of just how wealthy he was. I don't want to waste time shopping. If money can buy it, why would I haggle? Han Shang's opinion of Lin Zixuan also improved a few notches. Lin Zixuan also heard the system's notification sound. Han Shang's favorability rating is 5. Mu Qingcheng's favorability rating is 5. Lin Zixuan heard the system's notification sound and also gave a surprised look. Han Shang's favorability rating going up was understandable, but what about Mu Qingcheng? Come on, miss, I really didn't mean to provoke you. Lin Zixuan didn't look at Mu Qingcheng, but Mu Qingcheng was intently examining Lin Zixuan with interest. When did such a young tycoon arrive in Hanchang? Mu Qingcheng stroked her chin. She had seen plenty of billionaires or second-generation rich kids before, but Lin Zixuan seemed different. The venue fell briefly silent, and Chu Siyu took up the conversation. Our VIP guest number 2 has bid 10 million. Is there a higher bid? 10 million once. 10 million twice. 10 million 3 times. Sold. Chu Siyu tapped the hammer in her hand and announced the sale, signifying that Lin Zixuan had purchased the first auction item, Crystal Love, for 10 million. The price had already far exceeded expectations, so Chu Siyu didn't bother with any further formalities. Congratulations to guest of honor number 2 for securing our first auction item. On behalf of the 6 major groups and the charitable foundation, Siyu would like to express our gratitude to guest of honor number 2 for your support of this auction. The auction item will not be directly handed over to Lin Zixuan. Payment will be made collectively at the back after the event concludes. As for why you bid but didn't have the money? Well, I'm afraid that's not possible. This auction isn't just for merchants. Didn't you notice Mu Qingcheng sitting right there? This would be a disgrace to the entire city of Hanchang, and the consequences would be dire. The first item was auctioned off, and Lin Zixuan sighed in relief. The gift for Manhwa was taken care of, so there was no need to rush with the rest. He decided to take his time and see if there was anything better. He could decide whether to bid based on the situation and had no intention of buying everything. Being too flashy wasn't a good idea. Especially Mu Qingcheng, that girl seems to have taken an interest in me. The second auction item was quickly brought onto the stage. Chu Siyu began to introduce the history of this auction item. Next up is the second item in today's auction. Its name is Misty Rain in Jiangnan, and it is a work by the renowned painter and calligrapher, Mr. Mo. Mr. Mo is a name that everyone is likely familiar with. This piece of calligraphy and painting is Mr. Mo's final masterpiece. Upon hearing about our charity auction, Mr. Mo decided to bring it out for auction. Its value is self-evident. Our second item up for auction is the Southern Jiangnan in the Rain, with a starting bid of 4 million. After viewing the second item, Lin Zixuan really had no interest in it. Perhaps he wasn't old enough yet to appreciate things like paintings, calligraphy, and antiques.
It takes a certain age to truly appreciate such things.
However, the enthusiasm of others has not diminished. 4,410,000. 420,000. 450,000. 5 million.
The price quickly broke through the 5 million mark.
Lin Zixuan yawned, looking a bit bored.
Mu Qingchang had been watching Lin Zixuan's movements closely. Seeing that Lin Zixuan had no intention of acting, she shook her head slightly.
She wondered what he was thinking.
The second item up for auction ended quickly, with the final bid reaching over 8 million. In theory, the later items should become more expensive, but the first one was because Lin Zixuan bid too high.
After the second item was auctioned off, the third item appeared on the stage below. This item caused Lin Zixuan to sit up straight.
His eyes flickered with a faint glow.
This is a good thing. If I give it to her, she'll definitely like it, right? Chapter 50, Phoenix Cry.
On the stage below, two people were carefully carrying something. They slowly approached Chu Siyu, who abruptly pulled off the red cloth covering the object,
revealing the true form of the object.
It was an ancient zither of a deep red color. The entire instrument was a deep red, and at the head, there was a vividly carved phoenix. The entire body of the zither exudes a timeless elegance and charm. As you can all see, this is our third item up for auction tonight.
An ancient zither called Fengming.
The phoenix's song has a long history, said to date back over 2,000 years. It is a true cultural treasure. It holds significant collectible value, and in the hands of the right person, the phoenix can produce the most perfect melody. It is the lifelong dream of countless guzheng enthusiasts. As Chu Siyu finished speaking, there was little reaction in the hall.
To the average person, this instrument was no different from the painting they had just seen.
They were all collectibles, but to those who truly appreciated them, they were priceless treasures.
Lin Zixuan also considered making a move. If he were to give this item to Shiyun, the young lady would certainly be overjoyed. Speaking of Shiyun, she was an interesting young lady who gave Lin Zixuan an otherworldly aura, as if she truly lived in a painting. She was like the legendary maiden who had never left her home, having traveled through time to arrive here. Every time I teased Shiyun, I received a different response. Last time I mentioned meeting up, Shiyun said she had prepared a gift for me. Well, I should return the favor, and this item is just perfect. Fengming, starting bid, 6 million. Lin Zixuan didn't rush to bid, and bidding began on the first floor as well. 6 million. 650 million. 7 million. 710,000. 730 million. The bidding calls rose and fell continuously. Even if you bought this item, if you didn't want it, you could give it to someone in need, and you would definitely not lose out. Many merchants aren't interested in the item itself, they see it as an opportunity for profit. Lin Zixuan waited for a moment before shouting out his first price. 10 million. Upon hearing this figure, everyone furrowed their brows. Earlier, when Lin Zixuan had spent 10 million to secure the crystal love, they hadn't thought much of it, but now another 10 million had been mentioned. Most of the people sitting below were billionaires, and the most liquid cash they could access was at most 1 or 2 million, with the wealthiest having 4 or 5 million. Lin Zixuan had just thrown away their life savings. Chu Siyu, of course, didn't think much of it. With a faint smile, she repeated the words. Our VIP number 2 has bid 10 million. Is there a higher bid? As the words fell, the hall fell silent once more. In the corner of the second floor sat a middle-aged man, who glanced at Lin Zixuan. Then he picked up the bidding pad in front of him. 15 million. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock, immediately raising the price by 5 million. Lin Zixuan also looked up in confusion, and their eyes met. Young man, I really like this item. This is the best I can offer. I hope you'll consider parting with it. Clearly, this guy really loves this item, so he immediately raised the price by 5 million. However, Lin Zixuan had no intention of giving up. Do I know who you are? Just because you like me, you're going to give it to me? I like it too. Lin Zixuan didn't even acknowledge his meaning and raised the bid again. 20 million. Sorry, I like this one too. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression clearly changed, and he furrowed his brows slightly. He glanced at Lin Zixuan's figure. On Chu Siyu's side, bidding also began. VIP number 2 offered 20 million. 20 million once, 20 million twice, 20 million 3 times. Sold. Lin Zixuan once again secured the Fengming Guzheng for 20 million. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but take Lin Zixuan's status seriously. 3 million wasn't something you just threw around casually. Lin Zixuan became the center of everyone's attention, but he didn't react much, simply leaning back on his sofa in silence. Mu Qingcheng's expression grew even more complicated. She took out her phone and seemed to send a message to someone. At the same time, she sat up straight and turned her head to look at Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan sensed something and turned his head to look at him. The two locked eyes for a moment. Since Mu Qingcheng was still wearing sunglasses, Lin Zixuan couldn't see her exact features, but the contours of her other facial features were still discernible, revealing her to be a breathtakingly beautiful woman. However, it seemed as though she wasn't wearing any makeup.
The voice of Chu Siyu below drew the two's attention back, and the fourth auction item also appeared on the stage below.
This time, the auction item was a watch. Lin Zixuan looked at his wrist and felt like something was missing.
Although he wasn't particularly fond of watches, men generally needed to wear some form of jewelry. It's like a car, you can choose not to drive one, but you can't go without one. This watch was praised to the skies by Chu Siyu, and the bidding below continued to rise enthusiastically.
Just as the bidding was reaching its peak, Lin Zixuan made a decisive move, outbidding everyone in an instant. 2 million.
The price was raised by several million again, and a chorus of gasps echoed from all around. In Seoul, there are certainly people who can casually pull out 50 million, but they are few and far between.
Everyone began to speculate about Lin Zixuan's background.
It wasn't just them, even the auctioneer, Chu Siyu, looked at Lin Zixuan's seat with a puzzled expression. Her knowledge of Lin Zixuan was limited to the fact that he was the second VIP guest arranged by Zhang Zong, and that he was said to be a very powerful tycoon. Originally, Chu Siyu didn't think much of it, but upon closer inspection, he indeed seemed to have the credentials to back it up. In Lin Zixuan's mind, the system's prompt sounds kept ringing out.
Chu Siyu's favorability rating, 10. Han Shang's favorability rating is 5. Mu Qingqing's favorability rating is 5. After 3 consecutive system alerts, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but smile wryly.
It seemed that this heiress from Seoul had indeed taken an interest in him, but as long as he didn't provoke her, there shouldn't be any trouble. Once Chu Siyu came to her senses, the auction resumed. This time, the item up for auction was a pair of jade bracelets.
Lin Zixuan looked at the item and felt a slight pang of desire.
After all, such jewelry was something he would definitely need, given all the women in his life. He could find someone to give it to, and when the time came for the return, he could get 10 times the value back.
But the question was, who should he give it to?
While Lin Zixuan was thinking about who to give it to, he instinctively turned his head to look. He noticed that Han Shang's gaze was filled with a hint of intensity, fixated on the bracelet below.
Lin Zixuan smiled knowingly. Chapter 51, The Mysterious Tycoon. Lin Zixuan noticed Han Shang's gaze and asked gently, "What's the matter? Do you like it?"
Han Shang heard this, snapped back to reality, and smiled casually.
"I like it, but the price is beyond my means." Han Shang didn't mean much by it.
After all, she was different from other girls. She was only close to Lin Zixuan for work, and getting a little something out of it was enough for her. She didn't expect Lin Zixuan to spend too much money on her. However, Lin Zixuan's next words caused Han Shang to reveal a stunned expression.
"If you like it, just buy it and I'll give it to you." "What?" Han Shang stared at Lin Zixuan in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe his ears.
"This.
Mr. Lin, isn't this a bit inappropriate? This item is far too valuable." Lin Zixuan gave a slightly mischievous smile and shook his head slightly. "It's fine. I said I'd give it to you, so I'll give it to you. It's not expensive or valuable. You've helped me with a lot of work lately, so consider it a bonus for you." Han Shang's expression grew uneasy.
She had only done basic work, it certainly wasn't worth that much.
At that moment, Han Shang also thought of Liang Mo from Yuelu Bay. Lin Zixuan bought Liang Mo a 6 billion yuan mansion, but after that, he never returned once.
Han Shang, of course, was well aware of the situation here.
Could it be that Lin Zixuan had given himself such an expensive gift?
Thinking of this, Han Shang let out a sigh.
Unconsciously, it seemed as though he had accepted this arrangement. The auction below officially began.
Compared to the previous items, the price of this bracelet was still a bit lower, perhaps to distinguish it from the first crystal love. Therefore, the auction order has been rearranged, and the price has only reached around 6 million so far.
Lin Zixuan didn't wait any longer. He picked up the bidding pad in his hand and once again shouted out an astronomical price. 1 million.
When the price was announced, the auction hall fell silent once again. After several rounds of bidding, everyone had grown immune to Lin Zixuan's bidding.
Knowing that Lin Zixuan was genuinely wealthy, the others decided not to bid any higher.
A mysterious tycoon appeared at the auction, snapping up nearly all the items up for sale as if he had rented out the entire venue. Except for the landscape painting, the 4 items that have appeared so far have all been purchased by Lin Zixuan alone. The total expenditure has reached 60 million. Of course, this amount of money is still like pocket change to Lin Zixuan. Seeing that Lin Zixuan had really bought the bracelet for her, Han Shang's eyes also held a touch of emotion.
"Thank you, Mr. Lin. Han Shang's favorability rating is 10.
Lin Zixuan didn't say much, and Han Shang's favorability rating reached 50 points.
For someone he wasn't planning to pursue seriously, it didn't seem like there was much left to go.
After the 5 auction items were concluded, Mu Qingqing grew even more curious about Lin Zixuan.
However, as the daughter of a wealthy family in Hancheng, Mu Qingqing was clearly not someone who could be won over with money alone.
She was simply intrigued by someone who could spend so much money so freely.
The next 3 auction items, Lin Zixuan did not bid on any of them.
Although these items were quite expensive, they were not suitable for Lin Zixuan.
Most of them were collectibles.
Seeing that the VIP in C2 wasn't bidding, the crowd below began to scramble, but the final prices seemed to drop significantly.
Soon, we arrived at the last item to be auctioned.
Everyone perked up, looking down at Chu Siyu. They all knew that the final auction item was clearly the most valuable one.
Everyone was also curious to see what it was. However, after waiting for a long time, Chu Siyu didn't make a move, and nothing appeared. When it was delivered to the stage, Lin Zixuan watched the scene with great interest. When the crowd began to grow restless, Chu Siyu finally picked up her microphone, presumably to build anticipation among the audience. Alright, everyone, the final item of this charity auction is about to go under the hammer. This final item is something truly unique. Special? Everyone let out a puzzled sound.
On Chu Siyu's side, she explained briefly.
That's right, the reason it's called special is because this thing hasn't been made yet. It hasn't been made yet? Everyone was completely confused and demanded that Chu Siyu explain properly. Chu Siyu, seeing that the situation was under control, finally revealed the origin of the mysterious auction item. Alright, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Let me introduce you to someone first.
That is our country's renowned fashion designer,
Master Pang.
Upon hearing the name Master Pang, the crowd fell into a moment of silence, as if some had heard of his identity before.
Is he the designer of the Imperial Court's Hanfu attire?
Chu Siyu nodded heavily and continued speaking. That's right, Master Pang can be considered the pioneer of classical Hanfu design in our country. Every piece of Hanfu he creates is a custom-made, handcrafted masterpiece, and each one comes with a hefty price tag. Of course, the most important thing is that even if you have the money, it's not enough to commission Master Pang to create a Hanfu garment. The production process is extremely intricate, so these garments are naturally rare and highly sought after.
Today's final auction item is a custom-made Hanfu garment crafted by Master Pang.
Once purchased, you can directly contact Master Pang to receive your one-of-a-kind, personally tailored piece.
Upon hearing this, the crowd also took a deep breath.
Compared to those so-called collectibles, this item was clearly more valuable. Although this guy specializes in Hanfu, he should be able to customize other garments as well.
Wearing such a garment at high-end events would certainly elevate one's status. Everyone is starting to get excited.
Such rare and valuable items often spark a lot of interest and desire.
And now, with pure handmade custom manufacturing, it is even more rare. Lin Zixuan also became interested. Good stuff, indeed.
Seeing the enthusiastic mood of the crowd, Chu Siyu felt that the time was right. Then I declare that our final auction item is now officially up for bidding, starting at 1. Although the starting bid is only 1, everyone knows the true value of this item. This is just a little joke by Chu Siyu to warm up the crowd. The first bid was quickly heard from below. 5 million. The initial price was immediately raised to 5 million, but this was clearly just the beginning. Lin Zixuan didn't rush to make a move, while Han Shang, standing behind him, leaned in close to whisper in his ear.
Mr. Lin, if we have the ability, it's best to take this thing. This isn't just a simple piece of clothing.
Master Pang holds a very high status, and his custom-made items are all commissioned by influential figures from various industries. This would be of great assistance to Mr. Lin's network.
Chapter 52, The Rich Girl Takes the Initiative to Strike Up a Conversation. Lin Zixuan understood what all the crazed people below were after hearing those words. A piece of clothing might not be loved by many people, but knowing someone like this could be a huge advantage in terms of hidden resources. Lin Zixuan wasn't particularly interested in getting to know someone like that, but he was determined to buy the item himself. His first choice was, of course, to give it to Shiyun, but he could also wear it himself. He could have a dragon robe custom made, and one day, he would be the one destined by heaven. Of course, this is just a joke. 7,710,000. 720,000. The price continues to rise, having already reached the 8 million mark. At this moment, some people on the second floor could no longer sit still. One person spoke up first, shouting out a price of 10 million. 10 million. Chu Siyu heard the voice and smiled slightly. 1 million, is there a higher price? The crowd on the second floor exchanged glances, including the middle-aged man who had initially competed with Lin Zixuan for the guzheng. They also stood up. 15 million. It's still his maximum price, but this price is already quite high. 15 million, a custom-made opportunity from Master Pang. This is priceless. Don't miss out, this chance won't come again. Please consider carefully, everyone. Chu Siyu's teasing voice continued unabated. However, the crowd's bidding had temporarily come to a halt. Lin Zixuan saw that the timing was right and picked up his bidding paddle again. 2 million. As the voice fell, Chu Siyu was already very familiar with it. Alright, our VIP guest number 2 has made another bid, calling out a price of 20 million. Is there a higher bid? If not, this garment will belong to our VIP guest number 2. 20 million for the entire set. No sooner had the words left his mouth than another voice rang out. 2,100,000. Lin Zixuan glanced over and realized that 2 million wasn't even the limit for this thing.
The one bidding was the third person sitting to his right, who was the highest ranking person in the entire venue besides Lin Zixuan and Mu Qingcheng, and of course, the wealthiest. Lin Zixuan didn't waste any words and immediately raised the bid by another 10 million. 3 million. When the price was announced, even the man beside him frowned. How can you bid like that? You know you're rich, but you can't be so reckless, can you? This man was considered one of the wealthiest individuals in Seoul, but in reality, his liquid assets amounted to only a few billion. While the items may be of high quality, one must also consider whether they are worth the price. Especially seeing Lin Zixuan's expression, continuing to haggle seemed pointless. After some deliberation, under Chu Siyu's urging, the man finally shouted out his final bid. 3,100,000. This was clearly his final price. After shouting out the price, the man locked onto Lin Zixuan's position, who remained expressionless. 400 million. As the words fell, the hall was filled with shocked murmurs. A mysterious billionaire appeared at the charity auction, spending 100 million yuan in a single night. That's quite a small goal, isn't it? Chu Siyu's face lit up with a smile. Alright, our VIP guest number 2, bidding again at 40 million. 4 million in one bid. 40 million twice. 4 million 3 times. Sold. So, congratulations to our second VIP guest for securing our final auction item. Thank you all for your generous support of this charity auction. On behalf of the 6 major groups and the Charitable Foundation, my daughter Siyu extends our heartfelt gratitude to everyone for your generous support. The charity auction has now come to a close. Those who have purchased items may proceed to our backstage area to complete payment and finalize the transaction. This charity auction has now come to an end. A total of 9 auction items were sold, with Lin Zixuan securing 5 of them. The remaining 4 were simply deemed useless and therefore not worth keeping. Lin Zixuan, who had just finished the auction, stretched lazily. He heard the system's notification sound again. Chu Siyu's favorability rating is 10. Mu Qingqing's favorability rating is 10. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Zixuan's lips twitched slightly. He stood up and glanced at Mu Qingqing's position, only to find that the girl was still staring at him. Lin Zixuan immediately turned around with a casual gesture, preparing to leave. If I can't take her on, I can at least avoid her, right? After that, we didn't have many opportunities to meet again. Stay away from me, I don't want to get involved with some rich girl. Just as Lin Zixuan was about to leave, a soft voice came from behind him. Brother, wait. The voice was very young, and it didn't take much to figure out who it belonged to. Lin Zixuan's figure froze in place, looking somewhat awkward. Mu Qingcheng quickly walked up to Lin Zixuan. She studied Lin Zixuan's figure. Brother, thank you for your support of this auction. I am also one of the organizers. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mu Qingcheng. May I ask your name, brother? Lin Zixuan looked at her, unable to avoid her gaze, and had no choice but to comply. He replied, Miss Mu is too kind. My name is Lin Zixuan. Mu Qingcheng smiled faintly. Alright, Mr. Lin. Would it be convenient to exchange contact information? Lin Zixuan instinctively wanted to refuse this request, but several people around them had also noticed the situation between the two. Lin Zixuan simply couldn't refuse. After all, this was the daughter of a wealthy family from Seoul taking the initiative to approach him, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to turn her down. Well, what the heck? Add her as a friend. It's no big deal. If she doesn't respond, I'll just ignore her. Okay. Lin Zixuan replied briefly, took out his phone, and added the WeChat friend. After adding him, Mu Qingcheng nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Lin, I'll take my leave now. Miss Mu, please go ahead. Saying that, Mu Qingcheng left first. Lin Zixuan watched her departing figure and let out a long sigh. He called out to Han Shang behind him, and the two headed toward the backstage of the auction. As soon as Lin Zixuan arrived at the backstage area, he was warmly welcomed by the staff and entered a small room. Inside the small room, a beautiful woman dressed in a cheongsam greeted Lin Zixuan with a warm smile upon his arrival. It seemed as though she had been waiting for a long time. Mr. Lin, you're here. You purchased 5 items this time, and they will be delivered shortly. Please check them. This person was none other than the auctioneer from earlier, Chu Siyu. Lin Zixuan casually waved his hand, seeming unconcerned. He took out his phone and transferred 100 million to Han Shang behind him. Pay for me, will you? Han Shang looked at the huge transfer amount and didn't feel surprised. After all, it was part of her job as a secretary. Following the staff, he went to the back office to make the payment. Soon, the auction items were delivered one by one to Lin Zixuan's table. Crystal love, a watch, a phoenix singing ancient zither, a jade bracelet, and that verbal promise custom-made clothing. Chapter 53, Throwing oneself into one's arms. Looking at the items before him, Lin Zixuan nodded slightly. Chu Siyu's voice also came from in front of him. Mr. Lin, this is what you purchased today. As for the custom-made clothing by Master Pang, Mr. Lin will need to wait a little longer. Once Master Peng has finished his current tasks, he will personally come to Seoul to assist Mr. Lin with measurements and selecting the type of clothing.
Only then will the formal production process begin. Mr. Lin, please add my contact information first. When Master Peng arrives, I will inform you.
Lin Zixuan naturally did not refuse and added Chu Siyu's contact information. On the other side, Han Shang had also finished paying and packed up his belongings. The two of them then left the auction venue together. After stepping outside, Lin Zixuan took out the jade bracelet and personally placed it on Han Shang's wrist.
Han Shang watched the scene, her eyes brimming with emotion. Mr. Lin, this is truly too valuable. I don't even know how to thank you. Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan gave a mischievous smile. It's nothing. Just do your job. It's just a little toy. It's not worth anything.
Han Shang, on the other hand, felt her heart racing. She had accepted the items, and as she wasn't a naive young girl, she understood what would happen next. She also cautiously asked a question.
Does Mr. Lin have any other business? Shall we return to the villa in Moonfall Bay together?
Actually, what Han Shang meant was that we could go somewhere else to have fun.
However, this time, Lin Zixuan refused.
No, I have something to take care of tonight.
I won't be returning to the villa in Ueluo Bay.
Lin Zixuan rejected Han Shang's suggestion, causing Han Shang to also reveal a surprised expression. Before Han Shang could say anything else, Lin Zixuan had already gotten into his 911. He shouted out the window to Han Shang, "Help me pack up my things first. I'll tell you when I need them." Except for the necklace he was going to give to Manhwa tomorrow, Lin Zixuan didn't have anything else on him.
After parting ways with Han Shang, Lin Zixuan headed straight back to school.
The reason was that Meng, the school's most beautiful girl, had started acting up again, saying that there would be a dorm inspection tonight and everyone had to stay in their dorm rooms.
Lin Zixuan didn't hear this requirement and felt that Manhwa was intentionally targeting him.
To prevent himself from getting into trouble, though it had indeed been a long time since he had returned to school, visiting his dormitory brothers would be a good idea. That kind of thing still needs to be kept in check.
Not long after, Lin Zixuan drove back to the school and parked the car in the school parking lot. Not far from Lin Zixuan stood a man and a woman.
The girl's face was heavily made up, wearing a black jacket on top and a pair of black pants that tightly wrapped her legs. The rise and fall of her chest seemed to hint at a desire to reveal more. It was quite eye-catching. The girl's face was expressionless, while the boy beside her asked a question.
Did you see him?
That's him. This guy is Bai Xiuhao, who was at the Western restaurant earlier. He brought a girl over to give Lin Zixuan something to do, and that girl is Zhao Yu, who is standing next to him.
Zhao Yu took a quick look at Lin Zixuan's figure and nodded silently. Not bad.
Are you sure he's really rich? Bai Xiuhao sneered, Manhwa, you know him well enough. I'll bet you this guy is at least a top-tier rich second-generation heir.
He'll definitely be able to meet your goals.
Zhao Yu heard this and waved her hand at Bai Xiuhao. She took out a lipstick and a mirror from her bag, looked into the mirror, and touched up her makeup briefly. As we agreed, after I'm with him, I'll share a little of the benefits I get from him with you, but don't disturb the two of us. Bai Xiuhao took a couple of steps back, of course agreeing with everything he said. Don't worry, I won't let him know what kind of woman you really are. Though he said that, Bai Xiuhao was constantly complaining to himself.
Someone like you is just a tool. Just accomplish my goals. As for how things turn out between you and Lin Zixuan, what does that have to do with me? I'm interested in Manhwa, not you. Zhao Yu was satisfied this time, watching Lin Zixuan's figure and pondering how to approach him. Meanwhile, Lin Zixuan parked his car and walked toward the dormitory building. He took out his phone and sent a message to Manhwa. President, I've arrived at school. There's no need to check the dorm tonight, right? Unexpectedly, Manhwa replied quickly. You know what's what. Tonight's dorm check is on hold, we'll see how someone behaves. Lin Zixuan chuckled lightly. This girl is actually quite interesting.
The next moment, Lin Zixuan seemed to feel that he had bumped into something. A sharp shout rang out from in front of him.
Lin Zixuan was also knocked off balance, taking 2 quick steps before regaining his footing.
Turning his head, he saw a girl lying on the ground, her face contorted in pain. As it turned out, walking while using your phone is a bad idea. Look what happened.
Are you okay, classmate?
Lin Zixuan hurried over to check, crouching down and locking eyes with Zhao Yu. Only then did he get a clear look at Zhao Yu's figure. A system prompt also sounded in his mind. A consumable object has been detected.
Name, Zhao Yu. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Appearance, 85. Likability, 30. Ha! Lin Zixuan looked at the panel and felt something was off. How could the girl have such a high favorability rating? He clearly didn't recognize her. After taking a closer look at Zhao Yu's figure, the most striking feature was the rise and fall of her chest, which could easily be described as cow-like. At 166 centimeters and 57 kilograms, she was slightly overweight, but Zhao Yu was clearly overweight in all the right places.
A girl with such good looks didn't really interest Lin Zixuan much. He just bumped into her and felt a bit embarrassed. Zhao Yue's face was twisted in a pained expression. After following Lin Zixuan for a while, she noticed that his attention was on his phone, and she saw this as the perfect opportunity for a chance encounter. To catch Lin Zixuan's attention, Zhao Yu had gone to great lengths, and this time she really fell hard. The pain was no act.
Ouch, that hurts.
Zhao Yu's face was filled with a look of grievance, as if she were about to cry.
Lin Zixuan didn't think much of it and asked again. Should I take you to the infirmary? It's over there.
Zhao Yu heard this and secretly rejoiced inside. This was a perfect opportunity to take the bait, wasn't it? He continued to maintain that pained expression on his face.
Alright, thank you for your help.
As she spoke, Zhao Yu grabbed Lin Zixuan's arm, as if she wanted to stand up. As she stood halfway up, Zhao Yu let out another agonizing scream.
Ah!
Lin Zixuan was startled by Zhao Yu's actions, and 2 tears fell from the corners of Zhao Yu's eyes. She looked pitiful and helpless.
No, my friend, I think I sprained my ankle. I can't walk at all. Chapter 54, Zhao Yu's Encounter. Chapter 54, Zhao Yu's Contact.
Lin Zixuan heard this and glanced at Zhao Yu's legs. This girl was being very obvious with her hints. Either she wanted him to hold her or carry her.
At that moment, Lin Zixuan also realized something was off.
This girl had an initial favorability rating of 30 points, and now she was being so proactive.
Lin Zixuan felt that this collision might not have been an accident after all.
It seems like she came prepared, which is kind of interesting. Lin Zixuan had guessed as much, but he chose not to expose her and decided to play along with Zhao Yu. He also gave her a helpless expression.
What should we do? We can't leave. Maybe I'll go to the infirmary and call a teacher over.
Zhao Yu heard this and felt a bit embarrassed.
Where did this straight guy come from? Can't you just carry me over? Is it because my figure isn't attractive enough? You're actually going to call the teacher? Such a great opportunity, and you're not taking advantage of it? Cough, cough, big brother. I'm in so much pain, I can't wait for the teacher to come. Can you take me there?
Zhao Yu's spoiled tone drifted out, and she tentatively tugged at Lin Zixuan's arm. This time, Lin Zixuan was completely certain that Zhao Yu had come prepared.
Shall I take you there? Oh, okay then. Wait for me to find a forklift. I remember there's one at the delivery station next door. I'll put it on the forklift and push it over there.
Saying this, Lin Zixuan turned around and headed toward the nearby delivery station.
Zhao Yu's expression darkened considerably. What do you mean put it on the forklift? Why didn't I just kill you? Are you really that clueless, or are you just pretending? Seeing Lin Zixuan turn to leave, Zhao Yu panicked and hurriedly called him back. Brother, wait.
Lin Zixuan looked at Zhao Yu in confusion, while Zhao Yu grabbed Lin Zixuan's arm.
There's no need to go to all that trouble. Why don't you just hold me up, brother? I think I can manage for a little while longer.
As she spoke, Zhao Yu gripped Lin Zixuan's arm even tighter.
A faint smile played at the corners of Lin Zixuan's lips. He didn't bother to expose Zhao Yu. This little girl was somewhat interesting. Playing along with her wouldn't cost him anything. Zhao Yu grabbed Lin Zixuan's arm and forced herself to stand up. Although she hadn't really twisted her ankle to the point where she couldn't walk, the pain was very real. The two of them walked forward slowly, with Zhao Yu leaning almost half her body against Lin Zixuan. Especially the cow, rubbing against Lin Zixuan's arm, creating a soft sensation. The distance to the infirmary was neither too close nor too far, roughly 700 or 800 meters. Lin Zixuan thought he was just teasing her, so he quickened his pace. Zhao Yu was already in so much pain, and when Lin Zixuan walked so quickly, she couldn't keep up at all. Gripping Lin Zixuan's hand tightly, she couldn't let go. If she did, wouldn't she be exposing herself? He could only endure the pain in his body and quickly catch up. A delicate voice rang out again, "Brother, slow down, I can't keep up." Lin Zixuan seemed not to hear her, continuing to walk forward on his own. On this side, Zhao Yu was already on the verge of tears from the pain. Finally, she made it to the infirmary. Zhao Yu lay on the bed, undergoing the school doctor's examination, and forced a smile at Lin Zixuan. "Thank you so much, big brother, for bringing me to the infirmary. I wouldn't have known what to do otherwise. Why don't we exchange contact information? Once I'm better, I'll treat you to a meal." Lin Zixuan saw through Zhao Yu's thoughts, so he refused outright this time. "Ah, never mind then. No need to exchange contact information. This time, it was my fault for bumping into you. I really feel bad about it. Since you've already thanked me, that means this matter is settled. I'll be on my way. We'll meet again someday." With that, Lin Zixuan turned and walked away, leaving behind a stylish silhouette. Zhao Yu was left speechless. What the hell? Zhao Yu couldn't help but curse angrily, and the school doctor glared at Zhao Yu. At that moment, Zhao Yu was so angry that she could barely catch her breath. "I've never seen a guy like this before. You were the one who bumped into me, and then you took me to the infirmary. Isn't that what you should have done? I was just being polite, saying thank you, and you actually told me that by saying thank you, the matter is settled? Are you really a human being? At that moment, Zhao Yu was speechless. She violently tore at the bedsheet. This chance encounter had ended casually under Lin Zixuan's teasing. As Lin Zixuan left the infirmary, he still wore a faint smile. This girl was clearly approaching him with ulterior motives. If it was just for a little money, it wouldn't be a big deal, he had more than enough of that. However, her determination is a bit too strong, making Lin Zixuan feel a bit uncomfortable, and he doesn't plan to have much contact with her. Lin Zixuan, on the other hand, went to his dormitory on his own. As he pushed open the dormitory door, Lin Zixuan shouted out loud, "My sons, your father is back." As the words fell, Lin Zixuan suddenly noticed that the atmosphere in the dormitory felt a bit off. The three roommates were gathered together, with one sitting on a chair, his eyes vacant, while the other two seemed to be comforting him. "What's going on here?" Lin Zixuan asked, and the third roommate sighed deeply. "Xiao Xian, you're back. Perfect timing. Hurry up and tell the second guy your strategy for winning over the goddess. That guy has been pursuing Su Qing for over a year now. A few days ago, he gave Su Qing a pair of sneakers worth 1,000 yuan. Just now, I saw the same sneakers I gave her on a second-hand clothing platform." This guy couldn't hold back and started acting desperate. Lin Zixuan listened to the story and was speechless. A sycophant will never end well. When it came to Su Qing, Lin Zixuan seemed to have a vague recollection. This guy was Su Ruo's roommate and also her close friend. Back when Lin Zixuan was dating Su Ruo, Su Qing would often speak ill of her, and every time they met, she would act superior, clearly looking down on Lin Zixuan. She's clearly a very materialistic woman, and her second son is just an ordinary kid from an average family. It would be a miracle if he could catch up with Su Qing, but what Su Qing did was indeed a bit excessive. If you don't like the gift, just don't accept it. After accepting it, you even sold it on a second-hand platform. The most critical part is that my younger brother found out, which is a bit hard to explain. Lin Zixuan stepped forward and gently patted the second son on the shoulder. "Old second, you sycophant, you'll never end well. Look at me. Back then, everyone knew how close I was with Su Ruo. Now that I'm ignoring her, that girl keeps coming back to me, begging for us to get back together, and it's driving me crazy. In my opinion, you should just ignore her for a while. Once she realizes how good you are, she'll come looking for you on her own." Chapter 55, Manhwa's Birthday Banquet. Lin Zixuan's voice fell, but the second son was not moved. Instead, he glared at Lin Zixuan. As Lin Zixuan's voice fell, the second son was not moved at all. Instead, he glared angrily at Lin Zixuan. "Xian, what are you talking about? How am I a sycophant? Why is the goddess selling my stuff instead of selling someone else's? It's probably because she likes me. She must have encountered some difficulties and is too embarrassed to tell me she needs money. Just wait, I'll buy those sneakers back right now and give them to Su Qing." Saying that, the second-year student pulled out his phone, opened a second-hand trading platform, and, under the shocked stares of the other three in the dormitory, bought back the sneakers he had just given away. Lin Zixuan witnessed this scene and couldn't help but sigh with a wry smile. Indeed, kind words are useless against such a stubborn person. Back then, when he faced Su Ruo, it was the same. Continuing to speak would be impolite. All I can do is wait for her to come to her senses. Love is blind, after all it only happens once in a lifetime. Enough pain, there won't be a next time. Lin Zixuan lay down on the bed and took out his phone, replying to all the messages that had piled up. "Liang Mo, honey, you haven't come home in ages. This place is so big, and I'm a bit scared living here alone. Why don't you come back and keep me company? Lin Zixuan, be good. Stay there. I've been pretty busy these past few days. It's been a long time since I've been back to Yueluo Bay. Once Manhwa's birthday banquet is over, I can go take a look. There's just been so much going on lately that I can't keep up." Liang Mo read the message and clearly looked disappointed. He slumped on the sofa, and it seemed like the saying about crying in a BMW was true. Rich people don't give you emotional value. Of course, Liang Mo was well aware that he couldn't expect too much. "Tianya, honey, I've been learning to cook lately. Come try my cooking when you have time. My father has been admitted to a hospital in Kyoto, and I hear he's improving a bit. Thank you so much." In comparison, Tianya is clearly more well-behaved. After all, she knows her place. "Yang Chanqian, rich brother, are you still upset about that sweet tofu brain? I really made a mistake. Brother, there's a new movie out recently. Can we go check it out?" Lin Zixuan didn't respond, just glancing at it briefly. He didn't have much of an impression of Yang Chanqian either. There were no other particularly important messages. Only regarding Shiyun's message, Lin Zixuan responded with particular attention. This girl was replying to Lin Zixuan every day, even though he rarely responded. However, she always seemed unusually well-behaved and would remind him every time she went live. Chatting with this girl is the only conversation he can really engage in, and Lin Zixuan always replies. After finishing the messages on his phone, Lin Zixuan leaned against the bed, but his phone kept vibrating non-stop.
Frustrated, Lin Zixuan picked up his phone to check and found it was a message from Su Ruo.
Xian, I saw a new movie tonight. I've already bought tickets. Can you come with me? Since the last incident, Su Ruo has been relentless, firmly believing she can win back Lin Zixuan's heart.
I wonder where she gets such confidence.
Lin Zixuan was utterly exasperated and casually replied, I'm busy. I need to sleep. Don't bother me. Su Ruo, oh, okay, then I won't bother you. Remember to tell me when you wake up.
The tone and words sounded so familiar, exactly like how she had spoken to herself back then. Lin Zixuan sighed helplessly, forming a stark contrast with the second-year student in the dorm below.
As the night slowly passed, the next morning, Manhwa's calls flooded Lin Zixuan's phone. Lin Zixuan answered the call groggily. Young master, you haven't forgotten what today is, have you? My birthday party starts at noon.
If you're late, humph, I promise I'll check your dorm every day. Lin Zixuan heard this and was speechless, letting out a light chuckle.
I can't forget. Send me the address, and I'll be right over. That's more like it. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zixuan went downstairs to freshen up. Upon exiting the house, he checked the location sent by Manhwa. The location was in a villa district on the outskirts of Hanchang. This villa district was on par with Yueluo Bay and was one of the two most luxurious villa districts in Hanchang. The difference is that Moonfall Bay is a recently developed area, while the suburban area has been an established affluent neighborhood for many years. It was clearly where the Meng family resided. After all, today was Manhwa's birthday. Under the premise of ensuring respect, Lin Zixuan dressed simply, got into his 911, and stepped on the gas pedal, heading straight for the villa in the suburbs. Since the location was in the suburbs, it took half an hour for Lin Zixuan to arrive at his destination. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Meng family villa, the area was already filled with luxury cars, with several million-dollar vehicles among them. Lin Zixuan's 911 didn't stand out here.
In the courtyard, several young people were sitting in small groups, chatting animatedly.
When Lin Zixuan entered, one of the figures seemed to notice him. He quickly waved his hand, Xiangu, over here. Xiangu, over here.
Lin Zixuan turned his head and saw Zhang Xuanyu, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, with Meng Chang by his side.
After seeing the others, Lin Zixuan walked over to join the group.
Zhang Xuanyu joked, Xiangu, it's been a long time since we last saw you. I didn't expect to run into you here.
Do you know Wangu too? Lin Zixuan nodded slightly, yes, we're good friends.
Zhang Xuanyu was about to say something else, but Meng Chang, standing beside him, gave him a gentle push. Go on, go play somewhere else.
Xian, come inside. Meng Chang seemed very enthusiastic.
In their eyes, Lin Zixuan's identity was highly mysterious. The incident at yesterday's charity auction had not been widely publicized. However, they had heard a few rumors. They pulled Lin Zixuan toward the hall. As they walked, Meng Chang also noticed the gift box in Lin Zixuan's hand. Hey, Xiangu. You brought a gift? Is this for my sister? Lin Zixuan didn't say anything, just nodded. Meng Chang saw this and his eyes flickered. It was indeed his foresight to have his sister build a good relationship with Lin Zixuan. If this could be accomplished, Lin Zixuan's influence would undoubtedly help the Meng family rise quickly and become the first family of Hanchang. It wouldn't be too much to ask. Today was a golden opportunity. Have your father work on cultivating a good relationship with Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan was unaware that his offhand remark had triggered so much psychological activity in Meng Chang. At that moment, the two of them had entered the grand hall of the Meng family's villa. The hall was mostly filled with middle-aged men, forming a stark contrast to the vibrant energy in the courtyard. These figures sat elegantly on the sofas, sipping tea and discussing business. Meng Chang pulled Lin Zixuan into the group and shouted, Dad, let me introduce you to a good friend. Chapter 56, An Increasingly Mysterious Identity. Meng Chang's loud shout caught everyone's attention. Lin Zixuan glanced up and saw a middle-aged man sitting in the main seat, dressed in a suit and tie, with a stern expression on his face. Beside him stood a woman who looked like a princess. Today, Manhwa wore a snow-white princess dress, a rare departure from her usual casual style, and a pair of crystal-studded high heels. She looked like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. What are you shouting about? Can't you see all your uncles are talking about serious business? How old are you? You're not old enough to be acting like this. Meng Chang and Manhwa's father is named Meng Tianheng. Upon hearing his father's scolding voice, Meng Chang's face turned slightly awkward. However, a voice interrupted Meng Tianheng's words. Lin, my old friend, it's been ages. Come sit down, come sit down. The one speaking, of course, was Zhang Shuntian, the man who had sold the villa to Lin Zixuan. Zhang Shuntian being here didn't surprise Lin Zixuan, who walked over to the group at a leisurely pace. However, for a moment, he didn't know how to start the conversation. He and Zhang Shuntian were like brothers, which meant they were of the same generation as Meng Tianheng.
By that logic, Manhwa should address him as uncle.
He didn't even know how to address him properly.
Manhwa was also sizing up Lin Zixuan, looking at the gift in his hands, and sat up straight.
It must have been quite a feat for Mr. Lin to invite you here.
Not at all, I'm here now. Happy birthday.
Lin Zixuan replied awkwardly, and Meng Tiancheng also looked at his daughter.
Do you two know each other? Before Manhwa could speak, Meng Cheng interrupted. That's right, we're not just acquaintances, we're very close. Xian Gu even prepared a gift for his little sister this time. Upon hearing this, even Lin Zixuan himself felt awkward.
I prepared the gift, I should have just given it to her secretly.
With so many important people here, no one can come empty-handed. You had to mention that I brought a gift. If I take it out now, won't they be the ones feeling awkward? Meng Tianhong sized up Lin Zixuan.
From Zhang Xuantian's attitude earlier, Meng Tianhong had already guessed Lin Zixuan's identity. He was the mysterious wealthy individual mentioned by Zhang Shuntian.
However, some people still harbored doubts about Lin Zixuan's true identity.
For example, the one who spoke up at that moment.
Oh,
this must be Mr. Zhang, the young man you often mention. It seems like you have a good relationship with the Meng family's daughter.
You've prepared a gift, so why not bring it out and let everyone take a look? Right, let's see what kind of gifts the young people have brought. How are they different from what we older folks give?
Lin Zixuan was at a loss at that moment and could only take his own gift and hand it to Manhwa.
Here's your gift. Happy birthday.
Manhwa smiled sweetly, accepted Lin Zixuan's gift, and held it close to her chest.
Thank you. However, Manhwa had no intention of opening it.
The man from earlier spoke again, urging her once more.
Meng, open it up and let me take a look. I want to see what the young people think.
After all, we're getting old, and our tastes might not be the same as yours. These old foxes are all smooth talkers, there's really nothing to criticize about what they say.
Manhwa also felt a bit awkward. This kind of setting wasn't something Lin Zixuan was comfortable with. Manhwa glanced at Lin Zixuan cautiously, as if asking for his opinion, and Lin Zixuan nodded slightly. This is what you insisted on, after all. The awkwardness isn't on my end. This item is worth 10 million, and it's a limited edition. The gift you're giving must not be as valuable as mine. Wangu, since they all want to see it, just open it and take a look. Upon hearing Lin Zixuan say this, Manhwa obediently nodded her head, gently tearing off the gift wrapping.
As the wrapping fell away, the sparkling diamond burst into a dazzling glow. Everyone was captivated by the dazzling light and turned their gaze toward the gift box in Manhwa's hands.
What is this? Manhwa picked up the necklace from the gift box.
She didn't recognize it, but judging by its design, it must be quite valuable.
Could this be crystal love?
One of them recognized the necklace and cautiously asked a question.
Lin Zixuan nodded slightly in response. That's right, it's crystal love. Upon hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. The man also looked at Lin Zixuan in astonishment. This is crystal love. The mysterious tycoon who spent a fortune at yesterday's charity auction, spending 100 million, is you, little brother? Everyone here has heard about yesterday's charity auction, but few know about Lin Zixuan's involvement. Only a few people who attended the auction recognized Lin Zixuan. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces betrayed a look of shock. Even Meng Tianhong's expression changed slightly. Lin Zixuan rubbed his nose and casually replied. It's me. I'm no wealthy man, I just bought a few things. Just bought a few things? These people muttered to themselves, you call that buying a few things? However, after this incident, everyone's attitude toward Lin Zixuan changed instantly. You're really joking, little brother. This is just buying a few things. What a hero in the making. Those who had previously questioned Lin Zixuan's identity were convinced otherwise after learning that he had casually auctioned off an item worth 100 million yuan. First, there was the villa in Yueluo Bay, then an item worth 100 million yuan at auction, and now 700 million yuan in cash. Many of those present couldn't even come up with that amount. Otherwise, Zhang Shuntian, with a net worth of several billion, wouldn't be selling his villa to raise funds. Cash and net worth are two different things. In everyone's eyes, Lin Zixuan grew even more mysterious. It seemed as though Zhang Shuntian had been telling the truth. Lin Zixuan was indeed the wealthy second-generation heir from a high-ranking family. Meng Tianhong stroked his chin, and the serious expression on his face gradually gave way to a smile. He found Lin Zixuan very pleasing to the eye, as if his own son and daughter both had an excellent relationship with Lin Zixuan. He even gave his daughter such an expensive birthday gift. This is actually a good thing. Ahem. Meng Tiancheng cleared his throat and looked at Manhwa beside him. Wangu, go entertain your friends. We're just a bunch of old folks, you probably don't feel comfortable with us. Manhwa had already grown restless, but in the presence of her elders, she still had to maintain a proper demeanor. Upon hearing this, she also stood up, waved to everyone, and signaled to Lin Zixuan to leave together. Lin Zixuan also disliked the environment here. Following Manhwa's lead, he headed toward the second floor of the villa. After Lin Zixuan had left, These old foxes are starting to talk about it too. Old Zhang, tell us the truth. What is Lin Zixuan's real identity? Where did you meet him? Is he really a young master from the capital? Chapter 57. Are you running a fever?
Zhang Shuntian heard the inquiries from those around him and also wore a proud expression. Meeting Lin Zixuan was the decision Zhang Shuntian believed to be the most correct one he had made in recent times. The more he got to know Lin Zixuan, the more he felt his mystery.
This must be the second-generation heir of a top-tier aristocratic family. Zhang Shuntian seemed to foresee that his future was bright.
As for Lin Laoti's background, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure either.
However, everyone knows the platform called Moyu, right?
Back then, Lin Laoti spent 10 million yuan in a single night, becoming the emperor of Moyu. I also enjoy watching live streams occasionally, which is how I came to know Lin Laoti.
Judging by the financial strength Lin has demonstrated so far, he's probably no weaker than us. Whether he's the heir to some top-tier aristocratic family or not doesn't matter at all. In any case, befriending Lin is always a wise choice.
Upon hearing this, the seasoned veterans present all began to harbor their own ulterior motives.
Among them, the happiest was, of course, Meng Tianheng. Earlier, he had noticed that his two children seemed to get along well with Lin Zixuan. Judging by this, the Meng family's business might flourish even more in the future.
The old foxes around him knew exactly what they were up to, and Meng Tianheng was well aware of their intentions. The charity auction organized by the 6 major groups, with the involvement of higher-ups, was aimed at preparing for the public tender for a project that had been assigned by the higher authorities.
This project is of great importance to everyone present.
It is the redevelopment of Seoul's newest development zone, with plans to build a landmark building. For this reason, these seasoned businessmen have been discussing the matter for quite some time. Acting alone, it would be nearly impossible to secure the project. While it is a significant opportunity, it also depends on whether they can handle the scale of the endeavor.
However, if Lin Zixuan were to join them, things might be different.
At that moment, everyone exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile.
At the same time, Lin Zixuan and Meng Wang arrived at the second floor of the villa. Meng Wang opened the door to a room, and Lin Zixuan didn't think much of it, following her inside.
The walls of the surrounding rooms were completely covered in pink.
The room is filled with a girly vibe, and the decorations are eclectic.
In the center stands a huge princess-style round bed, large enough to accommodate 4 or 5 adults.
However, half of the bed is covered with various dolls. Lin Zixuan could only recognize a few of them, such as Doraemon and the like.
Clearly, this must be Meng Wanga's own room.
Lin Zixuan took a look at Meng Wanga and curiously asked a question. Who would have thought that President Meng had such a girly side?
This room looks like it belongs to a 15 or 16-year-old girl.
Meng Wanga heard this and glared at Lin Zixuan with a displeased expression.
She grabbed a large teddy bear from the chair and threw it at Lin Zixuan.
Lin Zixuan reached out and caught it. Shut your mouth. This is my room, and no one else has been in here yet.
Saying this, Meng Wanga walked over to the bed and sat down, pouting her lips in a cute manner. Lin Zixuan hugged a large teddy bear and rubbed his nose.
In that case, I feel quite honored. What do you think?
Meng Wanga's reproachful voice echoed, her face adorned with a faint smile. The crystal love necklace was clutched tightly in Meng Wanga's hand.
Which girl wouldn't love something so sparkling?
In fact, Meng Wanga had invited Lin Zixuan to her home with a specific purpose in mind. She naturally wanted Meng Tianheng to see it. Although times have progressed, and arranged marriages are much less common nowadays, as the youngest daughter of the Meng family,
Meng Wanga's marriage is also something she cannot decide for herself. At the very least, it should be a match made in heaven, right?
Lin Zixuan had given her such an expensive gift, and Meng Wanga hadn't expected it.
She had received many gifts from other boys before.
They were either something like Rose's gifts that looked innovative but were actually cheap and commonplace, or they're high-end luxury items that you can't afford anyway.
This necklace is truly the most special gift. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Lin Zixuan had quietly approached Meng Wanga and whispered something in her ear.
Meng Wanga was startled and looked up, only to find Lin Zixuan's face looming larger and larger before her, almost touching hers. Instantly, a faint blush spread across Meng Wanga's face.
What are you talking about? Of course I like it. Lin Zixuan reached out and took the necklace from Meng Wan's hand.
He whispered gently, if you like it, wear it.
Why are you holding it? As he spoke, Lin Zixuan held the necklace and touched Meng Wanga's neck. Meng Wanga's body trembled slightly, as if she had been electrocuted.
It seemed that no one had ever touched her like this before. Wearing a necklace, one inevitably lowers one's head, and the hot breath touched Meng Wanga's snow-white neck, giving her an unusual sensation.
Fortunately, this feeling didn't last long.
After putting on the necklace, Lin Zixuan stood up straight and took a good look at himself. The sparkling crystal complemented Meng Wanga's snow-white skin perfectly, and with the princess dress she was wearing today, she looked even more like a princess from a fairy tale.
That's right, it really suits you. Meng Wanga grabbed the necklace around her neck.
Lin Zixuan heard the system's notification sound ringing in his ears.
Meng Wanga's favorability rating, 10.
Meng Daxia's favorability rating has increased again, reaching 40 points.
Lin Zixuan has already acquired quite a few tools. Sometimes trying something different can be quite enjoyable. With just the two of them, a man and a woman, alone in a room, it was inevitable that there would be some awkwardness. Meng Wanga sat on the edge of the bed, looking restless, her mind beginning to wander. She glanced up and saw Lin Zixuan sitting on the chair. How could I bring him to my own room? Oh my god, what was I thinking? What if he does something to me? Should I call for help? But there are so many people downstairs. Then what should I do? Should I not resist?
No, that's absolutely out of the question.
Lin Zixuan leaned back in his chair and yawned. He had gotten up too early today and felt a bit tired, of course unaware of what Meng Wanga was thinking. Glancing over, Lin Zixuan's drowsiness vanished instantly.
All he could see was Meng Wanga's pretty face flushed with a deep crimson hue, even extending to her ears, looking extremely unusual.
What's wrong with you? Are you running a fever? Lin Zixuan hurriedly stood up and walked over to Meng Wanga's side.
Meng Wanga seemed to be still in a daze, only glancing up briefly. A large hand gently rested on her forehead.
No way, you really have a fever. Do you have any fever-reducing medicine at home? Meng Wanga finally realized something was wrong and quickly dodged Lin Zixuan's movements.
A slap landed on Lin Zixuan's hand.
It's okay, I'm just a little hot. Chapter 58, I'm just an ordinary person.
As she spoke, Meng Wanga rushed out of the room and headed straight for the nearby sink, quickly rinsing herself off. Her mind was filled with constant murmurs.
Meng Wanga, what on earth are you thinking? What's going on today? Why am I acting so weird?
Meng Wanga quickly rinsed her cheeks, calming her restless mood a little. Just as she stepped out of the bathroom, she heard her older brother Meng Cheng's voice. Little sister, Xian's banquet is about to begin. Let's go downstairs. Alright, I'll be right there. Meng Wanga called out, rushed out of the room, and without paying attention, bumped into Lin Zixuan again.
Ah!
Meng Wanga let out a piercing scream, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lin Zixuan acted swiftly, grabbing her waist to prevent her from falling.
Are you okay? Meng Wanga was held in Lin Zixuan's arms, steadying herself, but their posture looked very ambiguous.
At that moment, Meng Wanga felt her mind go blank, staring blankly at Lin Zixuan, drawn to his face.
This guy seems a lot more handsome? Is it just my imagination? Lin Zixuan looked at Meng Wanga with a hint of confusion. It's not that I'm not moving if you don't get up, how can I move?
Although the school beauty had an excellent figure, maintaining this posture was truly exhausting.
What are you guys doing?
Just then, a voice came from behind, interrupting their actions. Meng Wanga turned her head to look and saw Meng Cheng standing not far away, staring at the scene in astonishment.
Meng Wanga let out a startled cry, quickly stood up, and tidied her clothes. Lin Zixuan also noticed Meng Cheng and rubbed his nose. Ah, it's nothing. Your sister just lost her balance, so I helped her up. Flirting with someone else's sister and getting caught by her older brother.
However, Meng Cheng didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with it. Instead, he gave me a knowing look.
It's okay, I just came to call you guys. Xian, let's go downstairs. Alright, I was just about to head downstairs too. As he spoke, Lin Zixuan followed behind Meng Cheng and headed downstairs. Meng Wanga was left alone, clutching her chest. This is truly embarrassing.
Lin Zixuan, who had just arrived downstairs, heard the system prompt sound in his mind once again.
Meng Wanga's favorability rating is 10. Lin Zixuan looked up in confusion, unsure of what had happened. Could this girl have fallen for me? Lin Zixuan shook his head helplessly and didn't think much of it.
Below, Meng Tianheng and the others had already gathered in a circle.
Upon seeing Lin Zixuan descend, they all broke into warm smiles. Xian, come over here and sit down.
Lin Zixuan looked up and saw that it was Meng Tianheng who was calling him. Normally, juniors would be seated at the tables outside, and Lin Zixuan didn't like the atmosphere here either. However, since Meng Tianheng had already spoken up, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to refuse.
After all, it was just a meal. He decided to just go over. After a moment, Lin Zixuan arrived. When Lin Zixuan arrived, everyone stood up and made way for him. Seeing their respectful attitude toward him, Lin Zixuan felt a bit surprised but didn't ask any questions. The so-called lavish banquet on the table was nothing special to them, and no one would indulge in excessive eating in such a setting. It was merely a matter of taking a bite or two. Meng Wanga took a long time before coming downstairs. As the guest of honor today, she was naturally the center of everyone's attention. Everyone spoke words of praise, and Meng Wanga seemed to have returned to her former self, untouched by the world. Several business tycoons began to clink glasses, but Lin Zixuan declined the offer to drink, and no one said much more. During the conversation, Meng Tianheng cautiously asked a question. Xiao Xian, I heard that your family isn't from Hancheng. You came here to attend university. I wonder where your family is from. When it came to his family, Lin Zixuan's parents had passed away long ago.
He had been working hard to support himself, supplemented by government assistance, and had managed to grow up on his own.
This is also why Lin Zixuan became Su Ruo's devoted admirer.
His childhood experiences left him deeply insecure, believing he was unworthy of Su Ruo. He could only follow her around, and over time, this developed into an unconventional relationship between the two. Now that Meng Tianhan brings it up, Lin Zixuan doesn't know how to respond. He could only give a casual, evasive reply. The situation at my home is a bit special.
If you really want to count it, I guess I should be considered a resident of the capital. This wasn't Lin Zixuan boasting he had indeed grown up in Kyoto.
As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes lit up.
With his family's special circumstances and his Kyoto origins, wasn't he the perfect candidate for a young master from a Kyoto aristocratic family?
The smiles on everyone's faces grew even broader.
Mr. Lin is truly humble.
At such a young age, he can spend so much money. I'm sure he's much better than us old folks.
We will need your continued support in the future, Mr. Lin.
One of them stood up, handed over his business card, and smiled obsequiously.
Lin Zixuan watched the scene unfold, feeling a bit speechless, but he didn't want to be rude either. No need to be so polite. I'm just an ordinary person, I really can't help you much. An ordinary person? Everyone rolled their eyes and thought to themselves, this Lin young master is really low-key. You're an ordinary person, but what are we?
In this society, everyone is actually just an ordinary person.
We may live at the very bottom of society, and when we see the company's management, we feel they are people we can never reach.
However, when you reach that position, you will discover that there are still higher-ups above you.
Above the executives, there will always be someone wealthier and of higher social standing.
It's possible that someone who was arrogant and proud in front of you one moment will be groveling and bowing before someone else the next. Human nature is a complex thing, and this is also the survival rule of society.
The banquet did not last long.
After a simple meal, these old foxes headed to the study together to discuss the upcoming large-scale project that was about to be put out for tender.
Meanwhile, Manhwa, Zhang Xuanyu, and the other second-generation heirs couldn't sit still either.
They suddenly suggested going to the mountains near Hanyang for some high-speed driving. This suggestion was met with widespread approval, suggesting that they enjoyed such reckless activities in their daily lives. However, Manhwa seemed to strongly oppose such dangerous activities and sternly scolded everyone. After all, today was Manhwa's special day, so the suggestion was eventually dropped. After the banquet ended, Lin Zixuan found Manhwa and prepared to leave the Meng family estate. The setting here truly wasn't suitable for him.
What surprised Lin Zixuan was that Manhwa actually suggested leaving together. Chapter 59, The Neighbors of Moonfall Bay. Let's go together. We'll go for a walk.
When Manhwa said this, she spoke with a hint of anticipation. Lin Zixuan hadn't expected that Manhwa, the main character of the day, would want to go out alone with him.
However, today clearly wasn't the right time. Everyone was here for Manhwa, and if she left on her own, what would that look like? Lin Zixuan, of course, politely declined as well. That's not a good idea. The school beauty should stay here and celebrate her birthday. Have some fun.
I'll take you out to play another day when I'm free. Manhwa pouted her lips, looking a bit unhappy, but in the end, she didn't say much and nodded silently. Perhaps he realized it wasn't appropriate, so after bidding farewell to Manhwa and the others, Lin Zixuan drove off in his 911 with a flourish. After leaving the Meng family's villa complex, since it was still the weekend and there was nothing to do at school, Lin Zixuan decided to head back to Yueluo Bay to take a look. He had been gone for over a week, and it was time to go back and check on things.
After driving for half an hour, Lin Zixuan arrived at the villa district of Yueluo Bay.
Originally, his car wasn't registered, but Lin Zixuan had informed Han Shang beforehand, so he was able to enter the villa district without any issues. He headed toward his villa number 7. Although the roads in the villa area were wide, driving here definitely required slowing down.
Passing by villa number 6, which is the house of my neighbor,
Lin Zixuan instinctively turned his head to take a look. He noticed that the gate to villa number 6 was open, and in the courtyard, there was a young girl crouched on the ground, holding a cute little teddy bear in her arms. A system prompt also sounded in his mind. A consumable object has been detected.
Name, Lin Qingyao. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Appearance, 83. Likability, 0. Lin Zixuan looked at her curiously.
At home, Lin Qingyao wasn't dressed very formally, wearing a pink dress that gave her a youthful, girlish vibe. With a sweet smile and holding her teddy bear in her arms, she seemed very happy. The vehicle passed by the entrance of villa number 6, but it was only a fleeting glimpse, and there was no further contact. Lin Zixuan withdrew his gaze, and the vehicle drove into the courtyard of his own home. After getting out of the car, a woman's figure rushed toward him, throwing herself directly into Lin Zixuan's arms.
Husband, you're back. I've missed you so much.
This woman was none other than Liang Mo. Liang Mo had been staying alone in the villa at Yueluo Bay during this time. Every day, she felt a mix of fear and anxiety.
She was completely different from Tianya. Tianya and Lin Zixuan were in a contractual relationship, so Tianya was certain to receive something from Lin Zixuan. But Liang Mo was different.
Her relationship with Lin Zixuan was unclear. Although Lin Zixuan had given her a villa in Yuelu Bay, he could take it back at any time.
Liang Mo was well aware that in Lin Zixuan's eyes, she might not amount to much. An 80 out of 100 appearance rating was merely the system's baseline standard. It could be said that Liang Mo was fortunate at that time. Lin Zixuan happened to need a tool, and if he had appeared now, Lin Zixuan might not even give him a second glance. Liang Mo is a vocational school graduate, and his family background is also quite ordinary. In Lin Zixuan's current circle, where beautiful women abound, he has no advantages whatsoever. Therefore, Liang Mo desperately hoped to capture Lin Zixuan's heart, but this was also unrealistic. Lin Zixuan hugged Liang Mo, gently rubbing her nose with a look of affection, and did not show any signs of disapproval despite her less than attractive appearance. He knew he wouldn't be just one woman's man in the future. If these tools were obedient and well-behaved, having a few more wouldn't be a problem. If they really don't know any better, like Pikachu, just throw them away. Speaking of Pikachu, it seems like it's been sending me a lot of messages lately, but Lin Zixuan hasn't replied to any of them. Miss me? Lin Zixuan asked, and Liang Mo nodded heavily. Honey, I've been learning to cook lately and have made some progress. Let me show you my skills tonight.
They say that to win a man's heart, you have to win his stomach first.
Whether that's true or not doesn't really matter. However, being able to cook is definitely an advantage. Lin Zixuan also felt a bit of interest. Alright, let's try your cooking tonight.
Liang Mo looked very happy, jumped up in place, and pulled Lin Zixuan, ready to return to the room.
However, Lin Zixuan didn't rush inside.
He looked around the courtyard. It must be said that the courtyard was significantly different from the last time he had been there. It must be Han Shang who arranged it. That girl is indeed quite capable. She has managed to obey very well.
Liang Mo also holds Han Shang in high regard. Even when Lin Zixuan is absent, Liang Mo is practically being waited on hand and foot.
Han Shang has handled his work exceptionally well, and has transformed Yuelu Bay into a completely new place. The two returned to the room together, where the furniture had also been rearranged. After observing the changes in Yuelu Bay, Lin Zixuan took out his phone and sent a message to Han Shang. He praised her work, but Han Shang's response was surprisingly casual.
It's all part of my job.
Lin Zixuan casually transferred 100,000 yuan to Han Shang. The amount wasn't too much or too little, serving as a reward for Han Shang's work. Having already accepted a bracelet worth 20 million, the 10,000 yuan was nothing to him, and Han Shang did not refuse it. Lin Zixuan lay on the sofa, while Liang Mo held a nail clipper, helping Lin Zixuan trim his nails, his eyes sparkling with a sweet smile. By around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Liang Mo began to busy himself in the kitchen. On Lin Zixuan's side, he was preparing to go out for a walk, both to exercise his body and to admire the scenery of Yuelu Bay.
It was said that every evening, the residential area of Yuelu Bay would be adorned with various breathtaking views.
The massive square in the center was meant to be an entertainment area for the wealthy, though few ever ventured there. After all, their own courtyards are more than spacious enough. The square was filled with older folks who had come out for a stroll. Even within the moonlit bay, there are such people, though during their careers, they all held high-ranking positions. Lin Zixuan had just stepped out of his courtyard when he noticed a figure emerging from the adjacent villa number 6. Lin Zixuan had just stepped out of his courtyard when he saw a figure emerge from the neighboring villa number 6. It was none other than Lin Qingyao, whom he had seen while driving by earlier. Lin Qingyao had changed into a different outfit, wearing a brown coat with her messy, wavy blonde hair cascading down her shoulders. Her lower body was clad in shorts, revealing her long, slender legs. The two exchanged glances and, being neighbors, greeted each other politely. Lin Zixuan noticed that Lin Qingyao was holding a dog leash, and of course, it was tied to his teddy. There was also a large, fierce-looking dog, which seemed to be a Tibetan Mastiff. Chapter 60, The Girl Who Keeps Dogs. Lin Zixuan looked at the two dogs in front of him, one large and one small. The teddy was extremely cute, while the Tibetan Mastiff was nearly as big as Lin Qingyao. At that moment, Lin Zixuan was also very curious. Could these two dogs walk together? Would they really not fight? If they did fight, Lin Zixuan could already imagine the pitiful state of the teddy. Whether or not it had heard Lin Zixuan's thoughts, the Tibetan Mastiff turned its head toward him, revealing a fierce glare, and let out several loud barks. Woof, woof, woof. It then seemed to want to charge toward Lin Zixuan's position. The Tibetan Mastiff's movements caught Lin Qingyao's attention, and she let out a startled cry, clutching the rope tightly in her hands. She shouted, "Sweetie, stop playing around. Come back." Under Lin Qingyao's gentle voice, the Tibetan Mastiff seemed to calm down a bit, but it still gave a hostile glance, locking onto Lin Zixuan's figure. Lin Zixuan returned the stare without hesitation. Damn it, so what if you're big? If you've got the guts, come bite me. Of course, this is just me venting. You can't take a dog seriously. However, Lin Qingyao really does have a youthful heart. She named such a big dog Sweet Treasure. Lin Xingyao squatted down and stroked Sweetie's head. After scolding it, she looked at Lin Zixuan with a hint of apology. I'm sorry, Sweetie doesn't usually act like this. Did I scare you? Maybe she's just not used to seeing strangers yet. Lin Zixuan shook his head, indicating that he was fine. It's okay, this dog is actually pretty cute. As soon as she said that, Sweetie let out another growl, and the teddy bear beside her also barked. As if to say, who do you think is cute? Lin Xingyao hurriedly pulled on the rope in her hand. Sorry. You're Mr. Lin who just moved here, right? I heard about it. They might be more familiar with Mr. Zhang, so that's why they acted that way. Don't mind them, Mr. Lin. We're all neighbors, so it's obvious they know Zhang Shuntian too. Oh, okay. My name is Lin Zixuan. We'll get to know each other better later. Lin Xingyao nodded silently and replied with a single word. My name is Lin Xingyao, and I live in Villa number 6. The two had a brief introduction, but the Tibetan Mastiff still maintained its stance, as if it wanted to eat Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan was speechless. I didn't provoke you. You wouldn't really bite me, would you? Although Lin Zixuan wasn't afraid of dogs, seeing the size of the Tibetan Mastiff, he wasn't sure he could handle it. Better keep a safe distance from it. The two exchanged a few polite words. Lin Xingyao was naturally out walking her dog. Since they were going the same way, Lin Xingyao invited Lin Zixuan to join them. As if to express her previous apology, Lin Xingyao gestured for Lin Zixuan to pet the two dogs. Tian Bao, of course, showed extreme dislike, but Lin Xingyao's words seemed to have a significant effect. Sweetie, sit down and stay still. The Tibetan Mastiff sat obediently on the ground, glaring at Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan was also getting angry. What the hell are you glaring at me for? Then Lin Zixuan knelt down in front of the Tibetan Mastiff. He pulled a handful of fur from its body, and the Tibetan Mastiff shook its body vigorously, clearly unwilling. Lin Zixuan saw that it was enough and stepped back 2 paces. Not bad, these two dogs are pretty obedient. Lin Xingyao seemed to really enjoy hearing others praise her dogs and couldn't help but smile. Of course, they're all well behaved. They really don't act like this usually. Now that they've met Mr. Lin, maybe they won't next time. Lin Zixuan nodded uncertainly, feeling that the Tibetan Mastiff's gaze was off. The two of them walked along the path of the Moonfall Bay Villa, heading toward the central square, where a massive fountain shot up into the sky. The water shoots straight into the sky, making it the largest attraction in Moonfall Bay, with a small pool at its base. No, it's called a small lake. The fountain in the center of the lake is one of the highlights of Moonlit Bay, though few people actually come to see it. The two walked around the fountain once and then returned to their respective doorsteps. Lin Xingyao gave an apologetic smile, and the two parted ways at the door. Lin Zixuan also entered his own home. This girl is quite interesting. Living in Yueluo Bay clearly indicates she comes from a prominent family. She's surnamed Lin, but I didn't see any wealthy Lin family members present today. I wonder what her background is. She doesn't seem very old, but that dog. I just don't feel right around it. After Lin Zixuan returned home, Liang Mo was also calling out his name. Honey, dinner's ready. Lin Zixuan walked into the dining room, where a table was set with a feast of home-cooked dishes. Come to think of it, after his parents passed away, it seemed like no one had cooked for him anymore. The cost of these meals isn't particularly expensive, but there's always more meaning in something made with your own hands. Lin Zixuan picked up his chopsticks and gently picked up a piece of meat in front of him. Liang Mo, wearing an apron, stood beside Lin Zixuan with eager anticipation, like a child waiting for praise. After taking a bite, Lin Zixuan found the taste quite good, not just going through the motions, but genuinely decent. Liang Mo seemed to have a natural talent for this. Not bad. Liang Mo smiled contentedly and pushed several dishes toward Lin Zixuan. If it's delicious, my husband should eat more. There's still physical work to do tonight. If it's good, husband, eat more. There's still physical work to do tonight. The mention of physical labor made Lin Zixuan cough lightly. Looking at Liang Mo's smile, he teased him back. Really? I was afraid you might not be able to handle it. Liang Mo covered his mouth, recalling his previous experience. This guy was indeed quite skilled in that department. Oof. In the end, Liang Mo only gave a cold snort and said nothing more. A warm, intimate dinner for two came to an end in the restaurant at Moonlit Bay. While Liang Mo was clearing the table, Lin Zixuan went ahead and freshened up before returning to the room. He opened his phone and quickly replied to the messages on it. There wasn't much important, but there was one message that Lin Zixuan paid special attention to. It was a message sent by the official account of a certain platform, specifically the platform administrator who had added him last time. After adding each other, the two never exchanged a single word. This message, sent proactively, is undoubtedly related to a Youku activity. Yu Huang, our annual event on Moyu, will officially kick off in 2 weeks. It will be divided into the Rising Star track and the All-Star track. I've already sent you the specific rules. If you have time, please take a look.
Additionally, as an Emperor Noble customer of our platform, we will provide you with the opportunity to receive a customized gift. Please send your requirements to me, and we will have it customized for you before the event. After reading the message, Lin Zixuan pondered for a moment. The event would begin in half a month, and he had already promised Xiaoyu to help her win this event. He couldn't go back on his word. However, he wasn't sure which category Xiaoyu was in, so Lin Zixuan clicked in to take a quick look at the rules. Chapter 61, Live Draw. Lin Zixuan quickly reviewed the rules, which were quite complicated. In simple terms, it's all about spending money, seeing who receives the most gifts, and then continuously advancing through the ranks to ultimately win the championship. As for Xiaoyu, although she has gained some popularity, it's all thanks to Lin Zixuan. This time, it still belongs to the Rising Stars group. As for the All-Star group over there, Xiaoxi is indeed part of it, but she is the big streamer supported by Manhwa. Lin Zixuan also has her friends, but the two of them rarely interact. Lin Zixuan hasn't invested much effort into her either. After briefly reviewing the rules, Lin Zixuan was still quite interested in the custom gift idea. He asked the platform's administrator if he could customize a gift and send it out for $10,000. Upon hearing this, the platform's super administrator, Xia Sha, also displayed an expression of helplessness. This Moon Emperor is truly heartless. 2,000 yuan for a super rocket isn't enough for you to spend, is it? However, this isn't acceptable either, because everyone only recognizes the super rocket as a gift. If too expensive gifts appear, it will disrupt the balance, including the tower rating after PKs. If someone spends 2,000 points with a single tap, and you spend 100,000 points with a single tap, even though everyone knows you can't be beaten, it would still disrupt the original balance of the game. The only customizable aspects are the special effects and names of the gifts. Upon seeing this, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. It seems like spending money still has to be done one by one. There are no special requirements, just have Xia Sha handle it for me. After that, Lin Zixuan also logged into a certain platform. The event was about to start, so he decided to check out how Xiaoyu's recent livestream was going. When Lin Zixuan entered Xiaoyu's livestream, he noticed something was off. Xiaoyu's livestream today had very low viewership. It had reached over 3 million. Even after Lin Zixuan had spent so much, the view count was only around that number. Where had all these people come from? The family is giving away a cash prize of 100,000 yuan. All you need to do is sign up for a card to participate. There are no other requirements, and the draw will take place in 3 minutes. If you want to join, act fast. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Lin Zixuan noticed that there was a giveaway hanging at the top of Xiaoyu's livestream. He clicked on it to take a look. It said that signing up for a membership card would allow you to participate, meaning you'd spend 6 yuan to enter, and the winner would receive 10,000 yuan in cash. It's basically the same as buying a lottery ticket, just a bit more expensive than regular lottery tickets. Currently, Xiaoyu has already received over 100,000 card applications, which is roughly 600,000 or so. This lottery is basically a surefire way to make a profit. No wonder it has such a large following. Lin Zixuan's reminder naturally caught the attention of many people. Xiaoyu saw Lin Zixuan arrive and, of course, greeted him warmly. Welcome, Moon Emperor. Moonfall brother, you haven't come to see me in a long time. Is Moonfall brother going to participate in this lottery? Let's try our luck. The comments below started rolling in. What are they saying? The Moon Emperor sent you 10,000? I estimate that the Moon Emperor makes around $10,000 a minute. Oh, it's not about the money. Winning the lottery is something to be happy about, isn't it? It's like finding money on the street, you're happy too. Lin Zixuan looked at the comments and furrowed his brows. Who came up with this underhanded scheme for Xiaoyu? While it might seem like a way to make a lot of money, the consequences could be unimaginable if something goes wrong. He quickly typed out a comment. Turn off this lottery thing. Lin Zixuan, the Emperor's comments, Xiaoyu naturally saw them. This comment made Xiaoyu pause for a moment. You Luo, what's this? Turn it off. Lin Zixuan urged again, and Xiaoyu's heart was constantly weighing the pros and cons. Since she started playing this lottery game, she could earn at least 10,000 every night, which was a surefire way to make money. The popularity of her livestream was also steadily rising. However, if she offended Lin Zixuan because of this, the loss could be far greater than just 10,000 yuan. After thinking it over, Xiaoyu decided to obey. She immediately settled the payment for the lottery. The simultaneous lottery activities have also been stopped. We apologize to everyone. The giveaway has come to an end. The list of winners for this round can be contacted through the backend, and the prizes will still be distributed to you. Thank you all for your participation. The comments below are also scrolling quickly. What's going on? Why won't the Moon Emperor let us play anymore? The streamer is really obedient. It seems like the Moon Emperor's word is law. You don't get it, do you? It's because the Moon Emperor is a smart person. This is no different from fundraising gambling. It's easy for things to go wrong. But I'm just a nobody, so what I say doesn't matter. It all depends on the Moon Emperor.
On this side, Xiaoyu obediently closed the lottery and sent a message to Lin Zixuan.
You Luo, I've already turned it off. You won't be upset, will you? Lin Zixuan picked up his phone and replied. It's nothing. This thing is dangerous. Don't worry about the small amount of money. If you need money, just let me know. Don't ever touch any lotteries again.
Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu also replied obediently. Then, the special effects of the super rocket once again erupted from Xiaoyu's livestream. As the moon set in the west, viewers gifted Super Rocket 10 to streamer Xiaoyu, who was about to have dinner. As the moon sets in the west, I'm sending a gift to streamer Xiaoyu, she needs to eat a Super Rocket 10. As the moon sets in the west, I'm sending a gift to streamer Xiaoyu because she needs to eat
Super Rocket 10. Xiaoyu, who had been feeling down, couldn't help but smile upon seeing Lin Zixuan's Super Rocket.
Indeed, her choice had been the right one.
Offending Lin Zixuan wasn't something that could be resolved with a little money. Lotteries can only bring in a little money. For future events, I'll still need Lin Zixuan's help.
Since Yu Luo Gugu has said that, I'll just stop playing from now on.
Thank you for the Super Rocket, Yu Luo. Moon Emperor is so generous. Even after not visiting for a while, Moon Emperor's charm remains as vibrant as ever. What's that?
I remember when the Moon Emperor helped Pikachu in a PK battle, he boosted Pikachu's score by 1,000,000 in a single match.
Speaking of Pikachu, it seems like the Moon Emperor hasn't been over there to play in a while.
Yeah, Pikachu's live streams have been pretty dismal lately. It seems like they're also doing some kind of live-streamed giveaway, but not many people are participating either. While giveaways can attract a lot of traffic, it ultimately depends on your existing audience and whether they're willing to spend money on your content. Otherwise, any small streamer could just start a giveaway and make money, which is unrealistic. As for Xiaoyu, it's because Lin Zixuan had already helped her attract a lot of casual fans.
Lin Zixuan naturally noticed the comments as well.
As for Pikachu, he hadn't paid any attention to it for a long time.
This girl is really a bit too immature.
Meanwhile, Pikachu had also noticed that Lin Zixuan hadn't paid any attention to him for over a week due to the Super Rocket's characteristics. During this time, the guild's management had also come to find him several times, moving from subtle hints to outright statements.
Chapter 62, Pikachu's Decision. Pikachu, of course, understood their intentions.
This live-streamed giveaway could earn him a little extra money, especially since Lin Zixuan had already sent him 1,000,000. To be honest, Pikachu wasn't exactly short on cash either, he had already made around 3 or 4 million.
However, human greed knows no bounds.
Many people say they'll retire once they've earned 1,000,000, but in reality, once you've earned 1,000,000, you'll start thinking about 2 million.
2 million will make you want 5 million, and then 10 million. It's like living in a house of 10 or 20 square meters. You're not satisfied and want to buy a 50 or 60 square meter one, and eventually a 100 square meter one. Human greed knows no bounds.
When you make a lot of money in a short period of time, your ambitions grow just as rapidly.
Pikachu is no exception.
He used to earn 1,000,000 a day, but now he can only make a few thousand. This stark contrast is hard for Pikachu to accept, and it seems there's no solution in sight.
Pikachu let out a long sigh.
The live stream's viewership was steadily declining every day, and the audience that Lin Zixuan had originally brought in was gradually shifting over to Xiaoyu's side. Then Pikachu picked up his phone, selected a highly provocative private photo from his album, and sent it to Lin Zixuan.
He added a sweet message. Zixuan, I have some time off from school and want to go out and explore. I heard that Seoul is pretty nice. Do you have time to accompany me? After sending the message, Pikachu seemed a bit nervous, really afraid that Lin Zixuan would refuse her. If things continued this way, he would inevitably end up as an obscure little streamer, struggling to make a living in this field, much like how he had offended Tiger Brother back then. Lin Zixuan's rank is clearly much higher than Tiger Brother's.
At this moment, Lin Zixuan had sent Xiaoyu 500 super rockets. 1,000,000 yuan was spent, and Xiaoyu smiled even sweeter, also receiving the message on her phone. Lin Zixuan saw the message and chuckled softly.
Sure enough, women need to be trained. It's not like I spend money on you, so you have to do something for me in return.
But since I can't see or touch you, I might as well just get a virtual pet, at least it can entertain me.
Online dating is the same. You can't even see their face, so why spend money on it? You're just getting ripped off. Regarding Pikachu's sudden appearance, Lin Zixuan naturally wouldn't refuse, but he only muttered coldly under his breath. I'm free.
Pikachu saw the message and sighed in relief. Although Lin Zixuan's attitude was cold, at least he had replied. On this side, Pikachu quickly logged off, checked the flight tickets to Seoul, purchased them, and sent a screenshot to Lin Zixuan.
Zixuan, I've booked the tickets. See you there. This girl is pretty quick. I glanced at Pikachu's flight ticket, and it's the day after tomorrow, which is Tuesday. Since there were no other plans for that day, Lin Zixuan decided to agree. After lingering in Xiaoyu's live stream for a while longer, Lin Zixuan went out for a stroll. He noticed that Xiaoyu was also live streaming. After entering the live stream, Xiaoxi also greeted Lin Zixuan. Welcome, Moon Emperor. Isn't that the Moon Emperor? He's come to the stream again. Come on, welcome the Moon Emperor. He just spent 500 super rockets. Why not show off here at the stream? Shut up, upstairs. Does the Moon Emperor even need to show off his strength? I think even the Dream Emperor would have to admit defeat.
Lin Zixuan glanced over and noticed that the little stream wasn't hosting any live-streamed giveaways, which meant there must be a master guiding them behind the scenes. It was most likely the mysterious Dream Emperor, whom Lin Zixuan had never met before. However, as the former top spender on a certain platform and a shareholder of the company, he must know a lot about the inner workings.
Lin Zixuan wasn't stingy either.
He quickly tapped a few times on the button for the super rocket. As the moon set in the west, I gifted the streamer Cici with a super rocket 10. As the moon sets in the west, I send a gift to streamer Xiaoxi, super rocket 10. As the moon sets in the west, I send a gift to streamer Xiaoxi, super rocket 10.
Simply send 100 super rockets.
A faint smile appeared on the other side of the stream.
Thank you, Yu Luogu, for the super rocket. Yu Huang is so generous.
Meanwhile, Xiaoxi was also muttering to herself. She was different from Xiaoyu and Pikachu. As a veteran in the live streaming industry, she had her own unique style.
Xiaoxi was well aware of Lin Zixuan's motives for spending money so freely.
She had clearly done something similar herself in the past. Although Lin Zixuan hadn't spent too much money on himself, it had still amounted to several 100,000 yuan in total. The event on a certain platform is about to begin, and Xiaoxi is competing on the all-star track, so the competition will undoubtedly be even more intense. On the Dream Emperor side, they might not necessarily support their own team fully. As a shareholder of Moyu, Dream Emperor would obviously want the competition to be more exciting. They wouldn't want it to end up like Lin Zixuan's match, where the opponent's health bar was reduced to a barcode in a single PK. Xiaoxi also had a fleeting thought, but she didn't show it directly.
Lin Zixuan also had no intention of wasting too much time on Xiaoxi.
He turned around and headed to the lobby to take a look around, hoping to find a new target. As a result, I watched several live streams, but didn't find what I was looking for. Instead, I saw that most of the live streamers were doing some kind of lucky draw event. The bigger streamers were running card purchase lottery draws for 6 yuan, while the smaller ones were offering glow stick lottery draws for 1 mao per try.
It's really no different from openly selling lottery tickets. Lin Zixuan was completely speechless.
After browsing through dozens of live streams, Lin Zixuan's screen once again displayed a system notification.
Detected consumable items.
Lin Zixuan glanced up and saw the silhouette of a mature woman appear on the screen. She lacked the innocence of youth but exuded a mature charm. The ID is called Lightly Singing Flower.
Lin Zixuan's imperial special effects caught everyone's attention. The host, of course, noticed it immediately. Is this the Moon Emperor? Welcome to the setting of the moon. I never expected the Moon Emperor to actually come to my livestream.
The streamer seems a bit excited, and the livestream isn't exactly packed with viewers.
She then spoke again. Does the Moon Emperor want to see some dancing? I'm a dance streamer. Lin Zixuan casually tapped out a comment. Whatever you want, just do something you're good at.
Upon seeing this message, Xing Yinhua's eyes lit up.
The fact that Lin Zixuan didn't leave immediately meant there was hope.
His recent extravagant behavior had caught her attention. Had already spread like wildfire on a certain platform.
Of course, everyone hoped to catch Lin Zixuan's attention, and the next little rain might just be them. Xiaoyu's success has also been noticed by many people.
Then Xing Yinhua stood up, leaning against the white wall behind her, twisting her body in a seductive dance, causing a series of gasps in the livestream. Chapter 63, The Unexpected Reunion with Xiaoyu. Watching the dance of the delicate flowers, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but smile. Indeed, mature women have a certain charm. The young girl hadn't fully developed yet. Then, the special effects belonging to the super rocket exploded in the livestream. As the moon set in the west, the viewer gifted the streamer a gentle flower, accompanied by the sound of a super rocket 10. As the moon sets in the west, I send the host a gentle song and a super rocket 10. As the moon sets in the west, I send the host a gentle song and a super rocket 10. After sending 50 super rockets in a row, Xing Yinhua's twisting figure looked even more alluring. Amidst the hustle and bustle, she didn't forget to thank Lin Zixuan. Thanks for the super rocket, Yu Huang. 50 super rockets, that's $10,000, which is more than she could earn in several months. But for Lin Zixuan, it was just a matter of tapping his fingers a few times. There are definitely significant differences between people. Honey, are you all cleaned up and waiting for me? Liang Mo's voice came from outside the bedroom. Liang Yemo pushed the door open and entered. She seemed to have dressed up specially today, wearing a bunny girl outfit with a cute pet collar around her neck, giving her a unique charm. Lin Zixuan tossed his phone aside, and Liang Yemo crawled slowly across the floor until she reached Lin Zixuan's side. Honey, you haven't paid your taxes in a long time. Lin Zixuan laughed loudly, grabbed Liang Mo's clothes, and roughly threw her onto the bed. The night was filled with sensuality and chaos within the villa at Moonfall Bay.
An hour later, Lin Zixuan leaned against the headboard, scrolling through his phone, while Liang Mo had already fallen into a deep sleep. Clearly, he couldn't withstand such torment.
Lin Zixuan found the contact information for Qing Yinhua backstage, and the two added each other as friends.
Yu Huang, thank you for your support tonight.
Qing Yinhua responded with a thank you, while Lin Zixuan brushed it off, and the two didn't have much else to say. Lin Zixuan replied again to the messages piling up on his WeChat, with the most important ones being those from Manhwa and Shiyun. The others merely gave them a cursory response before drifting off to sleep by midnight.
The next morning, Lin Zixuan woke up groggily.
Today was Monday, and Meng Daxiawa had specifically reminded him last night that Lin Zixuan must attend class today. Her tone carried a hint of threat, leaving Lin Zixuan feeling somewhat helpless. Fortunately, he had already planned to return to school to check things out. He quickly washed up. Liang Mo hadn't fully recovered from last night's physical exertion. Lin Zixuan, on the other side, stepped out of the house, started his 911, and just as he was leaving the gate of Villa 7, he spotted a familiar figure leading two small dogs, one big and one small. Woof! I don't know if the Tibetan Mastiff smelled something, but it barked wildly at Lin Zixuan again. Lin Zixuan could only slow down the car and wave at Lin Qingyao through the window.
Miss Lin, good morning. At that moment, Lin Qingyao also noticed Lin Zixuan and nodded politely. Mr. Lin, are you getting up so early to go out? Lin Zixuan nodded slightly. Yes, I have to go to school. Miss Lin, you're in a good mood, going out to walk the dog.
Upon hearing that Lin Zixuan was still in school, Lin Qingyao's eyes flickered briefly.
Could a student afford a villa in Moonfall Bay? No way. I have these two little dogs. They don't like staying home, so I take them out for a walk. If Mr. Lin is busy, I won't bother you. Lin Zixuan didn't say much either. After bidding farewell to Lin Qingyao, he headed toward the school. Over the past few days, his driving skills had clearly improved significantly. With the accelerator pressed all the way down, I quickly arrived at the university campus. A 911 appeared at the school gate, naturally drawing the attention of others. Everyone was also wondering who the owner of the car was. Lin Zixuan parked the car and walked toward the classroom, taking out his phone to reply to Meng Wanga's message. At that moment, at the entrance of the academic building, a graceful figure stood there, constantly looking around, as if she had been waiting there for quite some time. This figure is none other than Zhao Yu, the one who had a chance encounter with Lin Zixuan at school. Since being humiliated by Lin Zixuan last time, Zhao Yu hasn't given up. She found out about Lin Zixuan's class schedule and learned that he has a class tonight in this academic building. To make sure she didn't miss Lin Zixuan, Zhao Yu got up at 5 in the morning to get ready, and by 6 o'clock, she was already standing at the entrance of the teaching building. She had been waiting there all this time, and over an hour had already passed. But Lin Zixuan still hadn't shown up. Skipping class in college was a pretty normal thing. Skipping required courses and always skipping elective courses is the current reality for contemporary university students. Zhao Yu also didn't know whether Lin Zixuan would come to class today, so she could only take her chances here. Fortunately, heaven rewards those who are diligent. Zhao Yu spotted Lin Zixuan's figure from afar. Upon seeing Lin Zixuan, Zhao Yu smiled and quickly hid inside the school building. After tidying up her clothes, Lin Zixuan didn't notice Zhao Yu on this side. As he walked toward the classroom building, just as he stepped onto the stairs, a girl suddenly darted out from inside. She threw herself into his arms again, and Lin Zixuan could feel a soft impact against his chest. Immediately afterward, a startled cry echoed from in front of him. Ouch! Lin Zixuan looked up and saw Zhao Yu's figure, taking 2 steps back. Zhao Yu hid inside the classroom building, calculating the time it would take Lin Zixuan to reach the spot. They collided again, but this time, having learned from her previous experience, Zhao Yu did not choose to torment herself. She simply took 2 steps back and steadied herself. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Zhao Yu hurriedly apologized, then looked up at Lin Zixuan in front of her and gave him a surprised expression. Hey, Zixian, it's you. We meet again. Last time you bumped into me, and now I bumped into you. Does that mean we're meant to be? Lin Zixuan looked at Zhao Yu's awkward acting. If it were an ordinary innocent young boy, it might have worked, but unfortunately, with the system's help, he had already seen through Zhao Yu's intentions. However, he had no intention of exposing her. Oh, it's you. That's quite a coincidence. Zhao Yu heard Lin Zixuan say this and her eyes lit up instantly. Zixuan, since we have such a connection, why don't we exchange contact information? I'll treat you to dinner tonight, okay? Zhao Yu's voice carried a hint of pleading. Lin Zixuan's eyes darted around, as if he had thought of a good idea. Add your contact information, sure. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu hurriedly rummaged through her bag for her phone, but Lin Zixuan's next words left her frozen in place. But I don't like weak and fragile women. If we take the elevator, you can take the stairs. As long as you reach the classroom before me, I'll give you my contact information. Chapter 64, 3 Women Make a Play. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu's face twitched. This guy must be out of his mind.
I'm just a young girl, and he tells me he doesn't like weak and fragile girls, then says, you take the elevator, I'll take the stairs.
Why don't you take the stairs? Zhao Yu smiled awkwardly. Zishuan, you're really joking. Why don't we try a different approach? Lin Zishuan rubbed his chin and adopted a pensive expression. Let's try something else. That's fine too. How about you do 20 push-ups? Women need to be strong, otherwise they can't have sons.
Zhao Yu listened to Lin Zishuan's increasingly absurd demands and realized he was mocking her, a flash of anger appearing on her face. Just as she was about to explode, a woman's voice came from behind her.
Zishuan, what are you doing here?
Zhao Yu heard the voice, turned her head, and saw Yang Qianqian striding in from the door. With a look of surprise on her face, she approached and tentatively wrapped her arm around Lin Zishuan's arm. Since the breakfast incident last time, Lin Zishuan hadn't had any other contact with Yang Qianqian.
This time, it was a genuine coincidence Yang Qianqian just happened to be coming here for class. Upon seeing Lin Zishuan, Yang Qianqian also seemed very surprised. Zishuan, I'm really sorry about last time. I didn't know you didn't like that kind of breakfast.
I went back a few times afterward, but you weren't in the dorm. Lin Zishuan glanced at Yang Qianqian and responded coldly.
Oh, it's nothing. Yang Qianqian? Zhao Yu also recognized Yang Qianqian at this moment.
As the most notorious materialistic woman in the school, Yang Qianqian and Zhao Yu were obviously acquainted. Previously, she had some doubts about what Bai Xiuhao had said about Zhao Yu, but now, seeing Yang Qianqian's humble attitude toward Lin Zishuan, Zhao Yu also realized that Lin Zishuan was definitely not just an ordinary rich second-generation heir, and his initial anger had completely dissipated. On Lin Zishuan's side, since he had been interrupted by Yang Qianqian, he no longer felt like teasing Zhao Yu any further. He turned around and headed toward the classroom. Before he could take 2 steps, Zhao Yu once again blocked Lin Zishuan's path.
That Zixian brother, I'm not some delicate little girl. I work out regularly. Why don't we?
Zhao Yu's tentative voice echoed.
Lin Zishuan took a closer look.
The most striking feature of this girl was her curvy figure. Aside from that, Zhao Yu had a great physique. The claim that she worked out regularly must be true. Yang Qianqian stood beside her, her eyes darting around, and she roughly understood what was going on between the two.
As they say, women are the best judges of other women.
Yang Qianqian was also very considerate and linked her arm through Lin Zishuan's.
What are you doing? Can't you see that brother Zishuan doesn't want to talk to you? Go over there.
After being scolded by Yang Qianqian, Zhao Yu's face turned a bit ugly.
We're all here for the money. You're just here a little earlier than me. What are you trying to pull? I'm asking you, what are you pretending to be? Of course, Zhao Yu couldn't show it on the surface. He still wore a faint smile. Lin Zishuan was getting annoyed by the two of them and shook off Yang Qianqian's arm. Enough, everyone shut up. I need to go to class. After saying that, Lin Zishuan turned around and walked away. He left the two women stunned, and they exchanged glances. Both were genuine gold diggers who had encountered many wealthy second-generation individuals before. Although those rich second-generation individuals wouldn't pamper them like sycophants, they were at least considered beautiful women. They had never been treated with such disdain before. There were many onlookers around, and upon seeing this scene, they gave a thumbs up. What a role model for us. 2 beautiful women, just like that, they dumped them. That back view is so cool. The girls, on the other hand, couldn't help but gush with a touch of infatuation. How handsome. How domineering. Lin Zishuan shook off the two and made his way to school, yawning along the way. Sometimes, having women around who are too chatty can be quite annoying. Yang Qianqian and Zhao Yu over here had a run-in and ended up with a sour expression, glaring at each other with disdain. Zhao Yu isn't as famous as Yang Qianqian because Yang Qianqian never hides the fact that she's a gold digger. Zhao Yu isn't exactly a saint either, and the two women are well acquainted with each other. Yang Qianqian spoke first with a cold snort. Someone like you actually want to find Zixian? Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like? Zhao Yu heard this and also showed a flash of anger. Earlier, when she had been teased by Lin Zishuan, she had already suppressed her anger. You have the nerve to say that to me? You're a gold digger, famous throughout the entire school. No matter what I am, I'm still better than you. The two of them suddenly started arguing in the lobby of the academic building, and everyone around them could barely contain their anger. As the argument escalated, Zhao Yu lost her composure, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to confront Yang Qianqian in a heated confrontation. Their bodies quickly closed in on each other, but a cold voice stopped them. What's all the commotion about? No loud talking allowed in the classroom building. The two girls heard this, stopped what they were doing, and turned to look. They saw Manhwa, who had somehow also arrived in the academic building. Today, Manhwa had returned to her usual athletic style, wearing a pair of white sneakers and gazing at them with a cold, aloof expression, interrupting their actions. Around her neck hung the sparkling crystal pendant. Upon seeing Manhwa, the two girls calmed down considerably.
This was someone they couldn't afford to offend, for now not only was she the vice chairman of the student council, but her background was also extremely intimidating. The two women exchanged awkward smiles and took each other's hands.
It's okay, we were just discussing lipstick shades and had a minor disagreement. Manhwa glanced at the two of them.
She had actually been there for a while and had overheard part of their conversation. Beneath the cold expression on her face, she was cursing inwardly.
Lin Zixuan, you scum.
Knowing that the two were together because of Lin Zixuan, Manhwa didn't give them a friendly look either.
Don't you know that loud noises are prohibited in the academic building? Which department are you all from? Why aren't you in class? What are you doing here? Get out of here immediately. As Manhwa's voice fell, Zhao Yu's lips twitched slightly. She glared fiercely at Yang Shanshan before turning and leaving the classroom building.
As for Yang Shanshan, she headed toward her own classroom.
Manhwa chased the two away and then took out her phone. She typed 2 words into the chat box for Lin Zixuan. Scumbag.
Lin Zixuan, who was in class, heard the notification sound from his phone and took it out to check. He was also confused.
I said, Mengdaxioa, what are you doing? I came to class because you told me to, and now you're acting like a jerk? Poof.
Manhwa simply replied with a single word, which clearly revealed the anger lurking beneath the surface. Lin Zixuan, of course, had no idea what had happened.
Chapter 65, The Scummy Guy. You're a scumbag. I don't want to talk to you.
Manhwa replied with another sentence, and Lin Zixuan was also at a loss for words.
However, seeing Manhwa's angry expression, which seemed somewhat adorable, Lin Zixuan couldn't resist teasing her a bit. What's the matter? Isn't Miss Meng, the school flower, jealous? Could it be that you've fallen for me? Manhwa looked at the message, and her face turned red again without her noticing. Her fingers flew swiftly across the keyboard. Who would like a scumbag like you? Get lost. Although her fingers were typing on the keyboard, Manhwa's heart was filled with a different thought. Was she really feeling a bit jealous? Whether Lin Zixuan was a jerk or not, what did it have to do with her? Why am I so angry? Seeing Manhwa's reaction, Lin Zixuan guessed he was right, this girl was probably really jealous. Meng, the school beauty, are you really jealous? Jealous of who? I mean, is something wrong with you, Miss Campus Beauty? You're not even my girlfriend. Why are you jealous? If you like me, just say so. But I am a real jerk. The girls around me could fill an entire classroom. This isn't exactly bragging. Lin Zixuan understood that he couldn't possibly have only one woman in his life, and he was well aware of the young girl's thoughts. Better to prepare her in advance. Manhwa, who was already extremely angry, saw the news and felt less angry. She calmed herself down. What does this scumbag have to do with me? Stop acting so full of yourself. Who likes you? Let me tell you, the guys chasing after this lady could fill an entire school. This was clearly the truth, and the commotion was resolved with a few playful remarks. When Lin Zixuan left the classroom after class, he saw Manhwa in a corner, unsure if she was waiting for him. Meng, the school beauty, is she waiting for me? Upon hearing this, Manhwa immediately turned her head away, looking as though she didn't want to acknowledge him. However, Manhwa wasn't taking classes in this building, she had come here specifically to find Lin Zixuan. But how could a girl lower her head first? Manhwa grew increasingly angry and decided to ignore Lin Zixuan, turning instead toward the stairs behind her. Lin Zixuan watched the scene unfold and silently followed Manhwa. He cautiously reached out to touch Manhwa, but she immediately shook off his hand and quickened her pace. Sure enough, girls all over the world react the same way when they're angry, they speed up and dodge. Lin Zixuan watched Manhwa, who was walking forward with her head down. He whistled as well. 121, 121. After shouting 2 beats, Manhwa stopped her movements and turned to glare at Lin Zixuan. What are you shouting about? Lin Zixuan chuckled softly and reached out to grab Manhwa's arm. What do you think? The school beauty queen? Come on, don't be so jealous. Besides, you're not even my girlfriend. If you really like me, why don't you just confess your feelings? These words made Manhwa's pretty face flush red, and she glared at Lin Zixuan. Seeing this, Lin Zixuan didn't continue to tease Manhwa. Alright, it's already noon. Let's go have lunch. Don't just stand there. Let's keep moving. Manhwa didn't reply, but she didn't refuse either. Lin Zixuan and the two of them arrived at the underground parking lot. Manhwa turned around and got into her Q7, ignoring Lin Zixuan's intentions. Watching this, Lin Zixuan could only approach and open the passenger door. He had just gotten into the car and hadn't had time to fasten his seatbelt yet. Manhwa stepped on the gas pedal, and due to the shift in center of gravity, Lin Zixuan's body leaned forward uncontrollably. Before he could steady himself, Manhwa slammed on the brakes again. The vehicle immediately stalled and came to a halt, and Lin Zixuan let out a curse. Damn it! What are you doing? Trying to kill me? Manhwa gave Lin Zixuan a defiant look, of course, just to make him suffer a little. Lin Zixuan muttered under his breath while quickly fastening his seatbelt. Meng Wanga didn't continue with such dangerous actions, and the two drove away from the school. It seemed that Meng Wanga's mood had improved considerably. Where should we go for dinner? Lin Zixuan asked impatiently, but Meng Wanga didn't respond, just kept driving.
Soon, the car came to a stop in front of a small shop. It was the same spicy hot pot restaurant where the two had eaten last time.
After parking the car, Meng Wanga got out first and walked into the restaurant. Lin Zixuan shook his head helplessly and followed suit. Meng Daxioa, have you suddenly developed a taste for street food?
Meng Wanga's mood seemed to have improved a bit, and she muttered a complaint.
This restaurant is pretty good, but of course it's not as good as eating with you.
While I may say that, what I truly cherish isn't the street food itself, but the memories I've made here.
Many people are like this.
You often go to a store with someone, and you start to think that the things there are pretty good.
But when you go there alone later, the items don't seem to have the same appeal as before.
The two of them ordered 2 bowls of spicy hot pot as usual and sat down to eat. Even at noon, there were still quite a few people around here. After all, it was a place with relatively affordable prices, so everyone could afford to eat there. While eating halfway through his meal, Lin Zixuan suddenly heard a notification sound from the system.
Detected consumable items. Lin Zixuan looked up in confusion. A young girl in a JK uniform walked in through the door.
Her bare face had a touch of innocence, giving her a pure and innocent appearance. She held a selfie stick in her hand.
Family, today I'd like to recommend a hidden gem of a shop located in the snack street of our Hancheng University campus. It's a decade-old establishment.
The owner is incredibly kind, and the menu offers a wide variety of dishes that rival any chain restaurant. The large bowl of spicy hot pot here brings back the comforting taste of home.
Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but smile.
It seemed like a blogger checking out the store, and the young woman's figure attracted a lot of attention.
In front of Lin Zixuan, the system interface also popped up. Name, Zhang Haoyue. Height, 152 centimeters. Weight, 42 kilograms. Appearance, 82. Likeability, 0.
Zhang Haoyue repeated the name again, but it didn't ring a bell. Just as Lin Zixuan was staring intently, a sound came from in front of him. Turning his head, he saw Meng Wanga angrily slamming her hand on the table.
What are you looking at? Am I not as pretty as her? Why are you staring at her?
Meng Wanga's fair, delicate face, tinged with anger, looked exceptionally adorable.
Lin Zixuan chuckled softly and shook his head. The school beauty, did you take the wrong medicine today?
It's rare to have a blogger reviewing this kind of small shop.
Let me see what it's all about. Aren't you being a bit too nosy? Chapter 66, Pikachu's surprise arrival.
Meng Wanga heard this and snorted coldly, continuing to eat without paying any attention to Lin Zixuan. On this side, Zhang Haoyue introduced the small shop, sat in a corner, and watched his own video. He seemed very satisfied, turning his head to glance around the shop at the few people eating.
His gaze settled on Lin Zixuan and Meng Wanga's faces. He forced a smile. With her little legs, she walked over to the two of them. Hello, senior, would you mind if we interviewed you? Meng Wanga was still angry.
She turned to look at Zhang Haoyue. This little potato was almost as tall as the two of them sitting down. However, Meng Wanga maintained her composure and wouldn't take her anger out on a stranger. Besides, it wasn't Zhang Haoyue who had provoked her.
All right.
Meng Wanga agreed, while Zhang Haoyue held his phone and aimed it at the two of them. Before that, he had already greeted the two of them.
Neither of them seemed to mind much. Senior, do you often come to this restaurant to eat?
Meng Wanga nodded slightly. Not very often, but the food here is pretty good, so I come by occasionally to try it out.
Zhang Haoyue shifted the camera toward Lin Zixuan. What about you, senior?
Me? I come here often. This place is like a hidden gem near our school.
Everyone should come try it out.
The handsome guy and the beautiful girl didn't say much, but Zhang Haoyue's face was full of smiles. The views on this video are sure to surpass all previous ones. Of course, before uploading the video, he made sure to get both of their consent. As the eldest daughter of the Meng family and the vice chairperson of the student council, Meng Wanga was already frequently featured in various videos and promotional posters.
Lin Zixuan didn't pay much attention to it either. After Zhang Haoyue finished the interview, he also thanked the two of them. Thank you, senior and senior. You two are truly a perfect match.
It's so enviable that you found such a beautiful girlfriend.
Zhang Haoyue's casual teasing remark made Meng Wanga blush. Don't say that. I'm not his girlfriend. Lin Zixuan didn't say anything, he just smiled as he watched the scene unfold. Zhang Haoyue looked a bit awkward and didn't say anything else. After bidding farewell to the two, he left the place. After finishing their meal, the two returned to school, and the minor friction was quickly forgotten. Meng Wanga didn't continue to be angry either. Women, sometimes if you keep comforting them, they start to think you're really the one at fault. Why not try the opposite approach?
Take the initiative, and that way you'll always be in a position of strength. The afternoon passed by a bit boringly, so Lin Zixuan took out his phone and chatted with Shiyun.
In the evening, Lin Zixuan received another message from Pikachu. Moonlit brother, I'll be heading to Seoul tomorrow. Will you come pick me up then?
It was similar to the situation when Wang Xiaoyu came unexpectedly last time, so Lin Zixuan naturally didn't refuse. The next morning, Lin Zixuan drove his 911 straight toward the airport. Last time he had to take a taxi, but now that he had bought a car, it was indeed much more convenient. Upon arriving at the airport, I parked my car in the airport parking lot. Lin Zixuan strolled around the perimeter of the airport, glancing around. Just as he was about to head toward the boarding gate, a sudden sound came from his phone. Lin Zixuan took it out and saw that it was He Xiaoxiao calling him. It was the flight attendant he had met at the airport last time. Speaking of which, He Xiaoxian hadn't returned to Seoul for a long time either, so he wondered why she had called him.
Lin Zixuan also chose to answer the call. Hey, why are you calling me? He Xiao, are you at the airport? I just saw you. Are you picking up another girl? He Xiao didn't have the same vibe as the other sisters. The wild night at the hotel was still fresh in my mind. Lin Zixuan also looked puzzled. He was sure he hadn't seen He Xiao earlier. Where had she seen him? Ah, I was at the airport. How did you come back too? But I really have to pick someone up today, so I don't have time. Let's talk about it next time.
After saying that, Lin Zixuan hung up the phone directly. After hanging up, Lin Zixuan whistled and was just about to continue toward the exit. He heard the roar of a vehicle, accompanied by the sound of a honking horn. Turning his head, he saw an Audi speeding toward him.
It came to a smooth stop beside Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan took 2 steps back, the car window opened, revealing He Xiao's figure. Who told you to hang up on me? You answer your sister's call but ignore me? You found a new love and forgotten the old one. Lin Zixuan finally got a clear look at He Xiao's figure.
No wonder he hadn't noticed her before she had driven past him. Upon hearing He Xiao's words, Lin Zixuan gave a wicked smile. He took 2 steps forward and reached out to grab He Xiao by the neck.
He Xiao let out a moan.
On Lin Zixuan's side, he moved closer.
How dare you speak to me like that? Haven't trained you lately?
He Xiao's expression changed slightly. She stuck out her tongue and gently licked Lin Zixuan's hand.
Cough, cough. Excuse me. I have another flight to catch. I'll be back in Seoul in 2 days. I'll contact the owner then. Lin Zixuan nodded slightly and didn't continue arguing with He Xiao. After all, Pikachu was about to get off the plane. After parting ways here, Lin Zixuan slowly made his way to the aircraft's exit gate. As soon as he arrived, he noticed a young girl carrying a suitcase, scanning the area around her as if searching for someone. In my mind, the system's prompt sounded again.
A consumable object has been detected.
Name, Sun Mingqiu. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 87. Likability, 20. This must be Pikachu. Not far away, Sun Mingqiu is wearing a yellow short-sleeved shirt with a Pikachu design on it. She really seems to love this cute electric mouse. She's wearing a jacket over it, and her lower body is only covered by shorts, paired with a pair of white sneakers. Pikachu.
Lin Zixuan shouted in that direction, and Sun Mingqiu also turned around and saw Lin Zixuan.
He walked toward this direction. Are you Yuelua's older brother? Pikachu's face showed a hint of confusion, while Lin Zixuan nodded silently. Seeing Lin Zixuan's affirmative gesture, Pikachu let out a sigh of relief. This was similar to Xiao Yu. After all, meeting someone in person carried risks, and Pikachu had prepared himself mentally for countless possibilities. If there were no other options, he definitely wouldn't have come. Seeing Lin Zixuan, who was much stronger than he had expected, he naturally couldn't help but show a satisfied expression. Sun Mingqiu's favorability rating, 10. Chapter 67, Socialite. Yu Luo Gu Gu.
Sun Mingqiu sweetly greeted him, and Lin Zixuan also nodded politely.
This meetup went smoothly, with no mishaps or unpleasant incidents.
The two of them arrived at the airport parking lot, where Lin Zixuan drove his 911, and they left the airport together. On the way, Pikachu seemed a bit nervous, as what was about to happen was obvious. Even Pikachu, who had prepared himself, still felt a bit anxious. After all, this was his first time. Besides Tianya, this was the second girl Lin Zixuan had encountered who was still so innocent. Of course, others like Manhwa might also be like that, but Lin Zixuan hadn't tried with them yet. Following the same rhythm as last time, the two arrived at the hotel together. They booked a presidential suite, and Lin Zixuan seemed quite at ease, sitting on the bed inside the hotel room. Sun Mingqiu looked restless, leaning against the sofa, staring at her phone, and occasionally glancing at Lin Zixuan's position. She was extremely afraid that Lin Zixuan would suddenly come over and do something. Lin Zixuan noticed Sun Mingqiu's nervousness and let out a soft laugh. He didn't rush to do anything inappropriate during the day. He cautiously stepped forward and gently tapped Sun Mingqiu on the shoulder. Sun Mingqiu jumped like a startled bird. This simple gesture caused her entire body to tremble. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but chuckle softly and called out to her. Let's go.
I'll take you out for something to eat. Upon hearing this, Sun Mingqiu took a deep breath and nodded firmly. After quickly touching up her makeup, she followed Lin Zixuan out of the hotel. The two found a nearby Western-style restaurant. Lin Zixuan had never been there before, but it was said to be quite expensive and considered one of the upscale restaurants in Seoul. Led by a server, the two entered the restaurant and sat down at a random table. While ordering, Lin Zixuan glanced around and spotted an unexpected figure. Not far from Lin Zixuan, there were about 10 girls gathered in a circle. One of the girls was sitting on a chair, with a few items on the table, just a piece of steak and a drink. The price wasn't particularly expensive. The woman posed in various unique ways in front of the food, while the other girls stood in a line, taking photos of her from different angles. Some of them seemed a bit impatient and urged her on. Hurry up, you've already taken more than a dozen photos. There are many people behind you. Don't waste time here. The girl sitting down heard this and showed a slight frown on her face. But she still stood up silently. As soon as she left her seat, another girl eagerly sat down. It's my turn, it's my turn. Lin Zixuan watched the scene and let out a soft laugh. He had always heard that there was a group of fake socialites among girls who would pool their money to attend such high-end events and use them as opportunities to showcase themselves. Perhaps the same dish can be photographed hundreds of times by these girls, and I never expected to stumble upon such a scene by chance. However, what caught Lin Zixuan's attention wasn't just their actions, but the familiar figure among them. Zhao Yu was also mingling among the girls at that moment. Not only did Lin Zixuan see her, but she also saw Lin Zixuan. At that moment, Zhao Yu felt incredibly embarrassed. Over the past few days, she had made no progress with Lin Zixuan. Today, she saw a message in the socialite group saying that someone was coming to this restaurant to check in and take photos. Zhao Yu is always into presenting herself in the best light, as she believes that's the only way to connect with so-called high society people. Since there had been no progress with Lin Zixuan recently, Zhao Yu decided to go ahead and agree. Little did she know that when things go wrong, even drinking cold water can cause problems. She actually ran into Lin Zixuan here. Now that I've been discovered, the good impression I've worked so hard to make on Lin Zixuan is going to take a big hit. Zhao Yu let out a helpless sigh and also noticed Sun Mingqiu standing beside Lin Zixuan. This guy really doesn't like beautiful women around him. Zhao Yu felt incredibly awkward at that moment and naturally didn't want to linger there. She picked up her bag and said goodbye to the people beside her. Sorry, you guys can keep filming. I have something to do and need to leave first. You don't need to return the money to me. You can keep it and enjoy yourselves. After saying this, Zhao Yu grabbed her bag and walked out the door without looking back. The other girls, witnessing this scene, were also taken aback for a moment. They shouted, yeah, don't go. It's almost your turn. Zhao Yu seemed not to hear a word, and her feet moved even faster as she fled. Seeing Zhao Yu leave, Lin Zixuan naturally knew why. He didn't have much regard for these so-called fake socialites. He saw them for what they were. A person's social class doesn't change just because you post a few more photos on your social media, nor does the persona you create attract a certain type of person. It's better to be more down to earth. Sun Mingqiu felt Lin Zixuan's gaze and noticed the situation over there as well, rolling her eyes. She certainly didn't need to present herself in such a way. After all, she now had over $1 million in savings. She could be considered a little rich lady. You Luogu, do you not like these people? Why don't we try another place? When Sun Mingqiu said this, Lin Zixuan shook his head. It's not that I dislike them as long as they don't disturb us, we can eat our meal without being affected. It's just that I think the direction they're pursuing is wrong. Lin Zixuan's offhand remark, however, stuck with Sun Mingqiu. Is the direction of pursuit wrong? Lin Zixuan was undoubtedly an absolute tycoon in Sun Mingqiu's eyes. A wealthy second-generation heir who appears to be well off would never deign to associate with these so-called socialites. This time, Sun Mingqiu came here with a specific purpose. Her ultimate goal is to not lose everything she has now and continue being a top streamer to make a living from live streaming. Therefore, she did not want to offend Lin Zixuan. However, since this was her first time, if possible, she hoped to build a closer relationship with Lin Zixuan, as this would bring her even greater benefits. Thinking this, Sun Mingqiu tidied up her clothes and her gaze toward Lin Zixuan shifted slightly. Lin Zixuan had just finished ordering when he heard the system's notification sound. Sun Mingqiu's favorability rating, 5. Lin Zixuan looked at her in confusion, wondering what she was up to, but an increase in favorability was always a good thing. These so-called female streamers don't get many opportunities to boost their favorability, so it's best to seize the chance and work on it. Take Manhwa and her group, for example. They're not in a hurry. They can take their time and focus on their strategies until they're complete. Thinking of this, Lin Zixuan suddenly felt that pursuing his goddess was somewhat akin to raising pigs. Fattening the pigs up before slaughtering them, he was just spending a little more money on them, getting a bigger return, and then reaping the rewards. Chapter 68, A Chance Encounter While Out and About. Chapter 68, A Chance Encounter While Out and About. The moment the idea crossed his mind, even Lin Zixuan himself felt a sense of danger.
After all, she was a goddess adored by everyone, yet here she was, almost like a pig being slaughtered for the new year. But this was just a fleeting thought. Lin Zixuan didn't dwell on it. The meal didn't take up too much of their time. The price was around a few $1,000s, not exactly the most upscale restaurant. After leaving the restaurant, they glanced at the time and realized it was only just past noon. Sun Mingqiu, who was beside him, leaned against Lin Zixuan and asked a question. Brother Yuluo, are there any nearby attractions? Can you take me for a walk? When it came to tourist attractions, Lin Zixuan knew a thing or two about Seoul, but whether it was before or now, he had never really taken the time to explore the city. He had been too busy working to support Su Ruo. Later, he was busy shuttling between various goddesses, but when Sun Mingqiu mentioned it, Lin Zixuan also became interested. There are actually a few scenic spots around here. Where would you like to go? Sun Mingqiu thought for a moment before responding. I want to go to the temple to see if I can get a charm for safety. There is actually a temple near Seoul, not too far from the city center. It takes about 40 minutes to get there. Lin Zixuan didn't refuse, and the two got into the car and drove straight to the outskirts of Seoul. On the way, they chatted briefly. Lin Zixuan noticed that Pikachu was actually no different from a little girl, clearly having never experienced the harsh realities of life. He was still in college, had never worked, and had only capitalized on the live streaming boom to make a little money. Without Lin Zixuan's appearance, her future would be uncertain, but that's all in the past now. 40 minutes later, the two arrived at the foot of the temple mountain. The temple was called Qingling Temple, a famous tourist attraction near Seoul, with a steady stream of visitors coming to burn incense every day. However, Lin Zixuan wasn't particularly interested in this place. As the saying goes, sincerity is the key to spiritual connection. However, Lin Zixuan believed that trusting oneself might be more beneficial, especially since the system had chosen to manifest itself within him. Looking up from the foot of the mountain, there were many guests climbing the mountain. The two followed the flow of people and slowly walked toward the temple. The rolling sounds of Buddhist chants echoed all around, giving the place a serene and enlightening atmosphere. Entering the main gate of the temple, there were numerous halls and courtyards. In the center of the courtyard stood a towering ancient tree, with several plaques hanging from its branches. It seemed to be used for making wishes. Sun Mingqiu saw this and immediately became excited, insisting that Lin Zixuan make a wish with her. Lin Zixuan just smiled and didn't say anything, nor did he refuse. Sun Mingqiu went to buy a wish tag, while Lin Zixuan stood silently in the same spot. While waiting, a voice came from behind. Mr. Lin? The voice, tinged with a hint of confusion, echoed out, and Lin Zixuan turned his head to look. Behind him stood a graceful figure dressed in simple, ordinary athletic attire, the kind one might see anywhere on the street. A baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask covered almost her entire face. This familiar outfit allowed Lin Zixuan to recognize the woman's identity. At the last auction, they had met briefly. She was Mu Qingcheng, the daughter of a wealthy family from Seoul. Speaking of Mu Qingcheng, Lin Zixuan really didn't want to have much to do with her, but he never expected such a coincidence to run into her here at Qingling Temple. Mr. Lin, it really is you. I thought I must have mistaken you for someone else. Mu Qingcheng recognized Lin Zixuan and walked over to greet him. Lin Zixuan couldn't pretend to be aloof, so he smiled and responded. Miss Mu, it's been a long time. Are you here at Qingling Temple too? Mu Qingcheng nodded slightly, clasped her hands together, and made a devout gesture of making a wish. Yes, my mother's health has been poor for the past 2 years, and as her daughter, I can't do much to help. They say that the incense at Qingling Temple is very prosperous, so I came here to pray for my mother's well-being. These words made Lin Zixuan nod in approval. It seemed that Mu Qingcheng was a decent young woman. Born into a family of bureaucrats, she must certainly be more refined. Miss Mu was very considerate. Lin Zixuan responded with a nod. At that moment, Sun Mingqiu bounced back to Lin Zixuan's side. She didn't notice Mu Qingcheng, thinking he was just a passerby. Yu Luo, I'm back. I believe my wish will come true. Lin Zixuan looked at her adorable expression and gently rubbed her nose. Make a wish? If you wish with all your heart, it will come true. Watching the two of them act so intimately, Mu Qingcheng couldn't help but ask with interest. Mr. Lin, is this your girlfriend? Mu Qingcheng took a closer look at Sun Mingqiu and didn't find anything particularly remarkable. After Lin Zixuan had spent a fortune last time, Mu Qingcheng had already investigated his background. Naturally, she had thoroughly investigated his background. What surprised Mu Qingcheng was that Lin Zixuan's file was extremely ordinary, so ordinary it couldn't be more ordinary. A child from an ordinary family, orphaned at a young age, with no privileged background, and after entering university, his academic performance seemed quite average. However, just recently, Lin Zixuan suddenly became wealthy, as if he had come into a windfall. This made Mu Qingcheng suspicious. Normally, if someone suddenly becomes wealthy, it would inevitably cause significant turmoil, but Lin Zixuan showed no signs of it. This suggests that the source of the money is legitimate, leaving only one possibility. All the background information I have found is fake.
Mu Qingcheng could only think of one explanation: Lin Zixuan's identity was worth investigating further.
At that moment, seeing Sun Mingqiu, the young beauty accompanying Lin Zixuan, she was indeed a beauty, but compared to Lin Zixuan's mysterious background, she was nothing special.
Lin Zixuan shook his head. That's not it.
Although Lin Zixuan didn't bother to explain further, Mu Qingcheng clearly understood his meaning and let out a soft laugh.
Mr. Lin, you really have such refined tastes. I won't disturb you any further.
By the way, Mr. Lin, I actually have something I'd like to discuss with you, but since you're still busy today, I won't bother you.
When you have a moment, would you mind reaching out to me? Mu Qingcheng wants to see me?
Lin Zixuan instinctively wanted to refuse, but since the girl had already said it outright, refusing now would be impolite. Anyway, he'd agree first. Whether he had time or not was up to him.
Miss Mu, you're too polite. I'll contact you when I have time.
Having received Lin Zixuan's affirmative response, Mu Qingcheng nodded in satisfaction.
Alright, Mr. Lin, see you in 2 days.
After that, Mu Qingcheng waved goodbye to Lin Zixuan and walked off on her own toward the distance. Sun Mingqiu watched Mu Qingcheng's departing figure and furrowed her brows. She asked, Moonfall brother, who is that sister?
Chapter 69, Talking About Fate. Lin Zixuan did not hide anything from Sun Mingqiu and told her the truth. In response to Sun Mingqiu's inquiry, Lin Zixuan did not hide anything and spoke honestly.
She is the heiress of Hanchang.
The heiress of Hanchang?
Sun Mingqiu heard this and wore an expression of astonishment. As an ordinary person, she naturally had no access to Mu Qingcheng. However, Lin Zixuan can actually chat and joke around with the heiress of Hanchang, and their relationship seems pretty good. In Sun Mingqiu's heart, Lin Zixuan's status had risen significantly once again.
The two continued onward and eventually arrived at the main hall of the temple.
Inside the main hall, there were only a few people, bowing their heads before the Buddha statue. Not far away was a merit box, and monks were selling incense. Since Sun Mingqiu had come here, she naturally needed to light some incense.
She approached the monk and asked a question. Master, how much are these incense sticks?
The monk smiled kindly.
He bowed to the two of them and said, Amat Ba Buddha. Don't talk about the beginning, talk about the connection. 1 stick of incense, 500 connections. Upon hearing this absurd price, Lin Zixuan's lips twitched slightly. Wow, this connection sure is expensive.
Of course, complaining is one thing, but if you were to say it out loud, you'd probably get kicked out. Sun Mingqiu seemed to really believe in this product and decided to pay for it right away.
Watching Sun Mingqiu kneel on the cushion, light several incense sticks, and bow reverently before the Buddha statue.
As if making some kind of wish, Lin Zixuan remained unmoved. In the corner of the hall, a figure seemed to notice Lin Zixuan's unusual behavior and furrowed his brows.
On Lin Zixuan's side, he also heard the system's notification sound. Detected consumable items. Lin Zixuan glanced around in confusion. The people in this temple were all quite old. There couldn't be any teenagers or young adults in their early 20s who would come to a place like this. Most of the people here are a bit older. Lin Zixuan scanned the area but couldn't locate the source of the alert sound. He could only withdraw his gaze, perhaps it was someone passing by the door. He didn't need any tools right now, so if he didn't see it, he didn't see it. After Sun Mingqiu made her wish, she returned to Lin Zixuan's side. Seeing her happy expression, Lin Zixuan asked her a question. What's up? What did you wish for? You look so happy.
Sun Mingqiu's eyes flashed a bright smile.
I'm not telling you. Wishes don't come true if you say them out loud. Lin Zixuan didn't press the matter further. Sun Mingqiu went back to the merit box and tossed in some money.
No, it should be called fate. Watching her actions, Lin Zixuan did not stop her. The two of them left the hall together. From the shadows, the woman's body emerged, peering out with a puzzled expression as she watched Lin Zixuan's retreating figure, seemingly curious about something. After leaving the grand hall, the two continued to stroll around Qingling Temple for a while, until it was around 4 or 5 in the evening. Sun Mingqiu also seemed a bit tired, so the two of them left the temple together. They drove back to the city center of Hanchang, found a restaurant, had something to eat, and then returned to the hotel. After a day of sightseeing, coupled with Mu Qingcheng's earlier appearance, Sun Mingqiu had also prepared herself mentally. Upon re-entering the hotel, she no longer felt as reserved as before and gave Lin Zixuan a shy smile.
Do you want to take a shower first? Seeing Sun Mingqiu's shy expression, Lin Zixuan tossed his phone aside.
He wrapped his arms around Sun Mingqiu's body. Wasting water is a serious issue, as the world's water resources are dwindling every day. To promote the importance of water conservation, as young people of the new era, we must not be so wasteful. So let's wash together. Upon hearing this, Sun Mingqiu made a symbolic struggle. Big brother, you're so rich, why bother saving water? Do you really think I believe your nonsense? However, Sun Mingqiu didn't struggle too much. She just went along with it, and the two of them entered the bathroom. As he gazed at Sun Mingqiu's naked, delicate body, the flowing water above them washed over their intertwined bodies. Even the sound of the water in the bathroom couldn't drown out their unique breathing. Sun Mingqiu leaned against the bathroom wall with one hand, letting out a few low moans. Brother, be gentle.
I'm scared.
After all, it was their first time, so Lin Zixuan didn't go too wild, and their sparring stopped at a reasonable point. However, even so, Sun Mingqiu was eventually carried out of the bathroom by Lin Zixuan, clearly unable to withstand his wild actions.
Exhausted, Sun Mingqiu lay down and soon fell into a deep sleep.
On Lin Zixuan's side, he took out his phone and checked his messages.
Most of them weren't particularly noteworthy and were selectively ignored by Lin Zixuan. Meng Daxiawa was unusually quiet today. Perhaps she was still upset about yesterday's incident. Lin Zixuan didn't initiate a conversation with her either. Women, after all, don't listen because they're spoiled. They need to be disciplined properly. As for Shi Yun, she was the same as always, constantly updating Lin Zixuan on her daily schedule. Lin Zixuan calculated the time.
It seemed that most of the recent matters had been handled. If he had some free time, he could arrange to meet Shi Yun. He had a favorable impression of this young lady who was fond of ancient-style aesthetics.
As he spoke, Lin Zixuan opened his Douyin app.
He noticed that Shi Yun was still live streaming.
So I entered the live stream.
In the live streaming room, Shi Yun was wearing a white hanfu outfit today, with a touch of light green, giving her an ethereal, otherworldly aura, as if she were untouched by the mundane world. Her delicate fingers gently plucked the strings of the ancient zither, producing a melodious and soothing melody. Lin Zixuan's entrance seemed to go unnoticed by Shi Yun, until the live stream's chat messages began to flood the screen, catching her attention.
Oh my gosh, is it the Moon Emperor? It's been ages since we last saw the Moon Emperor. You haven't come to see Shi Yun for so long. Has some temptress outside left you unable to move?
Exactly, Moon Emperor. Ever since I watched Shi Yun's livestream, I can't even watch other singers or dancers anymore. I just wait all day to see the little fairy play the piano. After a long day at work, this is the most relaxing time of the day. Shi Yun watched the surging comments and noticed Lin Zixuan's arrival, revealing a surprised expression.
Has brother Yu Luo arrived? What song would you like to hear today?
Looking up at the floating comments, Lin Zixuan smiled to himself.
Actually, these people were right. Shi Yun's live streaming style was completely different from all the other streamers. After getting used to the bustling city life and fast-paced rhythm, returning to the tranquil setting of a rural courtyard, you'll find a rare sense of peace. This is where Shi Yun truly stands out from the rest. It's up to you, no need to ask me specifically. Just do as you see fit.
Lin Zixuan casually replied to a comment, noticing that his Douyin account had no remaining balance. While he kept tapping to recharge, Shi Yun on the other side was getting ready to start her own song.
Chapter 70, Shi Yun's preparation.
The melodious tunes echoed through the live streaming room, and Lin Zixuan's restless heart gradually calmed down. After the recharge was completed, the special effects exclusive to the carnival erupted continuously within the live streaming room. As the moon sets in the west, a poetic verse is gifted to the streamer, marking Carnival 10. As the moon sets in the west, we present the host with poetic verses, Carnival 10. As the moon sets in the west, we present the host with poetic verses, Carnival 10. One carnival after another kept crashing down, but the poetic melodies seemed lost in their own rhythm, unaware of the gifts surging around them.
When it came to the music, Shi Yun would immerse herself completely, rarely disturbed by external factors. This is also why she is so sincere and untouched by the world. By the time the poem had finished, Lin Zixuan had already swiped through over 300 carnival posts. Looking up at the large gifts floating above the livestream, Shi Yun covered her mouth. You Luo Gugu, you really don't need to send so many gifts. They're too expensive. Just coming to watch my livestream would make me very happy. Last time, Shi Yun said the same thing, and Lin Zixuan casually replied with a sentence. No problem, just a little support for you. This statement sparked a heated discussion in the livestream. Wow, no wonder he's the Moon Emperor. Over 300 carnivals, and you call that a small contribution? What about the sunglasses I just bought? Does that count as throwing away a coin? No, it's like hearing a sound. Shi Yun saw Lin Zixuan's comment and pouted her lips slightly, looking extremely cute. You Luo Gugu, you really don't need to do this much. I was just streaming to promote the Guzheng music. I didn't expect you to send me so much money, Moonfall brother. Lin Zixuan still believed this, but while the intention was good, if there were only 10 or so people in the livestream every day, the daily income wouldn't even cover the electricity bill. Can you really keep going just for the sake of promoting music? Many people enjoy pursuing their hobbies, but the prerequisite for such efforts is at least being able to support oneself. Shi Yun now certainly doesn't lack these things, so she can amplify her original intentions. But to be honest, what she has gained is not because of the Guzheng music, it is entirely due to Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was indeed a message from Shi Yun. You Luo, please don't give me so many gifts. I don't know how to repay you. The gift I made for you is already finished. But they might not be worth much. Please don't look down on them, Moonfall brother. Seeing the message, Lin Zixuan also smiled. It's nothing. I like everything you gave me. I remember you were in Seoul too. I've finished the gift. Should I give it to you in person? What?
The poetic rhythm in the live stream suddenly paused, and the chat began to surge, as if everyone was speculating about something. Shuryun also realized something was wrong and immediately shut down the live stream. After a while, she finally replied to Lin Zishuan.
You Luo, I'm a bit nervous. Could you give me a little more time?
Lin Zishuan, who saw the message, didn't rush him either.
Alright, just contact me when you have time. It's just a simple sentence, there's really no other meaning behind it.
However, Shuryun, who was in her rented room, panicked upon seeing the message and hurriedly called out to her best friend.
Lulu, Lulu.
Wu Lele heard Shuryun calling her and rushed into the room as well.
What's wrong, Shuryun? Is there a mouse?
Wu Lele knew from her neat short hair that her usual personality was no different from a tomboy. On the other hand, she complimented Shuryun's soft-spoken nature, and the two were very close friends.
Shuryun shook her head and took out her phone. Lulu, look, I feel like you Luo Guga seems angry. He spent so much money on me. Should I go see her once?
Lulu glanced at their chat history and transformed into a love advisor.
You silly girl, you don't understand this, do you? Think about it. He spent so much money on you. What was he trying to achieve? You also prepared a thoughtful gift for him, right? This is a great opportunity to meet him in person.
A man this wealthy, if you miss this chance, he might slip away, or someone else might sweep him off his feet.
With your looks, this guy will be head over heels for you.
Shuryun heard this and glared at her best friend. Then she muttered under her breath.
But Lulu, what if I encounter a bad person? I'm a little scared.
Lulu heard this and a gleam of cunning flashed in her eyes.
This is easy. I'll go with you.
You can meet at a coffee shop or a restaurant or something like that. I'll go there early and sit nearby. If he dares to do anything to you, I'll give him a good slap. With her best friend's support, Shuryun seemed much more confident. But holding the phone, she still didn't know how to start the conversation. Wu Lele was so anxious watching this that she snatched the phone away. He quickly typed out a message. You Luo, I don't have class tomorrow afternoon. Let's go to the coffee shop across from the school and hang out. I've prepared a gift for you. Seeing the message, Shuryun's face turned red, but she didn't interrupt her best friend's actions. On the other side, Lin Zishuan was about to go to sleep when he heard the notification on his phone and glanced at it.
Ha! Lin Zishuan looked at the message and was a bit surprised. How did Shuryun suddenly change her gender? She wasn't that shy before, was she? But Lin Zishuan isn't free tomorrow either, and Pikachu was still by her side. He replied, I have other things to take care of tomorrow. Let's do it the day after tomorrow or another day. Lin Zishuan was telling the truth, but in the eyes of the two girls, it wasn't the same. Seeing the message, a flash of disappointment crossed Shuryun's face, while Wu Lele ruffled Shuryun's hair. Shuryun, you see? It must be because you refused him earlier and made him angry. If you don't make it up to him quickly, he might stop talking to you. I'm the expert when it comes to men. Though she said that, Wu Lele, despite her good looks, had always acted like a tomboy since childhood, never even holding a boy's hand. Compared to Shuryun, she wasn't much better. She just feels like she knows everything. Shuryun heard this and felt like it might be true, so she immediately asked anxiously. What should I do? Could you Luo not like me anymore? Wu Lele saw Shuryun's disappointed expression and immediately patted his chest to assure her. Don't worry, with me here, I'll definitely get him to go out with you. Chapter 71, Outshining Everyone in Looks. Wu Lele confidently guaranteed it and quickly typed out a message on her phone. When will brother Yu Luo be free? How about the day after tomorrow? Lin Zishuan saw the message and naturally didn't refuse. After giving it a moment's thought, he realized that there didn't seem to be anything important scheduled for the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow should be fine. I'll come find you then. When Wu Lele and Shuryun saw the message, they exchanged glances and both burst into laughter. See? I told you so. It was a piece of cake for me. Make sure to dress up nicely when the time comes. First impressions are important, though your appearance doesn't really need much dressing up. Shuryun glanced at the mirror on the dressing table. The face reflected in the mirror showed a hint of rosy color. She simply nodded silently. The next day, Lin Zishuan took Pikachu out for a simple stroll around Seoul as usual, and Pikachu's affection for him increased once again. It had reached the 50-point level, still a bit short of the required level for the guide. This trip to Seoul seems to have come to an end here. However, unlike Xiaoyu, Pikachu seemed reluctant to leave. If Xiaoyu came here simply for the event and to meet people, using his own body as payment, Pikachu clearly had other, more serious intentions. However, Lin Zishuan seems to have no such intentions. After Pikachu left, Lin Zishuan slept until noon before getting up, remembering that he had a date with Shuryun tonight. Lin Zishuan also got up, quickly washed up, and the two had agreed to meet at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At the cafe across from their university, Hancheng Art University. The school wasn't too far from Lin Zixuan's current location, so he wasn't in a hurry. He didn't leave the hotel until 2:30 p.m.
At that moment, in the cafe, Shiryun was sitting at a windowside table. Dressed in a vibrant red hanfu, she exudes a festive vibe, with a heavy-looking headpiece adorning her head. A golden hairpin was inserted into her hair bun, giving her the appearance of a beautiful woman from an ancient Chinese film. Hanfu-clad women are already quite rare, and someone as beautiful as Shiryun is even more so. The people inside the cafe were all drawn to this charming figure. However, no one stepped forward to strike up a conversation. Everyone had a bit of self-awareness. Such a beautiful woman deserved someone who was worthy of her. For this meeting, Shiryun and Wu Lele both took it very seriously, so they arrived at the cafe early. Shiryun kept glancing out the window. There was still a long time before the agreed-upon time. As for Wu Lele, she was sitting behind and to the side of Shiryun, just in time to see both of them. Wu Lele was wearing a t-shirt, looking more like a boy, with a hat on his head and holding a newspaper in his hand. In TV dramas, it seemed like intelligence agents always dress like this. Today, she couldn't let Lin Zixuan discover her. To be a good bodyguard for Shiryun, Wu Lele peered through the gap at the top of the newspaper and saw Shiryun looking a bit nervous. The two also took out their phones to exchange a few messages. "Lulu, does my makeup look good today?" "Wu Lele, it looks great, it looks great. My little princess, you've asked me 180 times already. You look beautiful even without makeup." "Shiryun, oh, okay. Does this headpiece look good on me? Will it look too flashy?" Wu Lele read the message and was speechless for a moment. She decided not to reply and changed the subject. "When that person named you Luo arrives later, remember to be friendly and make a good first impression." Shiryun looked at the message and wore a troubled expression. She had barely spoken to any boys before, and she was worried she might mess things up. As she spoke, Shiryun touched something inside her sleeve, seeming to feel a little more at ease. Another 10 minutes passed, and Lin Zixuan arrived at the entrance of the cafe in a 911. There were still 5 minutes left until the agreed time, and Lin Zixuan had thought that Shiryun might be a little late. After all, you know how women are. So Lin Zixuan didn't deliberately look inside and walked straight into the coffee shop. As soon as he entered the cafe, Lin Zixuan heard the system's notification sound. Detected consumable items. Lin Zixuan glanced around and his gaze immediately landed on a person dressed like a spy. A system panel belonging to her popped up in front of him. Name, Wu Lele. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Appearance, 81. Likability, 20. Wu Lele? Lin Zixuan carefully scanned her several times before confirming that she was a woman. It wasn't Lin Zixuan's fault. Her short hair was almost completely covered by a hat, and the newspaper obscured Wu Lele's face. Only one eye was visible. The clothes she was wearing were also quite masculine, and with her flat chest, she looked no different from a boy. When Lin Zixuan shifted his gaze away, he locked onto Shiryun's figure. In such a cafe, a woman dressed in hanfu was simply too eye-catching. Lin Zixuan hadn't expected Shiryun to arrive so early. He walked slowly to the seat opposite her. Since Shiryun had been facing away from Lin Zixuan earlier, he hadn't noticed her exact appearance. When Lin Zixuan arrived at his seat, he greeted Shiryun. "Hello, I'm Yu Luo Shicheng." Shiryun heard this, looked up, and their eyes met. Lin Zixuan's eyes were also instantly drawn to her. Today, Shiryun wore a red hanfu, which perfectly accentuated her curves. Her face was lightly made up, and the phoenix hairpin on her head shone faintly in the sunlight. Her graceful demeanor, combined with her slightly innocent gaze, caused Lin Zixuan to utter a sigh of admiration. Indeed, as the old saying goes, beauty can be a nation's downfall. It seems that women in ancient times truly possessed a beauty that surpasses the modern standards of beauty enhanced by technology. No wonder Zhou Yuan could do something as reckless as setting off beacon fires to deceive the feudal lords. Even Lin Zixuan, who had seen countless women, was captivated by her unparalleled beauty. A panel belonging to Shiryun also appeared before him. Detected consumable objects. Name, Xiao Shiryun. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 93. Likability, 30. With a 93 in appearance, this is the best proof. Among all the beautiful women Lin Zixuan has encountered so far, the only one who has reached 90 points is Mu Qingcheng, whose face he has never seen. Lin Zixuan has no idea how beautiful Mu Qingcheng truly is, but Xiao Shiryun's 93 in beauty instantly outshines all the makeup and cosmetics she's ever seen. Even Meng Daxia was 89 would pale in comparison to Shiryun. "Ah, yeah Luo, my name is Xiao Shiryun." Chapter 72, The Shy Ancient Style Beauty. Shiryun's voice was soft, and she seemed nervous, stumbling over her words as she spoke. She even bowed her head deeply. Oh no, I'm so nervous. Is this really Yu Luo Go? He's even more handsome than I imagined, and so young. Oh no, is there something wrong with my makeup today? Will it look tacky? Shiryun's mind began to struggle with herself. Behind her, Wu Lele covered her eyes.
Damn it, this girl really has no experience. Wu Lei quickly took out her phone and sent a message to Shiryun. A strategist never goes to battle. Lin Zixuan looked at Shiryun's expression and found it somewhat amusing. From their previous chats on the phone, he had gained some understanding of Xiao Shiryun and knew she was a rather reserved young girl. But she was even cuter in person than she appeared online. The special effects and beauty filters on Douyin didn't hide Xiao Shiryun's stunning beauty, they just made it easy for Lin Zixuan to overlook her in the camera. It can truly be said that the real person is 10 times more beautiful. Lin Zixuan sat down and hadn't even opened his mouth when he heard the sound of Shiryun's phone vibrating continuously. Since her phone was on the table, Shiryun gave Lin Zixuan an awkward smile. She quickly picked up her phone and glanced at Wu Lei's message. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and give her the gift. You've been preparing it for so long. What are you being shy about at a time like this? After being scolded by her best friend, Xiao Shiryun snapped back to reality. She reached into the sleeve of her hanfu and pulled out a perfume pouch, handing it to Lin Zixuan in front of her. Moonlit brother, this is the gift I prepared for you. I made it myself, but it's not worth much. Please don't look down on it. Lin Zixuan looked at the perfume pouch in front of him and reached out to take it. The pouch was beautifully crafted, with a pair of mandarin ducks printed on the surface. This design had been around since ancient times, and Shiryun had always loved the classical style. Her embroidery skills are no less impressive than her zither playing what is often referred to as women's needlework. The incense pouch emitted a faint, delicate fragrance. Lin Zixuan had never received such a thoughtful gift before. After all, it was made by Shiryun herself. You made it yourself, you really put a lot of effort into it. I really like it. Upon hearing this, Shiryun couldn't help but smile. In Lin Zixuan's mind, the system's prompt sounded. Xiao Shiryun's favorability rating, 10. After receiving the gift, Xiao Shiryun still seemed a bit reserved, perhaps because it was their first meeting. Lin Zixuan took the initiative to speak, breaking the awkward silence. This is my first time here. Is there anything good to eat near the school? I haven't eaten yet. Xiao Shiryun heard this and paused for a moment before quickly reacting. If you're talking about food, there's a snack street nearby. I wonder if Yue Luo likes it. As for street stalls, Lin Zixuan didn't have any objections, but sitting there like this felt a bit awkward. Plus, including Lin Zixuan, none of them had eaten anything yet. Let's go, come with me to grab something to eat. Xiao Shiryun nodded and stood up alongside Lin Zixuan, the two of them heading toward the exit of the cafe. Wu Lei watched their departing figures and immediately stood up, following after them. The military strategist couldn't leave otherwise, the girl would be so embarrassed she'd die. However, after their first meeting, Wu Lei felt that Lin Zixuan probably wasn't a bad person, so she felt a bit more at ease. The two left the cafe, and around them were various street snacks, such as grilled cold noodles and roasted chestnuts. Lin Zixuan ordered 2 portions at random. The university students around them also noticed Xiao Shiryun. Of course, she was the campus beauty of the art academy, though many had only heard of Xiao Shiryun and had never actually seen her before. When she first arrived at the school, Xiao Shiryun was quite troubled because she was so beautiful, which naturally attracted many admirers. This led to the decision to move out and live with Wu Lei, and under his protection, no major issues arose. Girls truly need to take care of themselves. The two were strolling by the roadside. Lin Zixuan held a plate of grilled cold noodles, picked up a piece, and held it to Xiao Shiryun's lips. It's pretty tasty. Why don't you try some? Xiao Shiryun looked at the food by her mouth, her mind going blank. Oh my gosh, this is our first meeting, and he's feeding me? Isn't this moving a bit too fast? Lin Zixuan didn't seem to notice anything unusual. Seeing that Shiryun didn't react, he simply ate it himself. You don't like it? Never mind, let's go check out the front. As he spoke, Lin Zixuan continued walking forward, while Shiryun stood frozen in place. What? I just didn't react in time. How could you take it? Shiryun watched the scene unfold, feeling a bit disappointed, but she still followed Lin Zixuan closely. To be honest, the life she had been living lately had made Lin Zixuan almost forget the mundane, earthly of human life. He had frequented too many so-called high-end venues, eating spicy hot pot with manhwa and street food with Xiao Shiryun. Perhaps this is the life I truly enjoy. Life shouldn't be bound by so many rules and restrictions. So-called travel is really just leaving a place you've grown tired of to go to a place others have grown tired of. Whether there's good food or fun activities doesn't really matter. It's just eating, shopping, and sleeping. The point isn't how great the place is, but who you're with. The poetic rhythm seemed to have overcome its initial awkwardness and had eased up considerably. On her phone, Wu Lei's output never ceased. At that moment, Lin Zixuan was devouring a skewer of grilled squid without any regard for his appearance. He was so engrossed that his mouth was covered in oil. Shiryun, upon seeing this scene, seemed to have made up her mind as well. She pulled out a piece of paper, put down her phone, and reached out to wipe the oil off Lin Zixuan's lips. A simple and ordinary gesture, yet it was one of the most heartwarming moments in life.
Lin Zixuan never expected that this seemingly shy little guy could make such a gesture. Xiao Shiyun felt a bit shy and whispered softly, "Let me wipe it for you." Lin Zixuan chuckled softly, looking at her adorable expression, and couldn't resist ruffling her hair. Wu Lele stood from a distance, watching the two of them interact intimately. He made a victory gesture. Sure enough, under the guidance of this military strategist, there was nothing that couldn't be accomplished. The two of them walked around the snack street. Xiao Shiyun was completely different from ordinary girls. Although she didn't mind overly intimate gestures, she didn't make any moves either. Lin Zixuan wasn't in a hurry either. After walking around for a while, the two returned to the entrance of the art university. Xiao Shiyun glanced at Lin Zixuan and asked, "Brother, do you want to come into the school with me for a look around?" Chapter 73, The fine violin chooses its master, the beauty chooses her prince. Upon hearing Xiao Shiyun's invitation, Lin Zixuan shook his head and declined. The fact that she could bring him into the school had a certain official announcement vibe to it. Someone like Xiao Shiyun certainly wouldn't lack suitors. "Wait here for a moment, I also have a gift for you." Xiao Shiyun heard this and felt curious. Had Yu Luo also prepared a gift for her? Wu Lele hid behind a large tree, carefully watching the two of them, and took out her phone to snap a photo of them together. Lin Zixuan, of course, noticed Wu Lele as well. A complete stranger with a 20-point likability rating, coupled with the fact that Wu Lele was dressed exceptionally conspicuously today, it was nearly impossible not to notice her. As the two of them were out shopping, this guy followed them like a spy, keeping a close eye on their every move. Combined with Xiao Shiyun's frequent glances at her phone, Lin Zixuan had a pretty good idea this guy was probably Xiao Shiyun's strategist. Thinking of this, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Before long, a car pulled up slowly at the entrance of the art university. The door opened, and a tall, beautiful woman stepped out. She was holding a simple, old-fashioned box. Upon seeing Lin Zixuan, she nodded. Stepping forward, "Mr. Lin, here's what you asked for." The person who came was naturally Han Shang, the steward of Yueluo Bay, so the item in his hand was self-explanatory. It was the famous zither, Fengming, which Lin Zixuan had bid 2 million for. It was originally intended as a gift for Xiao Shiyun, but since the item was in Han Shang's possession, Lin Zixuan did not bring it directly. Lin Zixuan reached out and took the box, then thanked Han Shang. "Thank you very much. You've been so kind." Han Shang smiled upon hearing this. "Mr. Lin, you're too kind." He then turned to glance at Xiao Shiyun. Upon seeing her beauty, even Han Shang couldn't help but feel a touch of envy. Indeed, there were many outstanding young women around Mr. Lin, and he didn't consider himself anything special. Fortunately, Han Shang's original goal wasn't to climb the ranks. As long as she does her job well, Mr. Lin won't treat her unfairly. "Mr. Lin, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything." Han Shang politely took his leave, and Lin Zixuan naturally did not try to keep him. Xiao Shiyun stood silently by the side throughout, watching the box in Lin Zixuan's hands, which had a touch of ancient elegance and charm. It might be an heirloom passed down through generations. Is this the gift Zixian gave himself? Xiao Shiyun muttered to herself. After Han Shang left, Lin Zixuan also took the box and handed it to Xiao Shiyun. "Here, this is a gift for you. I'm sure you'll like it. Open it and take a look." Xiao Shiyun cautiously embraced the box and opened it with a hint of anticipation. Inside, the ancient phoenix-shaped zither was revealed, with a delicately carved golden phoenix that seemed to come to life. Upon seeing the ancient zither, Xiao Shiyun froze in her tracks. As a lover of the guzheng, Xiao Shiyun recognized the origin of the instrument at first glance. This is Fengming? Lin Zixuan didn't expect Xiao Shiyun to know her and nodded. "Yes, do you like it?" Xiao Shiyun took a deep breath, her hands trembling slightly as she stroked the strings. She seemed extremely excited, but quickly shook her head firmly. No, Yu Luo, this is too valuable. I can't accept it." Xiao Shiyun had been following news about famous guitars recently and learned that Fengming had been auctioned off for 20 million. At the time, Xiao Shiyun was complaining, wondering how such a fine instrument could have ended up in the hands of someone who doesn't appreciate its value. Little did she know that it would appear before her today it's worth 2 million. Xiao Shiyun handed the box back to Lin Zixuan, who gave a light chuckle. "It's not about whether it's valuable or not. You know the price of this instrument, so you consider it valuable. A fine instrument deserves a worthy owner. Only in the hands of the right person can it truly fulfill its potential. In my hands, it's just a nice-looking collectible. Keeping it doesn't really mean much to me. Just take it." Upon hearing Lin Zixuan say this, Shiyun also really liked the item and seemed a bit at a loss. "But, Yu Luo, this is too valuable. I really don't know how to repay you." Seeing the faint blush on Xiao Shiyun's delicate face, Lin Zixuan teased her playfully. "If that's the case, then give me a kiss as compensation." "What?" Xiao Shiyun heard this demand and her mind went blank. Lin Zixuan looked at her like this and found it quite amusing, silently watching her dazed expression. The next moment, Lin Zixuan didn't even have time to react before Xiao Shiyun suddenly tiptoed and gently touched his lips with her lips. The soft sensation vanished as quickly as it had come, and Xiao Shiyun hugged her instrument, lowering her head slightly.
What just happened?
Lin Zixuan looked at Xiao Shiyun in astonishment, not expecting the girl to actually kiss him.
Xiao Shiyun was equally surprised. Oh my god, what have I done? Xiao Shiyun's favorability rating is 10. Lin Zixuan didn't expect that this could also increase her favorability rating. Xiao Shiyun's faint voice drifted up from below. I kissed it. Is this piano mine now?
You can tell she really likes it.
Lin Zixuan pinched her cheek.
Little girl, I don't mind giving you the chin, but your kiss was too half-hearted.
I didn't feel anything. Try again, and I'll see. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shiyun instinctively took 2 steps back. Xiao Shiyun's favorability rating 5. Lin Zixuan saw that this teasing was indeed effective and found a new way to increase his likability.
Xiao Shiyun didn't directly refuse Lin Zixuan's request, she merely responded with a tentative remark.
Here? There are too many people here. Let's do it next time, okay?
Seeing Xiao Shiyun's pleading expression, Lin Zixuan naturally wouldn't continue to force her.
He nodded in agreement. Alright, consider it a debt you owe me. Remember to repay it next time we meet.
Xiao Shiyun heard this and visibly relaxed. Lin Zixuan's mind was once again filled with the system's prompt.
Xiao Shiyun's favorability rating is 5. Wu Leilei's likability is 10. Ha! Lin Zixuan turned his head in confusion and glanced over.
Wu Leilei still thought she was hiding well, crouching beside a small sapling. Watching the two of them act so close, as for why she was increasing her affection, it was obviously to make her best friend happy, of course. The matter of Fengming selling something for 20 million yuan had been mentioned by Xiao Shiyun, and she had seen Lin Zixuan give a gift worth 20 million yuan.
In Wu Leilei's heart, her feelings for Lin Zixuan skyrocketed.
As for the later rowdy behavior, Wu Leilei simply ignored it.
You're the one being a jerk for not giving a single penny. I gave you 2,000 and kissed you, what's the big deal? I'm asking you, what's the problem? Chapter 74, A Song of the Phoenix Seeking Its Mate. Wu Leilei had already forgotten the bold words she had spoken the night before.
If that guy dares to touch you, I'll slap him across the face. Of course, such things depend on the actual situation.
Xiao Shiyun accepted the gift and was clearly very happy. She glanced at Lin Zixuan in front of her. Brother, let me play a song for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan nodded silently.
He had always listened to Xiao Shiyun play the piano online but had never tried it in real life.
All right. Xiao Shiyun glanced around. At the school gate, there didn't seem to be any suitable places. Xiao Shiyun slung the ancient zither onto her back. She grabbed Lin Zixuan's sleeve. Brother, let's go to the school playground.
That place over there is just right.
Lin Zixuan didn't refuse this request, and the two of them walked into the campus together.
As evening approached, the sky gradually grew darker. The students in the schoolyard had gathered on the playground, most of them couples huddled together, while others sat in a circle playing games. Even before approaching the playground, the sound of singing could be heard. The hoarse voices, combined with the rhythmic beats, attracted a large crowd, and cheers rang out from all around. The two didn't join the crowd but instead made their way to a corner where there weren't many people. Xiao Shiyun sat cross-legged on the grass and opened the box. She carefully took out Fengming. She placed it on her legs and carefully put finger gloves on each of her fingers. These are generally used to protect the fingers, but they also show respect for fine instruments.
Brother, this piece is called The Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix.
Lin Zixuan seemed to have heard the name of this piece before. It seemed to be a piece with deep meaning.
Under the cover of night, Xiao Shiyun's pink cheeks were partially obscured, and Lin Zixuan did not notice.
When Xiao Shiyun's fingers touched the strings, her expression grew calm, as if she had fully immersed herself in her music.
Soon, the melodious melody, accompanied by the crisp sound of the zither, echoed across the playground.
Lin Zixuan sat beside Xiao Shiyun, his eardrums washed away by the melody, as if he had been transported into an ancient bamboo forest. The students nearby also noticed the sound coming from their direction. They pointed in this direction and moved closer to the two. As the melody grew more passionate, Xiao Shiyun's fingers danced swiftly. The melody of the phoenix seeking its mate echoed across the playground. There was a beauty, and once seen, she could not be forgotten. A day without seeing her, and I think of her madly. Without any amplification, the sound of the guzheng on the noisy playground was not particularly loud, but it seemed to have a strong penetrating power. It pierced the eardrums of the crowd, including the college students who had been brainwashed by modern music.
Gradually, more people began to hear the ancient melodies from this side.
One by one, they broke away from the crowd and gathered near the two performers, forming a circle around them. Xiao Shiyun was completely immersed in her music, completely oblivious to everything around her.
Lin Zixuan sat beside Xiao Shiyun, feeling the intense stares from those around them.
Among these classmates, there were naturally those who recognized Xiao Shiyun, the beauty who could play the guzheng to such a high level.
There is only one art academy. Of course, what they care about more is the pure and elegant goddess of the art academy. When did a guy suddenly appear by her side?
Feeling the jealous glances from all around, Lin Zixuan had long since grown accustomed to it. Sorry, the so-called goddesses you admire are nothing more than my tools.
Lin Zixuan really wanted to stand up and say, all of you here are trash.
But there was no need to make a scene like that. When Xiao Shiyun finished her song, it seemed to touch everyone around her, and many couples embraced each other. Cheers erupted from all directions. Loud applause echoed through the air, and the chaotic sounds around her seemed to be completely blocked out by Xiao Shiyun. Her eyes were fixed solely on Lin Zixuan beside her.
Zixuan, what do you think? Like a primary school student waiting for praise from an elder. Lin Zixuan reached out and gently touched Xiao Shiyun's nose. There is a beauty whom I cannot forget once I have seen her. A day without her is like madness. The phoenix seeks the phoenix.
Upon hearing Lin Zixuan's words, Xiao Shiyun blushed and smiled shyly. A chorus of gasps echoed from the surrounding crowd, as they too noticed the intimate gestures between Lin Zixuan and the goddess.
Lin Zixuan paid no heed to this.
As the song came to an end, he did not ask Xiao Shiyun to continue playing. The two of them made their way through the crowd, and the figures of the people seemed to be following them from a distance. However, the two were not affected by the crowd and continued to stroll around the school for a while.
As night fell, Xiao Shiyun nervously tugged at the hem of her skirt.
Lin Zixuan was about to say something when he heard a voice from the distance.
Shiyun, why are you still here? You should go back. Lin Zixuan looked up and saw Wu Lele walking over from a distance.
She seemed to have deliberately changed her clothes, as if afraid that Lin Zixuan would recognize her. Wu Lele stepped forward, grabbed Xiao Shiyun's hand, and pulled her behind him.
He looked at Lin Zixuan with a hint of hostility in his eyes. He thought to himself, you little brat, how can you be so inconsiderate? You let me take advantage of you, and now you won't even let my Shiyun come home tonight? But of course, I wouldn't say that out loud. Shiyun, is this your boyfriend? He's pretty handsome.
Shiyun paused for a moment before simply nodding her head.
Lin Zixuan smiled as he watched the scene unfold, with no intention of exposing Wu Lele.
Wu Lele, however, walked up confidently and extended her hand.
Hello, my name is Wu Lele, and I'm Shiyun's best friend.
Lin Zixuan reached out and gently shook her hand, but they parted immediately.
My name is Lin Zixuan. I said hello, and now we've met.
On Wu Lele's side, she was also preparing to leave with Shiyun.
Cough, cough, Lin Zixuan, right? It's getting late, I should take Shiyun home. We can chat next time. What do you think? Lin Zixuan didn't have any ulterior motives either, so he nodded silently. Alright, let's leave it at that.
Wu Lele finally smiled contentedly, while Shiyun lingered a bit before bidding farewell to Lin Zixuan.
She then followed Wu Lele as they left together.
After they had walked a short distance away, Shiyun cautiously glanced back over her shoulder.
Not seeing Lin Zixuan's figure, she slowly spoke up. Lulu, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Are we just going home like this?
When Wu Lele heard this, she froze in her tracks.
Is this really the Xiao Shijun I know? How could it be that in just one day, even her soul had been stolen away? He casually gave Xiao Shiyun a sharp tap on the head. Miss, what are you saying? You're not coming home tonight, what do you think you're up to? Going to bed? Chapter 75, The Invitation of the Rich Girl. Xiao Shiyun heard this and seemed to realize something was amiss. Her fair face flushed red again. What was wrong with her? Aren't you supposed to go home at night? At that moment, a message from Lin Zixuan also came through on his phone. Little girl, don't forget you owe me a kiss. Remember to pay me back next time.
Upon seeing the message, Xiao Shiyun threw herself into Wu Lele's arms, feeling too embarrassed to show her face. Meanwhile, Lin Zixuan had just gotten into his 911 when he heard the system's notification sound.
Xiao Shiyun's favorability rating is 5. Lin Zixuan also gave her an amused look. This girl is actually quite interesting. He then drove away from the art university. There wasn't much to do in the evening, so Lin Zixuan thought for a moment and realized he hadn't seen Tianya in a long time. He then sent her a message and drove toward her apartment complex. Since she had been kept, Tianya had been staying at home every day, rarely going out to cause trouble. However, with money to spare, she naturally wanted to spend it, accumulating many luxury items in her home. This gave Tianya a sense of fantasy. Lin Zixuan seemed very busy, so Tianya obediently refrained from disturbing him. Having received Lin Zixuan's message today, she naturally wanted to tidy herself up properly. Tianya changed into a maid outfit, which she had specially prepared. When Lin Zixuan entered, she also helped him change his shoes and finish getting dressed. Honey, have you eaten yet? Should I cook some noodles for you? Lin Zixuan heard this and felt something was off, but he did indeed not eat anything. The random snacks he had eaten in the afternoon had already been digested. He grabbed Tianya and pulled her into his arms. She hadn't eaten yet. But I'll cook some noodles for you anyway. The atmosphere in the room seemed filled with a peculiar vibe, punctuated by the two of them giggling.
An hour later, Tianya was crouched by the bed, holding her chest, looking rather uncomfortable. It seems that the noodles were indeed quite delicious.
Lin Zixuan lay by the bed and ate a little something.
After a while, Tianya felt a little better and went to tidy up the mess left behind. Lin Zixuan lay on the bed and noticed that his system seemed to have an additional panel.
Detecting consumable items?
Lin Zixuan opened the system panel with a puzzled expression, and the attributes of the goddess he was currently pursuing popped up.
Liang Yamo, hospital nurse, appearance 80, affection 80, quest completed. Sun Mingqiu, Westlake Pikachu, female streamer number 1, appearance 87, affinity 50.
Wang Xiaoyu needs to eat, female streamer number 2, beauty rating 88, likability 70. Xiao Shiyun, a beautiful hostess playing the guzheng in traditional Chinese attire, with a beauty rating of 93 and a likability rating of 65. Yang Xianxian, a materialistic girl at school, with a likability rating of 65.
Su Rua, ex-girlfriend, beauty rating 86, likability 80, quest completed. Manhwa, wealthy heiress, campus beauty of Hancheng University, appearance 89, likability 50.
Tianya, a bar girl kept woman, with a beauty rating of 88 and a likability rating of 70. Han Shang, consultant at Yuelu Bay, appearance 88, likability 50.
He Xiao, flight attendant, appearance rating 85, likability 20. Zhang Yingxue, car model, beauty rating 84, likability 20.
Mu Qingcheng, heiress of Hancheng, beauty rating 90, likability 20. Xu Siyu, an auctioneer, with a beauty rating of 84 and a likability score of 20. Zhang Haoyue, store explorer blogger, younger sister, appearance rating 82, likability 10. Zhao Yu, a tool for throwing herself at others, with a beauty score of 85 and a likability score of 30.
Just organizing this for everyone, not padding the word count. Glancing at the system interface, only 2 characters have been successfully courted so far, Liang Yamo and Su Rua.
Su Rua was a lucky break, and there were still a few more targets to tackle, such as Tianya, who was standing beside him. However, such matters couldn't be rushed, and he wasn't particularly short on money at the moment.
I guess I'll just go with the flow.
After checking the system panel, Lin Zixuan took out his phone and checked the accumulated messages. Among them, Xiao Shiyun had also sent him a message. The message basically said that she had arrived home.
Lin Zixuan teased her again for a while.
On WeChat, however, a message unexpectedly popped up from someone Lin Zixuan wasn't eager to respond to.
Mu Qingcheng, Mr. Lin, you're such a busy man, how could you forget?
You told me at Qingling Temple that you'd get in touch with me when you had time.
How could you forget me so quickly?
Upon seeing Mu Qingcheng's message, Lin Zixuan was at a loss for words.
He didn't want to deal with these officials.
Beautiful women were everywhere, getting involved in troublesome matters wouldn't benefit him. Lin Zixuan decided it was best not to respond.
He pretended not to see it.
The next morning, Lin Zixuan woke up in Tianya's arms and quickly washed up. Today, he decided to go back to school for a visit.
As for Mu Qingcheng's invitation, Lin Zixuan completely forgot about it.
When Lin Zixuan arrived at the entrance of Hancheng University in his 911, he suddenly noticed something was off. The surroundings felt chilly. Lin Zixuan had just parked his car when his phone rang again. Lin Zixuan picked it up and glanced at it, then hung up in silence.
Mr. Lin, I'm already across from your school. It seems like Mr. Lin is too busy to reach out to me. I have quite a bit of free time lately. Should I go to the school to find Mr. Lin, or should you come out to meet me? The message was sent by Mu Qingcheng, right?
You're a wealthy young lady from Hancheng, and I'm just an ordinary person.
Why would you come looking for me for no reason?
However, judging by Mu Qingcheng's attitude, it seems she won't give up until she sees me. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Lin Zixuan also looked somewhat helpless.
What are you talking about, Miss Mu? I went to bed too early yesterday and didn't check my phone. How could I trouble you to come over personally? I have class today, and I'm not sure if Miss Mu is available this afternoon. Let's meet up later this afternoon.
Lin Zixuan replied, tossing his phone onto the passenger seat and covering his head with his hands, feeling a sudden headache.
Mu Qingcheng replied quickly. No problem.
Mr. Lin hopes you won't go back on your word this time. I'll be waiting for you at the cafe in your school at 2 p.m. After reading the message, Lin Zixuan knew there was no way out this time.
What does this girl want from me? I haven't done anything to her. A daughter of a high-ranking official coming to school just to see me, it can't be anything good. However, there seemed to be no way around it. Lin Zixuan headed to the classroom for class, trying to delay things as much as possible.
At 2:10 p.m., outside the entrance to the coffee shop at Hancheng University, Lin Zixuan strolled leisurely to the entrance of the coffee shop and immediately spotted Mu Qingcheng sitting by the window.
Mu Qingcheng was still the same as always, wrapped up tightly.
This was their third meeting.
Lin Zixuan still hadn't seen what Mu Qingcheng actually looked like. Lin Zixuan let out a sigh and walked into the cafe.
He sat down across from Mu Qingcheng and greeted her.
Miss Mu, it's been a long time. Chapter 76, Mu Qingqing's Request. Mu Qingqing's expression seemed a bit off as she glanced at the time. What's going on? Does Mr. Lin always arrive late for his dates with girls? Hearing this, Lin Zixuan smiled awkwardly. Being late was, of course, intentional. Lin Zixuan really didn't want to come, but he had no choice. Miss Mu, what are you saying? Are we on a date? Mu Qingqing wasn't like those young girls. She responded to such words naturally. If Mr. Lin wishes to discuss it, it is not impossible, but today we should focus on the matter at hand. Lin Zixuan nodded in front of him. Mu Qingqing rummaged through her backpack and couldn't resist teasing Lin Zixuan. I think Mr. Lin is deliberately avoiding me. If I hadn't come to school today, I'm sure he wouldn't have wanted to see me either. Lin Zixuan helplessly spread his hands. Miss Mu was misunderstanding. How could that be? With a beauty like you, how could I avoid you? Lin Zixuan sighed helplessly and spread his hands. Miss Mu, you've misunderstood. How could that be? You're such a beauty, how could I possibly avoid you? Mu Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Beauty? Mr. Lin must not have seen my true appearance. Lin Zixuan nodded. Yes, I would love to see Miss Mu's true appearance. I wonder if I have the fortune to do so. Their brief exchange left neither of them with the upper hand. Mu Qingqing clearly didn't want Lin Zixuan to see, so she changed the subject abruptly. Mr. Lin, I came to see you today for an important matter and also to ask you for a favor. Seeing Mu Qingqing's serious expression, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but feel a touch of curiosity. Oh? As she spoke, Mu Qingqing took out a document from her backpack and handed it to Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan took the document with a puzzled expression and gave it a quick glance. Across from him, Mu Qingqing spoke slowly. I believe Mr. Lin has also heard that there is a major construction project in Hancheng recently. It is the development of a new district, which includes the largest landmark building in the city. It is planned to be a 50-story high-rise building that will serve as a symbol of our city. This project has already attracted the attention of nearly all industries in Hancheng. As Mu Qingqing's voice fell, Lin Zixuan also furrowed his brows. He had heard a little about this project at charity auction, and that old-timers like Meng Tianheng and Zhang Shuntian were keeping a close eye on it. The document I have in my hands is the project proposal. However, it is not as detailed as it could be. Lin Zixuan had already guessed Mu Qingqing's intentions, but he still asked a question. Miss Mu, I have heard of this project, but such matters seem unrelated to me. Mu Qingqing clasped her hands together, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Mr. Lin, don't play dumb with me. This project is of utmost importance to Hancheng, and my father is also very concerned about it. The public bidding process hasn't even started yet, but the funds that the companies in Hancheng can currently commit to are insufficient to achieve our ambitious goals. Therefore, I hope Mr. Lin can contribute some funds to help us complete this project. Of course, we will not shortchange Mr. Lin. Once the building is completed, Mr. Lin may select the first floor as an office space for your use. If you wish to develop a residential community, Mr. Lin will have priority in selecting the location. Lin Zixuan listened to Mu Qingqing's words and felt a bit overwhelmed. He wasn't sure whether the terms were favorable or not, especially when it came to commercial matters. In truth, Lin Zixuan didn't really want to get involved, especially since this was a commercial activity initiated by government officials. He preferred to keep his distance. A little money wasn't a big deal to him. He could easily transfer 100 billion to Mu Qingqing. But there's no need to get involved in this mess. Lin Zixuan placed the document on the desk and shook his head. Sorry, Miss Mu. You've got the wrong person. I'm just an ordinary college student. Although I have a little money, I can't compare to those so-called groups. This public tender is not something I can participate in. I am truly unable to fulfill Ms. Mu's request. I apologize. After saying this, Lin Zixuan stood up immediately, preparing to turn and leave. Mu Qingqing watched the scene unfold, furrowing her brows. After investigating Lin Zixuan's background, she knew that Lin Zixuan must have an identity she couldn't uncover. If she could get his help, this project would definitely be completed smoothly. However, she never expected Lin Zixuan to refuse so decisively. Wait, Mr. Lin. Lin Zixuan paused slightly, standing at the entrance of the coffee shop. He glanced at Mu Qingqing. Is there anything else Miss Mu needs? Mu Qingqing also stood up and asked cautiously. If Mr. Lin feels that my sincerity is insufficient, the terms can be adjusted further. Would Mr. Lin consider it? Lin Zixuan heard this and chuckled softly. Miss Mu, you've misunderstood. I truly don't have that ability. I'm sure you've investigated me. I'm really just an ordinary person. I can't get involved in something like this. After saying that, Lin Zixuan turned and walked away without looking back. Mu Qingqing was left alone, her hair and clothes disheveled in the wind. If someone were to say that Lin Zixuan was an ordinary college student, Mu Qingqing would never believe it. An ordinary college student could afford to buy a villa in Moonlit Bay? Could they spend 100 million at an auction? The starting bid this time is at least several billion, and those groups may not be able to come up with that much cash. That's why Mu Qingqing thought of Lin Zixuan.
But she never expected Lin Zixuan's attitude to be so resolute. Mu Qingqing touched her chin, also at a loss for words. From a bureaucratic perspective, Mu Qingqing simply felt that the conditions she had proposed were insufficient.
Judging by Lin Zixuan's attitude, it seemed that money wasn't the solution. If not money, then what else could he possibly want?
Mu Qingqing seemed to have realized something.
While investigating Lin Zixuan's background, she naturally learned a bit about his private life.
However, since wealthy individuals often lead such lifestyles, Mu Qingqing did not give it much thought.
Thinking back to their previous conversation. No way, you want me to use a beauty trap? Mu Qingqing shook her head. That was clearly unrealistic.
It seemed there was no good solution for now.
She then let out a disappointed sigh.
On this side, Lin Zixuan, who had left the cafe, was also speechless.
What the hell? You're a 1,000 gold piece girl from Hancheng, why are you always chasing after me? I have money, but I don't spend it like that. Mu Qingqing's favorability rating is 5. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Zixuan was even more speechless. What the heck is wrong with this girl? Could she be as sick as Su Ruo, beyond hope?
Lin Zixuan turned his head to glance cautiously, relieved not to see Mu Qingqing's figure, and finally exhaled in relief.
Better stay away from that girl in the future. Chapter 77, The Enthusiastic Little Junior.
Lin Zixuan returned to the campus, muttering about Mu Qingqing as he walked forward. As he passed by the school playground, he heard the sound of cheers.
Lin Zixuan looked over in confusion. The students on the playground were enjoying their youth. They were running forward quickly, seemingly athletes in training.
Among the crowd, Lin Zixuan spotted a familiar figure.
He was holding a phone, seemingly filming something. This little firecracker is a junior high school classmate I met once when I was having dinner with Manhwa. Store explorer blogger Zhang Haoyue. It looks like their school first-year female students. Lin Zixuan wasn't very familiar with them before.
Zhang Haoyue held her phone, focusing on a boy, her eyes filled with intense admiration.
Come on, come on.
Zhang Haoyue paid no attention to the stares of those around him, his calls echoing one after another.
Lin Zixuan also glanced at the boy's figure.
The most distinctive feature was his yellow hair, giving him a slightly rebellious vibe. His build is sturdy, with the classic physique of an athlete, neither particularly striking nor unattractive. He looks like Zhang Haoyue's boyfriend. Not long after, the group sprinted past the finish line. Zhang Haoyue held a bottle of water and approached the boys. She reached out to hand him the water while rummaging through her bag for tissues. She wiped the sweat off his face and said, "You're so tired. You must have broken your record today. You did much better than last time." Huang Mao's face also carried a hint of a smile as he embraced Zhang Haoyue's figure. His expression carried a hint of asserting his claim.
As if to say, look, I have such a great girlfriend. You should all be jealous.
Lin Zixuan watched the sweet couple and smiled to himself. Of course, he also wished them well. After all, he wasn't the type to be unable to move just because he saw a beautiful woman.
This little freshman is kind of interesting. Lin Zixuan gave her a quick glance and left the playground. What happened afterward, he naturally had no idea. Another dull and boring class in the afternoon, but at least he had Sure Yun to keep him company on his phone. Since our last meeting, this girl has been talking more.
It's not just the daily check-in messages, but also the videos of her playing the guzheng. The phoenix's cry in her hands also brought out its own unique value. The melodious tune truly has the power to purify one's soul.
Lin Zixuan also felt deeply moved. After class, Lin Zixuan headed toward the underground parking lot.
As he passed by a small bench on the playground, he unexpectedly encountered his younger female classmate Zhang Haoyue, sitting alone on the bench, holding her stomach, looking rather uncomfortable. Lin Zixuan glanced at her curiously but didn't intend to meddle in her affairs. After all, she already had a boyfriend, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to interfere. I didn't expect that even though I wasn't planning to go, Zhang Haoyue discovered me.
Senior. Lin Zixuan turned his head and saw Zhang Haoyue waving at him.
Lin Zixuan sighed helplessly and walked over to Zhang Haoyue.
What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell, Junior? Zhang Haoyue seemed hesitant to speak.
In the end, he simply nodded silently.
Lin Zixuan didn't think much of it. Where's your boyfriend? I saw him this afternoon. You seem to get along well with him. Why don't you ask him to come pick you up?
Zhang Haoyue heard this and her expression darkened immediately.
She shook her head. Senior, he's very busy. He has to train every day. Don't bother him with such a small matter. Senior, he's very busy. He has to train every day. Don't bother him with such a small matter. Senior, he's very busy. He has to train every day. Don't bother him with such a small matter. As soon as those words left his mouth, Lin Zixuan immediately realized something was off. Go to hell, you're just busy. I don't believe anyone is so busy they don't have time to check their phone. It's not that you're busy, it's just not important.
Lin Zixuan realized that their relationship wasn't as simple as he thought, but he wasn't the type to stir up trouble between others.
So what about you? Lin Zixuan asked cautiously, while Zhang Haoyue reached out and grabbed Lin Zixuan's sleeve. Senior, could you help me go to the supermarket over there and buy that thing?
As he said this, Zhang Haoyue lowered his head slightly. After all, asking a stranger he wasn't very familiar with to do something like this was indeed inappropriate.
Lin Zixuan clearly felt the same way. No way, I'm a grown man. You want me to buy that for you? That's not right, not right. That's not right. Why don't I find you a female classmate?
Zhang Haoyue seemed to realize that this wasn't a good idea and nodded slightly. Then I'll trouble you, senior. Seeing how uncomfortable she looked, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but feel helpless. The area around them seemed slightly secluded. After all, it was near the parking lot, and there weren't many people with cars on campus. Lin Zixuan walked slowly toward the supermarket, hoping to run into someone he knew inside. Upon entering the supermarket, there were a few scattered students shopping around him.
Lin Zixuan glanced around and realized he didn't recognize a single one of them. This left Lin Zixuan feeling a bit perplexed.
Just as Lin Zixuan was at a loss, a familiar voice came from behind him.
Hey, Zixuan, what are you doing here? Lin Zixuan turned his head and gave her a knowing smile.
Behind him was Yang Qianshan's figure. She had arrived just in time, otherwise, Lin Zixuan really wouldn't have known what to do.
Ah, Qianshan, I was just looking for you. Yang Qianshan heard this and also showed a surprised look.
Her relationship with Lin Zixuan seemed to have stagnated for a long time. Since that incident, the senior had started to ignore her. Yang Qianshan still believes that it was all because of that bowl of tofu pudding. In fact, that's not the case. The two arrived at a corner of the supermarket. Yang Qianshan glanced around and noticed they were in the blind spot of the security camera. Their position was also one that few people would notice.
Yang Qianshan's face lit up with an excited expression. Does the senior want to try something thrilling? This is a public place, isn't it? Isn't that a bit inappropriate?
Yang Qianshan's gaze carried a hint of temptation.
Lin Zixuan felt a bit awkward and didn't notice Yang Qianshan's unusual behavior. Qianshan, could you help me buy something?
As soon as those words left his mouth, Yang Qianshan's smile froze on her face.
What did you say? Buy something?
Yang Qianshan let out a startled cry, while Lin Zixuan nodded in agreement.
Yang Qianshan was speechless at that moment. I've already taken off my pants, and you're telling me this?
I thought you wanted to try something exciting. Yang Qianshan seemed a bit disappointed, but she quickly adjusted her mood.
If the senior is buying something, why not just buy it yourself? What do you need me to buy for you? At this point, Yang Qianshan started to daydream again.
The senior wanted to buy something but was too shy to buy it himself.
Could it be one of those embarrassing little toys?
No, that kind of toy doesn't seem to be sold at the school supermarket either.
What's going on with the senior? Could it be something like a pregnancy test? Chapter 78, You've never spent money on me. Yang Qianshan couldn't stop her mind from wandering.
If Lin Zixuan found out, he would definitely think this girl had impure thoughts.
You know, that thing girls use during their special time.
As soon as she said that, Yang Qianshan's smile froze again.
She looked at Lin Zixuan in confusion, then finally burst into laughter. Senior, which sister asked you to buy this kind of thing? She's so lucky to have you come to the supermarket in person. Don't worry, I'll go buy it for him. You definitely wouldn't know how.
Regarding Yang Qianshan's overthinking, Lin Zixuan still explained it to her. It wasn't for himself, but for Zhang Haoyue. He wasn't afraid of any rumors, but the younger female student did have a boyfriend after all. No, she's just a friend. She's feeling a bit uncomfortable. You'll see her soon. Yang Qianshan chose to ignore that sentence and help Lin Zixuan pick out a pack of that thing. The two of them walked out of the supermarket together. Lin Zixuan didn't approach this time. Instead, he pointed toward the spot where the bright moon was hanging in the distance. That's the little freshman. Could you take it over for me? I won't go. Yang Qianshan heard this and was a bit surprised. Her eyes darted around, as if she had thought of something. Senior, I can help you deliver it, but since I'm doing you a favor, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Upon hearing Yang Qianshan's request, Lin Zixuan didn't refuse. He hadn't eaten dinner yet either, so going out with Yang Qianshan for a bit wouldn't be a problem. Alright, I'll wait for you at the parking lot. It's a 911. After saying that, Lin Zixuan turned and walked toward the parking lot. Yang Qianshan handed the item to Zhang Haoyue. Lin Zixuan, who had just boarded the vehicle, heard the system's notification sound. Zhang Haoyue's favorability rating is 10. Lin Zixuan still has a bit of a crush on this little freshman, but it's a shame such a pure and innocent girl, ruined by a scumbag. Sure enough, that blonde hair itself carries some baggage. It's not about hair color discrimination, but rather the public stereotypes. There's no point in saying more about this. It's best for the younger girl to figure it out on her own. After waiting in the parking lot for a moment, Yang Qianshan opened the passenger door. After getting in the car, she spoke with a hint of mockery.
Senior, that little girl said she's very grateful to you and wants your WeChat. I didn't give it to her. Should I add her? As she spoke, Yang Chanxian took out her phone. Lin Zixuan glanced at it and shook his head. She has a boyfriend, it's not appropriate. Let's go eat. As he spoke, Lin Zixuan stepped on the gas and drove out of the parking lot. Yang Chanxian took a closer look at Lin Zixuan. She didn't expect her senior to be so principled. He seemed different from the other rich second-generation kids she had met. Rarely getting the chance to go out with Lin Zixuan, Yang Chanxian naturally wouldn't choose a street stall. She had never hidden her materialistic nature. The place she chose wasn't necessarily the best, but it was definitely expensive. Lin Zixuan didn't have much of an objection to this, so the two of them entered the restaurant and had a simple meal. Eating at such high-end restaurants too often actually loses its appeal. Yang Chanxian didn't seem particularly excited either. It's just a meal, nothing to get worked up about. Boys and girls have different definitions of spending money. It is common for girls to say that their boyfriends have never spent a single penny on them. Meanwhile, the guys feel like they've given so much. The fundamental reason is that the two have different understandings of the matter. In the woman's eyes, all expenses related to going out to eat, traveling, and entertainment are considered shared expenses between the two of them. It's money you should spend anyway, you'd still have to eat even without me. But they don't think about the fact that without you, they might just eat something simple. Boys are different. They might spend a long time preparing for a date, booking a restaurant they wouldn't even go to once every 1 or 2 months. They choose the best seats, only to end up being criticized in the end. In a woman's eyes, spending money on oneself means that the money is solely for oneself. In other words, the gifts you give me or the cash you transfer to me, that's the money you spend on me. Without these things, eating at the most expensive restaurants or visiting the most romantic cities wouldn't mean much. This is why many second-generation wealthy individuals would rather invest in their own image than spend money on women. Money is for show, not for spending. Lin Zixuan didn't have much of an objection to this. After all, the money spent would eventually come back to him in greater amounts. However, in this harsh reality, many people use the guise of love to exploit others without offering any reciprocity. Someone like Yang Chanxian, who is so blatantly motivated by her own interests, is actually quite rare, and that's exactly the kind of person Lin Zixuan finds most appealing. Let's talk about money when we talk about money. Don't try to talk to me about feelings. After a simple meal, when they stepped outside, Yang Chanxian took Lin Zixuan's hand. This gesture was slightly intimate. Lin Zixuan did not refuse. Yang Chanxian took Lin Zixuan's hand and walked toward a square in the distance. The square was filled with the scent of fireworks, and numerous street stalls were neatly arranged in rows. There were also children playing and laughing. They are constantly chasing each other. Yang Chanxian glanced at him and, unusually, showed a hint of girlishness. Zixuan, these kids are so cute. Lin Zixuan glanced at them and nodded in agreement. Looking at other people's children, one always finds them adorable. This is also what parents often refer to as other people's children. Having children is still too far off for me. Yang Chanxian nodded in agreement. Indeed, such matters were still too distant for college students. Next, the two of them naturally walked into the mall. To be honest, Lin Zixuan hadn't been shopping in a long time either. Yang Chanxian, however, remained true to her no-nonsense nature, heading straight to the counter to select numerous items she had already set her sights on but had been too reluctant to purchase. Lin Zixuan, on the other hand, was open to everything, and Yang Chanxian's favorability rating had already reached 65 points, meaning she was just one step away from meeting the criteria for a cashback reward. After wandering around for a while, the two returned to the nearby hotel. Of course, they would be staying together tonight. The last time he was here, Lin Zixuan still seemed a bit awkward, but now he's no stranger to the place. Yang Chanxian went from enjoying it at first to trembling all over later on. She could barely withstand Lin Zixuan's madness. The potions the system had previously gifted him had all been depleted during this period. His abilities in certain areas have, of course, received a significant boost. However, this thing is too powerful, and that might not necessarily be a good thing. Now, even one person can't fully satisfy themselves. After having this thought, Lin Zixuan's eyes darted around. Could he try out the joy of a 3-player game someday? Chapter 79, Drinking Some Flower Wine. A game for 3 people must be a lot of fun. Lin Zixuan also had this thought, but he hadn't yet come up with a good idea of who to choose. In the evening, with nothing else to do, Lin Zixuan decided to browse through the live streaming room again and send some virtual gifts to Xiaoyu and Pikachu. In Pikachu's live stream chat, everyone was naturally talking about how Yu Huang had returned. We had thought Pikachu had fallen out of favor, but it seems that's not the case. Those in the know, of course, understand what has happened. Take Xiaoyu, for example. Xiaoyu is a very sensible woman who is also skilled at live streaming. She had actively sought out Lin Zixuan for a meet and greet for this very reason, and now the Douyu event was about to begin. Lin Zixuan got in touch with Pikachu again, making Xiaoyu feel a sense of crisis.
However, she didn't feel comfortable confronting Lin Zixuan directly.
The money belongs to Lin Zixuan, he can give it to whoever he wants. What does it have to do with you?
Xiaoyu could only try to build a better relationship with Lin Zixuan. As for the mature female streamer she had recently added, named Qing Hua, Lin Zixuan had only given her a quick glance.
But it definitely couldn't compare to Xiaoyu and Pikachu. People can't always be fickle. Unless the later ones are truly exceptional. Of course, that's all water under the bridge now. The next morning, Yang Qianqian went back to class early. This girl seems to really love studying.
Although her reputation at school wasn't great, her grades seemed to have always been decent.
Lin Zixuan didn't know the exact reason and didn't ask any further questions.
Lin Zixuan held his phone, replying to the messages piling up on it, when he unexpectedly received a call from Zhang Xuanyu.
Hey, Xiange, are you free tonight? Let's get together. Some people have come over, and my dad specifically asked me to invite you.
It's a small gathering organized by a Seoul-based streamer.
Is there some kind of event in the live streaming industry? I don't really watch live streams much. My dad told me to make sure to let you know. Is Xian interested? An event in the live streaming industry in Seoul? Lin Zixuan pondered for a moment. It must be related to some event on Douyu.
These small-time streamers are looking to make a name for themselves and need to seize this opportunity.
The only ones who can help them are the wealthy and rich second generation in Seoul. That's why this gathering is taking place. Lin Zixuan thought about it. There didn't seem to be much to do that evening, so having a little fun might not be a bad idea. Lin Zixuan thought about it.
There didn't seem to be much to do that evening, so having a drink wouldn't be a bad idea.
He decided to go ahead and agree. That evening, Lin Zixuan arrived at his destination in his 911.
It wasn't the same bar as last time, but a business-oriented KTV. This KTV was also considered one of the upscale venues in Seoul. Of course, it's nowhere near as good as the previous bar. There's no need for a credit check, but a single night's entertainment can easily cost several thousand, or even over 10,000.
If you order some expensive drinks, those will be charged separately. When Lin Zixuan arrived, Zhang Xuanyu was also waiting at the door.
This guy is almost like Lin Zixuan's right-hand man.
Xiange, you're here.
Zhang Xuanyu greeted Lin Zixuan, who nodded slightly in response. As he walked forward, Zhang Xuanyu gave a slight smile.
Xiange, my father specifically asked me to invite you today.
He was originally planning to come, but it seems there's been an issue with the project they've been focusing on recently.
As a result, my dad and his team have been very busy lately and couldn't make it. Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan also gave a knowing look.
Zhang Shuntian was the emperor of a certain online platform, and they had met him in the emperor's group back then.
Appearing in such a setting was perfectly normal. Unfortunately, the project in Seoul has hit a snag.
It must be the one Mu Qingcheng approached me about earlier. When it comes to business matters, Lin Zixuan isn't interested and doesn't want to get too involved.
Just know that much, there's no need to say more.
The two of them entered together. Some of the people who had come this time were still unfamiliar to Lin Zixuan. They seemed to be of a lower rank than Zhang Xuanyu. After Zhang Xuanyu led Lin Zixuan into the private room, he shouted out,
"What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and greet Xiange. Xiange, Xiange." A few people greeted Lin Zixuan.
According to Zhang Xuanyu's introduction, they were all wealthy second-generation individuals who streamed live content.
As for Meng Cheng and the others, they were not present here.
Of course, they were just a bunch of small-time moneybags, and they were a bit fawning toward Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan had no intention of getting close to them, so he just nodded in response. Before long, the KTV manager entered the private room, accompanied by a line of beautiful women. These women stood in a row, all wearing matching long dresses and high heels. They appeared to be meticulously dressed.
The manager smiled and greeted everyone. "Mr. Zhang, these are all the candidates I've selected. Please take a look."
Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanyu wore an awkward expression, picked up an apple, and threw it at the manager.
"If you can't speak, just keep your mouth shut. Can't you see my older brother is still sitting here? Why are you asking me?"
The manager was hit and also showed an expression of helplessness. There was nothing he could do, he only recognized Zhang Xuanyu. Zhang Xuanyu then turned to look at Lin Zixuan.
"What do you think, Xiange?"
Lin Zixuan glanced around and also heard the system's notification sound.
Detected consumable items. Name, Chen and Mei. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Appearance, 82.
Among this batch of female streamers, only 2 meet the system's basic requirements for appearance.
They really are just small-time streamers.
After the rise of the internet industry, many people who thought they were somewhat attractive threw themselves into the live streaming industry. However, at its core, live streaming is essentially being an entertainer online, but not just anyone can succeed in this role.
In the current environment of begging online, a little bit of charm isn't enough to make you stand out. Lin Zixuan waved at Chen and Mei. The others were also divided among Zhang Xuanyu and his group. Chen and Mei sat beside Lin Zixuan, completely different from the shy Tianya from last time. She seemed to have experienced such situations before and showed none of Tianya's shyness. After opening a bottle of wine in front of him, she handed it to Lin Zixuan, who waved it away. She picked up the bottle herself and took a big gulp. Lin Zixuan also let out a faint smile. After finishing a bottle of wine, Chen and Xue took a good look at Lin Zixuan. Before coming here, they had done some research and heard that Zhang Xuanyu was the son of a certain fish emperor. With Zhang Xuanyu's help, they were sure they could get a good ranking in this fish event. However, upon arriving here and seeing how polite Zhang Xuanyu was toward Lin Zixuan, they couldn't help but feel a bit curious about Lin Zixuan's background. Young master, do you usually watch live streams as well? Lin Zixuan nodded slightly, occasionally. Upon hearing this, Chen and Xue's eyes flashed with a gleam of sharpness. She pressed further, which platform do you usually watch? Chapter 80, The Trouble with the Little Junior. Lin Zixuan didn't react much, responding casually. I watch a little bit of Douyin, and Douyin, but I probably watch Douyin the most. Upon hearing this, Chen and Mei's smile grew even broader. She was already a small streamer on a certain platform, and now, as she looked at Lin Zixuan, he seemed so calm and composed. After thinking it over, she mustered up the courage and got straight to the point. The annual event for a certain platform is about to begin. I'm putting myself out there for you. Can you help me win first place? Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan also looked over curiously. This girl really dares to speak her mind. Pikachu and Xiaoyu didn't even ask for help, yet she's offering to secure first place for them. This girl is interesting. However, Lin Zixuan quickly shook his head, no way. Chen and Mei heard this and let out a disappointed sigh. I knew it. She knew she probably wasn't worth that much, but she was just testing the waters and seeing how capable Lin Zixuan was. After being rejected, she simply replied, alright then. Lin Zixuan looked at her disappointed expression and felt a surge of interest. He reached out and grabbed Chen and Mei's chin, slowly lifting her head. The two locked eyes. I can't help you get first place because I might have already promised it to someone else. However, if you can satisfy me, I can help you get into the top 3. Upon hearing this, Chen and Mei's body trembled slightly, her expression filled with disbelief. The top 3? Are you serious? Although it's not as good as first place, for such a large-scale event, the numbers required for the top 3 are also astronomical. At the very least, it would require several million, and possibly even tens of millions. It depends on whether anyone is willing to compete for it. Lin Zixuan shrugged helplessly. What, do you think I'm joking? You're also a streamer on Douyu. Haven't you heard of me? Chen and Mei finally realized Lin Zixuan's true strength. She recalled Lin Zixuan's identity in her mind. Some of the well-known big spenders on a certain platform, of course, he had heard of them. After ruling out all possibilities, Chen and Mei came up with a name. Are you the one whose name means the moon setting in the west? Lin Zixuan nodded slightly, acknowledging his identity. Chen and Mei was visibly excited at that moment. The name Yu Luo Shiqing was a household name on a certain platform. The most mysterious billionaire on the platform had just spent nearly 100 million. Chen and Mei had naturally heard of him. Are you really the moon setting in the west? Clearly, Chen and Mei still didn't quite believe that this mysterious wealthy man could be so young and sitting right beside her. Lin Zixuan didn't explain further and pulled out his phone. When Chen and Mei saw the ID moon setting in the west, along with the title Emperor Noble and the balance of several million, she naturally believed Lin Zixuan's identity. She leaned gently against Lin Zixuan's shoulder. Moon Emperor? Can you really help me get into the top 3? Lin Zixuan reached out and gently stroked Chen and Mei's hair. That depends on how you behave. Chen and Mei lowered her head slightly, resting it on Lin Zixuan's legs. The dim lighting around them, combined with the other wealthy young men gathered in a circle, seemed oblivious to what was happening there. Lin Zixuan had never seen such a bold beauty before, but he didn't interrupt her actions. Fortunately, Chen and Mei was afraid of arousing Lin Zixuan's displeasure, so she didn't make any overly inappropriate gestures. She merely touched him lightly through his clothes. At the same time, in the private room next to Lin Zixuan's, 7 or 8 teenagers with dyed blonde hair were sitting there, holding microphones and shouting with all their might. Among them was the figure of a woman, who stood out like a sore thumb. Zhang Haoyue was being held in the arms of a man with yellow hair. His face bore a look of discomfort. The person beside her was her boyfriend, named Huang Hao. Zhang Haoyue was already feeling unwell due to her menstrual cycle. However, Huang Hao suddenly called her out of the blue, inviting her to go out and have fun. When she first arrived at university, Zhang Haoyue was still an innocent young girl. With a touch of romantic idealism, it was during orientation that Huang Hao helped her move her luggage. He demonstrated his gentlemanly manners, and Zhang Haoyue thus obtained Huang Hao's contact information. After several subsequent encounters, Huang Hao launched a vigorous pursuit of Zhang Haoyue. The aura of being an athlete, combined with the previous feelings of attraction, naturally caused Zhang Haoyue to succumb quickly. At first, their relationship was, of course, very sweet.
However, not long after, Huang Hao started to become very busy, claiming that he had to train every day. Moreover, Huang Hao is a person who values his reputation greatly. He often likes to take his so-called brothers out to eat and drink. They drink until they're completely drunk, and Zhang Haoyue is the one who has to pay the bill. It happened once or twice, and Zhang Haoyue didn't think much of it, especially since his family was fairly well off, and his monthly allowance was higher than average. However, over time, Huang Hao seemed to develop a habit, always waiting for Zhang Haoyue to pay the bill. Zhang Haoyue was also capable. He started a small restaurant review blog. While he didn't make much money, at least he had some ability to support himself.
Unfortunately, it was all ruined by her boyfriend. Today, Zhang Haoyue was feeling very unwell and wanted to rest in the dormitory.
However, Huang Hao insisted on dragging her out to play. Zhang Haoyue, who was already feeling a bit upset over a romantic issue, saw that Huang Hao had finally reached out to her after a long time, so she forced herself to ignore her discomfort, put on some makeup, and deliberately changed her clothes before coming out. But when she arrived here, it was the same situation again. After so much time and so many such occasions, Zhang Haoyue still felt physically uncomfortable every time. These young men, staring at him with a hint of hostility in their eyes. They even made lewd jokes at her expense from time to time. Her boyfriend never stood up for her. Instead, he just burst into laughter. At that moment, Huang Hao picked up a bottle of alcohol from in front of him and handed it to Zhang Haoyue. "Have a drink. What are you just sitting there for?" Zhang Haoyue, feeling unwell, naturally refused. "No, I'm not feeling well." Upon hearing this, Huang Hao's face immediately turned red with embarrassment. The yellow-haired men around him, seeing this, began to cheer him on. "Hey, Huang Hao, you're always bragging in the dorm about how obedient your girlfriend is, right? She won't even drink a bottle of wine with you?" Huang Hao, who already felt embarrassed, heard this and became angry. He grabbed the bottle of wine and shoved it into Zhang Haoyue's hands. He shoved the wine bottle into Zhang Haoyue's hand. "Damn it, I told you to drink it, so drink it. Don't blame me for not giving you face outside. What are you pretending?" Zhang Haoyue glanced at Huang Hao beside him and felt that he was growing increasingly distant from the lover in his memories. Suddenly, he lost his temper and slammed the wine bottle onto the table. It made a loud, crisp sound. "I told you I'm not feeling well. Can't you understand? I don't want to drink it." Chapter 81, This is what a real jerk looks like. Zhang Haoyue threw the wine bottle onto the table, though it didn't break. However, the liquid spilled out from the bottle's opening, with some of it landing on Huang Hao's body. A flash of anger appeared on Huang Hao's face. He glared fiercely at Zhang Haoyue's body. At first, Huang Hao also liked Zhang Haoyue very much, otherwise he wouldn't have pursued her so relentlessly. But over time, he grew tired of her. Additionally, Zhang Haoyue's obedient and docile personality always made Huang Hao look good in public, which was something he could boast about. He often tells his close friends how obedient Zhang Haoyue is. As he saw the mocking glances from those around him, Huang Hao's face grew increasingly red with embarrassment. He grabbed the wine bottle in front of him and reached out to grab Zhang Haoyue's chin. "Damn it, I told you to drink, so drink it. You're really spoiled." Saying that, Huang Hao picked up the wine bottle and was about to pour it into Zhang Haoyue's mouth. Zhang Haoyue began to struggle violently, somehow finding the strength to push Huang Hao away and stand up angrily. He swung his hand at Huang Hao. The loud slap echoed throughout the room. Huang Hao was slapped across the face, startled for a moment, while Zhang Haoyue glared angrily at Huang Hao. "Huang Hao, you've had enough. Face, all you care about is face. Every time I send you a message, you don't even bother to look at it. All you ever say is that you need to train. Are you really that busy? Do you think I'm just a little cutie? I told you yesterday that I wasn't feeling well and was in a lot of pain, but you still asked me to come out today, and I did. We've been dating for almost a year now. How long has it been since you last truly cared about me? I'm telling you, I don't want to drink. I feel really uncomfortable. Can't you understand? I do like you, but what do you think I am? An ATM for you to pay your bills, or a call girl who shows up whenever you want? Huang Hao. I'm telling you this for the last time, I've had enough. Let's break up." After saying this, Zhang Haoyue turned around angrily, grabbed her bag, and prepared to leave. At that moment, Huang Hao also came to his senses. Watching Zhang Haoyue's back, he immediately gave chase. "Damn it, you just break up with me like that? Stop right there." On Zhang Haoyue's side, just as he opened the door to the KTV room, Huang Hao grabbed his wrist. The other guys around them saw what was happening and gathered around as well. Zhang Haoyue felt a flash of fear in his heart. Seeing that the others were about to close the door to the private room, he shouted out loud, "Help!" At that moment, Lin Zixuan emerged from the private room and headed toward the restroom, passing by the entrance to Zhang Haoyue's private room. He heard the piercing scream, turned his head, but the door to the private room was already closed. Through the narrow gap that had just closed, he caught a glimpse of his younger female classmate's figure. "Ha? Zhang Haoyue?" Lin Zixuan wasn't sure if he had seen correctly.
At that moment, in the private room, Zhang Haoyue's desperate struggle had also aroused Huang Hao's anger.
He slapped Zhang Haoyue across the face, causing him to let out a piercing scream. Her petite frame was no match for a grown man. She was immediately pinned to the ground by Huang Hao.
Damn it, you don't know how to treat a man. Guys, today I'll treat you to something special. Teach this a lesson she won't forget.
Upon hearing this, the few people around them all broke into excited smiles.
Brother Hao, you said it yourself. Don't blame us if anything happens.
Huang Hao sneered, don't worry.
My cousin is Huang Heng. If anything happens, just let my cousin handle it. It'll be fine.
Zhang Haoyue watched their movements, growing increasingly frightened, struggling desperately. Screams of rage, hoarse and desperate, echoed repeatedly throughout the room. The chaotic noise from the surrounding KTV venues nearly drowned out Zhang Haoyue's desperate cries for help. Only Lin Zixuan at the door faintly heard some commotion. Lin Zixuan's personality disliked meddling in others' affairs, but hearing those agonizing screams, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He then kicked open the door to the KTV room. The situation inside was clearly visible to Lin Zixuan, whose eyes immediately filled with rage.
What did he see? He saw Huang Hao firmly holding down Zhang Haoyue's body. The other people were tearing at Zhang Haoyue's clothes.
His pants were pulled down halfway, and his upper body was exposed, revealing his bare shoulders. Zhang Haoyue's eyes were filled with tears, covering her private parts, and she kept letting out pitiful cries.
What are you doing? Lin Zixuan's furious shout interrupted the beast's actions.
Zhang Haoyue saw Lin Zixuan's figure and felt as though he had seen a savior.
Senior, save me. These scum. They're trying to. Lin Zixuan clenched his fists and took 2 steps forward. This was no longer just minding other people's business. Huang Hao watched Lin Zixuan's movements and sneered. After all, he was just one person, and he didn't think much of him. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. You should know that making someone disappear into thin air isn't that difficult in this world. As he spoke, the few people around him began to clench their fists, as if preparing to block Lin Zixuan's retreat. Lin Zixuan paid no heed, listening to Huang Hao's threatening words with a cold laugh. Oh, so you still have that ability? You're worse than an animal. Lin Zixuan's words completely enraged Huang Hao. Huang Hao wasn't exactly known for his temper either. He waved his hand dismissively and called out to the few people beside him. What are you standing there for? Get him. As soon as the words fell, the athletes surrounding Lin Zixuan charged toward him. The first one to arrive kicked Lin Zixuan in the chest. Lin Zixuan's body shifted slightly to the side, dodging the direct attack, then clenched his right fist. A powerful hook punch landed directly on the man's face. The man let out only a muffled groan before his body collapsed straight to the ground, as if struck by an unbearable blow. Even Lin Zixuan, upon witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned. What the? When did I become so bold? Lin Zixuan hadn't undergone any systematic training, but his physical condition was already quite good from working long hours. With the system and the enhancement of the strength-enhancing potion, it's not just about improving those specific abilities. The improvement in physical fitness is also evident, which is what allows for one-punch knockouts. The others have yet to realize the severity of the situation. They continued to surround Lin Zixuan. While their physical strength was an advantage, Lin Zixuan had never trained in combat. He still seemed unable to handle the attack, and when he was kicked in the back, Lin Zixuan didn't even feel much pain. He stepped forward without saying a word and landed another powerful punch, knocking down another man. Seeing Lin Zixuan's fierce courage, the others no longer looked as ruthless as before. Chapter 82, My Elder Brother Huang Heng. That's how it goes in a brawl. As soon as you show the slightest sign of fear, these people will rush over and tear you to pieces. But if you're really fierce and take down 1 or 2 of them, the rest aren't worth mentioning. Damn it, what are you afraid of? He's just one person. Take him down. Huang Hao shouted angrily from behind, and the others gritted their teeth. Damn it, there are so many of us athletes. What are we afraid of him? Suddenly, several people stepped forward again. Lin Zixuan didn't waste any words. He sidestepped one person's attack and collided with his shoulder against the person's chest. The man's body flew backward, and then he kicked another one to the ground. There were only a few people left in front of him. Lin Zixuan, like a war god, took down all the athletes in front of him. Most of them were knocked unconscious with a single punch from Lin Zixuan, while the remaining ones lay on the ground, clutching their chests and screaming in agony. Huang Hao clearly hadn't expected Lin Zixuan to be so fierce and took a couple of steps back in fear. Lin Zixuan glanced at Huang Hao but didn't bother with this beastly man. Instead, he pulled Zhang Haoyue, who was still shaken, to her feet from the ground. Are you okay? Zhang Haoyue had managed to put her clothes back on during the chaos, but she still looked extremely frightened. She threw herself into Lin Zixuan's arms, her body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Zixuan reached out and embraced Zhang Haoyue, but there was no romantic atmosphere.
He simply felt that this younger female classmate was very pitiful. He truly regarded her as his younger sister. Lin Zixuan held Zhang Haoyue in his arms, his cold gaze fixed on Huang Hong.
Huang Hong picked up a beer bottle from the table.
He pointed it at Lin Zixuan's position.
Brother, this is a misunderstanding. You can take this girl with you.
I'll pretend nothing ever happened.
Lin Zixuan heard this and sneered. What if I don't?
Huang Hong looked at Lin Zixuan, who didn't seem willing to let it go, and his temper flared up as well.
Damn it, kid, do you know who I am? My name is Huang Hao. Have you heard of my cousin Huang Hong?
He's the playboy of the Jianheng Group, a millionaire worth tens of millions.
If you cross me, do you know what your fate will be?
This Huang Hong is the guy who tried to do something to Su Ruo last time but was stopped by Zhang Xuanyu. However, Lin Zixuan had never seen or heard of someone of this caliber before. Just as Lin Zixuan was about to say something, the door behind him opened again. It was Zhang Xuanyu who entered.
Zhang Xuanyu looked at the scene inside the room and was also taken aback.
He had come here because Lin Zixuan had been gone for so long without returning, and upon hearing the commotion, he had come to take a look. Looking at the bodies lying on the ground and the tense expression on Huang Heng's face, Zhang Xuanyu immediately understood what had happened.
Xiangu, are you okay? Zhang Xuanyu stepped forward and asked Lin Zixuan, who shook his head. It's nothing.
Seeing that Lin Zixuan was okay, Zhang Xuanyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. If something had happened to Lin Zixuan here, Zhang Shuntian would have beaten him until his belt was smoking. Zhang Xuanyu thought of this, and his eyes also flashed with anger.
Damn it, you little bastard, who gave you the guts to lay a hand on Xiangu? Do you even know who I am?
Huang Hao heard this and glanced at Zhang Xuanyu. He only knew Huang Hong and his crew. Zhang Xuanyu clearly wasn't part of that circle.
Who are you?
I'm telling you, let me go immediately.
My cousin is Huang Hong.
Otherwise, I'll call my cousin over, and you'll be in for a world of trouble.
Zhang Xuanyu heard this and burst out laughing. Huang Hong, from Jianheng Group?
Huang Hao heard this and, knowing that Zhang Xuanyu was acquainted with Huang Hong, also smiled slightly.
You're scared, aren't you?
If you're scared, get out of the way quickly, or I'll call my cousin.
My older brother, Huang Hang.
Zhang Xuanyu was so annoyed that he just waved his hand dismissively.
Huang Hong, call your cousin and tell him to come over. If he doesn't come, you're not leaving today, I'm telling you.
Seeing Zhang Xuanyu's arrogant attitude, Huang Hao also began to have doubts. However, he still decided to call his cousin.
Hello, cousin. I'm at the KTV and someone is blocking me.
I told them I'm your cousin, but they said you're the one who called and told them to come here. They want you to come immediately, or else I won't be able to leave today. Hurry up and come over, or I'll get beaten to death. After Huang Hao hung up the phone, he sneered at the two of them. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a cigarette, and flicked it out with a cool flick of his fingers. Exhaling smoke, he said to the two of them, just wait.
My cousin is on his way. We'll see what you do then.
Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan didn't react much, but Zhang Xuanyu couldn't hold back any longer. He picked up a wine bottle from the side.
Damn it, I've been in Seoul for so many years and spent so much money.
And yet, hardly anyone dares to speak to me like that. Saying that, he grabbed the wine bottle and charged forward.
Huang Hao watched the scene unfold and was momentarily stunned. What are you doing? My cousin will be here any minute.
10 minutes later, back in the private room where Lin Zixuan and the others had been. Lin Zixuan was leaning against the sofa, with Zhang Haoyue curled up in his arms, still seeming dazed from what had just happened. Sitting to the right was the figure of Han and Mei.
Not far from Lin Zixuan, Zhang Xuanyu was holding a cigarette in his mouth.
A figure was kneeling before him. Blood was still flowing from his head, clearly the result of being struck with a beer bottle.
This was clearly Zhang Xuanyu's style.
Zhang Xuanyu took a drag on his cigarette, staring at Huang Hao in front of him, growing increasingly annoyed. He slapped Huang Hao across the face, sending him stumbling backward. Covering his face, he glared at Zhang Xuanyu with hatred.
You bastard, when is Huang Hong coming? My patience is running out. I'm giving him 1 more minute. If he doesn't show up, I'll throw you into the river to feed the fish. Originally, Huang Hao was fearless, but after being beaten up by Zhang Xuanyu and dragged into this private room, seeing all the beautiful women and the well-dressed crowd inside, he realized that he must have offended someone important this time, otherwise he wouldn't be kneeling on the ground so obediently. There was no choice.
Face was secondary, life was all that mattered.
Lin Zixuan didn't move, just silently watching the scene unfold.
He gently stroked Zhang Haoyue's hair. Seeing Huang Hao's pitiful state, Zhang Haoyue seemed to feel a pang of sympathy and closed her eyes slightly. This love-struck fool of a sister, what am I going to do with her? Lin Zixuan let out a long sigh and shook his head helplessly. At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open. The leader, a man with yellow hair, holding a cigarette in his mouth and a steel pipe in his hand, burst in. He shouted angrily, "Damn it, who dares to hit my brother?"
Chapter 83, Pole Dancing. Look, it's free.
Huang Hong stormed into the private room, scanning the area before finally getting a clear view of the entire room.
His cousin was kneeling before a young man. Wasn't that the young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Xuanyu?
Huang Hao, seeing his cousin arrive, gained some courage and shouted loudly at Huang Heng.
Cousin, help me. They're going to kill me.
Huang Heng felt extremely embarrassed at that moment, holding the steel pipe in his hand and forcing a smile.
You go, you're here. Want to watch some pole dancing? It's free.
As soon as he said this, the crowd burst into laughter. The few people who had come with Huang Heng also looked extremely embarrassed. On Zhang Xuanyu's side, he slowly stood up.
Hey, Mr. Huang, you've been away for a few days and you're already so powerful. Are you planning to fight me? Huang Heng's face was filled with an awkward smile. What are you saying, you go? You're joking, right?
This Huang Hao is just my cousin.
I don't really have much to do with him.
I honestly have no idea what he did to offend you Gu. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered to get involved in his affairs.
Now, you Gu, do as you please. I'll pretend I never saw anything.
Saying this, Huang Heng took a couple of steps back. Huang Hao listened to his cousin's words, and his face was filled with despair. Only then did he realize what kind of person he had gotten himself involved with. He pleaded with his cousin.
Cousin, you can't just abandon me.
I'm your own flesh and blood, your own flesh and blood.
Huang Heng heard this and grew extremely irritated, angrily waving his hand. Shut up. You got yourself into trouble, and now you want to drag me down with you? Get lost. I don't know you.
At this point, Huang Hao had completely given up hope. He glanced at Zhang Xuanyu and began to beg. Brother you, I didn't recognize your true worth.
Please spare me, please spare me. He cautiously grabbed Zhang Xuanyu's pant leg.
Zhang Xuanyu felt a wave of nausea and kicked Huang Hao to the ground.
He patted his pant leg. Alright, stop moping around. It's not me you're upset with. Shen Ge, what do you think we should do with these people? Shen Ge, what should we do with these people? Zhang Xuanyu looked at Lin Zixuan and asked.
Lin Zixuan remained silent throughout, only patting Zhang Haoyue's shoulder comfortingly.
He glanced at Huang Hao on the ground and Huang Heng standing nearby. Upon hearing Zhang Xuanyu's question, Huang Heng also looked at Lin Zixuan.
Though he didn't recognize him, he could clearly tell from Zhang Xuanyu's attitude that Lin Zixuan was someone important.
How do you want to handle this? Lin Zixuan didn't respond but looked at Zhang Haoyue in his arms.
After all, this was Zhang Haoyue's matter, and Lin Zixuan also wanted to ask her opinion. Zhang Haoyue glanced at Huang Hao, who was still bleeding on the ground, and felt a pang of sympathy. After all, their feelings for each other had once been genuine. She closed her eyes slightly and shook her head. She tentatively tugged at Lin Zixuan's sleeve. Brother, why don't you let him go? Lin Zixuan heard this and also looked surprised. This little girl was still too soft-hearted. Are you sure? Zhang Haoyue nodded slightly. He closed his eyes once more. Lin Zixuan let out a helpless sigh and stood up. He picked up a wine bottle from the table. He casually smashed it on the ground. My sister said she'd let you off today, but it won't be that easy. Take off your clothes, get out of this room, and this matter will be settled. Stay away from my sister from now on. Huang Hao looked at the broken glass shards on the ground. If he rolled around in them, he'd be covered in cuts. But he had been tortured here for far too long. Without giving it much thought, he immediately agreed. Alright, I swear I won't bother Zhang Haoyue again. Lin Zixuan ignored him, so Huang Hao stripped himself naked in front of everyone. Of course, he left on a pair of underwear to protect his privacy. Then, gritting my teeth, I followed the ground and began rolling toward the door. Shards of broken glass cut into Huang Hao's skin. Huang Hao let out a series of piercing screams. Zhang Haoyue seemed unwilling to witness this scene. Fearfully closing her eyes, Lin Zixuan gently patted her shoulder. Don't be afraid, take a good look. Zhang Haoyue cautiously opened his eyes, recalling what Huang Hao had done to him earlier. It seemed that this wasn't too much to ask. Zhang Haoyue's favorability rating, 20. Zhang Haoyue's favorability rating is 20. The favorability rating has increased by 40 points consecutively, but Lin Zixuan didn't seem to care. Huang Hao's struggle didn't last long either. Once he was completely kicked out of the room. Huang Hao also awkwardly bowed slightly to Lin Zixuan and Zhang Xuanyu. Brother Shen, I'm truly sorry for today. I'll definitely discipline this young man when I get back. I'll take him to the hospital first. Get lost. Zhang Xuanyu didn't let Huang Heng linger here any longer and shouted angrily. Huang Heng, along with the people he had brought with him, left the private room in disgrace. The farce had come to an end, and no one felt much like continuing the festivities. Lin Zixuan picked up Zhang Haoyue beside him. He whispered gently. Let's go, I'll walk you back to school. Zhang Haoyue nodded obediently. Lin Zixuan truly didn't have any ulterior motives. Seeing Zhang Haoyue's obedient expression, there was a sense of affection reserved for a younger sister. After helping Zhang Haoyue into the car, Chen and Mei followed and asked Lin Zixuan for his contact information. Due to the incident involving Zhang Haoyue, the two didn't say much.
Lin Zixuan, of course, gave her his contact information. They then drove back to school and dropped Zhang Haoyue off at the building where her dormitory was located. Upon arriving at the building, Lin Zixuan gently touched Zhang Haoyue's head. Go back and rest. It's all over now. Just keep your eyes open in the future and don't fall for someone like that again. Zhang Haoyue heard these words and her eyes dimmed slightly. She rushed forward again and embraced Lin Zixuan's body. Zixuan, thank you. If it weren't for you today, I would have. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Zixuan interrupted her with a hand. Enough. What's done is done. Don't dwell on it anymore. Go back and rest properly. Zhang Haoyue nodded obediently and parted ways with Lin Zixuan downstairs in the dormitory building. After parting ways, Lin Zixuan stood in the small grove below the girls' dormitory building, lost in thought for a moment. On his phone, there was still a message from Chen and Mei. Earlier, Chen and Mei had asked him to help her secure one of the top 3 spots in a certain online activity. The exchange was her own body. Lin Zixuan didn't feel too strongly about this. Once Zhang Haoyue sent him a message confirming that the girl was okay, Lin Zixuan got back in the car and drove off, with his destination, of course, being the latest 5-star hotel. Chapter 84, The Lottery Scandal. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lin Zixuan opened the door and found Chen and Mei already waiting. Her entire body was wrapped in a blanket, leaning against the headboard, revealing her bare shoulders. Her hair was damp, clearly having just finished washing up. Lin Zixuan hadn't expected this girl to be so proactive. She must be quite experienced. After all, being a streamer is an industry where one earns money through one's own body, albeit in a different form. Lin Zixuan didn't think there was anything wrong with it either, and the two engaged in passionate lovemaking on the bed. It was also a way to release the pent-up anger that had been building up. After everything was over, Chen and Mei leaned against the headboard, panting, and cautiously asked Lin Zixuan, "Mr. Lin, will you really help me secure a spot in the top 3 of the event?" Lin Zixuan calculated that Xiao Yu and Pikachu should secure the top 2 spots, but as for who will come in first, it's still too early to say. Helping her secure 3rd place should be no problem. No problem. With that, Chen and Mei nodded in satisfaction. As long as she could secure a spot in the top 3 of the event, her future live streaming career would undoubtedly be bright and promising. Lin Zixuan leaned against the bed and checked the messages on his phone. Zhang Haoyue thanked him again, but Lin Zixuan said it was nothing. What surprised Lin Zixuan was that Xiao Yu sent him a message. "Yu Luoge, thank you so much." The news came out today, and it seems like all the streamers who participated in the giveaway were contacted. It seems like something very serious has happened. If it weren't for you reminding me, I would be in big trouble right now. Looking at the message, Lin Zixuan also recalled the recent live streaming giveaway craze. In reality, it was just another money-making scheme. A single giveaway could net tens of thousands, and even hundreds of thousands wasn't out of the question. Especially for big streamers, this is much faster than earning money from gifts. Earlier, Lin Zixuan didn't allow Xiao Yu to use this feature, and Xiao Yu felt like she was missing out. However, fortunately, Lin Zixuan had given her enough of his own things, so she didn't feel too disappointed. Now that this had happened, she naturally felt even more grateful to Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan was not surprised by the occurrence of this matter. It was only a matter of time before something like this happened. In that case, I wonder if Pikachu is okay. After taking a quick look, I also found out about Pikachu's situation. Although she was also questioned, the amount involved was relatively small, so the issue isn't too serious for now. However, some people were unlucky. Such an incident occurring on the eve of the event would inevitably have some impact on the platform. This is undeniable, but many smart individuals chose not to participate in the live-streamed giveaway craze. For example, Xiao Shi. This girl was very clever, and Lin Zixuan guessed that it might have been Manhwa who had given her a hint behind the scenes, but the exact details remained unknown. After briefly replying to everyone's messages, Lin Zixuan went to bed early. The next morning, there were no further developments between Lin Zixuan and Chen and Mei. They parted ways at the hotel, and Lin Zixuan only checked her live streaming account on Douyu. She then planned to return to school. However, I unexpectedly received a message from Shiyun. "Zixuan, I don't have class this afternoon. Can you come out with me for a walk?" After that, the two of them didn't meet again. They only occasionally chatted on their phones. As for Shiyun, the young woman, Lin Zixuan naturally had a favorable impression of her. He didn't refuse. "Sure, I'll take you out, but you still owe me a kiss. Don't forget to pay me back." When Shiyun saw the message, she took a long time to reply. She was probably discussing it with her military advisor again. Could we avoid places with too many people? It seemed like Shiyun wasn't refusing, and this seemingly intimate gesture made Lin Zixuan smile warmly. "Well, it's up to you now. The time is now 10 a.m. Lin Zixuan had nothing else to do, so he decided to drive straight to the entrance of Xiao Shiyun's school and wait there. Upon arriving at the entrance of the art academy, he noticed a row of vehicles parked there. Lin Zixuan didn't think much of it and pulled his car over to the side.
Sitting inside the car, he started scrolling through short videos.
Not long after, a young man in his late 20s walked up to the car window, bent down, and greeted Lin Zixuan. "Bro, this car is really cool. It must be worth 4 or 5 million, right?" Lin Zixuan also politely responded. "There isn't that much money, it's only a few million." The man nodded upon hearing this. "That's fine, brother. If you park your car here, we might not get anything today."
Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan paused for a moment before quickly understanding the man's meaning.
He had already heard that someone would drive to the university gate.
Then they'd put a bottle of water on the roof, something like Waha, Nongfu Spring, or Red Bull. Drinking the water signifies agreement to the transaction.
It seems that these vehicles have ulterior motives. Lin Zixuan glanced around but did not see any water. Are the guys here to pick up women? Where's the bait?
Upon hearing this, the man also gave a sheepish laugh.
It seems like you're not in the know, brother. Where would you find such things nowadays? See? We've placed QR codes in front of our car windows.
It's a matter of willing buyers, no hard sell.
Those who are interested will add us on their own. Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan also gave a knowing smile.
Indeed, times are changing.
Nowadays, even this kind of thing uses QR codes. It seems like I'm really behind the times.
However, Lin Zixuan wasn't here to pick up women, so he certainly wouldn't compete with them.
No problem, guys. I'm here to pick someone up. We're not in your way. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes lit up. Bro, do you mean you have a goal now? Lin Zixuan nodded.
With Xiao Shiyun around, the other girls in the art school were naturally out of his league. The man clearly felt much more at ease. After all, a sports car worth 3 or 4 million yuan was quite eye-catching at the university gate. True million-dollar supercars rarely make an appearance here.
Well, that's a relief. I'll leave it at that, buddy. They seem to be getting off school. I'll go check on my prey.
Saying that, the man left Lin Zixuan's car and walked toward the front. Lin Zixuan leaned out to take a look, and sure enough, a large group of college students were slowly exiting the campus.
It seemed like they were all heading out for lunch or to go out and have some fun.
Glancing around, Lin Zixuan spotted a figure in the crowd. Xiao Shiyun was still wearing hanfu today, but unlike the vibrant red hanfu she had worn last time, it gave off a more subdued and elegant vibe. This time, she wore a unique purple hanfu, exuding an air of nobility. Paired with her specially applied makeup, she had a touch of allure.
Even amidst the crowded school gates, she stood out prominently. Moonlit brother. Chapter 85, Cat Cafe. Xiao Shiyun also spotted Lin Zixuan's car from a distance. Having met him before, she naturally recognized him. Lin Zixuan waved at Xiao Shiyun.
At the crowded school gate, Xiao Shiyun's presence was like a beacon, naturally drawing the attention of almost everyone. The older guy who had been chatting with Lin Zixuan earlier watched as Xiao Shiyun ran toward Lin Zixuan's car. His lips twitched slightly. No wonder this guy doesn't fancy these superficial women. If I had a girlfriend like that, I wouldn't look at those flashy women outside either. But when he looked at Lin Zixuan's car, he could only envy him. Xiao Shiyun got into the passenger seat of Lin Zixuan's car. Lin Zixuan also took a curious glance at her.
He couldn't help but notice that Xiao Shiyun looked particularly elegant today.
She no longer had the shyness from last time.
It feels like a major stylistic transformation.
You look very beautiful today. Xiao Shiyun flashed a sweet smile.
Was I not attractive last time?
Lin Zixuan smiled lightly and shook his head. No, you look better every time.
After all, that's what makes me look forward to seeing you.
A casual romantic remark caused Xiao Shiyun's face to flush slightly. This innate shyness was something she simply couldn't shake off.
Lin Zixuan started the car. The last time they had eaten, it was just street food, but this time, they clearly couldn't be so casual. Although it was delicious, you can't keep taking a girl to a street stall like that. The two of them sat down at a restaurant that looked fairly upscale. Xiao Shiyun sat across from Lin Zixuan, not appearing too reserved, as if she was accustomed to such settings. Though he hadn't asked, Lin Zixuan guessed that Xiao Shiyun must come from a well-off family. The beauty of traditional Chinese attire lies not only in its timeless elegance and charm but also in its affordability. The price of a single piece of hanfu can sometimes be so high that it exceeds your imagination. The hanfu in Xiao Shiyun's wardrobe clearly aren't cheap, and she must have some money herself. Such an occasion wasn't particularly high-end for her. During the meal, Xiao Shiyun also started chatting away with Lin Zixuan about her daily life. Zixuan brother, thank you for giving me the piano. I really like it. I've learned many new pieces recently. If there is an opportunity, I'll play them for Zixuan brother by myself. Zixuan, do you know how annoying everyone at school is? I actually don't really want to interact with them. Oh, right, Zixian, I won first place in the traditional instrument competition. This is all thanks to your help. For this girl who loves life and loves to share, spending time with her always feels like a rare moment of relaxation.
Lin Zixuan listened quietly as Xiao Shiyun shared the seemingly trivial details of her daily life. Like an attentive listener, he responded with a smile and a few words. The meal didn't last too long, and the two naturally went out for a walk in the afternoon. Apart from the time he went to the temple with Pikachu last time, it seemed like he hadn't actually gone out on a proper date with any girls. There wasn't much of a specific purpose either. Generally, we'd go shopping at the mall, but Xiao Shiyun clearly didn't like such places. Let's go to a cat cafe and check out the kittens. I heard there are a lot of cute ones there lately. Lin Zixuan heard this and also looked at Xiao Shiyun's figure in surprise. Sure enough, girls can't resist these fluffy, adorable little animals. Just saying that my cat can do a backflip must have fooled so many girls. Alright, I'll take your word for it. Xiao Shiyun seemed to have been there before and showed Lin Zixuan the way. The two drove for about 10 minutes and arrived at their destination. In front of them was a small shop, but its decor gave it a serene and tranquil atmosphere. It's definitely a great place to relax. At this moment, there were a few other people inside the cat cafe, mostly young couples, with very few single men present. The two of them pushed open the door to the cat cafe together. Inside the cages around them were various kittens of all shapes and sizes, their pitiful little eyes begging to be stroked. Xiao Shiyun was also captivated by the kittens. May I assist you in any way? A service staff member approached them and asked the question. Lin Zixuan was just about to respond when he looked up and both of them froze in place. Miss Lin, what are you doing here? The woman in front of him was also someone Lin Zixuan knew well. She was the neighbor of the villa at number 6 Yuelu Bay. She was none other than Lin Xingyao, the woman who kept two dogs. When Lin Xingyao saw Lin Zixuan, she also wore an expression of surprise. Ah, Mr. Lin, it's you. Ah, Mr. Lin, it's you. I work here. Xiao Shiyun looked at the two of them and asked in confusion. Is that your friend, Zixian? Lin Zixuan nodded silently. Yes, he's my neighbor. Upon hearing Lin Zixuan say this, Xiao Shiyun didn't ask any further questions and walked inside. Inside the cat cafe, there were many small cats wearing cute outfits on the sofas. These were the cats used for business at the cat cafe. Xiao Shiyun reached out her hand and hugged one of them, looking extremely adorable. On this side, Lin Xingyao also noticed Xiao Shiyun's actions. Is that Mr. Lin's girlfriend? She's so beautiful. Lin Zixuan smiled slightly, didn't respond, and didn't explain. He just changed the subject. Speaking of which, didn't Miss Lin have two dogs? Why would she come to work at a cat cafe? Lin Zixuan was indeed very puzzled by this. Lin Xingyao lived in Yuelu Bay. If she were the owner of this shop, that might be possible, but coming here to work? Lin Zixuan clearly didn't believe it. Lin Xingyao let out a long sigh and offered an explanation. That's just how it is. I've always loved small animals, so I got a teddy and a Tibetan Mastiff. One day, on my way home, I saw a stray cat. It was very cute and seemed to have been abandoned. I wanted to take it home, but Sweetie didn't seem to like it and kept being mean to the little cat, scaring it. There's nothing I can do, so I'll have to find a cat cafe to board this little kitten. I looked at many shops, but none of them were willing to take in this stray cat. Abandoned cats find it hard to feel a sense of belonging and might run away after just a few days. Only this shop was willing to take in the cat. Out of gratitude, I often come here to help out, and I've developed a good relationship with the owner. Last year, the shop was on the verge of closing down, but it managed to survive with the help of a mysterious person. Lin Zixuan listened to the story and nodded silently. It seemed that Lin Xingyao was indeed someone who loved animals and had a kind heart. However, regarding the mysterious wealthy individual from last year, both parties seem to be on the same page, and it is likely that Lin Xingyao covered the expenses herself. Chapter 86, The Figure Hidden by Hanfu. The two exchanged a smile. Miss Lin is so kind-hearted. Indeed, these little animals do need some care sometimes. Lin Xingyao nodded heavily in front of her. It seemed that the young lady really liked small animals. Lin Zixuan looked up and saw that Xiao Shiyun had already become one with the cats, and the cats didn't seem to mind interacting with her either. It seemed that beauty always attracted certain things, not just people, but cats as well. Lin Zixuan walked slowly over to Xiao Shiyun's side. He teased her playfully, "Look, now that we're here, you've completely forgotten about me and are all focused on the cat." Xiao Shiyun heard this and seemed a bit flustered, putting down the cat in her arms. No, Zixuan, you're just teasing. Look, this kitten is really cute. If you don't believe me, feel it yourself. When it came to small animals, Lin Zixuan couldn't say he liked them much, nor could he say he disliked them. He cautiously reached out to touch it, but the kitten turned toward Lin Zixuan and waved its paws at him. It let out a few sharp cries, just like the Tibetan Mastiff dog from last time. Lin Zixuan watched the scene unfold, utterly speechless. Damn it, am I really that despicable to cats and dogs? Since the cats didn't like him, Lin Zixuan couldn't do anything about it. He could only sit in the distance and chat with Lin Xingyao. As for Lin Xingyao's identity, Lin Zixuan didn't know and hadn't bothered to investigate. It would be impolite to pry into a neighbor's affairs, especially someone he'd only just met.
Just a good friend. Not long after, Xiao Shiyun walked over to Lin Zixuan's side, holding a little kitten. She stroked the kitten's head. Be good, listen to me. Stretch out your paws so your big brother can pet them, okay?
Listening to Xiao Shiyun's gentle words, the cat reluctantly extended its paw.
Lin Zixuan gently shook hands with the cat. The afternoon was spent in this cat cafe. After parting ways with Lin Qingyao, the two left the place. When they came out, they also exchanged contact information. Xiao Shiyun didn't show any signs of jealousy.
After leaving the cat cafe, Xiao Shiyun seemed very relaxed, as if the pressure she had been feeling recently had eased considerably.
Where should we go next?
Xiao Shiyun's eyes darted around.
Let's go to the riverbank. It's just the right time in the afternoon. Let's go enjoy the sea breeze. Xiao Shiyun was like an innocent young girl, curious about everything. Lin Zixuan, of course, didn't argue with her idea. They drove toward the beach. Though it was called the seaside, it was actually the banks of the Han River, which flows through Seoul. The riverbank offers a variety of recreational activities and is a popular spot for young couples to relax and unwind. The two got out of the car by the river, and the gentle sea breeze caressed their faces. A few strands of hair fell from Xiao Shiyun's ears. Lin Zixuan gently extended his hand and lifted the strands of hair. Outside the railing by the river in front of him, there were several young girls taking photos and checking in. Let's go over there, over there.
Xiao Shiyun grabbed Lin Zixuan's hand and shouted.
Lin Zixuan smiled faintly. The two followed the stairs along the riverbank and arrived at the beach.
Not far away, along the riverbank, there were men and women with bare feet who had entered the flowing water. They reached out, scooped up a handful of water, and sprinkled it onto their partner's body. The sounds of playful laughter echoed outside the riverbank railing, creating a unique and charming atmosphere.
Xiao Shiyun looked down at the stream below and furrowed her brows.
Glancing down at her hanfu attire, she realized it wasn't suitable for getting wet.
He felt a bit disappointed. Lin Zixuan noticed the complexity in Xiao Shiyun's eyes. Glancing around, he realized there was no way they could make it to the mall in time to buy clothes. Along the riverbank, there were only those cheap swimsuits left. Though they were labeled as cheap, their prices had actually skyrocketed to several times their original cost. But in Lin Zixuan's eyes, a few $dozen really wasn't much. But it's better to have something than nothing. Lin Zixuan stepped forward and casually picked out a pink swimsuit.
Girls' swimsuits are really strange. Some barely covered the essential areas, while others completely concealed the entire body.
I wonder who they were designed for.
With so many passers-by around, Lin Zixuan naturally wouldn't buy such revealing clothes for Xiao Shiyun. He handed the swimsuit he had bought to Xiao Shiyun and pointed toward the changing room over there.
Go change, you're already here, you might as well go down and have some fun.
Xiao Shiyun took the swimsuit and nodded with a smile.
She burst into the changing room. Lin Zixuan stood silently in place, waiting, glancing around at the crowd. A system prompt sounded in his mind. A consumable object has been detected. Lin Zixuan heard the sound and looked over again in confusion, finally fixing his gaze on a woman sitting on the steps. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, likely a recent graduate who had just left campus. She had wine-red hair and several empty beer cans scattered around her. It looked like she was drowning her sorrows in alcohol. In front of Lin Zixuan, the attribute panel of the woman also popped up. Name, Jo Yoon. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Age, 24. Appearance, 83. Likability, 10.
Seeing the 10 in the likability rating, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. It had been a long time since he'd seen such a high likability rating.
However, when you're by the river and see a girl drowning her sorrows in alcohol, the reason behind it is usually pretty obvious and doesn't really need to be asked. It's probably because she's caught up in a love affair, plus the incident involving Zhang Haoyue that happened last night. Lin Zixuan could understand to some extent. Right now, in Zhou Yun's heart, men were all no good, which is why her feelings for him had dropped to 10. At that moment, Zhou Yun picked up the wine bottle beside her, drank it in one gulp, and then pulled out a pack of women's cigarettes from her pocket. She lit it silently, puffing away, her face bearing a hint of sadness. This peculiar sight naturally drew the attention of many people, but no one dared to approach and strike up a conversation. Zixuan, I'm ready. While Lin Zixuan was examining Zhou Yun, he heard Xiao Shiyun's voice from behind him. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Zixuan turned his head to look. Xiao Shiyun was wearing a pink swimsuit, which seemed to be a size too small for her. This caused a certain part of Xiao Shiyun to be extremely prominent. When she wore hanfu before, Lin Zixuan hadn't noticed this, as most hanfu garments are quite loose-fitting. Now, wearing this tight-fitting swimsuit, this particularly prominent feature immediately caught Lin Zixuan's attention. Feeling Lin Zixuan's gaze, Xiao Shiyun also looked down and blushed, revealing a shy expression on her face. She tentatively reached out her hand to block him, then glared fiercely at Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan let out a soft chuckle. Chapter 87, Lela. Don't look. Xiao Shiyun murmured reproachfully. Lin Zixuan teased, what's the matter? Can't I take a look? Xiao Shiyun didn't say anything, but instead stepped forward and took Lin Zixuan's hand. Let's go over there and play. Xiao Shiyun pointed to the riverbank not far away, and Lin Zixuan didn't refuse. The two quickly approached and stepped onto the sandy shore. The crowd around them was also drawn to Xiao Shiyun's figure. Such a beauty appearing by the river was naturally eye-catching. Among them was Zhou Yun, who was drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Zhou Yun's gaze fell on Xiao Shiyun, her eyes filled with a complex expression. He downed the beer in one gulp and tossed the cigarette but aside. At that moment, Lin Zixuan and the other person had arrived at the riverside. Xiao Shiyun reached out, cupped a handful of water, and splashed it onto Lin Zixuan's body. Lin Zixuan, of course, wasn't about to back down, and the two began to fight by the riverbank. Water splashed everywhere, splattering onto both of them. Amidst the sounds of laughter and joy, Xiao Shiyun looked like a little girl, seeming to thoroughly enjoy such an activity. Under the gentle ripples of water, her breathtaking beauty shimmered faintly, and the breathtaking scenery of sky and sea seemed to serve as a perfect backdrop for her. Lin Zixuan was also deeply captivated by this scene. The two played around for a while, but Xiao Shiyun seemed to be getting tired, so they sat down in a corner of the beach. Xiao Shiyun kicked the sand in front of her, while Lin Zixuan watched silently. Glancing around, Lin Zixuan suddenly noticed that Zhou Yun had somehow made her way to a spot not far from the two of them. His gaze seemed to fall on Xiao Shiyun, which made Lin Zixuan look a little puzzled. Zhou Yun also noticed Lin Zixuan's gaze and showed no attempt to hide her disgust. Zhou Yun's favorability rating, 20. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Zixuan was speechless. What the heck? I don't even know you. You deducted 10 points at first, and now you've deducted another 20 points? What did I do? Lin Zixuan shook his head and ignored the woman in front of him, who seemed a bit off. She must be mentally unstable. After playing around for a while, Lin Zixuan spotted a vendor selling goods in the distance and decided to go buy 2 bottles of water. He waved to Xiao Shiyun and headed toward the vendor's location. Upon reaching the vendor, he called out loudly. Sir, 2 bottles of water, please. The vendor was a young man in his 20s. While setting up his stall, he naturally glanced around at the people nearby, and Xiao Shiyun naturally caught the vendor's attention. While handing Lin Zixuan 2 bottles of water, the vendor muttered under his breath. Brother, keep an eye on your girlfriend. Did you see that woman? She's a Lela. She comes to the riverbank almost every day to drown her sorrows in alcohol and scout out beautiful women. I think she's got her eye on your girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan froze for a moment, turned his head, and saw Zhou Yun taking advantage of his absence to sit beside Xiao Shiyun. The two seemed to be talking about something. Now Lin Zixuan finally understood why Zhou Yun's feelings toward him had been steadily declining. It turned out she was a Lela. Such people aren't actually that rare in real society, they just usually hide it well. I never expected to come across one myself. Xiao Shiyun is truly formidable, she can charm both men and women alike. Thanks, boss. After paying the boss, Lin Zixuan also returned to his original position. Upon seeing Lin Zixuan return, Zhou Yun stood up and forced a smile. It seemed as though she wanted to make a good impression in front of Xiao Shiyun. Your boyfriend is back, I should go now. Zhou Yun waved to Xiao Shiyun, who nodded slightly in response. Lin Zixuan didn't think much of it and sat down beside Xiao Shiyun, handing her the water he was holding. What did she say to you? Listening to Lin Zixuan's question, Xiao Shiyun giggled. Want to know? I won't tell you. Lin Zixuan glanced at Xiao Shiyun. This girl really has gone astray. Then Lin Zixuan stepped forward, wrapped his arm around Xiao Shiyun's shoulders, and pulled her into his embrace. Xiao Shiyun, caught off guard, let out a startled cry. She looked up at Lin Zixuan's eyes, which were filled with a hint of a wicked smile. Hurry up and speak. Don't force me to discipline you according to family law. Xiao Shiyun snorted coldly but replied obediently. Nothing. She just told me I was pretty and asked for my contact information. Lin Zixuan thought about it for a moment and felt something was off. Did she say anything bad about me? Xiao Shiyun thought about it for a moment before nodding in agreement. Actually, it wasn't really a big deal. He just asked me how our relationship was going. My sister is pretty pitiful. It seems like she was hurt by love before, but she kindly reminded me. Be careful. Lin Zixuan's lips twitched slightly. This wasn't a friendly warning. However, Lin Zixuan wasn't too worried. After all, it wouldn't be easy for someone like Layla to sway Xiao Shiyun. He didn't really care about having another female rival. Right now, he was practically everyone's rival at both Hansheng University and the Art Academy. It was nothing to him. He gently rubbed Xiao Shiyun's face and whispered softly. Stay away from her. That sister seems a bit off. Although Xiao Shiyun was a bit puzzled, she could still accept Lin Zixuan's words. Just as the two finished their conversation, Lin Zixuan heard the system's notification sound again. Zhou Yun's favorability rating, 10.
Lin Zixuan heard this and smiled helplessly. Zhou Yun was standing nearby, glaring angrily at Lin Zixuan, clearly displeased with their earlier intimate gestures.
A minor incident, Lin Zixuan didn't bother to pay attention to it. As dusk slowly descended upon the riverbank, the setting sun cast its vibrant glow upon the sea beneath the twilight sky.
A soft, orange-red glow emerges. A gentle sea breeze rustled the silhouettes of the two. Under the sea breeze, there was a rare sense of tranquility. Xiao Shiyun took out her phone, snapped a couple of photos, and asked Lin Zixuan if they could take a photo together.
Lin Zixuan, of course, didn't refuse.
However, he didn't seem very good at taking photos and just followed Xiao Shiyun's instructions, making some stiff poses.
By around 8 o'clock in the evening, both of them were feeling a bit tired. They got up together and left the riverbank. "Let me walk you home." After getting into the car, Lin Zixuan whispered to Xiao Shiyun.
Xiao Shiyun visibly relaxed, as the messages from Wu Lele urging her to respond were nearly flooding her phone. At that moment, Xiao Shiyun was also extremely nervous, but fortunately, Lin Zixuan didn't seem to have any plans to do anything.
Xiao Shiyun's favorability rating is 5.
A casual remark earned her another 5 points in favorability. Lin Zixuan also noticed that the young girl seemed genuinely unprepared, but fortunately, there was no rush.
Chapter 88, You Still Owe Me a Kiss. Xiao Shiyun revealed the address where she was sharing an apartment with Wu Lele, and Lin Zixuan drove toward their destination. The place where the two lived was definitely not far from the art university.
Lin Zixuan was quite familiar with the area, so it took him about half an hour to get there. He arrived at the building where Xiao Shiyun lived. Xiao Shiyun glanced at Lin Zixuan and was about to say some parting words.
But she noticed that Lin Zixuan had suddenly leaned in closer.
Xiao Shiyun felt a bit nervous as she leaned against the passenger seat, watching Lin Zixuan's head come closer, just inches away from her.
"Are you just going to go back like this?"
Lin Zixuan suddenly spoke up, while Xiao Shiyun blinked her big, sparkling eyes. Her mind was racing with thoughts.
Oh no, what is she planning to do?
Thinking of this, Xiao Shiyun felt a bit scared.
Xiao Shiyun's favorability rating, 1.
This statement made Lin Zixuan's smile grow awkward.
This girl really can't take a joke.
However, Lin Zixuan did indeed plan to charge a little interest.
"Little girl, did you forget that you still owe me a kiss?"
As soon as those words left her mouth, Xiao Shiyun's face turned bright red. She nervously clutched the hem of her skirt, staring at Lin Zixuan's lips, as if she had made up her mind. She suddenly leaned in, but it was only a brief touch before they parted.
"Alright, here you go. I'll be going now."
As she spoke, Xiao Shiyun reached out to open the car door, but it was still locked, so she couldn't open it.
Lin Zixuan smirked at the scene, wiping his lips. "Damn it, this girl is teasing me. This is the second time." Lin Zixuan leaned in closer and held Xiao Shiyun's chin. "That doesn't count. Come on, let me teach you." Before Xiao Shiyun could react, Lin Zixuan's lips had already pressed against her body. Xiao Shiyun felt her mind go blank, helplessly leaning against the sofa. Her red lips seemed to be pried open by something, followed by a brutal intrusion into Xiao Shiyun's mouth. Xiao Shiyun let out a few muffled sobs. Xiao Shiyun could no longer hold back and began to struggle fiercely. Fortunately, Lin Zixuan didn't go too far. After a while, he got up on his own. As the kiss ended, Lin Zixuan looked up and saw Xiao Shiyun glaring at him, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Shiyun's affection level, 5. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. So it's true, isn't it? Women need to be trained. They say they don't want it, but their hearts are honest. Of course, this isn't the case for everyone. "Zixuan, you're so mean."
Xiao Shiyun's playful scolding echoed, and Lin Zixuan reached out his hand, gently embracing Xiao Shiyun's delicate body.
"Be good, go back now. Next time we have some free time, I'll take you out to play." Xiao Shiyun heard this and nodded slightly, looking a bit disappointed. However, she did indeed need to return. "Well, Xian, I'll be going now." After saying this, Xiao Shiyun got out of the car and walked toward the building entrance, glancing back at Lin Zixuan's figure repeatedly along the way, looking somewhat reluctant to leave. Only when Xiao Shiyun had completely disappeared from his sight did Lin Zixuan finally drive away. At the same time, Xiao Shiyun opened the front door of her home. As she entered, she saw a look of concern on Wu Lele's face. He rushed straight to her and grabbed Xiao Shiyun's arm. "Shiyun, did that guy do anything to you? Let me take a look. Are you scared?" Wu Lele had originally planned to go with Xiao Shiyun today, but was refused by Xiao Shiyun. She explained that Lin Zixuan wasn't a bad person, and although she was worried, Wu Lele agreed to go. However, seeing that it was so late and Xiao Shiyun still hadn't returned, Wu Lele grew anxious, constantly sending messages on her phone while peering out the window. Naturally, she spotted Lin Zixuan's car, which had already been parked downstairs in the residential complex. But when the car arrived, no one got out. What had happened during that time? Wu Lele's mind was filled with speculation. He almost rushed downstairs to have a showdown with Lin Zixuan.
Xiao Shiryun shook her head slightly, seemingly still not having recovered from the lingering afterglow of the moment.
It's okay, Lele. I just chatted with Zixin for a while. Nothing happened.
Looking at Xiao Shiryun's expression, she didn't seem to be lying, but her blushing face made Wu Lele notice something. Shiryun, Lin Zixuan is indeed a good man, but as girls, we must maintain our dignity and not give away our most precious thing to this guy so easily.
Did you hear me?
Wu Lele still had some feelings for Lin Zixuan, so she wouldn't say anything bad about him. At the same time, Xiao Shiryun was a rather traditional girl who also placed great importance on such matters.
I know, Lulu. The conversation between the two best friends was naturally unknown to Lin Zixuan.
At this time of day, it was probably too late to return to the dormitory.
Lin Zixuan wasn't returning to school either, so the only places he could go were either Tianya's place or Liang Mo's villa at Yueluo Bay. Thinking of Lin Qingyao's figure, Lin Zixuan decided to stay at Yueluo Bay for the night.
He took out his phone and sent a message to Liang Mo, informing him that he was returning to stay there. Liang Mo, of course, had not yet gone to rest. This time, upon returning to Yuluo Wan, Lin Zixuan's vehicle had already been registered, so it wouldn't be stopped. As he passed by Villa number 6, he noticed the lights were still on inside, clearly indicating that Lin Qingyao had not yet gone to rest. I wonder if she's staying with her parents. Woof. No one saw him, but the massive Tibetan Mastiff appeared at the entrance of Villa number 6, barking wildly at Lin Zixuan's car. If it weren't for the leash around its neck, it would have charged over to see who was tougher than 911.
Lin Zixuan looked at the dog and was speechless.
Of course, one shouldn't stoop to a dog's level.
Lin Zixuan stepped on the gas pedal and sped back to his villa number 7. When he opened the door, a lavish dinner spread was already laid out on the table. It looked like Liang Mo had made it himself. Honey, you're back. Come and have dinner. Lin Zixuan watched the scene with curiosity.
From the time he sent the message to when he returned, it had only been less than 20 minutes. There was definitely no way he could have prepared such a feast in that short time.
Hey, do you usually eat this much on your own? Liang Mo smiled upon hearing this. I guess so.
Since I don't know when my husband will come back, I make something every day to practice my cooking.
If he comes back, we can eat together. Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan also sighed in admiration. Thinking back to when he first met Liang Mo, the phrase "add me on WeChat for 5,000" was still fresh in his memory. Now you've become so well behaved.
It's also because of the increased goodwill.
As his top assistant, Lin Zixuan obviously wouldn't shortchange Liang Mo. Chapter 89, Lin Qingyao's plea for help.
Also because of the increased goodwill, as his go-to guy, Lin Zixuan wouldn't shortchange Liang Mo either.
This villa in Yueluo Bay was still the most valuable gift she had ever given away. Lin Zixuan took out his phone and transferred 1 million yuan to Liang Mo. If you have nothing to do, you can go out for a walk, buy something you like, and don't always wait for me. I don't even know what I'll be doing tomorrow. Liang Mo saw the transfer message and smiled.
In truth, although she had obtained the villa in Yuelu Bay, she didn't have much money in her hands, so seeing 1 million yuan naturally made her happy for a moment.
Liang Mo also planned to strike while the iron was hot.
Honey, this place is great, but it's a bit inconvenient for getting around.
Can you lend me your car for 2 days? Lin Zixuan smiled helplessly.
Just a moment ago, he was touched that the girl had cooked for him, but now she was asking to borrow his car.
Lin Zixuan smiled helplessly.
He had just been touched that this girl had cooked for him. Now it was clear it was all about self-interest. The whole borrowing the car thing was just an excuse to get him to buy her one, but she was too shy to say it outright.
Lin Zixuan, of course, wouldn't refuse such a request. It's just a car. No problem, don't bother lending me your car. I'll just buy you one.
Tell Han Sheng tomorrow to take you to look at it, and I'll have Han Sheng pay for it for you. Liang Mo has already completed his plan, and Lin Zixuan hasn't invested in her either.
Han Sheng is just a convenient tool. Upon hearing this, Liang Mo's heart immediately filled with joy.
She was a smart woman and knew that keeping Lin Zixuan's heart was impossible. So why not ask for more while she had the chance?
What was she waiting for? Husband, I love you. As she spoke, Liang Mo threw herself into Lin Zixuan's arms. Facing such a bold move, Lin Zixuan naturally did not refuse. He then took out his phone, contacted Han Sheng, and told her to bring Liang Mo along tomorrow to buy a car. Han Sheng replied quickly. That evening, Lin Zixuan stayed at the villa in Yueluo Bay and, of course, engaged in some intimate activities with Liang Mo. Afterward, Lin Zixuan checked his phone and noticed that the event on a certain platform was about to begin in 5 days. It was now time for the final preparations. This time, I have promised myself to secure a spot in the top 3 of the Supernova track. As for the so-called All-Star track, aside from a small stream, Lin Zixuan has not yet explored much of it. Once the event begins, I'll check out the top few competitors and identify potential targets. Generally, streamers who achieve significant success should meet the system's standards for appearance. Lin Zixuan muttered to himself, but it could also be the work of a beauty filter. The next morning, when Lin Zixuan woke up, Liang Mo had already prepared breakfast. Lin Zixuan ate a few bites, and during the meal,
Liang Mo cautiously asked about the car, roughly meaning how much he could afford to buy. Lin Zixuan didn't object much to this, as it was Han Shang who was paying, and he would eventually repay him anyway.
He just let her do as she pleased, while Liang Mo seemed very happy. After dinner, Lin Zixuan left the villa in Yueluo Bay.
Just as he started driving out of the villa's main gate, he spotted that familiar figure. Lin Qingyao was walking out with her two dogs. Since they had run into each other, they naturally had to say hello.
Miss Lin, good morning.
Lin Qingyao saw Lin Zixuan and smiled gently.
Good morning, Mr. Lin.
The Tibetan Mastiff barked twice at Lin Zixuan, still clearly disliking his appearance. At that moment, Lin Zixuan noticed that Lin Qingyao seemed to have a worried expression on her face.
Miss Lin, what's wrong? You look so worried.
Lin Qingyao heard this and let out a long sigh.
Mr. Lin, to be honest with you,
I have to leave Seoul for a while to take care of some business, but I can't take my two dogs with me, and I can't just leave them here either. I haven't been able to find a good place for them, and it's been giving me a headache for a long time.
Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan also gave a knowing look.
Indeed, taking care of dogs can be quite a hassle when you have to travel.
Especially when you can't bring your pet along.
Why not find someone to take care of them for you for a while? Lin Qingyao nodded, clearly agreeing with the idea.
There just wasn't a suitable candidate.
I had originally planned to ask Mr. Lin, but look at my little sweetheart in this state.
Lin Zixuan glanced down, and the Tibetan Mastiff began barking again. Watching this scene, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but nod helplessly.
To be honest, even if Lin Qingyao had asked him to help look after her, he might not have agreed, as he himself had no fixed place to stay every day. Handing her over to Liang Mo and Tianya wouldn't be appropriate either. After all, she has another girl-less dog. However, Lin Zixuan had a suitable candidate in mind.
Miss Lin, I do have a suitable candidate,
but I'm not sure if it's convenient for you.
What?
Lin Qingyao heard this and her eyes flickered.
Mr. Lin, are you serious? Can you find someone to take care of my dogs? Don't worry about the money, just be kind to my two dogs. The people living here clearly aren't short on money. Lin Zixuan's top choice, of course, was Han Shang, the butler of Yueluo Bay.
Han Shang was a highly capable woman, and she was always at Yueluo Bay, helping him tidy up the house. Having her help look after Lin Qingyao's dog seems like a reasonable request.
As long as Miss Lin doesn't mind, that's fine.
I have something to do today, so I'll bring her over to your place tonight.
If Miss Lin thinks it's suitable, we'll go ahead with that. Lin Qingyao, upon hearing this, naturally agreed without hesitation.
Soon, Lin Zixuan also heard the system's prompt sound.
Lin Qingyao's favorability rating is 20.
Indeed, in Lin Qingyao's heart, these two dogs hold a very high status.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lin. You've really helped me out. No problem, you're welcome. Lin Zixuan waved goodbye to Lin Qingyao and headed toward the school. As for Han Shang, she would wait until evening when she returned with Liang Mo after buying a car. Not long after, Lin Zixuan arrived at the school. Just as he had parked his car in the parking lot, he noticed a Q7 parked directly behind his vehicle, completely blocking his path out. Driving this familiar vehicle, Lin Zixuan sighed helplessly. As the car door opened, the figure stepping out needed no introduction. I said, Miss Meng, what are you doing? I haven't done anything to you recently. Why are you blocking my car? Meng Wang glared at Lin Zixuan with a hint of jealousy. Oh, you still have the nerve to say that? You big jerk, you're the heartthrob of Hansheng Academy, and you can't even handle the girls there, so you have to go to the neighboring school to flirt with girls? Lin Zixuan was taken aback by this remark. He thought about it carefully. Could it be about Xiao Shiyun? Chapter 90, Values in Love. The only beautiful women at the neighboring university seemed to be in the art school. I guess they were photographed when I was at art school with Xiao Shiyun. I wonder how Meng Wang saw her. Seeing the obvious jealousy on the face of the school beauty, Lin Zixuan also smiled casually. There was no sense of being caught between two people or having the truth exposed. Are you kidding me? I'm a pure love warrior. I genuinely care about every single person around me. It's just that I invest differently in them. Senior beauty queen, you've known me for a long time. Why are you so angry? I notice you haven't been looking well lately. I know a little about traditional Chinese medicine. Why don't I take a look at you? Meng Wang heard this and couldn't help but laugh in anger. This scumbag is really over the top. He is so shamelessly despicable. Meng Wang doesn't even know how many women Lin Zixuan has been with. Just a short while ago, the incident involving Zhao Yu and Yang Qianqian was still fresh in everyone's minds, and Su Ruo had also gotten involved in the breakfast incident. I don't know when it happened, but Lin Zixuan seems to be getting more and more attractive. Although outstanding guys are never short of beautiful women, you, on the other hand, have way too many beautiful women around you. Meng Wang glanced down at herself. Whether it was her looks, figure, or family background, she certainly didn't think she was any worse than anyone else.
But standing beside Lin Zixuan, it seemed that all the things she once took pride in didn't amount to much. This also created a sense of disparity for Manhwa. Having been born into a life of privilege, she suddenly found herself without the adoration of the masses. After thinking it over for a long time, Manhwa wanted to scold Lin Zixuan for something, but she realized that she didn't seem to have the right to do so. What a jerk! In the end, she could only snort angrily, grab her bag, and walk toward the exit of the parking lot.
Lin Zixuan watched Manhwa's retreating figure but did not step forward to stop her. This girl had been meddling too much lately. Let her calm down on her own. However, Lin Zixuan soon discovered the problem. Damn it, the girl had left on her own, and her Q7 was still blocking his vehicle. She completely blocked her own car inside. Not a single inch could be moved, and it wasn't just Lin Zixuan's 911, even Lin Zixuan himself had no way out. Lin Zixuan watched the scene unfold, speechless. Fortunately, he was still agile enough to flip over the front of Manhwa's car and escape safely. He then pulled out his phone and unleashed a barrage of messages at Manhwa. "You little brat, you've blocked my car. Move it before school lets out." Manhwa quickly replied to Lin Zixuan, but didn't say anything, just sent a playful emoji. As if to say, "I won't, what can you do about it?" After Manhwa left the parking lot, she also noticed this, but after thinking about it, she decided that this scumbag did indeed deserve a lesson. She also abandoned her plan to move the car. Seeing that Manhwa had no intention of returning, Lin Zixuan shook his head helplessly. He decided to go to class first. Lin Zixuan returned to school and suddenly recalled a figure. After parting ways at the KTV last time, he hadn't seen Zhang Haoyue again. This love-struck little girl, after going through such a traumatic experience, I wonder how she's been lately. Lin Zixuan doesn't have much affection for Zhang Haoyue, it's more of a protective instinct toward his younger sister, and he also feels that the girl is too pitiful. Love in this era is like that. People often say, "I'll love you for 10,000 years, I'll love you for a lifetime." In reality, these terms like 10,000 years or a lifetime are just metaphors. They only hold true if the love is genuine and sincere. All emotions have an expiration date, whether it's the friendship you've had since childhood or the love you once believed would last a lifetime. They will all fade away with time, gradually leaving your world. Lin Zixuan does not deny that there are truly loyal and unwavering feelings in this world, but such cases are extremely rare. It is almost negligible. Being love-struck isn't wrong, and neither is loving someone deeply. The problem lies in staking everything you have on an uncertain future, so you must also bear the consequences of that gamble. This is what is known as being love-struck. Many people feel regret and resentment after a breakup, even thinking that they shouldn't have fallen in love in the first place. In reality, this is putting the cart before the horse. We cannot judge the rightness or wrongness of a process based solely on its outcome. At least during the process, you had no regrets. Life is filled with all sorts of gambles, and we must take responsibility for all the consequences that come with them. Lin Zixuan did not think Zhang Haoyue had done anything wrong. On the contrary, in this materialistic and pragmatic era, maintaining a romantic ideal about love is no easy feat. He took out his phone and found Zhang Haoyue. In recent days, Zhang Haoyue had also frequently chatted with Lin Zixuan, but he never mentioned Huang Hao again. It seems as though he is gradually forgetting this person from his life, and that is a good thing. However, Lin Zixuan also understood that it was clearly not that simple. "What are you doing, girl?" Lin Zixuan sent a message. At that moment, on the playground behind the school cafeteria, Zhang Haoyue is holding his phone, documenting his life at school. Being a blogger was just a hobby for Zhang Haoyue at first. It was a way to document his life and share the hidden gems he discovered along the way. For example, some street-side snack shops or some clothing stores that aren't overly luxurious. However, as Huang Hao's demands grew, Zhang Haoyue, the blogger, gradually became more commercialized. Now that she has broken free from Huang Hao's constraints, Zhang Haoyue naturally wants to return to her own life. Under the lens, this innocent young girl flashes a childlike smile. Shimmering in the sunlight, this is the mark of youth. After finishing the video, Zhang Haoyue checked it and noticed Lin Zixuan's message. Upon seeing the message, Zhang Haoyue couldn't help but flash a sweet smile. A hero saving a damsel in distress is always something that leaves a lasting impression. If Lin Zixuan hadn't been there that day, Zhang Haoyue couldn't even imagine what might have happened. Zhang Haoyue was deeply grateful to Lin Zixuan, but in truth, there wasn't much of what people would call love involved. The first time they met, Zhang Haoyue saw Lin Zixuan on a date with Manhwa. In front of Manhwa, Zhang Haoyue still felt a bit inferior. In her eyes, she was clearly Lin Zixuan's girlfriend. Moreover, she hadn't yet moved on from Huang Hao's shadow. As a girl obsessed with love, it wasn't something she would do so quickly, falling for someone else in such a short time. "Senior, I'm filming a video. By the way, I never properly thanked you for last time. Do you have time for lunch today? I'd like to treat you and your wife to a meal." Chapter 91, The Well-Behaved Blondie. Lin Zixuan saw the message and pondered for a moment. Having lunch with Zhang Haoyue seemed like a reasonable idea.
However, the term sister-in-law was something Lin Zixuan had never seen before.
Don't say that.
There's no such thing as a sister-in-law. Zhang Haoyue looked at Lin Zixuan's message and gave a wise smile.
Oh, senior, I get it now. The senior I saw last time was really beautiful. Senior, are you secretly crushing on that senior? Actually, girls are pretty easy to pursue. Why don't you ask her out for lunch today? Trust me, I'll make sure you get the girl.
Lin Zixuan arrived at the bottom of the academic building, looked at the message, and shook his head helplessly.
What was going on in that girl's mind? It was all about these sappy, romantic little scenes.
Lin Zixuan also scolded her sternly.
Don't talk nonsense. There's really nothing between us. This seemingly explanatory statement once again sparked Zhang Haoyue's endless imagination.
In fact, the statement itself was problematic.
Before Zhang Haoyue could respond, Lin Zixuan seemed to have also noticed something was off.
He quickly typed out another message and changed the subject.
By the way, has Huang Hao been causing trouble for you lately?
Mentioning Huang Hao, Zhang Haoyue's expression clearly changed, but he quickly returned to normal.
After typing a few words, he deleted them again.
Huang Hao had naturally come looking for Zhang Haoyue. After seeing the backgrounds of Lin Zixuan and the others, Huang Hao was still lying in the hospital. However, Huang Hao did not give up on Zhang Haoyue because of this. Instead, he hatched another plan. If he could be with Zhang Haoyue, perhaps he could also gain Lin Zixuan's assistance. This was far better than his cousin Huang Hong.
How did this guy's brain even work?
He also called Zhang Haoyue to ask for a reconciliation, but the outcome was predictable.
Zhang Haoyue firmly rejected him. At that moment, Lin Zixuan asked, and Zhang Haoyue didn't know how to respond.
If he were to tell the truth, Zhang Haoyue was afraid that Lin Zixuan would get angry and do something to Huang Hao, who hadn't even left the hospital yet. After thinking it over, Zhang Haoyue decided to keep this matter to herself, as she was well aware that Huang Hao wouldn't dare to do anything to her. At most, he might harass her a bit, but as long as she firmly refused, nothing else would happen.
In fact, this is also the reason behind Zhang Haoyue's slight fantasy.
The power of a white moonlight is often so overwhelming that even the white moonlight itself cannot compare, because she will never remain the same as she was in your memories. When you see her again, the so-called moonlight you once cherished, you will discover that she no longer resembles the person you once longed for.
No way, senior.
Huang Hao is still in the hospital, behaving himself.
Lin Zixuan looked at the message and didn't think much of it. The two agreed to have lunch together.
After arriving at the classroom, Lin Zixuan waited for a long time before sending a message to Manhwa.
Meng, the school beauty, feeling any better? Remember that little freshman who was checking out the restaurant last time we had dinner?
She said she'd treat the two of us to lunch. Lin Zixuan merely explained the situation, but in Meng Wanga's eyes, it was something else entirely.
Meng Wanga was in an office, handling some school documents.
Upon seeing the message, Meng Wanga clenched her lips tightly, as if she wanted to rush over and punch Lin Zixuan.
You go around flirting with girls outside all the time, and you don't even let me see it. Now another girl invites you to dinner, and you want to bring me along too? Are you trying to make me realize how popular you are? Or are you trying to show me that you don't need me? Meng Wanga grew increasingly angry as she thought about it.
She swiped through her WeChat friend list and tapped the delete friend option. She paused for a moment but managed to suppress her impulsive urge. There was nothing he could do. The crystal necklace around his neck was simply too dazzling. She touched the necklace around her neck, and Meng Wanga's anger seemed to subside a bit. She abandoned her plan to delete Lin Zixuan. This guy gave me such an expensive gift, he must still care about me. I can't be angry, I can't be angry. Meng Wanga thought for a moment before responding. Oh, she invited you to dinner, and you're asking me to do something? Lin Zixuan didn't seem to notice anything amiss about the message. He followed up with an explanation. It was the little junior who asked me to do it. She saw you last time and insisted on saying you were my girlfriend. Maybe she thought it would be awkward for her to go out to eat with me alone. It was the younger female classmate who asked me to do it. She saw you last time and insisted on saying you were my girlfriend. Maybe she felt it was a bit awkward to go out to dinner with me alone. Lin Zixuan was just being honest. When Meng Wanga saw the message, she also let out a sigh of relief. This little girl is so considerate. Instantly, Meng Wanga's feelings for Zhang Haoyue skyrocketed, and she naturally wouldn't refuse the meal. Ah, I remember now. It was that cute freshman from last time, right? No problem, I'm free at noon. Let's meet at the parking lot. Lin Zixuan saw Meng Wanga's expression change in an instant and smiled casually as well. The teacher's passionate words echoed from above, and Lin Zixuan listened, growing drowsy. There weren't many students around to begin with, and it was almost the end of the semester for the third-year students. As they were about to enter their final year of university, the students had gradually learned what it meant to skip required courses and attend elective courses. Lin Zixuan comes to class purely to find some entertainment for his boring life. This lavish lifestyle has already worn me out after just 1 month. Looking at the 10 trillion lapdog coins in my system, I'll never be able to spend it all in this lifetime.
I wonder how much of a refund I can actually get. Every day, all I think about is how to spend money on my little sisters. But to be honest, aside from the car I promised to buy for Liang Mo today, I haven't spent much money in a long time. It's time to splurge a bit. The opportunity is almost here, of course. It's the event on that platform. This event should allow me to spend a lot of money.
Sun Mingqiu and Wang Xiaoyu's favorability ratings are already in the 60s and 70s. Once the event ends, with a little more effort, I might just become a tycoon rivaling the wealthy on the Forbes list.
Lin Zixuan's mood improved greatly.
He took out his phone and teased Shi Yun.
Chatting with this girl was the best way to cheer himself up.
Time passed slowly, and it was finally time for school to let out at noon.
Lin Zixuan and his two friends had agreed to meet at the underground parking lot.
When Lin Zixuan arrived at the parking lot, he spotted Zhang Haoyue's short figure from a distance, standing in front of Meng Wange's car, seeming to be looking around for something. Today, Zhang Haoyue was dressed in white silk, wearing a school uniform, exuding a pure and innocent beauty. When she saw Lin Zixuan, she jumped up excitedly, seemingly trying to catch his attention, and waved her hand.
"Senior, I'm here." Lin Zixuan watched the little troublemaker's actions and couldn't help but let a faint smile curve his lips. Chapter 92, A Family of Three Who Look Remarkably Alike.
Lin Zixuan walked up to Zhang Haoyue, reached out his hand, and gently ruffled her hair with a loving expression. It seemed that Zhang Haoyue didn't notice anything amiss about this gesture.
"Why did you suddenly think of inviting me to dinner? Aren't you afraid I'll eat you out of house and home?"
Lin Zixuan made a joke, and Zhang Haoyue snorted coldly.
"Pfft, I've got money. I've made a little money as a blogger, so treating you to a meal is no problem.
You can choose whatever you'd like to eat."
Zhang Haoyue's Douyin account isn't followed by Lin Zixuan, and it seems like she doesn't stream either.
She only posts short videos,
and the earnings aren't particularly high. Perhaps in Zhang Haoyue's eyes, eating a meal doesn't require much money. If they were to dine at a high-end restaurant, it might seem a bit awkward, but Lin Zixuan had no intention of taking advantage of her.
Zhang Haoyue's eyes darted around before she asked a question.
"Senior, why haven't the seniors arrived yet?" Lin Zixuan shrugged his shoulders and muttered, "There's nothing we can do. Women are just trouble." This remark sparked a wave of annoyance in Zhang Haoyue, who stuck out her tongue and glared at Lin Zixuan. "Senior, you can't say that. Senior, you can't say that.
Your senior must have dressed up specially to go out with you, which is why she was late."
Lin Zixuan just said it offhand. He didn't mean anything by it.
Seeing how anxious the girl looked, he couldn't help but find it amusing.
Before Lin Zixuan could say anything, footsteps could be heard outside the parking lot. Turning his head, Lin Zixuan also narrowed his eyes.
Meng Wange slowly descended from the upper part of the garage, the soft clicks of her high heels echoing throughout the space.
Today's Meng Wange presented a stark contrast to her usual self.
Dressed in an elegant black gown, she concealed her flawless curves, while her snow-white legs, exposed beneath the fabric, formed a striking contrast with the black fabric. She wore red high heels and carried what appeared to be an expensive handbag.
In Lin Zixuan's memory, Meng Wange usually wore a school-style outfit with athletic wear.
Today, however, she was dressed in a more mature style, which gave her a different charm and made Lin Zixuan feel a bit uneasy. Meng Wange seemed to have heard Lin Zixuan's earlier words. After all, the underground garage had strong echoes.
Walking over to the two of them, she glared at Lin Zixuan. "Trouble's here."
Lin Zixuan smiled awkwardly, but Zhang Haoyue beside him changed the subject.
"Senior, you look so beautiful today." Zhang Haoyue stepped forward and grabbed Meng Wange's skirt.
It must be said that Meng, the school flower, looked stunning in her outfit, which perfectly complemented her flawless beauty. It could be said to be equally captivating to both men and women. Compared to Meng Wange, Zhang Haoyue looks like an immature little girl, not just in height but also in personality.
Meng Wange also ruffled Zhang Haoyue's hair.
Everyone felt an inexplicable urge to protect this little girl who didn't seem very old.
The younger female student looks pretty today too.
The two girls complimented each other, leaving Lin Zixuan standing there feeling a bit left out.
Lin Zixuan pointed at Meng Wange's car. "Miss Popular, stop reminiscing. Move your car quickly."
"Not only is my car stuck, but the cars on both sides are also affected."
"Aren't you afraid it belongs to some professor who'll come looking for you everywhere?" Meng Wange snorted coldly. "It doesn't matter, Mr. Lin.
Most of the teachers also know my car.
If you really block the way, they'll come looking for me.
It's just that Mr. Lin can't control himself when he's driving this car. He always goes to other schools to flirt with girls."
That doesn't seem right.
Though she said that, she still got into the car and started the engine, since they were going out to eat after all.
While Meng Wange was maneuvering the car, Zhang Haoyue moved closer to Lin Zixuan. He asked with a nervous smile, "Senior, did you make the senior sister angry? Women need to be coaxed."
Lin Zixuan glanced at the young girl beside him and shook his head helplessly. Meng Wange drove the car out and parked it not far from the two of them.
She then got out and waved to Lin Zixuan. "You drive." Perhaps because she was wearing high heels and found it inconvenient, Meng Wange tossed the car keys to Lin Zixuan.
Lin Zixuan took them without saying much. After all, there was no need for 2 cars just to go out for a meal.
It's not very convenient.
Lin Zixuan got into the driver's seat, started the car, and the 2 women simultaneously got into the back seat. The vehicle slowly departed from the school, and Lin Zixuan asked the 2 women what they would like to eat. Manhwa seemed to get along well with Zhang Haoyue, and the 2 chatted animatedly together.
Lin Zixuan tried to interject, but this elicited a cold snort from Manhwa. Don't say a word.
Seeing himself being ostracized by the 2 sisters, Lin Zixuan merely shook his head indifferently. Although it was the younger sister who was treating them, they didn't choose any fancy restaurants, they simply went to a small eatery near the school. It was recommended by Zhang Haoyue, who said the food there was excellent. The prices at this small restaurant are quite reasonable, and the 3 of us ordered 5 small dishes. In fact, Lin Zixuan felt that they couldn't finish all of it, but as everyone knows, girls are like that, they want to try everything, but they only eat a little of each. After the 3 of them sat down, the small restaurant seemed to be doing pretty good business, with about 10 tables in the main dining area. The restaurant was already 3/4 full, and it looked like it would soon be packed. Lin Zixuan walked into the shop with 2 beautiful women, naturally drawing the attention of most people. Among them, there were a few envious glances. Lin Zixuan had grown accustomed to such looks and did not reveal any unusual emotions.
Even at the dinner table, the 2 women continued to chat endlessly.
She took out her phone, seemingly looking at something.
Zhang Haoyue, yes, this is it. Sister, I'm telling you, it's really super useful. Manhwa smiled and nodded, then placed an order in front of Zhang Haoyue.
Lin Zixuan watched the 2 of them getting along harmoniously and couldn't help but smile warmly. In truth, Lin Zixuan was well aware that Manhwa's current demeanor was no different from that of someone trying to soothe a child. The things Zhang Haoyue recommended were definitely within the budget of college students, but they were far beyond Manhwa's usual spending habits. However, buying these things on impulse to make Zhang Haoyue happy didn't cost Manhwa anything. Speaking of which, if Lin Zixuan and Manhwa didn't look so young, people would definitely mistake them for a family of 3.
Especially with Manhwa's mature outfit today. What's that style called again? The stepmother vibe. Although the small restaurant wasn't very big, the efficiency of serving dishes was still quite high. The meals ordered by the 3 of us were quickly served and placed on the table. Lin Zixuan unwrapped the chopsticks and greeted the 2 with a nod. Eat up and try the flavor here.
Zhang Haoyue chimed in, yeah, try it, senior.
It's really delicious. Chapter 93, The Younger Classmates' Love Story. Manhwa, prompted by the 2, also began to eat. To be honest, the taste was actually quite good. During the meal, Zhang Haoyue's eyes kept darting around, and no one knew what kind of mischief he was up to. Of course, it was about Lin Zixuan and Manhwa. In Zhang Haoyue's eyes, the senior and the junior were truly a perfect match, and they were so well suited for each other. However, the senior's emotional intelligence seems a bit lacking. He always manages to upset the senior, which isn't exactly good news. Zhang Haoyue thought for a moment and seemed to have a good idea. Senior, could you help me out with a video? Zhang Haoyue's sudden words caught the attention of the 2.
Lin Zixuan and the other exchanged glances, both aware of Zhang Haoyue's work, and did not refuse.
Zhang Haoyue smiled satisfactorily, stood up, and took out his phone.
She rotated the camera, then puckered her lips, seemingly dissatisfied with the camera angle.
Oh, this angle isn't good. Senior, could you please sit over here with the senior?
Upon hearing this request, Manhwa paused for a moment, glancing at Lin Zixuan before looking at Zhang Haoyue. In the end, she didn't refuse. All right.
As she spoke, Manhwa stood up and sat down beside Lin Zixuan. The seats in this small restaurant were already quite cramped, resembling sofas. 2 people would have to sit almost touching each other. Lin Zixuan caught a faint, delicate floral scent, which seemed to be the perfume on Manhwa's body. Zhang Haoyue's lips curled into a smile. The first step was complete. Zhang Haoyue then crouched slightly, positioning himself for a perfect angle. I'm starting now, senior. Could you please turn your body slightly and smile?
Manhwa followed Zhang Haoyue's instructions, turned slightly to the side, and revealed a sweet smile. Lin Zixuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile as the camera flashes flickered. A stunningly beautiful woman paired with a handsome, slightly mischievous young man truly gave off the vibe of a young couple.
Zhang Haoyue nodded in satisfaction, but this clearly wasn't enough. However, Zhang Haoyue still had a plan. He cleared his throat and spoke cautiously to the 2 of them. Senior, I want to film a store exploration video, but I don't have a good hook. Could you help me out? The more intimate, the better. Here's what we'll do, senior, later on, you feed the senior sister a piece of meat. Then I'll record it, and I'm sure it'll go viral. As soon as the request was made, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but chuckle.
From the moment Zhang Haoyue started speaking, Lin Zixuan had already figured out what the girl was thinking, but he hadn't refused. After all, it didn't really cost him anything. Now that the request had been made, Manhwa couldn't help but let a hint of shyness show on her face. Although she wasn't as pure and traditional as Xiao Shiyun, she hadn't had much intimate contact with boys either. At this moment, their bodies were almost pressed against each other, and they were about to engage in such an intimate gesture.
Manhwa felt an instinctive resistance, but aside from that, it seemed like she had a little bit of anticipation.
Seeing that Manhwa didn't say anything, Zhang Haoyue clenched his fist and made a thumbs-up gesture.
Then he began recording the video. Family members, I would like to recommend a hidden gem of a shop located on the snack street across from Hanyang University.
This shop has a long history and is a well-known restaurant in the snack street, always packed with people at lunchtime. It is the perfect spot for couples to take photos and for friends to gather. As he spoke, the camera shifted to Lin Zixuan and his companion, who skillfully picked up a slice of meat.
He held it up to Manhwa's lips. Manhwa saw this.
She managed to maintain her signature smile and did not refuse, slightly parting her lips as if preparing to take a gentle bite.
Lin Zixuan watched this action. As Manhwa opened her mouth, he extended his chopsticks forward and directly inserted them into Manhwa's mouth. Manhwa let out a muffled cry and glared fiercely at Lin Zixuan.
On Zhang Haoyue's side, the video recording had also come to an end.
Lin Zixuan awkwardly picked up his chopsticks, leaving the meat slice in Manhwa's mouth. Lin Zixuan.
Manhwa let out a furious shout, while Lin Zixuan shrugged his shoulders and gave a helpless expression.
The school beauty queen, isn't this just to accommodate the younger sister? It's a bit much, but just bear with it for now. I was definitely talking about the meat slices being a bit too big. Manhwa heard this, covered her heaving chest, and took a deep breath.
The sensual gesture from earlier left Manhwa with a mix of emotions, as if she could never bring herself to be angry with this scoundrel.
Manhwa's affection level 5.
Lin Zixuan also heard the system's notification sound. Zhang Haoyue returned to his seat, and this time Manhwa did not go back to sit with Zhang Haoyue.
Watching the two of them, their expressions were both alluring and a bit awkward. Zhang Haoyue's face was filled with smiles.
This is perfect. The senior and the female student must be a perfect match. And so, the three of them finished their lunch. There were no further plans.
Lin Zixuan drove back to the school and parked the vehicle in the garage. Manhwa had school work in the afternoon and was the first to leave, leaving Lin Zixuan and Zhang Haoyue behind.
After Manhwa left, Zhang Haoyue let out a burst of laughter.
Senior, I told you I was right, didn't I? I knew the senior must like you. Let me know when you decide to confess, and I'll definitely help you succeed. Looking at this girl, the misunderstanding grew deeper, and Lin Zixuan didn't even bother to explain. He extended a finger and gave her a sharp tap on the head. What's going on in your head all day? You're only a freshman. Study hard, read more books, and pick up some romance novels to read. Your mind is filled with nothing but love and romance. Zhang Haoyue seemed quite dissatisfied with Lin Zixuan's actions, covering her slightly aching head. What are you talking about? I'm already 19, an adult. I'm not a child anymore. I understand everything. As she spoke, she puffed out her chest, which wasn't very large. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but smile wryly at this. The two walked out of the parking lot together. Zhang Haoyue said he was going over there to film a video, and Lin Zixuan didn't seem inclined to follow. The two parted ways at the entrance of the parking lot. Lin Zixuan had originally planned to return to his dormitory to rest for a while and check on his foster sons. But unexpectedly, as he turned a corner, he bumped into someone he really didn't want to see. Zixuan, I didn't expect to see you here. It's been a long time. Chapter 94, incompetent in achieving success, yet adept at causing failure. Lin Zixuan glanced up at the figure in front of him, his eyes betraying a rare hint of distaste. There was no need to elaborate on the identity of the person in front of him. It is none other than Zhao Yu, who has repeatedly orchestrated chance encounters. At first, Lin Zixuan wasn't particularly averse to Zhao Yu, he just knew that this girl was approaching him with ulterior motives. However, this girl was different from Yang Qianqian. Yang Qianqian was straightforward and honest about her intentions, she was after his money. Lin Zixuan wouldn't object, but this girl was being two-faced, she had her motives yet pretended to be innocent. Plus, the recent socialite incident had completely eroded his goodwill toward her. Oh. Lin Zixuan gave a half-hearted reply, not intending to say much more to Zhao Yu, and turned to leave. Watching Lin Zixuan's retreating figure, Zhao Yu furrowed his brows and clenched his fists tightly. As he came to know Lin Zixuan better, he realized that Lin Zixuan must possess astonishing wealth, making him the perfect target for his schemes. However, several chance encounters had yielded little of value, and during their last meeting at a Western restaurant, Lin Zixuan had even witnessed him splitting the bill with a socialite. As a result, Zhao Yu hasn't dared to approach Lin Zixuan in recent days. Today's encounter was truly accidental, not something she deliberately orchestrated. Senior, wait a moment. Zhao Yu called out and quickly caught up with Lin Zixuan's figure. Lin Zixuan impatiently stopped in his tracks and turned to ask, "Is there anything else?" Zhao Yu bit her lip and decided to get straight to the point. "Senior, do you really hate me that much?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan sneered. He shook his head, "It's not really dislike, just a matter of preference." To be honest, all the games you play are outdated.
If you had been more genuine from the start, like Yang Shanshan, it wouldn't have been a big deal.
However, what you've done really turns me off. As Lin Zixuan's voice fell, Zhao Yu trembled slightly and looked at Lin Zixuan cautiously.
Only then did she realize how laughable her little tricks were in front of Lin Zixuan.
Lin Zixuan turned and walked away once more, leaving only his voice behind. Stop bothering me. I'm not interested in you.
Zhao Yu looked at Lin Zixuan, whose figure was fading into the distance once again. This time, she didn't chase after him. She knew that going after him would only lead to more suffering and serve no purpose. From their initial chance encounter to now, the image she had in Lin Zixuan's heart was almost beyond repair. With no other choice, Zhao Yu dialed Bai Xiuhao's phone number. Initially, Zhao Yu had met Lin Zixuan through Bai Xiuhao, and their original agreement was that Zhao Yu would receive benefits from Bai Xiuhao. When it came time to split the profits, however, each had their own hidden agenda.
Zhao Yu's intentions are obvious. Whatever benefits I've gained from Lin Zixuan are mine to decide.
When the time comes, I'll just give you a token gesture.
You don't know either.
But Bai Xiuhao's true motive wasn't about the money, he just wanted to keep Lin Zixuan away from Meng Wange.
If he could marry the Miss Meng, would he really care about a little money?
When the call connected, Bai Xiuhao's voice came through, along with the faint sound of a woman's labored breathing echoing in the background.
Hello, what's the matter? I'm busy, don't bother me.
Zhao Yu heard this and was so angry she couldn't contain herself, bursting into a tirade.
Busy, always busy.
Bai Xiuhao, you'll end up dying because of women.
No wonder I was played like a fool by my mother back then. Zhao Yu vented all the anger she had toward Lin Zixuan onto Bai Xiuhao.
Bai Xiuhao was clearly furious as well.
Damn it, you woman, what the hell are you doing? What does what I do have anything to do with you? If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'm hanging up. Don't bother me. I don't want to talk to you. Zhao Yu took a deep breath and calmed down a bit.
The plan had fallen through. Lin Zixuan had grown to dislike me.
What? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiuhao clearly perked up. He let out a startled cry. Damn it, how do you handle things, woman? You had a knack for luring me in back then. Can't you even handle this little thing properly? The deal's off. Where are the photos? Are there any intimate photos? Did you two sleep together? Zhao Yu heard this and sneered. Nothing. Nothing at all. He doesn't even want to talk to me. What should I do now?
Upon hearing that Zhao Yu had achieved nothing, Bai Xiuhao also lost all restraint.
What should we do? You're asking me what to do. You tell me what to do? Get out of here, and don't come back. You're good at nothing but causing trouble. I'm such a fool for ever agreeing to work with you.
After venting his anger, Bai Xiuhao seemed to feel much better and hung up the phone immediately. Zhao Yu was left standing there, dumbfounded, her hair and clothes disheveled in the wind. Finally, she stomped her foot in frustration.
At that moment, Lin Zixuan returned to his dormitory.
The third roommate seemed to still be brooding over something involving Su Qing.
A sycophant never ends well. Lin Zixuan knew he couldn't talk him out of it, so he didn't say anything else.
However, mentioning Su Qing naturally brought to mind Su Ruo. This guy has also made plans with Lin Zixuan multiple times recently. Just as you mentioned him, here he comes. Lin Zixuan's phone buzzed with a message from Su Ruo.
Xian, I bought 2 movie tickets for the latest film. Would you like to accompany me to watch it? It seems like Su Ruo has already asked herself once before. She really is persistent. This time, Lin Zixuan didn't even bother to reply. This woman is so thoughtless. She clearly has no experience in pursuing someone. All she does is watch movies every day. What's so interesting about movies? The point is who you go to the movies with. Lin Zixuan clearly doesn't want to go with Su Ruo.
However, this girl has changed a lot since going through those events. Every day, she would check in on Lin Zixuan with concern, but he would selectively ignore her. After lying in the dormitory for a while, Lin Zixuan tidied himself up briefly. There was still one more thing to take care of tonight.
It's about Lin Qingyao. Lin Zixuan said he'd take Han Shang to see the dog tonight.
Ask Han Shang to help take care of it.
Han Shang also sent a message on his phone.
She said she had already arranged a car for Liang Mo, but there were no immediate availability, so it would need to be customized. If it was urgent, it wouldn't take too long. The price is around 4 to 5 million. Money is just a number. Lin Zixuan didn't say much, only telling Han Shang to wait for him at the entrance of Yueluo Bay that evening.
Han Shang didn't ask why and agreed.
Lin Zixuan tidied himself up and drove away from the school once more, with his destination, of course, being the villa at Moonfall Bay. Over there, Lin Qingyao had invited Lin Zixuan to her home for dinner that evening, claiming she had prepared a feast with her own hands.
I wonder how good this girl's cooking skills are. Chapter 95, Villa Number 6.
When Lin Zixuan arrived at the Moonlit Bay Villa, Han Shang was already waiting at the entrance. This girl had never been late before. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate for an employee to make their boss wait.
She can also handle things here with great efficiency and organization. Lin Zixuan opened the car window and waved to Han Shang.
Han Shang was still wearing her usual business attire with black stockings. It seems like she dresses this way every day, giving off an air of a strong, career-driven woman.
Mr. Lin. Han Shang got into the car and greeted Lin Zixuan.
Lin Zixuan drove toward Villa Number 6 while telling Han Shang about her work.
You should remember the owner of Villa Number 6, right? As a staff member at Moonlit Bay, Han Shang obviously knew some information about these homeowners. He nodded in response. Miss Lin? Lin Zixuan nodded in agreement and continued. Miss Lin has 2 dogs. She is about to leave Seoul for a while, so she is looking for someone to take care of her dogs. I think you'd be perfect for the job, but her 2 dogs are a bit picky, so it depends on whether they like you. As for compensation, I'm sure Miss Lin won't shortchange you. As for taking care of a dog, Han Shang didn't have any objections. After all, taking care of a person is no different from taking care of a dog. The saying a woman's worth is measured by her dog isn't just about 1 or 2 people. Making money is important, and besides, this is my job. Mr. Lin, I understand. Han Shang replied. The vehicle slowly arrived at the entrance of Villa Number 6. Lin Zixuan drove into the courtyard of Villa Number 6, where the main gate was open. As soon as he drove in, Lin Zixuan heard the familiar sound of a dog barking. Woof! Lin Zixuan looked through the car window and saw the Tibetan Mastiff giving him a fierce expression. It seemed as though it wanted to charge at him and start a fight. Fortunately, the villa's front door opened, and Lin Qingyao appeared, shouting out. Sweetie, be quiet. These are guests. Upon hearing this, the Tibetan Mastiff calmed down considerably and returned to its own little den in the distance. Lin Qingyao, holding the teddy bear, slowly approached the 2 of them. Han Shang and Lin Zixuan got out of the car together. Lin Qingyao smiled warmly. Mr. Lin, you're here. Lin Zixuan pointed to Han Shang beside him. This is a staff member from Yueluo Bay. He was originally the butler at my Villa Number 7. I've already informed her about Miss Lin's situation. This is the person I've prepared to introduce to you. As she spoke, Lin Qingyao took a moment to observe Han Shang. Despite frequently attending high-end events, he showed no signs of nervousness and stepped forward to shake Lin Qingyao's hand gently. Miss Lin, my name is Han Shang. Seeing Han Shang's appearance, Lin Qingyao nodded in satisfaction. She first stroked the teddy bear in her arms and whispered softly. Little one, I have to go out for a while. Will you let this sister take care of you? Lin Zixuan heard this and couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Qingyao is truly a talent. She named the small teddy bear Xiao Jiang and the large Tibetan Mastiff Tianbao. Has the fame been reversed? Teddy's little eyes darted around. It seemed as though he was scrutinizing Han Shang. Then it cautiously extended one of its own claws. Han Shang gently grasped Teddy's palm, and upon seeing this, Lin Qingyao smiled knowingly. She handed the teddy bear she was holding to Han Shang. After Han Shang embraced the teddy bear, it seemed less shy. Watching this harmonious scene, Lin Qingyao visibly relaxed. Mr. Lin, please go inside and sit down first. I'll take Miss Han and Sweetie with me to discuss things. Clearly, that Tibetan Mastiff is much harder to deal with. Lin Zixuan had no intention of staying here either. The Tibetan Mastiff seemed ready to devour him at any moment. Lin Qingyao then entered Villa Number 6 first. Upon opening the villa's front door, Lin Qingyao had already prepared her slippers. After changing, she entered the villa's grand hall. The decoration of the hall was not as luxurious as I had imagined, but rather similar to the high-end finishing of a commercial apartment. Perhaps Lin Qingyao didn't like the overly luxurious feel, and this way it looks cleaner. Lin Zixuan sat down on the sofa, casually picked up an apple from the fruit plate, and didn't act like an outsider. About 20 minutes later, the 2 women finally came in, each holding a teddy bear. Seeing the smiles on the 2 women's faces, he knew that the matter had most likely been settled. Sure enough, when the 2 women came over to the sofa, Lin Qingyao thanked Lin Zixuan again. Thank you so much, Mr. Lin. You've really helped me out. I don't know how to thank you enough. I made a little something myself. Please don't mind if it's not very good. Lin Qingyao's goodwill rating 5. Upon hearing the system's notification sound, Lin Zixuan smiled slightly. Miss Lin's cooking was something he naturally wanted to try, and there was no need to be too polite. After all, they were neighbors, and helping each other out was only natural. Saying this, Lin Qingyao led the 2 of them toward the kitchen. On the way, Lin Zixuan glanced at Han Shang. Han Shang's work ability was increasingly gaining Lin Zixuan's recognition. What a truly dedicated and versatile secretary. When there's work to be done, the secretary gets it done. That's always true. The 3 of them sat down in the kitchen, and to their surprise, Lin Qingyao had prepared a full Western-style meal. In front of her was a huge steak, even larger than the so-called tomahawk steak. Lin Zixuan curiously picked up a fork. Just as he was about to take a bite, he was interrupted by Lin Qingyao. Sorry, Mr. Lin, that's for Sweetie. Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan's arm awkwardly froze mid-air. What? Such a big steak for a dog? What surprised Lin Zixuan even more was the Australian lobster and French foie gras.
Lin Qingyao gradually brought out many precious ingredients, which were clearly intended for the Tibetan Mastiff's dinner. These items alone were worth at least several $1,000s. If this were to be seen by a large number of netizens, I'm sure the comments section would be flooded with reactions. Where should I tie it? After preparing dinner for the two puppies, Lin Qingyao finally brought out the food for the three of them, though it was of similar quality. However, the size of the steak was indeed smaller than that of the Tibetan Mastiff, and even an average person's appetite couldn't match that of the dog. Lin Qingyao's cooking skills are truly exceptional, even surpassing the high-end Western restaurants where Lin Zixuan dines.
It was clear she had studied it, and Lin Zixuan couldn't help but praise her.
Miss Lin's cooking is truly excellent, even better than those so-called Michelin-starred restaurants. Lin Qingyao heard this and smiled slightly. As long as Mr. Lin likes it, that's all that matters.
The skill isn't important.
The three of them had a fairly cozy dinner. After dinner, Han Shang immediately got to work, playing with the teddy bear inside the house.
As for Lin Zixuan and the others, they sat down on the sofa. Lin Zixuan was still quite curious about Lin Qingyao. The two also had a brief conversation. Does Miss Lin live here by herself?
Chapter 96, The Background of Lin Qingyao.
Upon hearing Lin Zixuan's question, Lin Qingyao nodded. Yes, my parents are both abroad, and I'm the only one living here.
This time, I'm also leaving the country for a while, so it's not convenient to bring Sweetie along.
Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan also gave a knowing look. No wonder Lin Qingyao's Western cuisine was so delicious, she must have grown up abroad.
She also has some of the physical traits of Western beauties. Living in a villa worth hundreds of millions in Moonfall Bay, Lin Qingyao's parents must also come from wealthy families abroad.
This is clearly a second-generation wealthy individual on par with Manhwa, and perhaps even more so. Is Miss Lin a returning overseas student?
Lin Zixuan asked again, and Lin Qingyao nodded slightly.
I guess so. It's just some things at home that I don't really like. I prefer the atmosphere back home. I actually didn't want to go this time, but I had no choice.
Every family has its own problems, especially so-called wealthy families.
Lin Zixuan could understand the bitterness in Lin Qingyao's heart. He didn't press the matter further.
This mysterious little neighbor had given Lin Zixuan a new perspective. Lin Qingyao didn't mention how long she would be gone or how much money she had given Han Shang. Lin Zixuan didn't ask either, as he knew it was money Han Shang had earned through his own abilities. It had nothing to do with him either.
The two chatted for a while and got to know each other a bit better. Lin Qingyao clearly wasn't very interested in Lin Zixuan's identity.
Perhaps because she didn't want to mention family matters, she didn't seem as curious about Lin Zixuan's background as Zhang Shuntian and the others.
In Lin Qingyao's understanding, she clearly believed that Lin Zixuan was someone just like herself. There was also an added sense of mutual admiration.
Although they had already had a hearty meal, Lin Qingyao's hospitality had not yet come to an end.
About an hour later, Lin Qingyao invited Lin Zixuan to the villa's balcony.
There was a small table on the balcony, with 2 chairs placed around it. On the table, there is a bottle of red wine and a few small cakes, which look like dessert after a meal.
Lin Qingyao invited Lin Zixuan to sit down.
At that moment, Lin Zixuan noticed that this spot seemed to offer an excellent view of the moon. The bright moonlight in the sky shone down onto the balcony, enveloping the two figures. The lights inside the house were not too bright, and under the flickering moonlight, the beauty was like a painting, faintly visible. Mr. Lin, I really enjoy sitting here to admire the moon.
This is something I must do every day.
Lin Qingyao picked up the red wine in front of her, took a sip, and for some reason, her words carried a hint of sadness.
Upon hearing Lin Qingyao's words, Lin Zixuan looked up and gazed at the moon.
The silver moonlight was the most beautiful thing in the world, yet few people took the time to appreciate its marvelous glow. Just like people, who are engrossed in the blazing sun, never noticing the full moon that provides a faint glow to the darkness of the world. It is also often used as a reminder of one's thoughts. Miss Lin, you seem like someone with a lot of stories to tell. Lin Zixuan joked, while Lin Qingyao shook her head with a wry smile. What story? Stories are just things that have happened in the past. There's no point in talking about them. After that, the two didn't talk much. The time spent at Villa number 6 that day allowed Lin Zixuan to get to know his neighbor a little better. She had a touch of exotic charm, a beauty who had returned from studying abroad, with a hint of sadness in her eyes, and a fondness for moon gazing. By the time Lin Zixuan left Villa number 6, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Han Shang didn't follow him out. She would be staying at Villa number 6 for a while. Han Shang also assured Lin Zixuan that she would not forget her original work, to which Lin Zixuan did not react much. After leaving Villa number 6, with his own home nearby, Lin Zixuan didn't linger around. Upon entering his home, Liang Mo clearly hadn't expected Lin Zixuan to return tonight. The preparations were a bit rushed, but as Liang Mo had said, the meal was indeed ready. At least the girl didn't lie to herself. Because of buying the car today, Liang Mo seemed a bit more enthusiastic than usual. She clung tightly to Lin Zixuan's side. After a busy day, Lin Zixuan looked a bit tired and fell asleep early. The next morning, when Lin Zixuan woke up, he had already received a message from Lin Qingyao on his phone. She stated that she had already arrived at the airport and was preparing to leave, and had entrusted all matters at the villa to Han Shang. Lin Zixuan didn't expect Lin Qingyao to leave so quickly, so he casually mentioned that he would invite her to dinner when she returned. However, there was no response to the message, and she might have already boarded the plane. Lin Zixuan flipped through his phone. There didn't seem to be anything particularly important today. The event on a certain platform was about to begin in 3 days. Lin Zixuan hasn't watched the live stream in the past few days. He'll just tune in briefly once the event starts. At first, he watched the live stream just to find some tools, but now there are already plenty of tools available. Naturally, I don't feel the need to constantly search for new connections online, especially when you can't even see or touch them. Lin Zixuan was bored, scrolling through short videos on his phone, when a message popped up. Cough, cough, master, I'm back in Seoul. Ha! Upon seeing the message, Lin Zixuan's lips curled into a faint smile. The message, of course, was sent by He Xiao. Despite her tendency to engage in unconventional behavior, Lin Zixuan remained intrigued by the flight attendant. This flight would take several more days, so they should have just arrived in Seoul. Let's go. What would you like to eat? It's on me. Lin Zixuan casually replied, and He Xiao sent a smiling emoji in response. Let's eat seafood. He Xiao never hid her materialistic nature. Perhaps this is the inherent nature of her profession. Of course, there was no occupational discrimination. Lin Zixuan got up, dressed himself, and tidied up a bit. Liang Yamo saw Lin Zixuan about to leave and was about to ask him something, but after thinking it over, he obediently kept quiet. Speaking less means living longer. Liang Yamo realized this a bit too late. His initial chattiness was indeed quite annoying. Lin Zixuan drove away from the villa in Yueluo Bay and headed toward the restaurant where he had agreed to meet Liang Yamo. On He Xiaoxiao's side, she was getting ready at home. Since she was going out to meet Lin Zixuan, she definitely needed to bring some small toys. He knew that without this playful touch, he might lack a certain edge in the competition. He Xiao clearly understood the subtle thoughts of these wealthy second-generation individuals. After all, as a flight attendant with good looks and a great figure, she had served many wealthy people. However, compared to Lin Zixuan, those so-called wealthy individuals still fall short by a significant margin. Chapter 97, Zhou Yun's Growing Jealousy. Lin Zixuan and the others arrived at the restaurant one after another. Sitting at the restaurant table, Lin Zixuan glanced up. Today, He Xiao was also dressed very formally, but the only thing that stood out was the pet collar around her neck, which looked like a small bell. As she moved, it emitted a faint jingling sound. Lin Zixuan smiled slightly, and He Xiao's seductive voice drifted over from the distance. Zixuan, it's been a long time. Have you missed me? Outside, the girl clearly hadn't become too bold yet. Lin Zixuan raised an eyebrow. Talk is cheap. I'll prove it to you tonight. He Xiao heard this and gave him a seductive glance. Lin Zixuan's attention was entirely on He Xiao when suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Zhou Yun's favorability rating is 10. Ha! Lin Zixuan froze for a moment, momentarily forgetting who Zhou Yun was. His eyes swept around the room, and he noticed a short-haired woman sitting to his right rear. Her wine-red hair was quite eye-catching, and Lin Zixuan finally remembered who she was. Zhou Yun. Isn't that the lesbian from by the river? Her favorability has decreased by another 10 points. This girl already has a favorability rating of 40. It's clear he's about to hate himself to death. Zhou Yun had only come here to have a meal, but ended up seeing Lin Zixuan. The last time she saw Xiao Shiyun by the river, Zhou Yun was truly captivated. With a 93 out of 100 in terms of looks, she could be considered the most beautiful woman in Hanqing at the moment. It's hard to say if there is anyone more beautiful than Xiao Shiyun. Zhou Yun had never seen such a stunningly beautiful woman before. Taking advantage of Lin Zixuan's absence, she tried to get closer, but Xiao Shiyun seemed to have no intention of getting too involved with Zhou Yun. This made Zhou Yun extremely angry, and naturally, she blamed everything on Lin Zixuan. Today, when she went out to eat, she unexpectedly ran into Lin Zixuan again. What made Zhou Yun even more furious was that Lin Zixuan was accompanied by a different beautiful woman. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Xiao Shiyun, her mature and slender figure gave her a unique charm. Zhou Yun stabbed the food in front of her with a fork and muttered a complaint under her breath. Sure enough, men are all the same, completely unreliable. Clearly, he had mistaken Lin Zixuan for a scoundrel who was out on a date while cheating on his girlfriend. Zhou Yun's strange behavior didn't just catch Lin Zixuan's attention. He Xiao, of course, also witnessed the scene and gave Lin Zixuan a faint smile. Xian Gu is really charming. Look at the beautiful woman behind you, she's been staring at you for a long time. Lin Zixuan heard this and casually shook his head. Is there any possibility that she was looking at you? Ha! He Xiao let out a startled cry, glancing at Zhou Yun, clearly thinking that Lin Zixuan was joking. He didn't think much of it. Zixuan, you're such a joker. Why are you looking at me?
Lin Zixuan gave He Xiao a playful glance. He murmured, "Is that so? Don't you believe me? If I leave for a moment, she'll definitely come looking for you, and I know exactly what she's going to say." He Xiao looked at Lin Zixuan's confident expression and also seemed very curious. "I don't believe it." Lin Zixuan put down his cutlery and said with a smile. "Alright, let's make a bet. If I win, you have to do whatever I say tonight." As soon as she said that, He Xiao gave Lin Zixuan a flirtatious glance, clearly not intending to refuse. She didn't even ask what would happen if Lin Zixuan lost. He seemed very proactive. Sure. If my older brother wins, I'll do whatever he says tonight." Lin Zixuan nodded in satisfaction, stood up, and walked toward the bathroom. After Lin Zixuan left, He Xiao cautiously glanced at Zhou Yun. However, she didn't show any signs of unusual behavior on the surface. Sure enough, not long after, things unfolded exactly as Lin Zixuan had anticipated. Zhou Yun stood up, holding a glass of red wine, and walked over to He Xiao's side. "Beautiful lady, would you like to have a drink?" He Xiao didn't refuse such an invitation. She picked up her glass and gently clinked it against Zhou Yun's. Zhou Yun saw this and couldn't help but feel a moment of secret joy. "You little guy, I'm a woman and I can't even flirt with girls as well as you can? Sis, was that your boyfriend just now? He looked pretty handsome." He Xiao smiled and shook her head. "Not really, but he is pretty handsome." Hearing this, Zhou Yun's impression of Lin Zixuan dropped a few notches in her heart. Sure enough, he's a scoundrel. It seems like Xiao Shiyun is the real girlfriend, and he's out on a date with her behind her back today. Zhou Yun thought this to herself, but she still kept a smile on her face. "Sis, isn't he your boyfriend?" "Sis, I've been there. Men can't control themselves. When you're looking for a man, you have to be careful. Maybe he's just a guy who's been cheating around." He Xiao glanced at Zhou Yun, and his eyes seemed to flicker for a moment. He also roughly understood Zhou Yun's thoughts. Now he understood why Lin Zixuan was so confident. During his university days, he seemed to have encountered a girl like her before. He Xiao shook her head gently and set down her wine glass. "What you're saying is wrong, sister. As women, our looks will always fade, but men are different. A 30-year-old man may have achieved success in his career, but a 30-year-old woman, even if she isn't considered old and worn out, has still seen her youth fade. Men are not wrong for seeking extramarital affairs after all, we cannot remain young and beautiful forever. But we all have our moments of youth and beauty, don't we?" He Xiao's words made Zhou Yun's face turn extremely ugly. There was even a hint of disgust in her expression. After all, she despised women who used their bodies to make money. She forced a smile and cleared her throat awkwardly. "My sister was right, I really had disturbed her." After saying this, Zhou Yun turned away angrily, already labeling He Xiao as the kind of woman who craves admiration. Lin Zixuan lingered in the restroom for a while longer to give the two some time alone. After a long time, he slowly emerged from the restroom. By the time he returned to his seat, He Xiao's face was adorned with an odd smile. "You won. Have you seen this sister before?" Lin Zixuan didn't hide anything and nodded slightly. "Yeah, last time I brought another sister out, she did the same thing. Why do you look so happy?" He Xiao smiled and nodded, unable to resist glancing at Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun watched the two of them chatting and laughing. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She slammed the table angrily and stood up. As he turned and walked away, a system prompt sounded in Lin Zixuan's mind. Zhou Yun's favorability rating, 10. Chapter 98, The Start of a Certain Fish Activity. Chapter 98, The Start of a Certain Fish Activity. Zhou Yun caused such a commotion that the two naturally took notice. However, neither of them had much of an opinion of Zhou Yun, so they merely exchanged a smile. After a quick meal, the two left the restaurant. Lin Zixuan hadn't planned on returning to the hotel so early. However, as soon as they got into the car, He Xiao took off her high heels. She extended her black stockinged feet onto Lin Zixuan's legs. She began to gently rub them in a rhythmic motion. Lin Zixuan felt something unusual and turned around, looking at He Xiao with a hint of a wicked smile. "What's the matter? Do you still like the vibe in the car?" He Xiaowen's seductive eyes held a hint of shyness. "This isn't good, brother. There are people everywhere." Though she said this, her feet didn't stop moving. Lin Zixuan took a deep breath. He grabbed He Xiao's ankle with one hand, then held the steering wheel with the other, and stepped on the gas pedal. He drove away from the restaurant's entrance. Not long after, Lin Zixuan's vehicle came to a stop in an empty corner. Fortunately, there were few people around, and it seemed no one had noticed. "Little imp," Lin Zixuan murmured softly, while He Xiao gently rested her head on his shoulder. Her lips pressed against Lin Zixuan's earring, her breath fragrant like orchids. "Master, I still have so much to learn." Lin Zixuan's body trembled, and he didn't linger there any longer. The two of them headed toward the nearest hotel. Upon entering the hotel lobby, the front desk clerk glanced at He Xiao's disheveled attire and the torn stockings, her expression filled with shock. However, when she heard that Lin Zixuan wanted to book a presidential suite, her shock turned into envy. All they knew was that the two of them were completely drained of energy.
Even with the enhancement of the system's potions, the exhaustion in his body was real, and he soon fell into a deep sleep. As for He Xiao, he too fell into a satisfied slumber. The next day at noon, when Lin Zixuan woke up, he rubbed his shoulders, and the soreness in his body had mostly subsided. Looking down, he saw that He Xiao was lying on top of him like an octopus. Looking down, he noticed that He Xiao was clinging to him like an octopus.
She didn't seem to be waking up yet.
Lin Zixuan gently shifted his body, and He Xiao's mouth emitted a seductive sound.
She opened her eyes slightly, her gaze faintly resting on Lin Zixuan.
He tried to get up, but found he had no strength at all. Lin Zixuan watched He Xiao's movements and let out a soft laugh.
Don't try to be strong. Just lie down.
He Xiao glanced at Lin Zixuan and didn't struggle either, slightly shifting her body. After adjusting to a more comfortable position, she pressed herself against Lin Zixuan's body. It seemed like she was preparing to sleep a little longer, and Lin Zixuan didn't seem to have any intention of waking her up. He took out his phone and sent a message to the hotel front desk first. The room will naturally be left open for the day, and will ask the hotel front desk to send them some food. In He Xiao's current state, he probably won't be able to get out of bed today, let alone go out.
After greeting the front desk, Lin Zixuan also checked the messages on his phone. Today, his phone was unusually busy.
Almost all the girls sent themselves messages. Pikachu, you Luo brother, the event on Muyu is about to start tonight.
It's at 7 p.m. We'll see you in the live stream. I've also prepared a little gift for you Luo brother. Xiaoyu, you Luo brother, the event on Muyu is about to start. The preliminary round will last for a few days. If you're busy, you can come back in a few days. Both of them sent each other messages. The event on a certain platform will officially begin tonight. Earlier, Lin Zixuan had briefly reviewed the rules. The preliminary round was essentially a qualifying round. It would last for 7 days, and all gifts received during that period would be accumulated as points. This is equivalent to a platform-wide competition mechanism, with the top scorers advancing to the next round. The specifics are a bit fuzzy for Lin Zixuan. This event organized by a certain platform was on a grand scale, featuring 2 tracks, the All-Star track and the Rising Star track. Pikachu and Xiaoyu are both in the Rising Star track, where the pressure is relatively lighter. The All-Star track, on the other hand, is where the real heavy hitters go head-to-head. Lin Zixuan finished reading the 2 messages and casually replied that he would go check it out later that night. Besides the 2 of them, there was also Chenenmei, a local streamer he had met at the KTV last time. Lin Zixuan had promised to help her with this PK and had also received her message. Scrolling down further, he found messages from a certain fish platform super administrator and a user named Little Sofa addressed to himself. Yu Huang, your customized gift has been completed. To meet your previous request for gifts, the platform has increased the limit for your customized gifts to 100 at a time. We hope Yu Huang will continue to support certain fish. Upon seeing this message, Lin Zixuan's eyes flickered briefly. So that's how it works? In simple terms, before he could send a maximum of 10 super rockets at a time, but now Lin Zixuan can send 100 at once. Each one costs 2,000 yuan, so 100 of them would be 20,000 yuan. A single click is 20,000. That sounds like an astronomical figure, but for Lin Zixuan, it's nothing. The gift that Moyu customized for himself this time was also quite thoughtful. It matches their ID, moon setting in the west, with a special effect of a moon falling from the sky. Compared to the previous super rocket, it looks much more sophisticated, but this kind of thing is all superficial and doesn't have much practical value. Additionally, Xiaoxia mentioned that this event on a certain platform also features a wealthy user competition, with the first place winner receiving a mysterious grand prize from the platform. However, the specifics of the prize have not yet been disclosed. After wrapping up the live stream, Lin Zixuan stretched lazily. Messages from other WeChat contacts were still flashing on his screen. Senior, the short video I posted on Douyin went viral last time, getting hundreds of thousands of likes. Chapter 99, Xiao Shiyun's Dilemma.
The message was naturally sent by Zhang Haoyue regarding the short video they had filmed together on Douyin last time. It was the one featuring Lin Zixuan and Manhwa, which went viral on Douyin. The reason for its viral success is, of course, the 2 stars' striking good looks, which have made them the standout attraction in the small store. Upon hearing the news, Lin Zixuan smiled knowingly.
He didn't sense anything amiss. It was just a video. If others saw it, so be it. No, wait. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Lin Zixuan sat up straight. Because mentioning Douyin inevitably brings to mind one person, of course, the streamer Xiao Shiyun, whom he had met on Douyin. The other girls around Lin Zixuan could more or less accept the fact that he had many women around him, but Xiao Shiyun was completely different from them. Thinking of this, Lin Zixuan realized something was wrong and scrolled down to find Xiao Shiyun's message. Zixuan, what did you eat yesterday? Xiao Shiyun didn't explode directly, but she obviously saw the video.
Generally, videos that go viral within the same city can be seen by watching short videos frequently.
Lin Zixuan began analyzing the situation based on this information.
Xiao Shiyun must have seen the video, but instead of confronting him directly, she asked in this manner. This suggests that deep down, she was still hoping that the person in the video wasn't him, or perhaps she was waiting for him to provide a reasonable explanation.
What was Lin Zixuan thinking at that moment? Should he be honest and come clean, or just make up some excuse? As for Xiao Shiyun, the young woman, Lin Zixuan still held a certain fondness for her.
However, as a traditional old-fashioned girl, getting her to accept Lin Zixuan's current circumstances was no easy task, and it clearly required time.
Little did he expect such an incident to occur. Lin Zixuan's approach was clearly the right one.
At that moment, Xiao Shiyun was sitting on a chair in her rented room. She sits with her hands folded behind her back, resting her head on the backrest, her eyes vacant. Xiao Shiyun came across this video in the morning and immediately recognized the guy in it as Lin Zixuan. From the first time Lin Zixuan gave her 10 million, to their constant chats afterward, and then when they first met, Lin Zixuan gave her a guqin named Fengming. Xiao Shiyun naturally had feelings for Lin Zixuan, otherwise, she wouldn't have let him act so boldly. After all, Xiao Shiyun already had a 74-point affection rating.
This is no longer just about liking someone. However, Xiao Shiyun still couldn't accept the fact that Lin Zixuan had other women around him. At that moment, the door to the room opened, and the dog-headed strategist Wu Lele walked inside. Seeing Xiao Shiyun's expression, Wu Lele couldn't help but look surprised. "Shiyun, what's wrong with you? You look so listless."
Shiyun glanced at her best friend, then at the phone in her hand, eagerly awaiting a message from Lin Zixuan.
However, what she was hoping for, perhaps she didn't even know herself. "Hey, have you seen that video on Lele's Douyin? Zixian Gugu is in it."
As she said this, Xiao Shiyun's eyes flickered again. She then pulled out the video and showed it to Wu Lele. As Wu Lele watched the video, a hint of anger flashed across his face.
"What a scumbag! Shiyun, don't worry, I won't let you suffer. I'll go ask that jerk right now and find out what he's thinking."
As she spoke, Wu Lele seemed about to rush out of the room, but Shiyun grabbed her arm.
"Lele, wait a moment. What's wrong? Are you still protecting that jerk?"
Wu Lele looked at Shiyun in surprise, and Shiyun's eyes darted around.
"No way. It's just that Zixian is nice to me, and besides, we haven't even confirmed anything yet. Besides, they were just filming a video together. It could have been staged or scripted. I've seen plenty of that on Douyin live streams. Plus, that girl could be his sister, anything is possible. I think we shouldn't jump to conclusions so quickly."
Xiao Shiyun spoke with less and less conviction, her voice growing softer and softer. Wu Lele, on the other hand, widened her eyes in disbelief.
"Oh my goodness, what did I just hear? Is this really the Xiao Shiyun I know? Yes, everything you said is correct and possible, but you have no idea what really happened, do you? Shiyun, have you been completely charmed by Lin Zixuan? This scoundrel, and you're still defending her?"
Xiao Shiyun's face turned bright red, unsure of her own thoughts.
Deep down, she couldn't accept that Lin Zixuan was seeing multiple women, maybe even 3 or 4. But then she thought again. She wasn't even Lin Zixuan's girlfriend, and he was so outstanding.
It seemed normal for him to have a few more girls around him.
"Ah, Lulu, forget it. I haven't confirmed anything with brother Zixuan. Let us hear what he has to say. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding.
Zixuan is very kind to me, so we shouldn't act impulsively." After hearing Xiao Shiyun's words, Wu Lele covered her eyes.
"Sure enough, when it comes to love, girls have a 0 IQ.
It's so obvious, yet you're still defending Lin Zixuan." At that moment, Wu Lele could only let out a long sigh.
However, Xiao Shiyun was right.
Seeing Xiao Shiyun like this, persuading him to leave Lin Zixuan was impossible.
Wu Lele quickly came up with a good idea. "Shiyun, tell me the truth, do you really like Lin Zixuan?" Wu Lele suddenly asked seriously, startling Xiao Shiyun. "Do you like it?" Xiao Shiyun had thought about this question many times, and the answer was definitely yes, so she nodded. Wu Lele's smile grew even broader. "That makes things easier. Shiyun, you saw it too.
Lin Zixuan is an outstanding individual, he's sure to have beautiful women around him. Look, on the first day he watched your live stream, he already sent you 1 million. When you met him, he also gave you such an expensive gift. It's clear that he likes you too, but he just hasn't said it yet. But Shiyun, we need to seize this opportunity. Think about it in terms of looks, figure, or talent, you're no worse than those painted-up girls out there.
In my opinion, we should pretend we don't know about this.
Listen to me, we'll invite him out, and then we'll have a grand confession. This way, you two will confirm your relationship, and Lin Zixuan will stay away from those girls.
Do you think I'm right?"
Xiao Shiyun listened to this, her eyes darting around, as if she really found it quite reasonable. Even if she continued to make a scene, it wouldn't change anything. The main issue was that she had no status.
"Zixuan is so outstanding, you should establish a relationship with him sooner rather than later. That way, he'll be yours." "Alright, Lulu, I'll listen to you." Chapter 100, Picking Up Girls is a Matter of Probability.
Lin Zixuan, unaware of the conversation between the two best friends, was deep in thought, trying to figure out how to explain himself. Just as he was about to send a message, Xiao Shiyun spoke up first.
Zixuan, are you free these days? I'd like to invite you to watch a movie. Seeing the message, Lin Zixuan furrowed his brows. What the heck is going on here? I've already prepared my explanation, but what is Xiao Shiyun up to? Didn't she see the short video on Douyin?
Lin Zixuan shook his head in disbelief, but this seemed like a good thing. At least it would help him avoid unnecessary trouble, so Lin Zixuan naturally wouldn't refuse.
Alright, but I'll have to see. I seem to be a bit busy these next couple of days. I might be busy with a certain fish-related event these days, so Lin Zixuan didn't agree right away. Xiao Shiyun, alright, Zixuan, let me know in advance if you have time. Lin Zixuan looked at the obedient Xiao Shiyun and couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. However, after thinking about it for a while, he still couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to dwell on it anymore. A wise person once said, picking up girls is actually a matter of probability. If you chase one goddess, you're her dog. If you chase 100 goddesses, all 100 will be your dogs. Quantitative change can indeed lead to qualitative change. When your friend list has over 500 girls, you'll never lack girlfriends, even if you're broke and unattractive. You can still have a great time. Thick skin can overcome many things.
If you're only pursuing one person, you'll end up caught in a cycle of anxiety and self-doubt.
Did I say something wrong? Does she not want to talk to me? If I say that, will she get annoyed with me?
As time goes on, you will gradually lose control in this relationship and become a lapdog to the goddess, constantly sending messages and causing her to grow increasingly annoyed. However, when you pursue multiple people at the same time, this situation will not arise. You will alleviate the anxiety within yourself.
When a goddess ignores you, you'll just feel indifferent and can go flirt with a few others.
Just like Lin Zixuan now, he appears very composed. Such generosity, maturity, and rationality often attract girls more. Therefore, when pursuing multiple people simultaneously, not only does the likelihood of success increase, but more importantly, the anxiety within you is alleviated. In this so-called emotional relationship, you hold the absolute upper hand. You won't be like playing a game or watching TV, worrying about the NPC's affection level with a so-called progress bar. You can maintain lasting enthusiasm and affection for any girl. The chances of winning her over naturally increase. So, many guys go to strategy is to pursue several girls at the same time. When one of them shows interest where there's a high chance of success, they cut off the others. This is similar to how girls keep multiple backup options and choose the best one from among them.
It makes perfect sense.
This sounds like a classic line from some sleazy guy, but after Lin Zixuan experienced it firsthand, he realized it was the absolute truth. As for what Xiao Shiyun was thinking, he didn't even want to consider it anymore.
Why think so much?
It only increases her anxiety.
Lin Zixuan put down his phone.
At that moment, the door to the hotel room opened, and the sound of knocking could be heard.
It was the hotel staff bringing lunch for the two of them.
He Xiao seemed unable to get up. Lin Zixuan pushed the food to the side of the bed and pinched He Xiao's chest.
Eat something, little devil. Don't try to be so tough next time.
He Xiao clearly wasn't convinced. She struggled to stand up, but her legs were so weak she couldn't muster any strength. The two ate a light meal, and Lin Zixuan checked in on the others. Most people had actually noticed the viral short video on Douyin.
For example, Liang Yimo and Tianya, but the two of them behave very obediently. They know exactly what Lin Zixuan does every day.
Their goal was simply to obtain something from Lin Zixuan. How he spent his time outside was of no importance to them.
Of course, Lin Zixuan wasn't the only one troubled by this.
Manhwa was also the protagonist of this short video, but her reaction was completely different from Lin Zixuan's. This video, which resembles an official announcement, suddenly went viral, and it is worth examining why.
Of course, as the eldest daughter of the Meng family, she certainly has some influence.
Ignoring the sycophants who covet Manhwa, seeing this video leaves them disheartened.
Among them is the previously mentioned Bai Xiaohao.
Bai Xiaohao watched the video and smashed his newly purchased phone into pieces. Damn it, Bai Xiaohao had thought his plan was foolproof, but Zhao Yu had ruined it. Not only did it not affect the relationship between Manhwa and Lin Zixuan, but it even seemed to bring them closer together. Bai Xiaohao, of course, knew that if things continued this way, he would have no chance at all. As the saying goes, with a good shovel, no wall is too high to dig down. Bai Xiaohao flipped through the photos on his phone.
The photos of Lin Zixuan and Liang Yimo having dinner were clearly insufficient. Bai Xiaohao also had some ulterior motives. Damn it, his family wasn't exactly poor either. I'll hire some detectives to investigate Lin Zixuan. That scumbag, there must be plenty of evidence against him, right? After Bai Xiaohao found a new lead, he also quickly began taking action. Of course, such activities seemed to have little effect on Lin Zixuan. In the afternoon, Lin Zixuan lay in bed with He Xiao, taking a brief rest. Neither of them mentioned the wild idea again. It seemed they both needed some time to cool off. Meanwhile, on the eve of the event, the Emperor group on VX was buzzing again.
Guys, the event on a certain platform is about to start.
I've been supporting a small streamer.
I'm not expecting to rank too high, but if you happen to come across me, please go easy on me, guys.
The Emperor of a certain platform is also ranked by tier.
Many of them aren't actually that strong, but if they can rake in over $1 million in a month, they're already considered top-tier spenders. Someone like Lin Zixuan, who can easily make $1 million, is naturally among the top tier of the Emperor circle.
The news below kept scrolling constantly. Me too.
I'm the main streamer for the All-Star track this time, and it's going to cost a fortune.
But I think we're just here for the fun of it. The top spot on the rich list will probably still go to Manhwa.
Manhwa has been the top spender on a certain platform for years, so it's not an exaggeration to say that.
However, it didn't take long for counter-arguments to emerge.
This time, it was Zhang Shuntian, also known as Emperorin, who spoke up. Dream Emperor is indeed wealthy, but don't forget that Moon Emperor is also here this time.
Chapter 101, just top up $1 billion. As Emperor An's words fell, a huge commotion erupted within the Emperor's group chat. Oh, right, the Moon Emperor is here too.
He's been keeping a low profile lately.
Low-key or not, don't forget that the Moon Emperor is the one who racked up 1 million views in a single night. This event is bound to attract at least 3 or 5 million views. I think it might even reach 100 million. Yu Huang is truly a wealthy individual.
I recall that the two streamers he frequently supports are both on the new Star Trek. It seems that this time, the new Star Trek will be all about Yu Huang's performance.
Yeah.
As they were talking, someone tagged Lin Zixuan.
Lin Zixuan was originally lurking on the screen, watching the drama unfold.
When he saw someone tag him, he was speechless.
This person really doesn't know any better.
However, at this point, pretending to be dead clearly wasn't a good idea.
Guys, you're too kind. Just chip in a little, it's no big deal. Lin Zixuan casually replied.
However, such a boastful remark naturally sparked a heated discussion among everyone. Spending a little money here and there, in the eyes of the Moon Emperor, I'm really just a poor person.
From now on, I'll be the Moon Emperor's #1 fan. Right, now that you mention it, we could go support the Moon Emperor tonight. It's been ages since we went to the same live stream together. Tonight, I'm Moon Emperor's loyal follower. Wherever Moon Emperor goes, I'll follow. As for saving face, Lin Zixuan didn't really understand it.
It was almost unheard of for over 30 emperors to appear in a single person's livestream at the same time. The last time this happened was when Dream Emperor rarely spoke up, and everyone naturally gave him face. Today, Lin Zixuan didn't say a word, but everyone began to organize themselves spontaneously, also to do Lin Zixuan a favor.
Lin Zixuan didn't understand what was going on, so he simply left the Emperor's group. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the event on a certain platform officially began.
Lin Zixuan also opened the live streaming platform of a certain fish after a long time. The first thing he did, of course, was to top up his account. After obtaining the necessary permissions from a certain platform, Lin Zixuan was able to top up his account much more quickly. At that moment, inside the headquarters of a certain fish platform, all the employees were working overtime during such a major event. A young man leading the way, pacing back and forth in the office, is a manager here named Chen.
How's it going? Have they all started recharging yet? The staff from the surrounding areas also looked quite tense.
If this event goes well, they can rest assured about their revenue for the first half of the year, and possibly even the entire year. Of course, they had been preparing for this for a long time and had already contacted all the high-spending customers with the necessary resources beforehand.
It's started.
On Emperor An's side, they've already topped up 1 million, and they're still going.
It should reach 3 or 4 million. A girl spoke up first, and Chen, the supervisor, nodded heavily in agreement. No wonder he's the seasoned veteran. What about the others? The Dragon Emperor topped up 1 million.
Upon hearing the figure of 10 million, Chen, the manager, also took a deep breath. The smile on his face was almost impossible to contain.
Okay, that's not right. Where's the Moon Emperor?
Manager Chen suddenly remembered the ID Moonfall at sunset.
Such a major event, Moonfall at sunset, clearly wouldn't miss it.
Upon hearing Chen's words, Xiao Xia, who was sitting in the center, couldn't help but flash an awkward expression. Supervisor, it seems that Yu Huang hasn't logged in yet, but he said he would come in the afternoon.
Manager Chen nodded and didn't think much of it.
After all, someone of his caliber must have his own matters to attend to. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xiao Xia suddenly clapped his hands. It started. The Moon Emperor has started recharging. Upon hearing this, many people couldn't stay seated and stood up, crowding behind Xiao Xia. They wanted to see just how powerful this mysterious billionaire who had swept through a certain online platform in the past month truly was. Looking at the back-end data, the numbers associated with Moonfall at sunset keep rising steadily.
10 million! 10 million!
Xiao Xia exclaimed excitedly. This was already the highest turnover of the night, but clearly Lin Zixuan had no intention of stopping. It was still rising, he was still topping up.
2 million already.
Not long after, the figure of 20 million appeared on the back end, and the few people from a certain platform were all visibly excited. Chen, the supervisor, pushed his glasses up and clenched his fists tightly.
3 million, 3 million. Lin Zixuan's top-ups showed no signs of stopping.
Soon, he once again broke through the 50 million mark. This time, Lin Zixuan was determined to win at all costs, so he only needed to make one payment, but he prepared a little extra just in case. The few people from Moyu had already gone from excitement to shock. While 50 million may not be a significant amount for truly wealthy individuals, it is essential to consider where it is spent. If you spend 50 million on a house, that's nothing, but investing in live streaming is basically just throwing money away, and at best, you might get to date a few girls.
What kind of girl is worth 50 million?
The staff at their company, of course, know the inside scoop. So many of these emperors aren't incapable, they just don't want to invest too much here. For example, Zhang Shuntian, with a net worth of several billion, would only spend a few million on this event just for fun, and that's already a significant amount of money.
This.
Xiaoxia covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock, as the data showing the moon setting in the west finally stopped fluctuating. It finally came to a halt at 100 million.
100 million? Chen, the supervisor, let out a startled exclamation.
Lin Zixuan had topped up 100 million, which was almost half of the total transactions on a certain platform at that moment. Indeed, mass consumption can never compare to the spending power of the ultra-wealthy.
Spending $6 on one person is not the same as spending $1 billion on one person.
Manager Chen composed himself and patted Xiaoxia on the shoulder.
Xiaoxia, do a good job.
You must maintain a good relationship with Yu Huang. Such a person is the biggest VIP on our platform. Xiaoxia nodded firmly, fully understanding the importance of the matter.
On Lin Zixuan's side, he rubbed his fingers. Recharging was truly an exhausting task.
He had spent a full 10 minutes just on the recharge alone. He scrolled through his follow list and noticed that Pikachu and others had already started their live streams. Such events are naturally a race against time, and no one wants to miss out.
Lin Zixuan first clicked into Xiaoyu's livestream. This guy clearly knew better.
The ID moon setting in the west appeared in the livestream, and a smile flashed across Xiaoyu's face.
She greeted him loudly, "Welcome, Moonfall brother. I thought you'd be busy tonight, so I was ready for a scolding." Xiaoyu's words sparked a heated discussion in the livestream.
Many people had come specifically for this event, and they knew that Lin Zixuan was highly likely to appear in Xiaoyu and Pikachu's livestream.
Many were also placing bets on whether Lin Zixuan would come here first or go to Pikachu's side first. Chapter 102, Watching Streamers for Fun.
Clearly, everyone guessed correctly.
See?
I told you that even though Pikachu was the first streamer supported by the Moon Emperor.
But clearly, Xiaoyu is the real deal now. Ah, it's a pity that Pikachu, for some reason, had a falling out with the Moon Emperor earlier.
Even after things calmed down, their relationship didn't seem very good. Looking at it this way, with the Moon Emperor's support, the top spot in the new star group will undoubtedly go to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu glanced at the messages on the chat screen and couldn't help but smile to herself. Although she didn't care about the so-called main wife title, being first and second in the new star group was still very important. Xiaoyu, of course, wanted first place more than anything.
Lin Zixuan also saw the comment and casually replied. Nothing much, just came to check on you.
Xiaoyu, with a sweet smile on her face, asked Lin Zixuan tentatively.
Brother Yuluo, can I play PK?
Lin Zixuan, go ahead, if you want to play, just play. At that moment, Lin Zixuan glanced at the live stream.
On the left side of the live stream was a ranking list. Currently, the top-ranked player in the newcomer group is named Bombcat. It appears to be a female streamer in the gaming category. Despite the event having only been active for about 20 minutes, she has already received nearly 200,000 gifts. She's dominating the newcomer group. After obtaining Lin Zixuan's permission, Xiaoyu also applied to join the live stream.
Soon, the live stream screen began to flicker, and the figure of a female streamer appeared on the other side. Her ID was 3 years younger.
Hello, how are you, 3-year-old sister?
Xiaoyu was the first to greet the 3-year-old.
Xiao Sansui looked at Xiaoyu's ID and recognized her immediately. Ah, it's Sister Xiaoyu. I didn't expect you to connect with me. This is no match for me. You have the Moon Emperor by your side, but my sister doesn't have an older brother like you. The younger sister, who was 3 years younger, had obviously heard about Xiaoyu and Lin Zixuan. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu smiled faintly. It's okay, little sister. The Moon Emperor is a kind person and won't make things difficult for you. If you lose, our punishment will be lighter. Just help Yuluo by holding up a sign. Holding up a sign is something female streamers often do, so she agreed without hesitation. Xiaoyu didn't forget to ask Lin Zixuan what he thought, and Lin Zixuan simply said it was up to them. The PK officially began, and Lin Zixuan sought his own special gift. He casually clicked on it. As the moon sets in the west, I send a gift to streamer Xiaoyu for dinner, the Moon God Super Rocket 1.
As the super rocket ascended, the sky above the livestream was bathed in a soft, moonlit glow. A faint outline of a full moon gradually solidified under the moonlight, then slowly descended, forming a pristine white light curtain. As the audience watched the special effect, the live stream exploded with excitement.
Wow, what kind of gift is that? It's so cool. You don't know about this, do you?
It's a custom-made gift for emperors and nobles. I saw Dream Emperor mention it before, but it seems not every emperor has one. Clearly, the Moon Emperor's card is more powerful. This special effect seems slightly better than the Dream Emperor's.
Lin Zixuan looked at the special effect and was quite satisfied, though he thought the name was a bit cheesy. Xiao Yu smiled slightly. Although Lin Zixuan had only given her one, given her understanding of Lin Zixuan, she naturally didn't say anything more. Thank you, Yu Luoge, for the Moon God's super rocket.
The special effects are truly amazing.
The setting moon is very poetic. Lin Zixuan finished watching his special effects and officially started making money.
Shortly after, an even bigger gift special effect exploded in the livestream. As the moon set in the west, the Moon Goddess gifted the streamer Xiaoyu with a meal, along with the Moon Goddess Super Rocket 100. 100 super rockets were fired down, targeting the health bar of the younger sister, who was 3 years younger, and it was instantly wiped out by Lin Zixuan.
Lin Zixuan watched the scene unfold and let out a sigh of relief.
This was much more satisfying than the slow grinding he had been doing earlier. Not only was the health bar of the younger woman gone, but the rankings on the left side, belonging to the supernova track, were also empty.
Xiao Yu, who was still half asleep, suddenly surged to second place.
The first place was still held by the Bomb Cat, who had clearly received some gifts recently, currently at just over 200,000. However, Lin Zixuan's side has only just begun to ramp up efforts. As the moon set in the west, he gifted the streamer Xiaoyu some food, and the Moon God Super Rocket reached 100. As the moon sets in the west, a gift for streamer Xiaoyu. Time to eat? Moon God Super Rocket 100. As the moon sets in the west, a gift for streamer Xiaoyu. Time to eat? Moon God Super Rocket 100. As the moon sets in the west, a gift for streamer Xiaoyu. Time to eat? Moon God Super Rocket 100. 500 super rockets were fired in a row, landing in Xiaoyu's livestream. Xiaoyu's face was filled with excited smiles.
Thank you, Yu Luoge, for the Moon God Super Rocket. Sending you heartfelt thanks.
A super rocket with 500 shots, worth 1 million, on the younger side, looking at the data on the PK.
103-0567-3062. They're not even in the same league. The younger one is so outclassed they're practically giving up. Everyone, the Moon Emperor is way too strong here. We can't beat him.
But please help the younger one get some more votes, so I don't lose too badly. Xiao Sansui's heartfelt plea managed to slightly increase her vote count. At that moment, the live stream's chat was also constantly flooding with messages.
Wow, it's still the Moon Emperor.
He can casually fire off 500 super rockets.
That's a million. I've never even seen a million in my life. You're comparing yourself to the Moon Emperor? In my opinion, watching streamers is just for fun. We're here to watch the Moon Emperor spend money. This isn't a joke. In the live stream, there are indeed many people who are there to watch Lin Zixuan make money.
Throwing $1,000,000 around like that also propels Xiaoyu to the top of the supernova track.
The second place Bombcat now only has around 200,000 points.
At that moment, inside Bombcat's livestream, watching the rankings, Xiaoyu was almost shooting up the charts at lightning speed.
Bombcat let out a wry laugh.
The all-platform alert from the super rocket above, Bombcat naturally knew exactly what he had said.
But that's not all that leaves Bombcat speechless. Sorry, streamer, I'm off to watch the Moon Emperor spend money.
Even though you're pretty, I prefer watching the big spenders splurge.
I'm leaving. I just came to see what the first place in the supernova track looks like, but I got taken out right away.
Yeah, I thought there was a big shot around here, but compared to the Moon Emperor, I'm nothing. In the live stream, aside from a few die-hard fans, a significant portion of the audience had clicked in after seeing the rankings. Since she wasn't in first place, her popularity began to wane. Bombcat glanced at the noble rankings, where an emperor sat at the top. This was Bombcat's greatest source of confidence.
Hey, Yin Huang, take a look.
Bombcat cautiously spoke up, hoping Yin Huang would help him get a few more votes. Trying to regain some lost popularity, but the comments belonging to Yin Huang appeared, nearly causing Bombcat to faint from anger.
Chapter 103, The Emperor Arrives. Cough, cough, I'm leaving too. I'll go see the Moon Emperor's Majesty.
Bombcat hurriedly spoke up, trying to persuade the Flame Emperor to stay.
Yin Huang, wait. I'll sing you a song. Listen to it before you leave.
Before he could finish speaking, Yin Huang, who had been sitting in the VIP section, had already vanished without a trace.
Bombcat watched the scene unfold and could only sigh sadly.
Fortunately, there were still some loyal fans in the live stream supporting him, which was the only encouragement he had. But without a strong leader, it just wouldn't work. Over here, Xiaoyu's showdown had already concluded, and Lin Zixuan had only spent $1 million before deciding not to continue.
Xiaoyu won the PK and looked very happy. Thank you, Yu Luo. Brother, look, the younger one is holding up a sign for you. Even though the younger one lost, he wasn't too disappointed.
Getting to go live with such a big streamer must be helpful for him. Being able to attract some of the audience and support Lin Zixuan, of course, it should be done properly. On the part of his chest that was exposed, he wrote the name Moon setting in the west.
Lin Zixuan watched this scene and smiled slightly, regretting that the girl hadn't met the system's requirements.
Otherwise, compensating her would have been an option. After the PK ended and the connection was lost, Xiaoyu clearly intended to capitalize on the momentum.
After all, Xiaoyu was well aware that Lin Zixuan might head over to Pikachu's side.
Yu Luo, I'll continue. Lin Zixuan didn't reply, but Xiaoyu continued to start the live stream. As the camera flickered, the figure of a young girl appeared on the screen. The two women exchanged glances, and the girl on the other side gave a speechless expression. This girl was none other than the former top-ranked player on the Supernova track, Bombcat. After Yan Huang left, Bom Miao found it difficult to regain her popularity and had no choice but to try live streaming. Unbeknownst to her, she ended up going live at the same time as Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was unaware of what was happening on the other side. She still greeted her politely, "Hello, Bombcat sister."
Bombcat was already trying to disconnect.
However, the next moment, the Emperor's special effect flashed. In the VIP section, below Lin Zixuan, another figure of the Emperor appeared once more. It was none other than the Emperor Yan, who had arrived in haste. Xiaoyu never expected another Emperor to arrive here and hurriedly greeted him.
Welcome Emperor Yan to Xiaoyu's live stream.
Yan Huang glanced at the screen and looked a bit awkward.
No need to be so polite. I'm here to see the Moon Emperor.
Watching his older brother playing across the way, Bombcat grew increasingly angry. On Xiaoyu's side, she initiated a PK challenge, and Bombcat did not refuse.
Lin Zixuan remained silent, with the system's notification sound echoing in his mind. Detected, consumable items.
The ID Bombcat was familiar to Lin Zixuan. He didn't expect it to meet the system's requirements. For a game streamer to have such good looks is truly remarkable.
PK officially began.
Before Lin Zixuan could act, the special effects of the super rocket in the live stream room sounded. The PK match officially began. Before Lin Zixuan could even move, the special effects of the super rocket in the live stream started playing. Yan Huang gifted the streamer, "Xiaoyu needs to eat, Super Rocket 1. Yan Huang gifts the streamer, "Xiaoyu needs to eat, Super Rocket 1. Yan Huang here has sent 5 super rockets."
Xiaoyu's face also broke into a smile. Thank you, Yan Huang, for the super rocket. Yan Huang's bullet comments also followed shortly after. No need to be so polite. This is from the Moon Emperor.
As soon as the Yan Emperor spoke, the live stream once again erupted into heated discussion.
Wow, it's no wonder the Moon Emperor has such clout. Even the other emperors have to come and pay their respects. Yeah, I've heard of the Yan Emperor too. I think he's the boss of the Bombcat over there, right?
That's right, we just came from Bombcat's livestream. I didn't expect Yan Huang to turn against them so quickly.
Lin Zixuan naturally noticed Yan Huang's actions as well.
This guy was clearly trying to make a good impression and get himself remembered.
For such tactics, Lin Zixuan wasn't particularly opposed either. You don't hit someone who's smiling at you, do you?
Lin Zixuan had thought it would end there, but little did he know that this was just the beginning. Emperor Yan gifted the streamer, Xiaoyu couldn't wake up, and a Super Rocket 10 was sent.
Following Emperor Yan, Emperor Yan Zhang Shuntian also entered the livestream.
He was naturally much more imposing than the Yan Emperor.
Xiaoyu, on the other side, revealed a surprised expression.
She glanced at the VIP section but noticed that the IDs on the VIP seats were flashing continuously. One after another, special effects depicting emperors arriving in the livestream appeared on the screen.
What on earth am I seeing? So many emperors? 30. I think there were only around 30 emperors in that game, right? Xiaoyu is going to be a sensation now.
Over 30 emperors appearing in a single livestream. I think that only happened once last year.
This is almost all the emperors on that platform, isn't it? Oh, you don't understand.
I took a quick look, and it seems like all the emperors are here except for the Dream Emperor. Xiaoyu was already seated in the VIP section, and the 30-plus emperors were completely stunned.
However, what shocked her far more was something else entirely.
The Dragon Emperor gifted the streamer, "Xiaoyu needed to eat," and a Super Rocket 10 was sent. The Feather Emperor gifts the streamer, "Xiaoyu needs to eat, Super Rocket 10. Mo Huang gifts the streamer, "Xiaoyu needs to eat, Super Rocket 10. Sweet Emperor gifts to the streamer, "Xiaoyu needs to eat, Super Rocket 10. The special effects of the Super Rocket continuously explode in Xiaoyu's livestream. These emperors had nothing better to do, and 10 Super Rockets amounted to only 20,000 yuan, a mere trifle for them. After being shocked, Xiaoyu hurriedly thanked them as well.
Thank you all for the Super Rockets, and thank you to the Emperor brothers.
Lin Zixuan also noticed the scene in the livestream and smiled helplessly.
He hadn't understood the meaning of the Emperor group before. So that's how it was.
However, Lin Zixuan hadn't expected that all these emperors could appear in Xiaoyu's livestream at the same time. At this point, I should probably say a few words as well.
Thank you for your support, everyone. Lin Zixuan's gratitude was clearly more effective than Xiaoyu's.
One by one, the emperor's comments began to appear on the screen.
Emperor and Emperor Yu is too kind. It's just a little money. Compared to Emperor Yu, we're still far behind. Yan Huang, that's right. Moon Emperor, there's no need to be so polite. If you ever need anything in the future, just give us a shout in the group chat, and everyone will come to help. Dragon Emperor, that's right, Moon Emperor. We'll help you hold down the fort tonight.
For a moment, everyone remembered the ID moon setting in the west even more deeply. Previously, people had thought that Lin Zixuan was just a wealthy individual with some money.
Now it seems that Lin Zixuan isn't just wealthy, his connections and influence spanned the entire platform, rivaling the top influencer, Meng Huang. Although Meng Huang didn't show up today, it doesn't change anyone's perception of this ID. The bomb cat on the other side was completely stunned. With the support of Yan Huang, she had been quite confident about this event. Chapter 104, Money making still depends on the Moon Emperor. Although he knew of Lin Zixuan's existence, he at least hoped to secure some ranking for himself.
Now it seems that where he ends up depends entirely on Lin Zixuan's mood.
Yan Huang wouldn't dare to offend Lin Zixuan for his sake. Bomb Cat let out a wry smile.
The over 300 super rockets had already depleted his health bar.
Even Bomb Cat didn't even bother to struggle anymore. The PK time had already passed 5 minutes. Although these emperors helped Xiaoyu deplete the enemy's health bar, they only did so out of respect for Lin Zixuan.
They certainly couldn't skip their own share. Lin Zixuan rubbed his palms together and also clicked on the Moon God card's super hot feature. As the moon set in the west, he gifted the streamer Xiaoyu some food, and the Moon God's super rocket reached 100. As the Moon God's ultra-popular special effects exploded in the livestream, the chat comments once again erupted with excitement. As the moon sets in the west, the streamer Xiaoyu was gifted 100 super rockets from the Moon God ship. As the moon sets in the west, a gift for streamer Xiaoyu. Time to eat? Moon God's super rocket 100. As the moon sets in the west, a gift for streamer Xiaoyu. Time to eat? Moon God's super rocket 100.
Lin Zixuan fired another 500 super rockets.
One man held back the momentum of more than 30 emperors at that moment.
Yan Huang, it's still the Moon Emperor. Firing 100 super rockets at once, I've never even tried that. Dragon Emperor, yeah, I only saw the Moon Emperor's prowess in the cross-platform announcement before.
Seeing it today, I really am a poor man.
And Huang, don't mention it. We're all the same. Let's just watch quietly. Several emperors were also stunned by Lin Zixuan's boldness, but of course, Lin Zixuan's madness had not ceased.
As the moon set in the west, he gifted the streamer Xiaoyu some food, and the Moon God super rocket reached 100. As the moon sets in the west, a gift for streamer Xiaoyu. Time to eat? The Moon God super rocket 100. As the moon sets in the west, a gift for streamer Xiaoyu. Time to eat? Moon God super rocket 100. 1,000 Moon God rockets blasted off, hovering at the top of the live stream, overshadowing all the gifts previously given by the emperors. 2 million were casually thrown in, and Xiaoyu's energy value surged to the top of the supernova rankings with an overwhelming advantage.
Thanks to you, Luo Gugu, for the Moon God super rocket.
Xiaoyu expressed her gratitude. At that moment, Xiaoyu was as happy as could be. Earlier, meeting Lin Zixuan in person was a gamble, and now it was time to reap the rewards. Even if I don't win first place in this supernova competition, the buzz generated by having over 30 emperors present at the same time will definitely propel me into the ranks of top-tier streamers. Even if I don't have the same level of popularity as those veteran streamers, I still have a very bright future ahead of me.
All of this is thanks to Lin Zixuan.
As expected, when it comes to making money, you have to look to the Moon Emperor.
Yeah, I might be sick.
I used to watch a certain platform every day, watching beautiful women dance, but now I just like watching the Moon Emperor spend money.
It doesn't even seem like they're spending real money, it's just numbers.
With a single tap of the finger, 1 million or 2 is gone in an instant.
Indeed, the Moon Emperor is the emperor among emperors, a figure we can only look up to.
Lin Zixuan unleashed 1,000 super rockets, and the outcome of the showdown was a foregone conclusion. Bombcat's face was already grim, though he forced out a smile. However, anyone could tell that his mood was far from good.
The 10-minute showdown ended quickly, and the outcome was obvious. Bombcat didn't even stand a chance against Xiaoyu.
Xiaoyu forced a polite smile. Bombcat sister, if you lose, please hold up a sign for you, a Luo brother as well.
Bombcat forced a smile and was just about to respond.
The special effects of the super rocket sounded again. As the moon sets in the west, the Moon Goddess Super Rocket 100 sends a bomb to the streamer. These 100 super rockets crashing down left most people speechless.
Oh my gosh, did the Moon Goddess accidentally send them to the wrong place? What are you talking about? There's no such thing as sending the wrong person. The Moon Goddess always gives medical expenses when she starts a PK.
Generally, if you beat someone too badly, you should compensate the other side. However, I haven't seen the moon goddess pay medical expenses in a long time, so it seems to depend on the person. Looking at the comments, Lin Zixuan's lips twitched slightly. The medical expenses were definitely being split among people. If he used his own money to pay for others, he'd be using his own hard-earned cash. This was going to cost money, and Lin Zixuan felt a pang of regret. Bombcat was also caught up in this misplaced affection, feeling dazed and confused. Despite initially resisting, a smile eventually appeared on its face. Thanks to the Moon Emperor's super rocket. I'll get ready right away. Moon Emperor, please wait a moment. Money really does make the world go round. That saying is spot on. It wasn't just Bombcat who was moved, Yin Huang was too. In Yin Huang's heart, he naturally didn't believe in any medical expenses. In his view, it must be Lin Zixuan who knows that this Bombcat is the streamer he supports. That's why he spent 100 super rockets, just to repay a favor to him. Yin Huang felt deeply grateful. Yu Huang really knew how to get things done. He would have to cultivate a good relationship with Yu Huang from now on. Of course, Lin Zixuan was unaware of any of this. It was simply because Bombcat had fulfilled the system's requirements, so he casually did a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit. When Bombcat returned, she had even changed into a revealingly short skirt. Above it, in large letters, was the ID moon sets in the west. I love you, Moon Emperor. Bombcat used both hands to trace a little heart on the words written on her chest. Lin Zixuan also smiled slightly. The live stream had come to an end. Next, Lin Zixuan helped Xiaoyu win 2 more PK matches. After finishing, Lin Zixuan quietly left Xiaoyu's livestream and checked the back end, where he indeed found the contact information for Bombcat. You can never have too many tools, so Lin Zixuan added him as well. It seemed to have been approved quickly on the other side, but Lin Zixuan didn't bother to check. Instead, he turned around and went to Pikachu's livestream. The event had already been underway for over an hour. Pikachu's performance has also been quite decent. After all, he had managed to accumulate a small following with the help of Lin Zixuan earlier. Currently, it is ranked around the 20th position in the Supernova track. However, since Lin Zixuan launched his first super rocket, the rhythm on the comments section never stopped. See? I told you Pikachu was out of favor. The Moon Emperor has indeed gone to Xiao Yu's side. Let's go, don't wait here. The Moon Emperor probably won't come. Oh well, what a shame. Moon Emperor used to love Pikachu so much, even spending $1 million on her in one night. Now she's not even as good as Xiao Yu. Without Yu Huang's help, I doubt Pikachu would even make it into the top 100 this time. Well, it's not that bad. I feel like the Moon Emperor will still come. But this time, first place will probably go to Xiao Yu. Chapter 105, Pikachu's Water Army. Need I say more? Didn't you see above? It's already over 6 million points. This is just the first day of the preliminary round, and it's still the Moon Emperor. Watching the live stream, Pikachu couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed by the comments setting the tone. She didn't know where she fell short compared to Xiao Yu. Wasn't it just because she was naive back then and didn't go find Lin Zixuan earlier? Later, she didn't go either, and ended up giving her precious first time to Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan, that guy, was actually helping Xiao Yu in a PK at this very moment. Unconsciously, it seems like Pikachu has been swayed by the haters. Pikachu wouldn't understand being sensible is the greatest virtue. It's over. We won't wait any longer, the Moon Emperor won't come. Let's go check on Xiao Yu. It seems like over 30 emperors are gathered around him. Such a spectacular scene, I've never seen anything like it before. I must go take a look. As the live stream's viewership began to slowly dwindle, Pikachu watched the scene unfold, looking utterly helpless but unable to say anything directly. He could only pick up his phone and send 2 messages to Lin Zixuan, but at that moment, Lin Zixuan wasn't even looking at his phone. Pikachu was increasingly speechless. He asked the moderator to ban some people who were stirring up trouble, and even began to wonder if Xiao Yu had hired some online trolls to cause trouble here. Even if it wasn't Xiao Yu, it must have been their guild. Lin Zixuan didn't really understand the ins and outs of live streaming, but he knew that there was indeed a strong rivalry between Xiao Yu and Pikachu's fans. Lin Zixuan didn't really understand the ins and outs of live streaming, but there was indeed a strong rivalry between Xiao Yu and Pikachu's fans. At that moment, Lin Zixuan left Xiao Yu's livestream and came over to Pikachu's place. After all, he had promised the girl, so he couldn't possibly forget her. When Pikachu was feeling restless, he glanced at the screen and immediately broke into a delighted smile. The special effects belonging to the Emperor flashed, and Lin Zixuan also entered the livestream. Welcome, Yu Luo Gu. I thought you were going to stay with Xiao Yu, but you came after all? Pikachu's words carried a hint of jealousy. Lin Zixuan also tapped the chat box twice. What are you talking about? Let's have a PK match. I'll help you. Lin Zixuan's casual remark was filled with confidence, and Pikachu also let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lin Zixuan hadn't forgotten his own intentions. Quickly clicked to connect the live stream.
A lot of viewers have already left, and he needs Lin Zixuan's help to bring them back. Otherwise, you'll be out of the running for the Supernova competition. The live stream began, and the first lucky contestant took the stage. Lin Zixuan didn't even get a clear look at her face. She was just someone who didn't meet the system's requirements. Lin Zixuan then resumed his money-making efforts. As the moon set in the west, he gifted the streamer a Westlake Pikachu and a Moon God Super Rocket 100. As the moon sets in the west, the streamer is gifted a Westlake Pikachu and a Moon God Super Rocket 100. As the moon sets in the west, the streamer is gifted a Westlake Pikachu and a Moon God Super Rocket 100. 500 super rockets have landed. The special effects of the Moon Goddess Super Rocket filled the live stream. Pikachu, seeing this scene, couldn't help but smile for the first time in a long while and quickly thanked Lin Zixuan. Thank you, you Luo Gugu, for the Moon God Super Rocket. Meanwhile, some of the viewers who had previously left the livestream returned after seeing the special effects of Lin Zixuan's Super Rocket. Wow, isn't that Moon Goddess? She was just over at Xiaoyu's place, and now she's here with Pikachu. See? I told you the Moon Goddess wouldn't forget Pikachu. She was bound to show up sooner or later. All those superficial people out there are just after your money. Only Pikachu truly loves you. Moon Goddess, you need to think this through. Hey, you up there, I advise you to shut up. Haven't you seen that the current top spot in the Supernova track is still held by Xiaoyu? Yushin is just here to check in and take a look at her harem. In reality, the main wife is still Xiaoyu. The comments on both sides erupted into a heated argument, with fans from both sides engaging in a fierce debate that couldn't be resolved. After sending 500 super rockets, Lin Zixuan temporarily stopped. He also noticed the comments in the chat and furrowed his brows slightly. Lin Zixuan didn't think much of it and went over to Xiaoyu first. Xiaoyu had been behaving well lately, and she was the first to come over for a meetup. He never expected it to cause such a big commotion. What kind of people are these? They're just watching a live stream and getting bored out of their minds. This is no different from those CP fans who randomly ship couples. Of course, Lin Zixuan didn't bother to explain anything at that moment. Such things are pointless to explain. On Pikachu's side, they managed to contain the spread of the comments to some extent. The moderators should just ban those who are stirring things up. I'm good friends with Xiaoyu, so everyone should stop talking nonsense. Pikachu's words calmed things down a lot in the comments. It also won over a lot of casual viewers. It's simple, with so many paid commenters stirring things up here, you can still say something like good sisters. How generous of you. See? It's still Pikachu. How generous. Xiaoyu can't compare to our Pikachu in any way. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll block you all. Pikachu quickly changed the subject. You Luo, do you want to hear a song? I'll sing one for you. Lin Zixuan finally remembered that Pikachu was a singing streamer. The one who had wanted to live in a small house with you had left quite an impression on Lin Zixuan. However, he hadn't heard Pikachu sing in a long time, and had begun to forget about it. Alright, let's hear what you're good at. Pikachu saw the comment and cleared his throat. Then, a gentle voice sounded again. My paper airplane, fly, fly, fly to the edge of the reed marsh. It must be said that Pikachu's voice is perfect for singing such songs, blending melancholy with a touch of tenderness. It's like the most beautiful moonlight in the midst of summer. Lin Zixuan wasn't holding back either, unleashing a series of super rocket effects that exploded one after another. As the moon set in the west, the streamer was gifted a Westlake Pikachu, along with the Moon Goddess class Super Rocket 100. As the moon sets in the west, the streamer is gifted a Westlake Pikachu and a Moon God Super Rocket 100. As the moon sets in the west, the streamer is gifted a Westlake Pikachu and a Moon God Super Rocket 100. As a paper airplane song plays, everyone in the live stream is captivated by the gentle voice. When it comes to talent alone, Pikachu definitely outshines Xiaoyu. Most of the traffic Lin Zixuan brings in is still dependent on their own abilities and how many people they can retain. How gentle. I think I'm falling in love again. Yeah, it's like going back to school days. Host, one more. The tone of the comments in the live stream suddenly shifted. Pikachu managed to restore his image in the eyes of the general public with just one song. Watching the shift in the comments, Pikachu also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. If this had continued, there would have been a real problem. Lin Zixuan also tapped on the chat screen. Let's keep the live stream going. You just sing, I'll handle the rest. There's no such thing as losing. Chapter 106, Healing Melodies. With Lin Zixuan's assurance, Pikachu here also let out a smile. After clicking the live streaming button, with Lin Zixuan in charge, it didn't really matter who the live stream connected to. Pikachu's data on the new star chart also began to skyrocket. As the live stream officially began, the special effects of Lin Zixuan's Moon God Super Rocket also erupted in the live stream. As the moon sets in the west, the host is gifted a Westlake Pikachu and 100 Moon God Super Rockets. As the moon sets in the west, the host is gifted a Westlake Pikachu and 100 Moon God Super Rockets.
As the moon sets in the west, I'm giving away a Westlake Pikachu and a Moon God Super Rocket 100 to the streamer.
500 super rockets were launched, and the enemy couldn't even put up a fight.
Pikachu's gentle voice echoed throughout the livestream. This soothing melody improved Pikachu's popularity among passers-by. The inappropriate comments and trolls in the livestream were also banned in batches and were eventually overwhelmed by a flood of comments, with only occasional scattered messages visible.
Lin Zixuan looked at the situation and nodded in satisfaction.
After helping Pikachu win several battles, Lin Zixuan didn't shortchange Pikachu and still gave her 5 million in gifts.
To date, Lin Zixuan has spent 10 million, giving Xiaoyu 5 million and Pikachu 5 million.
Although Lin Zixuan has spent the same amount, according to the current data on the new star chart, Xiaoyu is still slightly ahead, having reached nearly 7 million points. Among them, a certain user with over 30 Emperor titles has spent around 700,000 to 800,000. The remaining votes were from casual fans supporting Xiaoyu, totaling approximately 1 million. Some of these votes also come from her guild members, who have contributed small gifts, things like glow sticks that cost just a few cents each.
While these individual contributions may not be significant, they add up over time.
In comparison, Pikachu's current score is just over 6 million, which is a bit lower than Xiaoyu's.
After finishing the gifts, Lin Zixuan listened to Pikachu sing another song, and it was already past 10 o'clock at night.
After saying goodbye to Pikachu, he also exited Pikachu's livestream. He checked his phone and saw that Chen and Mei had also sent him a message. With this girl, it could only be considered a transaction, but since he had agreed, Lin Zixuan didn't go back on his word. Upon arriving at Chen and Mei's livestream, her username was "Today I Must Look Beautiful." She chose a username that sounds very girly. The Chen and Mei in the camera was almost identical to the one I saw at the KTV last time, wearing slightly formal attire, which was quite different from the explicit style of most streamers.
Lin Zixuan's entrance naturally sparked a heated discussion in the chat. Ha! The moon is setting in the west, isn't that the Moon Emperor? I didn't expect the Moon Emperor to be here. Wow, it really is the Moon Emperor. The VIP list can't be lying, can it?
The Moon Emperor has arrived.
It looks like Xiao Mei is going to become famous too.
Chen and Mei naturally noticed Lin Zixuan and greeted him with a smile.
Welcome, Moon Emperor.
The last deal at the KTV was definitely worth it for Chen and Mei, and both she and Lin Zixuan were in Seoul.
Chen and Mei knew that she had met Lin Zixuan relatively late, so she couldn't compare to Xiaoyu and Pikachu for now. However, she was currently in Seoul, and as the saying goes, those who are close to the water get the moon first. She believed she would have plenty of opportunities in the future. As long as she could build a good relationship with Lin Zixuan, what else could she possibly want? After Lin Zixuan arrived, he didn't waste any time, as it was already quite late. He quickly clicked the Super Rocket button, triggering the Super Rocket special effects, which exploded one after another. As the moon sets in the west, we're giving away the Moon Goddess Super Rocket 100 to make the streamer look fabulous today. As the moon sets in the west, the host is still looking fabulous today. Here's the Moon Goddess Super Rocket 100.
As the moon sets in the west, we're giving away the Moon Goddess Super Rocket 100 to the streamer today. Stay beautiful. Lin Zixuan quickly sent 500 super rockets, but showed no signs of stopping. The number of super rockets continued to rise, and the chat messages and heat in the livestream also began to climb steadily.
Wow, it's still the Moon Emperor. He's ruthless and doesn't say much. He just shows up and starts spending money. Come on, I've never seen the Moon Emperor just give money to anyone like that. I think Chen and Mei and the Moon Emperor probably already know each other. Wow, the person above is right. I remember now. Chen and Mei and Yu Huang seem to be from Hanchang. I heard someone mention it before. No way, no way. No wonder Yu Huang came here.
The tone of the comments began to shift, but Chen and Mei showed no intention of explaining.
She desperately needed the attention Lin Zixuan was bringing her.
It doesn't matter if they're CP fans or haters, as long as her traffic and buzz keep rising, there will eventually be opportunities to monetize it. The more misunderstood these people are, the better. On Lin Zixuan's side, he quickly sent gifts, and soon sent 2,000 super rockets. A total of 4 million gifts were showered into the livestream, and Chen and Mei's data had risen to third place on the new star chart.
Chen and Mei remained calm, giving off the impression that she had known all along that Lin Zixuan would come to spend money. This only served to reinforce everyone's suspicions. Once Lin Zixuan stopped swiping through the gifts, Chen and Mei finally thanked him. Thank you for the super rocket, Moon Emperor. Are you still awake this late? Doesn't he fear that the beauty by his side is growing impatient? Chen and Mei joked, and Lin Zixuan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile. This woman is quite cunning. What seemed like a casual joke gave the impression that the two of them were on good terms. In this era where popularity reigned supreme, it was bound to spark a lot of buzz. Sure enough, the comments started flooding in. See, Xiao Mei and Yu Huang are indeed close. I don't think Pikachu and Xiaoyu dare to joke around with Yu Huang like that. However, the Moon Emperor's life is indeed something we envy. He probably made over $1 million in one night.
Now he's probably living in a big villa, sipping red wine, surrounded by beautiful women.
If I could be the Moon Emperor's subordinate in this lifetime, I would be content. Moon sets in the east, get lost. I'm the Moon Emperor's #1 fan. There's no place for you here.
If you want to join the Moon Emperor's fan club, come find me for approval.
Seeing this ID, Lin Zixuan was also taken aback.
He didn't expect that a high-quality imitation of moon setting in the west had already appeared. In fact, it wasn't just moon setting in the west, there were also moon setting in the east, moon setting in the north, and moon setting in the south. There's also an ID with an extremely similar name, moon setting in the west at dawn, which has already become widespread on Douyu. However, due to Lin Zixuan's unique Emperor Noble style, it is nearly impossible to replicate, and everyone can easily distinguish it from others. There are just a few overly enthusiastic fans, and as for the so-called fan club, Lin Zixuan himself is unaware of it. Lin Zixuan glanced at them for a moment before losing interest and quickly typed a comment in the chat.
I'm going to sleep now. You go ahead with the live stream. See you later. Chapter 107, Master Pang.
After posting this comment, Lin Zixuan ignored what happened next and immediately exited the livestream.
The top 3 in the Supernova track at present.
First place, Xiaoyu Needs to Eat, with 7,334,571 points.
Second place, Westlake Pikachu, 6,673,454 points.
Third place, Today I'll Be Beautiful Too, with 4,011,932 points. The top 3 were all created by Lin Zixuan, with Pikachu and Xiaoyu each receiving 5 million from Lin Zixuan, thanks to the support of casual fans and other guilds. The scores are continuously improving. As for Chen and Mei, her other income appears to be relatively low, with only 4 million from Lin Zixuan's donations.
After spending the entire night sending gifts, Lin Zixuan felt a bit tired and stretched lazily.
He Xiao, sitting beside him, looked at Lin Zixuan with a hint of allure. Lin Zixuan, seeing this, felt aroused and reached out to embrace He Xiao's body. He Xiao let out a muffled groan. Seeing Lin Zixuan about to pounce, he immediately shielded his own body. It seemed like he was genuinely a bit scared.
Lin Zixuan smiled slightly upon seeing this.
After just scaring He Xiao a little, he lay down beside her.
As long as you know you were wrong, we'll see if you dare to tease me like that again next time.
I swear, last night it was really He Xiao who initiated it, and it had nothing to do with Lin Zixuan.
In Lin Zixuan's mind, he clearly thought that was the case.
He Xiao's eyes also held a trace of fear, but as she recalled last night's events, a faint blush spread across her delicate face. He Xiao's affection level 5. Upon hearing the long-awaited system notification sound, Lin Zixuan also paused for a moment. This girl's favorability rating hadn't changed in a long time. She does love money, but many girls like her, including Yang Xianxian, after spending a large sum of money, their affection levels would stop rising. It seemed that besides money, there was something else needed. To meet certain requirements later on, such as being particularly strong in that area, there's no doubt about it, this is definitely an advantage. Little devil, go to bed early. Lin Zixuan patted He Xiao on the head, and He Xiao nodded heavily in response. Before going to bed, Lin Zixuan checked his phone and was surprised to receive a message. Shu see you, Mr. Lin, Master Pang will arrive in Seoul tomorrow.
Is Mr. Lin available tomorrow to complete the custom-made clothing you purchased at the auction?
Upon seeing this message, Lin Zixuan suddenly remembered that the final item at the charity auction had been Master Pang's custom-made hanfu attire. At the time, it was said to take half a month, and now that the time had passed, it was indeed about right. If Chu Siyu hadn't reminded him, he would have completely forgotten about it. Lin Zixuan glanced at the time. There didn't seem to be much to do tomorrow, and this item was worth tens of millions.
He couldn't just throw it away, but Lin Zixuan also couldn't use it himself.
The reason was simple: if he used it, he'd have to pay for it. Right now, he only has over 5 million, and besides, he is a grown man. What's the point of wearing such expensive clothes? By now, Lin Zixuan is considered quite wealthy, yet he rarely takes the time to dress up properly. Some people, simply by standing there, exude an aura that can attract many people, such as our approachable Mr. Ma.
Appearance isn't that important, especially since Lin Zixuan is also a well-known heartthrob.
If you're not going to use it yourself, it's obviously meant for other girls. Lin Zixuan thought about it and decided that the best choice was still Xiao Shiyun, as she already loved this kind of traditional Chinese clothing. Additionally, Xiao Shiyun seemed a bit unhappy today, saying she had invited him out to play. Plus, Xiao Shiyun's current affection level has reached 74 points. With this custom-made hanfu outfit, some sweet words, and a tight hug, if that doesn't work, maybe some physical contact would help.
The two of them should be able to take things further without much effort.
After thinking it through, Lin Zixuan also took out his phone and sent a message to Xiao Shiyun.
Xiao Shiyun, are you free tomorrow? I'd like to take you somewhere.
At that moment, Xiao Shiyun was lying in her room, hugging a small teddy bear, thinking about how to confess her feelings to Lin Zixuan. However, Lin Zixuan had rejected her invitation today, leaving Xiao Shiyun deeply distressed.
Just as she was at a loss for what to do, Lin Zixuan's message happened to come through.
Xiao Shiyun perked up immediately and hurriedly replied.
Sure, Zixuan, I'm free tomorrow.
No classes, no classes.
How could I not have classes every day? There is nothing in this world that absolutely must be done.
Before doing anything, people always rank it according to importance.
For example, spending time with family is ranked first. When your partner asks you to go out, you would tell them, I have to go out to eat with my family today. A lot of the time, it's not that you're busy, it's just not a priority. Compared to Lin Zixuan, these courses are nothing.
Lin Zixuan had already planned to put his phone aside and go to sleep, but to his surprise, Xiao Shiyun replied instantly.
He curiously asked, little girl, why aren't you asleep yet? Xiao Shiyun looked at the message and quickly tapped on it. Ah, I was thinking about you.
However, this message was not sent but deleted by Xiao Shiyun.
Saying it like that might not be appropriate. Oh my, how embarrassing. In the end, Xiao Shiyun only responded with a faint reply. I'm not feeling too tired today. Lin Zixuan, alright, go to bed early.
I'll pick you up downstairs at your apartment complex tomorrow.
Xiao Shiyun, alright, Zixuan, I'll rest now. After finishing their conversation, Lin Zixuan yawned.
Holding He Zhao's body, he soon fell into a deep sleep. On this side, Xiao Shiyun seemed to be tossing and turning all night. Her mind was filled with thoughts of how to confess her feelings, searching for short videos on Douyin and watching scenes where others confess their love.
I kept thinking, would Zixuan be willing to be my boyfriend?
Having never experienced such a thing, Xiao Shiyun naturally didn't know the answer, but she didn't think she was that bad either.
Maybe there was still a chance, right? Lin Zixuan was unaware of Xiao Shiyun's thoughts. The next morning,
when He Xiao got up, the noise was so loud that it woke Lin Zixuan. Today, He Xiao also needed to go back and pack. She was flying out of Seoul that evening, and the interval between flights was usually just 2 or 3 days.
Lin Zixuan glanced at the time. It was just after 8 in the morning.
After He Xiao left, he also tidied up briefly. He asked if Xiao Shiyun had woken up yet. Then he drove toward the building where Xiao Shiyun lived. The car sped off and arrived at the destination. From a distance, Lin Zixuan spotted a graceful figure who seemed to be holding something in her hand.
Chapter 108, Xiao Shiyun's Confession.
Today, Xiao Shiyun wore a snow-white hanfu, her delicate features adorned with a white veil.
She exudes an ethereal, otherworldly charm.
However, the ethereal expression on her face was tinged with a hint of tension, and her 2 small hands were tucked behind her back, as if she were holding something.
As Lin Zixuan's 911 grew closer, Xiao Shiyun took a deep breath.
Behind her was a bouquet of blooming roses, looking exquisitely beautiful. Xiao Shiyun watched confession videos all night last night, but most of them were guys confessing to girls, so she really didn't have much experience. Fortunately, she had a trusted advisor by her side.
As Wu Lele said, for many men, the first bouquet they receive in their lifetime is at their own grave.
Giving flowers is undoubtedly the most effective and meaningful thing one can do. Then take the opportunity to confess your feelings. There's no need for elaborate words, it should go smoothly. On Lin Zixuan's side, he drove and parked not far from Xiao Shiyun.
He rolled down the window and waved at Xiao Shiyun, hey, get in.
Hearing Lin Zixuan's voice, Xiao Shiyun took a deep breath and calmed her restless heart. She walked slowly to the car door but did not reach out to open it. Instead, he clutched the roses behind him tightly.
Lin Zixuan listened to the car stereo and noticed Xiao Shiyun's unusual behavior. He lowered his head and glanced out the window. Hey, girl, what are you doing? Get in the car. What's going on? Are you feeling unwell? Xiao Shiyun was so nervous that her breathing became rapid. Oh my god, I've never even held a guy's hand before. I have absolutely no experience with this kind of thing.
Wu Lele, who was peering through the window above, watched the scene unfold and covered her face with her hands. There was nothing she could do, so she leaned forward and shouted loudly through the window. Lin Zixuan, she has a gift for you. Wu Lele's voice was loud and clear, echoing throughout the neighborhood.
Lin Zixuan looked up in surprise.
He also recognized the source of the voice.
Could there be a gift for him? Seeing Xiao Shiyun like this, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but flash a playful smile.
Xiao Shiyun, however, was completely flustered by her best friend's angry outburst and had no way out of the situation.
What gift? Let me see.
Lin Zixuan extended a hand, and Xiao Shiyun let out a helpless sigh. She opened the car door with one hand and handed the rose to Lin Zixuan.
Here, for you. Lin Zixuan saw the rose and was also taken aback. Actually, Wu Lele was right about this.
In a girl's eyes, flowers are the cheapest and most useless things. I don't know when it started, but what once symbolized romance has become a symbol of cheapness and uselessness in the eyes of girls.
Yet no one seems to care about the sense of ceremony that boys value. Many men spend their entire lives giving countless bouquets of flowers, yet they never receive even a single one in return. Is this for me? Lin Zixuan asked again, and Xiao Shiyun nodded firmly.
Her face had turned completely red, but Lin Zixuan didn't refuse and reached out to take the rose.
He placed it under his nose and took a gentle sniff.
The faint scent of roses seemed to carry the warmth of Xiao Shiyun's palm, adding a unique charm. Seeing that Lin Zixuan seemed to like this item very much, Xiao Shiyun's heart began to struggle. He seemed to really like the flowers I gave him. According to Lulu, this was the perfect opportunity to confess her feelings.
Should I speak up? No, I'm too shy. What if he rejects me? Will we even be friends anymore?
Xiao Shiyun looked at Lin Zixuan, finally gathering the courage to speak, as if she had made up her mind.
Zixuan, my brother. That's very thoughtful of you. Actually, I also prepared a gift for you today, but we'll have to wait until we get there to talk about it.
Both spoke at the same time, and Xiao Shiyun's words were cut off by Lin Zixuan. After saying this, Lin Zixuan placed the rose in front of himself. He looked at Xiao Shiyun with a puzzled expression.
What did you just say?
Xiao Shiyun had made up her mind, but after being interrupted by Lin Zixuan, she couldn't bring herself to say it.
Turns out brother Zixuan also prepared a gift for me. Maybe we should talk about it later? It's okay. I just wanted to ask if you like it.
Yes, I like it.
Lin Zixuan didn't think much of it and waved his hand in response.
Alright, get in the car, girl.
We should be on our way. That old man seems to be arriving soon, doesn't he? Xiao Shiyun got into the car at Lin Zixuan's urging. Lin Zixuan didn't notice anything unusual. The girl was usually quite reserved and shy. Today, the roses made Lin Zixuan feel a rare sense of ceremony.
Fortunately, he had also prepared a gift. After all, it's customary to exchange gifts, even if their value differs.
However, Xiao Shiyun always seems to return a gift of equal value in return.
The perfume pouch from last time and the roses this time, to be honest, they are indeed quite inexpensive, but they all hold special meaning. The vehicle sped toward the location of the previous auction, which was in the suburbs.
There was still some distance to go.
Xiao Shiyun sat in the passenger seat, her hands constantly rubbing together.
At that moment, she began to regret it again. Why hadn't she been braver just now? Now the opportunity is gone. When should I speak up? But Xian, you said you were giving it to me as a gift, so you must still have it in mind for yourself, right? That girl from Douyin last time seemed pretty cute too. Maybe she's really just his sister.
Xiao Shiyun started a round of self-brainwashing, saying that girls in love have an IQ of 0. Lin Zixuan was fully focused on driving and didn't notice Xiao Shiyun's unusual behavior beside him. Upon arriving at their destination, Lin Zixuan saw a beautiful woman in a cheongsam standing at the entrance. It was none other than the auctioneer from last time, Xu Siyu.
Lin Zixuan and Xiao Shiyun got out of the car together. Xu Siyu, wearing high heels, walked slowly toward Lin Zixuan. She bowed slightly and greeted him with a smile. Mr. Lin, you're here. Master Pang will be here shortly. Please come in first. It seems the old man hasn't arrived yet, so Lin Zixuan didn't say much else. Accompanied by Xiao Shiyun, they entered the venue behind them.
Under Xu Siyu's guidance, the two arrived at a private meeting room. The lounge was elegantly decorated, and they sat down on the sofa.
Xu Siyu bowed and poured a cup of clear tea for the two of them.
She whispered gently, Mr. Lin, you can also think about what style of clothing you'd like now. We can discuss it with Master Pang later. This time, Master Pang won't be staying long, he's here specifically for Mr. Lin. Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan nodded silently, choosing to ignore the latter half of the statement.
What kind of master? I paid you to do a job for me, and now you want me to owe you a favor? Chapter 109, The Perfect Figure.
Lin Zixuan glanced at Xiao Shiyun beside him and whispered teasingly.
What style of hanfu do you like?
Xiao Shiyun was already nervous, and upon hearing Lin Zixuan's question, she paused for a moment.
She let out a sound, huh? Hanfu? Seeing Xiao Shiyun's adorable expression, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but smile softly.
Xu Siyu, standing beside him, looked at Xiao Shiyun with a touch of envy in her eyes. From the very beginning, Xu Siyu had noticed Xiao Shiyun. Her stunning beauty was truly captivating to both men and women.
Mr. Lin truly had excellent taste.
Upon hearing Lin Zixuan's inquiry, he had already guessed that the hanfu outfit was intended as a gift for Xiao Shiyun.
This is worth tens of millions. To just give it away like that.
Madam, Mr. Lin recently purchased a custom-made hanfu from Master Pang at our store. Master Pang is already on his way here, so it seems that Mr. Lin intends to give it to you.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Shiyun's mind went blank. As an enthusiast of the ancient style circle, Xiao Shiyun naturally knew the name of Master Pang. Earlier, when she overheard their conversation, Xiao Shiyun didn't pay much attention, but now that Xu Siyu explained it, she understood. Xiao Shiyun finally understood what was going on. Is this the Master Pang I know?
Xu Siyu nodded silently, while Xiao Shiyun stood up directly. She seemed a bit at a loss for words.
No. It's too expensive.
I heard that Master Pang rarely makes clothes for people anymore.
Zixuan brother, this is truly too valuable.
I don't even know how to return the Phoenix song from last time to my brother.
This, I really can't accept it.
Looking at the girl, who was nervous and awkward, Lin Zixuan shook his head gently. He reached out and grabbed Xiao Shiyun's small hand, pulling her forcefully into his embrace. Xiao Shiyun let out a startled cry, trying to struggle, but was held down on the sofa by Lin Zixuan. Glancing up, she saw a faint gleam in Lin Zixuan's eyes. Alright, young lady, you also gave me a gift, so it's only fair that I return the favor. Take this. I don't really wear hanfu, so it's perfect for you. Just like the Fengming back then, it's meant for the right person to truly appreciate its value. Their faces were almost touching. As Lin Zixuan spoke, his hot breath brushed against Xiao Shiyun's face. This caused Xiao Shiyun's fair face to flush with a few more shades of crimson. She glanced at Lin Zixuan cautiously. Her heart was racing. Oh my goodness, what should I do? Last time, Fengming asked me to kiss him twice. How should I repay him this time? I hope it doesn't mean we have to do that kind of thing. Thinking of this, Xiao Shiyun's expression grew even more alluring. Zixuan must still like me, otherwise why would he contact me and send me such an expensive gift? Could it really be like Lulu said, that I need to take the initiative? Is Zixian also waiting for me to confess my feelings? Xiao Shiyun's mind began to ponder endlessly. Lin Zixuan looked at Xiao Shiyun's pink little face and couldn't resist pinching it. Their slightly flirtatious gestures caused Chu Siyu, who was standing nearby, to cover her mouth and giggle softly. She also took a couple of steps back, giving the two some space. Zixuan, this isn't quite right. After a long time, Xiao Shiyun finally responded with a single sentence. Lin Zixuan shook his head firmly. Enough, stop wasting time. Just take what I'm giving you. There's no need for all that. Listening to Lin Zixuan's slightly domineering words, Xiao Shiyun's breathing grew more hurried. At that moment, a soft knock sounded at the door. Chu Siyu walked forward and opened the door to the room. A man in his 40s or 50s walked in. The man was holding a toolbox in his hand, and his appearance exuded a craftsman's aura. A pair of small eyes peered through his glasses, giving Lin Zixuan and the other a quick glance. Master Pang, you're here. Lin Zixuan's gaze also fell on Master Pang. Upon seeing the two of them, Master Pang's expression clearly changed. Gone was the previous stern expression. As a handmade artist, Master Pang, of course, also selects his clients. Before they arrive, Master Pang has already made all the necessary preparations. What if the client turned out to be a burly man weighing over 200 pounds? How would he design a hanfu outfit that wouldn't ruin his reputation? After all, any outfit should be worn by someone who fits it properly. Otherwise, those shops wouldn't need models. A smile appeared on Master Pang's face. He stepped forward and extended his hand. This must be Mr. Lin. What a handsome man. My name is Peng Fan. It is a pleasure to meet you. Lin Zixuan and Peng Fan shook hands lightly. Master Peng is too kind. I have long admired your reputation. Peng Fan sat across from Lin Zixuan and placed his toolbox to the side. He glanced at the two of them. Mr. Lin, I won't beat around the bush. I've come here today specifically to tailor-make a suit for you. Mr. Lin, I won't beat around the bush. I've come here specifically to tailor-make a suit for you. I'm not sure what your preferences are, but I'll take your measurements shortly to ensure the suit fits you perfectly. Lin Zixuan heard this and shook his head slightly. No, Master Peng, you've misunderstood. The one who needs custom-made clothing is the person beside me. Upon hearing this, Peng Fan's gaze also shifted to Xiao Shiyun. Xiao Shiyun seemed to want to say something, but was stopped by Lin Zixuan's piercing gaze. After receiving that look, Xiao Shiyun lowered her head slightly, seeming to realize that Lin Zixuan truly intended to give it to her. Xiao Shiyun had no reason to refuse, but such a valuable gift still felt like something she couldn't possibly repay. Xiao Shiyun's goodwill rating 5. Lin Zixuan heard the system's notification sound, turned his head to look, but there wasn't much of a smile on his face. Instead, he looked slightly helpless. After the goodwill increased again, Xiao Shiyun's goodwill reached 79 points. How could Lin Zixuan not feel helpless? Last time he acted like a bully, he lost a little bit of goodwill, and that one mistake led to the failure of this strategy. Otherwise, just with Fengming and this outfit, he could have earned billions in rebates. Thinking about it, Lin Zixuan sighed helplessly. At least it was just a little bit of goodwill. With some effort, he could make it up. Meanwhile, Peng Fan had actually noticed Xiao Shiyun long ago. After all, dressed in traditional hanfu attire, she stood out wherever she went. Peng Fan was in this line of work, so he had seen many beautiful women in ancient-style hanfu, but none could compare to Xiao Shiyun's beauty. It's not just her stunning beauty, it's also the way the hanfu fits her figure, making her seem like a favorite of the heavens. Chapter 110, The Arrival of the Nine Phoenixes. Peng Fan seemed a bit excited, reaching up to take off his glasses and stepping forward slightly. Miss, would you mind standing up for a moment? Xiao Shiyun nodded uncertainly, then stood in front of Peng Fan. Peng Fan seemed to have seen a perfect work of art, circling around Xiao Shiyun twice. He then burst into laughter. Perfect, perfect, absolutely perfect.
Miss, I can custom make a hanfu for you for free, but I have one request. May I use your photo to create a promotional poster? Xiao Shiyun heard this and paused for a moment, glancing at Lin Zixuan hesitantly, as if seeking his opinion. Lin Zixuan also didn't expect Peng Fan to make such a request, but there was no malicious intent in Peng Fan's eyes. It was truly an artist's appreciation for a work of art. Lin Zixuan hadn't expected Peng Fan to make such a request, but there was no malicious intent in Peng Fan's eyes. It was truly the admiration of an artist for a work of art. Perhaps these people are all madmen. Don't look at me. Just do as you please. Xiao Shiyun heard Lin Zixuan say this and nodded in a half-understanding manner. Alright, can you help him with one? Xiao Shiyun tentatively pointed at Lin Zixuan, and Peng Fan didn't even hesitate before nodding in agreement. No problem. Mr. Lin already had a spot available. I can help you both design a custom-made hanfu in a similar style, ensuring it flatters both of your figures. I'll count on you then. Lin Zixuan smiled upon hearing Xiao Shiyun's request. He didn't refuse. At Peng Fan's request, the two went to separate rooms to measure their sizes. When Lin Zixuan returned, he wore an expression of astonishment on his face. Inside the room, Xiao Shiyun had changed into a vibrant red hanfu, adorned with intricate designs of soaring golden phoenixes. The phoenixes were lifelike and vivid, and Xiao Shiyun's face was lightly adorned with makeup, her hands crossed in front of her chest. She adopts the posture of an ancient person paying respects, with a slightly heavy accessory adorning her head. The entire makeup and attire evoke the ancient scene of a phoenix crown and crimson robes, with a procession of brides dressed in red stretching for miles. Even Lin Zixuan, who was accustomed to Xiao Shiyun's hanfu makeup, couldn't help but look stunned. Xiao Shiyun, however, appeared somewhat shy, gently twisting her body. Do you like it? Zi Xian, Master Peng said he wants me to try this dress on. Lin Zixuan nodded heavily. Indeed, Peng Fan was no ordinary tailor. Once the custom-made dress was completed, Xiao Shiyun's classical and elegant charm would be perfectly accentuated. Such a poster could create endless value. A phoenix crown and colorful robes, a mile-long procession of bridal attire. Lin Zixuan sighed, and Xiao Shiyun's lips curled into a faint smile. It seemed as though she had thought of something. Peng Fan, standing not far from the two of them, also sighed. Mr. Lin, I never expected that this trip to Seoul would lead me to such a suitable lady. I will have your outfits custom made as soon as possible. I will stay in Seoul for the time being. Here is my personal contact information. If Mr. Lin has any further requests during this period, please feel free to contact me directly. As he spoke, Master Peng handed over his business card, and Lin Zixuan naturally accepted it without hesitation. Once everything was settled, Lin Zixuan and the others naturally prepared to leave. Xu Xiyu escorted the two out of the venue, her gaze never straying from Xiao Shiyun. The intense jealousy was almost unbearable. What a perfect match! Xu Xiyu sighed, and the three of them also arrived outside the venue. Mr. Lin, thank you for your trouble. In a few months, construction on the landmark skyscraper in Seoul will also begin. If Mr. Lin has the time, you are welcome to come and visit then. Upon hearing the name of this so-called landmark building, Lin Zixuan felt a headache coming on. The incident involving Mu Qingchun was still fresh in his mind. At least this girl hasn't been bothering him lately. It's a silver lining in an otherwise unfortunate situation. Now Lin Zixuan naturally wouldn't go over there for no reason, he'd rather keep his distance. Miss Chu is too kind. I'll come by if I have the chance. However, Lin Zixuan still replied politely. The three parted ways here, and Lin Zixuan got back into the car with Xiao Shiyun. Lin Zixuan looked at Xiao Shiyun's face. What was wrong with this girl today? She seemed so unusual. Hey, girl, what's wrong with you today? Are you feeling unwell? Why have you been acting so unusual since this morning? Lin Zixuan asked, while Xiao Shiyun clenched her delicate hands slightly. The reason for this, of course, was that she didn't know how to begin. Xiao Shiyun had already made up her mind, but she was interrupted by Lin Zixuan in the morning, and now he had given her such an expensive gift. Actually, it wasn't really for her. After all, Master Peng had agreed to custom make one for free, so this was just paying him back. However, this opportunity was also secured by Lin Zixuan. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible for me to meet Master Peng. Xiao Shiyun took a deep breath and looked at Lin Zixuan, her gaze growing even more determined. She thought to herself, this time, I must confess my feelings to Zi Xian. Once our relationship is confirmed, everything else will fall into place. Thinking about it, Xiao Shiyun was still a bit afraid, but compared to the consequences of failing to confess, Xiao Shiyun didn't want to see that scene from the video on Douyin again. She then spoke slowly. Zixuan, my brother, I. Ding, ding. Just as Xiao Shiyun began to speak, a series of urgent ringtones suddenly rang out from her phone. Lin Zixuan glanced down, and Xiao Shiyun also picked up her phone, looking at the incoming call notification. It was her best friend, Wu Lele, calling. Wu Lele was at home, also very anxious, wanting to know the specifics of the situation. After so much time had passed, there should be some resolution by now.
She decided to call her best friend to see if they had succeeded.
If Lin Zixuan dares to refuse, humph, I'll definitely beat her to a pulp.
Looking at the phone's notification sound, Xiao Shiyun gave an exasperated expression before hanging up the call.
Lin Zixuan watched the scene unfold and curiously asked a question. Why aren't you answering? Isn't she your best friend?
Xiao Shiyun didn't know how to respond at the moment, so she just made up an excuse.
We have a little agreement. Every day at noon, we call each other. If everything is okay, we just hang up. If we answer, it means something dangerous has happened.
Xiao Shiyun started rambling, and Lin Zixuan listened to this strange excuse, also revealing a stunned expression.
Wow, there's such a thing? If Xiao Shiyun had answered the call earlier, would Wu Lei have just called the police?
Lin Zixuan looked at Xiao Shiyun with a puzzled expression, while Xiao Shiyun lowered her head in shame. Chapter 111, The military strategist never steps onto the battlefield.
Xiao Shiyun didn't know how she had managed to say it.
In any case, she managed to ease the awkward atmosphere a little, took out her phone, and quickly sent a few messages to Wu Lei. The messages were basically a plea for help. He had confidently come out to confess his feelings, but was interrupted twice. Combined with Xiao Shiyun's naturally shy demeanor, he had no idea how to speak now. Lin Zixuan noticed that Xiao Shiyun was acting oddly today, but he didn't think much of it.
Instead, he asked, "Where do you want to go this afternoon? It still seems early now."
Since things wrapped up quickly, Xiao Shiyun wasn't in a hurry to go back, so she naturally didn't plan to head straight home.
Xiao Shiyun let out a hesitant sound, unsure of where to go next. Fortunately, at that moment, Wu Lei also sent a message on her phone. "Let's go to the cinema. We'll watch a movie."
Xiao Shiyun looked at the message on her phone and murmured to herself.
The sound was extremely faint. Lin Zixuan didn't expect Xiao Shiyun to make such a request. He hadn't even gone to the movies with any girl yet. After thinking about it, he didn't refuse.
The two of them headed toward the nearest movie theater. Along the way, Xiao Shiyun kept checking her phone, urging her best friend to come up with a plan. In the rental house, Wu Lei looked at the messages Xiao Shiyun had sent and covered her eyes.
It was too embarrassing to watch. Is it really that hard to confess your feelings? It's just a simple "I like you."
In today's fast-paced dating culture, it seems like no one really cares about expressing their feelings.
Many people who have just met can boldly say "I like you" on the same night. Should we be together? It seems like everyone is pretty comfortable with this fast-paced style of dating. As the lyrics of a song go, in the old days, when travel was slow, a lifetime was enough to love just one person. But for us today, falling in love and breaking up have become as common as eating meals. Any normal person, once they reach a certain age, has experienced far more in terms of relationships than you could ever imagine. However, they are skilled at hiding their true selves, making you believe they are innocent and naive. However, all of this is merely superficial. After taking a deep breath, Wu Lei began to offer advice again. If you were to ask whether it is appropriate for someone who has never been in a relationship to give advice to someone who is preparing to start one, the answer would be no. All I can tell you is that a strategist never goes into battle. Shiyun, the cinema is a great place for a date. It's best to choose a seat in the last row and pick a romantic movie where the main characters go through some hardships and end up together in the end. Seize this moment and boldly express your feelings. You will definitely succeed. Meanwhile, Lin Zixuan drove to the nearest movie theater, which wasn't too far from where they had been. Upon arriving at their destination, Xiao Shiyun also saw the message on her phone. She took a few deep breaths to steady her emotions. I must succeed. I gave myself a mental pep talk, and the two of us arrived at the movie theater entrance. As for what movie to watch, Lin Zixuan didn't have much of an opinion, so Xiao Shiyun chose a recently popular romantic film. The movie's title was The Disappearing Ex. Watching movies is something that couples usually do. Xiao Shiyun had never done that before and rarely went out with her best friend, Wu Lei. She knew nothing about the recent movies, having only briefly browsed online. She heard that this movie was very pure and romantic. Just from the title, I knew it had to be a romantic film, so Xiao Shiyun decided to watch it without hesitation. After buying their tickets, the two sat down in the cinema lobby to wait for a moment. Lin Zixuan went to buy a bucket of popcorn, but as he was paying, he heard the system's notification sound in his mind. Detected consumable items. Lin Zixuan turned his head in confusion and saw a green-haired girl standing behind him. Her long green curls cascaded down both sides of her face, and her makeup was eerily striking, reminiscent of a dark, gothic style. The clothes she wore were equally carefree, giving her the appearance of a rebellious young woman. In front of Lin Zixuan, the system panel for this young girl also popped up. Name, Li Xuecheng. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 81. Likability, 0. Li Xuecheng also noticed Lin Zixuan's gaze. The eyes, outlined with thick eyeliner, seemed to flicker for a moment. He also let a faint smile escape his lips. Li Xuecheng's favorability rating is 10. What's up? Want my WeChat? Li Shuecheng's voice echoed, and Lin Zixuan couldn't help but smile wryly. Where did this little girl come from?
She didn't even look old enough, yet she was dressed in such a worldly style. Lin Zixuan shook his head silently. You've misunderstood. After saying that, Lin Zixuan took his popcorn and walked toward the distance. This girl with such good looks was no longer able to capture his attention. And she's just a young girl, probably around 18 or 19.
Lin Zixuan really wasn't very interested.
Li Shuecheng heard Lin Zixuan's words and clearly paused for a moment, his gaze following Lin Zixuan's retreating figure. When he saw Lin Zixuan return to Xiao Shiyun's side, he finally noticed a beautiful woman dressed in hanfu sitting in the corner. Looking at Xiao Shiyun's beauty, Li Shuecheng's eyes dimmed slightly. No wonder he doesn't fancy me, he's got such a beautiful girlfriend. Thinking of this, Li Shuecheng felt much more at ease. Lin Zixuan held a bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of cola, placing them in front of Xiao Shiyun.
Silly girl, what are you thinking about?
Xiao Shiyun was in a complete daze at that moment, so much so that she didn't even notice Lin Zixuan had returned. Upon hearing the sound, her body trembled slightly.
Ha! I wasn't thinking about anything.
Lin Zixuan curiously examined the girl.
Could it be that Master Peng's praise earlier made her feel uncomfortable? Never mind, I don't know what's going on.
With nothing to do, Lin Zixuan glanced around the cinema lobby and immediately spotted the young woman's figure. There was no way to miss her. That head of green hair was simply too eye-catching. Li Shuecheng sat not far behind Lin Zixuan, with a young boy beside him.
Compared to Li Shuecheng's tomboyish appearance, the boy was quite good-looking.
He has a clean-cut, innocent look, though both of them appear to be quite young. At that moment, the young man cautiously leaned toward Li Shuecheng. In response to this intimate gesture, Li Shuecheng did not seem to object. There was a hint of the dramatic shift in roles.
Chapter 112, The Disappearance of X.
Soon, the movie began, and Lin Zixuan and Xiao Shiyun entered the theater together. Under the dim lighting inside, there were about 10 people scattered here and there.
Xiao Shiyun chose a seat in the corner of the last row.
The two followed the dim lighting and found their seats. Xiao Shiyun sat beside Lin Zixuan, turned her head to glance at him, and felt her already tense emotions grow even more intense. She kept repeating to herself that she could do it, this was her last chance. After watching the movie, I'll probably just go home. Lin Zixuan grabbed a handful of popcorn, tossed it into his mouth, leaned back in his cinema seat, and yawned. Suddenly, he remembered that every time he came to the cinema with Su Ruo before, she would always sit with her best friend Su Qing. Lin Zixuan could only sit far away from the two of them, silently watching the scene unfold, wondering what this little cutie was thinking, how she could possibly accept such an arrangement. When he returned to the cinema, much time had passed, and everything had changed. Inside the theater, there were only a few scattered figures taking their seats, and not many people at all. No one would deliberately seek out their own seat, everyone would choose a spot with fewer people, unless it was an exceptionally packed showing. At that moment, most of the people in the theater were in pairs, young couples snuggling up to each other.
Lin Zixuan looked up and noticed that the figure of the young woman was right in front of him on the left.
At that moment, the young woman was leaning against the back of the seat, with her legs already resting on the empty space in front of her. Fortunately, there was no one in front of her, and the little puppy dog by her side was snuggled up in her arms. Teenage love, with its innocence and naivety, seemed unconcerned with the disapproving glances of those around them. The so-called rebellion was nothing more than indulging the desires deep within their hearts. Many people cherished that version of themselves because they didn't yet understand what life truly meant or what it meant to truly live. Many people in today's society actually don't have the privilege of experiencing life. Everything they do is simply an effort to survive. This is the difference between merely existing and truly living. The movie screen began to flicker, and the advertisements playing had no meaning. Lin Zixuan glanced at the reserved Xiao Shiyun beside him and couldn't help but smile. He grabbed a handful of popcorn and held it up to Xiao Shiyun's lips. Try some, it tastes good. Xiao Shiyun, who was lost in thought, was startled by Lin Zixuan's action and instinctively opened her mouth. It wasn't until the popcorn entered her mouth that Xiao Shiyun realized something was off. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? Such an intimate gesture, what if someone sees us? Xiao Shiyun glanced around nervously. Fortunately, in such a setting, such an action was perfectly normal and wouldn't attract much attention. This clearly relieved Xiao Shiyun. Before she could turn around, Xiao Shiyun heard a faint sound. She turned her head and saw that Lin Zixuan had already opened the armrest between the two seats. His body leaned toward her position, coming slightly closer. Xiao Shiyun's body tensed up instantly as she watched Lin Zixuan's approaching figure. Unwelcome fragments began to surface in her mind once more. Lin Zixuan's lips curled into a sly smile. He leaned close to Xiao Shiyun's ear. Hey, you're the one who wanted to watch the movie. Why are you so far away from me? Come here. At those words, Xiao Shiyun's cheeks flushed red once more. Yes, she had insisted on coming, and there were important matters to attend to today. I can't do this, I can't do this. If Zixuan dislikes me, how will I ever confess my feelings?
Xiao Shiyun cautiously moved toward Lin Zixuan, getting a little closer. The space between the two seats wasn't very large to begin with. Xiao Shiyun cautiously moved closer to Lin Zixuan's direction, though the space between the two seats wasn't very large to begin with. With such a slight movement, the two of them were almost touching. Xiao Shiyun seemed to want to move away slightly, but Lin Zixuan wasn't about to give her such an opportunity. He suddenly embraced Xiao Shiyun's figure, causing her to instinctively let out a startled cry. She struggled for a moment, but her delicate frame was no match for Lin Zixuan's strength. Seeing that struggling was useless, the movie officially began. Xiao Shiyun feared that making too much noise would draw attention, so she half-heartedly resisted and leaned into Lin Zixuan's embrace. Lin Zixuan wrapped one arm around Xiao Shiyun's body and grabbed another handful of popcorn with his other hand, tossing it into his mouth. On the big screen, the scene of the man beginning his pursuit of his wife also appeared. Xiao Shiyun was captivated by the movie and gradually forgot about the chaotic events, appearing much calmer. On the screen, a man tried to report his wife's disappearance to the police but was refused. Xiao Shiyun, however, couldn't help but feel a little pleased inside. It's pure love, isn't it? His girlfriend is missing, and he's so worried. He must be madly in love with her. I guess the story goes like this: after the male lead's relentless efforts, he finds his girlfriend, and they end up happily together? Xiao Shiyun was currently watching the movie while also preparing herself, intending to confess her feelings once the two were together. At this point, she couldn't care less about how many people were around. If she didn't speak up now, she'd miss her chance today. Lin Zixuan hugged Xiao Shiyun but didn't make any further moves. After all, this was a public place, and Xiao Shiyun was a like Xiao, who had a wild and reckless side. Of course, they had to behave themselves, especially since the movie was actually quite good. The plot unfolds slowly, and an hour passes before you know it. At this point, the plot has progressed significantly, and most people are captivated by its dramatic twists and turns. Of course, many who initially shared Xiao Shiyun's perspective suddenly realized something was amiss. The plot seems different from what I imagined. As the movie neared its conclusion, all the truths were revealed in the theater. Xiao Shiyun's face was filled with an expression of utter speechlessness. Oh my goodness, what happened to the pure love movie we were promised? How am I supposed to confess now? If I go confess to Lin Zixuan, won't he get confused? Wouldn't he think I'm trying to be with him just to kill him and inherit his fortune? Xiao Shiyun glanced at Lin Zixuan's body, her face filled with a bitter smile. Lin Zixuan was obviously very wealthy, and in such a setting and atmosphere, confessing his feelings openly was clearly inappropriate. Xiao Shiyun sighed in disappointment, but Lin Zixuan didn't notice anything amiss. He merely made a few sarcastic remarks about the movie's plot. This guy really is messed up. If he had admitted his mistake and made amends, he could have had a life-changing opportunity. Instead, he kept making mistakes until he reached a point where there was no hope left. People, sometimes, just don't know what they truly want, and end up missing out on what they already have. Chapter 113, A Failed Confession. As the movie neared its end, Xiao Shiyun felt incredibly torn. If she missed this opportunity, she had no idea when the next one would come. But confessing her feelings at this moment would be utterly inappropriate. Xiao Shiyun, on the other hand, was caught in a state of self-doubt. The two people leaning against the wall in front of her, Li Xuecheng and the other, began to move. The young man slowly stood up and approached Li Xuecheng's side. Xuecheng, I've liked you for a long time. Let's be together. Will you be my girlfriend? The boy's voice wasn't very loud, but since they were close by, Lin Zixuan and the others also noticed the scene. At that moment, Li Xuecheng heard those words and a flash of anger crossed his face. He was already furious from the movie's plot. Damn it, get lost, there's no good man in the world. She grabbed her bag and threw it at the guy, then stood up angrily and walked away. The boy stumbled from the blow, watching Li Xuecheng's receding figure, and hurriedly called out a few times before following her out. This scene was witnessed by Lin Zixuan and the others. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. This kid is such a fool. Confessing his feelings at a time like this? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Upon hearing this, Xiao Shiyun's face flushed red, and her body involuntarily shivered. She felt a wave of fear wash over her, but at least she hadn't acted impulsively earlier. From what Zixian said, if I had spoken up, I would have ended up the same way. Yeah, at a time like this, it's definitely not the right moment to confess. Xiao Shiyun echoed her words, and Lin Zixuan didn't notice anything amiss. The movie slowly came to an end, and the two left the cinema together, heading toward the exit. On the way, Xiao Shiyun seemed a bit distracted. Lin Zixuan asked her with a puzzled look, "What's wrong with you today? Are you too tired? Let me take you home. You seem distracted all day." Xiao Shiyun heard this and let out a long sigh. Today, there was no chance. It was better to go back and ask Lula what she should do. Alright, Zixuan, I might be a bit tired. I'll invite you out next time. Lin Zixuan nodded slightly. After getting back into the car, Lin Zixuan drove toward the apartment building where Xiao Shiyun lived.
Until they arrived at their destination, Xiao Shiyun did not speak a word.
This day's failed confession ended up being stillborn, never uttered. After getting out of the car, Xiao Shiyun waved goodbye to Lin Zixuan, looking a bit reluctant to leave. Zixuan, I'll go back first. Seeing Xiao Shiyun hesitating to speak, Lin Zixuan teased her, what's the matter? Want to have a passionate kiss goodbye? No problem, come on over. Hearing this, Xiao Shiyun also recalled the intimate moments before their last parting and instinctively took 2 steps back. She muttered playfully, what are you talking about? Who wants to kiss you goodbye? I'm leaving. After saying that, Xiao Shiyun turned and walked upstairs. Lin Zixuan leaned back in the driver's seat and took a brief rest. What a pity. I couldn't win her over today.
79 points of goodwill, just one more push to seal the deal.
But that last bit of affection should be easy to get, right?
Turning around, Xiao Shiyun's figure had already disappeared from view.
Lin Zixuan glanced at the time. It was now past 4 in the afternoon. He was considering whether to return to school.
After spending 2 days causing trouble with Xiao, plus today, he had already been away from school for 3 days.
Just as Lin Zixuan was arranging his schedule, his phone rang urgently.
Lin Zixuan picked up his phone and glanced at it. It was actually Manhwa calling. This school beauty queen hadn't contacted him in ages.
Hey, class beauty, what do you need from me? Did you miss me? Lin Zixuan greeted her, but Manhwa on the other end didn't seem in the mood for jokes. Where are you? There's a dinner gathering tonight. Are you coming?
Lin Zixuan heard this and paused for a moment. It wasn't because Manhwa was inviting him to dinner, but because he detected a hint of reluctance in her tone.
What's wrong with this girl? Is she jealous? That shouldn't be the case.
After the official announcement about the Douyin incident last time, she should be in a good mood.
Dinner party? What dinner party? What dinner party? Are you inviting me to dinner? Manhwa over there doesn't seem to have any intention of explaining herself.
Interrupting Lin Zixuan's words, alright, room 666 at the Daimai Hotel.
I'll wait for you there.
After saying that, he hung up the phone.
This left Lin Zixuan speechless. What's gotten into this girl today? However, since Miss Meng had sincerely invited him, Lin Zixuan didn't refuse. He didn't have anything planned for the evening anyway.
He then drove away from Xiao Shiyun's building and headed toward the Daimai Hotel. At that moment, at the window of the stairwell on the 3rd floor, Xiao Shiyun was leaning against the window, timidly watching Lin Zixuan's car drive away.
Her eyes looked extremely dim. Xiao Shiyun, what on earth are you doing? Is it really that hard to say one word? If you miss this chance, when will the next one come?
Xiao Shiyun's face bore a hint of helplessness. At that moment, the door to the upstairs room opened. Wu Lele, wearing a nightgown and slippers, looked down the hallway toward Xiao Shiyun's figure. She had already noticed her when Lin Zixuan returned.
Xiao Shiyun didn't go inside the house, so she must be here.
Looking at Xiao Shiyun's expression, Wu Lele didn't need to ask to know that it hadn't worked out.
Shiyun, why didn't you come inside when you got back? Did that guy bully you?
Tell your sister, and I'll help you get revenge. Xiao Shiyun heard her best friend's words and shook her head.
It's okay, Lele. It's me. Me. Ah.
Xiao Shiyun spoke halfway through, but in the end, she only let out a long sigh. Wu Lele looked at Xiao Shiyun's expression and understood a little. At that moment, Lin Zixuan had already arrived at the lobby of the Daimai Hotel. The Emperor Meng Hotel was a name Lin Zixuan had heard of before. It was considered the largest commercial hotel in Hanchang. It's also where executives like Zhang Shuntian often gather for meals, along with some influential figures from higher up in Hanchang. Previously, when I went out to eat with Manhwa, we always went to small roadside restaurants, but this time they actually made a reservation at such a high-end place. Plus, Manhwa's cold attitude earlier made Lin Zixuan feel that tonight's so-called dinner gathering wasn't as simple as it seemed.
Of course, Lin Zixuan also believed that Manhwa wouldn't harm him, so he didn't think much of it. He slowly entered the lobby of the Daimai Hotel. Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation? Chapter 114, I didn't invite you to dinner.
A server approached with a smile and asked.
Lin Zixuan nodded in response.
In the 666 private room. Upon hearing this, the man picked up his phone and looked it up.
He then bowed slightly to Lin Zixuan. Sir, please follow me. Under the waiter's guidance, Lin Zixuan took the elevator to the 6th floor. The 6th floor had a total of 6 rooms, and the so-called 666 VIP room was located at the farthest end of the floor. The doors are made of bamboo, giving it a rustic, countryside feel, and it appears to be quite valuable. Pushing open the bamboo gate, Lin Zixuan spotted Manhwa's figure. Today, Manhwa was still dressed up in her best attire, wearing a formal evening gown. The crystal necklace around her neck emitted a faint glow. Her hair is elegantly piled high at the back, exuding the confident demeanor of a businesswoman. But her expression was somewhat grim. Lin Zixuan glanced around and saw no one else besides Manhwa. He also gave a slight smile and walked over to Manhwa's side. What's wrong, Miss Popular? Why are you out to dinner with me and still giving me the cold shoulder? You're dressed so formally. Are you going to confess your feelings to me?
Manhwa, who already had a sour expression, heard this and glared coldly at Lin Zishuan. She then spoke with a hint of jealousy.
No way. Mr. Lin is such a busy man, how dare I disturb you? Someone else is treating you to dinner today. Someone else? Lin Zishuan let out a puzzled sound.
At that moment, a woman's voice came from the partition behind him.
It's me.
Lin Zishuan finally noticed that there was a screen in the room, dividing it into a small partition. He hadn't noticed it before, and there was actually someone inside. The screen was slowly opened, revealing the figure of a woman. She wore a white long dress, her bare legs adorned with a pair of silver high heels. Her face was lightly made up, as if she had gone out of her way to dress up. Looking at the woman's face, Lin Zishuan felt a sense of familiarity, but for the moment, he couldn't quite place her. The woman walked confidently up to Lin Zishuan and extended her hand slightly.
Mr. Lin, I'm truly sorry to have to meet you this way. My apologies for the inconvenience.
After hearing this, Lin Zishuan finally recognized the identity of the woman in front of him.
This wasn't the heiress of Hanchang, Mu Qingchang?
During their previous encounters, Mu Qingchang had always worn sunglasses and a baseball cap, so Lin Zishuan had never seen her face clearly before and didn't recognize her at first glance.
Upon hearing those words, he finally recognized Mu Qingchang's identity.
Looking at Mu Qingchang in front of him, Lin Zishuan was at a loss for words. He truly did not want to have much to do with this girl. But this girl was like a stubborn piece of tape, clinging to him like glue.
At that moment, Lin Zishuan finally understood why Manhwa's expression had turned so grim.
It was likely that Mu Qingchang had found Manhwa and demanded to see him, which naturally left Manhwa feeling uneasy. However, Mu Qingchang's status is unique, and with the upcoming construction of the landmark skyscraper, the Meng family also needs to participate in the bidding process.
Of course, they couldn't afford to offend Mu Qingchang, so they coldly called Lin Zishuan instead.
Manhwa looked at Mu Qingchang, her gaze growing even colder. Not only Lin Zishuan, but even Manhwa was seeing Mu Qingchang dressed up so elegantly for the first time. Before, she hadn't really noticed how beautiful Mu Qingchang was, but now that she was dressed up, she was just as stunning as herself. Thanks to the help of her younger classmate Zhang Haoyue and the viral success of a short video on Douyin, Manhwa's mood had improved significantly.
Although she had known that Lin Zishuan had other women in his life, Manhwa didn't care.
This confidence stemmed from the fact that those women were neither as beautiful as her, nor did they have as good a family background or as much ability as she did.
What am I worried about?
Men, after all, are just young and playful.
When they settle down, Manhwa is confident that Lin Zishuan will still choose her first.
Although I felt jealous before, it hasn't reached the point of feeling threatened.
But Mu Qingchang is different.
In terms of looks, family background, and abilities, she seemed to be no less than me.
As for looks and family background, there's no need to mention them. Mu Qingchang's abilities are well known to all.
Although she doesn't hold a high-ranking position, many of the important matters above her are actually handled with her influence.
Manhwa naturally knows all this. Mu Qingchang's emergence has sparked a strong sense of crisis in Manhwa.
This man was too outstanding, even she felt she couldn't quite keep up with him. It wasn't just Manhwa. Lin Zishuan's side was also at a loss for words. Looking at the white jade-like hands in front of him, Lin Zishuan didn't reach out to hold them. Looking at the white jade-like hands in front of him, Lin Zishuan did not reach out to hold them. He merely murmured softly, as if in a whisper.
Miss Mu, why bother?
You came to find me, yet you had to trouble Miss Meng to invite me.
Isn't that a bit inappropriate?
Upon hearing Lin Zishuan's words, Mu Qingchang smiled gently, her expression tinged with apology.
Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for the incident last time. I know it caused you some inconvenience.
I came here today specifically to apologize, and I also brought a small gift for you. As she spoke, Mu Qingchang walked over to the side table, picked up a box, and handed it to Lin Zishuan.
Lin Zishuan looked at the box but chose not to accept it.
He gently pushed away Mu Qingchang's hand. Miss Mu, there's no need for this.
We're not related, so I really can't accept this gift. As for an apology, I dare not accept it. I don't know why Miss Mu sought me out this time. Let's keep this brief. Seeing Lin Zishuan's cold attitude, Mu Qingchang's smile stiffened slightly.
Mu Qingchang was no ordinary person. She had been raised with a silver spoon in her mouth since childhood. Everyone she had ever met, whether they were prominent figures in society or mysterious tycoons, had always shown her great respect. Now that she had encountered Lin Zishuan, his unyielding attitude left Mu Qingchang feeling utterly uncomfortable. However, since she was in need of his help this time, and given Mu Qingchang's impeccable manners, she certainly wouldn't say much more. The purpose of coming to find Lin Zishuan this time need not be elaborated upon. It was, of course, still regarding the issue of the landmark skyscraper. After being rejected by Lin Zishuan at the cafe last time, Mu Qingchang had specially prepared for this second meeting. Didn't you notice she even changed her outfit and skin? Although the beauty trap might sound a bit disgraceful, what can you do?
Men just can't resist it.
Mu Qingcheng had originally thought that by showcasing her stunning beauty, she was certain to succeed.
She had even brought a gift to help bridge the gap between them. But to her surprise, Lin Zixuan didn't even glance at the gift, showing her no regard at all. This left Mu Qingcheng, who had always been treated with respect since childhood, feeling a strong sense of disappointment. The boy in front of her seemed different from all the other boys. Chapter 115, This man is interesting.
Manhwa naturally noticed this scene as well, and couldn't help but feel a moment of secret joy in her heart. It seemed she had misunderstood Lin Zixuan earlier. Even a girl like Mu Qingcheng, who took the initiative to approach him, had been rejected by Lin Zixuan. It seems Lin Zixuan isn't the type to casually pursue other girls.
Or is it because I'm around? Thinking about this, Manhwa's feelings for Lin Zixuan rose uncontrollably. So, in Lin Zixuan's heart, I'm more important than Mu Qingcheng? Manhwa's affection level, 10.
Lin Zixuan overheard the system's notification sound and froze for a moment.
What's going on with this girl? Could it be that I was too handsome earlier and charmed her?
Mu Qingcheng tried to compose herself and forced a smile.
Mr. Lin, since we're already here, let's have a meal.
As for the matter at hand, there's no rush to discuss it.
Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan instinctively wanted to refuse.
This girl, the farther away from her, the better.
Just as Lin Zixuan was about to speak, Manhwa beat him to it. Zixuan, since Miss Mu has said that, why don't you just sit down and have some dinner?
Lin Zixuan muttered under his breath, this girl is just making things worse. However, since Manhwa had already spoken up, refusing would be a bit too much of a snub to Mu Qingcheng. She decided to sit down as well, but this time Lin Zixuan sat beside Manhwa. This gesture caused a faint smile to appear on Manhwa's face once again. Mu Qingcheng sat across from the two of them, gesturing to the waiter to bring the dishes while observing Lin Zixuan.
Previously, Mu Qingcheng's speculation about Lin Zixuan's identity was based on two factors. First, Lin Zixuan had spent a fortune at the charity auction, and second, his background seemed ordinary and unremarkable. Originally, it was just speculation that Lin Zixuan might come from a top-tier aristocratic family.
However, now, seeing how Lin Zixuan treats her, it seems that all the pride she once held in herself is nothing in his eyes.
This guy's status must be far above mine, right? Mu Qingcheng became even more certain that her guess about Lin Zixuan's identity was correct. Mu Qingcheng's favorability rating, 10.
The waiter began serving the dishes, and Lin Zixuan also heard the system's notification sound.
Oh my god, miss, please spare me. I really don't want to have anything to do with you. If Lin Zixuan knew what Mu Qingcheng was thinking, he would definitely curse her. Are you crazy? The meal was quickly laid out on the table.
Since Mu Qingcheng was treating, the quality was naturally not too shabby.
However, Lin Zixuan didn't feel much about such things. Manhwa sensed the awkward atmosphere at the dinner table, picked up her wineglass, and greeted the two of them. Miss Mu, brother Zixuan, we are all the same age now, and we will inevitably cross paths in the future. Since I am the youngest here, I will toast the two of you first. Lin Zixuan heard this and reluctantly picked up his wineglass.
Mu Qingcheng, however, took the initiative to speak.
Wangu, you're too kind. The future development of Hanyang will also depend on you all.
The three of them raised their cups and drank them dry. These two people, Manhwa didn't want to offend, so she could only help liven up the atmosphere. As for Mu Qingcheng, Manhwa didn't have much of a good impression of her, but that was also because of Lin Zixuan. However, given Mu Qingcheng's status and the fact that the Meng family was currently vying for control of this landmark skyscraper, Manhwa naturally couldn't afford to let their relationship become too strained.
As for Lin Zixuan, there was no need to say more. The three of them had a light meal.
Lin Zixuan didn't bother with it, as he had been out with Xiao Shiyun all day and hadn't eaten yet. Facing the food in front of him, he began to devour it voraciously, looking utterly unladylike.
Manhwa didn't seem to mind at all.
She actually liked Lin Zixuan's genuine demeanor, just like when they went to eat street food together, and Manhwa wouldn't care about her appearance either.
However, in such a setting, Manhwa couldn't be so carefree. Mu Qingcheng watched Lin Zixuan's actions and merely smiled faintly.
Indeed, in the eyes of Mr. Lin, my status might truly mean nothing. After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, Lin Zixuan had eaten his fill. The Mu Qingcheng in front of him didn't seem as reserved as Xiao Shiyun, so there was no way he wouldn't be able to speak up. She began to address the topic at hand. Mr. Lin, I'm sure you already know why I called you here today, so I won't keep you in suspense. This landmark building is of particular importance to me in Seoul, and Ms. Meng happens to be here as well. I wonder if Mr. Lin would be willing to contribute funds to assist Seoul this time.
Mr. Lin may also feel free to make any requests.
As Mu Qingcheng finished speaking, Lin Zixuan let out a long sigh. Spending some money was a minor matter, but the crux of the issue was that he did not wish to interact with Mu Qingcheng nor handle these business matters. Before Lin Zixuan could refuse, Manhwa, standing beside him, spoke up first.
Zixuan brother, this landmark skyscraper in Hanchang is indeed very important to the city. Why don't you consider it again? Lin Zixuan looked at Manhwa in confusion, not expecting this guy to act as a mediator.
However, upon further reflection, he understood the logic behind it.
This matter was also crucial for the Meng family.
If insufficient funds led to the landmark skyscraper being unable to break ground or even becoming an abandoned project,
the Meng family would suffer a severe blow.
At least in this matter, Manhwa and Mu Qingcheng are on the same side.
Feeling the expectant gazes of the two women, Lin Zixuan shook his head helplessly. After a moment of thought, he came up with a good idea.
Since Miss Mu has said so, investing a little money is no big deal. Alright, I have one condition. If Miss Mu can meet it, I'll agree to invest in this landmark building. Mu Qingcheng heard this and felt a surge of joy, quickly asking another question.
Mr. Lin, please speak. Whatever is within my capabilities, I will do.
Lin Zixuan chuckled softly and dropped a bombshell in the quietest voice possible.
It's simple, I'm willing to invest, but on one condition: the investment must not be made in my personal name. I will transfer the funds to Miss Meng, who will represent the Meng family in investing in this landmark skyscraper.
If Miss Mu has no objections, I am willing to invest in this project. Upon hearing this, the two women beside him froze in place.
Mu Qingcheng looked at Lin Zixuan in surprise, then glanced at Manhwa.
She knew the two were close, but she never imagined their relationship could be this intimate. Investing in this landmark skyscraper isn't a matter of a few million or even a few hundred million, it's a project worth tens of billions.
With so much money at stake, can you really trust someone else to handle it? It wasn't just Mu Qingcheng. Manhwa's face also bore an expression of disbelief. Chapter 116, just a few billion, nothing to write home about. Manhwa actually didn't directly participate in this project. Her family is still run by Meng Tianheng. Moreover, there is an older brother, Meng Chang, and since Manhwa has not yet graduated, she naturally cannot take over the family business. As soon as Lin Zixuan said this, it sparked endless speculation in Manhwa's mind. Within the walls of a wealthy family, competition is inevitable. As the eldest son, Meng Chang is likely to inherit the family business in the future. Even if Manhwa has the ability and the family's support, she would still have to rely on her own efforts. However, if Lin Zixuan were to use Manhwa's identity for the investment this time, the situation would be entirely different. First, if Manhwa obtains this money, she must represent the Meng family and hold an important position within the Meng family's businesses. She would also gain the approval of most people within the company and the family, making it natural for her to take over the family business after graduation. Manhwa looked at Lin Zixuan with a mix of excitement and gratitude.
In her eyes, as the heir to a wealthy family, Lin Zixuan naturally understood the intricacies of such matters. He had made this request solely to ensure that she could seamlessly take over the Meng family business.
Zixuan, my brother, he actually cares so much about me? Zixuan brother, he actually cares so much about me? Manhwa's affection level is 10.
In a short period of time, Manhwa imagined a 10,000-word plot, which further increased her affection for Lin Zixuan.
Of course, Lin Zixuan hadn't thought that far ahead.
If it were purely his own investment, he would have to find a pawn. Lin Zixuan didn't want to deal with Mu Qingcheng directly, he'd rather transfer the money to her and wait years without any guaranteed return. And Manhwa, standing beside him, was clearly the best choice. Zixuan, are you serious? Manhwa looked at Lin Zixuan with a look of disbelief. Lin Zixuan nodded firmly, yes, of course it's real. Actually, I didn't want to get involved, but since both of you have said it, I'll just contribute a little money. I'll leave the money in your hands, I trust you to handle it properly.
Manhwa heard this and swallowed hard.
Her feelings for him rose once again.
Manhwa's favorability rating is 5.
Within a short period of time, Manhwa's favorability rating rose continuously, quickly breaking through the 80-point mark.
In Lin Zixuan's mind, the system prompt sounded. Manhwa's favorability rating had surpassed 80 points.
Congratulations, host, on achieving this breakthrough. By spending 20 million licking dog coins, you will receive a cash refund of 200 million.
Reward system lottery draw one time.
Lin Zixuan heard the system prompt and instinctively furrowed his brows.
Damn it, here we go again. Last time it was Liang Mo, and now it's Manhwa.
Every time I'm about to invest a large sum of money, these women act so unrestrained.
Can't you just hold on for a little longer?
Fortunately, the return on this investment was significantly higher than last time.
In securing Manhwa, Lin Zixuan barely spent any money.
The 2 million was from the initial Crystal Love project, and the 200 million in rebates has already been transferred to Lin Zixuan's personal account. Combined with the 5 million from Liang Mo earlier, Lin Zixuan could now be considered a small fortune. Although he was a bit disappointed not to receive a huge rebate, he didn't need to worry. Lin Zixuan had always wanted to test what kind of rewards would be available after increasing his goodwill points to 80.
Unfortunately, Liang Mo isn't performing well, but Manhwa still has significant room for improvement. Once the landmark building is finalized and the goodwill score increases again, Lin Zixuan will be able to see the subsequent rewards. The originally disheartened mood improved considerably.
Mu Qingqing cleared her throat at the right moment, interrupting the two of them. He didn't care who Lin Zixuan intended to spend the money on as long as the money reached Han Sheng's hands, that was all that mattered. The rest was irrelevant. He was just shocked Lin Zixuan really was willing to spend money to impress a girl. Mu Qingqing's favorability rating is 10. Mu Qingqing then spoke slowly, Mr. Lin, I can certainly agree to your request. If there are no issues, during the bidding conference in a few days, the Hansheng side will arrange for someone to contact Miss Meng. However, the investment amount this time may be quite substantial.
Around several billion? Mu Qingqing cautiously spoke up, testing whether Lin Zixuan had the ability. Lin Zixuan didn't even hesitate before waving his hand. Just a few billion, it's nothing.
The rest of the matters can be discussed with Miss Meng, there is no need for my involvement.
Lin Zixuan's thoughts were also straightforward, get away from me as soon as possible. I really don't want to have anything to do with you. Lin Zixuan's thoughts were also simple, just stay away from me. I really don't want to have anything to do with you. With Meng Wange to talk to, I'm out of the picture.
Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing finally let a smile grace her face.
Sure enough, men are all the same, they just love beautiful women. But that's not right. If he likes beautiful women, I went out of my way to dress up today. Why isn't the beauty tactic working? Mu Qingqing looked at herself, then at Meng Wange, and thought, my appearance isn't any worse than hers, is it? Could it be that he doesn't like this style? Mu Qingqing muttered to herself, deciding to try a different style next time to gauge Lin Zixuan's reaction. The dinner ended after Lin Zixuan casually tossed out several billion, though the money wasn't directly transferred to Meng Wange. There were still many matters to discuss and follow up on afterward. Lin Zixuan didn't understand these matters and didn't get involved. He would wait until Meng Wange finished her discussions and asked him for the money later. But at least it would be at least half a month later, right? After dinner, the three of them walked out of the Daiming Hotel. Before leaving, Mu Qingqing took the time to tidy herself up once more. She returned to her usual appearance, wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, her face obscured. No one knew why she had dressed up like that. It was just like going out with a big celebrity. Mu Qingqing stood at the door and waved at the two of them. Mr. Lin, Ms. Meng, I wish us a successful collaboration. I'll be on my way now. Meng Wange nodded, Miss Mu, take your time. I wish you a successful collaboration. Mu Qingqing was the first to leave the two of them, leaving only Meng Wange and Lin Zixuan behind. Lin Zixuan glanced at Meng Wange and asked a question. Did you drive? Should I give you a ride back to school? Meng Wange clearly hadn't recovered from the shock yet. She looked at Lin Zixuan with a hint of lingering desire in her eyes. The evening sun cast its warm glow upon the two of them, and the sight of this handsome man and beautiful woman drew the attention of many passers-by. Meng Wange took a step forward and took Lin Zixuan's hand. She smiled sweetly, what kind of car are you driving? It's not far from school. Let's walk back. Hearing this, Lin Zixuan looked at Meng Wange in surprise. It was indeed not far from school, but walking back would take at least 20 minutes. It would only take 5 minutes by car. Had Meng Wange lost her mind today? Chapter 117, A Numb Soul. Meng Daxiawa, what are you doing? Walking back? Never mind how tired you are, you'll have to walk back tomorrow to get the car, right? Lin Zixuan's helpless voice echoed, while Meng Wange let out a cold snort. She grabbed Lin Zixuan's body and dragged him forward. Lin Zixuan was caught off guard and stumbled, but fortunately, his physical condition was strong enough to steady himself. The evening sun cast its rays upon the two of them, and the intertwining shadows formed a painting titled Youth. During the evening rush hour, vehicles lined up in long queues along the roadside, and the piercing sounds of horns echoed through the streets. Around them, there were still many people, looking slightly tired and busy, making their way home. Their bodies were numb and lifeless, as if crushed by the weight of life itself. At some point, returning home ceased to be a source of anticipation and became merely a place to reside. After a long day of work, how many people can look forward to a warm dinner and the harmonious voices of their spouse and children? For most families, returning home means being greeted by a pile of chores and the unpleasant sounds of arguments. It seems that the only time one can truly rest is when lying in bed at night. Life is exhausting, so exhausting it could crush a person's soul. Living is exhausting, so exhausting that simply existing drains every ounce of strength we have. These numb figures looked up, watching Meng Wange and Lin Zixuan's intertwined bodies, and a faint, inexplicable smile appeared on their lips. Perhaps this was also the most beautiful time in their memories. Under the envious gazes of those around them, the two of them freely let their sweat flow. After walking for a while, Meng Wange began to look a bit tired. After all, she was wearing high heels today, not her usual workout clothes. Lin Zixuan noticed this and teased her playfully. What's wrong, Miss Popular? Can't walk anymore? Didn't you just swear you'd walk back? Meng Wange glared at Lin Zixuan and bit her lip. Then she suddenly sped up and walked quickly forward. It was so similar to the scene at school last time that Lin Zixuan almost shouted 1, 2, 1. He could control the angry girl. However, this time, Lin Zixuan did not do so.
Instead, he quickly stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Manhwa's waist, causing her to let out a startled cry. She fell into Lin Zixuan's arms and looked up at his face, which bore a hint of a mischievous smile.
Don't try to be a hero. Let me carry you back.
Manhwa wasn't as shy as Xiao Shiyun, but in such a public place, she couldn't help but feel it was inappropriate. She punched Lin Zixuan's chest with her delicate fist.
To be honest, she didn't feel much. Let go of me, you filthy pervert.
The voice carried a hint of reproach, and Lin Zixuan held her even tighter.
Manhwa struggled fiercely, but she couldn't break free. Suddenly, she had an idea. She lowered her head, opened her mouth, and bit down on Lin Zixuan's arm. The excruciating pain shot through Lin Zixuan's mind, causing him to let out an agonizing scream. You dog. Manhwa heard this and didn't let go at all. Instead, she bit even harder. Lin Zixuan, with no other choice, reluctantly released his arms that were holding Manhwa.
Manhwa finally let go of Lin Zixuan with a satisfied smile, glaring at his retreating figure with a hint of provocation. You scoundrel, just wait and see if you dare to act like a bully again.
Lin Zixuan rolled up his sleeve, revealing a clear tooth mark inside. You're a dog, aren't you? Only dogs bite people. You're the dog. Manhwa didn't even think before responding.
She continued walking forward, and Lin Zixuan shook his head helplessly, following behind Manhwa.
The two continued on their way. What should have been a 20-minute walk seemed to stretch endlessly at that moment.
By the time they returned to school, the sky had begun to grow dark. Inside the school, however, it was bustling with activity, forming a stark contrast to the numb crowd on the streets outside.
Perhaps this is why memories of one's student days are so deeply etched in the mind. Here, there really aren't that many worries. Mr. Lin, it's so late. Are you still going out to cause trouble?
The vacation is almost here, and as the student council president, I have to ensure the safety of the students.
Let's arrange a dormitory inspection tonight.
The two headed toward the dormitory building, and Manhwa also teased him with a low whisper.
Lin Zixuan smiled. It seemed he hadn't had any other plans for tonight anyway. However, seeing Manhwa's expression, Lin Zixuan couldn't resist teasing her a little. Is that so? What if I were to move in with the vice president of the student council and the student council found out? What would happen then? As he spoke, Lin Zixuan suddenly moved closer to Manhwa's body. Manhwa was startled by this action and took a couple of steps back. She then glared fiercely at Lin Zixuan and grabbed him tightly around the waist. You scoundrel! Who wants to live with you? Get back to the dorm immediately. I'll be conducting a thorough inspection of your dorm tonight. After saying this, Manhwa's pretty face flushed slightly, and she turned her head and walked away toward the dormitory. This time, Lin Zixuan did not follow her. This spot happened to be a fork in the road, so the two of them were no longer on the same path afterward. Lin Zixuan watched as Manhwa walked away, then turned and headed back to his dormitory.
A few steps ahead, Manhwa stopped in her tracks, turned around, and realized that Lin Zixuan was nowhere to be seen.
She grew increasingly annoyed. Goodness, how could there be such a guy? Doesn't he know to walk me back to the dorm? Would it kill you to walk a little further? Manhwa snorted angrily, took out her phone, and typed furiously in Lin Zixuan's chat window. Scum, you filthy rogue. He then headed toward his own dormitory. On this side, Lin Zixuan had already returned to the dormitory. He hadn't been back for a long time, and the other few people in the dormitory greeted Lin Zixuan. Shen, why haven't you been back to the dorm lately? Did you go on a date with Meng, the school beauty? Yeah, can you give me the scoop? How did you manage to win over Miss Meng? Tell me, I want to try my luck with a beauty too. The story about Lin Zixuan and Manhwa has already spread throughout the school. The breakfast incident earlier, as well as the subsequent short video on Douyin. All of this clearly demonstrated their close relationship, and the other roommates naturally cast envious glances their way. Upon hearing the others' inquiries, Lin Zixuan rubbed his nose. Oh, you guys are no good. Huh? Several people looked at Lin Zixuan in confusion. We can't do it? What's wrong? Lin Zixuan struck a flamboyant pose. I'm not targeting any of you. I'm talking about everyone here. You're all losers. Chapter 118, Another Lottery Draw. Her provocative words naturally sparked anger among the other roommates. I can't take it anymore. This guy is such a show-off. What are we waiting for? Let's beat him up. As the other three in the dormitory rushed toward Lin Zixuan, he remained completely unfazed. With his already superior physical condition, he easily handled three opponents at once. Of course, he didn't use any lethal moves even in jest, and eventually knocked all three of them to the ground. The whole incident, though a farce, helped ease the awkward tension that had been building among the roommates recently. Boys' friendships are just that simple, nothing like the dramatic scenes from The Legend of Genuan in the girls' dormitory. In the evening, after finishing his evening routine, Lin Zixuan lay down on his bed. He opened the system to check his recent gains. Today, I completed the guide for Manhwa, which is my third guide objective.
Xiao Shiyun's affection level has reached 79 points, so it seems like success is just around the corner. Recalling the free lottery draws granted by the system, the items obtained previously were practical, but they all had a slightly unconventional nature.
Lin Zixuan felt a mix of anticipation and excitement about this lottery.
As the lottery wheel began to spin, it finally came to a stop on a pill. Lin Zixuan also heard the system's notification sound. Congratulations, host, you have completed the lottery draw. You have obtained 3 superb golden wound medicine.
Superior golden wound medicine can heal most injuries and illnesses, a sacred remedy for healing. Shortly after, a small bottle appeared in Lin Zixuan's pocket. Lin Zixuan took it out and gave it a quick look. Superior golden wound medicine? The name sounds pretty impressive. Lin Zixuan sighed. He was still quite satisfied with the results of this lottery. At least it was more respectable than the kidney tonic oral solution he had received before. In the future, if I get injured or fall ill, I won't have to worry too much. Lin Zixuan put away the pill and picked up his phone, where he saw the message sent by Manhwa. He was completely confused. Hey, what are you yelling at me for? What did I do to you? Manhwa in the dormitory looked at the message and felt even more angry. You don't even know what you did wrong? Guess, and keep guessing until you get it right. What do you think?
Manhwa replied with a sentence, and Lin Zixuan looked at the message, still unsure of what had happened.
Are you crazy? One moment I'm your good older brother, and the next I'm a scumbag and a lowlife? I have no idea what's going on in your head. Is it all just water in there? I'm guessing. What do you want me to say? That you're sick? Lin Zixuan couldn't help but vent his frustration, and on the other end, Manhwa jumped straight out of bed. With her rapid breathing, her chest rose and fell in waves, clearly furious. You're wrong, and you won't even apologize. How dare you treat me like this?
Manhwa really wanted to snap back, but then she thought about it and realized that Lin Zixuan had always been pretty good to her. There were still billions of dollars worth of projects waiting for her.
Thinking of this, Manhwa's anger subsided considerably.
In the end, she could only let out a cold snort.
Lin Zixuan looked at the last message from Manhwa on his phone and chose to ignore it. This girl is crazy.
She acts up for no reason. I'll deal with her when she calms down.
Lin Zixuan replied briefly before scrolling through the other messages on his phone.
Among them, Xiao Shiyun had also sent a message to Lin Zixuan.
Actually, youth is always accompanied by regrets.
In our youth, there are so many things we wanted to say but couldn't bring ourselves to say, and so many things we wanted to do but couldn't accomplish. The words that Xiao Shiyun couldn't bring herself to say today, who knows when, or if, she'll ever get a second chance to say them. Xiao Shiyun clearly understood this as well, and with the help of her best friend Wu Lele, she sent another message to Lin Zixuan.
She wanted to ask Lin Zixuan out. Upon seeing the message, Lin Zixuan didn't immediately agree.
He seemed to have quite a few things to take care of in the coming days.
First is the event on a certain platform, which is still going strong. Then there are the final exams coming up.
Although I don't attend classes much, failing exams is never a good thing.
There are also some school-related matters that need to be addressed. Lin Zixuan responded politely, saying that he might be a bit busy these days.
Xiao Shiyun saw the message and was deeply disappointed, but she didn't say much either. Fortunately, she was sure she would have another chance to see Lin Zixuan.
After all, the Hanfu costume made by Master Pang was still in production, and once it was finished, Lin Zixuan would definitely attend, wouldn't he?
Thinking of this, Xiao Shiyun's mood eased considerably. Lin Zixuan naturally wanted to go out with Xiao Shiyun as well. With a 79% likability rating, he couldn't afford to waste it without putting in some effort.
It's just that I've been so busy these past few days. After replying to the messages on his phone, Lin Zixuan opened a certain app again.
The event on Moyu was still in full swing. It is now the second day of the event.
Lin Zixuan first glanced at the activity rankings.
The top 3 in the Supernova track were already Xiaoyu, Pikachu, and Today I Want to Look Pretty. These were the 3 players Lin Zixuan had been actively supporting yesterday, and their points were currently very stable. In 4th place, of course, is Bombcat. However, Bombcat currently has less than 2 million points, which is a significant gap behind the top 3. It's just a preliminary round, so Lin Zixuan didn't go overboard. Glancing at the overall rankings, the top spot was also occupied by a familiar name. Of course, it was Xiao Shi. The stream now has over 7 million points, which is roughly on par with Xiaoyu's level. However, on Xiaoyu's side, it was mostly Lin Zixuan and over 30 emperors who pushed her up to that level. On Xiao Shi's side, it was a case of small efforts accumulating over time. After all, Xiao Shi can currently be considered the top streamer on a certain platform. On the other hand, Manhwa's support for Xiao Shi goes beyond just gifts. He also provides significant traffic support, which is a huge advantage for Xiao Shi.
This is a tremendous boost for her. However, this is merely the preliminary round, and the final outcome remains uncertain.
There could very well be an unexpected contender emerging in the later stages.
Some of the big players haven't even started making their moves yet.
Lin Zixuan once again entered the livestream of the three individuals, though he didn't spend as much time there today. One person sent 1,000,000 gifts, helping the three gain a little more attention. After the votes were tallied, Lin Zixuan left the livestream.
Today had been exhausting, and Lin Zixuan fell asleep early. The next morning, Lin Zixuan woke up early. Since it was almost the end of the semester, he decided to go through the motions and attend a class today. By the time Lin Zixuan finished his morning routine, he had just arrived downstairs at the dormitory.
He heard a familiar sound.
Senior.
Lin Zixuan turned his head and also saw the familiar figure rushing toward him.
Chapter 119, The Big Star. Senior.
Zhang Haoyue quickly ran up to Lin Zixuan's side, panting slightly. Lin Zixuan also took a look at the younger female student in front of him. It had been several days since they last saw each other.
What's the rush? Zhang Haoyue's lips curled into a faint smile as she grabbed Lin Zixuan's arm. Are you going to the gym too, senior? Let's go together. The gym?
Lin Zixuan looked at Zhang Haoyue in confusion, not understanding her meaning.
What are we doing at the gymnasium?
Zhang Haoyue heard Lin Zixuan's words and clearly paused for a moment.
Ah, senior, you didn't know? The school sent out a notice.
A film crew is coming to our school to borrow the venue for a short campus play. They're reportedly casting actors, and there's a chance to appear on screen with a big star.
Many people have already gone to the gymnasium. I thought the senior students were going to check it out too. With his looks, he could easily land the role of the male lead, right? Shoot a short drama? Lin Zixuan let out a puzzled sound.
He really didn't know about this matter, probably because he hadn't paid attention to it.
Lin Zixuan let out a puzzled sound.
He truly didn't know about this matter, likely because he hadn't paid attention to it. However, Lin Zixuan was genuinely uninterested in this so-called filming.
What was the big deal about some famous actor? My current life is much happier. Are you going to become an actor? Zhang Haoyue nodded with a smile. Why not give it a try? If you succeed, who knows? I've been making short videos on Douyin anyway. Maybe I could record one and go viral.
The younger sister is quite capable. If it weren't for Huang Hao draining her, the monthly income from short videos wouldn't be high, but a couple of thousand yuan should still be possible. At least she could support herself, which is really impressive for a first-year college student.
You go ahead, I'll pass. I'm not really interested. Lin Zixuan heard this and refused Zhang Haoyue's suggestion. Zhang Haoyue looked a bit disappointed but nodded in agreement. Alright then, senior, I'll go check it out first. If I ever become a big star in the future, I'll definitely remember you. After saying that, Zhang Haoyue walked off in the distance. Glancing at the receding figure of the younger female student, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but smile wryly.
University students are always filled with aspirations for the future, and many soon-to-be graduates fantasize about joining the ranks of those earning over 10,000 yuan a month after graduation. However, once they enter the workforce, they discover that dreams are just dreams. As the saying goes, you can't hire a migrant worker for a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, but you can hire a college graduate. I don't know where it started, but society has become like this, which is a very sad reality. After parting ways with his younger female classmate, Lin Zixuan also headed toward the classroom. There were many small groups of people on the side of the road, all heading toward the gymnasium.
Most of them were girls. They are probably all daydreaming about becoming big stars.
When they arrive on campus, the film crew's recruiting actors are probably not well known, and the results of their filming are likely to be disappointing. Not only would you be working for free, but if you were signed to a talent agency with a lifetime contract, your life could be ruined.
However, Lin Zixuan had no intention of meddling in others' affairs. Let them go if they want to.
Lin Zixuan walked forward slowly and suddenly heard a series of startled cries coming from ahead.
Wow, look, it's Li Mumu. A big star. I never thought I'd actually get to see a big star. Hurry up, did you bring paper? I want to get an autograph. No, I didn't bring any. Don't you know me? When would I bring something like that to class? Lin Zixuan heard the commotion and looked up as well.
The system's prompt echoed in his mind. A consumable object has been detected. In front of me, many students were lined up on both sides of the road, with a group of people walking slowly toward us. At the very front were two men in black, who looked like bodyguards, clearing the way. In the center of the crowd stood a woman wearing a water green long dress and sunglasses.
A young assistant followed closely behind. This must be the Li Mumu they were talking about. Name, Li Mumu. Height, 161 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 89. Likability, 0. Lin Zixuan took a closer look. Although the guy was wearing sunglasses, making it hard to see his exact features, his 89 in appearance was indeed quite good, even comparable to Manhwa. At that moment, Li Mumu exuded an aura that made others keep their distance. The bodyguards surrounding her were blocking the crowd from approaching. Lin Zixuan watched the scene unfold, furrowing his brows.
He had heard of this young woman before. She must have appeared in some films or TV shows, though he wasn't very familiar with her. But the way she was acting, anyone who didn't know better would think she was the daughter of a wealthy tycoon. Even Mu Qingcheng didn't bring this many bodyguards when she went out. Step aside, make way, make way. The bodyguard's voice was very rude, driving away the crowd around him. Some people tried to approach him for autographs but were also ruthlessly refused. If you want an autograph, go to the gymnasium later. There will be a signing session then. Don't block the way now. The bodyguard's attitudes were very stiff, while Li Mumu in the middle walked forward slowly. There was no sign of any attempt to block her way. Lin Zixuan's feelings for this girl had also dropped significantly. She's just an actress. What gives her such a big ego? The crowd around them slowly parted to form a path, and the group made their way to a spot not far from Lin Zixuan. Seeing that Lin Zixuan had no intention of stepping aside, the bodyguard waved his hand at Lin Zixuan. Move aside, didn't you hear me? If you want an autograph, wait at the sports hall. Hearing this, Lin Zixuan also lost his temper. He responded bluntly, don't you know how to be polite when talking to someone? This is the path to my school. I can walk however I want. The road is so wide. Is it bothering you? As soon as he said that, the crowd around them let out a gasp. The bodyguard's expression also darkened considerably. He glared fiercely at Lin Zixuan's position, just about to say something else, but Li Mumu behind him spoke up and interrupted the bodyguard's words. Wait a moment. Excuse me, could you move over, please? Everyone listened to Li Mumu's words and also showed a look of surprise. Oh my goodness, a big celebrity actually lowering themselves to do this? How is that possible? Lin Zixuan took a good look at Li Mumu. This girl seemed pretty smart. With so many people around, if things got out of hand, Li Mumu would face significant public pressure and wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Lin Zixuan had no intention of making things difficult for them and simply gave a casual laugh. If you had just done that earlier, it would have been fine. Please be more polite. We are college students, and we are generally quite friendly. Chapter 120, Should I consider becoming the male lead? After saying this, Lin Zixuan stepped aside slightly. Li Mumu's gaze kept darting back and forth across Lin Zixuan's body. As a big star, Li Mumu naturally maintained her aloof demeanor in public. In her eyes, the feeling of being adored was like being the center of attention, which indeed gave her a sense of superiority. Being confronted by Lin Zixuan today was also an entirely new experience for her. Glancing at him, I finally noticed Lin Zixuan's appearance, which seemed quite decent. Li Mumu's favorability rating, 10. Lin Zixuan heard the system prompt and paused for a moment. Are all the girls I've met recently mentally ill? Do you like this kind of vibe? Of course, what truly shocked Lin Zixuan wasn't just these things. Seeing this, Li Mumu ignored her assistant's objections and walked over to a spot not far from Lin Zixuan. She asked gently, hey there, you look pretty good. Interested in being an actor? Come with me to the film crew at the sports hall. If your acting is good enough, there's no problem. You could eventually take on some important supporting roles, and even the lead role is possible. As soon as he said this, everyone around him shot him envious glances. What on earth is happening? This kid got into a fight with Li Mumu, and now she's actually inviting him to be an actor? Is that even reasonable? Some of their words clearly carried a hint of jealousy. In my opinion, this guy is just trying to attract attention. He was clearly trying to get Li Mumu's attention earlier, but I didn't expect my Mumu to be so generous. And to top it off, he's repaying kindness with kindness by inviting this guy to be an actor. Yeah, Mumu is so magnanimous. Li Mumu's actions helped her gain a lot of favor from passers-by. Everyone looked at Lin Zixuan with a hint of hostility in their eyes. In their eyes, Lin Zixuan was clearly trying to attract Li Mumu's attention, and now that he had achieved his goal, he would probably follow her eagerly. However, Lin Zixuan shook his head firmly. Sorry, I'm not interested. As soon as he said that, a commotion erupted once again around him. What's going on? This guy actually turned down Mumu's invitation? What a waste. Why didn't you let me go? Why did you refuse? Oh my gosh, you're driving me crazy. Not only the people around them, but even Li Mumu herself was taken aback. She never expected that an ordinary college student would refuse her invitation. Li Mumu smiled awkwardly, alright, I won't bother you anymore. Lin Zixuan didn't bother to acknowledge Li Mumu's gesture and walked away nonchalantly toward the distance. He left behind a group of stunned figures, accompanied by the flashes of cameras. It's likely that Lin Zixuan will make the news again, shocking a well-known entertainment industry female celebrity by inviting a male college student to do such a thing, only to be rejected on the spot by the male college student. A minor incident that didn't draw much attention from Lin Zixuan. When he arrived at the classroom later, he also took out his phone and replied to the messages piling up on it. It seemed that because of the short play, the classroom felt much emptier. Many people harbored dreams of striking it rich overnight. A message from a younger female classmate also came through on my phone. Senior, there are so many people here. But most of them are girls, and there don't seem to be many boys. These days, many girls are like that, they don't have a clear understanding of their own appearance.
Boys are different.
Many boys dare not pursue girls who are too outstanding because they know they are not good enough. This scene from the short play is like a snapshot of campus life, and Lin Zixuan finds it nothing out of the ordinary.
Normal, right? Did you get selected? Zhang Haoyue, not yet. There are too many people, and I don't know when it will be my turn. The senior doesn't seem to have come either.
The senior sister mentioned by the younger sister was naturally Manhwa, the eldest daughter of the Meng family, who was about to start work at the landmark skyscraper. Manhwa, of course, had no time to play house in the stadium. Manhwa also knew what these female celebrities were really like behind the scenes. They were just ordinary people who had been packaged and marketed, no different from live streamers in essence.
It's just a matter of the size of their fan base. Your senior might be a bit busy lately, so she probably won't be going over there. Just have fun on your own. If it doesn't work out, come back soon. Lin Zixuan gave Zhang Haoyue a quick reminder, and Zhang Haoyue obediently responded. Alright, senior, I understand.
Meanwhile, inside the gymnasium, the scene was crowded with people, almost filling the entire gymnasium of Hancheng University. At the very center of the gymnasium stood a massive sunshade. Below it, several people who looked extremely arrogant were seated. A few young women who were still quite attractive approached them. They were being scrutinized by them. Li Mumu sat beside a middle-aged man, with a young assistant fanning him with a fan. It seemed as though she was fanning Li Mumu, while the middle-aged man beside her wore a sinister smile.
This is the director of this production, whose name is Wang Xiang. Coming to the university to recruit actors was not a simple task, and of course, this was not something Wang Xiang could decide on his own. It was the demand of the big boss behind the investment. The purpose, of course, is to select some female students with dreams of stardom and incorporate them into the production team. Once you're in the production team, you probably think you'll become a big star, right? But to become a big star, you need to wait for more opportunities to appear and showcase yourself. But how do you get those opportunities to appear? Curious? Come to the hotel tonight and I'll tell you all about it. So Wang Xiang's purpose for coming here was not to select actors or shoot a TV series.
To put it bluntly, he was here to help his powerful backer scout out potential targets. This Hancheng University is clearly just the first stop, but it's meant to build a reputation. The series must still be filmed, and at the same time, we must also do a good job with the promotion so that more people will be drawn in. Wang Xiang has been assisting the big boss behind the scenes with such matters on multiple occasions, making him well versed in the process. As for Li Mumu by his side, she had been specially invited over.
On one hand, it was to maintain appearances, showing that there were indeed big stars present on set.
On the other hand, of course, she was one of the boss's targets, and her presence was also significant.
Li Mumu was currently unaware of the many twists and turns involved in this visit to Hanyang University.
She was simply surprised by this method of selecting actors. At that moment, several more girls walked onto the stage, and among them was a tall, striking young woman with an exceptionally attractive appearance,
instantly capturing Wang Xiang's attention.
Compared to the other girls, this woman stood out like a swan among chickens.
Chapter 121, My Star Dream.
When Wang Xiang saw the girl, his eyes sparkled with a faint glow.
He approached her and asked, "Excuse me, what is your name?"
The girl seemed a bit shy and replied,
"My name is Su Ruo."
Wang Xiang smiled and nodded. "Come here, student.
We are very satisfied with you.
Please wait here for a moment.
We will arrange an audition for you shortly. If you pass, you will be able to join our production team."
Su Ruo heard this and froze in place. It must be said that Su Ruo, with her 86-point looks, was still considered quite attractive even among the girls Lin Zixuan knew.
Let alone at Hancheng University. She was considered a minor campus beauty, though not as stunning as Meng Wangda.
Compared to other girls, she was still head and shoulders above the rest. Being favored by Wang Xiang is only natural. Since the incident last time, Su Ruo has been behaving herself for quite some time. Every time she tried to contact Lin Zixuan, she received no response. Upon hearing the news that the production team was recruiting actors, under the persuasion of her best friend, Su Qing, Su Ruo also gained some confidence in her figure. So she went to the stadium, and sure enough, she was selected by Wang Xiang.
Su Ruo had no idea what was about to happen next, and at that moment, his face bore a look of surprise and delight. "Really?" Wang Xiang nodded, took Su Ruo's arm, and led her to the position behind Li Mumu.
Really, just wait here for a moment." Su Ruo didn't think much of it and nodded silently.
Li Mumu also noticed Su Ruo and gave her a quick once-over. This girl was indeed quite attractive. Due to the overwhelming number of people in the gymnasium, despite the proceedings progressing smoothly, it was already mid-morning, and Zhang Haoyue had yet to be called. When Lin Zixuan came out of the classroom, he encountered another familiar face. Xian's older brother.
Lin Zixuan turned his head and glanced at young Qianqian, who was holding a water bottle and ran over to his side.
"Zixuan, it's been a long time." Lin Zixuan nodded silently. Compared to the other girls, young Qianqian was still the most sensible one.
Their relationship wasn't particularly close, but it wasn't strained either.
Where are you going? Lin Zixuan asked casually. Yang Shanxian pointed toward the distance, in the direction of the gymnasium.
I heard that the film crew over there is casting actors, and I want to give it a try.
Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan furrowed his brows slightly. You're going too? Seeing Lin Zixuan's expression, Yang Shanxian realized something was wrong. She cautiously asked, what's wrong? Zixuan, is there a problem? Lin Zixuan shook his head, nothing. But it's best not to go.
Just stay put and don't get any silly ideas.
Lin Zixuan just replied casually.
Yang Shanxian heard this and her eyes flickered slightly. It must be said that Yang Shanxian was a very intelligent woman, otherwise she wouldn't have caught Lin Zixuan's attention. As a true materialistic woman, Yang Shanxian understands better than anyone what truly matters.
Going to a film crew doesn't necessarily mean she'll become a big star, but being by Lin Zixuan's side clearly offers many advantages. Yang Shanxian smiled and linked her arm through Lin Zixuan's. Oh, Zixuan, I was just joking. If you don't like it, I won't go. Lin Zixuan didn't expect Yang Shanxian's attitude to change so quickly. He just smiled and didn't say much. Zixuan, have you eaten yet? Would you honor me by letting me treat you to a meal? Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan did not refuse. It's noon and I don't know what to eat.
This time, the two of them didn't seem to have any intention of leaving the school. They were planning to head to the cafeteria for a quick bite to eat.
The two arrived at the cafeteria of Hanyang University.
It must be said that the food at the school was actually quite good. Lin Zixuan also liked it here, but lately he had been busy tackling various tasks, which had kept him from coming to the cafeteria for a long time. The two headed straight to the third floor of the cafeteria, where there were slightly fewer people.
However, it was almost completely full.
Yang Shanxian glanced around and spotted an empty seat, then waved to Lin Zixuan.
Zixuan, there's a spot over here. Let's sit here. Lin Zixuan nodded and sat down at the seat. Yang Shanxian went to get food and told Lin Zixuan to wait there. With nothing else to do, Lin Zixuan glanced around and spotted a figure he wasn't particularly eager to see.
At that moment, Su Ruo was sitting to the left rear of Lin Zixuan, alongside her best friend Su Qing.
Upon seeing Lin Zixuan, Su Ruo's gaze grew vacant.
She couldn't recall when it had started, but Lin Zixuan now seemed like a completely different person from the one she remembered. The guy who used to be a total suck-up, surrounded by goddesses, now seems to have become quite wealthy. To put it bluntly, Lin Zixuan's 911 sports car is the real deal. Su Ruo checked it out, and that thing is worth at least a few million. And last time, with Huang Heng's situation, the third floor of that bar required a fortune of over 100 million to even gain access.
Su Qing noticed Su Ruo's gaze, turned her head, and also saw Lin Zixuan's figure. With a hint of disdain on her lips, Su Qing's impression of Lin Zixuan was still stuck in the lapdog phase.
The disgust in her eyes was genuine.
Xiao Ruo, you're not still thinking about this guy, are you? He's just a sycophant. Let him go. You're now someone the big director has his eye on. Once you become a big star, you'll rise to great heights. It's best not to have anything to do with him anymore.
When Su Qing spoke, she deliberately raised her voice, as if she wanted Lin Zixuan to hear.
To provoke Lin Zixuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan also narrowed his eyes. Being noticed by a renowned director? Did Su Ruo also go to the sports hall?
Lin Zixuan had a hunch, but upon further consideration, given Su Ruo's looks, it was actually quite normal.
However, Lin Zixuan couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't a good thing.
Su Ruo heard this and took a deep breath as well. She lowered her voice slightly. Xiaoqing, Lin Zixuan seems to have really changed. He's become quite wealthy recently.
You must have heard of moonfall at sunset, right? The moon setting in the west?
Su Qing let out a startled cry. The recent appearance of a mysterious wealthy individual on a certain platform had already spread widely. Moreover, after the activity on a certain platform began, Lin Zixuan once again surged to the top of the trending list, significantly boosting his popularity once more.
Are you referring to that mysterious big spender on Moyu? Su Ruo nodded and glanced at Lin Zixuan cautiously, but noticed that Lin Zixuan didn't react either.
I had talked to Lin Zixuan for a while, and I remembered his idea. It was something like moonfall at sunset. Upon hearing this, Su Qing widened her eyes and looked toward Lin Zixuan with a look of astonishment, her eyes filled with disbelief.
Chapter 122, Come to my room, let's talk this over. No way, Xiao Ruo, are you saying that Lin Zixuan is the mysterious big spender on Moyu, moon sets in the west?
Su Ruo nodded slightly. Actually, I'm not entirely sure either, but it's possible.
Lin Zixuan does seem to have a lot of money lately. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's gaze toward Lin Zixuan shifted slightly. Lin Zixuan felt the gaze and also wore an unhappy expression. What's wrong with this girl? Eat your food and stop staring at me. Su Ruo's words were spoken in a low voice, and in the noisy environment, Lin Zixuan couldn't hear what the two were saying.
He only noticed that Su Qing kept glancing in his direction. This made Lin Zixuan feel a bit uncomfortable. Just as Lin Zixuan was about to say something, Yang Qianqian also brought the food and placed it in front of Lin Zixuan.
Brother Zixuan, try some.
These are all from the cafeteria, and they're my favorite things. Lin Zixuan glanced at the food on the table. It was quite a generous spread. However, the food in the cafeteria wasn't overly luxurious, and Lin Zixuan hadn't expected Yang Qianqian, this materialistic woman, to frequently eat in the cafeteria.
You still come to the cafeteria to eat often? Yang Qianqian nodded. Yes, I think the food in the cafeteria is pretty good. If you eat Western food all the time, it can get a bit boring. Watching Yang Qianqian's figure, Su Qing's expression changed slightly once more. At Hancheng University, Yang Qianqian was notorious.
The fact that Lin Zixuan had managed to get a date with her spoke volumes. A sycophant suddenly transformed into a mysterious wealthy individual suspected to be associated with a certain online platform.
Su Qing's expression changed slightly. She suddenly thought of something. Su Ruo, wait a moment. I just thought of something.
There seems to be a fish in my pond, and it might be Lin Zixuan's roommate. I can ask him to find out if Lin Zixuan is really that mysterious wealthy individual.
Su Ruo also perked up at the mention of this.
As for the roommate Su Qing mentioned, it was the one who had given her perfume, been posted on a certain online platform by Su Qing, and then bought back by that sycophant. At the time, it left Lin Zixuan speechless.
That was Zhou Mu, the third roommate in Lin Zixuan's dormitory.
After Su Qing sent the message, Zhou Mu replied quickly.
What? You mean Lin Zixuan is the mysterious big spender on a certain platform, known as Moonsets in the West? You're joking, right? I don't know either.
But Xian hasn't been back to the dorm much lately, and he's always surrounded by beautiful women, including Meng, the school's top beauty. Seeing Zhou Mu's reply, a flash of anger crossed Su Qing's face.
What a worthless sycophant, clueless about everything. Su Qing muttered under her breath, while Su Ruo cautiously glanced at Lin Zixuan.
Alright, Xiao Ruo, if you really want to know, I can have this sycophant help us set up a meeting with Lin Zixuan. I'm sure he won T-refuse.
However, your priority right now is to build a good relationship with the production team. Who knows, you might end up becoming a big star.
Su Ruo was persuaded by her best friend and temporarily set aside her suspicions about Lin Zixuan.
However, she couldn't help but glance at Lin Zixuan's direction from time to time.
During Lin Zixuan's meal with Yang Qianqian, the girl was also very lively, completely unconcerned about the gazes of those around her. She was almost feeding him directly into his mouth. Such a bold girl Lin Zixuan had only ever seen two like her before, one was Yi Xiao, and the other was the young Qianqian standing before him now. The other girls, however, were still somewhat shy. After finishing lunch, Lin Zixuan had no classes in the afternoon, and Yang Qianqian was in the same situation, which is why they decided to head to the gymnasium. Yang Qianqian took the initiative to suggest going shopping, and Lin Zixuan hadn't treated a girl to anything in a long time. He didn't refuse, and the two headed to the mall together. While the two were shopping, the tryouts at the sports hall were still ongoing.
Wang Xian was highly dissatisfied with the quality of Hancheng University and, in the end, selected only two others besides Su Ruo.
This was because the more well-known beauties from Hancheng University had not participated in this selection process.
For example, Manhwa, Yang Qianqian, and others.
The other two should also be around 80 points in terms of looks, but Lin Zixuan isn't familiar with them. As for that little freshman girl,
she didn't come here in the afternoon because of Manhwa's advice. During lunch, when Manhwa was chatting with Lin Zixuan mentioned this matter. Manhwa, of course, understood the intricacies of the situation and firmly told the younger student that she absolutely must not go. Zhang Haogue, with her obedient and sensible nature, filmed 2 videos at the gymnasium before leaving the area. In the evening, at the nearest 5-star hotel near Hanyang University,
Lin Zixuan lay on the hotel bed. It was clear he would be staying here with Yang Qianqian tonight. Come to think of it, it seemed like his first time had also been here, and it had also been with Yang Qianqian.
Does that even count? Maybe I should try to recapture that initial feeling? Yang Qianqian rummaged through her bag, seemingly searching for something. Lin Zixuan watched the scene unfold and asked, "What are you looking for?
You're almost tearing your bag apart."
Yang Qianqian blushed upon hearing this. "Stop teasing me. I think I forgot something. Wait here, and I'll go buy it. I'll be right back." Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan also gave him a curious look. Could this guy also be like Yi Xiao, carrying his own tools and equipment? Of course, Lin Zixuan didn't refuse. It was still early, and there was no rush. Yang Qianqian quickly left the room, leaving Lin Zixuan alone on the bed. He opened his Douyu platform. She went to watch some live streams. At this moment, in the lobby of the hotel, Wang Xiang led Lin Mumu and the others into the lobby. He greeted the waiter with a nod. "Book me the presidential suite at your hotel." The waiter heard this and froze for a moment. "I'm sorry, but our presidential suite is already occupied." "What?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xiang let out a startled cry. "Someone has moved in? Who is it? Can you ask them to move out?" I can pay double the price.
The waiter heard this and chuckled softly. He shook his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, but you have to book a room for a year here.
It's impossible for him to give it up. You can try another room. You booked for a year? Upon hearing this, not only Wang Xiang, but also Li Mumu couldn't help but look shocked.
The price for a presidential suite for one day is tens of thousands of dollars.
How much would that be for a year? With that kind of money, you could buy any house you want. Why would you live here?
Lin Zixuan decided to rent a house for a year for two reasons: to avoid trouble and to invest a little more. Giving them 10 million directly might not be appropriate, but renting an apartment for a year and putting it under Yang Chanxian's name is a decent option.
Chapter 123. I'm sorry, I went to the wrong house.
Upon hearing this, Wang Xiang's lips twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but vent his frustration inwardly.
Who has so much money they don't know what to do with it? The foolish son of a wealthy landowner. Are you booking the presidential suite for a year? Are you really spending that much?
Wang Xiang was speechless, but there was nothing he could do. Someone who could afford to stay in a presidential suite for a year must have wealth beyond his imagination, and the big boss behind them was probably someone he couldn't afford to offend.
Moving to a new place now would be too much of a hassle. Let's just make do for now.
Wang Xiang also let out a helpless sigh.
Give me a few rooms in the best house you have left. All right, sir.
The waiter quickly replied and helped the group check in.
Wang Xiang led several crew members upstairs and settled in the apartment below Lin Zixuan's.
A while later, Lin Zixuan, lying in his room, had just opened a bottle of red wine. He heard the sound of someone knocking on the door.
Lin Zixuan didn't think much of it, assuming it was young Chanxian returning. He walked up and opened the door.
Outside the room, a beautiful young woman appeared. The two stared at each other, both with expressions of disbelief.
Lin Zixuan? Is that you?
The figure standing before him was not young Chanxian at all, but Su Ruo, the person Lin Zixuan did not want to see.
Lin Zixuan was puzzled as to how Su Ruo had ended up here.
Su Ruo was also surprised to see Lin Zixuan here.
What are you doing here?
Su Ruo asked in surprise, and Lin Zixuan was also speechless for a moment.
Big brother, you knocked on my door and asked me why I was here. This is the room I booked. You booked this place? Su Ruo's expression grew even more stunned.
She had come here at Wang Xiang's request after wrapping up the work at the gymnasium. Wang Xiang informed them to come to the hotel that evening for a proper discussion. The location was the presidential suite of the hotel, and Wang Xiang never expected anyone would be staying there.
He even forgot to tell Su Ruo about the room change, leading to the current mix-up. Su Ruo's face was extremely embarrassed.
Today, of course, she had dressed up beautifully. When she first heard that she was being asked to come to the hotel for a serious talk, Su Ruo instinctively wanted to refuse. The incident with Huang Hong had already scared her enough, but she couldn't resist Su Qing's constant urging. She even helped me apply some makeup, and I must say that Su Ruo looked absolutely stunning today. Her long, jet black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and she wore an elegant black gown that exposed her shoulders and long, slender legs. Rarely did she wear such high heels. The dress was so short that it barely covered her most intimate areas. Her face was meticulously made up, and even Lin Zixuan had never seen Su Ruo look like this before. A strange feeling welled up inside him. Perhaps this was the allure of a white moonlight. Of course, Lin Zixuan currently has no particular feelings for Su Ruo.
Listening to Lin Zixuan's words, Su Ruo's face turned extremely awkward. She cautiously asked, "Isn't this Director Wang Xiang's room?" Wang Xiang? Lin Zixuan didn't recognize this person at all. Who is that? I don't know him. This is my house. You've come to the wrong place.
As Lin Zixuan was about to close the door, he really didn't want to get involved with Su Ruo anymore. Su Ruo didn't know what she was thinking either. She reached out and stopped Lin Zixuan's movement. As the door closed, it caught Su Ruo's hand, and she let out a pained cry.
Ah!
Upon hearing the sound, Lin Zixuan pushed open the door once more. Su Ruo covered her hands, looking as though she was about to cry.
Are you okay? Are you stupid?
Although he was complaining, his eyes still showed a hint of concern.
Su Ruo felt Lin Zixuan's gentle movements and glanced down, momentarily lost in a flashback to the past. Back then, when Su Ruo twisted her ankle, Lin Zixuan was extremely anxious, almost kneeling down to massage her for an hour. But at that moment, Su Ruo looked at Lin Zixuan as if he were a clown. Lin Zixuan rubbed Su Ruo's palm, seeming to realize something was amiss.
He stood up and murmured coldly,
"All right, this isn't some royal chamber. Go do whatever you need to do."
Su Ruo heard this, bit her lip, as if she wanted to say something, but at that moment, footsteps could be heard approaching from behind.
"Hey, Su Ruo, what's going on? Hey, Senior Su Ruo, what's going on?"
Yang Shanshan walked over to the two of them with a black plastic bag, blinked her eyes, and watched the scene unfold. Su Ruo saw Yang Shanshan and her face flushed instantly. She hurriedly explained, No, I went to the wrong room."
"It's not what you think." At that moment, Su Ruo looked like a caught adulteress, staring at young Qianqian, who was clearly planning to stay here with Lin Zixuan.
Not long ago, Lin Zixuan begged to stay by her side, but she didn't even want to acknowledge him.
Now it seems she doesn't even have the right to be by his side anymore. Yang Qianqian chuckled softly, finding Su Ruo's expression equally amusing. It's okay, senior. If you don't mind, the three of us can go together. Hearing Yang Qianqian's teasing voice, Su Ruo's face turned even redder.
After muttering an apology, she fled the scene as quickly as she could. No, I really took the wrong turn. I took the wrong turn.
Su Ruo quickly fled the scene, while Yang Qianqian approached Lin Zixuan with a triumphant expression. Lin Zixuan pinched Yang Qianqian's cheek. Little girl, what are you talking about?
Yang Qianqian gave a mysterious smile, wrapped her arms around Lin Zixuan's body, and pushed him into the house, closing the door behind them.
Oh no, I made a mistake. Now my brother will punish me, won't he?
Saying that, Yang Qianqian opened her black plastic bag and took out an eye mask. She placed it over her eyes and then gently embraced Lin Zixuan's body. Brother, come here. Lin Zixuan watched her let him do as he pleased and let out a few heavy breaths. He picked up Yang Qianqian's body and threw her onto the bed. Soon, their clothes gradually came off, and the room was filled with a hint of neon light. Meanwhile, Su Ruo, who had entered the wrong room, also arrived at the room downstairs.
Recalling the scene from earlier, Su Ruo's face still bore a faint blush. Oh no, how could I end up here and run into Lin Zixuan again? I even knocked on Lin Zixuan's door. Su Ruo understood that her impression in Lin Zixuan's eyes would drop significantly once again. At that moment, Su Ruo stood at the door of Wang Xiang's room, tidying up her clothes. After calming her emotions, she gently knocked on the door. Director Wang Xiang, this is Su Ruo.
The voice echoed, and the door in front slowly opened, revealing the figure of a young man, causing Su Ruo's body to tremble slightly.
Chapter 124, Why is it you again?
Upon recognizing the face of the person before her, Su Ruo's expression turned pale, and she took 2 steps back. For the figure that had appeared was none other than Huang Hong, the man who had nearly raped her in public at the bar last time.
Huang the young master? Su Ruo trembled as she called out.
At that moment, Huang Heng's face also turned ashen.
It's over.
Huang Hong felt a wave of fear wash over him.
Last time at the bar, Su Ruo had shouted Lin Zixuan's name at the top of her lungs.
At that time, Huang Hong didn't know Lin Zixuan, he had only done it to save face for Zhang Xuanyu. However, later at the KTV, Huang Hong had truly gotten to know Lin Zixuan. The pitiful state of his own cousin was still fresh in his mind, so Huang Hong dared not even think about getting involved with Lin Zixuan's woman.
Oh no, it's you again? Who told you to come here?
Huang Hong asked with a hint of inquiry, his eyes filled with fear. Wang Xiang had sent them here, of course to accompany the big boss behind the scenes. This big boss was clearly out of Huang Heng's league, he was just a lowly subordinate sent to inspect the goods.
Otherwise, even random people would be sent to the big boss.
At that moment, Huang Hong felt a chill run down his spine.
Thankfully, it was him who came today. If the boss had shown up, what happened to Su Ruo? Lin Zixuan knows about it. He wouldn't dare to just let him off the hook, would he? On this side, Huang Hong is like this, and Su Ruo is the same. The expression of fear is almost etched on their faces. Mr. Huang, it's Wang Xiang. Director Wang Xiang sent me here. I really didn't know you were here. Last time. Su Ruo didn't know how to explain herself. She felt as if she were dead, knowing that she couldn't escape today and that she would surely fall into his hands. Huang Hong heard this and a flash of anger crossed his face. He immediately rushed to the door of the adjacent room. He began to pound on the door with all his might. Wang Xiang, get out here. Upon hearing Huang Heng's call, Wang Xiang opened the door and revealed a fawning smile. What's the matter, young Master Huang? Are these girls being troublesome? Slap. Before Wang Xiang could finish his sentence, Huang Hong slapped him hard across the face. Go to hell. What do you mean girls don't know better? I think you're the one who doesn't know better. Who do you think you are, messing with people like that? Get over here and apologize to Miss Su. As he spoke, Huang Hong grabbed Wang Xiang by the neck. Wang Xiang was completely stunned by this sudden attack and had no idea what was happening. However, seeing Huang Heng's furious expression, he realized something was wrong. Miss Su, I'm sorry. It was my fault for being so inconsiderate and offending you. Wang Xiang's apologetic voice echoed, but Su Ruo stood frozen in place, completely unaware of what had just happened. She instinctively took 2 steps back. It's okay. No need for that. Huang Hong saw that Su Ruo wasn't angry and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He slapped Wang Xiang again, sending him flying to the side. He then walked up to Su Ruo. He rubbed his palms together. The flattering smile made Su Ruo feel a bit uneasy. Miss Su, I'm truly sorry about what happened last time. I had no idea you were Mr. Lin's woman. It was all my fault. I've already apologized to you.
That guy today was completely blind. He actually brought Miss Su to such a place.
Miss Su is a generous person. Could you please forgive us?
Su Ruo was left speechless by Huang Heng's words. However, the mention of Lin Xiao in his words reminded Su Ruo of Lin Zixuan's figure.
You mean Lin Zixuan? At this remark, Huang Heng's eyes flickered. That's right, it's Mr. Lin. Miss Su, look, it's just a small matter. There's no need to trouble Mr. Lin. Su Ruo finally understood a little.
It seemed that Huang Heng had mistaken her for Lin Zixuan's woman.
Su Ruo was well aware of Huang Heng's status. Such a person was actually so afraid of Lin Zixuan. What is Lin Zixuan's identity?
Thinking of this, Su Ruo clenched her delicate hands tightly, but on the surface, she did not show much emotion.
Oh, no problem. Huang Heng heard this and visibly relaxed. As long as everything is fine, that's good. Miss Su, if you ever need anything in the future, just let me know.
As for that movie star, if you want him, I'll have Wang Xiang arrange it for you.
I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Upon hearing this, Su Ruo's eyes dimmed slightly. Lin Zixuan actually had such influence.
By now, Su Ruo had come to understand many things. If it weren't for Lin Zixuan's words today, what would have happened was already clear.
She was simply using someone else's power to intimidate others. Su Ruo's favorability rating is 10.
However, even though Huang Heng said that, Su Ruo didn't continue to act boldly under someone else's authority. If Huang Heng or Lin Zixuan were to discover her, the consequences would be obvious.
That's not necessary. Can I go now? Huang Heng gave an awkward smile and stepped aside to make way. Of course, please go ahead, Miss Su. Su Ruo nodded and followed the path cleared by the two, heading toward the elevator. Once Su Ruo's figure disappeared from their sight,
Huang Heng grabbed Wang Xiang by the collar and then punched him in the face. Wang Xiang was knocked to the ground by the punch, letting out a series of agonizing screams.
Huang Heng's furious roar echoed shortly after. Damn it, you! Can you at least try to be a little more careful in the future? Who do you think you are, picking fights with everyone?
Tomorrow, get out of Hancheng University immediately. That's Lin Xiaoyou's school, and there are countless girls there who are connected to him.
Do you know who Mr. Lin is? He's a powerful figure even Zhang Xuanyu respects greatly.
Luckily, the boss wasn't here today, otherwise, we would have offended that girl. It seems the boss's good days are numbered.
After listening to Huang Heng's outburst, Wang Xiang also showed a look of relief.
He wiped the blood flowing from his nose and nodded heavily.
Yes, I understand. Tomorrow I will leave Hancheng University.
Huang Heng heard this and angrily waved his hand.
He then added, what about the other two girls? Hurry up and give them some money to get rid of them. They're just two women. It's not worth it to provoke Mr. Lin.
After saying this, Huang Heng returned to his room and slammed the door shut in anger. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiang quickly called the other two girls and told them not to come.
What the two girls didn't know was that, unintentionally, Lin Zixuan had saved their lives once. However, there is also a possibility that this was exactly what the two girls wanted, who knows? This might also be their rare opportunity to transcend their social class.
Chapter 125, Reward for 90 Goodwill Points. The farce slowly came to an end, but neither Huang Heng nor Wang Xiang noticed. In the room across from them, a pair of beautiful eyes peered through the peephole. This woman was none other than the famous actress they had been searching for, Li Mumu. Li Mumu heard the sounds in the hallway, pressed her face against the peephole, and witnessed nearly the entire scene.
She also heard Lin Zixuan's name. Lin Zixuan?
Li Mumu recalled the morning when the boy who had argued with her seemed to be named Lin Zixuan.
In the chaotic environment at the time, someone had recognized Lin Zixuan's identity. However, Li Mumu didn't think much of it. Recalling Lin Zixuan's casual expression this morning, no wonder he didn't think much of her.
Li Mumu wasn't a newcomer to the entertainment industry either. She knew full well how glamorous she appeared in front of ordinary people, especially when compared to genuine wealthy playboys. How insignificant she truly was. It turns out Lin Zixuan had such a background. Thinking of this, Li Mumu clenched her delicate hands tightly.
If he truly possesses such power, perhaps he could help me? Li Mumu fell into deep thought.
Meanwhile, Su Ruo, after entering the elevator, was also overcome by a sense of fear. If it weren't for Lin Zixuan, she would have been in big trouble today. Thinking about Lin Zixuan's recent changes and today's encounter, something must have happened to him that I don't know about.
That wealthy individual on the platform is very likely Lin Zixuan.
Su Ruoyue felt even more of Lin Zixuan's mystery and terror, but how could she possibly get in touch with him?
Perhaps approaching Zhou Mu would be the best option.
Su Ruo rushed downstairs and fled toward the school in a panic.
At the same time, in the presidential suite on the top floor. After an hour of intense activity, Lin Zixuan and Yang Chanxian finally stopped their movements. Yang Chanxian removed her blindfold, looking extremely exhausted. She clung to one of Lin Zixuan's arms and seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep almost immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Zixuan had entered the system interface. During the movement, Lin Zixuan heard the news that Su Ruo's favorability had increased. However, at the time, Lin Zixuan didn't pay much attention to it. He just thought the girl was really crazy.
However, the increase in Su Ruo's favorability brings more than just that little thing.
Su Ruo's favorability rating is now 10. Congratulations, host.
You have reached 90 points in affection with the goddess on your first attempt.
Reward, 5 free attribute points. Activate the attribute panel. Properties panel? Lin Zixuan let out a puzzled sound. He had been curious all along what would he receive after reaching 80 points of goodwill?
He had originally thought he would test it on Manhwa, but fate had other plans. The first target I set out to conquer was Su Ruo, and now the first one to reach 90 points is still Su Ruo. The problem is, I haven't spent a single penny on Su Ruo, nor have I had any special interactions or dates with her. This girl is like she's possessed. Her affection for me just keeps rising on its own. At that moment, Lin Zixuan's own attribute panel also popped up in front of him.
Name, Lin Zixuan. Age, 21. Strength, 23. Intelligence, 21. Agility, 23. Constitution, 23. Appearance, 87. Free attribute points, 5. Note, normal adult values for each attribute are around 10. After reviewing the attribute panel, Lin Zixuan nodded to himself in approval. Normal adult attributes like strength are around 10 points, though there are always exceptions.
I must have used the system's strength enhancing potion earlier, which caused my attributes to be significantly stronger than those of an average person. Don't underestimate these 10 points. They were more than enough for Lin Zixuan to take down Huang Hong and his group of athletes back then. Don't underestimate those 10 points. They were more than enough for Lin Zixuan to take on Huang Hong and his entire group of athletes back then.
A goodwill rating of 80 to 90 points will grant 5 free attribute points. I wonder if reaching 100 points will grant more points or introduce new rewards. But for now, it's time to spend. Thinking of this, Lin Zixuan also thanked Su Ruo. This guy is really quite interesting. He hadn't done anything, yet she had given him such a generous gift. Indeed, she still had her worth. Lin Zixuan shook his head and looked at his attribute panel. In truth, these things didn't hold much significance. He was already quite skilled in combat and had no intention of challenging the world boxing champion. However, there is one thing that's quite useful, of course, it's my good looks. Previously, I didn't have a clear understanding of my own looks. But looking at it now, 87 isn't that bad, is it? I'm even taller than Su Ruo. What gives him the right to look down on me? Lin Zixuan decisively allocated all 5 of his attribute points to his appearance. There was no other choice. Strength is temporary, but good looks last a lifetime. With the boost from the 5 attribute points, Lin Zixuan's good looks also reached 92 points. Lin Zixuan jumped out of bed and looked at himself in the mirror. His overall appearance seemed to have changed little. However, there was a new air of confidence in his brows, and the minor imperfections on his face such as a few acne scars and stubble had vanished without a trace. His skin also seemed to have become noticeably fairer. Her overall appearance and demeanor have both been enhanced. Lin Zixuan nodded in satisfaction. This will surely captivate countless young women when I step out. Still, he had to give thanks to Su Ruo, the money god. A fake god of wealth. I'll give you $1 billion. A real god of wealth. You don't need to come. I'll gain favor on my own. Lin Zixuan's mood improved greatly, but he had no idea what was happening downstairs. He then lay down beside Yang Qianxian and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Zixuan awoke in a daze. Yang Qianxian was also awakened by Lin Zixuan's movements and let out a muffled cry. She blinked her eyes and looked toward Lin Zixuan's figure. After a glance, Yang Qianxian perked up immediately. She rubbed her eyes again. Ha! Lin Zixuan looked at Yang Qianxian's expression and also let out a puzzled sound. What's wrong? Did you sleep so much that you don't recognize me anymore? Yang Qianxian nodded in agreement. Looking at Lin Zixuan in front of her, she was sure it was him, but something felt off. He seemed to have gotten much more handsome. Xian, did you get more handsome? Lin Zixuan heard this and knew it was due to the system's boost from yesterday, so he smiled slightly. Actually, I've always been this handsome. It's just that you don't have eyes that can appreciate beauty. Upon hearing this, Yang Qianxian also gave an awkward smile. It seemed to be the case. Had she only seen his money before? No, I can't think like this anymore. A guy this handsome is truly rare. Currently, there are only Mu Qingchang and Xiao Shiyun who are considered beauties scoring above 90 points, and of course, handsome guys scoring above 90 points are also extremely rare. Just this face alone is enough to live off someone else's generosity, though Lin Zixuan probably isn't interested in that. Chapter 126, The Troubles of a Big Star. Lin Zixuan's teasing voice echoed, causing Yang Qianxian to pause for a moment. She took another look at Lin Zixuan's figure. Could it be that brother Zixuan was really this handsome before, and I just didn't notice? Was he just too down to earth before, causing me to overlook his good looks? Yang Qianxian murmured to herself. Her feelings for him grew stronger once again. Yang Qianxian's favorability rating is 10.
Lin Zixuan heard the system's notification sound, and Yang Qianqian's favorability rating had also reached 75 points. It seemed like the goal was within reach.
Lin Zixuan was now quite wealthy. After conquering Manhwa, the funds he could access had reached over 200 million. There wasn't much else to spend it on, but the 90 goodwill points reward Su Ruo had given him yesterday was something Lin Zixuan currently needed more. However, completing a quest for a goddess also grants one chance to enter a lottery, so it's definitely worth participating in, and no one would think it's a waste of money. The two of them quickly tidied up and headed back to school.
As they were heading downstairs, Lin Zixuan spotted a figure in the lobby. Li Mumu was still the same as always, wearing a light green long dress, sitting in a corner of the hotel's first-floor lobby. Holding a drink in her hand, she gently bit the straw with her lips, seemingly lost in thought. Wang Xiang and Huang Hong, however, were not by Lin Zixuan's side. The first to notice Li Mumu was Yang Qianqian, who was by his side. "Hey, is that the famous star Li Mumu?" Yang Qianqian looked at Li Mumu and gave a surprised expression. Lin Zixuan also glanced in that direction. He didn't really like Li Mumu much and had no intention of going over to greet her.
Holding Yang Qianqian's arm, he shook his head. "Enough. She's just a celebrity. We've seen plenty of them before. Let's go."
Yang Qianqian had originally wanted to ask for an autograph, but upon hearing Lin Zixuan say that, she didn't refuse.
Their actions caught Li Mumu's attention.
When she saw Lin Zixuan, a fleeting gleam flashed in Li Mumu's eyes. She wasn't here specifically to wait for Lin Zixuan, one could say she was waiting for him. After last night's events, Li Mumu was filled with endless fantasies about Lin Zixuan. Today, Huang Hong and the others had gone to other universities. Upon arriving on the first floor, Li Mumu also heard that the mysterious wealthy individual staying in the presidential suite had not left. Li Mumu had a little idea and decided to sit there for a while, but unexpectedly encountered Lin Zixuan again.
Could it be that Lin Zixuan is the mysterious wealthy individual who booked the presidential suite for a year?
Li Mumu stood up slowly, her mind filled with confusion.
"Mr. Lin, please wait."
At that moment, Lin Zixuan and Yang Qianqian were almost at the hotel entrance when they heard the voice and paused slightly.
"Is something wrong?" Lin Zixuan looked at Li Mumu's approaching figure and coldly asked.
Li Mumu heard Lin Zixuan's somewhat impolite tone and showed an awkward expression, but quickly regained her composure.
"It's nothing. I just didn't expect to run into Mr. Lin here. What a coincidence. Do you live here, Mr. Lin?"
Lin Zixuan had no idea what this girl was up to.
He just nodded casually. "Yeah."
A look of surprise flashed across Li Mumu's face, confirming her own suspicions. Just as she was about to continue building a good relationship with Lin Zixuan, he showed no intention of engaging in further conversation with her.
"Big star, you're so busy. We won't bother you anymore. We need to head back to school. Goodbye."
After saying this, Lin Zixuan pulled Yang Qianqian along and walked away without looking back.
Li Mumu was left standing there in shock, staring at Lin Zixuan's retreating figure, looking completely at a loss. "Oh my god, is this for real?
I'm a big star, and I came up to you first.
Even if you're a rich kid, my status as a celebrity doesn't mean anything to you. But I'm at least a big beauty, right? You don't even think I'm worth your time?" By the time Li Mumu came to her senses, Lin Zixuan and the others had already disappeared from her sight. This left Li Mumu with no choice but to shake her head in frustration. Well, it seems that Mr. Lin is indeed no ordinary person. How can one possibly build a good relationship with him?
Li Mumu asked, her expression growing bitter. Even though she was a big star who seemed to have it all, there were many things she couldn't talk about behind the scenes.
In the entertainment industry, it's extremely difficult to achieve fame.
Li Mumu has certainly had to make some sacrifices to get where she is today.
However, people tend to become arrogant.
As you gain these things, you also become controlled by the capital behind you. Li Mumu has already made a name for herself. Now, she desperately wants to break free from the control of the person behind her. To achieve this, she needs to find someone with greater influence or connections who is willing to help her. This isn't about betraying someone who helped you, it's just that Li Mumu needs more resources and doesn't want to keep her fate in that person's hands.
Li Mumu clenched her fists tightly and fell into deep thought. At the same time, Lin Zixuan was driving with Yang Qianqian, heading back to school.
Yang Qianqian's eyes sparkled with tiny stars.
"Zixuan, have you and Li Mumu known each other for a long time? She seems to respect brother Zixuan a lot. He's a big star. Brother Zixuan, can you ask him to sign something for me?"
Yang Qianqian's adoring fan-like demeanor made Lin Zixuan shake his head helplessly.
"Stop it, what big star? She's just an actress."
Lin Zixuan casually replied, causing Yang Qianqian beside him to look stunned.
Just an actor? Although Yang Qianqian had never stopped speculating about Lin Zixuan's identity, she had never reached a clear conclusion. Hearing Lin Zixuan's dismissive tone at that moment, Yang Qianqian couldn't help but start to speculate wildly. Sure enough, Zixuan's level was something she could never hope to reach. She absolutely couldn't let this great tree slip away. However, Yang Qianqian was well aware of her own limitations, and that was her greatest strength. She had never once desired any special status from Lin Zixuan.
She simply knows that by maintaining a good relationship with Lin Zixuan, she can gain more benefits.
This is clearly the best way to deal with Lin Zixuan at the moment, and Lin Zixuan won't treat Yang Qianqian unfairly.
Yesterday, while they were out shopping, Lin Zixuan also splurged generously, treating Yang Qianqian to another round of expenses. Soon, the two arrived at Hanshun University and parted ways in the university parking lot, each returning to their respective classrooms for class.
After Yang Qianqian left, Lin Zixuan's phone began to flash with a message. Chapter 127, The Dormitory Gathering. Xiao Xian, let's have a dorm party tonight. This semester is almost over, and we haven't gone out for drinks together in ages. Make sure to come tonight.
In the dorm's group chat, a message flashed by.
Lin Zixuan saw it and fell into deep thought.
Thinking back, ever since he obtained the system, he had rarely interacted with the others in the dorm.
It's not that I become arrogant because I have money. On one hand, I've been really busy lately and rarely return to the dorm.
On the other hand, my perspective on many things has changed.
Lin Zixuan has never flaunted his wealth in front of his roommates.
Because men and women have completely different perceptions of such matters. When a guy finds out that his best friend is a rich kid, he might be really happy at first, thinking that his buddy is so wealthy. However, as they spend more time together, he'll realize that their lifestyles, standards, and social circles are completely different. You go out to eat a Meituan double meal, while they book a Michelin-starred restaurant. Gradually, you start to feel a strong sense of inferiority. Due to differences in social circles, people gradually drift apart. There are many such examples in real life, even if it's not about sudden wealth, but rather about achieving success in one's career.
Over time, people tend to grow apart. Looking at the invitation, Lin Zixuan didn't refuse it. After all, he was just an ordinary person. There was no need to act superior. He had made plans with the three roommates to go out for dinner in the evening, but Lin Zixuan went to the classroom to attend class instead. At that moment, in the girls' dormitory,
Su Ruo was hugging a small bear, leaning against the bed, her eyes vacant and her gaze hollow, as if she had no spark of life left in her. She didn't know what was wrong. Her mind was filled with images of Lin Zixuan. Recently, Su Ruo's interactions with Lin Zixuan have all been indirect. There haven't been any direct meetings like a date. Yet, it was precisely through these repeated encounters that the twists of fate gradually led Su Ruo to realize that the Lin Zixuan of today was almost unrecognizable from the person she once knew. Su Ruo grew increasingly convinced that her suspicions were correct. Lin Zixuan must be the mysterious high roller recently making waves on a certain online platform. That is, when the moon sets in the west. Su Qing below suddenly stood up in surprise. Ruo, Jomu replied that Lin Zixuan will come tonight. We can go together then and ask him anything in person. I'll see for myself if that guy is really some big shot on a certain platform, as you claim he is. Su Qing's contempt for Lin Zixuan remained unchanged. That evening's dinner gathering was also arranged by Su Qing's sycophant, Jomu. At present, Lin Zixuan is unaware that the two are coming. Su Ruo heard her best friend's words and her eyes flickered slightly. Su Qing, Lin Zixuan has really changed a lot lately. Do you think if I had been nicer to him back then, things wouldn't have turned out this way? Su Ruo's voice was faint, perhaps because she didn't have the face to say such things. Su Qing below, however, snorted coldly. Ruo, what are you saying? Men are inherently selfish. If you treat them well, they'll take advantage of you. On the other hand, if you play hard to get, they'll feel a sense of uncertainty and end up liking you even more. These men only need a little taste of sweetness. Unless they're truly capable men. Women, after all, only have a few years of youth. We must use our youth to gain something. Isn't that right? Originally, Su Ruo and Su Qing had a very close relationship, almost like sisters. At first, Su Ruo would always listen to Su Qing. However, over time, Su Ruo gradually realized that what Su Qing said wasn't necessarily correct. For example, the incident at the bar last time, and yesterday's incident, both times she nearly ended up in Huang Heng's hands. If it weren't for Lin Zixuan, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Ruo's gaze towards Su Qing also changed slightly. Xiao Qing, don't say that. I think Lin Zixuan is really different now. Su Qing snorted coldly and didn't say anything else, seemingly waiting for the evening to confirm her suspicions. During the day's class, Lin Zixuan organized the messages on his phone. Among them, Manhwa invited him to join her tomorrow evening to sign the contract for the landmark building in the city center. Lin Zixuan initially intended to decline, as he had no interest in getting involved in such business matters and preferred to leave everything to Manhwa to handle on her own. However, he couldn't resist the constant messages from Manhwa. She said that with so much money, she didn't feel comfortable keeping it herself and would rather have Lin Zixuan accompany her. After all, this could be a transaction worth billions. Lin Zixuan felt a bit helpless, but eventually nodded in agreement. If there's nothing else tomorrow, he'll go take a trip. Back at the school, after Huang Hong and Wang Xiang had led the film crew out, it seemed to have returned to its usual state. Everyone's dreams of stardom were shattered within the campus walls. The other two girls who were selected yesterday looked especially disappointed. They had no idea about the story behind the recruitment.
A day passes in the blink of an eye.
Lin Zixuan stepped out of the classroom and noticed three figures in the distance, who appeared to have been waiting there for quite some time.
Of course, they were the four people from Lin Zixuan's dormitory. Among the four in the dormitory, Lin Zixuan was the youngest and the fourth member of the dormitory.
Generally, they would call him Xiao Xian. Upon seeing Lin Zixuan, a muscular teenager tossed aside the cigarette he was holding.
He waved at Lin Zixuan. "Xian, over here." Lin Zixuan nodded and walked forward. The person speaking was the leader of the dormitory.
His name was Pang Xuanli, a genuine northeasterner, known for his straightforward and generous nature.
He was widely recognized as the undisputed leader of the dormitory. He gets along well with the rest of the group.
Beside Pang Xuanli stood a slender man wearing glasses, his expression seeming slightly self-conscious. This guy was the third roommate, also known as Su Qing sycophant, named Zhou Mu. He's a typical quiet, perverted guy. On the surface, he appears to be a literary young man, but in reality, he always fantasizes about inappropriate things. I don't know what came over me back then, but I developed a crush on Su Qing and pursued her aggressively. However, such guys all share a common flaw, long-term self-doubt, which leads them to mistake a pond for their true love. In front of the high-level Su Qing, I was almost powerless to resist and quickly fell into her trap. He became just another insignificant fish in Su Qing's pond. As for the last one, it was naturally the second in command of the dormitory. This guy was the most unique individual in the dormitory, a true role model for all men, and also the emotional advisor for the rest of the dormitory members.
Chapter 128, The Sea King's Love. Chapter 128, The Sea King's Love. This young man's name is Bai Chunsung. He has a fair complexion and was once the most handsome guy in the dorm, with a previous rating of 87 points. Bai Chunsung is even more handsome than the previous Lin Zixuan, which clearly demonstrates this young man's true potential. However, unlike Lin Zixuan's pure love, Bai Chunsung is a classic playboy, a real jerk.
It's said that there's no girl he can't get.
Remember when we first started school?
The leader bet him that he could get the class monitor within 3 days, with $100 on the line. Bai Chunsung agreed without hesitation.
3 days later,
Bai Chunsung returned to the dormitory, found the leader, and confronted him.
"Is your class monitor a guy?" Just as Lin Zixuan thought Bai Chunsung was about to lose, Bai Chunsung calmly extended his palm. "Alright, it's settled. Hand over the money."
From that day onward, Lin Zixuan held Bai Chunsung in the highest regard.
The four roommates could be described as having completely different personalities.
However, when they come together, they form a cohesive group of four. At that moment, the four gathered together once again. As the leader, Pang Xuanli naturally began to make arrangements for their next move.
"Let's go to the KTV and have some fun. We haven't all gotten together in a while. Let's go somewhere nice today. Let's go, let's take a taxi." Pang Xuanli shouted at the three of them, and Lin Zixuan and the others didn't refuse.
The group walked all the way to the school gate. To the boys, this kind of collective action by the dormitory wasn't particularly unusual. However, in the girls' dormitory, it was actually quite rare for four of them to come out together. The four of them arrived at the school gate and began hailing taxis on the side of the road.
Lin Zixuan didn't choose to drive.
It was the same issue as before. He wanted to join everyone else and experience a lifestyle he hadn't had in a long time, which seemed like a good idea. After everyone got into the car, they headed straight for their destination. It was worth mentioning that this KTV was the same one Zhang Xuanyu had dragged him to last time. It was also here where Huang Hao had an incident with his elementary school classmate. Returning to this place, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but sigh. The cost of living here is definitely on the high side for college students.
I wonder if they're really happy here. Pang Xuanli led the three of them into a private room, where a waiter asked them what they would like to drink.
Pang Xuanli was very generous and ordered a lot of drinks, including a fruit platter.
Lin Zixuan watched the scene in silence, not saying a word.
Now he had reached a point where he could afford to enjoy many occasions without needing to rely on others. A little money wasn't a big deal if necessary, he could always treat everyone later. Soon, the waiter returned to the private room with the beer.
Pang Xuanli opened 4 bottles of beer and handed them to the 3 men. He looked at the third man, who had remained silent the entire time. "Zhou Mu. Hey, third brother, you were the one who called us out today. What's up? Did you finally come to your senses and decide not to go after that Su Cheng anymore? I told you before, women are women. Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. Women are dispensable. Look at Xian. Now that he's away from Su Ruo, isn't he much more energetic? Does he look like he's gotten more handsome? The change in Lin Zixuan's appearance is obvious."
Upon hearing this, the others also took a closer look at Lin Zixuan. Jomu felt a bit awkward beside him, and Lin Zixuan picked up his wine glass and took a small sip. He patted Jomu on the shoulder. Third brother, let me tell you something.
Women need to be trained, you can't spoil them. Otherwise, they'll end up riding you like a horse.
Jomu was left feeling awkward by their words, and a faint voice slowly emerged.
Actually, Su Qing is coming over today too.
Upon hearing this, the expressions of the few people inside the KTV grew noticeably grim. They exchanged glances. So you called us out here just to help you pick up girls?
Lin Zixuan's expression didn't change much. If you want to come, then come. It doesn't matter. As long as Su Ruo doesn't come, it's fine.
If she does, I'll just leave first. But this kid really doesn't listen to advice. The boss clearly didn't have Lin Zixuan's temperament. He slammed the wine bottle directly onto the table.
Oh my goodness, third brother, that's not fair.
If you want us to help you pick up girls, or take girls out for dinner, or go out and have some fun, that's no problem.
Just be honest with us. You called us out, thinking we'd come along to have some fun with you, but now you're telling us Su Qing is coming too? What are you thinking?
Bai Chunsung, who had been silent all along, also let a smile slip. Alright, since the boss is here, let's not press the third brother anymore.
Judging by his expression, I think Su Qing wanted to come on her own, and he had no choice.
The second son's sudden interruption saved Jomu from the awkward situation, and Jomu gave him a grateful look.
Lin Zixuan heard this and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in confusion. Did Su Qing come here on her own? Lin Zixuan looked at Bai Chunshan in surprise, while Bai Chunshan gave a faint smile.
At that moment, the door to the KTV room slowly opened.
The sound of several people talking is interrupted. The first figure to walk in was a sexy, provocative young woman wearing a crop top. Her face was heavily made up, and her lower body was covered by only a pair of shorts. In total, there were only 3 pieces of fabric covering her entire body. Lin Zixuan looked at the young girl, and the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Detected consumable object. The last time I saw Su Qing in the cafeteria, I didn't hear the system's notification sound. He probably didn't pay much attention. After all, Lin Zixuan didn't have much of an impression of her. Soon, Su Qing's profile appeared before Lin Zixuan. Name, Su Qing. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 82. Likeability, 30. Seeing the 30 goodwill rating, Lin Zixuan merely smiled lightly, having long since grown accustomed to it. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, Su Qing's appearance was actually quite decent, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to captivate Jomu so completely. As Su Ruo's best friend, she could certainly be considered a little beauty. However, in front of Lin Zixuan, who had seen countless beauties, she wasn't particularly striking. Su Qing entered the private room, her eyes sweeping around the room before settling on Lin Zixuan. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips. Sorry, I'm late. I brought a beautiful lady along for you. Let's all get together today. As she spoke, Su Qing stepped aside to make room. Another figure followed closely behind Su Qing and entered the private room. As Lin Zixuan watched the figure, he felt a sudden headache coming on, accompanied by a sense of helplessness. There was no need to mention this person's identity. It was Su Ruo, someone Lin Zixuan really didn't want to see. Chapter 129, Are you the moon setting in the west? Su Ruo walked into the private room, having apparently taken the time to tidy herself up. With a complex expression, she glanced around the private room, her gaze settling on Lin Zixuan. Feeling the complexity in Su Ruo's pupils, Lin Zixuan remained expressionless. Lately, for some reason, he kept running into Su Ruo. The feelings from those years still exist, but I've chosen to view that period of my life as a youthful folly. The atmosphere in the private room felt a bit heavy. The boss, Pang Xuanli, looked at the scene and quickly stood up to ease the awkward atmosphere. Ha! The school beauty from Suzhou University is here. Come sit down. Why didn't you bring your other 2 roommates? We're having a social gathering in our dorm tonight, and it sounds pretty good. I've been single for 3 years in college so far. Pang Xuanli's joking words eased the tension in the room. Su Qing pulled Su Ruo's body and sat down beside the others. Bai Chunsung wore a playful smile. This guy's rank was undoubtedly the highest among those present. He was no match for the 2 women who were raising fish. Bai Chunsung grabbed the microphone on the table and helped ease the tension for the boss. Come on, let's drink and sing. I'll start with one, you guys get ready. Then Bai Chunsung stepped forward to request a song, and the awkward atmosphere seemed to dissipate a bit. Su Chang and Su Ruo sat not far from Lin Zixuan. They were about half a sofa's length apart. Lin Zixuan picked up the beer in front of him and took a big gulp. Zhou, looking sleazy, crept over to Su Qing's side. Qing, try this. It tastes pretty good. As he spoke, Zhou used a toothpick to pick up a strawberry and held it up to Su Qing's lips. Su Qing's disgust was almost unmistakable. She forcefully pushed Zhou's hand away. Thank you, but I don't want to eat. Zhou's face turned slightly awkward, and in the end, he could only nod helplessly.
Su Qing and Su Ruo both fixed their gaze on Lin Zixuan's position, as he was the primary reason they had come today. Of course, it was to investigate Lin Zixuan's true identity.
Su Qing looked at Lin Zixuan.
His calm and composed demeanor seemed different from before.
However, Su Qing's preconceived notions about Lin Zixuan hadn't improved much.
Su Ruo sat beside Su Qing, tugging at her skirt with her palm, looking restless.
She wanted to talk to Lin Zixuan but didn't know how to start the conversation.
Bai Chuanxing's voice echoed through the private room. As a true ladies' man, his ability to sing love songs was, of course, quite impressive. Back when he was a freshman, he also made a big impression at the freshman welcome party with a love song, receiving over 100 friend requests the day the beginning of his legendary status.
Lin Zixuan also took a look at the second roommate in the dormitory. He had to admit that Bai Chuanxin's background was the most mysterious among the 4 roommates. Why was that?
Because Bai Chuanxin had never mentioned his family background to the others.
The other 3, including Lin Zixuan, all came from ordinary families.
However, Bai Chuanxin seemed different. Although he had never deliberately flaunted his wealth, the clothes he wore and the items he used were also called luxury brands.
Every time the roommates mentioned it, Bai Chuanxin would dismiss it with a wave of his hand, saying, "It's fake, it's fake. Everything he wears is counterfeit." It seems like he doesn't want to talk about this.
Thanks to the efforts of Pang Xuanli and Bai Chuanxin, the group managed to sit together in the same room in a relatively harmonious manner. The awkwardness from earlier had dissipated. The boss picked up his wineglass and urged everyone to play a game together.
"Come on, just drinking is no fun. Let's play a game. How about Truth or Dare?" Truth or Dare is a pretty common drinking game.
Lin Zixuan didn't want to participate at first, but seeing everyone so enthusiastic, he decided to join in.
He couldn't resist and decided to join in with the others.
Whether it was intentional or not, when the wine bottle on the table stopped spinning, it pointed directly at Lin Zixuan's position.
Lin Zixuan saw this and couldn't help but smile wryly. "Ha, Xian, you lost. Come on, Truth or Dare?"
The leader shouted, and Lin Zixuan naturally chose truth.
"Actually, when it comes to the truth, isn't it really only you who knows? Everyone is just having fun and won't dwell on such things. Alright, to be honest, I'm thinking about what to ask you." Pang Xuanli fell into deep thought, while the 2 women in the distance hurriedly took over the conversation. Such a golden opportunity, Su Qing and Su Ruo wouldn't miss it for the world.
Su Qing stood up, her eyes burning with intensity as she stared at Lin Zixuan's position.
"Lin Zixuan, are you the moon setting in the west?"
As soon as he spoke, the private room erupted into chaos, and the few people in the dormitory all turned to look at Lin Zixuan with stunned expressions.
"The moon setting in the west? Is that the mysterious big spender from that fish platform?"
Pang Xuanli let out a startled cry, and Zhou also looked extremely surprised.
"No way, the 4th is the setting moon?"
Only Bai Chuanxin sat in a corner, silently observing Lin Zixuan with interest.
Upon hearing the question, Lin Zixuan forced another smile.
It seemed that these 2 young girls had ulterior motives for coming here. Despite his identity being uncovered, Lin Zixuan remained unfazed.
"Let them guess if they want to. As long as I don't admit it, I'm not." Lin Zixuan shook his head, looking very calm. "No, it's not. How could you think I'm moon setting in the west?"
"I heard that moon setting in the west spent tens of millions on a female streamer."
"Isn't that just a complete sucker?
He must be a rich fool with no place to spend his money, the idiot son of a landowner."
"To be honest, I don't have much money either.
It's just that my house was demolished recently, and I was given a few $1,000,000 in compensation."
"Who is as rich as someone with the moon setting in the west?"
Lin Zixuan denied his identity, and the ID moon setting in the west didn't really affect him much. However, once a few people in his dorm found out, they would gradually distance themselves from him, and that was not what Lin Zixuan wanted.
Upon hearing Lin Zixuan's words, the 3 roommates in the dormitory couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief.
The roommate they had spent every day with turned out to be the mysterious wealthy individual known as Moonsets in the West on a certain platform. This was clearly hard to accept. Fortunately, it was all a misunderstanding.
"I knew it. Xiao Xian couldn't possibly be the mysterious wealthy individual on a certain platform, could he?"
However, Xiao Xian did change a lot in the end.
He was always wearing expensive clothes and had even caught the attention of so many school beauties.
It seems like he suddenly became much wealthier. Turns out his family's house was demolished.
Second-generation demolition beneficiaries are indeed impressive. "Hey, Xian, you're treating us to dinner today. Let's see what the second-generation demolition beneficiaries are capable of." The 3 roommates chatted and joked about Lin Zixuan's background. Chapter 130, Su Ruo's Disappointment. For the 3 roommates, Lin Zixuan wasn't the one, which made it a bit easier to accept. However, for the 2 girls, it was a completely different story. Su Qing's lips curled into a mocking smile as she glanced at Su Ruo beside her. It seemed as though she were saying, "See? I knew this kid was nothing special. It's simply impossible. What kind of big spender on some fishing app is he, with the moon setting in the west?" Su Ruo's face also revealed a look of disappointment.
When you have particularly high expectations of someone and they fail to meet them, you feel disappointed. This is also a characteristic of human nature. One is a certain wealthy individual who casually spends tens of millions on a platform like Douyin, while the other is someone mentioned by Lin Zixuan, who inherited millions from property demolition.
These are clearly not in the same league. Su Ruo looked toward Lin Zixuan's position and let out a wry smile.
This guy got several million from the demolition compensation.
No wonder he could date young Qianqian.
I bet he spent all that money on her.
Thinking about it, Su Ruo felt even more disappointed.
Lin Zixuan also heard the system's notification sound.
Su Ruo's favorability rating is 10. Su Ruo's favorability rating is 10. After Lin Zixuan denied his identity, Su Ruo's favorability rating quickly dropped by 20 points, reaching 70 points.
At the same time, another system notification sounded in Lin Zixuan's mind.
Target objective for the host's strategy has been detected as completed.
Affinity has decreased. Note, if the affinity drops to 0, you can reconsume the bound item to receive a refund. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lin Zixuan also paused for a moment, revealing an astonished expression.
Wait, can it be done this way?
After completing the guide, I'll figure out how to reset the affection level to 0 and then start the guide again.
That way, I can get 2 rewards? Lin Zixuan discovered a new way to activate the system, but isn't this method a bit too harsh?
In simple terms, it gives you a taste of success, then leaves you in despair. When you're at your most desperate, it offers you another glimmer of hope, only to leave you in despair once again. This is pure torture, but to be honest, it's somewhat similar to how goddesses treat their devoted fans.
They're just stringing you along for fun.
Su Ruo's mind was in complete chaos, as if the image of Lin Zixuan she had carefully crafted was crumbling before her eyes. In Su Ruo's imagination, Lin Zixuan was like the moon setting in the west, a mysterious second-generation rich kid with immense power and soul.
Otherwise, the previous events wouldn't have occurred. However, Lin Zixuan denied his identity today and told Su Ruo that he was just a second-generation demolition worker. This was completely different from the image Su Ruo had in her mind.
Thinking of this, Su Ruo's feelings for him dropped a few more points.
Su Ruo's favorability rating, 10. Su Ruo's favorability rating is 10. Lin Zixuan glanced in Su Ruo's direction and subtly pursed his lips. This girl is really practical.
Knowing she wasn't the moon setting in the west, her feelings for him were dropping rapidly, but Lin Zixuan didn't plan on getting too involved with Su Ruo.
Compared to Su Ruo, Su Qing was clearly more pragmatic. Su Qing's likability rating is 30. After listening to Lin Zixuan's words, Su Qing stood up abruptly and grabbed Su Ruo's arm.
Sorry, everyone, Ruo and I have something to do tonight, so we'll head back to the dorm first.
You guys can keep having fun.
After saying that, Su Qing pulled Su Ruo, who was still in a daze, and walked toward the exit of the private room.
Damn it, you're just a demolition worker. You're wasting my time here.
There are plenty of people richer than you in my fish pond.
Put.
Su Qing cursed under her breath and left the KTV with Su Ruo.
After going downstairs, she also followed Su Ruo and vented her frustration. Xiao Ruo, did you see that? Lin Zixuan is just a nouveau riche. He doesn't even qualify as a nouveau riche, he just got a few million from demolition compensation.
It's not worth mentioning.
Don't ever have anything to do with Lin Zixuan again. In a couple of days, I'll introduce you to 2 rich second-generation kids. I guarantee you'll be satisfied.
Su Ruo heard this and seemed hesitant to speak. Although her feelings for him had diminished, she still harbored some affection for Lin Zixuan from their time together.
Su Qing, I feel like Lin Zixuan seems pretty nice to me too.
Su Ruo hadn't finished speaking before she was interrupted by Su Qing.
Be nice to you? What good would that do? Do you believe me? If I just post on my social media that I'm sick, I can get dozens of people to line up to buy medicine for me and bring it right to me? What does it mean to be good to you? If you want a limited edition handbag, can he afford it? A worthless person who can't even afford a 520 gift, yet goes to the ICU to pretend to be sick. Being nice to you is the cheapest form of affection. There are many people who are kind to me. My father is also kind to me and gives me 3,000 every month. What does Lin Zixuan have?
This string of words left Su Ruo speechless. Perhaps this is just reality. Many guys think they're being nice to girls, but in reality, they're just trying to impress themselves.
What you consider being nice to her is completely different from how she sees it. There are often guys who constantly complain, I did this and that for you, why are you treating me like this? If it weren't for you, I could have done this or that. Actually, in a girl's eyes, these things don't really matter. This society is very pragmatic, and people are very pragmatic. Everything you do is just touching yourself. Su Ruo swallowed hard, as if she wanted to say something else. Su Qing didn't give Su Ruo a chance to speak. Alright, let's leave it at that, Xiao Ruo. Don't think about Lin Zixuan anymore. A man like that isn't worth your time. You're still a Hansheng University student, and you're considered a campus beauty.
There's no need to be so heartbroken over a guy who's just after you. Let's go back to school. Under Su Qing's words, Su Rua's attitude seemed to have changed slightly, and she finally nodded silently. Alright, let's go. Su Rua was persuaded by Su Qing, and the two headed back toward the school. At that moment, inside the KTV room, after the two women had left, the atmosphere wasn't as awkward as before.
Pang Xuanli picked up the wine bottle and approached the three of them. Come drink. Stop thinking about that stinky woman all the time. Remember that, brother. Brothers are like hands and feet, women are like clothes. Don't do anything useless. Learn from the second son instead.
As he spoke, Pang Xuanli picked up the wine bottle, and the other three followed his lead. This outing was originally planned for the dormitory dinner, so Su Rua and the others were just an unexpected addition.
Lin Zixuan, of course, didn't mind.
As for the feelings these two girls had for him, they were of little consequence to him.
Chapter 131, The Agreement at the Landmark Tower.
After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere was thoroughly warmed up. Everyone had had quite a bit to drink, and eventually the four roommates ended up hugging each other.
Singing My Good Brothers.
My good brother, if you have any sorrows in your heart, tell me. It seems like this is the inevitable ending for guys when they go to a KTV.
Such a carefree youth is the memory of so many people.
Lin Zixuan hasn't experienced such a time in a long while, and today he seems to have had quite a few drinks as well. By the time he returned to the dormitory, he was already feeling dazed and disoriented. They soon fell into a deep sleep.
The next morning, Lin Zixuan was awakened by the urgent ringing of a phone. Lin Zixuan reached for his phone. After the call connected, a hoarse voice came through. Hello, who is this?
On the other end of the line, Manhwa's voice came through, but it was icy cold.
Mr. Lin, you really are a busy man. Look at the time, what did you promise me today?
Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan rubbed his eyes and glanced at his phone.
Damn it, it's already past 10 o'clock.
He had promised Manhwa today that he would accompany her to the signing ceremony at the landmark skyscraper. Once that's done, we'll finally be able to start work. Lin Zixuan sat up on the bed and replied awkwardly.
Sorry. I overslept. I'll get ready and come out to meet you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zixuan got out of bed and freshened up. About 15 minutes later, Lin Zixuan had already arrived at the school's underground parking lot.
Washing one's hair was the greatest sign of respect, and it wouldn't take much time.
In the parking lot, they found Meng Wanga's Q7.
Meng, the school beauty, was dressed very formally today, as she had to attend a business meeting. However, her cold and elegant expression carried a hint of barely perceptible anger.
Lin Zixuan opened the passenger door and got in, then gave an awkward smile.
Good morning, Miss Meng, the school beauty.
Meng Wanga snorted coldly, stepped on the gas pedal to start the car, and then turned to Lin Zixuan with a sarcastic remark.
Indeed, it was early. Mr. Lin was still sleeping and had even skipped lunch.
What a frugal guy. Lin Zixuan rubbed his nose. This girl was too much. It was only a little past 10 o'clock. How could she skip lunch? Of course, at this point, it was best not to try reasoning with Meng Wanga.
The vehicle sped through the streets and arrived at the heart of Seoul. The parking lot at the entrance was also filled with luxury cars. Many of the people who came today are business tycoons, with Zhang Xuantian's group being the main ones.
Upon arriving at their destination, Meng Wanga specifically instructed Lin Zixuan. Mu Shi is also coming today, so Mr. Lin, please stay alert. Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan let out a helpless sigh. Mu Shi was none other than Mu Qingqing's father.
In such a situation, it was only natural for him to make an appearance.
Lin Zixuan quickly tidied up his clothes, making sure to show the proper respect. He then followed Mu Qingqing into the hall.
Inside the hall, it seemed as though preparations were being made for a banquet. Men and women dressed in suits and ties gathered in small groups, chatting animatedly.
Lin Zixuan and Meng Wanga had just entered when they caught the attention of several people. Xiangu, come over here.
Lin Zixuan heard the voice, looked up, and saw that it was his older brother-in-law, Meng Chang.
Meng Chang also looked radiant today, and Meng Wanga naturally mentioned to the family about Lin Zixuan's investment.
Although the money came from Lin Zixuan, the ultimate beneficiaries, of course, were the Meng family. Therefore, Meng Chang was deeply grateful to Lin Zixuan.
Seeing Lin Zixuan enter with his younger sister, a smile appeared on Meng Chang's face.
He had been foresight after all. The first time he saw Lin Zixuan, he had already informed his sister to build a good relationship with him. This way, I didn't let others beat me to the punch. With such a brother-in-law, the Meng family will surely become the first family of Seoul in the future.
Xiangu, it's been ages. Meng Chang stepped forward to greet Lin Zixuan. In fact, Meng Chang and the others were all several years older than Lin Zixuan.
However, the nickname Xiangu had been passed down over the years, and none of them found it inappropriate.
Lin Zixuan nodded slightly, but before he could speak, Meng Wanga stepped forward first. She grabbed Meng Chang's tie. Look at yourself, you didn't even bother to tidy yourself up, you're a complete mess. Someone who doesn't know you might think you're some street thug who snuck in here.
Meng Wange scolded Meng Chang for a while and helped him tidy up his tie on his suit. Meng Chang looked at his younger sister and smiled awkwardly. Meng Wange had always been spoiled, and Meng Chang had always played the role of the good older brother, naturally giving in to his younger sister at home. At this moment, he dared not argue. Lin Zixuan's appearance had actually drawn the attention of nearly everyone in the hall.
After all, everyone present was a business tycoon from Seoul, dressed either in formal evening gowns or standard business suits.
Only Lin Zixuan was wearing a short-sleeved shirt with a large logo printed on it. He had casually thrown on a pair of casual pants and sneakers. A typical college student look, standing out like a sore thumb among the crowd around him.
Everyone was naturally curious about Lin Zixuan's identity.
After all, this was no ordinary gathering, not just anyone could walk in dressed so casually. There was only one possibility: Lin Zixuan simply didn't value the significance of such an occasion.
Then Lin Zixuan's identity is definitely worth investigating.
Especially since these people don't know Lin Zixuan, but at least they know the two siblings from the Meng family. Seeing how familiar Lin Zixuan was with the two of them, these old foxes understood a lot. Among them were some who had attended Meng Wange's birthday banquet and naturally recognized Lin Zixuan. However, this is only a small minority. Most people adopted a wait-and-see attitude and had no intention of approaching Lin Zixuan to talk. At that moment, a tall, beautiful woman emerged from the meeting room inside. She looked around and, upon seeing Lin Zixuan, her face lit up with her signature smile.
He walked slowly over to where Lin Zixuan and the others were standing. Everyone looked at the figure and let out a gasp of surprise.
There was no need to mention the identity of the person who had arrived. It was, of course, Mu Qingchang, the heiress of Hanchang. Mu Qingchang was inside entertaining higher-ranking officials. Upon hearing that Lin Zixuan had arrived, she naturally came out to greet him personally.
Wan Ge, Miss Lin, you've arrived. Please come inside and have a seat. Lin Zixuan was dressed casually, and his relationship with the Meng siblings was close. He had even received a personal invitation from the Hancheng heiress, which greatly elevated his status in the eyes of the others. Alright, Zixian, let's go.
Meng Wange responded with a word, beckoning Lin Zixuan to follow her into the inner chambers.
Lin Zixuan naturally did not refuse. Chapter 132, Tianhe Group.
Under Mu Qingqing's guidance, the three of them headed toward the inner chamber together. After everyone had left, these big shots began to chat among themselves.
Who was that young man earlier? How could he have been greeted personally by Miss Mu? Ah, don't ask. He's probably some rich kid. We don't even have the privilege to go inside. Let's just wait here for a bit. It seems like that young man has a good relationship with the two from the Meng family. I've heard that the Meng family is the main partner this time. Given the Meng family's own capabilities, they couldn't possibly handle such a large project on their own. I suspect the young man is also providing assistance. Ah, now I understand. The Meng family is truly blessed.
At that moment, Lin Zixuan and the other two were unaware of the conversation taking place outside.
They entered the inner chamber.
Inside was a huge meeting room resembling a tiered classroom. Above it is a podium, and below are neatly arranged seats. In the two front rows of seats are single sofas, with approximately 10 seats in total. Several of these seats are already occupied. For example, his father-in-law, Meng Tianheng, and Zhang Shuntian. Ah, Mr. Lin has arrived. Mr. Lin, come quickly, sit over here, sit over here. Zhang Shuntian was the first to spot Lin Zixuan and called out for him to come over and take a seat. Under Mu Qingqing's guidance, Lin Zixuan made his way to the very front, the first seat available. The arrangement of the seats seemed to hold some significance.
Meng Wange sat beside Lin Zixuan.
Normally, Meng Wange's status wouldn't allow her to sit here, but today she was able to do so thanks to Lin Zixuan.
Mr. Lin, the meeting will begin in a few minutes. Please feel free to take a seat here for now.
If you need anything, please don't hesitate to contact me.
Mu Qingchang gave Lin Zixuan a nod, and Lin Zixuan waved his hand in response. Miss Mu is too kind. There's nothing I need. Mu Qingchang didn't say anything else and left on her own.
Once Mu Qingchang had left, the few old foxes began to converse.
Lin, you're being a bit ungenerous, aren't you?
I heard you invested a lot of money this time using the Meng family's name.
Why didn't you think of your older brother for such a good opportunity?
Zhang Shuntian teased him playfully, and Lin Zixuan just smiled casually.
It's not that I don't want to, I really don't have the money. Without Meng Wange as my tool, I couldn't even come up with 300 million. Before Lin Zixuan could speak, Meng Tianheng was already displeased. What are you talking about?
Mr. Lin wants to invest in my Meng family, so naturally my Meng family has more advantages than you.
Don't talk nonsense here, as if Mr. Lin is your close friend.
This matter was of particular importance to Meng Tianheng, so he naturally didn't give Zhang Shuntian a friendly look.
Lin Zixuan cleared his throat and interrupted the conversation. Gentlemen, harmony brings prosperity. Let's work together on this project. Upon hearing Lin Zixuan's words, the surrounding area grew quieter.
Lin Zixuan noticed at this moment that there was a young man sitting behind him, his eyes closed in meditation, seemingly unconcerned with the world around him. At that moment, Lin Zixuan noticed a young man sitting behind him on the right, his eyes closed as if meditating, seemingly oblivious to everything around him.
He only opened his eyes briefly when Lin Zixuan entered the room. Manhwa also noticed the young man and leaned close to Lin Zixuan's ear to whisper something. Zixuan, this guy is our toughest opponent today. Apparently, it's the Tianhe group from the neighboring city.
The landmark skyscraper in Hanchang was originally our own project, but the Tianhe group somehow got wind of it. They're trying to meddle in our affairs, and their strength far surpasses that of any company in our city. Without Zi Xian's help this time, Seoul might have ended up collaborating with the Tianhe group. Oh? Lin Zixuan glanced at it with interest, then shook his head slightly.
What's the Tianhe group?
Even if the Penguin group came, it wouldn't matter.
My money is just a number I can spend as much as I want.
After a while, the people in the lobby outside also began to enter the conference hall one after another. However, their role was merely to occupy the hard benches at the back. Those who came here were all business tycoons from Seoul, and they all maintained their composure, even though there were over 100 people seated in the venue.
The atmosphere is so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
With the sound of high heels, Lin Zixuan looked up. Mu Qingqing slowly walked up to the podium at the front.
Welcome everyone to the signing ceremony of the agreement at the Seoul Landmark Tower.
Next, please welcome Mr. Mu to the stage to introduce the Seoul Landmark Tower.
As the applause died down, several middle-aged figures emerged from behind the curtain.
The leader sat in the central C position. This was Mu Ming, the mayor of Hanchang. After everyone had taken their seats, Mu Ming picked up the microphone and tested it briefly.
He spoke slowly. The Seoul Landmark Tower is an important architectural benchmark proposed by the Seoul government.
Within a month of the bidding process beginning, we received numerous proposals from various companies. After thorough discussion, we ultimately decided on the company that would be our partner for this project. A total of 3 companies will collaborate with us to complete the construction of the landmark building in Seoul. As the words fell, the hall erupted once again in a round of enthusiastic applause. Mu Ming paused briefly before speaking slowly.
First, the Mang Group.
As a long-standing enterprise in this city, it has provided substantial support for the construction of the landmark building and will be the primary target of this cooperation. As Mu Ming finished speaking, Meng Tianheng straightened his clothes, accepting the blessings from those around him, all of which were brought about by Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan leaned against the side, looking somewhat drowsy. Such an occasion was even more boring than his classes. Unexpectedly, at that moment, an untimely voice rang out.
Wait a minute.
As the voice fell, everyone looked around in confusion. Their gaze eventually settled on the figure of a young man. The teenager who stood up was, of course, someone from the Tianhe group. The young man's name was Peng Xiao, the young master of the Tianhe group. Mu Ming, who was above, saw his words interrupted and furrowed his brows slightly. Such an unexpected turn of events was clearly inappropriate in this situation.
After recognizing Peng Xiao's identity, Mu Ming took a deep breath. Tianhe group, do you have any objections to this? Peng Xiao nodded heavily and let out a cold laugh.
Of course, I believe that the Mang Group lacks the capability to complete the construction of this landmark skyscraper, while my Tianhe Group is the best choice for this collaboration.
As soon as he spoke, the room erupted into chaos.
This young man was truly bold, daring to speak up and challenge Mu Ming's words in such a setting.
Chapter 133, It's just money, I've got plenty of it.
Mu Ming heard this and furrowed his brows slightly, his voice sounding much more serious.
What's the matter? Does Tianhe Group think there's an issue with this collaboration?
Peng Xiao spoke slowly with a hint of disdain in his tone. Of course, I believe that my Tianhe Group is the best choice for this Hanchang Landmark Tower project. As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding area erupted into chaos, and Meng Tianheng's expression had turned completely grim. Everything had been going so well, and this was supposed to be his moment of glory, but this kid had ruined it all.
Meng Tianheng couldn't hold back any longer and let out a cold snort. Tianhe Group?
This landmark building in Seoul was originally my project, and has nothing to do with your Tianhe Group.
Besides, what qualifications does your Tianhe Group have to interfere in this landmark building project? Meng Tianheng's voice echoed, but Peng Xiao paid no heed. Oh, Uncle Meng, you're wrong. Business knows no borders. Oh, Uncle Meng, that's not right. Business knows no borders. Of course, it's about who has the ability.
Everyone knows how much capital your Meng Group has.
For this landmark skyscraper, my Tianhe Group is willing to invest 10 billion yuan in Hanzhong. I wonder if Mu City should consider this. 10 billion. 10 billion. Upon hearing this staggering figure, everyone took a deep breath.
While every person present might have a net worth exceeding 10 billion, few could actually produce 10 billion in cash on the spot.
Such a figure could already influence many things.
Meng Tianheng never expected that this guy would suddenly show up and cause trouble. At this moment, he found himself in a difficult situation. Mu Ming was interrupted by Pang Xiao and also showed an unhappy expression, but in such a situation, he naturally couldn't just lose his temper. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only Pang Xiao remaining, wearing a smug expression.
10 billion? I thought Tianhe Group was so powerful. At this remark, everyone's attention was once again drawn to him, and they glanced around. Their gaze settled on a young girl. Meng Wange stood up from beside Lin Zixuan and stared at Pang Xiao without hesitation.
Pang Xiao also shot her a dark, piercing glance.
Oh? Who are you? Meng Wange stood up straight, her demeanor dignified. This is Meng Wange, the eldest daughter of the Meng Group. Meng Wange. Pang Xiao repeated the name again and let out another cold laugh. Oh, so Miss Meng thinks 10 billion isn't a big deal?
I wonder how much your Meng Group can come up with to complete the construction of this landmark skyscraper. Before coming here, Pang Xiao had clearly done his research on the Meng Group and knew they couldn't come up with 10 billion, which is why he was so confident. However, what Pang Xiao didn't know was that sitting beside Meng Wange was a money god. Meng Wange had stepped forward at this moment, of course, at Lin Zixuan's behest. It was simply that he didn't like to draw attention to himself in such a setting, so he had asked Meng Wange to handle it instead. Besides, this was originally the Meng family's business. Meng Wange heard the question and instinctively glanced at Lin Zixuan's position. Lin Zixuan gave her an assuring glance and extended a finger. Seeing this gesture, Meng Wange took a deep breath, assuming Lin Zixuan meant 10 billion. The Meng Group is willing to contribute 15 billion to complete this collaboration. If Lin Zixuan can contribute 10 billion, the Meng family has some funds of its own, so it would still be sufficient. However, Lin Zixuan, who was standing beside him, heard this and froze for a moment. No way, you went through all that trouble and only added 500 million? What I mean is, I can keep adding. Meng Wange didn't understand Lin Zixuan's meaning, but Pang Xiao heard this and furrowed his brows. 15 billion was no small sum. However, it still hasn't reached the upper limit of the Tianhe Group. In that case, Tianhe Group is willing to allocate 2 billion yuan to complete the construction of this landmark skyscraper. Pang Xiao pondered for a moment and then threw out his final offer. Tianhe Group's resources were slightly stronger than those of the Meng family, but 20 billion was already the absolute limit. Upon hearing this, Meng Wange frowned again and turned her gaze toward Lin Zixuan's position. Lin Zixuan shook his head helplessly. 50 billion. Lin Zixuan casually mentioned it, his voice not particularly loud, but in the momentarily quiet conference room, it sounded like a thunderclap. What? 50 billion? Did I hear that correctly? Who said that? Everyone couldn't help but let out a series of gasps. Meng Wange also covered her mouth and looked toward Lin Zixuan's position. Pang Xiao also wore an expression of astonishment. 50 billion? You're just bragging without any proof, right? Who said that? Come out here so I can see if you really have 50 billion. Lin Zixuan gave an exasperated expression. Though he didn't want to cause trouble, he had already caught the attention of many people. Lin Zixuan slowly stood up, stretching his arms. He looked toward Peng Zhao's position. I called you. What's the problem? I am willing to represent the Meng Group to invest 50 billion yuan to complete the construction of this landmark skyscraper. Are you satisfied now? Lin Zixuan's calm voice fell, and Peng Xiao wore a solemn expression. Lin Zixuan was someone he didn't recognize. When he first saw Lin Zixuan enter, Peng Xiao had deliberately taken note of him. Because Lin Zixuan's attire was a bit too flashy, but Peng Xiao didn't think much of it. As he listened to Lin Zixuan's words, he began to feel a sense of unease. Could this young man really have 50 billion? Do you really have 50 billion? Do you know what kind of situation this is? Speaking carelessly can have serious consequences. Peng Xiao threatened Lin Zixuan with a single sentence, but Lin Zixuan merely smiled casually. He turned to look in Mu Ming's direction. Mu City, on behalf of the Meng Group, I am willing to invest 50 billion to complete this landmark skyscraper. What do you think? Cash transaction immediately. Lin Zixuan emphasized the last sentence with a louder voice. At that moment, all eyes in the meeting room were fixed on Lin Zixuan. Above him, Mu Ming watched Lin Zixuan's position with a faint smile. Mu Qingchang had already made arrangements with Mu Ming beforehand, otherwise, the first partner for this collaboration wouldn't have been the Meng Group. However, Mu Ming knew very little about Lin Zixuan. Hearing his calm words at this moment, he couldn't help but acknowledge his daughter's discerning eye. This is what a true wealthy individual is like. Of course, no problem. If Mr. Lin can come up with 50 billion, the sole partner for this landmark skyscraper project can be the Meng family alone. The previously estimated funding was around 40 to 50 billion, but this amount is impossible for a single family to raise. Originally, Mu Qingcheng had hoped that Lin Zixuan would invest around 20 billion, but after this incident, Lin Zixuan could even cover the entire project on his own. Chapter 134, I have no status, just a little money. Mu Ming's voice fell, and Lin Zixuan nodded slightly. He gave a gentle push, and the figure of Meng Wange beside him moved. Go ahead, I'll transfer the money to you. Meng Wange was also completely stunned by Lin Zixuan at that moment. Hearing those words, she still had a dreamy expression on her face, unsure of how she had ended up on stage. Lin Zixuan, on the other hand, didn't think much of it and simply took out his phone to transfer 50 billion.
Since Lin Zixuan's bank card was a special grade account, transferring 1 billion yuan wouldn't even be restricted, so 50 billion was a piece of cake.
Meng Wange looked at the transfer record on her phone, and the zeros at the end made her eyes spin.
50 billion. That's enough to buy the entire Meng Group. Meng Wange never expected Lin Zixuan to transfer so much money to her.
Looking at Lin Zixuan, her eyes were filled with gratitude.
Meng Wange's favorability rating is 10. Congratulations, host. Meng Wange's favorability has reached 90 points, rewarding you with 5 free attribute points. After spending 50 billion, Meng Wange's favorability has also reached 90 points. Lin Zixuan once again obtained 5 free attribute points. Meng Wange held the transfer record on her phone and walked up to Mu Ming.
Mu Ming saw all the money and, despite having seen it all before, couldn't help but gasp in shock. After clearing his throat, he spoke slowly.
Cough, cough. Alright, funding is not an issue. On behalf of the senior management of Seoul, I hereby announce that the construction of the landmark skyscraper will be carried out in collaboration with Meng Group. Mu Ming's single statement sealed the deal, while Pang Zhao's face still bore an expression of disbelief. Impossible, impossible. Does this kid really have 50 billion? Pang Zhao looked at Lin Zixuan with a stunned expression and then asked again. Who are you?
As soon as he spoke, everyone looked at him with anticipation, even Zhang Shuntian and the others were curious about Lin Zixuan's identity.
Lin Zixuan shrugged casually. Me? I don't have any special status. Just an ordinary person, though I do seem to have a little money.
These boastful words caused a stir in the meeting room. At such a young age, being able to come up with 50 billion, Lin Zixuan's status in their eyes continued to rise.
Pang Zhao's face turned grim.
Today had truly been a humiliation. He glared at Lin Zixuan with hatred. He turned and walked toward the conference room exit.
Staying here any longer would only be a further embarrassment. Lin Zixuan watched him leave, then sat down.
Despite his seemingly young age, he had become the center of attention in the entire room.
Lin Zixuan watched the man leave and sat down.
Despite his young age, he had become the center of attention in the entire room. At that moment, Peng Xiao, who had left the venue, got into a business car and angrily punched the seat in front of him.
A loud roar echoed through the vehicle. Damn it, where did this kid come from? He ruined my fun.
Peng Xiao gasped heavily, his body rising and falling.
The driver in front noticed Peng Zhao's angry outburst.
He hurriedly comforted him, "Young master, calm down.
The construction industry isn't our main focus anyway. If we didn't get this opportunity, it's no big deal. Wang Xiang just contacted us, saying he found some promising talent at the art university, and Li Mumu is also currently in Seoul. Master, who would you like to accompany you tonight?"
Upon hearing this, Peng Zhao's expression softened slightly.
Tianhe Group was a renowned entertainment company, and Li Mumu was someone they had nurtured and promoted. Wang Xiang was essentially Peng Zhao's younger brother. After receiving a warning from Huang Hong, Wang Xiang left Hancheng University.
However, he did not leave Hancheng entirely. Instead, he set his sights on another university in Hancheng, the art university where Xiao Shiyun was studying.
The art university was also teeming with beautiful women, no less impressive than Seoul National University.
Some of the art students there were even more passionate about becoming actors, and Wang Xiang seemed to have identified several promising candidates there.
Mentioning Li Mumu, Peng Xiao rubbed his arm. This girl has been a bit unruly lately.
After becoming famous, she's become a bit arrogant.
Peng Xiao and the others have encountered many such artists before. After a few rounds of discipline, they usually settle down. Let's not worry about Li Mumu for now. Just let her cool off for a couple of days. Bring those new recruits to my room tonight. I'll teach them the rules. The driver heard this and forced a smile. Alright, sir, I'll take care of it right away. The driver then dialed Wang Xian's phone number. After Peng Xiao left, the meeting would naturally proceed without any disruptions. Originally, Lin Zixuan had offered 50 billion, which was more than enough to secure the project. However, Lin Zixuan was well aware that Zhang Shuntian and his group had been preparing for this project for a long time. He couldn't very well deny them the opportunity to profit, so he also rejected Mu Ming and the Meng family's unilateral cooperation proposal, stating that profits should be shared among all parties involved. Since all the money came from Lin Zixuan, Meng Tianheng naturally had no objections. Now, Lin Zixuan was becoming more and more likable to him, and he even wanted to name his own grandson after him. This girl from my family is really something. After the meeting, Lin Zixuan had originally planned to sneak away, as Meng Wange still needed to stay behind to handle the follow-up tasks related to the project's implementation. Lin Zixuan planned to take advantage of the distraction and leave the venue, as many seasoned veterans were hoping to curry favor with him. Being too conspicuous was not what Lin Zixuan wanted. As Lin Zixuan walked down the corridor leading out of the conference hall, a charming woman's figure appeared before him, as if she had been waiting there for some time. Mr. Lin, are you ready to leave already?
Mu Qingcheng stood in the corridor, watching Lin Zixuan with interest, as if she had guessed that he would slip away from here.
Upon seeing Mu Qingcheng, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but smile wryly.
Yeah, as for the business matters that come up later, I'd rather not have Wangu handle them. I'll just head out first.
Mu Qingcheng's favorability rating is 20.
This was the system notification that popped up when he had just spent 50 billion at the event.
Because of this, Lin Zixuan grew even more reluctant to interact with Mu Qingcheng.
There are plenty of beautiful women out there's no need to get involved with such a dangerous person. Mu Qingcheng smiled as she looked at Lin Zixuan, suddenly noticing that he seemed to have grown more handsome. After several encounters, Lin Zixuan's identity remained shrouded in mystery, growing increasingly enigmatic. You could never guess where his limits lay. 50 billion wasn't something a mere second-generation rich kid could boast about. Mu Qingcheng was always a strong-willed woman, and the more outstanding someone was, the more they captured her attention. This time, Mr. Lin did us a huge favor at Hanchang.
We haven't properly thanked him yet. I wonder if Mr. Lin is free tonight. I would like to invite him to dinner.
Chapter 135, Xiao Shiyun's Troubles.
Upon hearing Mu Qingcheng's invitation, Lin Zixuan shook his head slightly.
There's no need to eat.
I'm mainly here to help Wangu.
Miss Mu, there's no need to be so polite. Miss Mu, there's no need to be so polite.
Lin Zixuan specifically mentioned manhwa, meaning that you shouldn't set your sights on me.
Mu Qingcheng was also a very intelligent woman and naturally understood Lin Zixuan's underlying meaning.
Who would have thought that Mr. Lin is such a good man? So wealthy yet so devoted. Wangu really is a lucky girl.
Mu Qingcheng muttered to herself, still wearing her signature smile.
Since that's the case, I won't disturb Mr. Lin anymore.
If there's anything in the future, Mr. Lin can always contact me.
Lin Zixuan nodded slightly and replied vaguely. No problem, no problem. Lin Zixuan then left the venue.
Those old foxes were waiting to befriend Lin Zixuan, only to discover that he had disappeared without a trace. At that moment, inside the art academy,
Xiao Shiyun, dressed in a purple hanfu, looked somewhat distracted. Wu Lei walked over to Xiao Shiyun with 2 cups of milk tea and handed her one. Here you go, Shiyun. What are you thinking about? You've been so distracted lately.
Upon hearing the words, Xiao Shiyun snapped back to reality and reached out to take the milk tea from her best friend. She didn't think much of it was just that Zi Xian, her older brother, hadn't paid much attention to her lately.
Ever since her confession was rejected, Xiao Shiyun couldn't stop thinking about Lin Zixuan every day.
As usual, she reported her schedule, but Lin Zixuan has been quite busy lately, checking his phone less frequently, which naturally sparked the young lady's imagination. Upon hearing this, Wu Lei ruffled Xiao Shiyun's hair.
Shiyun, don't overthink it. It's been several days already. Why don't you ask Lin Zixuan if he's free tomorrow and invite him out to have some fun?
Xiao Shiyun heard this and nodded silently to herself.
Why couldn't she be braver? She couldn't put it off any longer. She really couldn't put it off any longer.
Thinking this, Xiao Shiyun also took out her phone and contacted Lin Zixuan. At the same time, Wu Lei beside her seemed to have thought of something.
Oh, right, Shiyun, have you heard?
A film crew has come to our school, and I heard that many beautiful girls have gone to audition.
If you want to become a famous actress, in my opinion, you should go. If you go, you'll definitely get selected. Those people aren't even in the same league as you. I'm not joking.
Xiao Shiyun's beauty in 1993 was so stunning that she could easily be called the most beautiful woman in Seoul, if not the most beautiful in the entire country. Xiao Shiyun, however, isn't in the mood to think about such things.
Lately, she hasn't even been streaming much. Forget it, Lulu. I don't really have any dreams of becoming an actress. Going out in public would make me socially anxious.
Wu Lei heard this and chuckled. She had to agree Xiao Shiyun's personality really wasn't suited for being in public all the time. The two of them walked toward the school gate together. Along the way, they passed by the place where Wang Xiang was recruiting. Compared to Seoul National University, the Art University clearly has higher standards for actors. Especially within the art school, the majority are female students, and there is currently a long line of applicants. Wang Xiang sat inside a tent, a faint smile on his face. Pang Xiaoyu had already arrived in Hanchang. Last time at Hanchang University, due to Lin Zixuan's interference, he hadn't managed to find any beautiful women. If there's no significant progress today, Mr. Pang will likely take his frustration out on himself.
Wang Xiang today can be described as full of energy. There are still quite a few beautiful women at the art academy. By mid-morning, Wang Xiang already had 3 or 4 women standing around him, all with scores above 80, though most were in the early 80s in terms of appearance. They still fall short of Su Ruo. At this level, it's barely passable. Wang Xiang clearly needs women of a higher caliber. At that moment, Wang Xiang glanced around and was immediately drawn to a figure dressed in purple hanfu. What a beauty! When Wang Xiang saw Xiao Shiyun, his eyes widened.
Her purple hanfu attire made her look graceful and elegant, and her melancholy expression at that moment evoked the image of a once beautiful woman who had been neglected in the imperial harem. Wang Xiang was delighted and stood up abruptly, pushing his way through the crowd in front of him. He walked over to Xiao Shiyun and Wu Lele.
"Excuse me, I'm the director of the production team, Wang Xiang. I think you have a great presence. Have you ever considered acting? You know Li Mumu, right?
She was trained by our company. I believe you have the potential to achieve even greater success than her in the future."
Wang Xiang's sudden appearance startled Xiao Shiyun, who instinctively shrunk back behind Wu Lele.
Wu Lele frowned and stepped in front of Xiao Shiyun.
"What are you doing? I'm not interested." Hearing Wu Lele's blunt words, Wang Xiang's smile didn't fade. "Classmate, have you really considered it? I've never seen such a suitable ancient-style beauty like you. We're currently preparing to film a period drama, and I can directly offer you the lead female role." Xiao Shiyun looked at Wang Xiang with a reluctant expression.
She whispered softly, "I'm sorry, thank you for your kindness, but I really don't intend to."
Wang Xiang was rejected again but still couldn't give up.
He took 2 steps forward.
"Classmate, are you really not considering it? I'm from Tianhe Group. You can look it up. Our company is very powerful and can definitely cultivate you." "Classmate, are you really not considering it? I'm from the Tianhe Group. You can look it up. Our company is very powerful and can definitely cultivate you." Xiao Shiyun hadn't said anything yet, but Wu Lele was already unhappy. "What are you doing? Didn't you hear Shiyun say that we're not interested? Go play somewhere else. Don't bother us."
Saying that, Wu Lele directly took Xiao Shiyun's hand and walked toward the distance.
Wang Xiang, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes, watched their retreating figures. He silently repeated a phrase to himself. "No way, this is absolutely breathtaking beauty. We must tell the young master. I'm sure he'll have a solution."
Wang Xiang had already thought of it how happy Peng Xiao would be when he saw Xiao Shiyun. At that time, he would certainly receive a reward as well.
Wang Xian's lips curled into a faint smile as he returned to his ranks. Time passed slowly, and Lin Zixuan had already returned to his dormitory and lay down.
While scrolling through his phone, he received a message from Xiao Shiyun. "Come to think of it, it's been a few days since I last saw Xiao Shiyun."
Lin Zixuan didn't refuse Xiao Shiyun's invitation.
The two agreed to meet at the coffee shop tomorrow. With Xiao Shiyun's current 79 points of goodwill, it was time to work on her a bit more. He checked the system to see if it would give him any decent rewards.
Chapter 136, Outrageous Dating Requirements. In the evening, Lin Zixuan rested in his dorm room. Since yesterday's incident, Zhou Mu and Su Qing's relationship
seemed to have grown even more distant, leaving Zhou Mu feeling deeply depressed in recent days. The eldest, Pang Xuanli, remained the same, trying to ease the tension in the dormitory. As for the second eldest, he didn't come back tonight either, probably out on a date with some girl. Everyone had grown accustomed to it. At that very moment, in the presidential suite of a high-end hotel in Seoul,
Pang Xiao sat on the hotel balcony, wrapped only in a bathrobe.
He was holding a red wine glass in his hand, a faint smile on his face.
Not far away, Wang Xiang was bowing humbly, reporting to Peng Xiao. "Master, this is what we've obtained today. Additionally, I discovered an exceptionally beautiful woman at Hancheng University. I inquired about her, and she is the campus beauty of Hancheng University, named Xiao Shiyun. Master, you'll be very pleased when you see her." Peng Xiao heard this and also became interested, glancing at Wang Xiang's figure with curiosity. "Oh? A peerless beauty?" As the words fell, Peng Xiao suddenly furrowed his brows and glanced down. Beside Peng Xiao, a beautiful woman was kneeling. Ying Su must have felt uncomfortable, so Peng Xiao grabbed the woman's hair and pulled her up. In pain, the woman let out a piercing scream. Her face bore traces of tears, and just a few hours earlier, she had been considered a little beauty at the art university. Now she had fallen to this state. "Mr. Pang, I was wrong. Pang Xiao showed no mercy, kicking the woman in the chest with his foot. The woman let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. Pang Xiao coldly stared at Wang Xiang. "I hope the so-called absolute beauty you speak of isn't this kind of trash." Wang Xiang's body shuddered, and he nodded instinctively. "Rest assured, young master. This one will definitely satisfy you. She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, even more stunning than Li Mumu." Pang Xiao listened to Wang Xiang's words, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That night passed without incident. The next morning, Lin Zixuan still attended his morning classes. Meng Wange didn't come to school today. She was probably busy with the Seoul Landmark Tower project. The end of the semester was fast approaching. As the president of the student council, Meng Wange naturally has a lot on her plate. The dual responsibilities of school and work have left Meng Wange extremely busy lately, so it's unlikely we'll see her for the next few days. After having lunch at school, Lin Zixuan didn't have much to do either. He decided to head to his destination early today. He felt a bit embarrassed about making the young lady wait for him.
The place where I had agreed to meet Xiao Shiyun was the same cafe where we had first met. Lin Zixuan arrived at the cafe at 12:30 p.m. and ordered a black coffee without sugar. Coffee, after all, is best enjoyed in its purest form. A bitter cup of coffee without sugar is always the best. Unfortunately, many people fail to appreciate the subtle beauty of this. After a while, Lin Zixuan sipped his coffee and scrolled through his phone. At the entrance of the coffee shop, a woman walked in. Lin Zixuan heard the system's notification sound in his mind. Detected consumable items. Lin Zixuan froze for a moment, looked up, and saw a beautiful woman walking straight toward him. A system panel for the woman also appeared in front of him. Name, Zhou Wanan. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 87. Age, 26. Likability, 0. Lin Zixuan glanced at Zhou Wanan, but to his surprise, Zhou Wanan directly pulled out the chair opposite Lin Zixuan and sat down in front of him. Watching Zhou Wanan's actions, Lin Zixuan's eyes were filled with confusion. Once again, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Zhou Wanan's favorability rating is 10. I didn't expect him to be so handsome. Zhou Wanan muttered to herself, then smiled slightly. Under Lin Zixuan's stunned gaze, she spoke slowly. Hello, I'm your matchmaker. My name is Zhou Wanan. I am 163 centimeters tall, weigh 51 kilograms, and am currently employed. My requirements for a potential partner are actually quite simple. First, the man must have 66 aircraft carriers and 200 destroyers, 300 cruisers, and 30 nuclear submarines, 5 heavy tanks, 80,000 armored vehicles, 6,666 nuclear warheads, 2 million rifles and submachine guns each. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect myself. Zhou Wanan took a deep breath, blurted out all her demands, then glanced in Lin Zixuan's direction. Lin Zixuan, on the other hand, gaped in astonishment. What's going on? I was just here enjoying a cup of coffee, and now a beautiful woman wants to go on a blind date with me. Forget the blind date. You want 1 billion yuan as a dowry? That's more realistic than this nonsense. What the hell is this? Did you offend the United Nations? Lin Zixuan asked curiously, while Zhou Wanan cleared her throat lightly. Cough, cough. What nonsense are you talking about? You know very well that as girls, we often encounter danger when we're out and about, so when we look for boyfriends, we have to find ones who are capable. These are just my basic requirements. They're not that difficult to meet, right? If you can meet these, we can get to know each other better. It's clear that Zhou Wanan doesn't want to go on a blind date. Zhou Wanan is a high-achieving graduate of Seoul National University who entered the workforce immediately after graduation and has established herself as a strong, independent woman. However, as women reach a certain age, their families inevitably start pressuring them to marry. At just 26 years old, she was already being set up on blind dates by her family. Zhou Wanan was utterly speechless, but she couldn't bring herself to refuse her family and relatives outright, so she came here and made some outrageous demands. She had agreed to meet her blind date at 1 p.m. at this cafe, by the window. Zhou Wanan arrived early and saw Lin Zixuan sitting there alone, seemingly waiting for someone. Since they hadn't changed their photos before, she had mistaken Lin Zixuan for her blind date. She didn't expect him to be quite handsome, but she just didn't want to get married. She really didn't want to. Zhou Wanan finally stated her requirements. Lin Zixuan heard this and smiled helplessly. This girl was really quite interesting. Such an outrageous matchmaking requirement, he had never heard of anything like it in his entire life. But then again, who are you? Hey, beautiful, did you get the wrong person? I don't even know you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanan, who was standing in front of him, clearly froze for a moment, looking at Lin Zixuan's actions with astonishment. She then took out her phone and checked the message. He blushed instantly. On her phone, her blind date sent her a message. There's a bit of traffic on the way, so I'll be a little late. Zhou Wanan read the message, quickly stood up, and looked at Lin Zixuan with a slightly apologetic expression. I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Chapter 137, I really don't want to go on a blind date. Zhou Wanan felt so embarrassed she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Oh my god, what have I done? In front of a stranger, I blurted out all these ridiculous dating requirements. He must think I'm crazy, right? Zhou Wanan glanced cautiously at Lin Zixuan's position. He was still a total hottie. This was bad. Lin Zixuan, however, smiled and waved his hand. No problem, beautiful. That's no big deal. What I'm curious about is, your requirements for a blind date. Did you really offend the United Nations? Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanan let out a long sigh and began to complain. Don't even mention it. You have no idea how much pressure I'm under at home to get married. I'm only 26 years old, and my family is already pushing me to go on blind dates. You know how tough it is for women in the workplace. I don't even want to date right now, let alone go on blind dates. I just want to focus on my career. What good is relying on a man? I need to rely on myself. Listening to Zhou Wanan's words, Lin Zixuan nodded silently.
This girl is quite interesting, she's not without her own strength as a strong woman. But many people just talk the talk. They say they have hands and feet, so why should they rely on men to support them? They're not really against being supported by men, they just don't think your money is enough. If you had 100 million, that's too much, but 1,000,000 or even 100,000 would be acceptable. Their attitude would change. If the monthly salary is only a few thousand, they really don't need it. The family's intentions might be good. What if you happen to meet a handsome guy or a rich second-generation heir?
Xiao Shiyun hadn't arrived yet, so Lin Zixuan, bored out of his mind, teased the girl a bit.
Zhou Wanan heard this and forced a smile. Are you talking about yourself? Handsome guy?
Lin Zixuan smiled lightly and shook his head. No way, I definitely don't have any plans to get married yet.
I'm still in school. Zhou Wanan nodded silently and took out her phone. Hey, handsome, add me on WeChat. We've met, so it's only fair.
I'll buy you this coffee as an apology.
A cup of coffee doesn't cost much, so Lin Zixuan didn't refuse. He took out his phone and added Zhou Wanan's contact information.
Zhou Wanan glanced at the time, stood up, and apologized to Lin Zixuan.
Hey, I've gotta go over there. It looks like my blind date is about to arrive, but it should be over soon, right? Saying that, Zhou Wanan headed toward the window seat in front of Lin Zixuan.
She sat down slowly. Lin Zixuan also looked at Zhou Wanan's seat and could already imagine how speechless the boys who would come here next would be. Not long after, a young man with glasses and a professional suit walked in through the door. He looked well-mannered and educated, probably a recent graduate starting his career. The man sat across from Zhou Wanan and began with an apology.
Zhou Wanan didn't wait for the guy to say anything else. She immediately spoke again, repeating her dating requirements. Hello, I am your blind date. My name is Zhou Wanan.
I am 163 centimeters tall, weigh 51 kilograms, and am currently employed.
My requirements for a potential partner are actually quite simple. First, the man must have 66 aircraft carriers and 200 destroyers.
Within Lin Zixuan's line of sight, he could just catch the boy's wide-eyed expression, filled with helplessness and shock.
It seemed as though he was saying, "You didn't even notice me, so why resort to this?" Lin Zixuan couldn't help but burst into laughter, but fortunately, the boy's attention was completely captured by Zhou Wanan. He didn't notice what was happening over here. The final outcome was obvious.
After saying sorry again, the boy left the cafe.
After the guy left, Zhou Wanan couldn't hold it in anymore.
She burst into laughter, leaning on the table, and glanced back at Lin Zixuan. She then stood up and said, "Little handsome guy, I have work to do today, so I'll have to leave first. Next time you have time, please let me treat you to a meal as an apology."
Lin Zixuan nodded with a smile.
He had a prior commitment with Xiao Shiyun and couldn't afford to get too close to Zhou Wanan.
Alright, but next time you should find a different way to decline.
Zhou Wanan glared at Lin Zixuan, said nothing, and turned to leave the cafe.
As Zhou Wanan left, Lin Zixuan glanced at the time, seeming to think that Xiao Shiyun should be arriving soon. Why isn't she here yet? At this moment, at the entrance of the art university,
Xiao Shiyun was wearing a pink hanfu outfit today, with heavy accessories on her head and lightly made-up cheeks, attracting the attention of almost everyone at the school entrance. Not far from Xiao Shiyun, a Rolls-Royce was parked.
Pang Xiao held a cigarette between his lips, sizing up Xiao Shiyun's figure. "Young master, this is the girl. She's the campus beauty of the art university." Pang Xiao, upon seeing Xiao Shiyun, also gave a satisfied, wicked smile. "Not bad, not bad. She truly is a beauty beyond compare."
Pang Xiao, who had seen countless women, felt a sense of being captivated upon seeing Xiao Shiyun. Such a beauty was truly a rare sight. He then tossed the cigarette he was holding onto the ground. With a burst of acceleration, the vehicle roared to a stop, coming to a steady halt in front of Xiao Shiyun. Xiao Shiyun was startled by the sudden appearance of the luxury car blocking her path and cautiously glanced at Pang Xiao in front of her. Pang Xiao, however, reached into the car and pulled out a business card.
"Hello, I'm Pang Xiao. I'm the second young master of the Tianhe group. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, my name is Pang Xiao.
I am the young master of the Tianhe group.
Within our group, we have a very high reputation in the entertainment industry. Li Mumu is one of our company's artists. Yesterday, Wang Xiang and his friends discussed it with their classmates.
I think his appearance is very suitable for our company, and I am willing to offer a signing bonus of 10 million. After signing the contract, he will also receive full support from our group.
Becoming a top star in the entertainment industry is just a matter of time." Xiao Shiyun listened to Pang Zhao's string of words and couldn't help but flash an awkward expression.
10 million is no small sum, but Lin Zixuan had only just met Xiao Shiyun and had already spent 10 million on gifts. She naturally wouldn't think much of it.
"Sorry, I really didn't mean to." Xiao Shiyun smiled apologetically. Pang Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile.
In this line of work, Pang Xiao had seen too many so-called beauties. In reality, girls naturally harbored dreams of stardom, so they tended to view this industry through rose-colored glasses.
As long as you pay enough, no girl will resist. If there is, it means that the price you're offering isn't high enough. 10 million seems a bit low for someone of Xiao Shiyun's caliber. Ah, beautiful lady, actually we can still discuss it. How about this, 5 million a year, and if you're willing, we can sign the contract right away. Classmate, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 138, with your measly amount of money you keep talking about.
Pang Zhao's words carried a hint of temptation. The students around them also heard the astronomical figure of 50 million, especially those who had participated in the drama audition the previous day but had not been selected, who now cast envious glances their way.
This world is so unfair. Why does Xiao Shiyun have to be so beautiful? Look in the mirror, who is this Li Kuei who is about to start his period?
Xiao Shiyun heard Pang Zhao's words and shook her head firmly. 5 million wasn't a huge sum for Xiao Shiyun, especially since she didn't even like this industry to begin with. Plus, there was the matter of Lin Zixuan. He wouldn't want her to be in the public eye, would he? Sorry, I really don't want to be an actor. I have things to do. I'll be going now. As Xiao Shiyun turned to leave, Pang Zhao's expression grew dark. He shouted, "Wait, classmate." Xiao Shiyun looked over in confusion, and Pang Zhao's smile had already turned grim.
100 million a year.
As long as you agree, the previous conditions remain valid. Classmate, such an opportunity, it wouldn't be good to refuse it. Pang Zhao's words carried a hint of threat, clearly believing that the price of 100 million was already the limit.
After all, how much is an ordinary girl worth?
If Xiao Shiyun refuses, it would be a bit rude. The onlookers around them all turned their attention to Xiao Shiyun's position. Xiao Shiyun, however, stood there nervously clutching the hem of her dress, looking flustered and at a loss.
This wasn't about money. That.
Just as Xiao Shiyun was about to refuse, a loud voice rang out from behind her.
How about this? I'll give you 100 million. Just disappear from my sight immediately. Is that acceptable? As soon as those words left his mouth, Pang Zhao's expression darkened considerably. Just as he was about to turn around to see who the inconsiderate person was who dared to ruin his plans, he turned around. There stood Lin Zixuan, striding over to Xiao Shiyun's side. Lin Zixuan?
Pang Zhao let out a startled cry. The events of yesterday were still fresh in his mind, and seeing Lin Zixuan naturally made him feel a pang of envy.
Zixuan brother. Xiao Shiyun also let out a startled cry and grabbed Lin Zixuan's collar. Lin Zixuan, what are you doing here? Pang Zhao asked Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan snorted coldly, you're flirting with my woman here, and you ask me what I'm doing here? Look at you, you don't make much money, yet you always show off.
I told you yesterday that I don't have any status, but I do have money.
Is 100 million enough? If not, I'll add more. Just disappear from my sight immediately.
Upon hearing this, Pang Zhao's face turned dark.
He was used to throwing money at others. When had he ever been humiliated by someone else using money? What's more, this guy actually seemed to be a bit richer than him. Pang Zhao glared fiercely at Lin Zixuan's position. Kid, is she your woman? What's the problem? Pang Zhao took a deep breath, and a threatening voice immediately followed. Alright, kid, you have money, right? Hey, kid, you know what? This world is full of unexpected things. Don't let your money go to waste. These threatening words sounded rather ridiculous to Lin Zixuan's ears. What a joke. I'm not the type to be easily intimidated. Hey, Mr. Pang, what's the matter? You can't beat me in a fight, so you want to play dirty? Hey, Mr. Pang, what's the matter? You can't beat me in a money contest, so you want to play dirty with me? Sorry, I'm just a timid person, but I've always been satisfied with the safety in Seoul. Why don't I contact Mu City and discuss the safety issues with them?
Upon hearing this, Pang Zhao immediately swallowed the threatening words he had been about to say.
Are you kidding me? Lin Zixuan had just pulled out 50 billion. He was the darling of Mu City.
If Mu City finds out, they'll probably accuse him of disrupting public order or some other trumped-up charge. It would be a blow to myself, though it wouldn't be enough to truly harm me. After all, the name of the Tianhe Group is at stake. But it would still be very distressing.
Pang Zhao felt like he punched a pillow. What kind of situation was this?
In the end, he could only glare at Lin Zixuan with hatred.
Alright, kid, you just wait and see.
After saying that, Pang Zhao stepped on the gas, and the Rolls-Royce did indeed speed off quickly. However, the way the smoke billowed behind it made it look like a disheveled escape.
After Pang Zhao left, Lin Zixuan turned his head and glanced at Xiao Shiyun. Xiao Shiyun tightly gripped Lin Zixuan's arm. The incident had indeed startled the young girl. She had never witnessed such a scene before. Fortunately, Lin Zixuan had appeared in time to help Xiao Shiyun escape the awkward situation. Xiao Shiyun looked at Lin Zixuan with a touch of gratitude in her eyes. Lin Zixuan, in turn, gently ruffled Xiao Shiyun's hair with a loving smile. Little girl, stay away from these messy people in the future. Hearing these serious words, Xiao Shiyun nodded heavily. I understand, Zixian. Originally, Lin Zixuan was waiting in the coffee shop, but he got a little bored sitting there.
He thought he'd go wait at the school gate for Xiao Shiyun instead, since it wasn't too far away, but then he ended up encountering such a situation. This Peng Xiao is really something.
He didn't learn his lesson yesterday. How much money is that? He's just wasting it. After everything was settled, Lin Zixuan helped Xiao Shiyun tidy up her clothes.
Then he asked gently, "Little girl, where do you want to go play today?" Xiao Shiyun heard this and her eyes darted around. Originally, her purpose today was also to confess her feelings, but the recent events made Xiao Shiyun realize that Zi Xian's older brother still had a place in his heart for her.
Confessing her feelings doesn't seem that important anymore. What if she fails? She might not even be able to remain friends with him. 100 million ISNT, that much for brother Zixuan, is it?
Xiao Shiyun's mind raced as she pondered, eventually settling on a place to go.
Zixuan, will you come with me to the amusement park? I want to go play. The amusement park? Lin Zixuan let out a startled cry.
Amusement parks, places like this, had gradually been abandoned by the masses. Some large amusement parks, such as the one in Shanghai called Shanghai Disneyland. It's absolutely packed with people, and you have to wait in line for an hour just to try one attraction. Lin Zixuan's memories of going to the amusement park date back to when he was very young, when his parents were still alive and took him there. Those memories had been buried deep in his mind for a long time. Suddenly mentioned by Xiao Shiyun, Lin Zixuan also felt like going, so why not head to the amusement park and take a look?
That's a good idea. Let's go. It's a weekday, so there probably won't be too many people there. Today isn't the weekend, so there should be a little fewer people at the amusement park. Of course, this is just a guess. The exact number will only be known once we arrive. Chapter 139, Amusement Park. Lin Zixuan drove his 911, pulling Xiao Shiyun toward the amusement park. Upon arriving at the Hancheng amusement park, Lin Zixuan parked the car in the parking lot, and the two made their way to the entrance of the amusement park. Since it was already the end of June, Seoul was scorching hot. Lin Zixuan could feel the sweat beading on his forehead.
In such scorching heat, if you had to wait in line for an hour, people would definitely go crazy.
After buying their tickets, the two entered the amusement park. Lin Zixuan had clearly underestimated everyone's enthusiasm for the amusement park.
The area was still packed with people. There were also some staff members dressed in costume, writhing around. Lin Zixuan glanced at them, his eyes filled with a touch of sympathy. Many people were busy struggling with life, and under those suffocating costume outfits, they must have been drenched in sweat. However, this is also part of their necessary work. The amusement park was filled with the sounds of noise everywhere. Xiao Shiyun clearly rarely came to such public places, partly because she was shy and socially anxious, and partly because of her appearance. Coming to such places often comes with some inconveniences, but it's better if there are boys around, as they can help ward off unwanted attention. At that moment, many eyes were also fixed on Xiao Shiyun.
Xiao Shiyun instinctively grabbed Lin Zixuan's hand.
This was a rare instance of her taking the initiative to have such intimate contact with Lin Zixuan. Xiao Shiyun instinctively took Lin Zixuan's hand, which was a rare instance of her initiating such intimate contact with him.
Lin Zixuan glanced down and smiled. Zixuan, let's go ride the roller coaster.
Xiao Shiyun tugged at Lin Zixuan and pointed to the winding track at the top. A train sped by, looking extremely thrilling.
Roller coasters are a must-have attraction at amusement parks, and Lin Zixuan naturally wouldn't refuse.
However, when the two of them finally arrived at the roller coaster's queuing area, they were both stunned. The line stretched out as far as the eye could see, and judging by the pace, it would take at least another hour before it was their turn. Xiao Shiyun saw this and let out a long sigh.
Oh, there are so many people.
Lin Zixuan nodded in agreement, but decided to make the best of the situation. He would just wait in line. Going to another project would probably be the same. Everyone has to wait in line, so let's just wait here for a bit. Lin Zixuan and Xiao Shiyun stood out the most in the crowd, and their good looks need no further mention. Lin Zixuan and Xiao Shiyun stood out in the crowd, their striking appearances needing no further comment.
It's worth noting that after defeating Manhwa, Lin Zixuan once again obtained 5 free attribute points.
Adhering to the principle that being handsome is a lifelong commitment, Lin Zixuan allocated all his attribute points to his appearance.
Today, Lin Zixuan boasts an impressive 97 points in appearance.
It can be said that his face is enough to captivate countless young women.
Xiao Shiyun also noticed that Lin Zixuan seemed much more handsome today than usual.
At that moment, not far ahead of the two of them, there was the figure of a young girl.
She looked timidly in their direction. How did he end up here?
The young woman wore a low-cut short dress, exposing her white legs. Her fair skin glowed under the sunlight, making her stand out even more. She seemed well-maintained, but the young man accompanying her appeared slightly older. Lin Zixuan felt the gaze and looked up briefly. The woman felt Lin Zixuan's gaze and instinctively averted her eyes. Looking at this vaguely familiar figure, Lin Zixuan paused for a moment, trying to recall where he had seen her before. After a long time, he finally remembered who the young girl was. It seemed like her name was Zhang Yingxue, the Ferrari model who was there when I went to buy a car with Tianya. After adding her on WeChat, we never had any contact afterward. The man beside Zhang Yingxue was at least in his 30s, and someone who could afford a luxury car was likely successful in their career. Lin Zixuan saw the scene and merely smiled lightly, showing no significant reaction. Zhang Yingxue, however, seemed to be avoiding Lin Zixuan's gaze. Oh no, now he must think I'm an easy woman. Zhang Yingxue muttered to herself, her eyes growing dim. The last time she saw Lin Zixuan, he was accompanied by Tianya, who was also quite a beauty. However, the Xiao Shiyun she saw today was clearly a true beauty beyond compare. In the presence of these two women, I felt like I didn't amount to much. Zhang Yingxue felt a hint of inferiority, especially toward Lin Zixuan, who seemed to have grown more handsome. Zhang Yingxue's affection level is 10. Lin Zixuan heard the voice but didn't react much. As the line moved forward, Zhang Yingxue and the young man disappeared around a corner, naturally leaving Lin Zixuan's sight. It was just a chance encounter, and the two didn't have much to say to each other. After enduring a long wait in line, Lin Zixuan and Xiao Shiyun finally boarded the roller coaster. As she took her seat, Xiao Shiyun exhaled deeply. Her body seemed to tremble slightly, and Lin Zixuan noticed Xiao Shiyun's unusual state. He gently took her delicate hand. Don't be afraid. If you're scared, just shout out, and everything will be fine. Lin Zixuan's gentle voice fell, and Xiao Shiyun's mood clearly improved significantly. Nodding firmly, Lin Zixuan helped her secure the safety device tightly to prevent any accidents. Accidents can still happen, though. They're just rare occurrences, like plane crashes. The fatality rate is 100%, but the probability of an accident happening is very low. Lin Zixuan didn't give it much thought. As the roller coaster started, the vehicles emitted a series of loud roars and began moving forward along the tracks. Xiao Shiyun gripped the handle in front of her tightly, her knuckles turning white. It was clear she was using every ounce of strength she had. Lin Zixuan gently grasped Xiao Shiyun's delicate hand and gave her a tender smile. At first, the speed wasn't very fast, and some people were still complaining, but as the roller coaster reached the peak of the track, below was a huge drop. Everyone began to feel fear as the vehicle sped down the tracks, their bodies almost being thrown out of the roller coaster, accompanied by screams of terror. Amidst the sounds of our nation's cultural heritage, the screams echoed through the air. Xiao Shiyun kept her eyes tightly closed, as if afraid to watch the scene, while Lin Zixuan continuously comforted her. Xiao Shiyun's screams echoed repeatedly. The roller coaster stretched along the tracks, zigzagging up and down, and returned to its original starting point amid a series of piercing screeching sounds. Once the vehicle came to a complete stop, Xiao Shiyun's body trembled slightly, her hands still clutching the handrail in front of her, as if unwilling to let go. Lin Zixuan gently patted Xiao Shiyun on the back and offered a comforting word. It's okay, it's over. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shiyun immediately hugged Lin Zixuan beside her, still visibly shaken. Chapter 140, have you been thinking about buying a car lately? Lin Zixuan suppressed his smile and hurriedly comforted Xiao Shiyun. Sure enough, the little girl was still afraid of these things. Lin Zixuan's gentle voice kept coming, and Xiao Shiyun's emotions finally calmed down a bit. However, when she stepped off the roller coaster, her legs were still visibly trembling. With Lin Zixuan's support, I could finally move normally. I can't do this anymore, Zixuan. I'm so scared. Let's not play this kind of thrilling game anymore. Xiao Shiyun let out a sigh, and Lin Zixuan just smiled and nodded. He had come along to accompany her anyway, so as long as she was having fun, that was fine with him. The two continued to stroll around the amusement park, and in front of them was a ride that looked a bit more relaxing. It was an old favorite at the amusement park, called the carousel. Actually, this kind of thing was originally designed for children, but children around 10 years old generally don't like such slow things. They prefer more exciting activities, which has instead become a popular dating spot for some young couples who still have a childlike spirit. Gradually, the target audience seems to have shifted. Play this. Xiao Shiyun acted like a child, beckoning Lin Zixuan, who nodded in response. There were far fewer people in line here, and before long, the two of them were sitting on the carousel. The carousel spun very slowly, and Xiao Shiyun took out her phone, aimed it at Lin Zixuan's position, and pressed the flashlight button. Lin Zixuan smiled in response, as if to say that many people came here just to take photos and check in. After finishing their entertainment here, the two of them played a few more games. After 2 or 3 hours, the two of them looked a bit tired. They arrived at the ice cream parlor inside the amusement park. After ordering 2 cold drinks, Xiao Shiyun suggested she needed to use the restroom, while Lin Zixuan stayed seated in the ice cream parlor, scrolling through his phone. As soon as Xiao Shiyun left, Zhang Yingxue also entered the amusement park. The place wasn't very big to begin with, and she happened to run into Lin Zixuan again. Noticing Lin Zixuan's figure, Xiao Shiyun's eyes flickered. Lin Zixuan was surrounded by beautiful women. He must be an outstanding and wealthy second-generation heir. How should she approach him to say hello? The middle-aged man who was with Zhang Yingxue earlier wasn't following her now, which presented an excellent opportunity to strike up a conversation. After thinking it over, Zhang Yingxue decided to approach Lin Zixuan on her own.
Mr. Lin, what a coincidence.
I didn't have the courage to say hello earlier.
Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan looked up and responded politely. Yes, what a coincidence. Zhang Yingshue's eyes darted around, scanning the area. Hey, where's Mr. Lin's girlfriend? I saw her earlier. She's a real beauty.
Lin Zixuan smiled casually. That's not my girlfriend. She went to the restroom.
Upon hearing Lin Zixuan's explanation, Zhang Yingshue's smile grew even wider. Not your girlfriend, huh? That makes things easier. However, Zhang Yingxue didn't seem to have much else to say. After thinking for a moment, she spoke again. I wonder if Mr. Lin has any plans to buy a car recently? You could consider us first.
Lin Zixuan heard this and chuckled. Your way of striking up a conversation is really unique.
With nothing better to do, Lin Zixuan decided to tease her a bit. Buy a car? No problem, but just a regular one. I heard that Ferrari has a limited edition model called the LaFerrari, right? Can you get me one to play around with? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yingshue's expression clearly grew awkward.
Mr. Lin is joking, she said apologetically.
The Lafayette is a limited edition model. It's almost impossible to get a new one now.
She apologetically said, Mr. Lin, you're joking.
The Lafa is a limited edition model. Getting a new one now is almost impossible. If Mr. Lin is interested, I can ask around to see if anyone is selling one. Why don't you take a look at other models, Mr. Lin? Lin Zixuan shrugged his shoulders. Then there's nothing we can do. The standard models don't really appeal to me. Actually, Lin Zixuan wasn't particularly fond of luxury cars.
He thought they were just something rich people with too much time on their hands would play with. In the city, there's a speed limit anyway, so you'll never get that feeling of driving like a plane.
They're just used to boost one's ego.
But relying on a car to maintain one's image is pretty pathetic in itself.
For example, take Manhwa, the founder of Alibaba. Even though he drives a Wuling Hongguang, you wouldn't think there's anything wrong with his status. Zhang Yingxue, hearing Lin Zixuan's tone, also wore an awkward expression. Alright then, Mr. Lin, if you need anything, feel free to contact me.
By the way, Mr. Lin, Ferrari is planning to organize a car owners club in Seoul soon. If you're interested, feel free to join us. It's just for Ferrari owners. These kinds of car owner clubs are actually quite common. They're mainly places where people go to make friends, but the level of those people is much lower than Zhang Shuntian and his group.
Not interested.
Lin Zixuan rejected her directly, and Zhang Yingshue's expression grew even more awkward.
At that moment, Xiao Shiyun also walked in from the door.
Seeing Zhang Yingxue standing beside Lin Zixuan, her pretty face betrayed a hint of displeasure.
I'm just going to the restroom. Why is someone still sneaking around? Xiao Shiyun tidied up her clothes and walked slowly to Lin Zixuan's side.
She directly took hold of Lin Zixuan's hand.
Zixuan, who is this sister?
Lin Zixuan looked at Xiao Shiyun, whose slightly annoyed expression amused him, so he decided to tease her a bit.
Ah, she asked me if I was free recently and wanted to take me to a party. Lin Zixuan was telling the truth, it was indeed a car club event. However, saying it that way changed the meaning. Xiao Shiyun's expression darkened immediately, and Zhang Yingxue quickly stepped back 2 paces to explain. It's not like that, Mr. Lin. Please don't joke around. Hello, my name is Zhang Yingxue. I'm a model for the Ferrari brand.
I happened to see Mr. Lin here and wanted to ask him if he would be interested in joining our Ferrari Car Owners Club.
I hope I didn't cause any misunderstanding.
After Zhang Yingxue finished her explanation, Xiao Shiyun's expression finally softened slightly. She reached out and twisted Lin Zixuan's arm once, causing him to let out a muffled groan.
Oh, I see. Thank you, sister. Zhang Yingxue nodded repeatedly. Then I won't bother you two anymore. I'll be going now.
Saying that, Zhang Yingxue quickly fled the scene.
Xiao Shiyun didn't let go of Lin Zixuan's arm at all.
Lin Zixuan was pinched so hard it hurt, causing him to suck in a sharp breath.
Girl, can you let go of me now? Xiao Shiyun snorted coldly, released Lin Zixuan's arm, and sat down across from him, looking angry.
Seeing Xiao Shiyun's expression, Lin Zixuan smiled lightly and pushed the cold drink in front of him toward Xiao Shiyun.
Chapter 141, A Long-Held Wish Under the Fireworks. Try some. It's so hot today it'll cool you down. Xiao Shiyun heard this and seemed even angrier. She shot Lin Zixuan a sharp glance. Yeah, go cool off. Who told you to provoke me?
As she spoke, she bit down on the straw, as if she were biting Lin Zixuan's hand. Her 2 sharp fangs were clearly visible.
Watching Xiao Shiyun's movements, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but laugh a few more times. Seeing that Lin Zixuan was still laughing, Xiao Shiyun naturally grew even more angry.
She decided to turn her head away and ignore Lin Zixuan.
Sure enough, girls are all the same species.
When they get angry, they may not be exactly the same, but they're pretty much identical. Lin Zixuan slowly stood up and walked over to Xiao Shiyun.
Xiao Shiyun turned away again, refusing to look at Lin Zixuan's figure. Lin Zixuan watched the scene unfold, feeling a bit speechless. Hey, if you're still angry, I'll have to take action, you know. As he spoke, Lin Zixuan extended his hand and wrapped it around Xiao Shiyun's waist. Feeling Lin Zixuan's touch, Xiao Shiyun let out a gasp of surprise. Her delicate face flushed with a hint of blush. She hurriedly pressed down on Lin Zixuan's hand, no longer bothering to be angry. Oh my goodness, there were so many people here. What was he planning to do? Stop it, there are so many people here. Lin Zixuan rolled his eyes. What can I do? It's not my fault, someone's always mad at me. Xiao Shiyun sighed helplessly. It was clearly his fault, yet he was now blaming her. Before Xiao Shiyun could say anything, Lin Zixuan's arm suddenly tightened. Xiao Shiyun felt her body lift off the ground and was caught in Lin Zixuan's arms. Xiao Shiyun instinctively clung tightly to Lin Zixuan's arms. Lin Zixuan's one hand wrapped around Xiao Shiyun's waist, while the other hand pressed her hanfu tightly against her clothes. This princess carry position, if not careful, could easily lead to an accidental exposure. Xiao Shiyun's face turned bright red, and she punched Lin Zixuan's chest with her delicate fist. Let me down! Let me down! All eyes were now fixed on the two of them, and most of them were filled with a hint of jealousy. However, this young couple truly seemed like a perfect match. A match made in heaven. Let go? Then beg me, and I'll let you down. Xiao Shiyun was now so ashamed she couldn't face anyone, let alone think about such things. Please, let me down. Lin Zixuan gave a wicked smile. What should I call you? Zixuan brother. Ha? What did you call me? Brother. What? Xiao Shiyun's mind went blank. She looked up and saw Lin Zixuan staring at her with a hint of a mischievous smile. Although Xiao Shiyun didn't fully understand these things, as a popular blogger on Douyin, she had certainly seen many videos of couples expressing their affection. She could only whisper softly as she moved closer to Lin Zixuan. XX. Lin Zixuan nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, then carefully placed Xiao Shiyun's body back onto the chair. Xiao Shiyun, who had sat back down, covered her chest and buried her head in the table. She dared not look around, her heart racing wildly. In Lin Zixuan's mind, the system's notification sound also rang out. Xiao Shiyun's goodwill rating, 1. Congratulations, host. Xiao Shiyun's favorability has exceeded 80 points, completing the strategy objective. Spend Lickdog coins, 64,523,341 yuan, cash refund, 64,523, 3410 yuan. Reward system lottery opportunity 1. Just as the two were flirting, the last bit of goodwill was successfully secured, and Lin Zixuan successfully completed his pursuit of Xiao Shiyun. The rebate this time was several times more than the total of everyone else combined. Lin Zixuan has also invested a great deal in Xiao Shiyun. The Phoenix singing outfit alone is worth 50 million yuan, and he had previously spent over 10 million yuan on gifts for Xiao Shiyun, bringing the total to over 60 million yuan. Therefore, the rebate amounted to 600 million yuan, bringing Lin Zixuan's total funds to over 800 million yuan. This can certainly be considered a sudden fortune. As for the final system lottery opportunity, I'll wait until I have some free time when I get back to discuss it further. Xiao Shiyun lay on the table, and it took her a long time to calm down. Xiao Shiyun leaned on the table, and it took her a long time to calm down. After standing up, she looked at Lin Zixuan with a very complicated expression. With a cold snort, he was the first to leave the ice cream parlor, clearly unable to stay there any longer. Lin Zixuan chuckled softly and followed behind Xiao Shiyun. Upon exiting, the sky outside was already nearing dusk. When they had arrived here earlier, it had already been past 2 o'clock. At this time, the number of people at the amusement park showed no signs of decreasing. However, everyone's focus had shifted, and the most crowded area was, of course, the spinning Ferris wheel. It is said that the amusement park has a spectacular fireworks display at night, and when the Ferris wheel reaches its highest point, it offers the best view of the fireworks in the entire park. This was also their final destination for the day. Upon arriving here, they inevitably began queuing again, and finally managed to board the Ferris wheel. The sky had already grown completely dark. Inside the Ferris wheel, the cramped space meant that although neither of them was particularly overweight, sitting together inevitably brought their bodies into contact. Xiao Shiyun, however, wasn't as reserved as she had imagined, likely because there was no one else around to watch them. A dazzling firework shot into the sky, soaring straight up until it finally exploded in the heavens. It transformed into a shower of neon-colored fireworks, gradually fading away with the clouds in the sky. Wow, Zixian, look how beautiful it is. Xiao Shiyun stood up and pressed her face against the glass of the Ferris wheel. Above, fireworks were slowly rising into the sky. Lin Zixuan also approached Xiao Shiyun's side. At that moment, the fireworks in the sky exploded. They formed a huge heart. Xiao Shiyun clasped her hands together, as if making a wish. Make a wish, Zixian, I think it will come true. Actually, everyone knows that making wishes is pointless, but when you have the chance, you still want to try your luck. As the saying goes, sincerity brings results. It's not the object of your wish that fulfills it, but the unwavering belief in your heart. When you make up your mind to do something, it is highly likely that you will succeed. The prerequisite is that what you want to do isn't too far-fetched. If you tell me you want to travel back in time to 100 years ago, I think that kind of thing is probably impossible. If you say you want to get first place, as long as you work hard enough, there might still be a chance of success. We need to distinguish between ideals and fantasies. Realistic dreams can be called ideals, while unrealistic things are not ideals. We generally call them fantasies. Chapter 142, Never mind, let's try again next time. Under the fireworks display of the Ferris wheel, the two of them watched the neon-colored fireworks fill the sky and made a sincere wish. Lin Zixuan had no idea what Xiao Shiyun's wish was, nor did he know if it would ever come true. As the fireworks flickered, the Ferris wheel returned to the ground, and the two reluctantly parted ways. It was already very late, and Xiao Shiyun should be heading back. Watching Lin Zixuan's figure, Xiao Shiyun looked a bit reluctant to leave. Zixuan, I should go back now. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but want to tease Xiao Shiyun whenever he saw her. Oh, it's pretty late. Why don't we just stay out here for the night? Lin Zixuan's casual remark caused Xiao Shiyun's face to flush instantly. She took 2 steps back, staring at Lin Zixuan's figure. Oh my god, what is Zixuan saying? He wants. Xiao Shiyun felt her mind go blank. For her, this kind of thing wasn't entirely unacceptable. But, was it all happening too fast? Zixuan, I. She repeated the word I 3 times but couldn't bring herself to say what she wanted to say. Lin Zixuan watched this scene and smiled again. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go, I'll walk you back. Xiao Shiyun heard this and finally let out a sigh of relief, nodding silently. The two drove toward Xiao Shiyun's residence, slowly making their way there. Xiao Shiyun, who was on the road, seemed a bit nervous, as if she was afraid that Lin Zixuan might do something to her. Perhaps, amidst the tension, there was also a hint of anticipation? However, Xiao Shiyun was clearly overthinking it. Lin Zixuan was just driving on his own and soon arrived at the entrance of the residential complex. Upon reaching her own front door, Xiao Shiyun finally snapped out of her daze. What was she thinking? She was already home, why wasn't she hurrying inside? Xiao Shiyun heard this and paused for a moment before snapping back to reality and nodding. Zixuan, I'm going back now. Lin Zixuan waved his hand and didn't say much else. Xiao Shiyun numbly opened the passenger door and walked toward the entrance of the residential complex. After taking a few steps, she turned back to glance at Lin Zixuan's position. After a long time, she finally disappeared from Lin Zixuan's sight. On this side, Xiao Shiyun, who had just entered the building, seemed to think of something and turned to look at the dark entrance behind her. Oh no, what about confessing my feelings? How could I forget something so important? Today was a memorable day for Xiao Shiyun, whether it was the intimate moments at the ice cream parlor or the neon fireworks on the Ferris wheel. She gradually forgot the reason she had come here today. Xiao Shiyun wanted to rush out and say the words she couldn't bring herself to speak, but in the end, she could only let out a helpless sigh. In the end, she couldn't muster the courage. Oh well, I'll just tell brother Zixuan next time I see him. Xiao Shiyun shook her head slightly in disappointment and walked toward her home. On this side, Lin Zixuan, after seeing Xiao Shiyun off, glanced at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock at night, and it seemed too late to return to the dormitory. That leaves only 2 options for where to go. Lin Zixuan recalled that he hadn't seen Tianya in a long time. He decided to send her a message. Are you asleep? I'll come over tonight. Tianya replied quickly, saying she hadn't gone to bed yet. Lin Zixuan didn't waste any time and drove toward their destination. Soon, Tianya opened the door. Inside the room, Tianya was wearing a cartoon-themed pajama set, which perfectly complemented her petite figure. With Lin Zixuan's help, Tianya's standard of living had naturally improved steadily over the past few months. After all, the two had an agreement in place, with Lin Zixuan paying 1 million yuan each month as living expenses for Tianya. Tianya has never asked for anything more. The car and the house were all gifts from Lin Zixuan, and that was more than enough for Tianya. Upon seeing Lin Zixuan return, Tianya bowed slightly, knelt on one knee, and helped Lin Zixuan change his shoes. Honey, have you eaten yet? Shall I prepare something for you? Lin Zixuan hadn't eaten yet, so it would be nice for him to try Tianya's cooking tonight. Tianya went to the kitchen to busy herself, while Lin Zixuan opened the platform again. The preliminary round seemed to be nearing its end, and whether Lin Zixuan came or not didn't really matter. With their scores, the 3 of them are certain to advance to the next round. That's when the real battle will begin. Lin Zixuan glanced at the rankings and noticed that the 4th position on the streamer rankings had been replaced by someone else. Lin Zixuan glanced at the rankings and noticed that the 4th position on the streamer rankings had changed from Bom Miao to someone else. The newcomer was named Zhang Miao Miao. Lin Zixuan didn't recognize the name and didn't think much of it. Lin Zixuan went to Pikachu, Xiaoyu, and Shen and Mei's livestream, made a brief appearance, and donated a small amount of money before leaving. On Tianya's side, she had also prepared a dinner. Since it was an impromptu decision, Tianya hadn't prepared much, so the dinner wasn't particularly elaborate, just a simple home-cooked meal.
Lin Zixuan tasted it briefly, and the flavor was actually quite good.
Perhaps this could be considered a kind of warmth that belongs to home.
After finishing dinner, Tianya was tidying up the dishes in the room.
Lin Zixuan watched Tianya's figure, stepped forward slightly, and embraced her from behind. Tianya turned around and gave Lin Zixuan a playful scolding glance. "What are you doing?" "I'm washing the dishes."
Lin Zixuan heard this, gave a mischievous smile, stepped forward slightly, and gently bit Tianya's earlobe.
"What do you think?"
The hot breath, accompanied by waves of heat, made Tianya's body tremble slightly, and the bowl and chopsticks in her hands fell into the sink.
The atmosphere in the room was gradually enveloped by the sensual sounds. It becomes an unconventional battlefield. The next day at noon, Lin Zixuan woke up beside Tianya. Tianya seemed to have been awake for a while, but she didn't get up to disturb Lin Zixuan. She was leaning against the bedside, playing with her phone. "Honey, are you awake?" Tianya called out, and Lin Zixuan nodded silently. Awake. What would you like to eat?"
"If my husband isn't busy today, I'll show off my cooking skills."
Lin Zixuan glanced at the time and realized he had slept until now.
He must have been too tired. He decided to skip school today and stay home to rest.
"Whatever you like. Do something you're good at." Tianya heard this and felt motivated, wanting to impress Lin Zixuan. She immediately went downstairs to prepare. Lin Zixuan also took this opportunity to check the messages piling up on his phone.
He quickly replied to everyone's messages, but there wasn't anything particularly important. Only Manhwa complained to me about the work at the landmark tower, which was extremely tedious, and she couldn't step away for even a moment. Additionally, the school term was nearing its end, leaving Manhwa overwhelmed with work.
Chapter 143, Zheng Miao Miao.
I took some time to vent to Lin Zixuan.
Lin Zixuan naturally encouraged Manhwa as well.
First, he acknowledged her abilities, painted a rosy picture, and then offered a simple reassurance.
Manhwa seemed to still be busy and didn't respond immediately. Xiao Shiyun also shared some daily updates with Lin Zixuan. Others like Liang Mo and Yang Qianxian, however, seemed quite well behaved. With nothing else to do, Lin Zixuan opened his system space.
Yesterday, while completing the quest for Xiao Shiyun, he had also been rewarded with a system lottery chance.
Now that I have some free time, I decided to use it. Then, the system's spinning wheel appeared before Lin Zixuan.
As the wheel continued to spin, it finally came to a stop on a map.
The system's prompt sound immediately sounded.
"Congratulations, host, you have completed the lottery draw. You have been rewarded with 3 beauty pills. Beauty pill, upon consumption, it increases the target's appearance by 1 point and slows down the aging process."
Lin Zixuan saw this scene and his eyes flickered slightly. This was a valuable item.
As the name suggested, the beauty pill was used for maintaining one's appearance. Women's beauty inevitably fades with age, but with this item, things would be different. If word gets out about this, I wonder how many wealthy women would be willing to spend a fortune on it. As for the slight improvement in appearance, it doesn't really make much of a difference. After all, the difference in appearance isn't that noticeable. Especially for people with different styles. For example, Han Shang and Tianya are 2 people with completely different styles. One is a cute little firecracker, while the other is a strong, career-driven woman. Long legs and short legs are very different, but their looks are the same. If there's only a slight difference, it's hard to notice. It really comes down to personal preference. Lin Zixuan reached into his pocket and felt a small bottle of pills. This item was far more practical than the golden wand medicine he had obtained last time.
Lin Zixuan also pondered how to distribute it.
He should probably give one to Meng Daxiaoa, since their mutual liking had already reached 90 points.
She's also the type Lin Zixuan prefers. Who should I give the second one to? Xiao Shiyun? It seems acceptable. Lin Zixuan also finds her quite appealing. A beauty with an ancient and elegant charm who wouldn't be drawn to her? As for the last one, it seems there really isn't a suitable candidate. Tianya? Forget it, it's just a business relationship. As for Han Shang, Liang Mo, and Yang Qianxian, they don't seem worth considering either. The last one, I'll just keep it for now. We'll see who performs well in the future.
Lin Zixuan also had no immediate plans to hand it over to the 2 of them directly.
He would simply give it to them next time they met.
After a long time, Tianya came to call Lin Zixuan for dinner. Outside, a lavish dinner spread was laid out on the table, clearly showing that Tianya had put a lot of effort into it. 2 candles flickered softly, reminiscent of the time when Tianya had invited Lin Zixuan over.
She was still wearing the same maid outfit.
Tianya and Liang Mo were the only 2 girls who had ever cooked for Lin Zixuan, and it must be said that both of their cooking skills seemed quite decent.
At least they can satisfy Lin Zixuan's appetite. After a warm family dinner,
Lin Zixuan also suggested taking Tianya out for a stroll and to the mall to buy some things she liked.
Tianya naturally agreed with delight.
By the time the two returned home that evening, they were already loaded down with bags.
Tianya's favorability rating also increased by 5 points.
She has now reached 75 points, and the goal is within reach. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite in Seoul,
Pang Xiao's expression was gloomy.
Having been rebuked twice by Lin Zixuan, the usually unrestrained Pang Xiao found it hard to accept. He even considered killing Lin Zixuan, but given how prominent Lin Zixuan had become recently, such thoughts seemed impractical. Most importantly, the people he sent to investigate Lin Zixuan's background hadn't even managed to uncover the slightest clue. Lin Zixuan's background was as blank as a sheet of paper, which only served to make Pang Xiao even more astonished.
Not only him, but even Mu Qingchang and Mu Shi couldn't uncover any background information about Lin Zixuan.
His investigation also seemed so meaningless. It wasn't that they couldn't find anything, it was just that Lin Zixuan didn't have any connections, and they all refused to believe it. Just as Pang Xiao was puzzled, the phone beside him rang.
Pang Xiao decided to answer the call. Hello, brother Pang Xiao, I've transferred to a certain platform. They seem to be preparing for an event. Could you come help me vote tonight?
Hearing the voice on the phone, Pang Xiao's expression relaxed slightly. As the young heir of an entertainment company, Pang Xiao also handled some matters related to the live streaming agency.
This includes selecting some streamers to join his entertainment industry.
The streamer who made the call is Zhang Miao Miao, whom Lin Zixuan noticed yesterday. This person was originally a streamer on a certain platform but recently switched to another platform. He happened to catch a promotion on Douyu, which is why he called Pang Xiao. Upon hearing this, Pang Xiao casually waved his hand.
Don't worry, it's no big deal.
I'll take a look tonight. Once I register for a certain fish account, I'll give you an emperor tonight. Zhang Miao Miao listened to Pang Xiao's promise and also chimed in with a sweet voice. Thank you, brother Pang Xiao.
I'll go prepare right away.
Pang Xiao usually spends more time on Douyin and doesn't even have a Douyin account yet, but he had heard of the name Yu Luo Shichen before. In the eyes of most people, Yu Luo Shicheng is indeed a true high roller, even Zhang Shuntian can't compare to him. However, Pang Xiao understands the ins and outs of the situation. If the moon setting in the west was originally a member of the guild, then he wouldn't have much money either.
Pang Xiao had never seen Lin Zixuan spend money like that, he was just assuming.
Especially since watching streamers was also part of Pang Xiao's job, he was obviously more willing to invest.
He had been one of the top spenders on a certain platform before.
Here, Pang Xiao has already registered an account on Douyu. It was around 7 p.m., and Zhang Miao Miao also started her live stream on time. Pang Xiao, with an account that hadn't reached any level yet, naturally didn't attract much attention when he joined. Zhang Miao Miao was already a big streamer on another platform before, so when she came here, she brought along several influential figures besides Pang Xiao, which is why her view count grew so quickly. Today is the final day of the preliminary round, and she has decided to give it her all one last time.
If she can secure first place, things will be easier moving forward.
Currently, Xiaoyu is still in first place, with votes already nearing 1 million.
Pang Xiao, have you arrived yet? I'm here. Let's start the battle right away. I'll give you the emperor title later, and we'll take down the opposing team. It'd be even better if we can get a big streamer involved, that'll help you gain a lot of followers.
After receiving Pang Xiao's message, Zhang Miao Miao's face also broke into a smile.
Okay, brother Pang Xiao.
Shortly after, Zhang Miao Miao started the live stream, and soon a beautiful female streamer appeared on the screen. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Xiaoyu.
Chapter 144, Tianha Pang Xiao.
Xiaoyu had just started her live stream as well. This time of day was her regular broadcast schedule. She'll start by connecting the microphone and boosting the viewership, as her popularity has already skyrocketed due to her top ranking on the Supernova chart.
Even without Lin Zixuan, she's still considered a big streamer.
Seeing Zhang Miao Miao's figure appear on the screen, Xiaoyu hadn't realized anything yet and greeted her politely.
Hello, sister. I'm Xiaoyu.
Zhang Miao Miao's face was adorned with a smile. She never expected that her first livestream would land her on the Supernova track, and if she won this PK, she could gain so much popularity. She had just moved over from another platform, and while she didn't lack big fans, she was in need of more livestream heat, what they call casual followers. With Pang Xiao here today, Zhang Miao Miao naturally feels more confident.
Hello, sister. I'm Zhang Miao Miao. Let's connect and have a PK match.
Zhang Miao Miao took the initiative to challenge her, and Xiaoyu didn't think much of it, quickly agreeing.
Sure, no problem. What about the punishment?
Zhang Miao Miao's eyes darted around.
If it's punishment, then let's dance.
It wasn't really that serious of a punishment, so Xiaoyu naturally agreed. At that moment, the live stream's chat began to flood with messages.
Oh my, someone is challenging Xiaoyu to a duel. Did I see that correctly?
Even though the Moon Emperor isn't here, Xiaoyu isn't someone anyone can bully.
You know what?
I heard that Zhang Miao Miao used to be a big streamer on some platform, and she seems to have some connections.
This time, Xiaoyu might just lose. Stop joking around. Xiaoyu lose? Are you underestimating Yu Huan?
When Yu Huang isn't around, those streamers always give Xiaoyu some face. Everyone knows that if you beat Xiaoyu, it'll be trouble if the Moon Emperor comes looking for trouble. That's true. Lin Zixuan's name has already become famous on a certain platform, and as a result, Xiaoyu has also become well known. Although Lin Zixuan doesn't come often, Xiaoyu's PK matches are almost always decisive victories. The opposing players, seeing the situation, would inevitably tone down their efforts slightly. Winning this time, if we offend the Moon Emperor, it'll be trouble. Therefore, everyone remained unconcerned as the PK began. Xiaoyu's gifts also began to increase steadily. Although there were no super rockets, the smaller gifts never stopped coming. Thank you all for the little gifts. Sending you heart emojis. Xiaoyu thanked them, and Zhang Miao Miao across from her wasn't in a hurry either. Soon, a golden special effect flashed across the entire livestream. Congratulations! Tianhe Pangxiao has unlocked the Noble Emperor status. This special effect is highly noticeable and appears alongside an announcement across all platforms. The score of Zhang Miao Miao on the opposing team also skyrocketed. Wow, thank you, Brother Pengxiao. Congratulations on your victory, Brother Pengxiao. Zhang Miao Miao let out a gasp. The live chat below exploded with comments. Wow, has he ascended the throne? Who is this person? I've never heard of him. Tianhe Pengxiao, I think he's the emperor of some place called Ya, but I only know a little about him. Another new emperor has emerged on Moyu. What kind of emperor is this? After Pengxiao became emperor, he naturally started showering gifts as well. The special effects of the super rocket echoed throughout the entire livestream. Tianhe Pengxiao, gifting streamer Zhang Miao Miao, Super Rocket 10. Tianhe Pengxiao, gifting streamer Zhang Miao Miao, Super Rocket 10. Tianhe Pengxiao, gifting streamer Zhang Miao Miao, Super Rocket 10. 50 super rockets were fired, along with the price previously set by the emperor, completely depleting Xiaoyu's health bar. Xiaoyu also showed a stunned expression. Compared to Zhang Miao Miao's excitement, the comments on Xiaoyu's side began to roll in. Wow, someone just ascended to the throne over there? No way, he just casually fired 50 super rockets. This guy seems pretty powerful. We're doomed. This guy isn't giving the Moon Emperor any face. Now that the Moon Emperor isn't here, Xiaoyu is going to get beaten up. What are you talking about? The Moon Emperor isn't here, but we're still here. Brothers, let's send some small gifts. We'll protect Xiaoyu. As soon as those words were spoken, the votes for Xiaoyu started to rise. Xiaoyu didn't expect that an emperor would suddenly appear on the other side, so naturally, the gifts on her side also started to fluctuate. Xiaoyu hurriedly thanked him. Thank you to Triple X for the airplane, thank you to Triple X for the rocket, and thank you to everyone for the little gifts. Xiaoyu's vote count keeps rising. The strategy is that many people can make a big difference. These people certainly can't match Lin Zixuan, but with each person contributing a few $100s, they've managed to accumulate tens of thousands of votes. However, compared to Pengxiao over there, it's clearly a drop in the bucket. Pengxiao watched the scene unfold and sneered coldly. He casually fired another 50 super rockets. Tianhe Pengxiao, gifting streamer Zhang Miao Miao, 10 super rockets. Tianhe Pengxiao, gifting streamer Zhang Miao Miao, Super Rocket 10. Tianhe Pengxiao, gifting streamer Zhang Miao Miao, Super Rocket 10. Zhang Miao Miao's score skyrocketed again, and Xiaoyu's health bar was now as fragile as a candle in the wind. At that moment, Zhang Miao Miao's face was adorned with a faint smile. Thank you, Brother Pengxiao, for the super rocket. Kisses. Zhang Miao Miao said, then kissed the camera. The live stream's viewership began to skyrocket. The time for the PK was slowly passing, and 5 minutes had already gone by, but the gap was growing wider and wider. The comments on Xiaoyu's side were also growing restless. It's over, it's over. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. Before, we'd always seen the Moon Emperor helping Xiaoyu drain others' health bars, but this is the first time we've seen Xiaoyu's health bar drop to 0. Yeah, if it weren't for the Moon Emperor, this so-called emperor would just be a clown. Exactly. And they call him emperor? People who don't know any better might think this is cherry blossom country. What a disgrace. Xiaoyu watched the scene and smiled awkwardly. After all, losing is just losing. It's a PK. Winning and losing are both normal. It's okay, everyone. Just do your best and give a small gift. Xiaoyu also thanks everyone for their support. Xiaoyu's gentle voice echoed through the livestream, and another wave of votes poured in, though it was clearly insufficient to make a significant impact. After all, Pengxiao had just sent 100 super rockets, which amounted to a solid 200,000. 20,000 in a single PK match is already a significant amount of money. Xiaoyu sighed in disappointment, thinking to herself, if only Yueluo were here, this wouldn't have happened. Just as Xiaoyu was lost in thought, she looked up and saw a notification pop up in her livestream. Emperor Noble, the moon has set in the west. Enter this live stream. As soon as the notification appeared, the chat below exploded with messages. Ha, the Moon Emperor has arrived. The Moon Emperor has arrived. Hurry up, Moon Emperor. Xiaoyu was beaten up. It has to be the Moon Emperor. At this critical moment, divine weapons have descended from the heavens.
This is settled now. Chapter 145, The Only Emperor of a Certain Fish.
The moon goddess has arrived, so there's no need to worry now.
I guess the one who'll win in the end will still be Xiaoyu, right? Hurry up, moon goddess. Little Rain is almost beaten to a pulp.
At that moment, Lin Zixuan, with nothing to do, was thinking about watching a live stream for a while. Just as he entered Xiaoyu's live stream, he witnessed this scene. The constant stream of comments and the PK progress bar notifications made Lin Zixuan realize what was happening. At this moment, there were only 3 minutes left until the end of the PK. Lin Zixuan glanced at the ID of the streamer across from him.
Zhang Miao Miao had never heard of it before.
A consumable object has been detected. The system prompted that it was still a good-looking anchor. It must be a newcomer to the platform, but when Lin Zixuan saw the ID of the person voting for them, he couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Tianhe Peng Xiao? This ID is all too familiar to Lin Zixuan.
He never expected the young master of the Tianhe group to be into live streaming. The two of them were like sworn enemies who kept crossing paths. They kept running into this kid every day. Since I'm already here, I certainly can't just stand by and watch Xiaoyu lose. Lin Zixuan clicked the super rocket button, and his own moon goddess class rocket blasted off, erupting with a deafening roar in the live stream. As the moon set in the west, the moon goddess class ultra fire was gifted to the streamer, and Xiaoyu couldn't wake up, with the moon goddess class ultra fire reaching 100.
The moon sets in the west, a gift for the streamer.
Xiaoyu can't wake up, and the moon godship is super popular at 100.
The moon sets in the west, a gift for the streamer.
Xiaoyu can't wake up, and the moon godship is super popular at 100. The sound of super rocket effects echoed through the livestream, and a relieved smile appeared on Xiaoyu's face.
Thank you, you Luo Gugu, for the super rocket. Moonfall brother, you're here. Otherwise, Xiaoyu would have lost this time.
Xiaoyu never expected Lin Zixuan to suddenly appear at this moment.
Lin Zixuan's gesture of presenting gifts did not stop.
500 super rockets were effortlessly sent out from his hands. 1 million points appeared on the PK health bar in Xiaoyu's livestream, restoring the health bar that had been depleted by the attacks.
It even turned the tide and established dominance.
Peng Xiao had previously sent over 100 super rockets, but Lin Zixuan's 500 super rockets were clearly in a different league.
After the health bars were completely reversed, the viewers in the livestream finally felt vindicated. Ha, the Moon Emperor is so generous. I told you so. It's still the Moon Emperor. What about Tianhe Peng Xiao? In front of the Moon Emperor, they're not worth mentioning at all.
Exactly.
Did you see that?
The color of the other streamer's face has changed.
Whoever said the Moon Emperor isn't good, come out here and get out of the live stream right now.
The Moon Emperor is the only true god on this platform. All the other emperors are fakes. As the chat in Xiaoyu's live stream erupted with excitement, Zhang Miao Miao's expression grew increasingly somber. Seeing that she was about to win, with Xiaoyu on the live stream and Peng Zhao's support, if she could secure the victory, she was certain to gain a large following of casual viewers. At that point, his future development on Douyu would surely be smooth sailing.
Little did he expect that at this critical moment, Lin Zixuan would suddenly emerge.
I had heard of the IDU Luo Shichen before. He was a legendary spender in the live streaming industry who had spent 1 billion yuan, which was extremely rare. However, hearing about it is one thing, but seeing Lin Zixuan's generous gesture with my own eyes has finally made me understand the true meaning behind Moonfall West. Zhang Miao Miao forced a smile onto her face as the live stream's PK time continued to tick away.
Oh no, guys, the other side has overtaken us in points. All our previous efforts will be in vain. Please help Miao Miao get some more votes. After the voice was heard, Zhang Miao Miao's score began to rise. Especially Peng Xiao himself, who wouldn't just stand by and watch. As soon as Lin Zixuan appeared, Peng Xiao immediately started sending gifts again. Tianhe Peng Xiao, sending the streamer Zhang Miao Miao a Super Rocket 10. Tianhe Peng Xiao, sending streamer Zhang Miao Miao, Super Rocket 10. Tianhe Peng Xiao, gifting streamer Zhang Miao Miao, Super Rocket 10.
The special effects of the Super Rocket continuously appear in Zhang Miao Miao's livestream.
Who is Peng Xiao?
He is the young master of the Tianhe group, and his financial resources are undoubtedly substantial. During his time on a certain platform, Peng Xiao assisted Zhang Miao Miao in her PK battles and never lost a single match.
In other words, I'm already here, how could I lose? That would be a slap in the face. Oh no, it's the Moon Emperor. It looks like Miao Miao is really in trouble this time. It's hard to say. Haven't you noticed that the Emperor's score is also rising? Yeah, you have to admit the Emperor is already pretty impressive. I've never seen anyone go head-to-head with the Moon Emperor on Douyu before.
The last one was called Northeast Tiger.
He was beaten so badly by the Moon Emperor that he had to quit the game and never appeared in the live stream again. I think he must have deleted his account. The PK time is almost over, maybe they can hold on after all. The two of them never stopped exchanging gifts.
Peng Xiao was also getting serious, saying things like, the moon is setting in the west, and you're only famous because I didn't come to certain fish. As the PK entered the final minute, the competition between the two grew even more intense. On this side, Peng Xiao managed to launch over 3,000 super rockets in just 2 minutes. That's over 6 million in cash. With the PK time running out, Peng Xiao also stepped up his efforts, continuously clicking on the super rocket non-stop.
Tianha Peng Xiao, gifting streamer Zhang Miao Miao, Super Rocket 10. Tianha Peng Xiao, gifting streamer Zhang Miao Miao, Super Rocket 10. Tianha Peng Xiao, gifting streamer Zhang Miao Miao, Super Rocket 10. Didn't even bother to look up at the health bar on the opposite side. When the clock hit the final 20 seconds, Peng Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile. This should be fine now, right? 6 million isn't an amount just anyone can pull out of thin air. This isn't the final round of some online fishing competition, it's just a casual showdown.
However, when Peng Xiao looked up, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. At that moment, the score was 43421139 to 64872219.
How is this possible?
Peng Xiao let out a startled cry and looked up. At the top of Xiaoyu's live stream, the special effects belonging to the moon goddess were floating. Thank you, Moonfall, for gifting the streamer Xiaoyu with Can't Wake Up and a super rocket worth 20,000. On Lin Zixuan's side, he sent out 20,000 super rockets.
That's a whopping 40 million in cash.
After watching the live stream for so long, Lin Zixuan had never spent that much money before. On one hand, he wanted to help Xiaoyu win this PK, and on the other hand, he simply couldn't stand Peng Xiao.
Damn it, when it comes to being rich,
I've never lost to him. The countdown for the showdown had reached its final moments, and Xiaoyu's face was filled with shock.
4 million, that's a whopping 4 million. For Xiaoyu, it was an absolutely astronomical figure. Chapter 146, let's do it 10 at a time. The total amount of money Lin Zixuan had spent on himself earlier was estimated to be around 20 million yuan. In fact, it's not even that much.
The income from this live stream alone has already made the ranking in that certain platform's event irrelevant. Lin Zixuan, thanks to his special privileges on Douyu, can send 100 super rockets at once. He also pulled off this impressive comeback, overtaking Peng Xiao and securing an unbeatable score.
Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly as she kept thanking Lin Zixuan.
Thank you, Yu Luo Gugu, for the incredible popularity of the moon god ship. Yu Luo Gugu, that's enough, you've already won for sure.
Please stop brushing now.
It wasn't just Xiaoyu, everyone in the livestream was also shocked by Lin Zixuan's heartless actions.
Wow, is this really the Moon Emperor? How much? I'm asking you how much? 2 million super rockets? I spent 40 million on that, that's a full 40 million.
Even the monthly revenue of a certain platform probably doesn't reach 2,000 super rockets.
Don't even mention it.
I've been watching that platform for years and have seen plenty of so-called emperors and god tier spenders.
There are still some who can spend over 1 million in a single live stream.
I thought that was the limit of live streaming, but then I came across Yushin, who easily spent over 10 million in a single live stream.
But that wasn't even the limit for Yushin. This 40 million is more money than I've ever seen in my entire life. Moon God, can I please hold onto your leg?
I'll guard the gate and make sure not a single fly gets in.
Go away.
This 40 million is the limit for this livestream, and it's nowhere near the moon god's limit. Zhang Miao Miao on the other side looked extremely embarrassed and gave a helpless smile to the camera. Although he lost, Peng Xiao also earned over 6 million for himself, which was still a decent income. Zhang Miao Miao adjusted her emotions and comforted herself.
It's okay, everyone.
We lost, but the guy on the other side was just too good. He can fire 100 super rockets at once, we just can't match that. As soon as those words were spoken, the live stream exploded. What seemed like a consoling remark was actually a subtle hint that the reason Lin Zixuan won this time was because he had special privileges on a certain platform, allowing him to send 100 super rockets at once. Otherwise, given the previous score gap, Lin Zixuan would have never been able to catch up.
Yeah, what's this moon setting in the west? It's just because he's using some fish platform's special privileges, right? Otherwise, how could he be a match for the Emperor? Exactly. I've always had a bone to pick with this guy. He's either a fish platform's internal account or part of some guild. Who treats money like it's nothing? Spending it like that every day. A permission-restricted user, there's nothing more to say. The internet is a fascinating place where even talented individuals can be attacked by keyboard warriors. Lin Zixuan was no exception, but his name was too well known, leaving them with no target to attack. Now that Peng Xiao had emerged, they saw someone who could challenge Lin Zixuan, so they naturally sided with Peng Xiao. At that moment, inside the presidential suite, Peng Xiao angrily threw the red wine glass he was holding onto the ground. A crisp sound echoed through the room. The woman beneath him was also pushed aside by Peng Xiao. Peng Xiao was naturally filled with rage. After dominating the live streaming industry for so many years, he had been beaten on his first day at Moyu. Already furious, Peng Xiao was instantly drawn in by the rhythm of the comments on the screen. He sent a comment. The moon has set in the west. Aren't you just relying on your privileges on a certain platform? Dare you fight again? We'll take 10 of you at a time.
As soon as those words were spoken, the live stream exploded once again. Pang Zhao's bold challenge in Xiaoyu's livestream seemed like a self-defeating move.
This is too much.
This scene feels so familiar. I remember that Northeast Tiger was also making such a fuss back then, and now the grass on his grave is several meters tall.
Where did this one come from?
To be honest, when it comes to spending money, I don't think the Moon Emperor is any worse than anyone else. They all spend money like crazy, and the outcome is the same.
Xiaoyu looked at the messages on the chat screen.
Lin Zixuan hadn't spoken yet, but Zhang Miao Miao on the other side also asked a question.
Xiaoyu, look, Pang Xiao already said it. Why don't we have another match? Upon hearing the invitation, Xiaoyu seemed hesitant to respond.
Xiaoyu could tell that Pang Xiao was no slouch either. Lin Zixuan had just transferred 4 million to her account. Winning was naturally cause for celebration, but Xiaoyu also knew that even a powerful big brother wouldn't invest too much effort into live streaming. If they were to fight again, Lin Zixuan would have to invest at least another 50 million. Xiaoyu didn't know if Lin Zixuan was willing to spend that much money, and he didn't agree right away.
Instead, he asked Lin Zixuan a question. Su, why don't we just skip it today? We can reschedule another day? Lin Zixuan had also noticed the news. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, he couldn't help but smile. No problem, let them play if they want to. This time, we'll take them on 10 at a time. Do you need some time to prepare?
Lin Zixuan's comment appeared on the screen, naturally drawing everyone's attention.
I knew the Moon Emperor wouldn't back down. This is going to be interesting. Let's guess how much money the two emperors will give away.
Judging by the speed at which the emperor was giving gifts earlier, he could probably give out 3,000 super rockets in a minute. If you go all out, you could produce 30,000 in 10 minutes.
Only a few million. I thought it would be much more. For the Moon Emperor, this is just a drop in the bucket. It's hard to say. After all, in a PK, it might not even take 10 minutes. The discussions in the live stream hadn't stopped. At that moment, Pang Xiao saw Lin Zixuan accept his challenge and let out a cold laugh. Alright, in 10 minutes, we'll have another match. I hope you're still this cocky.
After saying that, Pang Xiao immediately exited the live stream. Of course, he went to top up his account.
When Lin Zixuan saw this message, he didn't even bother to reply.
Xiaoyu, however, cautiously whispered something to Lin Zixuan.
You Luo, you've already spent a lot of money on me today. Why don't we just call it a day?
Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan also replied.
It's nothing, just a clown. You should just go about your business, leave the rest to me. After saying that, Lin Zixuan also exited the live stream.
The account balance was now down to just over 3 million, so it needed a top up. This kid still had some money, so one couldn't be too careless. And their challenge match quickly spread across the entire platform. It even reached the headquarters of the platform. Manager, the Moon Emperor has arranged a new showdown with the new emperor, and it's about to begin.
Chapter 147, A Gathering of Stars for the Showdown.
In a certain fish's studio, upon hearing Xiaosha's voice, Zhen, the supervisor, hurried over to Xiaosha's side. The daily tasks of these super administrators, of course, involve monitoring the live streams of various streamers.
This naturally includes the big spenders on a certain platform. The significant actions of Yu Luo Shiqing and Pang Xiao naturally caught the attention of the platform.
Earlier, Lin Zixuan had spent 40 million, once again raising the peak of this event on the platform. Quickly, assign 10 super admins to immediately enter both of their live streams and grant both accounts access to large-scale recharge permissions. Change the PK time to 20 minutes to give them more room to perform. Manager Chen quickly issued the instructions, and the people around him began to act accordingly. Of course, it wasn't just the official account of a certain fish that received the news.
There were also the onlookers in the live stream.
At this moment, inside Xiaoxi's live stream, the chat is almost being flooded with messages. Yu Huang has racked up 40 million views and has been challenged to a duel by a mysterious new emperor. The two will begin a new round of PK in 10 minutes. Everyone, come to Xiaoyu's live stream to watch. The chat messages were coming from everywhere, and at first, Xiaoxi didn't pay much attention to them. However, the number of comments kept increasing, almost completely flooding the live stream, and Xiaoxi finally realized the severity of the situation. Thanks to Meng Huang's support, Xiaoxi managed to secure a top 3 finish even on the all-star track. The live stream's viewership was slowly declining, and Xiaoxi let out a soft laugh. Probably another prank from Xiaoyu's guild. The rhythm of the comments in Pikachu's live stream back then was likely started by Xiaoyu's guild. With such a great opportunity this time, they wouldn't let it slip away. Xiaoxi shook her head helplessly. At this point, arguing wouldn't make much of a difference. This rendezvous as the moon set in the west was no less thrilling than the climax of a certain online fishing event. After a moment of thought, Xiaoxi spoke slowly. Everyone has seen the news, so I'll go offline for a while. Maybe you'll see me in another live stream. After saying that, Xiaoxi directly closed the live stream.
You wanted my traffic, didn't you? Here you go. I'll shut it down for half an hour. It won't make much difference to me. Once you're done, I'll go back on stream.
By then, I might be able to attract some of your viewers, or make an appearance during a live stream battle to catch Lin Zixuan's attention. After Moonfall West Sync made some money for himself last time, he hasn't really shown up since.
Xiaoxi also doesn't want to give up this big opportunity completely.
This big piece of the pie, Xiaoxi also couldn't bear to give up completely. In the live streams of other major streamers, most of the comments were also similar, all from the guild's paid commenters. Additionally, the Emperor's group chat has also completely erupted. Guys, put aside what you're doing, a new Emperor has arrived and is challenging the Moon Emperor to a PK battle. The message was sent by the Flame Emperor, and this news immediately sparked another heated discussion in the Emperor's group chat.
Wow, someone actually dared to challenge the Moon Emperor to a duel? Is that even real? Hold on, let me finish this first. I'll be right there.
These emperors are all billionaires in real life, of course they have their own jobs, and they don't have time to watch live streams every night.
However, such a major event naturally warrants a visit.
Lin Zixuan was unaware of the actions taken by the various parties and had not checked the messages on his phone. 10 minutes later, he returned to Xiaoyu's live stream on time. The recharge system on Muyu was still as terrible as ever. The so-called large amount recharge privileges were nothing special. If only they could let me recharge 1 trillion directly, I wouldn't need to recharge again for the rest of my life while watching live streams. At this moment, the number of people in the live stream has surpassed 10 million and is still steadily rising. Nearly 70% of the platform's total traffic is now concentrated in the two streamers' live streams. However, the majority of the audience is still in Xiaoyu's live stream, as most people are more familiar with Yu Luo Shichen. There aren't many people who support Peng Xiao, only some of Lin Zixuan and Xiaoyu's haters. Their live stream was still active, and at that moment, Xiaoyu's face bore a look of solemnity. On the other end, Zhang Miao Miao wore a faint smile. She seemed confident, either unaware of the seriousness of the situation or truly assured of her position. Earlier, Peng Xiao let Zhang Miao Miao in on the secret. This time, he had topped up 100 million, determined to make a comeback. Even for Peng Xiao, 100 million is a significant expenditure. Even when faced with Xiao Shiyun, Peng Xiao only offered a 1 billion yuan contract. Upon hearing this price, Zhang Miao Miao naturally felt much more at ease. Lin Zixuan had just spent 40 million, so even if he were rich, he probably wouldn't be able to afford to spend another 100 million.
Peng Xiao is also confident about this showdown.
He was the first to send a message and shout out.
The moon is setting in the west. Are you ready? Shall we begin?
Lin Zixuan saw the message and replied with a sentence.
No problem. Do you need more time? I'm worried you might not be able to handle it.
As soon as those words left his mouth, Peng Xiao's expression darkened considerably.
He quickly tapped on the keyboard and sent a message. Hey, you're really bragging. Since it's a PK, there should be some stakes. No need for a streamer, let's just play for stakes. The loser deletes their account. Are you up for it?
As soon as Peng Xiao said this, the live stream chat exploded with comments. This bet, though it seemed insignificant, appeared to be nothing more than deleting an account.
However, for many people, their accounts symbolize their identity.
Even if you create a new account, others will still remember the humiliation of that battle, especially the one who went by the name Moon Setting in the West, whose account was completely destroyed.
Now they're back to make a fool of themselves.
Lin Zixuan heard this and narrowed his eyes, not expecting Peng Xiao to go this far.
Of course, Lin Zixuan had no reason to refuse. No problem, but don't try to back out if you lose. Peng Xiao, I'm afraid you're the one who'll back out.
The two of them's comments completely ignited the spark of this showdown. Xiaoyu was about to say something, but Zhang Miao Miao had already sent a challenge invitation. Since the Emperor and the Moon Emperor have already discussed it, let's get started. Xiaoyu silently nodded in agreement, choosing to accept the challenge. As the PK's health bar appeared, the timer began to slowly count down from 20 minutes.
Everyone noticed the PK time but didn't think anything of it.
In previous large-scale PK events, the PK time had been adjusted, and even overtime had occurred, which was all quite normal. The PK officially began, and the two competitors didn't waste any time, immediately getting into action. The special effects characteristic of the super rocket erupted instantly within the live stream. As the moon sets in the west, a gift is sent to the streamer. Xiaoyu can't wake up, and the moon goddess is on fire at level 10.
The moon sets in the west, a gift for the streamer.
Xiaoyu can't wake up, and the moon god ship is super popular at level 10.
The moon sets in the west, a gift for the streamer.
Xiaoyu can't wake up, and the moon god ship is super popular at level 10.
Chapter 148, over 10,000 views. Chapter 148, 10,000 super popular. After it began, Lin Zixuan quickly clicked on his super rocket, and the special effects of the moon goddess super rocket appeared above Xiaoyu's livestream. This also caused Xiaoyu's score to keep rising. Since Lin Zixuan had agreed, he didn't use his special privileges, but doing it 10 at a time like this was indeed a bit unusual. 100 super rockets quickly boosted Xiaoyu's health bar by a significant amount. Of course, Peng Xiao on the other side was almost completely in sync with Lin Zixuan. Tianhe Pang Xiao gifted streamer Zhang Miao Miao with 10 super rockets. Tianhe Pang Xiao, gifting streamer Zhang Miao Miao, super rocket 10. Tianhe Pang Xiao, gifting streamer Zhang Miao Miao, super rocket 10. With both of them perfectly synchronized, the number of super rockets quickly surpassed 500, reaching 1 million. In any ordinary livestream, 500 super rockets would be enough to astonish everyone, but at this moment, it seemed that even 500 weren't enough to warm up. Time barely seemed to pass. It's begun. Let's bet on who will win. What's there to bet on? Who's going to win? It's obvious it's the Moon Emperor. Instead of betting on this, why don't we bet on how many super rockets the Moon Emperor will give out? That's a good idea. I'll bet 50,000. 100 million shouldn't be much for the Moon Emperor, should it? It should be enough to win this PK, right? I agree. The live stream chat started to buzz with excitement. Xiaoyu and Zhang Miao Miao weren't idle either. While thanking the two big brothers, they were also trying to get votes from random viewers. After all, seeing the two of them in sync like that, if they couldn't decide the winner between the two of them. The other votes are also very important. Thank you to Yu Luo Gugu for the huge popularity of the Moon God ship. Thank you, Yu Luo Gugu. Family members, please also support Xiaoyu. Don't let Yu Luo brother fight alone. As soon as those words were spoken, Xiaoyu's side began to sparkle. The special effects of other gifts, combined with Xiaoyu's existing fan base, which was already larger than Zhang Miao Miao's, attracted a significant number of casual fans this time around. Of course, in this aspect, she completely outshone Zhang Miao Miao. Seeing that her score was starting to fall behind, Zhang Miao Miao began urging everyone to spend money. Guys, look at me, I'm carrying the burden. Can you help me out and buy some votes? When the time comes, Miao Miao will dance for you guys. Her alluring figure resonated with some people, and her score kept going up. A minute later, the top spot was claimed by the two super rockets with their special effects. There are already over 3,000 of them, and the two seem evenly matched, with a gap of less than 50 or so. Lin Zixuan glanced at the live stream screen and sighed helplessly. Damn it, I never knew that sending gifts was such a physically demanding task. This monotonous task of constantly clicking the screen and sending gifts is actually quite exhausting, especially with over 3,000 viewers. With over 6 million views, both of their scores have already reached 7 or 8 million. There are still some other votes remaining. Pang Xiao hasn't realized the severity of the situation yet. After all, 6 million isn't that much. At the same time, a special notification from the Emperor appeared in Xiaoyu's livestream. The Flame Emperor had arrived in Xiaoyu's livestream. Welcome, Yan Huang. Xiaoyu naturally saw the message and greeted Yan Huang with a warm welcome. Yan Huang glanced at the situation and also smiled. This was the perfect opportunity to show off his abilities. Helping Yu Huang at this moment would surely leave a lasting impression on him. Then Yan Huang also sent Xiaoyu 10 super rockets. Thank you, Yan Huang, for the super rockets. Yan Huang sent a message, no problem, no need to thank me. We'll have to wait and see what Yu Huang does. After 10 super rockets, Yan Huang didn't make another move. In such a PK, relying on numbers to bully others was lowering Lin Zixuan's reputation. Better just sit back and watch the show. One after another, the Emperor's reminders appeared in the live stream, and 5 minutes had passed since the PK began. These Emperors also gradually entered Xiaoyu's live stream. The situation where over 30 Emperors simultaneously appeared in the live stream, as seen in the previous instance on a certain platform, occurred again, and once more, it was Xiaoyu's live stream that witnessed this event. Here they come. I knew the Moon Emperor's reputation. These Emperors are definitely here to support the stream. This is a sure win, isn't it? What are you talking about? Does the Moon Emperor need them to win? They're just here to watch the show. The real money is still in the hands of the Moon Emperor. These words sparked quite a bit of agreement among the crowd. Time passed once more, and then a special effect depicting the Emperor appeared, causing everyone to look shocked. Is this the Dream Emperor? All the other Emperors from that platform have already arrived. The last Emperor to enter the live stream can only be the mysterious Dream Emperor. Last time, the Dream Emperor did not show up. It wasn't that he didn't want to give Lin Zixuan face, it was just that he was usually quite busy. After Meng Huang entered the livestream, Yan Huang and the others also teased him playfully. See? I knew Dream Emperor couldn't stay put either. He had to show up today. Now we really have everyone here. All the Emperors from a certain platform are gathered in the same person's livestream, and the popularity of Xiaoyu's livestream is once again surging. Meanwhile, the two continued to send gifts without pause. 10 minutes felt like an eternity, slowly passing by amidst the playful banter of the crowd. During those 10 minutes, the special effects at the very top, belonging to the super rocket, had already surpassed 30,000. That's 60 million. Lin Zixuan felt nothing unusual except for a slight ache in his fingertips. However, Pang Xiao, who was watching the screen from outside, was already sweating profusely. Unconsciously, his movements had slowed down as he continued to send gifts.
With this 60 million, plus the previous 40 million, Lin Zixuan had already spent 100 million today.
That's 100 million.
Even Peng Xiao wouldn't dare to spend that kind of money so carelessly. Peng Xiao, who had been so confident, finally realized the seriousness of the situation. His actions in sending gifts slowed down considerably, and he was quickly overtaken by Lin Zixuan, who had already sent over 200 super rockets.
At that moment, Peng Xiao clenched his teeth. Though backing out now would save some money, due to the previous agreement to delete the account, the money saved wouldn't be of much use anyway. He had no choice but to push forward. There were still 4 million left in his account, but he didn't know if that was more than Lin Zixuan had. Peng Xiao sped up his actions once again as the PK entered the final 10 minutes.
Both players' health bars flickered constantly. Xiaoyu and Zhang Miao also thanked the two of them.
Thank you, you Luo Gugu, for the super rocket.
Thank you, brother Peng Xiao, for the super rocket. The panel above shows the health bars for the two players in the PK match, as well as the current PK ratio.
Xiaoyu Shuiwuxing, 69256747 vs Zhang Miao, 61743293. Chapter 149, The Emperor's Sigh.
The two's new moves have officially begun. Meanwhile, the messages in the comments section have never stopped.
Wow, this kid has some skills.
I thought he was only worth 50 million, but he's been able to fight the Moon Emperor for so long.
I just don't get the world of the wealthy.
6 million could buy me a villa, a luxury car, and then I could live it up with my little sister.
Ha, you up there, with your little ambitions, I bet your family's mansion alone could fill an entire city. That's obviously an exaggeration. However, people have no clear understanding of Lin Zixuan's true abilities.
At that moment, inside a luxurious mansion in the capital city, the surroundings revealed a scene of opulent grandeur. A young man in his late 20s sat in front of a computer.
On the computer screen, the PK game is still in progress.
His ID on Moyu was displayed in the top left corner.
This is the well-known Manhwa, though many people may not be familiar with him. This individual, once the top spender on a certain platform, was merely a young man in his late 20s. Manhwa watched the events unfolding on the screen with interest as the phone on the table rang. Manhwa answered the phone. Young master, we've investigated the intelligence about the moon setting in the west extensively. We only have some basic information.
His real-life identity is not difficult to trace. He is named Lin Zixuan, an ordinary college student who suddenly became very wealthy recently. Further investigation revealed nothing but blank pages. It was clear that the Dream Emperor had his own energy, but Lin Zixuan's investigation yielded little in the way of results.
Lin Zixuan's WeChat transactions, including the purchase of the villa in Yuelu Bay from Zhang Shuntian, are all transparent and well documented. If you wish to investigate, Lin Zixuan's name is indeed easy to find.
Meng Huang heard this and tapped the table lightly.
Never mind, there's no need to investigate further. By the way, is Seoul building some kind of landmark skyscraper? Book me a flight to Seoul for the next few days. I want to go and see it for myself. This mysterious young man. As soon as I said that, the other end of the phone responded quickly. Alright, sir, I'll take care of it right away. After hanging up the phone, Meng Huang sent a message on the chat feed. What are you all watching? You didn't even bother to refresh the page when you came. After saying that, Meng Huang directly sent out 100 super rockets. The special effects of the super rockets exploded in Xiaoyu's livestream. Upon seeing Dream Emperor's comments, and with someone leading the way, the emperors who had previously gone offline began to log back in one by one. Thank you to Yan Huan for the super rocket 10. Thank you, Emperor N, for the super rocket 10. The special effects of each super rocket appear one after another. Bullet screens begin to roll. Ha, it's still Dream Emperor. We're preparing a performance space for Moon Emperor. Emperor N, do we even need to put on a show? Can't you see the gap between them? That kid is clearly getting scared, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a huge difference. The outcome is already decided. Yan Huan, yeah, it's almost over. But after today, that kid should be finished. The PK time has reached 15 minutes. On Lin Zixuan's side, he had already sent out over 46,000 super rockets, heading straight for 50,000. In a short period of time, over 90 million had been spent. Meanwhile, Peng Xiao over there had only just surpassed the 40,000 mark. With only 5 minutes left before the PK ends, it's clear that Peng Xiao doesn't have enough money left to finish this battle. Just as the emperors had said, the outcome seemed inevitable. Otherwise, the Dream Emperor wouldn't have intervened directly. The mocking voices in the comments gradually filled Zhang Miao's livestream. Where is the emperor of that cherry blossom country? Come out, come out. Why is it taking so long to send gifts? If you can't do it, give me the money, and I'll send them for you. Let my grandmother do it, she'd be faster. How can you run out of energy so quickly? Or is this all you've got? It has to be the Moon Emperor. This time, 100 million won't be enough. At this rate, the Moon Emperor won't stop. Peng Xiao, sitting in front of the screen, had long since lost his earlier arrogance.
He clicked on the gift slower and slower, and even began to feel reluctant to continue sending them. He was merely going through the motions, trying to keep himself going. Another minute passed, and the number of gifts Lin Zixuan had received successfully surpassed 50,000. A gift worth 100 million appeared at the top of the live stream, and the gap in health points between the two sides continued to widen.
It's broken 100 million. I won. Where are all the people who bet against me? I wanted to see you eat your computer screen. I told you 100 million wasn't anything for the Moon Emperor, but you didn't believe me. Ah, it's still the Moon Emperor. From now on, I'm the Moon Emperor's top henchman. If anyone dares to speak ill of the Moon Emperor, I'll be the first to disagree. Get lost. You're not the top henchman. Now join the Moon Emperor's fan club, you'll be the 10,086th henchman. You don't even qualify to be the top henchman.
The number of followers for the Moonfall fan club has been steadily increasing during this period, even surpassing the number of followers for many top streamers on a certain platform.
Clearly, this is the truth. The PK has entered the final 2 minutes.
On Lin Zixuan's side, the number of super rockets had already reached 60,000. On the opposite side, Pang Xiao still only had around 48,000. The gap between the two sides was growing increasingly wider, and this gap was now completely impossible to bridge.
The outcome is obvious.
Lin Zixuan temporarily stopped what he was doing and shook his hands.
Damn it, giving gifts is really a physical job. Glancing at the gap between the two sides, Lin Zixuan sneered.
With such meager strength, they were nothing special. Xiaoyu's face was filled with shock. Today, Lin Zixuan had made 150 million for himself, an astronomical figure. Even before this, Xiaoyu had never dared to imagine when she might ever earn 100 million. On her phone, the guild's messages were about to explode. This single battle earned them more revenue than their guild makes in an entire year. However, Xiaoyu paid no attention to them. Xiaoyu was a very intelligent woman, otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to meet Lin Zixuan so early on her own initiative. She also seized the most advantageous moment, becoming Lin Zixuan's primary supporter. Now, the gift of 1.5 million floated above the livestream, and Xiaoyu took a deep breath.
On one hand, she thanked Lin Zixuan, and on the other, she picked up her phone. Thanks to you, Luo, for the super rocket. Brother can rest now. It seems like we won, right?
These probing words sounded like mockery to Zhang Miaomiao.
Zhang Miaomiao's expression immediately darkened. However, she was well aware of Pang Zhao's financial situation. This was already his absolute limit. With only 1 minute left in the PK, it was clearly too late to top up. Chapter 150, Gift giving is still a labor-intensive task.
Zhang Miaomiao was so embarrassed she didn't know what to say, so she could only whisper a word.
Thank you, brother Peng Xiao.
With those words spoken, no further words were uttered. The keyboard warriors who had previously attacked Lin Zixuan were now silent. The nearly 70,000 super rockets above were a number they could only dream of achieving in their entire lives. Especially Pang Xiao, who is still not performing up to par. What's even more frustrating isn't just that, but these keyboard warriors who immediately started attacking Pang Xiao.
Damn it, what kind of emperor is he?
He's nothing but a piece of trash.
I even supported him with 1,000 yuan, and now he's been beaten so badly he doesn't even have a pair of underwear left. Give me my money back, right now.
Exactly, I thought this emperor was so powerful, but damn it, I'll only be able to eat instant noodles for the next half month.
Really, what a waste of my time.
Pang Xiao, at that moment, had just spent 100 million on his account, which equated to 50,000 super rockets.
With only 40 seconds remaining, Pang Xiao looked at the gap between himself and Lin Zixuan, already seething with anger.
Seeing the special effects in the chat, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood.
Damn it, these keyboard warriors are really infuriating.
Just 10 minutes ago, they were following me and attacking Lin Zixuan, and now they've turned their attention to me.
Damn it, these keyboard warriors are really infuriating.
Just 10 minutes ago, they were following me and attacking Lin Zixuan, and now they've turned their attention to me.
Damn it, these keyboard warriors are really infuriating.
Just 10 minutes ago, they were following me and attacking Lin Zixuan, and now they've turned their attention to me. These people weren't here for Pang Xiao in the first place, most of them just looked down on Lin Zixuan. Now, seeing that they can't defeat Lin Zixuan, they naturally switched sides and turned against him. Seeing that Lin Zixuan had already secured his position, he didn't continue sending gifts but instead posted a comment.
This comment left many people speechless. Damn, this is exhausting.
Sending gifts is such hard work.
As soon as she said that, Xiaoyu couldn't help but giggle. What? When did sending gifts become physical labor?
But looking at those 70,000 super rockets up there, clicking that many times does seem pretty tiring.
Thank you, you Luo Gu, for the super rockets. Take a break when you're tired, Gu. You've worked hard. At this moment, the comments below have completely exploded. It's got to be the Moon Emperor. Sending gifts is a real workout. I can't even imagine what that's like.
Yeah, when we send gifts, it hurts our wallets. When the Moon Emperor sends gifts, it hurts his hands.
Is this the difference between me and the big shots?
Sigh, this time, Yu Huang has proven that he is the true and only emperor of Moyu, the only god of a certain fish. Amidst the laughter and banter of the crowd, the PK officially came to an end. In the end, Xiao Yu won the PK with a decisive victory.
It's over, it's over. What about the emperor? Come out and fulfill your promise, it's time for you to step down. But wait, that certain fish hasn't even shown up yet. The newly crowned emperor must have died on his first day, right? This is indeed welcome news, big news, big news. The Moon Emperor is going to be trending again tomorrow. Yeah, I feel like I've seen this happen before.
Pang Xiao looked at the message on his phone, his heart filled with anger.
He wanted to say something, but at that moment, it seemed like anything he said would only make him look foolish. Damn it, what's this about the moon setting in the west? What's the deal with that?
The moon setting in the west, Pang Xiao, come fulfill our agreement. Amidst the repeated urging, Pang Xiao trembled and sent out a message.
Alright, you think you're so great. I bet you're nothing in real life, just willing to go bankrupt for this one PK, right?
Using fake online personas to maintain your image here is pretty pathetic. Even if you win, you're still just a clown in real life.
After Pang Xiao lost, he clearly became furious and launched a personal attack on Lin Zixuan before deleting his account.
As soon as he said that, the live stream exploded once again.
What the heck is this kid talking about? 100 million yuan is enough to bankrupt a family, and he can't even beat someone online? Now he wants to take it offline and face the real deal? Moon Emperor, I've trained in Taekwondo for 8 years and can perform the lightning 5-strike whip. I'm willing to serve as your bodyguard and protect your safety. That's hilarious. Lightning 5-strike whip? I've only trained in Muay Thai for a year. Why don't we give it a try? Wow, that kid sure can run fast. I was just about to give him a piece of my mind.
Pang Xiao had already deleted his account and fled, leaving Zhang Miao Miao alone, looking extremely awkward. Although she lost, Zhang Miao Miao at least received a gift worth 100 million, which, when converted, would amount to at least several tens of millions. This is already a huge sum of money, but Zhang Miao Miao also understands that this money isn't easy to come by, and Pang Xiao isn't the kind of person who just hands out tens of millions to anyone.
He probably won't be long in coming to find me.
It's not just that the money is hard to get after this, my popularity on Douyin will drop significantly, and the strategy to boost my following has already failed.
Now I've made a mess of things. This is really going to be a headache.
Zhang Miao Miao looked utterly speechless and gave an awkward smile. That sister, since it's over, I'll go first. Saying that, Zhang Miao Miao hung up the call at lightning speed and then went offline, refusing to stay and humiliate herself further. The PK officially ended, but the heat in Xiao Yu's live stream remained high. A few emperors also started joking around.
Ha, it's still the Moon Emperor.
These 70,000 super rockets, I think I've been watching that on a certain platform for 4 or 5 years, and I've never spent that much money in total.
How can you compare yourself to the Moon Emperor? Everyone knows you're a tightwad.
You're just using an emperor's ID to tease female streamers and then send them glow sticks.
Exactly, at least spend a little. Don't always freeload.
Learn from the Moon Emperor, even a tenth of what he does would be enough.
Manhwa watched the entire livestream and then typed out a comment. Alright, everyone, let's go. Don't linger here. This time, the Moon Emperor has truly become famous. I would love to meet him someday. Everyone didn't take this statement too seriously, probably thinking that the Moon Emperor was just joking around. Lin Zixuan also thought the same. Although the PK had ended, the special effects of the gifts continued unabated.
This place gathers all the emperors of a certain platform, along with over 70% of its traffic. Appearing on a show here can bring significant exposure. On Xiao Yu's side, the sounds of gratitude for gifts have not stopped.
Thank you to you Huangjin Nyobo for the rocket. Thank you, Moon God, for the plane you're giving me to have a monkey. Thank you, Moon Emperor, for sending me the plane. I am your long-lost younger brother.
There are more and more IDs like this. At first, Xiao Yu read them twice, but later she also felt something was wrong.
She decided not to say anything and instead asked Lin Zixuan. Zixuan, look at them. Chapter 151, The Female Streamer's Sly Thoughts.
Lin Zixuan naturally noticed these absurd usernames and twitched his lips slightly.
These people are really out of line.
Why would they choose such IDs? Fortunately, there are definitely many people who feel the same way, and the gift suggestions keep rolling in. More and more IDs appeared one after another, and Xiao Yu avoided the awkwardness.
She simply whispered, "Thank you all for the gifts."
Those harboring such thoughts weren't just the troublemaking IDs, but also some guild accounts and obscure streamers. In this era, traffic is always the most valuable asset, whether you're a streamer, a video creator, or a novelist. They all share one common trait. That is, they rely on their fan base for income. As a result, such freelancers also exhibit a polarized trend. The top tier can certainly make a fortune, while those at the bottom struggle to make ends meet, with some unable to even afford basic necessities.
Once you have enough traffic, you can do so many things with them.
For example, you can receive various advertisements, endorsements, and even live-streamed product promotions.
Converting traffic into revenue is as straightforward as it gets.
The challenge lies in how to acquire that traffic, and this is a great opportunity to do so. Even among those who spend money on gifts, many may only have a few $100s to their name, yet they can afford to send Xiaoyu a $500 rocket. All just to appear on camera in this live stream once.
Among them, Lin Zixuan also saw the ID belonging to Xiaoxi.
Lin Zixuan hadn't checked out this streamer, Xiaoxi, in a long time either.
First of all, this girl is extremely popular on a certain platform, and it's not something that can be easily obtained with just a little money.
Plus, there's the Dream Emperor factor, so Lin Zixuan doesn't see the point in investing too much effort into someone who's just a tool.
He'll just occasionally drop a small gift now and then.
The emperors on that platform weren't idle either, with a steady stream of emperor-themed comments appearing one after another. Xiaoyu picked up her phone to take a look and her expression immediately darkened. It was a message from her guild, sent to her. The content, of course, is to encourage Xiaoyu to make the most of this opportunity, including connecting with one of their guild's female streamers, which would help their guild attract more viewers. They also sent Xiaoyu a few ads. Upon seeing the message, Xiaoyu immediately tossed her phone aside, pretending not to notice. Xiaoyu is now the cash cow of the guild, so the guild naturally dares not offend her lightly. Xiaoyu also doesn't want others to share what belongs to her.
You Luo, let me dance for you.
Xiaoyu tossed her phone aside and gave the live stream camera a sweet smile.
Lin Zixuan naturally didn't refuse.
Xiaoyu slowly stood up, took a couple of steps back, and spun around. Beneath her long dress, her fair, delicate body was faintly visible. The live stream's chat feed began to surge with messages.
Wow, how did I not notice how cute Xiaoyu is? Haha, me neither.
I was too busy watching the Moon Emperor make money to even notice what the streamer looked like.
Now I see why he gets the Moon Emperor's support.
With the high popularity in the livestream, the actions Xiaoyu takes can help her gain followers quickly. It is clear that in these activities on certain platforms, Xiaoyu will likely come out on top. After watching Xiaoyu dance, Lin Zixuan also left the livestream. He checked his follow list and noticed that Pikachu and Chen and Mei hadn't gone live today either. Perhaps they went live earlier, but upon hearing that Lin Zixuan was here for a live stream battle, they closed their streams like Xiaoxi did.
Lin Zixuan didn't notice. The two didn't go live, and Lin Zixuan also logged out of Douyu. Opening WeChat, I saw Xiaoyu's message at the top. You Luo, I'm about to start summer vacation. I plan to go out and have some fun this summer. Would you be willing to take me out for a walk?
Xiaoyu was well aware that all of this was thanks to Lin Zixuan. During the PK, he once again requested a last-minute addition.
Lin Zixuan saw the message and was very satisfied. This is just what I wanted. Now I don't have to figure it out myself.
After all, I've already spent a lot of money on Xiaoyu. If I calculate it, it should be around 200 million. The last time Xiaoyu came, her goodwill had already reached 50 points. This time, if he could complete the guide, he would be able to get over 20 billion. Now I won't end up in a situation where I haven't spent any money but my favorability is already maxed out.
These 200 million are real money. Alright, but I'm also preparing for my final exams recently. Come back next month.
Lin Zixuan replied, the final exams are coming up soon, so I really won't have much time lately. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, didn't seem to have looked at her phone and didn't respond directly. Lin Zixuan scrolled through the messages below and also received messages from Pikachu and Chen and Mei.
Pikachu, Moonfall brother, you look so cool today. Beat that guy up. Chen and Mei, do you think I look good today?
It was clear that both of them had watched the entire showdown.
Pikachu seemed to be encouraging himself.
In reality, he was subtly hinting to Lin Zixuan that he had also watched the showdown and that he had spent so much money on Xiaoyu. You can't be too ungrateful to me. After all, Lin Zixuan agreed to help both of them with this certain fish activity.
Lin Zixuan casually replied, no big deal, just a clown. Since you weren't streaming today, call me next time you go live. Pikachu, that guy, really doesn't know any better.
However, his likability is still higher than Xiaoyu's, so I guess it won't take long to complete the guide. As for Chen and Mei, the message she sent was a photo of herself. She was wearing a sheer lace nightgown that barely covered her private parts. There was a hint of temptation in the air.
This individual's approach is even simpler.
She has a natural advantage, she is already in Seoul, so she doesn't need to use live streaming to build a relationship with Lin Zixuan.
Although their previous interactions were purely transactional, the first transaction lays the groundwork for a second one. Chen and Mei saw Lin Zixuan's generosity and naturally began to harbor thoughts of her own. Lin Zixuan smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, not bad.
But he only replied briefly before responding to the messages from the others.
Chen and Mei quickly sent a message.
The message basically hinted at whether Lin Zixuan was available recently.
Chen and Mei, oh my, the resolution of this photo is really blurry. I think this dress is really beautiful. I wonder if you Luo has time. Actually, you can come over to my place to see it.
By the way, I'll let you in on a secret, my cat can do backflips.
Chapter 152, I can do acupuncture. Lin Zixuan looked at the message and smiled again. This girl seemed decent enough, perhaps she could be used as a tool like Tianya. However, tonight was clearly out of the question. He was still at Tianya's place. Today's not going to happen. Let your cat practice more, and when it can do 100 or 80, I'll reward it with a little female cat. Jin and Mei, ha, you Luo Go is so funny. If you have time, I'll be waiting for you at home.
At the same time, Tianya also walked in from the door, having changed into a different outfit without anyone noticing. All along, Tianya had always looked pure and adorable, but after wearing the maid outfit so often, she clearly decided to try something new today. Today, Tianya has her jet black hair elegantly piled high, rare black stockings on her legs, and red high heels.
She walked slowly to Lin Zixuan's side and bowed slightly.
The dress seemed a bit ill-fitting, and when Tianya lowered her head, Lin Zixuan glanced sideways, looking rather smug.
Honey, I feel a bit short of breath. Could you take a look?
The tempting voice caused Lin Zixuan to sit up as well.
He waved his hand dismissively, no problem. My family's traditional medical skills specialize in acupuncture.
In my opinion, your condition can be resolved with just 2 needles.
He waved his hand dismissively, no problem.
My family has been practicing traditional medicine for generations, and I specialize in acupuncture. In my opinion, your condition can be resolved with just 2 needles.
Tianya's face flushed with a hint of blush.
She was suddenly picked up by Lin Zixuan and carried to the bed.
Immediately afterward, Lin Zixuan began to demonstrate his medical skills, while Tianya frowned deeply. Acupuncture is a bit painful, but that's understandable. The next morning, Lin Zixuan drove his 911 and returned to school.
After all, the final exams were just around the corner, and there was only about a week left before their summer vacation. It was time to slack off a bit, but he couldn't go overboard.
Within the span of one night, news about Lin Zixuan quickly spread across the internet.
It dominated the top spots on major platforms, with the story of a wealthy individual on a certain platform, Yu Luo Shichen, who acted impulsively for a woman's sake, being adapted into various versions. Without someone fueling the fire, this would never have happened. It is clear that there are many production companies involved, but Lin Zixuan's popularity is very real.
A wealthy individual who spent a staggering 100 million appeared online.
Not only did it boost Lin Zixuan's popularity, but it also significantly increased the popularity of Xiaoyu and a certain fish. Xiaoyu's increased popularity is understandable, but Moyu's is purely due to association, as Lin Zixuan had previously visited Moyin to watch a live stream. However, it seems that only one person, Xiao Shiyun, has caught Lin Zixuan's attention, and it was because while scrolling through short videos, he came across a young girl from the same city. As for other hosts on platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou, they didn't even have the chance to meet Lin Zixuan.
So, what should one do to gain the support of Yu Luo Shicheng? It seems there's only one option left: switch to a certain platform.
That night, the headquarters of that platform received numerous applications from streamers. This caused the popularity of the platform to rise steadily, beginning to overshadow the other platforms.
Lin Zixuan was completely unaware of the dramatic developments that unfolded that night.
He had been too busy helping Tianya with acupuncture and only received Xiaoyu's message when he woke up in the morning. She mentioned that she would come to Seoul to find Lin Zixuan during the summer vacation, and Lin Zixuan agreed.
At that moment, in the school's underground parking lot, Lin Zixuan parked his car angrily, and after getting out, he couldn't resist complaining. Damn it, can you even drive? If you can't drive, don't drive. My dog can drive better than you. This car is yours to park.
Lin Zixuan searched for a long time and found only this one parking space. The original size was definitely sufficient, but the car in front of it was parked in such a way that it left only a very small gap. Fortunately, Lin Zixuan had been driving more recently and his driving skills had improved somewhat, otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to park there.
Lin Zixuan muttered under his breath and was just about to leave.
But when he turned around, he saw a graceful figure standing behind the stone pillar, her face flushed with embarrassment.
Ha! Yang Qianqian, what are you doing here?
At that moment, Yang Qianqian's face was extremely embarrassed as she slowly walked up to Lin Zixuan.
She reached into her bag and pulled out a key. Zixuan, I really can't drive a car well, okay?
Hearing this, Lin Zixuan also froze in place, glancing at the car keys in Yang Qianqian's hand. It was an Audi, not particularly luxurious, but still a very decent car for a college student.
Did you buy a car? Is this your car? Yang Qianqian nodded, still looking very embarrassed.
Yang Qianqian actually had a driver's license, but female drivers like Manhwa were still few and far between.
After Lin Zixuan gave her a large sum of money last time, Yang Qianqian also decided to buy a car.
With the funds she had, she could afford a better one. However, considering her driving skills, she ultimately opted for an Audi. Today was my first day at school, and I couldn't help but notice how small the parking spaces were.
Just as she had finally parked and was about to leave, Yang Qianqian saw a vehicle entering the gate.
She immediately recognized it as Lin Zixuan's 911 and hid behind a stone pillar, avoiding detection by Lin Zixuan. She just happened to overhear the awkward scene that had just unfolded.
Going back and forth wasn't convenient, so I just bought something to get around.
As she said this, Yang Chanshan lowered her head slightly.
Lin Zixuan took the car keys from Yang Chanshan's hand with a sigh. Finally, he added, "You're a good driver, but don't drive next time. It's better for you to take a taxi when you go out. Especially on campus, don't even think about driving. Our fragile classmates might not be able to handle it." Lin Zixuan began to strongly doubt Yang Chanshan's driving skills. He then opened Yang Chanshan's car door and helped her park the car properly. After finishing everything, Lin Zixuan returned the keys to Yang Chanshan. Yang Chanshan clearly seemed a bit upset, but she obviously dared not vent her anger at Lin Zixuan. This was very different from manhwa. "Let's go, what are you still standing there for?" Lin Zixuan walked forward a few steps and noticed that Yang Chanshan hadn't moved, so he called out to her as well. Lin Zixuan took 2 steps forward and noticed that Yang Chanshan hadn't moved yet, so he called out to her. On Yang Chanshan's side, she nodded heavily and followed behind Lin Zixuan. The two of them left the underground parking lot together, and an anxious voice echoed from behind them. Make way, everyone, make way." Lin Zixuan turned his head in confusion and saw a young girl sprinting toward him and Yang Chanshan. Seeing the distance closing in, she was about to collide with him, and Lin Zixuan let out a furious curse. Chapter 153, The Backyard is on Fire. Not far away, Zhang Haoyue was pushing a small cart, rushing forward at full speed. Perhaps the downhill section of the road was too steep. Zhang Haoyue couldn't control it, and the cart sped straight toward Lin Zixuan and the others. Lin Zixuan's expression betrayed a hint of astonishment. He then grabbed Yang Chanshan's body and pushed her aside. He then extended his palm, and the small cart collided with Lin Zixuan's palm. The goods on top, combined with the impact from the road surface, were all caught steadily by Lin Zixuan with just one hand. At that moment, Zhang Haoyue also ran up to Lin Zixuan. Seeing that Lin Zixuan was unharmed, he patted his own chest. Sorry, oh, it's you, Senior. Senior, are you okay?" Lin Zixuan shook his head and helped Zhang Haoyue stabilize the cart. If it weren't for his superior physical condition, which was far better than that of the average person, he might have been seriously injured this time. "What's wrong with you, little girl? That was so dangerous." Lin Zixuan scolded Zhang Haoyue, who stuck out her tongue in response. "Sorry, Senior. We're just in a hurry. These items are props for the graduation party. We're first-year students and we're helping out. Because it's so last minute, we really don't have enough time." "Graduation party?" Lin Zixuan listened to Zhang Haoyue's words and also let out a puzzled sound. Zhang Haoyue nodded firmly. "Yes, the graduation party. Since the seniors in their final year are graduating, the school is organizing a gala. Apparently, it wasn't supposed to be a big event, but because they invited a mysterious guest, the gala has become much more elaborate. There are only 3 days left before the event, and we're already swamped with work. I heard that Senior Manhwa is also going to lead the student council to help out." Lin Zixuan heard this and pondered for a moment. The graduation party was held every year, but it was mostly just a formality. This year, they had invited a mysterious guest. Who could that guest be? They must be quite a big deal. Lin Zixuan shook his head helplessly, mentioning Manhwa. It seemed like this girl had her hands full lately. The matter with the landmark tower was already enough to keep her occupied, and now there was also a gala to attend. "Alright, be careful. Do you need me to take it over for you?" Lin Zixuan thought for a moment before replying to Zhang Haoyue. Zhang Haoyue shook his head. "I won't trouble you, Senior. I'll just take it there myself." As he spoke, Zhang Haoyue pushed the small cart in front of him and glanced at Yang Chanshan one last time before leaving. His eyes held a hint of suspicion. However, this little girl was still quite sensible, at least she didn't say anything more at this moment. After Zhang Haoyue left, Yang Chanshan finally returned to Lin Zixuan's side. "Shen Ge, you were so cool just now. I didn't realize you still had that kind of strength." Lin Zixuan had effectively saved Yang Chanshan, so she naturally expressed her gratitude. "No problem. There are still many things you don't know about me." This remark elicited a soft laugh from Yang Chanshan, who nodded slightly. "Yes, I wonder if Zixian would be willing to have a deeper conversation with me." The phrase "in-depth discussion" is still quite intriguing. Lin Zixuan also stepped forward at the right moment and wrapped his arm around Yang Chanshan's waist. "Let's have a deeper conversation now, shall we?" Under that mischievous smile, with a hint of teasing in her voice, Yang Chanshan didn't seem to mind. Her hand landed on an unknown spot, gently pinching it. Lin Zixuan furrowed his brows. "Senior, do you actually enjoy this kind of stimulating stuff?" "I remember there's a small forest behind the school, Senior." Yang Chanshan didn't finish her sentence, and Lin Zixuan cleared his throat twice. "Are you kidding me? Go to the small forest near the school?" Lin Zixuan has never really understood those young couples out there. Are they really penniless, or do they just enjoy pushing their limits? But clearly, Lin Zixuan didn't care for that sort of thing. Let's just drop it. I think meaningful communication requires a quiet environment.
Yang Qianqian nodded slightly, and the two continued walking toward the classroom. On the way, Yang Qianqian whispered, "By the way, Zixian, I heard about the evening event. Apparently, the school is taking it very seriously this time. Anyway, there's only 3 days left."
Zixuan, have you thought about performing something?
Lin Zixuan heard this and shook his head helplessly.
He didn't have any talents. Singing?
He wasn't completely tone deaf, but he wasn't much better, and he definitely couldn't compare to his classmates. As for piano or anything like that, I'm completely clueless. The system doesn't seem to have any special advantages in that area either. If I had to mention any talents, it would probably be that I'm good at deep conversations.
Never mind, I'm not really interested. Yang Qianqian heard this and didn't say anything else.
The two of them walked all the way to the front of the academic building, where they were about to part ways.
Yang Qianqian's classroom was in another building.
After parting ways, Lin Zixuan headed toward his own classroom. Upon entering the classroom, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. A fair-skinned teenager was sitting at the back of the classroom, holding a book, looking refined and well-mannered. He had captured the attention of almost all the girls, that is, until Lin Zixuan arrived. Now, Lin Zixuan, with his stunning good looks scoring a whopping 97 points, is sure to captivate countless young women. Within the school, he has also gained a bit of fame.
The incident with Manhwa seems to be gaining momentum.
At that moment, the handsome guy at the back of the classroom was also someone Lin Zixuan knew well. It was Bai Chunshan, the second-year student in their dormitory. Based on Lin Zixuan's understanding of Bai Chunshan, this guy rarely attended classes. It seems that some of the teachers at the school don't pay much attention to him either.
When taking attendance, if they notice he's absent, they don't say much about it.
He is just like someone with connections, and today he actually showed up for class, which is rare.
Lin Zixuan also walked over to Bai Chunsing's side. "Second brother, how come you have time to come to class today?"
Hearing the voice, Bai Chunsung put down the book in his hand and also saw Lin Zixuan's figure.
"Xian, my dear. Don't even mention it. I'm in real trouble."
"Oh?" Lin Zixuan heard this and became interested as well, sitting down beside Bai Chunsung. He looked at Bai Chunshan with a curious expression.
"What's up, second brother? Is there trouble at home?"
If Bai Chunshan is in trouble, Lin Zixuan could only think of this. After all, this was the only problem that belonged to the Sea King, and money was something that rarely caused trouble for Bai Chunshan. Bai Chunshan sighed helplessly, then spoke slowly.
Chapter 154, The Sea King's Troubles. "You're right, the backyard is on fire. You must have heard about the graduation party, right?" Lin Zixuan nodded silently, unsure why Bai Chunsung brought it up. "Oh my, I wonder what's going on at school. They suddenly approached me the other day, hoping I could perform in a program. It seems they're placing a lot of importance on this graduation gala. But you know, I thought I'd just go up and sing a song. But the school told me that a solo isn't really suitable, so either I should find a few backup dancers to rehearse with, or find a girl to perform with me. This is a real headache. You know my situation. Once the girls found out, they all came here to invite me. Now I'm completely overwhelmed." Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. He suddenly remembered that back when he first entered university as a freshman, Bai Chunshan had also sung a song. It was that very performance that made him an overnight sensation, earning him the title of campus heartthrob among the freshmen. His gentle voice had captivated countless female admirers. Now, at the graduation gala, it's only natural that the school would have such requirements. The situation at Haiwang's place was heating up, which made Lin Zixuan shake his head. Fortunately, it seemed he wouldn't be facing such trouble for now, so he comforted Bai Chunshan. "Second brother, this isn't complicated. Just accept them all and have them rehearse a dance together. Then they can all perform on stage together." Lin Zixuan spoke with a playful tone, seeming to enjoy the commotion. Lin Zixuan spoke with a hint of teasing, seeming to enjoy the commotion. Bai Chunshan shot Lin Zixuan a disapproving glance. "Alright, stop teasing me. I actually think you won't be idle at the party either." This remark made Lin Zixuan pause for a moment, looking at Bai Chunshan with curiosity. "Me? What does this have to do with me? I don't have any programs, I'm not in the student council or any other club, I'm just watching from the sidelines." "It's nothing." Bai Chunshan gave Lin Zixuan a half-smiling, half-serious look, seeming to imply something deeper. "You'll see when the time comes." Lin Zixuan didn't understand the meaning behind Bai Chunshan's words, and the teacher slowly entered the classroom. The class officially began. This was their final lesson of the semester. The teacher also began taking attendance and briefly discussed the exam. Lin Zixuan took a quick look at his phone messages but then focused on the lesson, as this was crucial for him to have a smooth transition into summer vacation. Failing all his courses wasn't a good idea. Just as Lin Zixuan was in class, at Hancheng University, the stage for the graduation gala was already being set up.
Behind the stage, a beautiful woman sits, with a young assistant by her side fanning her, giving off an air of importance. In front of her stands a professor from Seoul National University. Looking at the beauty before him, he couldn't help but smile.
Miss Lee Mumu, thank you for coming to Hancheng University to attend this graduation party.
On behalf of Hancheng University, I would like to express our gratitude for your presence. Lee Mumu, who was sitting across from her, nodded slightly in response.
You're too kind.
I came to Hancheng University because a few days ago, I saw the enthusiasm of the students, and I really like it here. Lee Mumu is, after all, a rising star, and her performance fee is certainly no small sum. It's clear she is the mystery guest for Hancheng University's graduation gala. This free performance at Hancheng University is actually a loss for her, as her schedule isn't exactly flexible. Of course, Lee Mumu came here at a loss for her own reasons, and naturally, those reasons revolve around Lin Zixuan. After seeing Lin Zixuan at the hotel last time, Lee Mumu realized that he might be able to help her escape Peng Zhao's control. As for what exactly Peng Zhao had done, we will discuss that later.
However, Lee Mumu had a bad first impression of Lin Zixuan.
Not knowing how to approach Lin Zixuan again, she thought about it for a long time and finally decided to start with the campus, just in time for the graduation party. The presence of a big celebrity would make the graduation gala more meaningful, and Hancheng University took it very seriously, which is why things turned out this way.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lee.
If you need anything during this time, please feel free to contact me at any time.
Lee Mumu nodded slightly upon hearing this. No problem, I'll be sure to arrive at Hancheng University on time.
The two made their arrangements here, and everything seemed to converge toward the graduation banquet 3 days later.
On Lin Zixuan's side, after a day of classes, he followed Bai Chunshan back to the dormitory.
After taking just a few steps, Lin Zixuan spotted a girl who was storming toward them.
Bai Chunshan! The girl let out a furious shout, and Lin Zixuan also looked over curiously. Bai Chunshan took a couple of steps back. Xiaohan, is something wrong?
The girl named Xiaohan rushed straight up to Bai Chunshan.
Why did you delete my WeChat? You clearly told me back then that you would love only me for the rest of your life.
You told me that after graduation, we would get married and travel together across every inch of our homeland.
We promised each other we'd never part ways. What do you mean now?
Lin Zixuan heard this and also smiled slightly, taking 3 steps back to let Bai Chunsung, who was hiding behind him, step forward. On Bai Chunshan's side, his expression was slightly awkward. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, he let out a soft laugh. Then he slipped his hands into his pockets and struck a casual pose.
Do I even need to say that? I deleted you. Don't you know what I mean? I remember everything I said to you. I will only love you. Of course I love you. You are the person I love most in this world. Have you heard enough? If not, I'll say it again.
Xiaohan heard this, her body trembled slightly, and she looked at Bai Chunsung with a stunned expression. Bai Chunshan shrugged his shoulders. I'm not the one saying this.
I've said these words to many girls before. You don't really think I only love you, do you? Come on, do you think you're better than me in some way? Are you that good looking? Or are you rich? What makes you different from those girls? These words aren't actually mine, I just said what you wanted to hear. If I were to say that I only love you for 1 day, would you be willing to listen? What about loving you for 10,000 years? I don't even know if I'll live to be 100.
You girls just love these unrealistic words.
Sometimes, you only want to hear what you want to hear, and you don't care if what I say is true or not. Since you didn't care in the first place, why are you asking me now about the things I said? Chapter 155, We're all jerks.
Bai Chunshan's casual words caused Xiaohan, who was standing before him, to tremble slightly. She looked extremely excited.
No way, you're lying to me, right? That's not what you really think. You must like me. No way, no way.
Bai Chunsung snorted coldly, his expression growing even colder.
Look. Here we go again. When I tell you the truth, you think I'm lying, but when I tell you a lie, you believe it. Women are such a hassle. I've already deleted you, so you should get the message. In today's society, don't talk about feelings. It's meaningless. Everyone is just playing a role.
In this game, I played the role you liked, but now I've taken off the mask of that character, and you can't escape from this game.
But a game is just a game. I'm tired of playing, and I want to try a new one. Do you understand? If you do, then stop bothering me. Lin Zixuan stood by, witnessing the entire scene, his mouth wide open. What a scumbag. The crowd gathered around couldn't help but comment, this is what a real scumbag looks like. However, upon closer consideration, what Bai Chunsung said actually made sense. When a girl asks you how long you will love her, the truth is, you don't even know the answer yourself. But you know what she wants to hear, so we often respond, forever, for 1,000,000 years. But how many people can truly fulfill such words? In truth, sweet words and flowery language are essentially the same thing. It depends on how the listener interprets them. For example, I love you. Just 3 simple words, but if a girl believes them, they become sweet nothings. If a girl doesn't believe them, then they're just empty words.
These two phrases are essentially the same. Xiaohan's body trembled slightly as she glared at Bai Chunchen with uncontrollable anger. Scumbag! With a furious curse from Xiaohan, she slapped Bai Chunchen across the face. Within Lin Zixuan's line of sight, Bai Chunchen's gaze suddenly grew sharp. Under that gaze, Lin Zixuan sensed a hint of murderous intent. Lin Zixuan wasn't sure if this was just his imagination, or perhaps because his physical condition had improved, he had become more sensitive to such things. Xiaohan's arm was caught by Bai Chunchen, who then fixed his cold gaze on her body.
This is my final warning. Stay away from me.
As the words fell, Bai Chunsun casually waved his hand, sending Xiaohan's palm flying away, along with her own body, crashing to the ground. Rubbing her sore wrist, she looked at the unfamiliar figure before her.
Bai Chunsun didn't linger for a moment, continuing to walk toward the dormitory.
Lin Zixuan glanced at the girl on the ground, who was named Xiaohan, with a look of pity. Lin Zixuan cast a pitying glance at the girl on the ground named Xiaohan. However, he had no intention of approaching her, merely shaking his head slightly.
He followed Bai Chunsun out. Fortunately, this scene didn't happen to me today.
After all, most of the girls around me are just tools. The biggest difference between Lin Zixuan and Bai Chunchen is that he didn't talk about so-called feelings. However, Bai Chunchen is different. He seems to enjoy the feeling of being surrounded by girls who are captivated by him. He was savoring the love they were giving him. Perhaps that wasn't love either.
Lin Zixuan caught up with Bai Chunchen's figure.
The fierce glint in his eyes had faded, and he seemed to have returned to his former self, the fair-faced young man he once was.
However, the look in his eyes just moments ago remained vividly etched in Lin Zixuan's memory. Hey, aren't you being a bit too harsh on that little girl? Lin Zixuan asked curiously.
Bai Chunsun glanced at Lin Zixuan and let out a soft laugh.
There's nothing you can do about it. Women are such a hassle.
If you don't do this, things will only get more complicated later on.
I don't like trouble.
It seems that in Bai Chunsung's eyes, Xiaohan is just a nuisance now. Lin Zixuan had no right to judge. After all, many girls act the same way when they're trying to attract someone. He could only shake his head helplessly.
The two returned to the dormitory.
The leader lay on the bed, snoring loudly, looking like he was sleeping soundly, with no idea what he had done the previous night. It looked like he had slept all day. As for Zhou Mu, no one knew where he had gone. He was not in the dormitory. Lin Zixuan jumped onto his own bed, lay down, and took out his phone to scroll through it. Bai Chunsun, on the other hand, changed into a different set of clothes in the dormitory, seemingly preparing to go out.
Lin Zixuan glanced at him but didn't ask where he was going. On his phone, a message popped up. Are you at school? The message was sent by Manhwa.
Since Lin Zixuan saw it, he decided to reply directly.
I'm in the dorm. What's up, Miss Popular? Missing me? Manhwa replied with an angry emoji. She then quickly typed out a string of text. Stop messing around. I need your help with something. Come find me at the Student Affairs office. Lin Zixuan looked at Manhwa's message and sighed helplessly.
At least there wasn't anything urgent, so he decided to go.
Lin Zixuan left the dormitory again and headed toward the Student Affairs office.
On the way, he saw the girl named Xiaohan again. At that moment, she was sitting alone on a bench in the playground, her hands wrapped around her knees. Burying my head deeply between my knees, it seemed as though I was crying so hard that tears were streaming down my face like rain. There were many classmates around, watching the scene, wanting to do something but feeling too shy to approach.
Lin Zixuan paused briefly here before continuing onward.
When Lin Zixuan arrived at the Student Affairs office, the area was crowded with student union members. Lin Zixuan pushed his way through the crowd and finally spotted Meng Wange standing in the center of the room. Today, Meng Wange was wearing a JK school uniform, with a pair of white stockings hugging her beautiful legs. After a few days apart, her charming face seems to carry a hint of fatigue, and she hasn't even bothered to put on makeup today. However, with Meng Wange's natural beauty, even without makeup, she still exudes a unique charm. Standing in the center of the room, Meng Wange hadn't noticed Lin Zixuan's arrival. She held a small notebook in her hand, seemingly jotting down something. Lin Zixuan smiled slightly, looking at Meng Wange's tired face. It seemed like she had been really exhausted these past few days. Approaching Meng Wange from behind, Lin Zixuan gently tapped her on the shoulder. This gesture startled Meng Wange. When she turned around and saw it was Lin Zixuan, she also showed a flash of anger.
What are you doing? Don't you know how to speak? Why are you sneaking up behind me?
Listening to Meng Wange's displeased words, her face was tinged with anger.
Lin Zixuan gave a wicked smile and rubbed his nose. Chapter 156, Admissions Brochure. Isn't this supposed to be a surprise?
Lin Zixuan whispered softly, while Meng Wange rolled her eyes at him disdainfully.
Enough with the surprises. More like a scare. I haven't been getting much rest lately. Don't scare me like that. Lin Zixuan also noticed the deep exhaustion in Meng Wange's eyes.
He asked softly, you seem very tired lately.
Why don't you take some time to rest? Meng Wange heard this and let out a helpless sigh. Don't say another word. I've been so busy lately.
Many of the proposals for the landmark building are not progressing smoothly because there are so many things involved. Having never been involved in these commercial matters before, I assumed it would be straightforward, but now that I'm hands-on, I've come to understand the numerous regulations and procedures involved.
Lin Zixuan nodded.
Doing business is naturally not that simple.
You don't have to handle everything yourself, you can ask Uncle Meng to assist you. Upon hearing this, Meng Wange shook her head firmly.
If it's a matter concerning the Meng family, letting my father handle it is naturally no problem.
The problem is that the money is all yours.
You've entrusted so much of it to me.
If I don't handle it properly, wouldn't that be letting you down?
I'll just handle it myself. Lin Zixuan didn't expect that this girl was working so hard for him. He had thought that Meng Wange was trying to achieve something for her family. He felt a warm glow in his heart. It's just a little money, it's nothing. You should rest a little.
Meng Wange shook her head firmly again. Enough, don't mention it. It's just a small amount for you, but not for me.
You've given me so much money, and I already feel guilty enough. If I don't do it well and end up losing everything, I really won't have the face to see you again. Don't worry, I'll make sure to take some time off to rest.
Seeing Meng Wange's determined attitude, Lin Zixuan didn't say much either.
Changing the subject, he asked, "What brought you here?
Is there anything I can help with?"
Meng Wange put down the small notebook in her hand as she listened to Lin Zixuan's question.
Wait a moment, please.
Then Meng Wange called out, and a guy came over. He looked like he was also a student council member.
After handing over her work to the boy, Meng Wange pulled Lin Zixuan away from the student affairs office.
As they walked onto the school playground, a little firecracker came running from the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than her own little junior, Zhang Haoyue.
Senior. Senior. Zhang Haoyue greeted the two of them. Meng Wange also stated the purpose of their visit today.
It was already the end of June, and the school had been recruiting students for quite some time. The school had previously contacted me to ask for help recording an admissions video, but I haven't had the time. This time, I need to return to the school for the evening event, so I'll take the opportunity to finish this task.
Would Mr. Lin be willing to accompany me to record the recruitment video? A recruitment video?
Lin Zixuan heard this and thought about it for a moment. Generally speaking, of course, having the school beauty appear would be more appealing. Meng Wange was already the campus beauty of Hancheng University, and as the vice chairman of the student council, it was only natural for her to be in charge of this matter. As for Lin Zixuan, he was brought in by Meng Wange for two reasons.
The first was to appear alongside Lin Zixuan, effectively staking her claim. The second was that Lin Zixuan's skyrocketing good looks clearly made him the current heartthrob of Hancheng University.
A match made in heaven, so to speak.
Yeah, if Mr. Lin isn't available, it's no problem. I can record it myself.
Although Meng Wange said this, her true feelings were evident in her tone. Zhang Haoyue, however, was very considerate and urged Lin Zixuan to hurry up.
Oh, senior, since the senior has already said that, just help us record it. I'll edit the video for you, and it will definitely outshine all the other universities' recruitment videos.
Lin Zixuan watched the two of them banter back and forth and could only nod helplessly. It wouldn't matter if others saw it, but what if Xiao Shiyun saw it?
Would she react the same way as last time?
Last time, the video of me having dinner with Meng Wange didn't amount to anything, but that girl has been acting strange lately. However, given the current situation, I couldn't refuse, so I just agreed.
All right then.
Seeing Lin Zixuan agree, Meng Wange revealed a rare smile.
On this side, Zhang Haoyue took out a camera.
This girl seemed to have a natural talent for photography and had recently started a short video blog.
The two of them first arrived at the entrance of Hanyang University. As the camera moved, Lin Zixuan stood in front of Hancheng University. Meng Wange then began to introduce their school. Hankook University is the top university in Hankook and also has a long history. It seems that Meng Wange has prepared thoroughly and doesn't need Lin Zixuan to say any lines.
The two of them started from the entrance of Seoul National University and made their way to some of the university's famous landmarks.
Among them, Meng Wange intentionally or unintentionally made some fairly intimate gestures toward Lin Zixuan.
All of these were captured on video, and Lin Zixuan did his best to maintain a smile. Zhang Haoyue also playfully snapped a few shots. The final video was only about 2 or 3 minutes long, but they spent 2 hours filming it. By the time they finished, it was already past 7 in the evening.
Lin Zixuan hadn't even had dinner yet and was already starving.
After asking around, he found out the two girls were in the same situation, so the three of them went to a small shop outside the school. They managed to solve their immediate problem of hunger. During the meal, Zhang Haoyue was editing a video, occasionally pulling up a clip to show the two of them. Senior, look, you look so handsome from this angle.
Senior, have you been taking care of your skin lately? You really look much more handsome.
Lin Zixuan looked up and saw himself standing in front of a statue of Confucius. The evening sun cast its rays across his face, and the gentle breeze added a touch of serene beauty to the scene.
This side profile alone is enough to captivate countless young women.
The improvement in appearance is evident, but to those who are familiar with them, it seems like there hasn't been much change. After all, their natural features haven't changed. Only the skin and some imperfections have been slightly adjusted.
Actually, I've always been this handsome. Lin Zixuan jokingly replied, and Manhwa seemed very satisfied with this piece. The three then chatted about the upcoming graduation party. Manhwa naturally planned to attend and had even arranged a performance, though she didn't tell Lin Zixuan what it was.
She said it was a secret for now, and Lin Zixuan would find out later.
Lin Zixuan didn't press the matter further. Chapter 157, The Evening Gala begins.
Over the next 2 days, Lin Zixuan spent his time at school, primarily to address end-of-term matters. On the other hand, he also took the opportunity to relax for a couple of days. Nothing much happened during those 2 days. One thing worth mentioning is that the preliminary rounds of a certain fish-related event have officially concluded. Of course, the 3 contestants supported by Lin Zixuan have all successfully advanced to the finals, which will take place over the next week. This is where the Real Challenge begins.
Lin Zixuan hasn't watched many live streams in the past 2 days.
However, Pang Xiao deleted his account last time. However, the 100 million he transferred to Zhang Miao Miao is naturally still valid. If you want to help Pikachu and Chen and Mei secure their rankings, you also need to invest 100 million yuan in both of them. Lin Zixuan had originally planned to do the same, as he didn't want to favor one person over the other. However, the physical labor of sending gifts was too exhausting, so he decided to take a couple of days off. After 2 days, the graduation gala for Hancheng University will finally kick off tonight. Many people on campus are bustling about in preparation. Of course, as the biggest highlight of the evening, the mysterious guest still hasn't revealed any information. This has certainly sparked a lot of anticipation among many people. Lin Zixuan wasn't particularly interested, but he still had to go. In the dormitory these past few days, aside from Bai Chunshan, who still came and went early and late, the other 2 were no different from ordinary college students. They are busy with their final exams. As time slowly passed, it grew late, and everyone began to head toward the venue for the graduation gala. Lin Zixuan, along with the 3 roommates, headed toward the venue. Along the way, they chatted briefly.
Xiao Xian, I heard that Meng Daxiawa also has a project this time. Why don't you go up and show off?
I saw the promotional video you guys recorded.
You're really something, aren't you? Did you really manage to win over Miss Meng?
Pang Xuanli, the leader, teased Lin Zixuan at that moment.
Lin Zixuan couldn't help but smile wryly. The promotional video had gone viral across all short video platforms in just one night. Of course, it also sparked the imagination of many students, fueling their fantasies about Hancheng University. Lin Zixuan's name has now officially become known to everyone on campus, though only a portion were aware of him before. Listening to the leader's words, Lin Zixuan shrugged his shoulders. No way, the school beauty just asked me for a favor. The others in the dorm didn't believe him, letting out a dismissive snort. As they spoke, the 4 roommates also arrived at the venue. Due to the high anticipation for tonight's event, everyone was in high spirits, and the show officially began at 7 o'clock. It was only a little past 6, but the venue was already half full with students. If you arrived any later, there would be no good seats left. Lin Zixuan and his 3 friends had also planned to arrive earlier, but they ended up facing this situation, and all 4 of them looked a bit embarrassed. Wow, did these guys really come at 5 o'clock?
Pang Xuanli muttered under his breath, while Zhoumu nodded silently to himself.
The first row might arrive by noon.
This remark made the few people smile helplessly, as they estimated that most of the people in front were first-year students.
That's why they were so enthusiastic.
People like Lin Zixuan, who had come this early, were already being quite considerate.
The 4 roommates found a decent spot to sit down.
Lin Zixuan just took out his phone to watch some videos, but Pang Xuanli tapped him on the shoulder.
Xian, look, it's Meng Daxiawa. Ha!
Lin Zixuan looked up in confusion and saw Meng Wanga directing several student council members on stage, then tidying up the venue. Whether or not she sensed Lin Zixuan's gaze, Meng Wanga glanced up briefly.
She gave him a knowing smile. Meng, the school beauty, smiled at me. Did you see that? What smiled at you? It was clearly at me. Don't be so self-absorbed.
Some of the trainees in front of Lin Zixuan and the others let out a startled cry.
Lin Zixuan shook his head helplessly. What are you looking at from so far away? If you want to see her, I'll take you to find her for dinner after this. Lin Zixuan's words sparked jealousy among the few people in the dormitory. That guy is so annoying. Do you know how hard it was for us to meet Meng Wanga? However, this statement is clearly an exaggeration, as Meng Wanga is a public figure who frequently appears in various settings. But it also highlights the fantasies of these otaku.
Time passed slowly, and it was around 6:50 p.m. The venue was nearly filled to capacity. Bai Chunsung, standing beside the 3 of them, stood up and waved his hand at the others.
I won't be joining you. I have plans tonight and need to head out.
Those with performances have their own seats, closer to the backstage area. The three of them heard this and did not object. Inside the venue, a series of melodious tunes began to play. Then, two figures emerged from behind the curtain at the back of the stage. The girl wore a beautiful white princess dress and a pair of silver high heels, which shone brightly under the spotlight. The boy, on the other hand, looked quite flashy, wearing a pink jacket and a pair of oddly shaped sunglasses. He looked like tonight's host, and this girl was none other than our very own Mangasha. The two of them stood in the center of the stage. Manhwa's sweet voice slowly drifted out. Welcome, everyone, to the graduation gala of Hancheng University. I am your host for the evening, Manhwa. The boys chimed in as well, but Lin Zixuan chose to ignore them, only noting that it seemed to be a senior student. After the introductions were finished, Manhwa cleared her throat and gave a playful smile. I'm sure all of you have heard that we have a special guest at our graduation party tonight. Do you want to know who she is? Yes. A series of thunderous shouts echoed from below. Manhwa simply smiled sweetly. Speak up, I can't hear your enthusiasm. I want to. Manhwa's two sentences instantly heated up the atmosphere and ignited the enthusiasm of her classmates. Manhwa didn't keep them in suspense either. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I won't keep you in suspense either. Next, we will hand the stage over to our mysterious guest, who will perform the opening act for tonight's graduation gala. Let us give her a warm round of applause. As the enthusiastic applause echoed, Manhwa bowed slightly and stepped off the stage. The stage lights then dimmed. Everyone turned their attention to the mysterious guest, eager to see who he or she might be. Lin Zixuan's companions, Pang Xuanli and Zhou Mu, sat up straight. Curiously, they whispered, Xian, who do you think this mysterious guest is? Lin Zixuan shook his head gently, I don't know either. Chapter 158, Lucky Audience. It wasn't that Lin Zixuan didn't want to say it, he genuinely didn't know. He wasn't particularly curious about the identity of this mysterious guest Manhwa should know. At that moment, under the dim stage lights, a familiar melody began to echo. Along the way, we stopped and started again. Accompanied by so many people, the songs of graduation memories echoed above the stage, under the flickering lights. They gather at the center of the stage. A woman appeared, dressed in a water-green long dress, holding a microphone as she walked forward slowly. The crowd of dancers surrounding her couldn't hide her slender figure at all. Is that Li Mumu? Someone recognized Li Mumu's identity first, and the venue erupted into chaos. Wow, it's really Li Mumu? No way, the school even recognized such a big celebrity? Lin Zixuan also froze for a moment upon seeing Li Mumu's figure. The boss beside him was extremely excited. Li Mumu. Oh my gosh, a big celebrity actually came to my school to sing for me? Lin Zixuan also had no idea why Li Mumu was here. The excited shouts of the students around them were so loud that they even drowned out Li Mumu's singing. As a top-tier celebrity, Li Mumu isn't known for her singing, but her gentle voice still brought back memories for many people. Li Mumu, I love you. A roar came from somewhere, stirring everyone into a chorus of shouts. Li Mumu on stage, bathed in the spotlight, shone brightly. Having appeared on various stages and at numerous galas, Li Mumu effortlessly commanded this high-profile event. She maintains her signature smile and continues her performance. The crowd of dancers surrounding her had completely become a backdrop for Li Mumu. Everyone began to hum along with the melody without even realizing it. As the opening guest, Li Mumu completely ignited the atmosphere of the Hancheng University graduation party. The sight of 1,000 voices singing in unison echoed throughout the venue. Behind the stage, Manhwa was touching up her makeup while watching the scene on stage, with Zhang Haoyue, her younger classmate, following closely behind her. Senior, this big star is really amazing. She can get so many applause and screams. Manhwa heard this and smiled lightly, not saying much else. The melodious tune faded away slowly, accompanied by the cheers of the crowd. The lights around them gradually came on, and everyone turned their attention to Li Mumu under the spotlight. Li Mumu smiled faintly and took 2 steps forward. Dear students of Hancheng University, I am Li Mumu. I am delighted to be here to attend your graduation gala. This statement once again elicited a thunderous round of applause. No one knew who had started it. Sing another one, then do another one. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd followed the sound, beginning to shout incessantly, completely drowning out Li Mumu's voice. Li Mumu simply smiled as she watched the scene unfold, saying nothing more. Lin Zixuan listened to the excited voices around him and shook his head helplessly. He found it somewhat amusing that an actor could be so adored by so many people. Well, maybe everyone has different tastes. The shouting around her gradually subsided, and Li Mumu picked up the microphone and spoke again. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'll take up a little of your time. Let's sing another song, but this time, I'd like to pick a student to sing with me. This gesture caused a burst of screams from the crowd. I'll do it, I'll do it. Everyone seems to be scrambling for this spot. However, Li Mumu on stage clearly had everything planned out in advance. Everyone, please don't rush. For the sake of fairness, I suggest we draw lots to select the lucky audience member. As soon as the words were spoken, a staff member emerged from behind the stage, holding a small box, and approached Lee Mumu. Lee Mumu smiled slightly and placed her hand inside the box. Everyone held their breath, eagerly watching the scene unfold. Pang Xuanli, standing beside Lin Zixuan, also looked somewhat excited. What if Xiao Xin picks me? I can't sing. Lin Zixuan gave a look as if he were looking at a cute little kid, glancing at Pang Xuanli beside him. He shook his head helplessly. Don't worry, you won't get picked. Pang Xuanli looked a bit disappointed inside. Well, the probability of this happening randomly is too low. There must be at least 1,000 people here. But Xiao Xin, do you think there's any chance it could be you? Lin Zixuan, who had been feeling a bit drowsy and bored, sat up straight upon hearing this. He let out a curse, feeling a sense of foreboding. He stood up abruptly, intending to leave the venue. At that moment, Lee Mumu had already taken out a small ball from the box. When the ball was opened, revealing a piece of paper, everyone looked at Lee Mumu expectantly, and Lee Mumu read out the name on the note. The lucky guest for today is Lin Zixuan. As the words fell, a wave of disappointment rippled through the crowd below. Lin Zixuan's body quickly fled toward the exit of the venue, but he hadn't taken 2 steps before. The stage lights suddenly flickered and focused on Lin Zixuan. Everyone's gaze followed the lights, locking onto Lin Zixuan. With over 1,000 people staring at him, Lin Zixuan knew it was too late to run away. He could only stand there awkwardly, scratching his head. The intense stares from all around left Lin Zixuan speechless. Looking up at Lee Mumu, who was smiling, he muttered an angry curse under his breath. Damn it, this is a setup. Lin Zixuan isn't some cute little kid. When he heard Pang Xuanli's words, he immediately sensed something was off. This big star wouldn't be that down to earth, would he? Could he really be targeting him? That so-called lottery draw is way too rigged. Maybe there's only one ball inside with his name on it. Lee Mumu watched Lin Zixuan's movements, her eyes gleaming with a hint of cunning. This must be Lin Zixuan, right? It seems he's ready. Please come up to the stage. Under the gaze of everyone present, Lin Zixuan let out a helpless sigh. There were still many urging voices around him, and Lin Zixuan had no choice but to slowly make his way toward the stage. The students all cast envious glances his way. Pang Xuanli's face was filled with astonishment. Had he become a prophet? Xiao Xian, that guy, really has some luck. How did he get chosen? This is a chance to sing with a big star. Zhoumu, you know, Xiao Xian is so lucky. Zhoumu nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same opinion. At that moment, Lin Zixuan walked up to the stage and stood beside Lee Mumu, looking a bit nervous and helpless. Lee Mumu smiled and handed him a microphone, placing it into Lin Zixuan's hands. Chapter 159, this guy is just asking for it. Looking at the microphone in Lee Mumu's hand, Lin Zixuan reluctantly took it. Lee Mumu smiled again and began to speak. Lin Zixuan, as the lucky audience member for today, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone first? Lin Zixuan, standing beside him, glanced at Lee Mumu. Seeing the smile on her lips, he probably already understood what was going on. However, under the watchful eyes of the entire school, he couldn't afford to go too far. My name is Lin Zixuan, and I am a third-year student. Lin Zixuan's voice sounded flat and devoid of emotion. At that moment, behind the stage, Meng Wange watched the scene unfold, furrowing her brows deeply. Zhang Haoyue noticed Meng Wange's displeased expression and cautiously whispered a question. Senior, I never expected a big star to share the stage with our senior. Is it because the senior is just so lucky? Meng Wange turned and glared at Zhang Haoyue. Anyone with eyes could see that this was definitely a setup. Clearly, Lee Mumu's actions had upset Meng Wange. Earlier, when she heard that Lee Mumu was looking for a lucky audience member, Meng Wange hadn't thought much of it. But you found my man? That's not right, is it? At that moment, Meng Wange clenched her delicate hands and let out a cold snort. What a big star! Beneath the seemingly sarcastic words lay a hint of coldness, and Zhang Haoyue couldn't help but stick out her tongue in exasperation. Lee Mumu listened to Lin Zixuan's brief introduction and smiled again. It seems that our classmate Lin Zixuan is still very shy. I wonder if Lin Zixuan has any songs he's good at. We could sing one together. As Lee Mumu asked, Lin Zixuan shook his head gently. Sorry, I can't sing. As the words fell, a commotion erupted below. This kid is so annoying. He has the chance to share the stage with a big star, yet he's acting all aloof. You don't want to give it to me? If you can't sing, can't you at least shout? No one wants to hear how good you sing. Lee Mumu didn't expect Lin Zixuan to be so rude. His face twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Does Lin have any other talents? If I know how to do it, I can perform with him. Lee Mumu was doing this to win Lin Zixuan's favor, so she naturally had to accommodate him a bit. Little did she expect that Lin Zixuan wouldn't give her the slightest bit of face. Sorry, I'm just an ordinary person who doesn't know how to do anything. I really can't share the stage with a big star. Why not give someone else a chance instead? As soon as he said that, the atmosphere below grew even more intense.
I'll go. The students were all very excited, eager to secure this spot, and Lin Zixuan couldn't help but flash a satisfied smile. On the other hand, Li Mumu, who was standing beside him, looked extremely embarrassed. Come on, who wants to sing with these college students? I came here just for you, and now you're doing this. What am I supposed to do? Li Mumu watched as the situation began to spiral out of control. If this continued, Lin Zixuan might just leave. At that moment, Li Mumu's mind was racing with thoughts. She then took 2 steps toward Lin Zixuan. As she walked, perhaps because she was wearing high heels, Li Mumu slipped and let out a startled cry. Her body fell straight toward Lin Zixuan's position. This scene left everyone at the scene extremely tense. The students in the front row all jumped to their feet in fear, but it was already too late. Lin Zixuan looked at the delicate body lying before him and let out a helpless sigh. He didn't know what to do. If I don't answer, this big star will come to Hanyang University and make a fool of himself on stage. Clearly inappropriate, but if he accepted, Lin Zixuan could already sense the hostility coming from backstage. There was no choice. Lin Zixuan waved his hand and caught Li Mumu, whose body was about to collapse. Li Mumu let out a startled cry as she was half held in Lin Zixuan's arms, their posture appearing slightly suggestive. The students below, witnessing the scene, also let out a series of gasps. This kid is so lucky. That's a big star. How dare he hold Li Mumu in his arms? Quick, take a photo. Hurry up. This is big news. Behind the scenes, Manhwa watched the sensual actions and couldn't help but feel angry. She waved to the cameraman in the distance. The stage lights suddenly went out completely, plunging the entire stage into darkness. Lin Zixuan and Li Mumu's figures vanished into the pitch-black stage, while the whispers of their classmates continued unabated. On stage, Lin Zixuan finally got a moment to catch his breath. He set down the microphone and whispered something to Li Mumu in his arms. Can you get up now? What do you really want to do? Li Mumu heard this and stood up awkwardly. At that moment, the two of them were not seen by anyone else. Mr. Lin, I'm truly sorry. I slipped. Lin Zixuan clearly didn't believe him and turned to leave. Li Mumu watched Lin Zixuan about to leave and also showed a look of anxiety. She grabbed Lin Zixuan's hand, causing his footsteps to halt in their tracks. Just as he was about to turn around to say something, for some reason, the stage lights suddenly lit up at that moment. They focused on the two of them. The students, who had been chatting, suddenly fell silent, staring at the two figures on the stage. Their fingers were tightly intertwined, holding hands, with a hint of reluctance on Lin Zixuan's face. Li Mumu's face, however, was flushed with a hint of crimson. What did I just see? This kid actually dared to take advantage of her. I knew it. Li Mumu definitely didn't fall on her own just now. Stop being so jealous. The way I see it, it was the big star who made the first move. You know what? You're right. I didn't even notice before, but Lin Zixuan actually looks pretty handsome. Damn it, you don't even know Lin Zixuan? Haven't you seen the promotional video that Meng Daxiawa recently filmed? That guy really deserves a beating. Having Meng Daxiawa isn't enough, now there's even a big celebrity reaching out to her. I'm so jealous I'm tired of saying it. The murmurs around me grew louder and louder. Behind the stage, Manhwa covered her eyes with her hands. Sing, hurry up and get her down here. As Manhwa's voice fell, Zhang Hao nodded blankly, and the stage once again echoed with that melodious tune. It was still the same song as before, The Wind Rises. Upon hearing the melody, the two let go of each other's hands simultaneously. Li Mumu took the opportunity to step forward and whispered tentatively. Mr. Lin, could you help me with the harmony? We have to finish this performance. Hearing Li Mumu's request, Lin Zixuan didn't refuse. He picked up the microphone and stood aside helplessly. Chapter 160, Watch Me Take Back the Stage. As the melody echoed, Li Mumu's melodious singing once again filled the air. It drew the attention of the students, while Lin Zixuan stood awkwardly to the side and quickly turned off his microphone. He had originally planned to just get by, but when it came to singing, he couldn't just stand there and do nothing. As the backup dancers took the stage, the two of them were the center of attention, and even though Lin Zixuan didn't do anything, he was still the shining figure under the spotlight. The occasional physical contact between their bodies left Lin Zixuan speechless. It wasn't that he disliked Li Mumu, it was just that he hadn't made a good impression on him the first time they met, so he hadn't planned on interacting with him much. I never expected this big star to come to Hanyang University. Clearly, Li Mumu has a specific purpose in mind. For such a girl, Lin Zixuan's feelings for her naturally plummeted. As the performance reached the halfway point and it was time for the accompaniment, for some reason, the accompaniment suddenly stopped. Everyone looked around in astonishment, clearly puzzled. Even Li Mumu was no exception. Lin Zixuan turned his head and saw Manhwa, dressed in a princess dress, slowly walking out from behind the stage. She stood beside the two of them. Everyone, let's give a round of applause to Miss Li Mumu for her wonderful performance. Next, our evening continues with the next performance, which will be brought to us by Miss Ling from the sophomore class. Manhwa's words abruptly interrupted Li Mumu's performance, leaving her face filled with astonishment. The students around them also looked at each other in confusion. After saying this, Manhwa directly looked at Lin Zixuan, her back turned to the crowd, her eyes filled with a hint of malice. Lin Zixuan sighed helplessly, rubbing his nose, and was the first to walk toward the audience. Li Mumu stood awkwardly on stage, unsure of what to do, and had no choice but to follow him off the stage. Then a girl appeared on stage, and the second performance officially began. This seemingly chaotic incident left everyone baffled, with only a few people staring at Lin Zixuan with curious glances. The matter between Lin Zixuan and Manhwa was already well known to many, and Manhwa's sudden appearance now seemed almost like she was jealous. After Lin Zixuan stepped down from the stage, he tried to return to his seat but was blocked by Manhwa, who forcibly led him backstage. Once backstage, Lin Zixuan looked somewhat awkward. Wangu, that one. Shut up. Lin Zixuan was just about to explain something when he was interrupted by Manhwa's words. Immediately after, Manhwa seemed to be searching for something backstage. She quickly pulled out a set of clothes and tossed them to Lin Zixuan. Go change in the back. We'll go on stage in a moment. What? Lin Zixuan looked at the clothes in his hands, his face filled with an expression of utter speechlessness. What's going on? I really don't have any talents to perform. Why is everyone dragging me into this? No, I really can't perform. Don't put me on the spot. Manhwa looked at Lin Zixuan and gave him a smile, but it was tinged with a chilling gaze. Mr. Lin, are you also hoping I'll organize a raffle? Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan understood Manhwa's meaning and sighed helplessly before turning and heading toward the changing room in the back. Manhwa then returned to the backstage area and glanced at Zhang Haoyue beside her. Go, move my show up. Watch me take back the stage. Zhang Haoyue heard this, his eyes flickered, and he nodded heavily. Good luck, senior. As she spoke, Zhang Haoyue stepped forward to notify them, while Manhwa remained backstage, quietly touching up her makeup. Li Mumu, who also stepped off the stage, looked utterly helpless. She had planned everything perfectly, but this unexpected encounter seemed to have left a poor impression on Lin Zixuan. Instead, it had a negative impact. The intimate gestures she had made with Lin Zixuan on stage must have been captured by many people. If Lin Zixuan doesn't help me, I'll be ruined in no time. Pang Xiao clearly wouldn't let him off the hook, and everything he had gained in the industry would be lost. Li Mumu sighed deeply, her eyes looking very dim. She wanted to talk to Lin Zixuan, but it didn't seem like the right time. Just as Li Mumu was deep in thought, her phone inside her bag began to vibrate. Li Mumu took out her phone and saw Pang Xiao's name displayed on the screen. It was clearly Pang Xiao who had called. Li Mumu looked at the name and a flash of instinctive fear crossed her face. She instinctively silenced the sound, pretending not to hear it. At that moment, the second performance on stage was also nearing its conclusion. After the performance ended, the male host walked onto the stage. Next, let's give a warm welcome to our beautiful Miss Meng. Manhwa and Lin Zixuan will be performing for us. As soon as these words were spoken, a stir erupted once again from the crowd below. What? Who? Did I hear that correctly? Lin Zixuan? Lin Zixuan again? What gives him the right? This kid can't do anything, so how did he end up sharing the stage with Meng, the school's top beauty? I refuse to accept it. I really don't accept it. The voices of the crowd protesting slowly spread out, sounding somewhat angry and indignant. Within the crowd, Pang Xuanli's lips twitched slightly as he glanced at Zhou Mu beside him. Xiao Xin, that guy, is truly blessed. I can't compare to him, I can't. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mu's eyes dimmed significantly. He and Lin Zixuan had once been of the same kind after all, they were both sycophants. But now it seemed as though they were from entirely different worlds. The shock wasn't limited to just the two of them, there were a few of Lin Zixuan's acquaintances in the school as well. For example, there was a woman sitting in the crowd who wasn't particularly noticeable and didn't attract much attention. Of course, it was Lin Zixuan's ex-girlfriend, Su Ruo. Since Lin Zixuan denied his identity last time, Su Ruo hasn't tried to contact him again. However, she still harbored some doubts about Lin Zixuan's true identity. After all, the few million from the demolition compensation, is that really enough for Lin Zixuan to date Yan Chanxian and get involved with Meng Wange? Although Meng Wange isn't a materialistic woman, she's not someone who would date just anyone. Earlier, Li Mumu's intimate interaction with Lin Zixuan was noticed by Su Ruo, who couldn't help but feel that Lin Zixuan's background wasn't as straightforward as she had imagined. Just then, an announcement came over the PA system that Lin Zixuan would be performing on stage with Meng Wange. Su Qing, this Lin Zixuan. Su Ruo whispered cautiously, and Su Qing, on this side, flicked her eyes. Oh, Xiao Ruo, don't think about it. It was probably just a stroke of luck. A nouveau riche from a demolition site, don't even mention a few million. Even 10 million isn't anything. While we're still young, we should be looking for the real deal, a second-generation rich kid. Chapter 161, A Dance That Captivates the City. Someone like Lin Zixuan, a nouveau riche, shouldn't waste our youth. Su Cheng clearly still didn't think much of Lin Zixuan, and Su Ruo didn't say anything else either, just nodded silently. As the announcement concluded, the stage lights dimmed once more.
After a long time, a beam of light flickered and enveloped the center of the stage, causing the crowd to gasp once more.
At the very center of the stage stood Lin Zixuan, dressed in a black jacket. He bent slightly, holding Manhwa in his arms.
Her half-reclined body, long, slender legs raised high, form a graceful curve. Under the spotlight, the two of them resembled silhouettes bathed in moonlight.
The school beauty queen, I really can't dance. Please don't make me do it.
The dance performance and their conversation naturally wouldn't be overheard by others. Manhwa lay in Lin Zixuan's embrace, gently shifting her legs as her body gradually stretched out. Manhwa stood up, took Lin Zixuan's hand, and spun her body around.
It's okay, I'll lead you. Just follow my rhythm.
Under Manhwa's guidance, Lin Zixuan cautiously moved forward a little. The melodious tunes echoed around them, harmonizing with Manhwa's graceful movements.
Her pure white princess dress was illuminated by a soft glow, reminiscent of moonlight. She seemed like a woman from a dream. Lin Zixuan, dressed in a black jacket, stood in stark contrast to Manhwa's makeup. Under Manhwa's lead, he moved in sync with the rhythmic dance moves.
It's worth noting that although Lin Zixuan couldn't dance, his physical condition had improved significantly thanks to the system's enhancement.
At least in terms of flexibility, he doesn't lag behind some professional dancers. Under Manhwa's guidance, Lin Zixuan quickly got into the groove. At this point, it was best to cooperate fully with the school's top beauty, Meng. The two of them spun on the stage, bathed in flickering lights and accompanied by a shower of neon petals. This gentle dance captivated the crowd below.
There were no wild screams or reckless shouts. It seemed as though everyone had succumbed to the tender moonlight. Even the melodies surrounding them were filled with a light, ethereal quality. Everyone unconsciously lowered their voices and whispered to each other.
No wonder she's known as the school beauty, she's so beautiful.
Yeah, I didn't notice earlier, but Lin Zixuan seems pretty handsome too.
A handsome man and a beautiful woman, well, we can only envy them.
Looking at it this way, it seems like Li Mumu isn't that attractive after all.
Yeah, compared to Manhwa Kai does seem a bit prettier.
As the dance music reached its midpoint, the melody grew increasingly passionate.
Manhwa's body spun gracefully in sync with her dance moves.
This elicited a series of gasps from the audience.
Lin Zixuan did his best to follow Manhwa's movements. This time, Manhwa also accommodated Lin Zixuan and did not perform any overly difficult moves.
Under Manhwa's guidance, he managed to learn the moves fairly well. Even without any overly difficult movements, the two of them, with their stunningly beautiful faces, were bathed in the faint glow of the lights, creating a dreamlike, ethereal beauty. Zhang Haoyue, in the background, was kneeling on the ground, holding a camera, focusing on the two of them. The senior and the junior are truly meant for each other. This time, the senior female student has definitely gotten her revenge. That was the truth. While everyone else was still immersed in the melody of the wind, Manhwa, with a gentle dance, she illuminated the hearts of everyone present. Originally, Manhwa would not have appeared so early, but in her view, since Lin Zixuan was causing trouble, she would turn a blind eye.
This was Hansheng University.
While it wasn't exactly their territory, in the eyes of the students there, it was practically their own domain.
Lin Zixuan and Manhwa are a couple.
You're on my turf, flirting with my guy, I can't stand it, absolutely not. A dance that captivates the city, a city captivated by a dance. As the melody came to an end, the two stood still once more.
Manhwa took Lin Zixuan's hand and stepped forward slightly.
She bowed to thank everyone, serving as the perfect finale for the dance.
Lin Zixuan was pulled by Manhwa and also coordinated his movements with hers.
In front of the entire school faculty and students, such behavior carried a hint of asserting dominance.
Many of the students below still looked on with a touch of goodwill. Only a small number of people were filled with envy. For example, Bai Xiaohao, who was inconspicuous in the crowd. Damn it, this kid is driving me crazy. After Bai Xiaohao failed to seduce Lin Zixuan through Zhaoyu, this kid seemed to have no other moves. However, this doesn't mean he no longer likes Manhwa. He had been pursuing Manhwa for years, and seeing the two of them acting so intimate at that moment, he naturally found it hard to accept. He stood up angrily, seemingly ready to leave immediately. However, his plan was still ongoing. It was said that he had already gathered quite a bit of information about Lin Zixuan's extramarital affairs, intending to compile it all and hand it over to Manhwa once he had enough. Once that happens, the two will inevitably break up, and he will take advantage of the situation to move in. Bai Xiaohao's perfect plan was still in motion, but he didn't know if it would turn out as flawless as he imagined. Pang Xuanli and Zhou Mu also offered their blessings to Lin Zixuan. Su Ruo's expression was equally grim, lost in her own thoughts. Meanwhile, backstage, Zhang Haoyue's petite frame jumped up in place, striking a victorious pose. Yeah, she's really the senior I look up to. This must be the most perfect performance of the night. I have to say, the senior and the senior are truly a match made in heaven.
As he spoke, Zhang Haoyue began flipping through the videos he had recorded on his camera. Meanwhile, behind the curtain, Li Mumu naturally saw this scene as well, and her expression grew slightly somber. So that's how it was. Li Mumu wasn't very clear about the relationship between Lin Zixuan and Manhwa, but after watching this performance, she finally understood why Lin Zixuan had been so resistant toward her before. It seems that her plan for today was wrong from the very beginning. Li Mumu let out a helpless sigh and shook her head heavily. In the background, there was the figure of a fair-skinned young man holding a fan, which he spun around. He was none other than Lin Zixuan's last roommate. Bai Chunsung. Looking up at the handsome men and beautiful women under the spotlight, Bai Chunsung's lips curled into a faint smile, lost in thought. Their performance came to an end at that moment, and the two of them slowly walked toward the back of the stage together. The applause below echoed throughout the venue, serving as the deepest blessing for the two of them. Chapter 162, The Schemes of a Big Star. Lin Zixuan returned to the backstage and let out a long sigh. He had rarely experienced such a situation before. This time, it felt a bit like being forced into something he wasn't ready for. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. It seems that Manhwa is also very happy, holding onto Lin Zixuan's hand tightly. You did a good job, Mr. Lin. Lin Zixuan smiled casually and stepped forward to pinch Manhwa's cheek, but she dodged him. She muttered under her breath with a hint of reproach, "What are you doing? There are so many people around." Behind the scenes, there were still many figures, including the younger sister Zhang Haoyue. Senior. I recorded it for you. It's really beautiful. Can I post it on Douyin? Since the incident last time, Zhang Haoyue's Douyin account has been filled with short videos about Manhwa and Lin Zixuan, almost turning her into their official relationship blogger. Those who aren't in the know might even think it's their official Douyin account. Seeing that Manhwa didn't seem to refuse, Lin Zixuan naturally didn't say anything else. Manhwa chatted briefly with Lin Zixuan before heading off to attend to other matters. She had hosting duties for the evening event and couldn't linger there any longer. Lin Zixuan and Zhang Haoyue stood backstage, watching the stage where figures flickered in the lights. This evening event seemed to have been thoroughly prepared by Hancheng University. It wasn't just because of Li Mumu's arrival, perhaps it could be said that this was the largest scale evening event Hancheng University had hosted in the past decade. What are you doing here? Do you have a program coming up soon? Lin Zixuan looked at the younger female student and whispered to her. The younger female student shook her head slightly. No, I just saw that the senior was so busy, so I came to help out. I also joined the student council recently, and my senior has been very kind to me. Maybe I'll get promoted next semester. Manhwa has a lot of influence in the student council, so helping a younger female student isn't a big deal. However, Zhang Haoyue, that girl, has always been highly capable in her work, especially since she broke up with Huang Hao. She has become much more cheerful. What's so great about being in the student council? I'm busy all day long. Once the next semester starts and the freshmen arrive, it'll be another busy period. Lin Zixuan muttered under his breath, but Zhang Haoyue seemed unconcerned. Well, there's nothing we can do about it, senior. Won't you come by to check out your new little freshman sisters then? Maybe there are some real beauties there. I've already met most of the beautiful women at Seoul National University. Thinking about next year's freshmen, I wonder if there will be any stunningly beautiful women among them. But there are still 2 months of vacation left, so that's all for later. Lin Zixuan gently tapped Zhang Haoyue on the head, causing him to wince and mutter in pain. He glared at Lin Zixuan with displeasure. All day long, you have no idea what you're thinking about. You little brat. Lin Zixuan muttered under his breath, while Zhang Haoyue puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. He turned his head away, seemingly unwilling to engage with Lin Zixuan. On this side, Lin Zixuan stood in the backstage for a while, feeling a bit bored, and decided to go out for some fresh air. Just as he stepped out of the venue, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Lin Zixuan turned his head in confusion and furrowed his brows. Mr. Lin. Li Mumu walked slowly up to Lin Zixuan and whispered something. Lin Zixuan, on the other hand, coldly shook his head. This Lin young master dares not accept such a title. What could the big star want with me? Li Mumu hesitated, thinking for a long time before biting her lip and seeming to make up her mind. Mr. Lin, could you please help me? Help you? Lin Zixuan also wore a puzzled expression. This guy is definitely approaching me with ulterior motives. Lin Zixuan didn't refuse outright but instead asked about the matter Li Mumu had mentioned. Tell me about it. Lin Zixuan's dismissive tone made Li Mumu breathe a sigh of relief. Her eyes flickered with a few tears. Mr. Lin, you know a little about our circle. It's very difficult for newcomers to rise to prominence. When I was first noticed by Tianha Group, I thought I could rise quickly and make a name for myself in the entertainment industry. However, the darkness within was too much for some to bear. Newcomers had no chance of rising to prominence, and there was only one way to break through. So. Lin Zixuan examined Li Mumu with great interest, intrigued by her story. Lin Zixuan wasn't particularly interested. After all, these were paths they had chosen for themselves, much like the two girls selected by Wang Xiang at the art university. And back then, when Su Ruo was with the two girls from Hansheng University, if Lin Zixuan hadn't shown up, what would have happened afterward was obvious. These were all paths they had chosen for themselves. When you decide to take this path, you should be fully aware of what lies ahead. There is no need to complain or blame others here. However, what piqued Lin Zixuan's interest was the Tianhe group mentioned by Li Mumu. Tianhe group? Peng Xiao? Upon hearing Peng Xiao's name, Li Mumu's eyes flickered. She didn't expect Lin Zixuan to know Peng Xiao. This would make things much easier. Yes, that's Mr. Peng. Back then, he humiliated me and forced me to do things I didn't want to do. I was at his mercy and couldn't do anything about it. Now I've made a name for myself in the entertainment industry. This trip to Seoul was arranged by Peng Xiao, and he seemed to have more important matters to attend to a few days ago. However, over the past 2 days, he has been in contact with me, and I simply cannot bear to be under that devil's control anymore. Mr. Lin, will you help me? I'm willing to give up everything I have right now. Lin Zixuan heard this and sneered. This girl is really quite cunning. Actually, everything she said is true, or you could say it's all false. The story is definitely true, so why does Lin Zixuan think it's all lies? The reason is also quite simple. Li Mumu kept saying that she couldn't accept Peng Xiao's control. She wants me to help her escape Peng Xiao's control, but the only thing she can offer what she calls her everything is still her own body. So, by asking him for help, she was essentially trading her control under Peng Xiao for control over herself. This isn't her true purpose at all. Everything she said is a lie. And Lin Zixuan was well aware of this girl's true intentions. Li Mumu is currently considered a minor celebrity, and she naturally wants to advance further in her career. However, it is evident that Peng Xiao will not provide her with significant support. To prevent Li Mumu from slipping out of her control, Li Mumu's ultimate goal is to find a more powerful patron. To advance her own career and reach new heights, that is the true reason this young woman has been drawing close to me. Escaping Peng Xiao's control is merely an excuse. Chapter 163, Li Mumu's Purpose. Lin Zixuan examined Li Mumu with interest, seeing through her true intentions. However, he had no intention of exposing her. Because what this person's intentions were didn't matter at all. Lin Zixuan wants to make a deal with Li Mumu, but he values something else more than her body. You say Peng Xiao has control over you? Well, during this time, you must have done something, right? Do you have any dirt on Peng Xiao? At those words, Li Mumu's body trembled violently, and she looked at Lin Zixuan in astonishment. You want me to expose Peng Xiao? Lin Zixuan nodded slightly. Compared to Li Mumu's body, Lin Zixuan wanted to see Peng Xiao's expression more. This seemed like an interesting thing. You're right. Actually, I know exactly what you're thinking. I can help you, and I can get you better resources than what you have now. But I need you to step forward and expose everything Peng Xiao has done, including the Tianhe group. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. Additionally, once you speak out, you will receive a significant amount of attention, and you will naturally obtain what you desire. As Lin Zixuan's voice fell, Li Mumu's body trembled slightly. She was well aware of what Lin Zixuan meant. If she could step forward and file a formal complaint against Peng Xiao and the Tianhe group, given her influence on the internet and her status in the entertainment industry, she would naturally attract widespread attention. At that point, she could capitalize on the opportunity to gain a massive following and easily rise to the ranks of top-tier celebrities. However, all of this hinges on one crucial condition: defeating Peng Xiao. If one were to blindly jump into the fray without any assistance, the only outcome would be certain defeat. Li Mumu looked at Lin Zixuan in front of her, unsure whether this young man was trustworthy. You really want to help me? Lin Zixuan smiled lightly and shook his head. It's okay. If you don't want to, just forget I mentioned it. The choice is yours, but the opportunity is only once. I don't know much about the entertainment industry, but I have a little money. I believe you know more about hiring online trolls and doing PR than I do. I can hand these matters over to you to manage, but the prerequisite is that your scandal is explosive enough. You know very well that if we fail to take down Peng Xiao this time, endless retaliation will be waiting for you. Think it over carefully. Once you've made up your mind, get in touch with me. After saying this, Lin Zixuan turned around gracefully and returned to the conference hall. Li Mumu stood there dumbfounded, her mind a blank. Lin Zixuan's words held a strong allure. If she could obtain a large sum of money, the online public opinion would undoubtedly shift in her favor. At that point, armed with what he had in his hands, he could use the money to buy girls and minor celebrities who had also been exploited by Peng Xiao. He would have them accompany him in speaking out, and Peng Xiao would surely meet a fate worse than death. But the prerequisite is that I need a huge sum of money, which might be an astronomical figure. Li Mumu glanced at Lin Zixuan's back and clenched her fists tightly. What is the purpose of life? Isn't it just to climb higher step by step? Everyone has a heart, and that heart is called greed. People are never satisfied. When you live in a 30 square meter house, you will think about a 50 square meter house, then a 100 square meter house. Even if your career keeps advancing, you will never truly be satisfied.
Greed is inherent in human nature. Lee Mumu is no exception.
She desperately needs this opportunity to break into the ranks of top-tier celebrities.
Of course, if she chooses to trust Lin Zixuan, it would be a risky gamble. Lee Mumu took a deep breath, seeming to have made up her mind.
She looked at the silhouettes behind the stage. Lin Zixuan had already returned to the venue. As time passed, the graduation gala at Hancheng University was nearing its conclusion. Apart from the standout performance by Lin Zixuan and Meng Wange earlier, the other performances, though they had also attracted a lot of attention, were still somewhat lacking in comparison. However, at that moment, the atmosphere on stage was completely ignited. Bai Chunsung stood at the center of the stage, wearing sunglasses and holding a guitar. Departing from his usual emotional warrior style, he unexpectedly began singing a rock song. The passionate melody, accompanied by the rock rhythm, completely ignited the atmosphere in the venue. It drew countless screams from the girls.
Watching this scene, Lin Zixuan couldn't help but smile wryly. This guy is still as flashy as ever. No matter where he goes, he always catches the attention of young girls. Bai Chuansung's performance once again elevated the atmosphere of the evening.
The evening concluded perfectly, leaving everyone with fond memories to cherish. It was the appearance of the big star Lee Mumu, along with Lin Zixuan and Meng Wange's breathtaking dance that truly stole the show.
Plus Bai Chuansung's explosive hit song at the end. Meng Wange was backstage, quietly removing her makeup, while Lin Zixuan walked up and teased her playfully. The school beauty has been working hard, hasn't she?
Meng Wange glanced through the makeup mirror and saw Lin Zixuan's figure behind her, rolling her eyes.
How hard can Mr. Lin be?
He has to spend every day with all sorts of girls.
That must be exhausting. Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan gave an awkward smile.
Stepping forward, he found himself alone with no one around.
Lin Zixuan immediately embraced Meng Wange from behind. Meng Wange felt her body being tightly embraced and let out a startled cry. She struggled twice in quick succession. What are you doing? What if someone sees us? Meng Wange's first reaction was that there was nothing wrong with it, but she didn't want others to see them. After all, a goodwill rating of 90 points wasn't something to be taken lightly. As Meng Wange struggled, it was all in vain. Lin Zixuan bowed slightly, leaned close to Meng Wange's ear, and whispered softly. A gentle wave of warmth brushed against Meng Wange's earrings, causing her body to grow weak. It's okay, no one will see. Meng Wange's face flushed red as she realized something was wrong.
She struggled free from Lin Zixuan's grip and turned to glare at him fiercely. Lin Zixuan scratched his head awkwardly. By the time Meng Wange finished removing her makeup, the two of them left the venue together. The sky had already grown completely dark. Originally, Lin Zixuan had planned to escort Meng Wange back to her dormitory, but Meng Wange informed him that she intended to stay at home tonight. The work documents at the landmark tower were still waiting for him to handle. Seeing how hard Meng Wange was working, Lin Zixuan comforted her with a few words, hoping she would take a break and rest.
Meng Wange insisted she was fine and eventually drove off campus in her Q7. Watching Meng Wange's receding figure, Lin Zixuan shook his head helplessly. At the same time, he opened the door of his 911. Chapter 164, Exposed. Chapter 164, Exposed. Lin Zixuan drove his 911, flooring the gas pedal, and arrived at the 5-star hotel near Hanyang University. He had booked a room here for a year last time, and it felt just like coming home. Lin Zixuan entered the house, stretched lazily, and opened a bottle of red wine on the table. He recalled the first time he had tried it, when he hadn't felt much of anything. After drinking more, I started to think it was kind of interesting. It turns out that the life of the wealthy requires some time to adjust. Lin Zixuan poured himself a glass of red wine, and the sound of knocking came from the door. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Zixuan's lips curled into a faint smile. He walked up and opened the door. Standing outside was a charming figure wearing sunglasses, seemingly trying not to be recognized. The woman's identity was now obvious. Mr. Lin. Lin Zixuan nodded slightly and stepped aside to make way. Lee Mumu seemed very cautious, glancing around to ensure no one was nearby before entering the room. He then sat down on the sofa in the room. Lin Zixuan looked at Lee Mumu with interest and asked a question. What's up? Made up your mind? Lee Mumu took off her sunglasses and nodded. I've made up my mind. I'll expose Playing Xiao, but this will require a significant amount of funds, at least 10 billion. As an entertainment company, Tianhe Group has strong public relations capabilities, and even 10 billion might not be enough. Lee Mumu was only giving a conservative estimate while also observing Lin Zixuan's expression. This figure was clearly nothing to Lin Zixuan, who casually waved his hand. Here's 20 billion. If you get the job done, there will be additional rewards. Keep the extra money. Upon hearing this, Lee Mumu also wore an expression of astonishment. She looked at Lin Zixuan in front of her with astonishment, realizing that she had underestimated his abilities. Lee Mumu's favorability rating, 20.
Upon hearing the system's notification sound, Lin Zixuan smiled contentedly.
That's right.
It seems like Pang Xiao won't be able to cause trouble for much longer.
No problem, Mr. Lin.
I will do my best to recruit as many people as possible to stand up and speak out alongside me. I guarantee that Pang Xiao will be disgraced and ruined, along with the Tianhe group behind him.
Lin Zixuan nodded slightly and set down his wine glass. You handle it. Just don't make me wait too long. Lee Mumu took a deep breath and forced a smile. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I'll definitely get it done in no more than 2 weeks. At this point, Lin Zixuan clearly had the patience to wait. The two of them reached an agreement in the hotel room. Lee Mumu looked at Lin Zixuan sitting on the sofa and stood up slightly. What would happen next was, of course, only natural. Lee Mumu had also experienced many similar situations and had prepared herself before coming here. As her clothes gradually came off, the room filled with a hint of sensuality. It must be said that this big star still has a great figure. Moreover, her understanding of certain matters is far superior to that of those young girls. As the night slowly passed, the next morning, Lee Mumu had already left early. After all, she was a public figure with an assistant and others around her. Disappearing for too long would arouse suspicion, and she also needed to keep Pang Xiao under control for now. Once she has made thorough preparations, she will strike decisively to completely ruin Pang Xiao's reputation. When Lin Zixuan woke up, he saw the message Lee Mumu had left and merely smiled indifferently, showing no significant reaction. He went through the accumulated messages on his phone as usual. Most of them were unimportant messages, but one caught Lin Zixuan's attention. Yu Huang, I'll be in Seoul on a business trip for a few days. If you're free, we could grab a meal together. The person who sent this message left Lin Zixuan particularly puzzled. It was a message from Manhwa of a certain fish. Lin Zixuan looked at the message and pondered for a moment. Even if he and Manhwa weren't exactly strangers, they were certainly no strangers either. Why would Manhwa think to come to Seoul to see him? Although it was for business, the underlying purpose was a bit intriguing. Speaking of Meng Huang, as the former emperor of a certain online platform, he clearly holds significant influence. Building connections with such individuals could be advantageous for one's career. Lin Zixuan didn't refuse. Alright, I'll do my part as the host and invite Emperor An along as well. Thinking this, Lin Zixuan replied, and Meng Huang quickly sent another message. Haha, let's see how the Moon Emperor performs then. After the PK with a certain fish last time, the Dream Emperor became even more interested in Lin Zixuan. This time, his main purpose for coming to Hanshang was to meet Lin Zixuan. As for Meng Huang in real life, he was also among the top-tier celebrities in his country, hailing from a prominent family in the capital city of Beijing. However, Lin Zixuan is currently unaware of this. After replying to Meng Huang's message, Lin Zixuan replied to the other girls' messages as well. Xiao Shiyun was also busy preparing for her final exams and seemed to have little free time lately. Even the frequency of her messages to Lin Zixuan has decreased significantly. Lin Zixuan didn't think much of it either. After all, summer vacation was just around the corner, and there would be plenty of time then. It's worth mentioning that the live video from yesterday's Hanshang University evening event went viral again on a certain platform. The Douyin account of the young student Zhang Haoyue gained hundreds of thousands of followers in a short period of time. This is all thanks to the 3 videos posted by Lin Zixuan and Meng Huang, which brought her a significant amount of traffic. She is naturally very grateful to both of them. The video platform's sudden surge in popularity has also sparked widespread interest in the handsome men and beautiful women of Hanshang University. Summer vacation is also a peak season for travel. It is estimated that many people will come to Seoul for sightseeing. Lin Zixuan stretched lazily, freshened up in his room, and then went downstairs to prepare to return to school. Upon arriving at the lobby on the first floor of the hotel, Lin Zixuan heard the system's notification sound. Detected consumable items. Lin Zixuan turned his head in confusion and saw a girl wearing a purple dress standing in front of the bar counter, exuding an air of aloofness. A system panel specific to the woman also appeared before him. Name, Dong Qingling. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Age, 27. Appearance, 90. Likability, 0. 90? Seeing this 90-point beauty, Lin Zixuan paused slightly. This was the third woman he had encountered with a score of 90 or above. Apart from Xiao Shiyun, who was unmatched in beauty, there was only the heiress of Hanshang, Mu Qingcheng. I never expected to encounter such a stunning beauty here. At that moment, Dong Qingling stood in front of the bar counter and whispered a question. Hello, could you please book me a presidential suite? Chapter 165, The Cold-Hearted Female CEO. Dong Qingling's voice also carried a hint of coldness. The beautiful woman at the bar glanced at Dong Qingling and gave her an apologetic smile. Sorry, beautiful lady. Our presidential suite has been booked for a year and is currently unavailable. Booked for a year? Dong Qingling heard this and also looked surprised.
She thought to herself, who's the poor soul who has nothing better to do? Dong Qingling sighed and nodded helplessly, not saying anything else. Alright then, I'll go ask someone else. As Dong Qingling finished speaking, the girl beside her, who seemed to be her assistant, looked awkward. She apologized repeatedly, I'm so sorry, Ms. Dong. I didn't expect the presidential suite to be booked, and I didn't arrange your itinerary in advance. Dong Qingling merely glanced at her assistant indifferently and said nothing more. Lin Zixuan stood a short distance away, silently watching the scene unfold, and managed to force a smile. It seems this girl isn't from Hancheng. Calling her Director Dong must mean she's a female CEO? She's probably here on a business trip and looking for a place to stay. Since they had only just met, Lin Zixuan wasn't in need of any help at the moment, so he didn't plan to approach them. After watching for a while, he decided to leave the hotel. At that moment, Lin Zixuan passed by the front desk and was noticed by the young woman at the bar. She greeted Lin Zixuan. Good morning, Mr. Lin. Good morning. Lin Zixuan replied. Dong Qingling hadn't left yet. She saw him at the bar and greeted him enthusiastically, reminding him of the presidential suite. Clearly, this young lady was very clever and had immediately guessed Lin Zixuan's identity. He's the one who booked the presidential suite for a year? The young woman at the bar nodded silently. Dong Qingling took a deep breath and followed Lin Zixuan out of the hotel. Mr. Lin, please wait. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Zixuan paused slightly. Dong Qingling walked up to Lin Zixuan. Excuse me, Mr. Lin, I apologize for the interruption. I heard that you have booked this presidential suite for a year. Would you mind if I stayed here for a few days? I can pay you 3 times the room rate. Would Mr. Lin consider this? Lin Zixuan didn't expect the girl to make such a request. He couldn't help but flash a curious smile. Oh, it's just a hotel. There are many hotels in Seoul. Why did you choose my room? Dong Qingling's expression remained cold, but her attitude seemed somewhat better. Mr. Lin, it's like this, every time I come to Seoul, I stay here because I'm used to it. Could you possibly make an exception for me? Listening to Dong Qingling's words, Lin Zixuan rubbed his chin. All right. Dong Qingling let out a faint smile and took a deep breath. She turned to her assistant and said, transfer the payment to Mr. Lin. The assistant had just stepped forward when he was stopped by Lin Zixuan. You can stay here, no problem. The money is on me. We can add you on WeChat. Lin Zixuan's somewhat frivolous words, coupled with that playful smile, caused Dong Qingling's expression to change slightly. Just as she was about to say something, Lin Zixuan waved his hand. If you don't want to, never mind. I'll go first. As Lin Zixuan turned to leave, this action left Dong Qingling flustered. She hurriedly stopped Lin Zixuan. Mr. Lin, please stay. It's just adding a WeChat ID, no problem, I can do that. Lin Zixuan turned his head and gave a faint smile. See? Women just need to be trained. Sometimes you just can't spoil them. What's a female CEO? She's just another tool. After adding each other on WeChat, Dong Qingling's expression turned sour. She probably already regarded Lin Zixuan as one of those spoiled rich kids in her mind. Dong Qingling, at her age, has achieved her current position and amassed such wealth. Clearly, her abilities are more than sufficient. Even if she had family support, her own abilities cannot be overlooked. Therefore, what Dong Qingling despises most are those spoiled, good-for-nothing rich second-generation individuals. Dong Qingling's likability rating, 10. Lin Zixuan heard the system's prompt and smiled helplessly. This girl is quite interesting. Alright, Mr. Lin, I've given you my WeChat now. Can I stay in the room for a while? Lin Zixuan nodded and handed his room key card to Dong Qingling. No problem, you can go ahead and stay. I'll let the hotel staff know. See you again someday. After saying this, Lin Zixuan didn't linger and turned toward the parking lot. Watching Lin Zixuan's departing figure, Dong Qingling furrowed her brows. Something was off about this script. In her opinion, Lin Zixuan had gone to great lengths to obtain her contact information. The next step would be some overly familiar greetings, followed by him insisting on having dinner together. She had already planned out how to refuse him. But unexpectedly, Lin Zixuan turned around and walked away? Could I have misunderstood him? Thinking of this, Dong Qingling shook her head helplessly. Lin Zixuan also heard the system prompt again. Dong Qingling's favorability rating is 10. Lin Zixuan was driving and almost mistook the accelerator for the brake. What's wrong with this woman? Is she crazy? The girls I've been meeting lately seem a bit off their rocker. Lin Zixuan sighed in frustration and decided not to think about it anymore. He drove back to Hanyang University. With only a few days left before the end of the semester, their final exams had already begun. University exams are relatively less strict, so you can just get by and pass, but you still have to show up. Lin Zixuan had an exam in the afternoon and was planning to just wander around campus. As he passed by the basketball court, a basketball flew toward him. Lin Zixuan reacted swiftly, catching the ball steadily with his hands.
A boy nearby quickly ran up to Lin Zixuan.
Looking at the basketball in Lin Zixuan's hands, he gave an awkward smile.
Sorry, classmate, did I hurt you? Lin Zixuan casually shook his head and tossed the basketball back. It's okay.
After saying that, Lin Zixuan took a closer look at the boy in front of him and felt that there was something off about his gaze. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but it seemed like his senses had become more acute as his physical condition improved.
For example, last time I sensed the murderous intent in Bai Chuanxing's eyes.
The boy heard this and awkwardly shook his head.
This basketball game wasn't as simple as it seemed.
The young man was none other than Bai Xiaohao, the mastermind behind the perfect plan. After failing to get Jiayu to hook up with Lin Zixuan, Bai Xiaohao came up with a new plan.
After all, you wouldn't be interested in an ordinary girl, would you? Well, how about a guy?
I'll take matters into my own hands.
Male friendships are so simple.
Once I build a good relationship with him, I'm sure I can get some information out of him.
That's how this current situation came to be. Chapter 166, The Playboy of Kyoto.
Bai Xiaohao's eyes darted around for a moment before he turned to Lin Zixuan in front of him and spoke cautiously.
Brother, are you Lin Zixuan? Lin Zixuan wasn't particularly surprised that Bai Xiaohao had called out his name.
After all, he was now a well-known figure at Hancheng University. The performance he had put on with Li Mumu and Manhwa last night had also drawn a lot of attention.
Lin Zixuan's name is naturally well known to the public.
Yes. Lin Zixuan replied casually, while Bai Xiaohao gave a faint smile.
Bro, you're my idol. Want to hang out and share the experience of chasing after the school beauty queen? Let's be friends. Hearing this, Lin Zixuan smiled helplessly. Never mind, I have something to do.
Bai Xiaohao gave Lin Zixuan an uncomfortable feeling, so he naturally didn't want to interact with him further. After politely replying, Lin Zixuan continued walking forward. Bai Xiaohao stood there feeling at a loss, wanting to stop Lin Zixuan, but if he messed it up, he wouldn't have another chance to interact with him in the future. After thinking it over, Bai Xiaohao decided not to follow Lin Zixuan. A moment later, Lin Zixuan entered the classroom. There was an exam for this class today. When it came to exams, Lin Zixuan was practically clueless. Fortunately, the exams weren't very strict, and most of them just turned a blind eye. As long as you pass, that's fine, but don't go overboard. During the exam, no one was allowed to use their phones, but Lin Zixuan was allowed to, so he had a boring morning. By the time he stepped out of the classroom, he had also received a message from Li Mumu.
Li Mumu acted quickly and swiftly registered an entertainment company. She also asked Lin Zixuan about the company's name and whether to use his name.
Lin Zixuan wasn't interested in this and simply told her to handle it herself. Thus, Xinxian Entertainment Company Limited was officially registered under Li Mumu's control, with the registered capital being the 10 billion yuan invested by Lin Zixuan. Of course, this was just the initial capital.
If it proved insufficient, Lin Zixuan would continue to invest further. With money in hand, things naturally become easier to handle.
Li Mumu began swiftly gathering some incriminating information on Peng Xiao. She utilized all her current connections within the industry to reach out to female celebrities who had been bullied by the Tianhe group in the past, hoping they would accompany her.
Standing up and speaking out requires time to take effect, and Lin Zixuan did not pursue the matter further.
One day later, Hancheng University was about to officially kick off its summer vacation, and today was the last day before the break. At that moment, Lin Zixuan was lying in his dorm room, while the other three roommates were busy packing their belongings. Pang Xuanli muttered a complaint as he packed his things. Damn it, I always thought I only had 2 sets of clothes, but now that I'm packing, I can't seem to get everything in. Zhoumu, yeah, and I started booking tickets way in advance, but I only managed to snag a ticket home today.
Going home is really tough. Pang Xuanli heard this and nodded heavily in agreement. Ah, the holiday is almost here. Let's get together for a little gathering before we leave, guys. With Pang Xuanli's suggestion, Zhoumu naturally had no objections. Lin Zixuan lay on the bed and glanced at the bed to his left. That was where Bai Chunshan was supposed to be. Bai Chunshan was holding a tablet, and Lin Zixuan could vaguely see several WeChat windows on the screen. Sure enough, the Sea King's time management skills are something I'll never be able to master. Bai Chunshan also heard Pang Xuanli's words and did not refuse. No problem, hurry up and pack up. Let's go to our usual place for dinner tonight. Then let's go to the internet cafe and stay overnight. We'll all go home tomorrow. The kind of joy that belongs to boys is really simple. When it comes to staying overnight at an internet cafe, back in our freshman year, the 4 of us would often do this kind of thing. However, over time, it seemed like the passion and experiences of the past had faded, and everyone started getting busy with their own lives. Xiao Xian, what about you? Upon hearing Bai Chuanxing's agreement, the boss also passed the question on to Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan smiled and nodded, no problem. I don't have much to do these days, and I plan to stay in Seoul for a while during the holiday. Lin Zixuan didn't really have a home to go back to anyway. During holidays, he usually stayed in Seoul, found a place that provided meals and lodging, and took on odd jobs to earn some extra money.
The 3 years of university were spent in this manner, and the few people in his dormitory were naturally aware of this. Bai Chunsun, however, glanced at Lin Zixuan with interest.
Xian doesn't need to work this time, does he? What are your plans for the holiday? Not planning to go out and about? Seoul, huh?
It's just the same old. Lin Zixuan heard this and thought about it briefly. To be honest, during the holidays, most of the girls around him would probably leave Seoul as well. Lin Zixuan also had plans to go out and explore, but he hadn't decided on a destination yet. The destination hasn't been decided yet, but if the opportunity arises, he'll go out for a walk.
Bai Chunsun looked at Lin Zixuan with a hint of a smile.
He murmured softly, almost inaudibly, "If you ever come to Kyoto, you can look me up."
Kyoto? Lin Zixuan hadn't even spoken yet when the two people below let out a startled cry.
Pang Xuanli scratched his head, looking in the direction of Bai Chunsun with a hint of surprise.
Second brother, your family is from the capital? You never mentioned it before.
So you're the prince of the capital. Bai Chunsun had never mentioned anything about his family to the people in his dormitory, always keeping everything a mystery. This was the first time he had ever mentioned it, and Lin Zixuan never expected that Bai Chunsun was from Kyoto. Bai Chunsun put down the tablet in his hand and smiled casually.
Not everyone in Kyoto is a nobleman, I'm just an ordinary person.
The few of them exchanged smiles, and of course, they only believed half of what was said. By around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the few people in the dormitory had packed their things and left the dormitory building together.
The school playground was bustling with people today.
Even those who usually didn't like going out chose to take a walk on the last day before the holiday.
Most of them were in groups of 3 or 5.
Pang Xuanli and the others had already called a ride-hailing service, and the 4 of them headed straight for their destination. It was a barbecue restaurant near the university town, essentially a large street-side eatery.
The first time the 4 of us ate together was here.
I vaguely remember that back then, Pang Xuanli had drunk too much and almost got into a fight with the people next door. At that age, young boys were reckless and valued loyalty above all else, so they naturally rolled up their sleeves and prepared to fight together. Fortunately, nothing too dangerous happened in the end. By the time we arrived at the food stall, it was already packed with people, and it seemed like the boss had already made arrangements. The group was led by the owner to a familiar spot. The owner's wife, who looked to be in her 30s, greeted them with a gentle smile.
What are the little ones planning to eat today? Chapter 167, An Unexpected Encounter.
Since the 4 of them frequently visited this place, they had become quite familiar with the owner.
They usually call her Hang Jie. Sister Hang, it's the same as always. Just do as you see fit. We're off tomorrow, so we came to check on you.
Pang Xuanli called out, and the flight attendant, holding the pen for writing orders, gently tapped Pang Xuanli on the head.
The little rascal just knows how to talk back. Alright, you wait here. I'll go help you. You go first.
Upon hearing this, the others also laughed heartily.
Alright, thanks, Hang. Grab 2 bottles of beer. We'll just have a few drinks. Flight attendant Hang glared at the group but didn't say anything else.
4 people and 2 bottles of beer, it didn't seem like enough for much, just enough to enjoy the atmosphere.
If we really want to drink until we're satisfied, we'll see then.
The 4 of them sat there, waiting for the barbecue to be served. They also chatted with each other.
Second brother, isn't Kyoto much better than Seoul?
My family used to live in a small village, and when I go back this time, I'll have to help out with the farm work.
Pang Xuanli's voice carried a hint of anticipation.
Everyone was fairly familiar with Pang Xuanli, who had come from a small village and was considered a very inspiring figure. As a result, the eldest brother takes care of his younger siblings, appearing more mature compared to the others.
By Chuncheon, that's not really the case. Actually, it's all pretty much the same.
In Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, they don't believe in tears.
That's true.
Speaking of which, when school starts again, they'll be entering their senior year, and they'll have to start working hard for their future.
In the blink of an eye, the days of youth seemed to fade away with the gentle breeze.
Zhou appeared rather quiet, sitting alone in the corner drinking.
Perhaps it was still because of Su Qing.
Bai Chuncheon certainly didn't need to worry about graduation. His family would undoubtedly help him arrange everything.
Lin Zixuan is in the same situation.
The leader seemed to have a hint of worry on his face, as if he was also thinking about their future livelihood.
Only Zhou Mu remained immersed in that dreamlike emotion. Many people say they would give up everything for love.
But they never consider that everything they possess is the very foundation of that relationship. When you strip away all the glamour, you are just an ordinary person, and love has its own ticket to enter. For example, being good-looking. A person's appearance may not be that important, but the premise of this statement is that you are at least decent-looking. People's standards for what constitutes good-looking are inherently different, and the same applies to what is considered not good-looking. When you encounter someone you find unattractive and who doesn't align with your aesthetic preferences, you simply won't pursue any further development with them.
Being good-looking is the ticket to love. Some people say that money can smooth over everything, and this statement is both true and false.
It's like when Xiaoyu and Pikachu first met in person.
if they hadn't encountered the successful young man Lin Zixuan.
Instead, they had encountered a man with a well-known sleazy reputation, then there might not have been much of a story afterward.
Many people have a flawed understanding of what love truly is.
They are merely seeking someone to rescue them from their self-induced anxiety. Or when they cannot meet certain needs, they hope their partner will fill that void. Jo Mu became immersed in what he believed to be tenderness, unable to escape, only sinking deeper and deeper into it. Lin Zixuan glanced at Jo Mu, seemingly recalling his own past, and let out a sigh of resignation. At that moment, Hang Jia returned to the group, carrying a small tray with roughly 100 skewers of grilled meat.